18 years ago, a man transmigrated to this world. At the same time, ferocious beasts emerged from the underground world, bringing destruction. In order to fight against the ferocious beasts, everyone has the opportunity to awaken superpowers, and the strength of these superpowers is related to individual genes. Several years ago, a ferocious beast caused the man's father to die in a horde of beasts, and his mother also lost an arm. Currently, in the second high school of Fengyang City, Jiangnan Province, Great Xia Kingdom, an awakening ceremony is being carried out. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yuan silently reflected to himself. He was already incredibly lucky to have awakened his superpowers at the age of 18. Suddenly, a mechanical voice announced, "Your system has been credited. You will receive 1 random S-rank Ice-type ability and 100 evolution points." System: Ice-type. Lu Yuan was taken aback. S-class abilities were extremely rare, but he hadn't expected an Ice-type ability. At this moment, his deskmate Li Ming walked over and asked, "Brother Yuan, what type of superpower do you hope to awaken?" "Ice-type, I guess," Lu Yuan replied casually. The announcement blared. "Please line up in an orderly fashion. The awakening ceremony is about to begin." "Brother Yuan, you'll definitely awaken the superpower you want," Li Ming encouraged. Lu Yuan nodded. The awakening ceremony continues. Next up, student number 42 from class 11 of senior 3, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stepped onto the awakening platform and overheard the conversation between the principal and the dean of students. The school didn't have high hopes for this awakening. "Lu Yuan, place your hand on the awakening crystal," the teacher reminded him. Lu Yuan placed his hand on the crystal. Instantly, the crystal erupted with an icy blue light, and a chilling aura spread out. "This is ice-based. Could it be a B+ rank ability?" A strong chill burst forth in the air. Principal Wang Jian whispered, "This ability is at least A level." Lu Yuan placed his hand firmly on the awakening crystal, and he could feel a powerful force resonating with him. Suddenly, a few tiny snowflakes began to fall from the sky. More and more fell, gradually becoming denser. "Is it raining?" The students looked at the sky in confusion. It wasn't raining, but snowing. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the ground was soon covered with snowflakes. The students exclaimed in amazement, "This is clearly an S-class superpower." At that moment, a crown made of ice and snow appeared above his head. With a loud bang, the awakening crystal shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Yuan. The ability to shatter the awakening crystal meant his superpower was at least S-rank. Congratulations on awakening your S-rank superpower, the Ice and Snow Crown. You have activated the panel function. A panel flashed before Lu Yuan's eyes, displaying his superpower information. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 100. Special ability: Ice Crown, S. Realm: Awakener. Spirit: 120 Hz. Health: 210 kilocalories. Skill: Gun Technique, Beginner. Seeing this, Director Li waved his hand and shouted, "The awakening ceremony is suspended. Everyone go back and wait for the new crystals." Then, he walked up to Lu Yuan and said, "Come to my office with me." "Okay." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. In the office, Director Li asked, "Lu Yuan, what is the superpower you have awakened?" "It's an S-level ability, the Ice and Snow Crown," Lu Yuan answered directly. S-level ability. Jiangnan Province hasn't seen an S-level ability user for 2 years. The 4 top universities will be looking for you this afternoon. Have you decided which school you want to attend? Director Li asked Lu Yuan. "Not yet," Lu Yuan replied truthfully. Director Li smiled and said, "The 4 prestigious universities are Beijing North Superpower University, Shanghai Superpower University, Tianquan Superpower University, and Shenzhen Superpower University. The schools in Shanghai and Shenzhen are particularly suitable for you because they both have 7th-tier Ice Elemental Masters." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. 7th-tier Grandmasters are extremely rare experts in this world. If he could receive their guidance, he would definitely become a peak expert. Director Li handed Lu Yuan a wooden box. "I am also an Ice-type ability user. I don't have time to cultivate now. Here is a skill book and some pills for you." Lu Yuan took the wooden box. He knew Director Li was investing in him. "Director, could I borrow your phone first? I want to call my mom." Director Li was taken aback. Lu Yuan's father had passed away early, and his mother had raised him alone. He had awakened an S-level superpower, so naturally, he wanted to share this good news with his mother. The call connected. "Hello, who is this?" It was Fong Wan's voice on the other end of the line. "Mom, it's me, Xiao Yuan," Lu Yuan said hurriedly. "Xiao Yuan, is the awakening ceremony over?" Fong Wan asked expectantly. I've awakened an S-class superpower, Lu Yuan announced directly. Really? Fong Wan's voice instantly became excited. Upon learning that her son had awakened a rare S-class superpower, Fong Wan happily said, Great. Mom will cook you a nice meal tonight to reward you. Okay, Mom, Lu Yuan replied. Fong Wan quickly hung up the phone. Director Li, thank you. You're welcome. Director Li waved his hand. The awakening crystal has arrived. I'll go to the awakening ceremony first. After Director Li left, Lu Yuan was left alone in the office. He remembered he had 100 evolution points, so he asked the system, What are evolution points for? How do I obtain them? System response. Evolution points can be used to level up and enhance skills. Lu Yuan opened the system panel and saw his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 100. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, Awakened, Spirit, 120 Hz. Health, 210 calories. Skill, Marksmanship, Beginner, Lu Yuan nodded. How do I obtain evolution points? The system replied, Slaying ferocious beasts will grant evolution points. Next, Lu Yuan selected schools based on his needs. Lu Yuan finally decided that he would choose Shenzhen Superpower University. Shenzhen Superpower University possessed a 7th-tier Ice-type master who matched his awakened superpower. Director Li walked into the office. Lu Yuan, how did it go? Director Li asked. Almost done, Lu Yuan replied, standing up. The school has decided to award you 500,000 Blue Star coins. Remember to come to the school to collect it in 3 days, Director Li added. Lu Yuan smiled in response. He then turned and left the office. The awakening ceremony ended, and the playground was deserted. The school gave Lu Yuan a 3-day holiday, and Director Li told him to hurry to the classroom, afraid that he would waste time. He returned to Class 11 of Senior 3. The homeroom teacher was holding a class meeting to discuss safety issues. Sounds could be heard from outside in the hallway. Report. Lu Yuan called out at the classroom door. All the students in the class looked at him. It's Lu Yuan. Come in quickly. The homeroom teacher greeted him with a smile. He walked to his seat and sat down. The homeroom teacher realized that he had come back to pack his things, so she said, The class meeting is over. Everyone can go home now. After the homeroom teacher left, Lu Yuan was surrounded. Brother Yuan, what does it feel like to awaken an S-class superpower? His classmates asked one after another. Lu Yuan answered with a smile while packing his things. He didn't have much stuff, just half a backpack. Before leaving, someone called out, Brother Yuan, remember to send some photos to the class group when you get to university. Yes, he will. Lu Yuan walked out of the classroom. That sounds nice, but how many test papers can he check? A classmate laughed. Lin Xiangyu is the class monitor. Xiaoyu, why don't you go and say hello to him? Her best friend asked. Lin Xiangyu shook her head. We're not in the same world anymore. We should let it go sooner rather than later. Suddenly, Director Li ran downstairs and saw Lu Yuan carrying a bag and walking towards the office. Lu Yuan, wait. Director Li shouted. The admissions officers from the 4 top universities have arrived. Come with me to the school lobby. Lu Yuan nodded and followed Director Li into the school hall. A middle-aged man was standing outside the hall. Lu Yuan, the admissions officers from the 4 top universities are inside. Come in quickly. Principal Wang Jian greeted Lu Yuan with a smile. Today, the admissions officers from the 4 prestigious universities are all highly respected individuals, each possessing a level 5 superpower. Upon entering the hall, Lu Yuan saw 4 teachers sitting around a long table. Wang Jian led Lu Yuan over. The 4 teachers' eyes immediately focused on Lu Yuan. 10 minutes ago, Principal Wang Jian arrived at the school lobby with 4 admissions officers. Please come in, admissions officers. Lu Yuan will be here shortly. Does Tianquan Superpower University have a 7th-tier Ice-type master? You guys are coming to snatch them away too. The only Ice-type student this year. Don't try to take it from me. You stole mine last year. It's my turn this year. These are truly 5th-tier ability users. Wang Jian felt the invisible pressure emanating from them. This is Professor Zhang Wei from Beijing University of Supernatural Abilities. This is Professor Li Hao from Tianquan University of Supernatural Abilities. This is Ms. Jiang Ting from the Shanghai University of Supernatural Abilities. And lastly, this is Ms. Ling Weiwei from the Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. Wang Jian introduced the 4 teachers one by one. Hello, teachers. Lu Yuan bowed slightly, politely, but without being ostentatious. Zhang Wei from Jingbei Superpower University said, Our school provides 3 million Blue Star coins, covering all basic pills and potions for 4 years. Next, Li Hao said, Our Tianquan Superpower University will provide 3 million Blue Star coins and a set of D-grade equipment. Jiang Ting smiled and said, Our school provides 4 million blue star coins, a custom-made C-grade weapon, and we also have a 7th-tier ice mage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and Li Hao couldn't help but snort coldly. Shanghai's economy is highly developed, so attracting new students naturally involves a lot of money. Don't worry, our school is here last, Ling Weiwei said with a light laugh. We offer extra credits every year, guaranteeing at least 300 credits. 300 credits? You guys are really generous. Zhang Wei couldn't help but complain. Credits are like currency at the Superpower University. Wang Jiyuan added. 1 credit can be exchanged for 10,000 blue star coins. 300 credits is 3 million. That's the minimum guaranteed amount. Ling Weiwei explained succinctly. Our school hasn't recruited any ice-related students early for 5 years. How can we do it without investing some resources? Dear teachers, my choice is Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities, Lu Yuan said firmly. Ling Weiwei nodded slightly. Lu Yuan, I wish you success in your cultivation. Ling Weiwei said with a smile, while the other 3 teachers left one after another. Only Wang Jiyuan, Lu Yuan, and Ling Weiwei remained in the hall. Lu Yuan, here's my contact information. Please add me first. Okay, Ms. Ling. Lu Yuan took the slip of paper. This is the special recruitment contract. Please sign it. Ling Weiwei handed Lu Yuan an agreement and a pen. Lu Yuan carefully read the document and signed it. After the official approval in 2 days, you can begin preparing for enrollment, Ling Weiwei reminded him at the end. After Ling Weiwei left, Lu Yuan quickly left the school. A dozen minutes later, Lu Yuan arrived at the fighting ability gym on his bicycle. The building is magnificent and modern, with people coming and going outside and automatic doors constantly opening and closing, making it seem very busy. The 5 large characters Fighting Abilities Hall on the front of the building are shining brightly and are particularly eye-catching. The fighting ability halls are located throughout the country. The founder, Lin Heng, is a 9th-level powerhouse, and the halls provide services to all Awakened fighting ability users, resulting in a huge user base. It is the largest superpower center in the country, second only to the Blazing Flame Superpower Center. However, the center's owner, Hu Mingho, is also a 9th-tier powerhouse, whose strength and reputation are of paramount importance. The building has 4 floors. The first floor is the reception area, the second floor is the free area, the third floor is the paid area, and the 4th floor is the office area. Because the reception area was very spacious, Lu Yuan barely had to queue and arrived at the counter smoothly. Hello, what service do you need? The counter lady asked with a smile, handing him a price list. Give me an E-level training room, thank you. Lu Yuan glanced at the price list and made his decision. The E-level training room is the lowest level training room, suitable for Lu Yuan who has just awakened his supernatural abilities. 400 blue star coins per hour. Less than an hour will be charged as a full hour. The receptionist handed him a room key. The room number displayed on the room card was 303. Lu Yuan swiped the card to enter. The concentration of elemental energy in the air inside the cultivation room was high, which could improve cultivation efficiency. Various weapons were displayed in the room. Lu Yuan chose a black spear and practiced it a few times, but he felt that his movements were still a bit rusty. However, I have a system. Lu Yuan muttered to himself, opened the panel, and used evolution points to improve his marksmanship. Evolution points -100. Gun technique, beginner, gun technique, intermediate. After consuming the evolution points, Lu Yuan felt as if he had practiced countless times. When he raised the spear again, his sense of control was noticeably enhanced. Is this the power of the system? Not bad. I like it very much. Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The skill has 6 proficiency levels, from beginner to expert. After advancing to intermediate level, Lu Yuan's marksmanship became even more formidable. Then, he decided to try his superpower. Ice crown, he murmured. Instantly, an ice and snow crown appeared above his head, adding an aura of solemnity. His internal energy was rapidly activated, his eyes turned ice blue, and snowflakes danced around him. He channeled his elemental energy into the spear, completely encasing its tip in ice, which emanated a chilling aura. Lu Yuan felt his stamina being rapidly depleted. I've only practiced for half an hour, and my internal energy is already half gone. My newly awakened ability still has too low an energy reserve, he sighed softly. Then, Lu Yuan opened the wooden box that Director Li had given him. Inside were a few ordinary pills and a skill book. Ice Shard Ring, D, effect. After learning this skill, ice shards will be generated around the body, dealing minor damage and increasing ice-type damage. This skill book is D grade. Lu Yuan was shocked. Director Li is really generous. A D-grade skill book is worth 100,000 blue star coins on the market, and ice skills are much more expensive. In less than half an hour, he mastered how to use the ice ring. He exited the learning mode and checked the panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 0. Special ability: Ice Crown, S. Realm: Awakener. Spirit: 120 Hz. Health: 210 kilocalories. Skills: Gun Technique, Intermediate. Ice Shard Ring, D. Beginner. The ice ring appears on the panel, indicating that he can use evolution points to upgrade this skill. If he hadn't run out of evolution points, Lu Yuan really wanted to upgrade directly and break through the ice prism ring body, from the beginner level to the intermediate level. Ice Shard Ring. He activated the skill, and 3 small ice shards swirled around him, covering a range of about 2 meters. At this moment, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked up at the quartz clock on the ceiling of the cultivation room. Because energy can affect cell phones are generally not allowed in the training room. Quartz wall clocks have replaced mobile phones, reminding customers of the time and charging by the hour. Lu Yuan compared the time. He entered the room and found that he had been in the cultivation room for 59 minutes. That's enough. Time to go out. He paid 400 blue star coins and walked out of the fighting ability arena. The automatic door opened, and Lu Yuan walked out of the superpowers hall, only to find a rat next to his bicycle. No, this isn't an ordinary rat. Its ears are square, and its eyes are bright blue. This is clearly a ferocious beast. A ferocious beast. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. This was evolution points. How could he miss it? As he was about to catch the square-eared mouse, he suddenly heard a squeak sound, and the square-eared mouse quickly darted into the nearby sewer. Lu Yuan thought that if he used his superpower burst, although he could quickly eliminate the opponent, the bicycles and electric bikes next to him might suffer. After all, he had just awakened his powers and was not yet proficient in controlling them. Moreover, since there are so many ferocious beasts, he could simply wait until he enters the underground world to kill them and obtain evolution points. In the past, ferocious beasts always came to Earth through underground passages, but in recent years, they have occasionally appeared in the real world. These ferocious beasts, like the square-eared rat, are strange in appearance but not aggressive. Instead, they choose to run away when they see humans. The official explanation is called projection of the underground world and is based on a complex spatial theory. But Lu Yuan felt this explanation was trying to cover something up. He shook his head. He was still too weak. Lu Yuan rode his bicycle home. His mother, Fong Wan, hadn't come home from get off work yet, and he was alone in the house. Lu Yuan returned to his room and took out the hardwood shaft he used for practicing his marksmanship. After all, a long spear that could resonate with supernatural abilities was quite expensive. His family was not wealthy, and buying a spear would have meant emptying all his savings. Lu Yuan began practicing various marksmanship techniques repeatedly. He saw the clock pointing to 5:50 and knew his mother would be home soon. 20 minutes later, there was finally a knock on the door. Lu Yuan ran to open it and saw his mother, Fong Wan, smiling broadly, carrying a large bag of vegetables and meat. A middle-aged man followed behind her. He carried a long spear into the house and then left. "Mom, what's this?" Lu Yuan looked at the spear on the ground. "Didn't you awaken a rare superpower? This is a gift from Mom. Aren't you happy?" Fong Wan said with a smile. "Happy?" Lu Yuan nodded. He recognized that this was the spear he had seen in the fighting ability hall. "Go to your homework for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready," Fong Wan said, carrying vegetables to the kitchen, but Lu Yuan stopped her. "Mom, have you forgotten? I've already been specially admitted to university, so I don't have any homework," Lu Yuan reminded her. Fong Wan smiled and said, "Sorry, Mom said it's a habit." Lu Yuan followed her into the kitchen. Although he couldn't cook, he knew how to wash vegetables. Gradually, several home-style dishes were served: sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, and fish head with chopped chili peppers. Lu Yuan ate very quickly, having expended a lot of energy. He actually ate 5 bowls of rice. After the meal, he patted his stomach, completely satisfied. "Mom, I've been specially recruited by Shenzhen Superpower University," Lu Yuan said. "That place is nice." Fong Wan smiled. "By the way, Mom, the rewards for university and high school are 1.5 million blue star coins. Shall I buy you some cosmetics and bags later?" Lu Yuan suggested. Fong Wan was happy to hear that her son was doing well. "Keep that money for yourself. Being a superhuman is expensive. I don't need it." That night, Lu Yuan was lying in bed scrolling through videos when he suddenly received a message from Li Ming. In the video, Li Ming joked, "Shenzhen Superpower University has such a beautiful senior. Watch at 1 minute 18 seconds. In the video, a tall young woman caught Lu Yuan's attention. She had long, silky white hair, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and an excellent figure. After glancing at it, Lu Yuan exited the video. It's fine to admire beauty occasionally, but don't get addicted. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Lu Yuan practiced his marksmanship even more diligently. Xiao Yuan, be sure to take good care of yourself at school, Fang Wan said as she saw Lu Yuan off at Fengyang City High-Speed Railway Station. Don't worry, I will. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, then turned and walked into the high-speed rail station. After entering the station, the waiting time seemed exceptionally long. Lu Yuan would occasionally look up at the large display screen. Finally, the announcement came over the loudspeaker. Attention passengers, boarding for train G888 from Tianyuan Station to Shenzhen Station is about to begin. Passengers taking this train, please keep your belongings with you and proceed to Gate 2 for ticket inspection and entry. After boarding the bus, Lu Yuan quickly found his seat. Of the 3 rows of seats side by side, the window seat was his, while 2 girls were sitting by the window, and the other side was empty. Excuse me, ladies, my seat is inside, Lu Yuan said politely. One of the girls' eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yuan. Not long after, a boy named Wang Zheng sat down opposite him. Soon, a blue hamster climbed onto him. It was his companion animal. Companion beasts, aside from bloodthirsty and brutal beasts, usually form contracts with people with superpowers. Obtaining a companion beast is not easy. It usually requires capturing a ferocious beast, then using a special device to transform it into an egg, and finally waiting for it to hatch. Wow, is it your companion animal? A girl looked at the little hamster with amazement in her eyes. Its name is Xiao Mao, and it's my companion animal, Wang Zheng proudly introduced. It's so cute, can we pet it? The girls asked excitedly. It's not expensive at all, Wang Zheng said, waving his hand. Then he ordered, go. The little hamster walked up to the 2 girls and rubbed its furry cheeks against their fingers. The girls cheered, clearly completely captivated by the hamster's adorable appearance. It's not just cute, it's also incredibly powerful, Wang Zheng continued to boast. The girls started to get impatient, frequently looking down at their phones and ignoring Wang Zheng's long-winded speech. Wang Zheng then realized that no matter how well he praised himself, the girls' interest had already shifted elsewhere. Wang Zheng spoke again. Did you know that there was a student in Jiangnan province who awakened an S-level ice-type ability this year? The girls were a little confused. I think I've seen him in a short video. That S-rank ice-type student is actually my cousin, Wang Zheng added proudly. Really? The girls responded with a mixture of belief and doubt. Lu Yuan took out a bottle of cola from his backpack, and his internal energy was transferred to the can through his arm, instantly turning the cola into iced cola. Lu Yuan sipped his iced cola, watching the show with great interest. Really, I'm not lying to you, Wang Zheng said smugly. The girls pointed at Lu Yuan and said, I'd rather believe this guy knows that S-level student than believe you're his cousin. Wang Zheng realized he'd been rambling on and on. He awkwardly changed the subject. If he wanted to know me, I'd just eat him up. Lu Yuan was stunned, 3 question marks floating in his mind. How did you know so accurately? Are you a prophet? A girl looked at Lu Yuan expectantly. Hey, do you know that student who awakened an S-level ability? I don't know him. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. However, I do know a student who awakened an S-level ice-type ability, not an S-level 1. An ice shuttle appeared on his fingertips. As he subtly released his aura, the group immediately felt a sense of oppression. Sensing the oppressive power of the supernatural ability, the group's gazes sharpened. Seeing this, Lu Yuan quickly withdrew his supernatural ability. The 2 girls never expected that the person sitting next to them was not only handsome, but also had awakened a powerful S-class superpower. Wang Zhengza blushed, never expecting that his casual boasting would lead to him meeting the real deal, and he felt extremely embarrassed. At this moment, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. We are about to arrive at Shenzhen Station. Passengers who are getting off the train, please gather your luggage in advance and wait at the doors at both ends of the carriage. The high-speed train slowly pulled into Shenzhen Station, and Lu Yuan disembarked with a large group of passengers. The station's towering dome and crisscrossing steel columns create a massive and awe-inspiring structure. Stepping out of the station, various advertisements were displayed on the surrounding screens. On the other side, Ling Weiwei had originally agreed to pick up Lu Yuan, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she posted the task instead. The task was quickly accepted by a senior student. Look, there are people holding a flag ahead. It must be senior students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers coming to pick someone up. Today is the enrollment day for specially recruited freshmen. In this top-tier superpower university, After 4 years, one can at least reach the 3rd level. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as he stood outside the station and saw a young man holding a flag that read, Shenzhen Superpower University. He strode toward his senior, who smiled and walked over. You must be Lu Yuan, right? I'm Jian. Come with me. I'll take you to Shenzhen University. Senior, wait a moment. I need to go get my weapon first, Lu Yuan said. A long gun like his, which carries a high risk of being damaged, cannot be carried on his person. It can only be checked in as baggage and retrieved from the high-speed rail station. Chapter 11 Arrival at Shenzhen Superpower University. After obtaining the spear, Lu Yuan followed Jian Yan to his car. Upon seeing Jian Yan's car, Lu Yuan was stunned. A Maybach worth 2 million blue star coins. Once you enter the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts, you'll realize this vehicle is nothing. Killing just one beast and earning several thousand, or even tens of thousands of blue star coins is easy. Jian Yan noticed his surprise and smiled slightly. So much. Lu Yuan was shocked, feeling that this was more than an average person's annual salary. High risk, high reward. Many people make money, but many also die. Jian Yan's expression was solemn. However, it's not suitable for you to go to the underground world now. You need to find an experienced team. Why? Lu Yuan asked hurriedly. The underground world isn't as simple as you think. It's a paradise for ferocious beasts, full of danger. You can take on missions from the school first to earn credits, which can be used for cultivation and daily life, Jian Yan said. Lu Yuan still had his own plans. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He understood that his mentor's guidance could help him accelerate his progress, but ultimately, he still had to rely on himself. All right, Junior Lu, it's getting late. Hurry up and get to school, Jian Yan urged. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded and followed him into the car. The luxurious interior of the Maybach excited Lu Yuan. Along the way, the modern buildings he saw through the car window were completely different from the style of his hometown, giving him a refreshing feeling. Soon after, the car stopped in the underground garage, where Lu Yuan saw rows of luxury cars worth millions. Although he didn't recognize the brands, each car looked extremely luxurious. If these cars were in his hometown, they would definitely cause a sensation. Stunned, Jian Yan looked at him with a smile. You'll be even more surprised later. Is there anything more surprising? Lu Yuan asked curiously, but didn't ask any more questions. He followed Jian Yan out of the garage. They stepped out of the garage, and the gates of Shenzhen Superpower University came into view. The enormous gates stunned Lu Yuan. It stood 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide, its alloy facade exuding an imposing aura. Standing before it, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. The words Shenzhen Superpower University were engraved on the door, and the whole scene made Lu Yuan feel his own insignificance for the first time. Students bustled about the campus, their energy vibrant and youthful. Lu Yuan noticed many people merely glanced at him before continuing on their way. For these students, encountering new students was commonplace. How about that? I told you you'd be surprised. I felt the same way when I came here a few years ago, Jian Yan said with a smile. Lu Yuan snapped out of his reverie, smiled, and remained silent. Jian Yan patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's report for duty first. The good food in the cafeteria won't wait for anyone. As the two entered the campus, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look around. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge fountain, its clear water instantly refreshing. Couples were chatting leisurely by the fountain, looking quite content. Further away, the buildings were magnificent and imposing. Lu Yuan couldn't resist taking a picture and posting it to his senior year class group chat. There were no teachers in the group. Everyone used it to chat and relax. After the photo was posted, several classmates immediately exclaimed in surprise. These people are playing on their phones during class. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. At that moment, he noticed a group of students focusing their attention in one direction. Chapter 12 Silverwolf Team. Dormitory Area. Lu Yuan's gaze fell ahead, and he saw a team walking towards him. Leading the group was a tall, slender young woman with delicate features, fair skin, and a cool demeanor. Her long, silvery white hair flowed in the wind, and she wore a tight-fitting battle suit that accentuated her curves, the fabric of which seemed to withstand immense impact. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of mature charm to her appearance. Her steps were long and slender, exuding an aura of blood and slaughter, and the long spear on her back was stained with dried blood. Lu Yuan noticed that the spear was even larger than his own. Beside her, a silver wolf walked obediently. It looked fierce, but at this moment it appeared unusually docile, with electric arcs dancing on its fur. Behind her, the other 4 members of the Silverwolf team had clearly just experienced a fierce interdimensional hunt. It's Senior Jiang. The Silverwolf Team is back. The people around exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Xuejie is still so beautiful. I love her. Lu Yuan recognized her at a glance. She was the beautiful woman from the video Li Ming had sent him a few days ago. How about it? Are you stunned again? Zhang Yan teased. No. Lu Yuan shook his head, then asked, doesn't the school have an underground passage? Why does the Silverwolf Team go outside to hunt ferocious beasts? Jian Yin explained, the underground passages in the school are only for students to use, and the beasts inside are at most Tier 3. The Silverwolf Team is a top-tier team. They can fight against Tier 4 beasts. To truly hone their skills, they need to go outside. A 4th-tier ferocious beast. Lu Yuan thought to himself. He was not yet able to contend with it. His primary task was to advance from an awakened to a 1st-tier ability user. Soon after, Jiang Yin brought Lu Yuan to the student registration area. I didn't expect the registration area to be so big. Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The scale of Shenzhen's superpower university was beyond his imagination. The school covers an area of 200,000 mu, approximately 13,333 hectares, and it's not easy to achieve this scale, Jiang Yin said with a smile. There weren't many students at the registration desk. Most were specially admitted students, and Lu Yuan quickly completed the procedures. The teacher greeted them warmly. Are you a new special admission student? Please show your ID card. Lu Yuan handed over his ID card, and the scanner beeped. Beep. Scan successful. Identity confirmed as Lu Yuan, a freshman of the class of 1952. Lu Yuan, welcome to Shenzhen's Superpower University. The receptionist handed him his student ID, school badge, dormitory key, and school uniform. The dormitory is a double room, and the furniture and bedding are all prepared. You can move in directly. Thank you, Lu Yuan said. Jiang Yin added, the school uniform is worn for the opening ceremony. It's not necessary to wear it at other times. The teacher in charge of reception gestured for Lu Yuan to leave. Lu Yuan thought to himself, the registration process for specially admitted students is indeed quick. By the way, you might be shocked later. Jiang Yin suddenly laughed. What else? Lu Yuan asked, somewhat curious. Walking on campus, the trees provide ample shade, the sunlight fills the campus, the air is fresh, and the girls, wearing short skirts that reveal their long legs, laugh and chat, creating a beautiful scene. Jiang Yin led Lu Yuan toward the dormitory area. We're here. He stopped and pointed ahead. Lu Yuan looked up and saw a 2-story villa area in front of him. The buildings were exquisite, the paths were made of gravel, the trees were lush and green, and the flowers in the flower beds were in full bloom, with bright colors and a fragrant aroma. Some villas are located near streams with small bridges, creating an elegant and poetic environment. Lu Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected the accommodations to be so excellent. Jiang Yin said with a smile, see? I told you you'd be shocked. Indeed. Lu Yuan nodded, his heart filled with surprise. By the way, Junior Lu, now that I've brought you to the dormitory area, I should be going. There's nothing good to eat in the cafeteria, Jiang Yin said with a smile, preparing to leave. Okay, goodbye, Senior Jiang. Lu Yuan said goodbye, feeling comfortable with the senior's friendliness. By the way, Junior Lu, you're the only Ice-type special admission student in our school. I remember there's a 7th-tier Ice-type master in the school. You can visit him sometime, Jiang Yin reminded him, turning around. Chapter 13, A Grass-like Girl. A comfortable dormitory environment. Using the key given to him by the receptionist, Lu Yuan easily found his dormitory. At the same time, a figure in the dormitory across the hall caught his attention. She was a pretty girl with deep, autumn-like eyes, fair skin with a slight pinkish tinge, and thin, delicate lips. Her black hair was tied up with a red ribbon, and she wore a simple t-shirt, which couldn't hide her stunning figure. Her legs, beneath a black miniskirt, were long and shapely, without an ounce of excess fat. What's even more eye-catching is the light blue dragon on her shoulder, clearly her companion beast. Compared to the hamster seen on the high-speed train, this dragon is far superior in both strength and species. Lu Yuan noticed her suitcase and realized she was also a specially admitted student. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, I never expected such a stunning beauty among the specially admitted students. After glancing at it a few times, Lu Yuan looked away, opened the door to his dormitory, and went inside. At the same time, Xia Qingyin also noticed the boy in the opposite dormitory. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a tall stature, and gave off a very comfortable feeling. She was an S-rank grass-type ability awakener with powerful perception. Through her ability, she sensed the icy aura emanating from the boy opposite her, clearly indicating that he had awakened an ice-type ability. Master, I'm so sleepy, The baby deep-sea dragon on her shoulder uttered a cute, childlike voice that resonated directly in her mind. After a companion beast and an ability user form a contract, they can communicate through their minds. The deepwater dragon is an extremely rare companion beast that can eventually grow to the 7th tier. Her family chose a water-type companion beast for her to help resist the weakness of fire-type. However, ice-type also has some effect against grass-type. Although not as obvious as fire-type, it still requires caution. A specially recruited student with ice-type abilities, it seems he will be a formidable opponent in the freshman competition, Xia Qingyin muttered to herself. All right, I'll go in now. After communicating with her companion beast, she headed towards her dormitory. Lu Yuan entered the dormitory and opened the door of the 2-story villa, revealing a spacious living room. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, and an exquisite marble coffee table, soft leather sofas, and a dazzling crystal chandelier created a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Hello, I'm Xiaoya, your smart dormitory management assistant. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Suddenly, a sweet yet mechanical voice rang out. There's even a smart assistant? Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then tentatively said, Turn on the air conditioner for me. The air conditioner is on. A slight rumble sounded, and a cool breeze quickly blew in, bringing a refreshing coolness. Not bad, quite smart. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He noticed that there was even a kitchen next to the living room. Although he wasn't good at cooking, having a kitchen was always a good thing. He walked towards the spiral staircase leading to the 2nd floor of the villa. The 2nd floor had 6 rooms, and Lu Yuan chose the 3 on the right. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 toilets, a very thoughtful design that avoided overcrowding. Since I arrived first, I'll choose first. He decided to pick the room on the right first. After entering his fingerprint, the bedroom door opened. The bedroom was spacious yet slightly empty, containing a comfortable bed, a brand new wardrobe, a small table, and a floor lamp. Despite this furniture, the room still felt very spacious. A glass door in the bedroom leads to the balcony. Lu Yuan opened the glass door, stepped out, and felt the gentle breeze on his face. He couldn't help but exclaim, the lighting and ventilation are excellent. No wonder it's designed by a top university. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone rang. Chapter 14 Campus Forum. Lu Yuan answered the phone and saw that it was Ling Weiwei calling. Hey, Lu Yuan, have you arrived at school yet? Ling Weiwei's voice came from the phone. Yes, I've arrived at the dormitory area. Senior Jiang Yan is very friendly. Lu Yuan nodded in response and praised Jiang Yan. After a slight silence, Ling Weiwei said, As a freshman, you can find answers on the campus forum if you encounter anything you don't understand. Of course, you can also ask me. Campus forum? Where is it? Lu Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Ling Weiwei asked in surprise, Didn't Senior Jiang tell you? She paused, then realized he hadn't, and explained. The campus forum is a platform for Shenzhen University students to communicate. You can post questions and senior students will help answer them. Immediately afterwards, Ling Weiwei sent a link. This is our school's dedicated app. It has many functions, including monthly cultivation potion collection, cafeteria takeout, dormitory furniture maintenance, and the campus forum, Ling Weiwei said. Shenzhen University is truly top-notch. They even have such a convenient app. Lu Yuan exclaimed in amazement. He immediately clicked the link and downloaded the app called Heart at Shenzhen University. The download was completed in less than 2 seconds. You should have installed it by now, right? Ling Weiwei asked. After Lu Yuan confirmed, just before the call was about to end, Ling Weiwei said, Welcome to Shenzhen Superpower University. Enjoy your campus life. Yes, thank you, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Yan is ordering food at the 3rd canteen of Shenzhen University of Superpowers. What would you like to eat? The lady at the window asked. Auntie, I don't want to eat my classmates. I want a honey crispy roast chicken. Jiang Yan shook his head and pointed to the roast chicken next to him. Achio. Jiang Yan sneezed several times in a row, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself. Could it be that someone is thinking about me? After installing Heart in Shenzhen University, Lu Yuan opened the app with great curiosity. First, there was a login page with the words, Not logged in yet. Register now, in the bottom left corner. After clicking it, a registration page popped up. He only needed to enter his ID number, student ID, and password. After completing the form, he passed the human verification and entered the app. Just as Ling Weiwei said, the app has multiple functional modules, including cultivation potion collection, food delivery, dormitory repair, etc. There is also a search box at the top to help students find the information they need. After Lu Yuan typed forum, a module called Campus Forum appeared on the page. He clicked to enter, and several posts immediately appeared before his eyes. A must-read guide for the class of 52 freshmen. Pinned. Has anyone been to this newly opened barbecue restaurant? Shocking. The eldest daughter of the Xia family may have been specially admitted to Shenzhen University. The first post has two large gold characters that read, pinned, clearly intended to make it easier for new students to see. That's great, very thoughtful. Lu Yuan smiled and clicked on the post. After some time, Lu Yuan gleaned some important information from the posts. First, the school had a limited number of tutors. Each tutor could only supervise one student, and tutors usually actively chose their students. Therefore, outstanding performance in the freshman competition could attract the attention of tutors. The post also mentioned that one could visit their desired mentor in advance to increase their chances of being selected. Lu Yuan had this in mind, because he came to Shenzhen University specifically to visit a 7th-tier ice elemental master. Next is the freshman competition. The school organizes a freshman competition every year, and the rankings determine the monthly credits and medication distribution and also affect the choice of advisors. Finally, the post mentions the importance of academic credits. At Shenzhen University, academic credits are like currency. Students can use them to purchase cultivation potions, skills, and equipment, making them far more valuable than money. Credits are indeed more important than money, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Thinking about credits, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered the credit issue mentioned in the special admission requirements, so he immediately sent a message to Ling Weiwei. Teacher Ling, when will the credits mentioned in the special admission requirements be issued? Shortly after, Ling Weiwei replied. Distribution of credits is based on performance after the freshman competition, and the competition is the best proof. Chapter 15. The tutor is absent. A senior from the class of 51. Teacher Ling mentioned the freshman competition, so it seems this competition is really important. Lu Yuan's gaze was serious, and he clenched his fist. Just then, his stomach made an untimely protesting sound. Lu Yuan smiled wryly, understanding his own situation. After all, he hadn't had a proper meal since boarding the high-speed train, so it was normal to be hungry. So he opened My Heart is at Shenzhen University and went to the cafeteria takeout section. A variety of delicious foods came into view, and just looking at the pictures made his mouth water. As expected of a top university, the variety of food is truly amazing. Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Faced with numerous options, Lu Yuan finally decided to order a simple braised chicken and rice dish. The delivery arrived quickly, and while eating, he searched the campus forum for information about preparations and precautions for entering the interdimensional portal. Although this information wasn't in the must-read guide for class of 52 freshmen, Lu Yuan still found it through a search. Everyone cherishes their lives, so they generally don't associate the freshman competition with the underground world passage. But Lu Yuan is different. He awakened a system and wants to become stronger quickly, making the underground world passage an essential route. After enjoying a hearty meal, Lu Yuan left his dormitory, deciding to visit the school's 7th-tier ice elemental master ahead of time. He hoped to become the master's disciple, so that he could not only learn real skills, but also gain access to more of the master's resources. He checked Qin Tianlong's information and learned that his mentor was the dean of the Ice Academy, skilled in marksmanship, and most importantly, possessed a self-created S-level skill called Ice Explosion Technique. Following Ling Weiwei's directions, Lu Yuan learned the exact location of his mentor's residence. The school campus was vast, and it would take nearly half an hour to reach it by shared electric scooter. After more than 20 minutes, Lu Yuan finally approached Qin Tianlong's residence. The professor's residence was a 2-story villa. Unlike the student dormitories, the professor had a single room. Lu Yuan parked his electric scooter and walked there. Just as we were about to reach the villa, a senior student wearing black-rimmed glasses walked over. The senior student shook his head and said, "Professor Qin isn't here. You should go back." "Who are you?" Lu Yuan asked immediately. After all, he had been riding for more than 20 minutes and did not intend to leave so easily. The senior student with black-rimmed glasses smiled and introduced himself. "I am Hu Dahai, a student of Professor Qin's class of 51. I should be a specially recruited freshman. I am Lu Yuan, level 52. Lu Yuan nodded. Hu Dahai exclaimed in surprise. "Then you must have awakened an S-level ice-type ability." "Yes, I awakened an S-rank ice-type ability, the Ice and Snow Crown." Lu Yuan nodded simply, then activated his ability, and a chilling aura instantly spread, with a crown made of ice and snow appearing above his head. "No problem. The school hasn't had a student who awakened an S-level ice-type ability for several years. Instructor Qin will definitely choose you as his disciple." Hu Dahai patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, his tone friendly. However, Hu Dahai added, It's a pity that Professor Jian went to the underground world passage in the province a few days ago and will probably not be back for another week. All right then, I'll come back in a week, Lu Yuan said, preparing to leave in disappointment. Since you're the future junior I've decided on, how about I show you around the school? You've only just arrived, so you probably don't know the area well yet, Hu Dahai suggested. Lu Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. It's always good to get to know the school environment before arriving. After visiting some classic spots, Hu Dahai suddenly said, "Did you know that the eldest daughter of the Xia family was also specially recruited, and she's in the same year as you?" The Xia family, the eldest daughter? Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly thought of the girl in the dormitory across the way. The dragon-like companion beast on her shoulder made him guess that her family background was extraordinary. Hu Dahai continued to explain. The Xia family is a prominent clan in Guangdong province. The clan head is a 7th-level upper-level grandmaster, 2 realms higher than Instructor Jian. So it was her. Lu Yuan suddenly realized. Hu Dahai's expression was solemn as he said earnestly, "This year's freshman competition will definitely be very fierce." Lu Yuan remained calm. With the system's help, he knew that as long as he had enough evolution points, he would be invincible. Hu Dahai laughed and said, "But that Miss Xia is also very beautiful, and you're quite handsome, junior brother Lu. If you could be her boyfriend, wouldn't you win without a fight?" Lu Yuan did not respond, but he had other thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, he tentatively asked, "Senior Hu, could you take me into the underground passage of the school?" He knew that entering the underground world passage for the first time required someone to guide him, and Hu Dahai was just a senior student and had no obligation to help him. So he just asked tentatively. Chapter 16 Mission Center. Jiang Xianran submits a mission. Hu Dahai pondered for a moment and said, "That's possible, but the underground passage within the school is currently blocked, so you can't go." "It's locked down? What?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Hu Dahai shrugged and said casually, "Who knows? This has never happened before. I guess it's for your freshman competition, and they're preparing in advance." "What was the freshman competition like before?" Lu Yuan asked. "It's like a tournament, the kind where 2 teams advance to the next round," Hu Dahai replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. If what Hu Dahai said was true, and the underground world became the arena for the freshman competition, then he might have a slight advantage. "By the way, the mission center is just ahead. Shall we go take a look?" Hu Dahai suggested. "Mission center? Of course we have to go check it out." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. A few minutes ago, Jiang Yin mentioned the school's mission center, and today Hu Dahai brought it up again, which immediately aroused Lu Yuan's curiosity. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the mission center. Upon entering the lobby, one is greeted by neatly arranged task display screens and task submission windows. These are task display screens where you can select tasks. That's the submission window. After completing the task, just hand over the supporting documents to the staff for verification. Hu Dahai said as he led Lu Yuan to a task display screen. The display screen looked somewhat dim and had no buttons. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, unsure of how to operate it. Seeing this, Hu Dahai smiled, took out his student ID, and gently leaned it against the display screen. With a beep sound, the screen lit up instantly. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that he needed to swipe a card to use it. The task display screen shows a wide variety of tasks, categorized by difficulty from low to high as D, C, B, A, S, and SS, indicated by white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red, respectively. Level D task, sign up as a welcome volunteer, reward 0.02 credits upon completion. Level D mission, set up the venue. Reward for completion, 0.01 credits. Rank C mission, Shadow Cat's Claws 10, reward for completion, 0.5 credits. Rank A mission, Ghost Salamander's Tail 5, reward for completion, 200 academic credits. Lu Yuan was shocked when he saw these tasks. Earning 200 Blue Star coins just for welcoming new students, and 100 Blue Star coins for setting up the venue. This was truly a top-tier university for superpowered individuals, so extravagant, it was astonishing. Task rewards will be determined based on the degree of task completion, Hu Dahai explained. If the completion rate is excellent, the rewards are as indicated. If the completion rate is only good or passing, the rewards will be reduced. Lu Yuan nodded, thinking to himself that Jiang Shuachang's completion rate for that mission probably wasn't excellent either. Hu Dahai continued, although school hasn't started yet, you already have a student ID, so you can come here to take on tasks and earn some credits. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan asked, can I take on multiple tasks at the same time? You can't do it now because your mission level is too low. You can only take on more missions once your mission level increases, Hu Dahai explained. Like me, I'm level 3 now, so I can take on 3 missions. Lu Yuan nodded and was about to ask more questions when suddenly, a murmur of discussion arose from inside the mission center. Look, the captain of the Silverwolf team is here. Senior Jiang has become even more beautiful. Even if I'm a girl, I'm still captivated by Senior Jiang. Lu Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Xianran, the captain of the Silverwolf team, with flowing silver hair and a cold expression. She carried the long spear on her back. Although the dried bloodstains on it had disappeared, the spear was still as sharp as ever. Despite the murmurs and comments from the crowd, Jiang Xianran seemed unfazed, her expression calm as she strode towards the mission submission window. She took out a pile of loot from her spatial ring and handed it to the staff. All of these tasks have been completed, she said coldly. Staff checked the task list and found 2 B-level tasks, 2 A-level tasks, and 1 S-level task. A total of 1280 credits, which will be credited to your account today, the staff member said with a smile. Jiang Xianran nodded, then turned and left. My God, 1280 credits. That's equivalent to 12.8 million Blue Star coins, right? You can't calculate it like that. The ratio of Blue Star coins to academic credits is different. Someone on the campus forum said it can reach as high as 1:20,000. These words caused a sensation among the students present. A reward of 1280 credits was simply unbelievable. Hu Dahai glanced at Lu Yuan and asked with a smile, Do you know why senior sister Jiang caused such a sensation? Lu Yuan shook his head and answered honestly, I don't know. Because she is the captain of the Silverwolf team, Hu Dahai said with a smile. And the missions she completed were so impressive that the students all admired her. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, Is it because she's pretty? Chapter 17, The Cafeteria. Preparations for departure to the underground world. Hu Dahai smiled and said, Yes, but not entirely. Seeing Lu Yuan's confused look, Hu Dahai continued to explain. Senior Jiang Xianran is not only beautiful, but she also awakened the S-level superpower Jade Purity Divine Thunder. At only 22 years old, she is already at the middle level of the 4th rank. Last year, when she was a junior, the original captain was injured, and she took over the captain's position and led Shenzhen Superpower University to win the championship of the National Superpower University competition. Lu Yuan now understood why Jiang Xianran was so popular. In an era where everyone was awakening their superpowers, the strong were always admired, and she was not only powerful, but also very beautiful, truly the icing on the cake. The two left the mission center as the sun set, the afterglow on the horizon resembling a burning flame. It's getting late. Let's go eat at the cafeteria? Hu Dahai asked with a smile. Of course. Lu Yuan nodded and followed Hu Dahai to the cafeteria. Because the campus is so large, the number of canteens is also quite considerable. Shenzhen Superpower University has a total of 24 canteens. Lu Yuan and Hu Dahai arrived at the 14th canteen, which was closest to them. The cafeteria was spacious and impressive. After entering, the two looked around and found the number of people inside was just right, neither crowded nor deserted. Many students had their companion animals beside them, dining together in a harmonious scene. What? Want to keep a companion beast? Hu Dahai noticed Lu Yuan stop and asked with a smile. That's right. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Who wouldn't want a companion beast by their side? But what he wanted wasn't a companion beast for show, but a partner that could assist him in battle, like that deep-water demon dragon. Lu Yuan then asked, Senior Hu, do you keep a companion animal? Hu Dahai smiled and patted his pocket. Of course. He then took a containment sphere out of his pocket. Little White, come out. The containment sphere emitted a burst of light, and then a milky white kitten appeared in front of Hu Dahai. The kitten meowed and hugged Hu Dahai tightly. Haha, my little Mimi is a bit shy, please forgive her. Hu Dahai stroked the cat's fur and explained with a smile. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that Senior Hu would like such a kitten. He hadn't noticed at all. After Hu Dahai put the kitten back into its enclosure, he and Lu Yuan chose a window seat and began to have dinner. After the meal, Hu Dahai said he had to go back to his dormitory. Before leaving, the two exchanged contact information. Lu Yuan didn't return to his dormitory. Instead, he planned to head to the school's resource trading office. He had decided to go to the underground world portal tomorrow. Although the portals within the school were blocked, he could access the underground world portal outside the school. Upon parting, Senior Hu warmly told him he could contact him with any questions, but Lu Yuan decided to go alone to see if he could find a suitable team. Through the campus forum, Lu Yuan learned about the preparations for the passage to the underground world, and he had already made ample preparations. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at the resource trading office. "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" An elderly man sat by the window, looking energetic despite his gray hair. Lu Yuan cleared his throat. "I need 3 bottles of Tier 1 energy potion, 1 bottle of Tier 1 disinfectant, 1 bottle of Tier 1 berserk potion, 1 bottle of Tier 1 calming potion, and a set of Tier D alloy combat suit." Energy potions replenish physical strength and help restore vital energy. Disinfectant and berserk potions are self-explanatory, while calming potions prevent loss of control due to excessive excitement when fighting ferocious beasts. "Okay, 3 bottles of energy potion, 1 bottle of disinfectant," the old man repeated as he fiddled with the abacus. Lu Yuan stared intently and even saw an abacus. He never expected to see such a traditional tool in this era. The abacus clicked rapidly, producing a crisp sound that was truly astonishing. A few minutes later, the old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's 288,000 in total. The school is having a promotion, so the change is waived. 288,000 will do. Cash, card, or facial recognition." How much? How much?" Lu Yuan's eyes widened, not expecting that this purchase would cost so much. The old man looked at Lu Yuan's expression and smiled faintly. 3 bottles of energy potion cost 30,000, and 1 bottle of disinfectant costs 8,000. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuan obediently handed over his bank card. He hadn't expected the potion to be so expensive, and even the battle suit wasn't cheap. Beep. The sound of the bank card payment rang out, and Lu Yuan's heart ached. After making the payment, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked, "I'm a specially recruited student. Am I eligible to receive a monthly cultivation potion?" The old man nodded and smiled. "Of course." Lu Yuan handed over his student ID. The old man glanced at it and said with a smile, "As expected, you are a specially recruited student. Please wait a moment while I go get the medicine." The old man turned to get the medicine, and Lu Yuan waited quietly. Chapter 18 Jian City Supernatural Ability Base. Team Member Recruitment Board. Back in his dormitory, Lu Yuan turned on his computer and began searching for relevant information. He quickly concluded that there were approximately 20 supernatural ability bases within Guangdong Province, each with a corresponding underground world portal leading to different underground worlds. While the number of underground worlds was far greater, these bases were mostly located in areas with lower-level ferocious beasts, primarily serving as hunting grounds for supernatural beings to earn money. Underground worlds with 6th-tier ferocious beasts were strictly guarded by the military. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan ultimately decided to go to the Jiangzhan City Special Ability Base. This base was located in a remote area of the province, with relatively low-level ferocious beasts, making it suitable for a newcomer like him. After tidying everything up, Lu Yuan lay down on the bed. Although it was only 9 p.m., he decided to rest early and conserve his energy so that he could head to Jiangzhan City early the next morning. The next morning, the alarm clock woke Lu Yuan from his sleep on time. He went to the balcony and found that it was just getting light, so he didn't go back to bed. Instead, he quickly washed up, put on his newly bought D-grade alloy battle suit, slung his jet black spear over his shoulder, and prepared to go out. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out of his dormitory, he noticed that the door to the dormitory across the hall was also open. Xia Qingyin, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, had a slender figure and her hair was tied up with a red ribbon. Her companion beast, a deep-water demon dragon cub, was struggling to keep up with her. Its labored appearance looked quite comical. Xia Qingyin slowed her pace, her gaze sharpening as she noticed Lu Yuan's equipment. She didn't think much of it, assuming he was going to the ability center for training, not to the underworld. Lu Yuan merely exchanged a brief glance with her, then slung his spear over his shoulder, walked out of the campus, and headed towards the nearby subway station. On the subway, Lu Yuan didn't stand out particularly. The surrounding passengers were used to his attire, especially since many on this particular train were planning to hunt ferocious beasts in the underground world, and they were dressed the same as Lu Yuan. Several hours later, Lu Yuan finally arrived at his destination, the Jiangzhan City Special Ability Base. Although the base buildings were somewhat old, with visible cracks, this did not deter a large number of socially adept individuals from arriving. For them, the most important thing was to hunt ferocious beasts and earn money. Upon entering the base, Lu Yuan looked around. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Some superhumans were playing cards, some were playing mahjong, and others were chatting. The atmosphere here was more like a small society than a simple superhuman base. According to the campus forum and the information I found, you need to register your identity before entering the underground world for the first time, Lu Yuan thought to himself, looking around for a place to register his identity. He quickly found a registration window. Registering was simple, requiring only his ID card and a fee of 500 blue star coins. After completing the registration, Lu Yuan received his superpower base identity certificate, a card displaying his basic information and points. What are points? Lu Yuan asked curiously. The staff explained. After defeating the ferocious beasts, you can collect some of their key parts and crystal cores, which can be exchanged for points. These points can be used to redeem blue star coins, resources, and equipment at the base. The staff added. Points from different bases are not interchangeable, and using points to purchase resources is more cost-effective than using blue star coins directly. Lu Yuan understood. It turned out that it wasn't just about killing monsters to get money, but also about acquiring more resources through points. The staff member smiled and said, "You are very well prepared and fully equipped, much better than many newcomers." "It's all right." Lu Yuan smiled, then asked, "Which team should I join?" The staff member pointed to a room and said, "There is a team recruitment board here, which has recruitment information and contact details for each team." "Thank you," Lu Yuan said, and went into the room. Inside the room, a large recruitment board for various esports teams was plastered on the wall. It was densely covered with the requirements and contact information for each team. The Berserker squad is seeking 1 combat type ability user, at least at the mid-level of Tier 1. Contact, 188. Forest team, requirements. 1 female grass type ability user, contact, 185. Looking at all this information, Lu Yuan was overwhelmed and pondered to himself, which team should I choose? Chapter 19, Team Confirmed. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan finally decided to join the team. Firefox team, requirements. Ice-type ability user, contact, 186. He looked at the team's recruitment information and his heart skipped a beat. This requirement was perfect for him. Other teams either required a certain level of cultivation or a certain age, and some even specified gender. However, upon closer inspection, the requirement seemed a bit too simple. Lu Yuan glanced at it again, confirming that the requirement was merely an ice-type ability user. Was it really that simple? Whatever, I'll just make a call first. Anyway, I meet the requirements, he muttered to himself, taking out his phone and dialing the contact information left by the Firefox team. The call was quickly answered, and a mature woman's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, I am Lu Yuan. I have awakened an ice-type ability, which meets your team's requirements," Lu Yuan said. "Wow, little brother, you're so lucky. We were just about to enter the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts, and we're about to set off when you called." The woman on the other end of the phone laughed. "We're at the Jiangjian City ability base. I'll send you the location. Hurry up and come over." "Okay, thank you." Lu Yuan nodded and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan located the Firefox team's location based on the address. The team had 4 members in total, 2 men and 2 women. "Lu Yuan, right?" Captain Zhou Wan looked at Lu Yuan. "You're a newcomer to our team, right? First, prove that you're an ice-type ability user." Lu Yuan smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and a snowflake quietly appeared between his fingers. "That's enough, that's enough." Zhou Wan nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across her face. "Little brother Lu Yuan, you've officially joined our team." Lu Yuan was taken aback. "It's that simple? Aren't there any other requirements? Like strength?" Zhou Wan smiled and said, "An ice-type ability user is what we need. As for strength, we only need 1 ice-type ability user to assist us right now. You just need to provide support from behind. After all, we're only going to the shallow area, so there's not much danger. Besides, my companion beast Huahua is here, so I can guarantee that everyone will be fine." "Huahua?" Lu Yuan asked in confusion. Zhou Wan smiled and took out a containment sphere from her pocket. "It's my companion beast. I spent a year in another world to buy it." She pressed the containment sphere, and with a burst of light, a fox-like companion beast appeared. The fox had fur that was a mix of beige and fiery red, and its eyes were bloodshot, like burning flames. It gently swayed its tail, and sparks actually appeared from its tail. "No wonder they're called the Firefox team. It turns out it's this fox," Lu Yuan thought to himself. Zhou Wan put away the Firefox and turned to Lu Yuan. "However, let's make this clear first. After all, you're a newcomer. If you feel uncomfortable after entering this other world, don't force yourself. Just leave on your own." Lu Yuan nodded, indicating his understanding. As a newcomer, he certainly didn't want to hold others back. Zhou Wan smiled again and added, "Actually, you're quite good. Many newcomers don't even have this awareness when they first arrive. Look at you, wearing combat gear and carrying weapons. You make a very good impression." Lu Yuan's battle suit and weapons looked brand new, without any wear and tear, which made Jian take a few more glances. Suddenly, she noticed a small circular emblem on Lu Yuan's battle suit, with a pattern above it, and the words Shenzhen Superpower University written below. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately understood. You're a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities? Lu Yuan nodded. That's right. Jian was startled. Specially recruited students usually awakened S level or higher superpowers, and there were only a few dozen such talents nationwide each year. She hadn't expected that she would find such a promising newcomer. Her expression grew even more excited. I never expected you to be a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen Superpower University. You're so lucky. With your powerful abilities, you'll definitely be a vital pillar for our team in the future. Jian silently calculated in her mind. The potential of the specially recruited freshman filled her with anticipation, and Lu Yuan's addition undoubtedly brought greater strength to the team. Chapter 20 Entering the Underground World Passage. A strange sensation. Lu Yuan, welcome to the team. Jian extended her hand and shook hands with Lu Yuan. Then, the other three began to introduce themselves. Hello, little brother. I'm Su Lu. I've awakened the elemental sea-level ability, Transparent Jellyfish, which leans towards support abilities, and I'm at the mid-stage of the first tier. Su Lu blinked. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Hello, Sister Lu. Then, Huang Hao stood up, coughed twice, and said in a serious tone, Hello, handsome young man. I am Huang Hao. I have awakened the elemental sea plus level ability, Destructive Wind, and I am skilled in using a spear. My cultivation level is mid-first tier. Oh, and by the way, remember, I am a respectable person. Yes, you're a serious person. Jian rolled her eyes. Huang Hao was obviously a joker and didn't fit the word serious at all. Lu Yuan responded in kind. Hello, brother Hao. He noticed the spear Huang Hao mentioned. He also used a spear and had recently upgraded his proficiency to intermediate level through system points. He couldn't help but wonder how good Huang Hao's spear was. Seeing that Lu Yuan was paying attention, Huang Hao happily said, Hey, handsome young man, you have good taste. You chose a spear just like me. Lu Yuan laughed and said, The spear is indeed excellent. An inch longer, an inch stronger, as the saying goes. Then, Wang Hu stood up. He was burly and carried a double-edged axe on his back, clearly a frontline member of the team. He introduced himself. My name is Wang Hu. My weapon is this double-edged axe, and I have awakened a C+ level compatibility, the Tiger Soul, at the upper level of the first tier. Jian introduced herself. My name is Jian. My weapon is a trident. I have awakened the elemental B-level superpower Wildfire, which is at the lower level of the second tier. Lu Yuan was surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected that a quiet girl like Jian would use a trident. The battle scene must be incredibly impressive. After the other team members finished introducing themselves, Lu Yuan solemnly said, Sister Zhou, Sister Lu, Brother Hu, Brother Hao. Hello everyone. I am Lu Yuan, and I have awakened the S-rank Ice-type ability Ice Crown. Currently, I am just an awakener. I am new here and don't know anything, so please bear with me. Upon hearing the phrase, Ice and Snow Crown, Huang Hao asked curiously, Does a crown really appear on your head? Lu Yuan nodded. Huang Hao patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, I have to admit, you're even more handsome than I am when I look in the mirror after taking a shower. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, Brother Hao, you flatter me. Jian clapped her hands to signal everyone to pay attention. All right, now that everyone's here, let's head to the underground world. The other team members nodded in agreement. Finally, Jian asked, Have you prepared the medicine and food? Lu Yuan answered affirmatively, and the group headed towards the stairs of the Jiangzhan City Superpower Base. The group walked up the stairs to the third floor, where the underground world passage was located. Although the underground world is just a space where ferocious beasts live, and you don't actually need to jump underground, the entrance here is like a teleportation black hole in a game. A long line of people stretched out on the stairs, with Lu Yuan and his teammates standing at the back. Su Lu leaned closer to Lu Yuan and asked with a smile, Do you know why our team needs an Ice-type ability user? Lu Yuan shook his head. Su Lu explained, Our team has Sister Zhou and Brother Hu. Although they are balanced in offense and defense, they lack control. As a Water-type player, combined with an Ice-type player, I can provide double slowing control. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that combining ice and water elements could be more effective in controlling enemies. Huang Hao chimed in, Don't worry, when the ferocious beasts come, I'll blow them up with one shot. Lu Yuan smiled, thinking that his marksmanship had reached the intermediate level, but in order not to undermine Hao Ji's confidence, he decided to remain silent. The line was long, but because there were so many people, the inspection process was quite fast. It wasn't long before it was the Firefox team's turn. The staff noticed Lu Yuan and said with a smile, "Hey, Captain Zhou, your team has gained another new member." Zhou Wan smiled and replied, "Yes, a nice newcomer has arrived." After the identities of the group were checked, Lu Yuan finally saw the true face of the underground world passage. It was like a teleportation black hole, with a strong attraction that stirred up excitement in his heart. "Let's go." Zhou Wan waved her hand and led her team into the passage. The moment he entered the passage, Lu Yuan felt a strange sensation, as if his body had formed some kind of unusual connection with the surrounding space. The feeling was indescribable, both unfamiliar and exciting. Chapter 21 Jiang. Let's go? Lu Yuan hadn't expected that the underground world passage was actually a passage in the physical sense. In the darkness, the faint light of the flashlight guided him and the other members of the Firefox team forward. "There's light ahead." Lu Yuan, with his sharp eyes, spotted a glimmer of light ahead, which was indeed the exit of the underground world passage. As he stepped out of the passage and stood outside, he looked around. Instead of the desolate wilderness and monster-infested landscape he had imagined, he saw a crowd of people. Each of them emanated a faint aura of elemental energy, clearly indicating that they were all superhumans. People nearby were shouting, latest potion, wanna buy? Medicine pills, does anyone want to buy medicine pills?" The moment the Firefox team appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Some people enthusiastically sold disinfectant, pills, and even maps, marking the activity range of the ferocious beasts. Zhou Wan remained unmoved, smiled faintly, and rejected all the sales pitches. Huang Hao added from the side, "In Jiangzhou City, there are quite a few vendors selling these potions, pills, and maps. Some of them can indeed obtain goods through special channels, but these people are a mixed bag, and many of the pills they sell are fake. Newcomers are best to stay away." Lu Yuan nodded, silently memorizing it. Without any other distractions, his gaze began to wander curiously. Before him was not a modern city, but a fortified city with ancient charm, its high walls both sturdy and reassuring. On the city walls, superhumans in battle suits guard the area. If any ferocious beasts attempt to cross the passage, they will intervene to stop them and protect the city's peace. Seeing Lu Yuan's observation, Huang Hao leaned closer and asked with a smile, "Lu Yuan, do you know what that building is?" Lu Yuan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a classical-style building with the words Wangyue Tower hanging above the door. Two scantily clad, heavily made-up young women stood at the entrance, behaving provocatively, clearly indicating that this was some kind of leisure venue. Seeing this, Su Lu frowned and said seriously, "Huang Hao, it's fine if you're not serious, but don't set a bad example for the newcomer Lu Yuan." Huang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I was just introducing him. Lu Yuan is so composed. He definitely won't be corrupted by me." He leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear and whispered with a chuckle, "That's a place where men relax. It's indescribable, only understood through experience. Don't let Tiger's fierce appearance fool you. He's a regular." Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, his expression changing slightly. "Really?" Huang Hao laughed and said, "Why would I lie to you? Hunting ferocious beasts will leave you with a bloodthirsty aura, which puts a lot of mental pressure on you. It's helpful to relax occasionally." Lu Yuan didn't say anything more. Although he understood Huang Hao's point of view, he knew he would never go to such a place. "Doesn't Brother Tiger have a wife?" Lu Yuan suddenly asked. Huang Hao sighed and replied, "In this line of work, life is unpredictable. You might lose your life. What will happen to your wife and children? These things are hard to explain. Everyone understands." Lu Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment of silence, Huang Hao patted his shoulder lightly. "Forget it. Don't think too much about it. The most important thing now is to improve your strength and find a beautiful girlfriend in college. That's the real deal." Lu Yuan remained noncommittal. For him, becoming stronger was the most important thing right now. As for finding a girlfriend, that was up to fate. Seeing the two talking in hushed tones, Su Lu felt a little worried. She silently hoped that Lu Yuan wouldn't be led astray by Huang Hao. At this moment, Zhou Wan stood at the front of the group, turned around and said to the team members, "Check the equipment, and once we've confirmed that everything is in order, we'll set off." Lu Yuan did as instructed, while Huang Hao asked with a smile, "We're about to leave Jiangzhou City to hunt ferocious beasts. Are you nervous?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "I'm not nervous." After the inspection, Zhou Wan took out an old map from her bag. The team members all gathered around, and Lu Yuan also saw the contents of the map. The map clearly marked the distribution of ferocious beasts in each area, especially the areas with weaker ferocious beasts such as shadow cats and white-spotted dogs. Zhou looked at everyone and said, "Let's go to the shadow cat and white-spotted dog area first, so that our new little brother Lu Yuan can practice." The team members unanimously agreed, and Lu Yuan also nodded in agreement. "Let's go," Zhou announced. After being checked by the superhumans on the outskirts of the city, the team officially left Jiangzhan City and set off towards their goal of hunting down the ferocious beast. Chapter 22: Encountering the Shadow Cat. That marksmanship is off. As soon as he left Jiangzhan City, Lu Yuan sensed something was wrong. The air outside was unusually thick, with an extremely high oxygen concentration. He felt dizzy and disoriented upon arriving in the underground world for the first time. Seeing this, Su Lu comforted him. "Don't worry, Lu Yuan, you'll get used to it. I was about the same when I first arrived. Let me get used to it a bit more," Lu Yuan said with a wry smile, trying his best to stay awake despite his dizziness. Gradually, as time went by, he felt his body and the oxygen in the outside world reach a tacit understanding, and the discomfort slowly disappeared. Finally, Lu Yuan was no longer troubled by the oxygen concentration, and the dizziness also disappeared. He looked around. Before him lay a primeval forest. Towering ancient trees with dense foliage almost blocked out the sky, with only sparse sunlight filtering through the gaps and illuminating the thick layer of decaying leaves, which rustled softly underfoot. Bushes grew all around, and a ferocious beast could suddenly leap out at any moment. Lu Yuan was on high alert, paying extra attention. However, the Firefox team has not yet discovered any ferocious beasts. The team maintained its formation. Zhou and Wang Hu, who was responsible for tanking the wounds, walked at the front. Su Lu and Lu Yuan were in the middle, and Huang Hao was at the rear. They moved forward in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, Zhou stopped and said while looking at the map, "Now we should go to the left." The group quickly changed direction, and after walking for a short while, a ferocious beast leaped out of the bushes and appeared right in their line of sight. Lu Yuan looked closely and saw that it was a shadow cat. It had sharp teeth and claws, a conspicuous crescent moon mark on its forehead, fine fur, and a gently swaying tail. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he recognized it as a shadow cat. It was small in size, in its juvenile form, and at the lower level of the first rank. His teacher had mentioned it in class. Zhou turned to look at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Lu Yuan, there's a low-tier first-level shadow cat up ahead. Why don't you go and try it out?" Lu Yuan nodded and smiled. "No problem." Su Lu smiled slightly and gently waved her staff, a blue light covering Lu Yuan. "This is a buff that can increase your damage output." Lu Yuan nodded gratefully, feeling more confident. He was confident he could easily defeat the low-tier first-order shadow cat, especially with Su Lu's buffs. Moreover, as one of the lowest-level ferocious beasts, if he couldn't even defeat it, he really shouldn't stay in the underground world. Lu Yuan then raised his spear, a confident smile on his face, and strode forward. Zhou instructed Wang Hu, Huang Hao, and Su Lu, "I'll go closer to check in case anything happens to Lu Yuan. You guys keep an eye out for any other ferocious beasts that might attack." The three nodded in unison. "Okay." Lu Yuan strode towards the shadow cat. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, the shadow cat immediately let out a sharp cry, revealing its ferocious claws, preparing to attack. It suddenly leaped from the ground and pounced on Lu Yuan. Facing the shadow cat's attack, Lu Yuan remained calm, instantly aiming his spear at the shadow cat's abdomen. He channeled his inner energy, coating the spear, and thrust forward with a fierce strike. The tip of the gun sliced through the air, accompanied by a whistling sound. Whoosh! The alloy spear pierced through the shadow cat's body, producing a deafening sound. Meow! The shadow cat let out a shrill cry, its entire body hanging from the spear. Lu Yuan gently placed the spear tip against the ground, stepped on the shadow cat's body, and then pulled it up forcefully, the spear being pulled out of its body, along with flesh and internal organs. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably vomit on the spot. With a large amount of blood flowing out, Shadowcat quickly died from excessive blood loss. A system voice sounded in my ear. "You have killed a Tier 1 low-ranking ferocious beast, the Shadowcat. Evolution points +10. Hearing this notification, Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. Seeing Lu Yuan's decisiveness from a short distance away, Zhou looked on with satisfaction. It seemed that the new team member not only possessed powerful abilities, but also had a very solid foundation in basic skills, and most importantly, he was calm and composed. Wang Hu lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought. Su Lu looked on with admiration, That shot was so cool. She couldn't help but glance at Huang Hao, who was always acting frivolously, and thought to herself, there's no harm without comparison. Huang Hao, oblivious to Su Lu's gaze, was filled with confusion. He sensed something was off about Lu Yuan's marksmanship. His technique, posture, and power were all more refined than his own. How could this be? Huang Hao couldn't believe it, and felt somewhat unwilling to accept this fact. He recalled that he had said he would teach Lu Yuan marksmanship, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Teach someone else marksmanship? It was more appropriate for him to teach him himself. Soon after, the group walked to the Shadow Cat's corpse. Lu Yuan, well done. Zhou praised sincerely. Lu Yuan waved his hand and laughed. SOSO. Wang Hu said earnestly, Lu Yuan, after hunting the ferocious beast, don't forget to collect the spoils. The Shadow Cat's claws and crystals are very valuable. Wang Hu pulled out a dagger, deftly cut open the Shadow Cat's abdomen, and removed its claws and crystals. Lu Yuan observed carefully, noted down Wang Hu's actions, and silently memorized how to collect the spoils of war. Chapter 23 Shadow Cat King. Night falls. The next moment, the surrounding grass rustled. Careful! Huang Hao roared and shot the Shadow Cat that was about to pounce on Su Lu, sending it flying. Thanks to his wind-based ability, the distance the Shadow Cat was thrown was slightly increased. Seeing this, the group immediately stood back to back, forming a circle to prevent being attacked from any direction. At the same time, Zhou, the captain of the Firefox team, threw out a containment sphere to summon her companion beast. Hua stood to one side, its foxtail swaying slightly beside it, emitting tiny sparks of flame. As the rustling in the grass intensified, several shadow cats appeared one after another. Lu Yuan looked closely. These shadow cats varied in size. The smaller ones were probably still at the lower level of the first tier. The slightly larger shadow cats are expected to be at the mid-level of the first tier. That's not all. Behind those shadow cats, a larger shadow cat slowly emerged from among them. This shadow cat moved with graceful steps, and the crescent moon mark on its forehead was not only larger, but also slightly glowing. Most incredibly, it had two tails growing from its back. The two tails are intertwined and angled upwards, which inexplicably gives people a sense of elegance. It's Shadow Cat King. Zhou murmured a sentence. After Shadow Cat King appeared, he noticed Hua from the Firefox team. Hua noticed it too. Both were looking at each other with contempt and disdain. It gives people the feeling of, it seems, they're competing to see who's more elegant? Zhou said seriously. Hua and I will deal with the Shadow Cat King. You guys deal with those shadow cats first, and then come help us. Several people nodded at the same time. They understood the principle of soldiers fighting soldiers and kings fighting kings. Battle is about to break out. Su Lu's expression was solemn as she shook her staff. The next second, a faint blue glow appeared on everyone's bodies, indicating that they had received Su Lu's buff. Lu Yuan, let's go. Good. Lu Yuan and Huang Hao grabbed their spears and charged towards the shadow cats. When Lu Yuan uses his superpowers, he can kill a small shadow cat with a single shot. Huang Hao is still a bit inferior to Lu Yuan. His explosive power is not as strong as Lu Yuan's, but he can easily deal with the shadow cat, which is at the lower level of the first tier. The few mid-tier first-level shadow cats were being held back by Wang Hu's sturdy shield. After using the Tiger Soul ability, a soft tiger roar sounded. Wang Hu suddenly felt that his strength had increased a lot. While resisting the shadow cat, he still had the strength to use the double-edged axe to attack. Of course, this was merely a matter of forcing them back. It was far from enough to kill them. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. After Lu Yuan dealt with the Shadow Cat, he shouted in a low voice, Ice Shard Ring. This is the skills book that Director Lee gave him back then. After mobilizing his internal energy, 3 ice shards surrounded Lu Yuan in the next second. He could feel that the primal energy within his body had become more active. So he swung his spear, gathered his strength, and suddenly unleashed his power on one of the shadow cats at the mid-level of the first tier. Uft! The jet-black spear pierced straight through its skull, shattering it. Meanwhile, the 3 icicles that kept circling around it scraped and left wounds on its body. Before long, the shadow cat died. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 20. There are actually 20 evolution points. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. The remaining shadow cats looked at the boy holding the jet-black spear and felt a strange sense of dread. They actually saw a hint of greed on the boy's face. Then, Lu Yuan became even more courageous. Using a spear, He slew several shadow cats in succession. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 20. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 20. Finally, there's the Shadow Cat King. Don't be fooled by its name, Shadow Cat King. However, its level is only at the upper level of the first rank. Zhou, who awakened a B-level elemental ability, and Hua, who was at the lower level of the second tier, almost completely overwhelmed the Shadow Cat King. Shadow Cat King was quickly overwhelmed, and after discovering that all his underlings had unknowingly perished, it didn't care about elegance or anything like that, and fled in panic like a mouse. Besides, with its fur so badly burned, it's no longer elegant at all. At this moment, Lu Yuan made his move. He raised his spear, anticipated the direction the Shadow Cat King would flee, and threw it precisely, striking the king's thigh. Shadow Cat King fell to the spot. Lu Yuan strode forward, drew his spear, and repeatedly stabbed the Shadow Cat King. Its body was riddled with holes by Lu Yuan's spear. He only put away his spear with satisfaction when the system notification sounded. This means that Shadow Cat King has died. You have defeated the Tier 1 high-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat King. Evolution points plus 50. Several people gathered around and praised Lu Yuan one after another. There was no way around it. Lu Yuan's performance was simply too outstanding. At noon, the members of the Firefox team had lunch and chatted happily. The hunt continued in the afternoon. The Firefox team continued to reap the lives of Shadowcat and White Dog in this area. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the White-Spotted Dog. Evolution points plus 12. Lu Yuan was also frantically reaping evolution points. No matter how many he killed, Lu Yuan remained highly excited. The continuous acquisition of evolution points provides him with a constant source of power. Soon, evening arrived. The nights here are quite different from those on Earth. As early as 4 p.m., the sun had already begun to show a noticeable westward shift. By 6 p.m., the sky was already pitch black. The group set up their respective tents, and Wang Hu and Huang Hao grilled white-spotted dog meat for the Firefox team. Shortly after the dog meat came into contact with the flames, scattered drops of oil began to fall. The fragrance gradually filled the air. After sprinkling on cumin, everyone began to feast. Inside Lu Yuan's tent, Huang Hao came closer. He asked, "Has your marksmanship reached the intermediate level?" Lu Yuan nodded honestly. Seeing Lu Yuan's actions, Huang Hao's breath hitched, and his pupils dilated in shock. At first, Huang Hao thought that Lu Yuan's marksmanship was only slightly better than his own, and that he was still at a beginner level. During the battle with the Shadow Cats, Huang Hao realized something was wrong again. I decided to take advantage of the moment and ask. Chapter 24. Officially become a superpowered person. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the sky is dotted with stars. People like them with low mental energy levels need to sleep to replenish their energy after a long day of work. High-level ability users, with their higher mental strength, are able to stay awake for extended periods. To prevent attacks from ferocious beasts while they slept at night, everyone unanimously decided that each person would take turns keeping watch at different times. Now it's Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch. It's worth noting that all signals disappear in the underground world. After all, cell towers can't be built underground, can they? In the underground world, there aren't many people guarding the edges of the underground passages, but there are many ferocious beasts living around them. Build a signal base station so that the ferocious beasts can connect to the internet, play games with humans, and achieve a great prosperity for the race. Haha, that's a really funny joke. However, the phone won't completely turn into a brick. Thanks to the reminder on the campus forum, Lu Yuan already knew that the signal would disappear. Therefore, I downloaded several novels to my phone well in advance. You can watch it directly without an internet connection. After awakening my S-rank Ice-type superpower, I became invincible. This is a novel he downloaded. After opening the novel, Lu Yuan began reading it with great interest. Halfway through the novel, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his progress for the day. So, with a thought, the long-lost system panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 300. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm, Awakened. Mental state, 120 Hz. Chi and blood, 210 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, beginner. To Lu Yuan's surprise, not only could his Ice Shard body skill be improved, but his cultivation level could also be broken through. Between skill and realm, Lu Yuan's choice was naturally realm. Great. I'm finally going to become a real superhuman. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It's important to understand that someone who has just awakened their superpowers can only be called an awakener. Without specialized guidance, it is very difficult to advance from an awakened being to a superhuman. I never imagined that I would become a superhuman before I even became an apprentice. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the system panel without hesitation. Evolution points -250. Realm, awakened lower tier 1. A surge of powerful spiritual and physical energy erupted within Lu Yuan's body. This made him involuntarily concentrate. Mental state, 120 Hz, 140 Hz. Qi and blood, 210 calories, 240 calories. He didn't know how much time had passed when he opened the panel and discovered. As Lu Yuan broke through his cultivation level, his spiritual and physical attributes also improved significantly. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt his thinking ability and strength were enhanced. He was a little sleepy just now, but now he's wide awake. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Zhou Wan was half asleep, in a state between sleep and wakefulness. She is a second-tier lower-level ability user, and her sensitivity to elemental energy is stronger than that of the other members of the Firefox team. While she was asleep, she sensed a significant fluctuation of elemental energy outside the tent. Could something unexpected have happened? With this thought in mind, Zhou Wan immediately perked up. He immediately unzipped the tent and stepped out. But all that could be seen was Lu Yuan, who was looking down at a novel. Zhou Wan asked, Lu Yuan, have any traces of ferocious beasts been found nearby? Upon hearing Zhou Wan's voice, Lu Yuan shook his head, indicating that he did not. Just as Zhou Wan was about to go back to her tent to continue sleeping, suddenly, she sensed something and immediately raised her eyebrows, her pupils widening sharply as she exclaimed, Ew, you've broken through to become a superhuman? Lu Yuan answered honestly, that's right. Although she was very surprised, Zhou Wan was also happy for Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan's increased strength means that the Firefox team's overall strength has increased. This is a good thing. After resolving my inner confusion, after being briefly suppressed, drowsiness returned. Zhou Wan exhaled a breath, returned to her tent, and continued to sleep. During his spare time, Lu Yuan began his long night watch. Fortunately, nothing happened that night. Several members of the Firefox team got up one after another. After packing up the tent and quickly washing up, we resumed today's plans. Yesterday, the original intention was to let Lu Yuan practice first, but when we arrived at this gathering place of shadow cats and white-spotted dogs, unexpectedly, Lu Yuan was even stronger than they had imagined. It was supposed to be practice, but we didn't really learn much. To put it another way, Lu Yuan didn't need much training at all. He only needed to be taught some basic common sense. For example, how to efficiently collect crystal cores from the bodies of ferocious beasts, which wild herbs are poisonous, etc. Zhou Wan took out the map, and the rest of the Firefox team members gathered together. Yesterday, I thought I'd let the new kid Lu Yuan practice his skills, but I underestimated him. How about we go to the area we usually frequent today? Zhou Wan said. Good, everyone said in unison. The Firefox team often operates in an area on the other side of the forest. The ferocious beast that frequently appears in that area is the black-spotted deer. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. The black-spotted deer is a ferocious deer-like beast with a completely black body. It is ugly in appearance, and its cultivation level is mostly at the middle or upper level of the first rank, despite its ugly appearance. However, the antlers of the black-spotted deer have the effect of nourishing the body and replenishing yang energy. Therefore, it is a highly sought-after product in the market. They can also get a good harvest when they are finally sold. On the way, Huang Hao leaned closer and asked with concern, Lu Yuan, is your body feeling all right? Have you experienced any difficulty suppressing your emotions? Lu Yuan shook his head, indicating no. He knew that Huang Hao was referring to the bloodlust he had unconsciously acquired after hunting ferocious beasts. Although the calming potion can effectively prevent loss of control, one still needs to leave the other world for a period of time after taking it. Cool down your body. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao looked on with envy and gave a thumbs up, saying, You're amazing. When I first entered the underworld, I lost control of my emotions that very afternoon and was forced to leave. Lu Yuan understood. This is not only due to his strong strength, but also because his ice-type ability can effectively suppress his emotions, making him calmer. After walking for several hours and killing some ferocious beasts encountered along the way, we've finally arrived at our destination. Beside the stream, the crowd saw a ferocious beast, entirely black and ugly in appearance. It was a black deer lying on its back, drinking water. Chapter 25, Drinking the Calming Potion. Lu Yuan returns. The black deer could not escape the clutches of the Firefox team. With Lu Yuan's addition, by the end of the day, the group had made a great haul, filling their large suitcases to more than halfway. The next night, when it was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch, he had a sudden thought and opened the system panel. Check out his own achievements for today. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 450. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, lower first tier. Mental state, 140 Hz. Chi and blood, 240 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, beginner. As you can see, the evolution points on the panel are 450. Yesterday, Lu Yuan had 50 evolution points remaining. Compared to yesterday, Lu Yuan gained 400 points today. Although killing a black deer will give you more evolution points. However, shadow cats and white-spotted dogs are more densely distributed, while black deer can be encountered only once in a long while. Therefore, the evolution points gained on the second day were not much more than those gained on the previous day. It's a bit of a shame that they only appears on the ice ring body, and not on the later stages, so my realm cannot be improved for the time being. However, Lu Yuan didn't pay too much attention. Haste makes waste, and in the path of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to be eager for quick success. As night deepened and quietly faded, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, marking the beginning of the third day. Daytime on the third day. The Firefox team still intends to stay in place and continue hunting black deer. Go to hell. After piercing the abdomen of a black deer with a long spear, while using a dagger to cut off the antlers of a black-spotted deer, Lu Yuan felt a strange sense of irritability lingering in his heart. Although he was able to suppress it with his superpower, Lu Yuan could still clearly feel it. He then reported this information to Zhou Wan, the captain of the Firefox team. Quickly drink this calming potion. Zhou Wan immediately took out a bottle of calming potion from her backpack. He opened the bottle, tossed it aside, and forcefully handed the calming potion to Lu Yuan, making him drink it. This was the first time Lu Yuan had seen Zhou Wan with such a serious expression since he joined the Firefox team. Lu Yuan originally wanted to say that he had prepared calming potions in his backpack. However, judging from Zhou Wan's serious expression and the fact that the bottle of calming potion had already been opened, he didn't care about anything else and drank the whole bottle of calming potion on the spot. After drinking the calming potion, Lu Yuan felt that the inexplicable irritability that had been rising in his heart had been completely suppressed. Of course, this is only temporary. Lu Yuan needs to return to the real world as soon as possible to cool down his body. Otherwise, it will have an irreversible impact on your future spiritual practice and your emotions. This is not what Lu Yuan wanted. To prevent Lu Yuan from having an accident on the way, after a unanimous decision by the Firefox team, they first sent Lu Yuan back to Jian City, and then the other members of the Firefox team returned to the other world to continue the hunt. Time passed quickly. Jiangjianqing. The superhumans stationed on both sides of the city gate used special devices to scan the members of the Firefox team. The purpose is to check whether anyone has brought a complete ferocious beast into the real world without authorization. Zhou Wan then released her companion beast. After verifying that the companion beast Huahua and Zhou Wan, who possessed superpowers, did indeed have a contractual relationship, the inspectors then allowed the Firefox team to pass. Of course, there are always exceptions. In the Great Xia Kingdom, only a specialized organization can bring captured ferocious beasts into the real world. After being brought into the real world, it is then transformed into a ferocious beast egg using a special device. Let it hatch again. This organization is none other than the renowned Companion Beast Breeding and Research Association. Some people, when they awaken their special abilities, awaken neither combat nor support abilities, but rather special abilities related to these aspects. They can then join the local Companion Beast Breeding and Research Association to seek development. This is my contact information. Remember to add me when you get back. I'll give it to you according to our team's division rules, and I'll also notify you of any future operations. Zhou Wan borrowed a piece of paper and a pen from nearby and wrote down her QQ number. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, folded the paper in half, and put it into his pocket. After that, the group went their separate ways. The Fiery Fox team departed, heading deeper into another world to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, returned to the Jiangjian City superpower base through the interdimensional portal within Jiangjian City. After being able to connect to the internet, Lu Yuan took out his phone and searched for the numbers on QQ using the provided information. The first thing you see is a chibi-style portrait of a bright red fox. It seems Sister Zhou really likes foxes. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. Then, he sent a friend request to Zhouwan. The Jiangzhan City superpower base was still bustling with activity and filled with noise. Lu Yuan didn't leave a single extra glance. He left alone, took the same subway, and after several hours, returned to Shenzhen Superpower University. Shenzhen Superpower University. Upon arriving at the station, Lu Yuan had only taken a few steps when he reached the school gate. His gaze lingered on the massive school gate for a long time. It's often said that the school gate is the face of a university. I must say, the gate of Shenzhen Superpower University is really well built. Every time I pass by, the grandeur of the school gate is so impressive that it makes people want to stop and admire it. Of course, it could also be because Lu Yuan has only been at the school for a short time and hasn't seen much. The senior students coming in and out of the school gate at this moment will not let their eyes linger on the school gate for even a moment. Entering the campus, Lu Yuan had only taken a few steps when a familiar figure came into view. Peaceful expression. It turned out to be Jiang Yan, the senior who had picked him up before. Senior Jiang. Lu Yuan greeted him. Jiang Yan also noticed Lu Yuan. Just as he was about to respond to the greeting, he noticed the dried bloodstains on the spear on Lu Yuan's back. Jiang Yan frowned slightly and asked, Junior brother Lu, have you entered the underground world? Lu Yuan did not deny it, and said, yes. Just as Jiang Yan was about to say something, she sensed the faint aura emanating from Lu Yuan. He changed the subject, a hint of surprise in his expression, and asked, you've already advanced to the level of a superhuman? After receiving Lu Yuan's affirmative answer, Jiang Yan smiled and said, congratulations. He then apologized for not mentioning the campus forum to Lu Yuan a few days earlier. Lu Yuan waved his hand, not taking it too seriously. Then, taking this opportunity, Lu Yuan asked Jiang Yan, Senior Jiang, I have a question. After entering the underground world for the first time, what is the interval between entering it again? Chapter 26 Fong sure comes to challenge. Jiang Yan rested his chin on his hand and said, it varies from person to person, but to be on the safe side, it would be better to go to the underground world a few days after you feel that the bloodlust in your body has completely disappeared. Lu Yuan kept those words in mind. By the way, Junior Lu, your weapons and combat suit need to be cleaned. There's a dedicated cleaning center at school. I remember, it's not far to the right of your dormitory area. As Lu Yuan was leaving, Jiang Yan couldn't help but remind him of something. Lu Yuan scanned a shared electric scooter parked on the roadside. In addition to electricity, this electric vehicle also utilizes the elemental energy from the ferocious beast's crystal core for auxiliary propulsion. This makes the shared electric bikes in the school much faster than regular electric bikes. Before long, Lu Yuan followed the map on his phone and arrived at the cleaning center next to the dormitory area. Inside the cleaning center, as soon as Lu Yuan entered, the staff greeted him warmly. Student, are you here to have your weapons and equipment cleaned? With an aura of menace emanating from him, and his weapons and equipment stained with dried blood, Lu Yuan clearly looked like a student who had just returned from the underground world, which is why the staff asked him that question. After Lu Yuan indicated his need, the staff member continued, the spears are easy to clean, costing 68 blue star coins each, and a complete set of male combat armor is 288 blue star coins. Please provide your student ID. After cleaning, we will send you a unique collection code on the Heart and Shenzhen University app. You just need to come and collect it then. Lu Yuan first scanned 356 blue star coins with his mobile phone, and then handed his student ID to the staff. After entering a specially equipped room in the cleaning center, you take off your protective suit, change into your casual clothes, and then, Lu Yuan then handed over his battle armor and spear, which he had taken off, to the staff. The staff member took the combat uniform and rifle, and after swiping Lu Yuan's student ID, he looked somewhat surprised. Student, you're still a specially recruited freshman. Lu Yuan replied, yes, what's wrong? The staff member shook his head and said, it's nothing. It's just that it's quite rare to see specially recruited freshmen going to the underground world. After leaving the cleaning center, Lu Yuan did not return to the dormitory area. Instead, he turned his electric scooter around and went to the mission center. Task center. Lu Yuan arrived at a task submission window and handed over the 10 shadow cat paws wrapped in plastic bags along with his student ID to the staff. He said, my mission is complete. These 10 shadowy cat paws were Lu Yuan's haul from his first day in the underground world. Lu Yuan didn't hide this matter. He told the rest of the Firefox team openly. Earning credits by submitting tasks at the Shenzhen Superpower University is generally more profitable than selling them at the Jiangzhan City Superpower Base. The group expressed their understanding, only stating that this portion would be deducted when calculating each team member's share at the end. After carefully inspecting the shadow cat paw provided by Lu Yuan and finding no problems, the staff returned the student ID to Lu Yuan, saying, "You have completed a C-level task, which is worth 0.5 credits. It is expected to arrive in your account today. 0.5 credits are worth between 5,000 and 10,000 blue star coins, which isn't much." Fortunately, after completing the task, Lu Yuan was surprised to find that his task level had reached level 2 on the Heart in Shenzhen University app. This means I can accept 2 tasks at the same time. The efficiency of earning academic credits has almost doubled. After leaving the mission center, Lu Yuan had nothing else to do, so he simply rode his electric bike back to his dormitory. After using the key to open the dormitory door, as soon as he entered the dormitory, Lu Yuan said, "Xiaoya, turn on the air conditioner." Drop. The air conditioner is on. As the air conditioner was turned on, the entire villa gradually filled with cool air, becoming much cooler. Ice-type ability users especially prefer cold environments. Lu Yuan ordered takeout and sat on the sofa waiting for it to arrive when Xiao Yu's mechanical voice rang out in the room. "Master, someone is knocking at the door." At the same time, a thump-thump-thump sound came from outside the door. Strange? Who came looking for me? Lu Yuan felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He walked to the dormitory door and opened it. There stood a tall, strong young man at the entrance, but Lu Yuan was certain he didn't recognize him. What does he want from me? Just as Lu Yuan was wondering, the strong young man spoke first. "Hello, my name is Feng Shi. I have awakened the S-level Earth-type ability, Vajra Xian Tuesday. Like you, I am also a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University this year." So they were both specially recruited freshmen at Shenzhen University this year. "Hello, I'm Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what brings you here?" Feng Shi chuckled from "OLY. I came to find you because I want to challenge you." Lu Yuan did not ask Feng Shi why he wanted to challenge him, because he knew that some people are naturally inclined to challenge others and seek out their weaknesses in order to make progress. Everyone has a different way of cultivating themselves, which is not surprising. Therefore, Lu Yuan asked, "What benefits would I get if I won?" Feng Shi scratched his head and laughed. "How about I transfer 100,000 blue star coins to you as long as you fight me, whether you win or lose?" 100,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He really didn't realize that Feng Shi, who looked honest and simple, was actually a young master. "I spent a lot of blue star coins to buy the battle suit back then, so this will be a good way to recoup some of the losses." So Lu Yuan said, "I just came back from the underground world today, and I'm a little tired. How about tomorrow? Can you come find me again tomorrow?" Upon hearing the words underground world in Lu Yuan's words, Feng Shi immediately showed an expression of admiration. "Going to the underground world so early? My parents won't let me go." In his view, those who go to the underground world so early are all brave. While Lu Yuan and Feng Shi were talking, a pretty figure walked out of the dormitory across the way, and on her shoulder was a small, dark blue dragon. Xia Qingyin was planning to take her companion beast, the deep water demon dragon cub, to the school's ability hall for training. Hearing the conversation from the dormitory across the way, Xia Qingyin's gaze unconsciously drifted over. It's him again. Feng Shi knew that he had come to challenge her yesterday, but she had politely declined. After all, he had awakened a grass-type ability, so suppressing his earth-type ability would be easy. After a battle, he probably wouldn't gain anything. Besides, she wouldn't even consider 100,000 blue star coins. But, through her special ability, natural spiritual enlightenment, Xia Qingyin sensed that the boys in the opposite dormitory seemed to have a much stronger aura than they had a few days ago. Has he officially become a superhuman? Chapter 27 Moving. The Arena. Xia Qingyin was slightly surprised. It's important to understand that becoming a full-fledged superhuman from an awakened being is not something that happens overnight. It's more of a gradual process. Of course, one's own comprehension and the guidance of a mentor can accelerate this process. Just like herself, she had only been awakened for a little over 3 months, but she had already broken through to the Awakener realm, and her current realm had reached the middle level of the first rank. This is because her aunt happens to be a 7th-tier master who has awakened an S-level grass-type ability, and she will give her some guidance from time to time. Speaking of which, Xia Qingyin chose Shenzhen Superpower University not only because her family is based in Guangdong Province. Another reason is that her aunt is the dean of the grass department at Shenzhen Superpower University. But the boys in the dorm across the hall are different. Although he is tall and handsome, giving people a sunny feeling. However, judging from their clothing, their family's financial situation is probably not very good. There shouldn't be anyone specifically providing guidance. Aside from the tutor's guidance, it can only mean that the boy in the opposite dormitory has a pretty good understanding. Xia Qingyi narrowed her eyes, a barely perceptible hint of wariness flashing in her beautiful gaze. She is now. He's already starting to see Lu Yuan as a rival. Without hesitation, she turned and left, quickening her pace toward the superpowers hall. In the afternoon, after having lunch, Lu Yuan played on his phone for a while before lying down on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, looking through the bedroom window, Lu Yuan realized that it was already dark. He subconsciously picked up his phone from beside his pillow, unlocked the screen, and saw the time was 2021. At the same time, Lu Yuan also discovered that Hart in Shenzhen University had sent him a message. Your rifle and equipment have been cleaned. Please come and collect them as soon as possible. The collection code is 134679. Additional storage fees will be charged if the collection is delayed for more than 3 days. The message was sent approximately 1 hour ago. After quickly tidying up, Lu Yuan rode the shared electric scooter parked at the dormitory entrance toward the cleaning center. Despite the darkness, the tall streetlights along the roadside made the road as bright as day, so Lu Yuan did not slow down his cycling speed. On the way, Lu Yuan felt his pocket shaking slightly. His phone was ringing. Lu Yuan stopped his electric scooter, took out his phone, and saw that it was a call from his mother. Lu Yuan was a little puzzled. His mother, Fong Wan, had called him when he first arrived at school. Now, only a few days later, why was she calling again? Of course, this doesn't mean I'm annoyed. Lu Yuan knew his mother's personality well. She wasn't the type to call all the time or show excessive concern for her son. Answer the phone. The voice of his mother, Fong Wan, came through the phone. Xiao Yuan, we're moving. Lu Yuan quickly asked, moved? Where did you move to? Fong Wan replied, it's not decided yet. The city said we can just choose anyone. That's it. I'll let you know after we've chosen. Just focus on your studies. The city said to just pick any apartment. Lu Yuan understood. It was probably because of the reward given by the city. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan arrived at the cleaning center as he had hoped. He walked to the reception desk and gave the staff his collection code. A few minutes later, the staff returned Lu Yuan's spear and battle armor to him. He also warmly said, welcome to visit again next time, classmate. The next morning, Master, someone is knocking at the door. After Xiaoya gave the prompt, Lu Yuan, who was washing up on the second floor, sped up. Less than a minute later, he appeared in front of the dormitory. Opening the dormitory door, the tall, strong figure from yesterday was indeed there, with the same honest and simple expression. Needless to say, this person is Feng Shi, who came to challenge us yesterday. Brother Lu Yuan, let's head to the arena area now. Upon seeing Lu Yuan emerge, Feng Shi smiled and said, during university, most students are hot-blooded teenagers, and conflicts and disputes are very common. Even Shenzhen Superpower University, one of the top superpower universities in China, is no exception. In situations like this, universities usually set up special challenge areas for students who want to compete. In a world of superpowers, it's perfectly normal to let strength speak for itself. Both parties may make a bet, and the referee shall act as a witness. Moreover, the arena is open to all students present to watch. Whether you win or lose, you can't cheat. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded, and then noticed a cute-looking brown bear next to Feng Shi. Lu Yuan pointed with his finger and said, this is your companion beast, right? It looks quite cute. Feng Shi rubbed his nose and said, although Little Stone looks like this, it is actually quite strong. Xiao Shi is the name Feng Shi gave to his companion beast. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yuan and Feng Shi rode on shared electric bikes parked next to the dormitory building and headed towards the arena area of Shenzhen Superpower University. Brother Lu Yuan, do you know that besides you and me, there are 8 other specially recruited students in our school, and without exception, they all refused my challenge. Halfway there, Feng Shi said, besides you and me, there are 8 other specially recruited students. Doesn't this mean that there are a total of 10 specially recruited freshmen in the class of 52 this year? Lu Yuan noticed the key point in Feng Shi's words. This made him narrow his eyes and his expression become serious. Heroes from all over the world are as numerous as carp crossing a river. It seems that this year's freshman competition is truly full of strong contenders. Moreover, their rejection of Feng Shi's request also demonstrates that the other 8 specially recruited students come from families with excellent financial conditions, far beyond what they themselves can compare to. I need to enter the other world again as soon as possible to accelerate my strength improvement. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Unlike ordinary universities, Shenzhen Superpower University has a large campus with a large number of canteens and even 4 arena areas. Lu Yuan and Feng Shi were heading to the arena area closest to their current location. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at the arena area. Entering the arena area, what comes into view is a large area of neatly arranged square arenas. The ropes made of D-grade alloy that surround the edge of the ring will not break easily. So much. Lu Yuan counted them quickly and estimated there were probably several dozen. However, since it was early morning, most of these arenas were empty and there was no one on them. Similarly, in the audience seats of the arena, only a few people were chatting idly. Chapter 28, A glimpse of cold light arrives first. The two had just arrived at the arena area. Soon, a staff member approached and asked, "Good morning, you two. Would you like to have a match?" The two nodded simultaneously and said in unison, "That's right, let's have a friendly spar." After receiving affirmative answers from both individuals, the staff member continued, "Then come over and register. After you've registered, you can go up to the ring to fight." The two walked over and filled in their names and information on the form provided by the staff. The staff member smiled knowingly and said, "Registration complete. You two, come with me." Upon hearing this, the two followed behind the staff member, one in front and one behind. As soon as the two arrived in front of the ring, a middle-aged man approached them, following the staff. The aura he unconsciously emitted made Lu Yuan realize that he was probably at the level of a second-tier ability user. The referee's uniform he was wearing indicated that he was a referee in the ring. Shenzhen's Superpower University is indeed arrogant. Even second-tier superpowered individuals can only serve as minor referees here. Realizing this, Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened. You should know that in his hometown of Fengyang City, even a second-tier superhuman can become a captain in the police station. While Lu Yuan was lost in thought, the staff had already unlocked the arena. The referee asked, "Do you need to make a bet?" Both of them shook their heads. Giving Lu Yuan 100,000 blue star coins was a voluntary gift from Feng Shi after the arena competition ended, and it cannot be considered a bet. The referee said, "You will go up to either side of the ring, and the match will begin immediately." The two nodded and walked in different directions. At first, Feng Shi's companion beast, the stone-armored bear cub, wanted to go to the arena with him. However, Feng Shi considered that Lu Yuan did not seem to have his own companion beast yet, so he left the stone armor bear cub under the arena. One-on-one is much fairer. Two young men stood facing each other on either side of the ring. A young man held a long spear, his eyes gleaming. Another young man held a large knife, his face full of confidence. Feng Shi said, "Let's have a friendly spar, and stop when we've reached our point." Clear. Lu Yuan made an OK gesture with his hand. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. The referee announced the announcement, and then blew the whistle hanging around his neck. Battle is about to break out. Diamond Mystic Soil. Feng Shi stood with both hands gripping the knife, and gave a low shout. The earth-based power covered the great sword, but instead of sparks flying, it gleamed with a warm, dark yellow sheen. He took a half step forward, the treads on the soles of his boots touching the steel plate on the ground, steady and without any resistance. Ice and snow crown. At the same time, Lu Yuan didn't hide anything. A crown made of ice and snow quietly appeared on his head. At the same time, 3 icicles were constantly rotating around him. Seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, Feng Shi on the other side couldn't help but think to himself, he's kind of handsome. Immediately, Lu Yuan moved around with his gun, his ice-type ability condensing into fine frost flowers at the tip of the gun. Instead of melting and dripping, the frost flowers cast small, cold shadows on the arena as the gun moved. As he dodged Feng Shi's sweeping blade, his movements were swift and agile, gliding across the steel plate, the soles of his shoes making a slight rustling sound as they scraped against the tabletop. As the square stone was cleaved vertically downwards, the dull thud of the blade colliding with the air did not send up any earth or stone. Instead, the dark yellow luster of the blade became even more solid. Bite! Lu Yuan spun around to dodge, his spear shaft diagonally touching the side of the blade, the ice flowers and the dark yellow luster meeting. After the two collided, the two quickly separated. Although it was supposed to be a friendly sparring match, both of them showed their true skills. After a period of intense fighting, fine beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of both of them. This won't do, his ability to endure is stronger than mine, Lu Yuan thought to himself. He then decided to create an opening, provoking Feng Shi to make a radical strike. Seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. Not good. By the time Feng Shi realized what was happening, it was too late. All I saw was a flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. After thrusting out with his spear, Lu Yuan suddenly flicked it, sending Feng Shi's broadsword flying to the side of the arena. One side was out of weapons. The outcome is self-evident. Lu Yuan wins. The referee announced. A closer look reveals a hint of lingering enjoyment in his expression. Truly worthy of being a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University. That was a fantastic performance. The referee in the ring silently sighed to himself. Even as a second-tier ability user, he couldn't have put on such a spectacular battle as the two of them. Battle over. Feng Shi clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lu Yuan and said earnestly, "Brother Lu Yuan, I have learned a great deal." Lu Yuan mimicked Feng Shi's tone, clasped his hands in a fist, and said, "Brother Feng Shi, you flatter me. I have to say, it's really fun to play against people of the same skill level." He also discovered several problems with himself, which will likely allow him to improve significantly. After leaving the ring, Feng Shi readily honored the agreement and transferred the agreed-upon 100,000 Blue Star coins into Lu Yuan's bank account. Upon receiving the transfer, Lu Yuan asked, "Brother Feng Shi, did you have breakfast today?" Feng Shi scratched his head, chuckled, and said, "No, I bet you don't either. How about we go have breakfast together?" Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he could. Canteen. Lu Yuan ordered a basket of Xilong Bao, soup dumplings, and a bowl of soy milk. Feng Shi ordered several times more than Lu Yuan. The two ate and chatted casually. "Brother Lu Yuan, could you tell me what the underground world is like?" Feng Shi asked, having just taken a bite of half a fried dough stick. This is the question Feng Shi has wanted to ask Lu Yuan since yesterday. Although he could find related pictures online, they seemed bland and uninteresting. He still wanted to hear someone else's first-hand account. "I went to the underground world near Jiangzhou City. The scenery there is roughly like a forest." Lu Yuan recounted in detail what he had seen and heard in the underground world. Feng Shi listened attentively, nodding repeatedly with a look of longing on his face. He has made up his mind to join a team and go to the underground world to broaden his horizons. At worst, I can keep it from my family. After all, they haven't installed any surveillance cameras around me. After having breakfast and replenishing his energy, Lu Yuan did not go straight back to his dormitory to rest. Instead, he chose to go to the superpower hall set up by the school to practice. Top universities like Shenzhen Superpower University have signed special contracts with multiple superpower academies across the country. And among so many supernatural ability pavilions, there will naturally be Ice and Snow Superpowers Hall. Since Fengyang City didn't have one, but here a superpower center with the same system as his had appeared, Lu Yuan naturally had to go and take a look. Chapter 29 Ice and Snow Superpower Pavilion. The Ice and Snow Ability Hall was founded by Yi Qingyue, an 8th-rank Grandmaster who awakened the SS-level ability, Divine Frost Mystic Ice. It's a bit of a pity that Yi Qingyue's influence is still somewhat inferior to that of the owners of the two major superpower gyms, the Fighting Superpower Gym and the Blazing Flame Superpower Gym. After all, these two masters are 9th-level experts, the kind that can be counted on one hand in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. In addition, Ice-type ability users are extremely rare, and the ability center has not been established for long. Therefore, it is not located all over the country. In places like Lu Yuan's hometown of Fengyang City, there is no trace of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. To facilitate students' training, Shenzhen Superpower University has designated a specific area for building a superpower hall. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan's position was very close to this area. Lu Yuan, who was riding a shared electric scooter, looked up and gazed into the distance. Fighting Ability Hall, Flame Ability Hall, Deep Water Ability Hall. There were many tall and magnificent buildings standing there. Because the different styles represented by the superpowers resulted in different construction styles for each building. Without exception, these buildings all give people a sense of grandeur and awe, stirring people's hearts and minds. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan opened his mouth slightly, seemingly lost in thought. As Lu Yuan's shared electric bikes drew closer and closer, it was also found that venues like the Fighting Ability Hall and the Blazing Ability Hall, where the corresponding abilities have a relatively higher probability of awakening during the awakening ceremony, attract a relatively larger number of visitors. Conversely, for abilities with a lower awakening probability, such as grass and ice types, the corresponding ability halls are almost deserted. Storm Ability Hall, Asakusa Ability Hall, Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Lu Yuan drove all the way to the entrance of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall before parking the shared electric scooter in the designated parking area. It was too far away to see clearly just now. Now, Lu Yuan can finally get a clear view of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall from the front. The building's overall color scheme is ice blue, complemented by snowflake symbols on the roof and deliberately placed snowflakes falling around the building. Various elements are combined and arranged perfectly, exhibiting a very distinctive ice-like characteristic. Directly in front of the building, he wrote the 5 characters, Ice and Snow Superpower Hall, in a flamboyant and elegant style. It's really well built. Lu Yuan sincerely praised it. It's a bit of a shame that no matter how well the Ice and Snow Ability Hall is built, it's just as deserted as its corresponding ice element, with hardly anyone visiting it. After letting out a simple sigh, Lu Yuan entered the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Upon entering the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, a chilling blast of cold air hits you in the face. Lu Yuan looked up at the temperature display on the wall and discovered that the room temperature was actually less than 10 degrees Celsius. Excellent. Excellent. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of enjoyment on his face. You see, he's an ice-type ability user, so a lower temperature is naturally better for him to feel comfortable. The room temperature here gives Lu Yuan a feeling that the air conditioning in his dormitory can't provide. He looked away from the temperature display and glanced around briefly. Aside from sharing the same ice blue color scheme as the exterior, the interior of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall is actually quite similar to the Fighting Ability Hall he visited before. However, because the Superpower Hall is located on the campus of Shenzhen Superpower University, rather than in his hometown of Fengyang City, it was built to be even larger. Seeing that Lu Yuan looked like he was visiting for the first time, with a mixture of confusion and curiosity in his eyes, a staff member in uniform greeted him with a smile. Is this your first time here? Hello, is there anything I can help you with? This staff member was a few years older than Lu Yuan. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Lu Yuan nodded first, smiled slightly, and said, Yes, I have awakened an S-level ice-type ability, and I am currently at the lower level of the first tier. I use a spear as my weapon. This is my first time here. Could you recommend a suitable training room for me? Anyway, this is my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the place yet. It's better to tell the staff about your current situation so they can make recommendations. S-rank ice-type ability. The staff member's pupils widened suddenly, clearly taken aback. What's wrong? Lu Yuan frowned slightly and asked. It's all right, it's all right. The staff member waved his hand and gave an awkward smile. She graduated from a nearby university a couple of years ago, but couldn't find a job she liked, so she decided to work here. At least it's easier. Over the past 2 years, she has worked diligently and encountered many students, but her highest level of ability has only been A level. She has never possessed an S-level ability. This is mainly because there are very few students who have innately awakened S-level ice-type abilities. It's rare to find even one in the entire country every year. What's more, there's also the Shanghai Superpower University competing with our school. And this handsome young man in front of me is the first one. After thinking for a moment, the staff member said, I recommend you go to the C-level training room on the 2nd floor. That should be more suitable for your current level. A C-level training room. Okay, how much? Lu Yuan said, already pulling out his student ID from his pocket. 1,000 blue star coins per hour. Less than 1 hour will be calculated as 1 hour. That's what the staff member said. Lu Yuan took the key provided by the staff and went to the 2nd floor of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Use the key to open the door and enter your own training room. Lu Yuan was shocked to discover that the entire cultivation room was not only filled with abundant Yuan energy, but also piled with thick ice and snow. Simply take a small pinch of ice and snow in his palm, and Lu Yuan can sense that this ice and snow is not ordinary ice and snow from the natural environment, but has the function of assisting in the absorption of Yuan energy. Lu Yuan found a spot and began practicing his spear techniques while meditating to absorb elemental energy. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. That was so refreshing. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, which had been closed, and exhaled a breath of stale air. This feeling is something that could never be provided in the fighting ability gym before. Immediately afterward, he left the training room and paid 4,000 blue star coins when retrieving his student ID. This means that he practiced for a full 4 hours this morning. Welcome to come again next time. The staff member smiled sweetly. After nodding slightly, Lu Yuan left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. As soon as he stepped out of the automatic door, Lu Yuan subconsciously glanced to his right, because that was where he had parked his shared electric scooter. But besides the shared electric bikes, a slender figure also came into view as she emerged from the Asakusa Supernatural Hall. Chapter 30 First Tier Mid-Rank. Curious Xia Qingyin. She had delicate features and fair skin. A red ribbon tied her ponytail high, making her look both neat and efficient. She was wearing a rather loose-fitting outfit, but it still couldn't hide her beautiful figure. Her fair and shapely thighs were long and slender, making one marvel at the masterpiece of the creator. This girl was none other than Xia Qingyin from the dormitory opposite Lu Yuan's. Behind her was a baby deep-sea dragon struggling to keep up with her. "Master, wait for me, wait for me." "I'm sorry, Master, I'll never do it again, wah." The deep-sea dragon cub communicated with its master, Xia Qingyin, in its mind. "Oomph, you think there will be a next time?" Xia Qingyin crossed her arms over her chest and snorted coldly. This was Xia Qingyin's punishment for her companion beast repeatedly slacking off during training this morning. "She's really great, just like a heroine straight out of a manga." Lu Yuan silently sighed to himself. After glancing at it with admiration for a couple of seconds, Lu Yuan looked away, got on a shared electric scooter parked next to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, and headed straight to the nearest cafeteria to replenish his energy. Time passed day by day, and today is the 6th day since Lu Yuan arrived at Shenzhen University of Superpowers as a specially recruited freshman. The Firefox team at the Jiangzhan City Superpower Base has finally left the other world and returned to the real world. Soon, Zhou sent a message to Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, according to our team's revenue sharing rules, you can receive 30% of the total revenue for the first 3 days." 30%? That much? Upon seeing that Zhou had sent him a message, Lu Yuan quickly replied, "The more you work, the more you earn. Your performance in the first 3 days was outstanding and exceeded our expectations. According to our team's profit-sharing rules, you and I will each get 30%, and Wang Hu, Huang Hao, and Su Lu will share 40%. There's nothing to worry about, so just accept it." Good. Since Zhou once said so, Lu Yuan had no reason to refuse. "By the way, do you want points or blue star coins after redeeming points? We are currently at the Jiangzhan City Ability Base. I can help you redeem them on the spot if needed." "Let's stick with blue star coins," Lu Yuan replied. Although purchasing resources at the Jiangzhan City Superpower Base using points is more cost-effective than using blue star coins. However, after some calculation, Lu Yuan realized that it would be more cost-effective to use blue star coins to buy them on his own campus. It's a top university in the country, so the preferential treatment it offers is naturally incomparable to that of other superpower bases. "Good," Zhou replied. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan received a transfer from Zhou. That's a total of 89,680 blue star coins, which is close to 90,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Even Lu Yuan didn't expect that he would have such a harvest after only 2.5 days of hunting ferocious beasts in the underground world. The suits showed little wear and tear and could still be used, so they weren't included in the cost. Therefore, my only expenses were a bottle of disinfectant used to treat the cut I made on the first day of my hike from the roadside grass, and 2 bottles of energy potions to replenish my body's energy. The total cost was less than 30,000. In other words, I made a net profit of 60,000 yuan on this trip. Earning 20,000 yuan a day was a goal he never dared to dream of before. But now he has achieved it with ease. No wonder there are so many people with supernatural abilities in society. They know it's dangerous, but once they get involved, they never get out. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. Having enjoyed the exorbitant profits from hunting ferocious beasts, how could they possibly return to the kind of job where they only received a fixed salary, etc.? Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that he had used a bottle of calming potion from Zhou before he left. "Sister Zhou, how much is that bottle of calming potion? I'll transfer the money to you." Realizing this, Lu Yuan sent Zhou a message. No need. We're on the same team. It's normal for us to help each other out." Zhou replied quickly. "Let's keep things separate, Sister Zhou, just tell me." Lu Yuan is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. Even close brothers need to keep clear accounts. "Okay, that's 12,000 blue star coins in total. Transfer it to me." Zhou replied with a hint of helplessness. In fact, Zhou, who was watching the screen, was in an exceptionally pleasant mood at that moment. She was extremely glad that she had made a really good choice back then. "We hope to bring in a new team member who is both skilled and has a good personality." After transferring blue star coins to Zhou, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and opened the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 560. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, lower first tier. Mental strength, 142 Hz. Chi and blood, 246 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, beginner. On the second night in the underground world, the evolution points on the panel were 450. It took the addition of some ferocious beasts hunted on the third day to reach 560 points. After his first visit to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, Lu Yuan took the relevant medicines on time and persisted in cultivating for at least 6 hours every day at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Thanks to Lu Yuan's efforts over the past few days, although that did not appear after the marksmanship skill, that did appear again after the realm. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan once again chose to break through his own realm. Evolution points minus 560. Realm level, lower first tier, middle, first tier. They're here. They're here. As the familiar feeling arose, Lu Yuan quickly sat cross-legged on the bed like a straight sword blade, closing his eyes to feel the surging energy within his body. Meanwhile, in the dormitory across the street, Xia Qingyin, who had just finished washing clothes and was carrying them to hang them out to dry, possessed extraordinary sensory abilities thanks to her special power, natural spiritual essence. At this moment, she actually sensed a faint burst of elemental energy coming from the dormitory opposite. This slight is only relative to Xia Qingyin. After all, the two are separated by a major road. Even though they were separated by a main road, Xia Qingyin could feel it. Besides Xia Qingyin's strong perception, this also shows that the energy burst from the opposite dormitory was extremely strong. Such a powerful burst of elemental energy. Could it be that the student in the opposite dormitory has broken through to a higher realm again? This was Xia Qingyin's first thought. Soon, Xia Qingyin herself rejected the first idea. The reason is simple. The student in the opposite dorm had only recently officially become a superhuman, specifically at the lower first tier. How could he have broken through to the mid-level first rank in just a few days? If it wasn't a breakthrough in cultivation level, then why was the burst of Yuan energy so intense? So, what exactly is the reason? Xia Qingyin blinked, unable to contain her curiosity. She immediately decided that she would wait until she could no longer sense the burst of energy before going to ask the dormitory across the street. Chapter 31 Xia Qingyin's Surprise. Nearly an hour has passed. The burst of Yuan energy finally disappeared completely, and even through her own special ability, natural spiritual essence, Xia Qingyin could not sense it at all. Now we finally know the source of the energy burst. Xia Qingyin pondered to herself. She immediately left her dormitory and went to the door of Lu Yuan's dormitory. Just as he raised his finger, about to knock, Xia Qingyin raised an eyebrow and thought about it carefully. It was a bit too abrupt to just come and ask someone like that. Then, Xia Qingyin returned to her dormitory and took 2 slices of chilled watermelon from the refrigerator. It's the hottest time of the year right now. Not to mention that the student in the opposite dormitory is an ice-type ability user, so he should like to eat it more. Xia Qingyin, holding 2 slices of chilled watermelon, knocked on the door. At this moment, in Lu Yuan's dormitory, as the surging energy within his body gradually calmed down, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. With a thought, the control panel was brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 0. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental scale, 172 Hz. Chi and blood, 296 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate. Ice Shard Ring, D, beginner. My mental state improved by 30 Hz, and my energy and blood increased by 50 calories. After a brief comparison, Lu Yuan nodded slightly, very satisfied with the gains after his breakthrough in cultivation. Looking around, I noticed a chill in the air, and even a thin layer of frost in some corners. Is it really that scary? Lu Yuan sighed. Just as Lu Yuan was about to get out of bed. Master, someone has rung the doorbell. Xiaoya's voice came from inside the room. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, wondering who could be ringing the doorbell. Square Stone? It doesn't seem like it. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. He figured he'd find out once he went down. Lu Yuan descended the spiral staircase and arrived at the dormitory door. After opening the dormitory door, a graceful young woman wearing a white, close-fitting, thin short-sleeved shirt stood in front of her dormitory. She had delicate features and a high, straight nose. Instead of being tied up with a red ribbon as usual, her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. This graceful young woman is holding 2 slices of chilled watermelon in her hand. I wonder what she's planning to do. Hello, I'm Xia Qingyin, the one who lives in the dorm across from yours. Xia Qingyin chuckled, puffed out her chest, and gave a confident self-introduction. A beautiful woman's smile is always incredibly infectious. This prompted Lu Yuan to smile slightly and say, Hello, I am Lu Yuan. May I ask what brings you here? Lu Yuan accidentally activated auto-aiming. While glancing at Xia Qingyin's ample breasts, he subconsciously glanced at the chilled watermelon she was holding. Chilled watermelon is simply a blessing in summer. Most importantly, These 2 slices of chilled watermelon are seedless, so taking a bite will definitely be incredibly refreshing. Lu Yuan, I can tell you want some, here you go. Xia Qingyin smiled knowingly, reached out, and handed both chilled watermelon slices to Lu Yuan. After accepting the 2 slices of chilled watermelon, Lu Yuan asked again, "You can't just give me 2 slices of chilled watermelon, can you? Is there something else you can tell me?" Since Lu Yuan had said so, Xia Qingyin didn't hesitate and asked directly on the spot. He said, "I was in my dorm when I sensed a strong burst of elemental energy here, so I came over to ask what was going on. You can feel it even in your dorm room? Is it that strong?" Lu Yuan scratched his head and laughed. Xia Qingyin explained, "This is because my awakened superpower, natural spiritual essence, can grant me a certain degree of sensory ability. As for sensory abilities, I'm standing right in front of you. You should be able to sense me now, right?" Lu Yuan smiled faintly and released his supernatural power without any concealment. "So you really have broken through your realm. Mid-level of the 1st rank." Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and her cherry-like lips parted slightly. Naturally, I was incredibly surprised. As soon as Lu Yuan walked out of the dormitory and appeared in front of Xia Qingyin, the feedback from her supernatural ability indicated that the person in front of her had recently broken through his cultivation level and was now probably at the middle level of the 1st tier. Xia Qingyin still couldn't believe it subconsciously. After all, how could someone's cultivation breakthrough speed be so terrifying? But Lu Yuan himself admitted it, and his supernatural abilities were released without any concealment. Faced with the facts, Xia Qingyin had no choice but to believe it. "Lu Yuan, it was a pleasure to meet you. I'll head back now." After her initial shock, Xia Qingyin forced a calm smile, turned around, and left Lu Yuan's door. This girl is quite interesting. Lu Yuan didn't linger in front of the dormitory. He took 2 slices of chilled watermelon, went inside, and began to enjoy them. I must say, this chilled watermelon is crisp and sweet. It's absolutely delicious. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyin returned to her dormitory. Her full breasts rose and fell slightly, and a sense of urgency suddenly arose in her heart. Lu Yuan, who lives in the dormitory across the street, has already skipped 2 levels and transformed from an awakened to a mid-level 1st-tier ability user in just a few days since entering the school. Although she awakened her supernatural abilities ahead of time and was already at the mid-level of the 1st tier when she entered the school, she is still at the mid-level of the 1st tier now, with no visible improvement. No. Xia Qingyin shook her head slightly, then suddenly thought, could it be because Lu Yuan went to the underground world? Xia Qingyin originally planned to wait until the freshman competition ended and the underground world passage of the school opened before exploring it herself. Unfortunately, fate can be unpredictable. Now, she wants to try her luck in the underground world ahead of time. Despite its appearance, this companion beast is actually a growth-type companion beast, currently at the mid-level of the 1st tier. They are still noble dragons, whose combat abilities are far superior to those of ordinary ferocious beasts. There shouldn't be any problem ensuring your safety. The baby deep-sea dragon, who was sleeping on the sofa, was woken up by Xia Qingyin. "Master, what are you doing?" A cute, childlike voice rang out from the baby deep-sea dragon. It slowly opened its eyes, still not understanding what had happened. "Wake up. We're going to the underground world soon," Xia Qingyin immediately announced. "Why? Master, didn't you say we were going to rest today?" The deep-sea dragon cub's tail swayed gently, its face full of confusion. "Ahem, you'll definitely get a break next time." Xia Qingyin gave an awkward smile and said, using a mix of coaxing and deception, "Oh, okay then." At this moment, the deep-water dragon cub had fully regained consciousness. Chapter 32, Hu Dahai's Notice. Head to visit. The next day, it was also the 7th day since Lu Yuan entered Shenzhen University of Superpowers. That afternoon, Lu Yuan walked out of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall with a satisfied and content expression. At that moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Someone messaged me. Lu Yuan took his phone out of his pocket, tapped the screen, and looked at it. "Junior brother Lu, are you there?" It turned out to be a message from Hu Dahai. Since the two parted ways at the cafeteria entrance a few days ago and casually exchanged contact information, the two hadn't chatted much since then, and now he was surprised to see that Hu Dahai had sent him a message. This made Lu Yuan a little curious. What would Hu Dahai say to him? "Senior Hu, I'm here. What's up?" With this in mind, Lu Yuan quickly replied, "Professor Qin is back. He wants you to visit him tomorrow." After Lu Yuan replied, Hu Dahai's message appeared before his eyes again. Professor Qin is back. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's pupils widened suddenly, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but feel excited. In his excitement, Lu Yuan quickly asked after calming down, "Should I bring any gifts?" Since this was my first time visiting my supervisor, I couldn't just go empty-handed. That's not good. But there are some things to consider when choosing a gift. Choosing something expensive will hurt your feelings, while choosing something cheap is worse than not giving it at all. Want to find the right one? That's harder than climbing to heaven. Therefore, it would be best to ask Professor Qin Sr., Hu Dahai, directly. No need to bring a gift, just go directly. Hu Dahai said this. However, Professor Qin surprisingly didn't require me to give him a gift. Not bad, not bad. I really like this kind of great mentor. Just relax when you go. Your mentor definitely won't do anything to you. You're currently the only student in our school to have awakened an S-level ice-type ability. Becoming a student is practically guaranteed, and the probability of being accepted as a disciple is probably very high. Do your best. Then, Hu Dahai sent another message. Don't worry, I will. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and sent the message. Immediately, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter from the entrance of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, intending to drive to the nearest cafeteria. Suddenly, he noticed that in front of him, at the location of the Rock Ability Hall, a person with a very familiar back view was riding an electric bike ahead of him. Lu Yuan looked closely and suddenly remembered. Isn't that Feng Shi's back view? So Lu Yuan turned the handlebars to accelerate the electric vehicle. When your electric scooter is very close to Feng Shi's electric scooter, Lu Yuan called out to the front, "Brother Feng Shi." Feng Shi responded instantly, "Brother Lu Yuan." Then he deliberately slowed down the electric car to keep pace with Lu Yuan. "Brother Lu Yuan, I didn't expect you to be cultivating here at the Supernatural Abilities Hall. I'm going to the cafeteria for lunch now. Would you like to come with me?" Feng Shi spoke first. "Perfect timing. I'm hungry too. Let's go together." Lu Yuan agreed to Feng Shi's request. Not long after, the two parked their electric scooter in front of a cafeteria at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Lu Yuan ordered 2 servings of green pepper beef and egg fried rice, along with a large bowl of warm and delicious black chicken soup. Training in the Superpower Hall is extremely physically demanding, so you naturally need to eat more. But then, Feng Shi's appetite. For servings of green pepper and beef fried rice, 2 large bowls of tender and fall-off-the-bone corn and pork rib soup, and even 2 large flatbreads. Lu Yuan knew very well that Feng Shi's tone and personality told him he was a northerner from the Great Xia Kingdom. Flatbread is a must. Many. Quite a lot. However, Feng Shi doesn't look fat at all. He's more like a strong, muscular man, which shows that he does indeed work out hard. Otherwise, I don't know how fat she would have become by now. Oh right, Brother Lu Yuan. I forgot to tell you last time, one of our specially recruited freshmen has awakened an S-level fire-type ability. You'd better watch out in the upcoming ability competition. Feng Shi, who had just taken a big gulp of corn and pork rib soup, offered a friendly reminder. Yes, I will. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of vigilance. Ice-based abilities, while rare and difficult to achieve during awakening rituals. However, it is countered by fire-type abilities, one of the most common types of superpowers that appear during the awakening ceremony. Moreover, this level of restraint is not like the usual restraint of ice-type against grass-type. It is a very strong restraint. In the same level of superpower, at the same cultivation level, or even with a difference of 1 or 2 minor cultivation levels, ice will be melted by fire. The water produced by melting ice no longer contains any elemental energy. It is just ordinary water and poses no threat whatsoever to flames of hundreds or thousands of degrees. Even if you have a high level of superpower, you must never let your guard down. The next day, early in the morning, filled with excitement about his upcoming visit to Professor Qin, Lu Yuan got up very early. It's so early now, so of course he can't go directly to Instructor Qin's residence. So he left the dormitory and decided to run a small loop around the dormitory area. Morning runs are very helpful in improving physical fitness. Since arriving at Shenzhen Superpower University, Lu Yuan has insisted on going for a morning run every day, except when he is in the other world. Sometimes, I would even run into Xia Qingyin from the dorm across the hall, who was also jogging in the morning. After his morning run, fine beads of sweat appeared on Lu Yuan's forehead. At the same time, his appetite increased significantly. After having a hearty meal at the nearest cafeteria, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter, bought some fruit, and then headed towards Qin Tianlong's residence, which he remembered. More than 20 minutes passed quietly. Qin Tianlong's residence. This is the same as Lu Yuan's dormitory, also a 2-story villa. After parking, Lu Yuan walked towards Qin Tianlong's residence. As he approached, Lu Yuan noticed that at the entrance to the residence, there was an older man who looked like he was waiting for someone. Needless to say, This must be the butler that senior who mentioned. There was also a burly middle-aged man, as upright as a pine tree, with piercing eyes. He was clearly the bodyguard. Although, with Instructor Jian's strength as a 7th-tier Ice-type master, this middle-aged man is certainly inferior to him. Rather than calling them bodyguards, they'd be better described as alarm officers, simply serving as an alarm system. Lu Yuan quickly tidied his hair and clothes to make sure he looked like a composed and not frivolous student, then walked over to meet their gazes. Seeing this, the butler vaguely guessed Lu Yuan's identity and also went over. "You must be Lu Yuan, right?" I asked the butler. "Yes, I am Lu Yuan." Hearing the butler's question, Lu Yuan nodded. "Professor Jian is already waiting for you inside. Come with me." The butler waved, signaling Lu Yuan to follow, until the two arrived at the door of Professor Jian's residence. The butler then pushed open the door and gestured for Lu Yuan to go in. At a time like this, it's impossible not to be nervous. Lu Yuan's throat moved slightly to calm his nerves, and then he went inside. Chapter 33 Qin Tianlong. Directly accepted as a disciple. Entering Qin Tianlong's residence. Lu Yuan could easily spot a figure on the sofa. He was a middle-aged man wearing a long gown. He was just now picking up his ceramic teacup and taking a small sip of tea. The aura that was unconsciously emanating made Lu Yuan's breath catch, and his heart beat slightly faster. After using his special abilities to control it, things improved considerably. "Lu Yuan, you've arrived." Hearing the commotion beside him, Qin Tianlong turned his gaze over. As expected of a 7th-level Grandmaster, the pressure his gaze exerted on Lu Yuan was self-evident. "Hello, Professor Jian. I am Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his expression neither humble nor arrogant. "Please have a seat." Qin Tianlong pointed to the sofa opposite him. Seeing this, Lu Yuan slowly walked to the sofa and then sat down. "Lu Yuan, you're pretty good. Our school hasn't had any specially recruited freshmen with ice-related skills for 5 years." Qin Tianlong smiled slightly. Just lucky, just lucky." Lu Yuan scratched his head and smiled as well. "Let's get straight to the point." Qin Tianlong's smile faded, and he said, "Lu Yuan, at our school, professors usually select students after the freshman competition. However, you should know that professors can also select students in advance, right?" Lu Yuan said, "I know." Since Professor Jian said those words, it was practically a done deal that I would become his student. "Let me guess, you came to see me for more than just wanting to become my student, right?" Qin Tianlong picked up the ceramic teacup again, took a sip of tea, and revealed a mysterious smile. "That's right, Professor Jian. I not only want to be your student, I also want to be your disciple." Lu Yuan stopped trying to hide anything and spoke very honestly. Qin Tianlong was equally candid, saying, "Becoming my disciple is simple. Just get into the top 3 in the freshman competition. I don't need you to get first place, just the top 3. That shouldn't be too much of a requirement, right?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly and said, "This student understands." Qin Tianlong laughed and said, "You're pretty savvy, kid. Here's a skill book for you. Take it." Qin Tianlong took a skill book from the cabinet next to him and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, holding the skill book, took a closer look. Ice-breaking technique. This is the skill book for the skill Ice-breaking technique, a B-rank skill. This is a gift for you. Please take it. While Lu Yuan was still looking at the cover of the skill book, Qin Tianlong explained, "Ice-breaking technique is a prerequisite skill for my self-created skill, Ice Explosion Technique. Once you officially become my disciple, I will give you the skill book for Ice Explosion Technique as well." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and his heart began to race. It's important to know that Ice Blast is an S-rank skill, and its skill book can easily cost tens of millions of dollars outside of the market. It's the kind of skill that's highly sought after, but rarely available. Moreover, this is an exclusive skill created by Instructor Jian himself, and its power is much stronger than that of ordinary S-level skills. I must be among the top 3 in the freshman competition and become Mentor Jian's disciple. Lu Yuan made up his mind in his heart. Suddenly, a crucial question occurred to him, and he blurted out, "What should we Ice-type ability users do if we encounter Fire-type ability users?" Fangshi once said that among this year's specially recruited freshmen, there was one who awakened an S-level Fire-type ability, and his self-control ability was particularly evident. It would be terrible if I accidentally ran into him during the freshman competition and got eliminated early. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Yuan naturally wanted to ask the authoritative Instructor Jian for advice. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, Qin Tianlong pondered for a moment and then said with a serious expression, "Ice-type is at a natural disadvantage against Fire-type. Unless your strength is far superior to the opponent's, You should never engage in a head-on confrontation. The first solution is to raise a water-type companion beast. Fire-type naturally counters Ice-type, but Water-type naturally counters Fire-type. At this point, Qin Tianlong looked at Lu Yuan. Do you have a Water-type companion beast? Without. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Forget about Water-type companion beasts. I don't even have one right now. The second solution is to strike unexpectedly and catch them off guard. When they are not paying attention, strike them very quickly so that they cannot react. However, at your current stage, there is a third solution. Qin Tianlong paused for a moment, then continued. The data shows that you and I both use spears as weapons, right? As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. You can use a spear to suddenly unleash your inner energy, knocking the opponent's weapon away, and then take advantage of their momentary lapse in concentration to deliver a fatal blow. Lu Yuan understood. It seemed he still needed to hone his marksmanship. After answering, Qin Tianlong asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Lu Yuan replied, "No, for now. By the way, you can go to the library later and pick out a body tempering technique that suits you. If you want my recommendation, it would be Mysterious Nether Eye Soul Body, because I also learned this body tempering technique. If you have any questions, I can give you some pointers." Qin Tianlong added another instruction. Lu Yuan nodded, keeping those words in mind. He decided to head to the library immediately after leaving Qin Tianlong's residence. Please add my contact information first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Qin Tianlong took out his phone. After adding each other's contact information, Lu Yuan had nothing else to do. After saying goodbye, he was about to leave. When did you awaken your superpower? Finally, Qin Tianlong asked a question casually. Lu Yuan casually replied, about 10 days ago. At this moment, Qin Tianlong was somewhat stunned. He widened his eyes and said, "Are you sure it really was 10 days ago?" After careful consideration, Lu Yuan gave a definite answer again. "Oh dear, there's no need to wait until the freshman competition is over. I'll take you as my disciple right now. Would you be willing?" Qin Tianlong burst into laughter. Qin Tianlong's words completely baffled Lu Yuan. He had just said he wanted the top 3 in the freshman competition, and now he was just going to accept them? However, Lu Yuan would certainly not refuse such a good thing. Lu Yuan performed a formal apprenticeship ceremony and said, "Disciple Lu Yuan greets Master." Chapter 34. Obtain the Ice Blast spell. Head to the library. Very good, very good. Qin Tianlong said very good twice in a row, which was enough to show his joy. Why did Qin Tianlong directly accept Lu Yuan as his disciple, even at the cost of giving up the requirement of being in the top 3 of the freshman competition? This is because Qin Tianlong, through his extremely high spiritual attributes, was able to sense that Lu Yuan's current realm was at the mid-level of the first rank. Moreover, this mid-level realm is completely genuine, without any signs of being superficial. This shows that it is achieved through one's own understanding and enlightenment, which is incomparable to taking drugs. But what did he just hear? 10 days ago. In other words, Lu Yuan awakened his superpower during the awakening ceremony. To be able to successfully break through to the mid-level of the first tier in such a short time. This shows that Lu Yuan's comprehension is absolutely terrifying. Since he is such a student with terrifying comprehension, why not take him on? What am I waiting for? Isn't this just wasting a fine piece of raw jade? Waste is shameful. Qin Tianlong didn't consider himself that kind of person. In conclusion, Qin Tianlong decided to make an exception and accept Lu Yuan as his disciple. As agreed, you've become my disciple, and I'll teach you the Ice Explosion spell directly. After saying this, Qin Tianlong went into a room and took out a thick skill book that looked like a modern Chinese dictionary. Ice Blast, it's yours. Qin Tianlong handed the skill book over to Lu Yuan. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This is an S-rank skill book, it's incredibly valuable, and you just gave it away like that. However, this skill book is quite thick, almost as big as a modern Chinese dictionary, and it feels rather heavy in my hand. I was thinking that it would be easier to learn Ice Blast after you learned the prerequisite skill, Ice Break, and had a certain foundation. However, since your comprehension is so terrifying, it would be much easier to skip the previous steps and directly learn Ice Explosion. Qin Tianlong said, his expression showing complete satisfaction with Lu Yuan. After all, Lu Yuan is not only a rare Ice-type special recruit who hasn't been seen in 5 years, but also has extraordinary comprehension, which is terrifying. How could Qin Tianlong, the dean of the Ice Academy at Shenzhen Superpower University, possibly be dissatisfied? Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Lu Yuan didn't forget to say this. Qin Tianlong was very pleased with these words. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Therefore, Qin Tianlong made a decision on the spot. He decided to personally take Lu Yuan to the library to borrow the body tempering technique, Mysterious Netherworld Ice Soul Body, so that Lu Yuan could study it at any time. There's a big difference between letting Lu Yuan go to the library on his own and having him personally lead him there. The library at Shenzhen Superpower University stipulates that skill books, body tempering techniques, and the like can only be borrowed from the library, and the time limit is strictly restricted. There was no other way. The number of students at Shenzhen Superpower University was large, and the school's resources were limited, so they had no choice but to resort to this measure. However, it can only be kept in the library and cannot be taken away, plus there are strict time restrictions. This means that the learning efficiency will naturally not be very fast. But there's always a way out. There's always a chance for things to turn around. With his title as the Dean of the Ice Element Academy as collateral, it would be quite simple to borrow a copy of Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body directly. Therefore, the environment at Shenzhen University of Superpowers is not fair. Moreover, this is true for the entire world of superpowers. Resources tend to gravitate towards the strong. Xiaoyu, Qin Tianlong, and Lu Yuan had just left Qin Tianlong's residence. Qin Tianlong let out a low shout and took out a containment sphere from his spatial ring. A flash of light appeared, and a huge ice-blue eagle appeared before him. This eagle has sharp talons and piercing eyes, as if it could immediately seize any target it has locked onto. Xiaoyu is my companion beast. Let's go up first. The library is quite far from here. With Xiaoyu's help we can save a lot of time. Qin Tianlong offered an explanation. The two sat on the ice-blue eagle, one in front of the other. Are you all ready? I'm about to take off. After receiving affirmative answers from both of them, the ice-blue eagle took off. The eagle's back is very large, allowing the two people to sit comfortably. It flapped its wings slightly and soared in the sky hundreds of meters above the ground. This allowed Lu Yuan to see a completely new world he had never seen before. He opened his eyes wide, looking around with curiosity. The once towering buildings now appeared much smaller in my eyes. Moreover, the eagle used a mental barrier to block most of the airflow during flight. Despite the high speed of flight, Lu Yuan felt only a gentle breeze on his face. It feels so refreshing. Since you say that you can rely on water-type companion beasts to fight against fire-type ability users, why is your companion beast still ice-type? Doesn't that make you doubly vulnerable to fire? Lu Yuan asked a question. Qin Tianlong explained, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Your companion beast of the same element can slightly accelerate the growth of both of you under the influence of the contract relationship and also increase the power it brings to that element. At an altitude of several hundred meters, it is still possible to receive a signal. After asking the question, Lu Yuan casually sent Hu Dahai a piece of good news. Great news. I've become Teacher Qin's disciple. About a minute later, Hu Dahai saw the message and quickly congratulated him. Congratulations, Junior Brother Lu. To gain Professor Qin's approval and become his disciple in such a short time, it seems that Junior Brother Lu is on the verge of taking off. On the other side, Hu Dahai, sitting in front of the screen, silently sighed. He could already foresee Lu Yuan's bright future. A short while later, the eagle landed, and the two arrived in front of the school library. The library was built extremely luxuriously, comparable to any teaching building. The crowds coming and going were bustling, some chatting and laughing, others bowing their heads in silence. Quite a few students made time to study here. This made Lu Yuan exclaim in amazement. Let's go. I'll take you inside directly. Okay, Teacher Qin. The two entered the library. Welcome to the library. Please show your student ID. The staff member greeted him warmly, then put on an even more enthusiastic smile and said, Isn't this Dean Qin? May I ask what brings you here? May I borrow a body tempering technique called Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body for my disciple? Qin Tianlong asked with a smile. Of course. You and your disciple wait here for a moment, and I'll have someone fetch it for you right away. The staff members' faces were beaming with smiles. Chapter 35, Xinming Ice Soul Body. Look, isn't that Dean Qin, the Dean of the Ice Department Academy? What's he doing in the library? Wait, there's another student next to Dean Qin. I've heard that one of this year's specially recruited freshmen is an ice-type student. Could he be Dean Qin's new disciple? It's only been a few days, isn't it a bit too hasty? Inside the library, in the free speech area on the first floor, some students noticed this scene and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. About 10 minutes later, another staff member hurriedly ran towards the library reception desk, carrying an equally thick book. Dean Qin, here is the body tempering technique you requested. mysterious nether ice soul body. The staff member took it and handed it to Qin Tianlong. Wow, it's an S-rank body tempering technique. I'm so envious that he can take it out to read. Is this the treatment for the dean's disciples? Don't look at me like that. I'm not jealous. I'm just a little envious. Seeing this, the students began to whisper among themselves again. They all cast envious glances at Lu Yuan standing next to Qin Tianlong. To become Dean Qin's disciple right after enrolling, his future prospects are simply limitless. Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan ignored the whispers of the other students. After obtaining the body tempering technique, mysterious nether ice soul body, the two turned around and left the library. Qin Tianlong said, "Come to my place first, and I'll teach you some of the essentials of the Xiaming ice soul body." Lu Yuan nodded, and then he and Qin Tianlong sat on Xiaoyu's back. "Please be seated. I'm about to take off." The two people and the beast flew back to Qin Tianlong's residence from the library. Qin Tianlong's residence. Inside the training room, Qin Tianlong explained in detail, body tempering techniques consist of 4 types: tempering bones, tempering organs, tempering meridians, and tempering flesh and blood. From front to back, they are bones, organs, meridians, and flesh and blood, ranging from level 1 to level 4. At level B and below, there are only 4 levels of body tempering. Grade A and Grade S body tempering techniques can be used for secondary tempering, that is, to temper the bones, organs, meridians, and flesh again in sequence, to the 5th to 8th level. These tempering areas are all basic parts. Therefore, different body tempering techniques are related to each other, and switching to a body tempering technique of the same type does not require too much cost. However, if you are able to access SS level or higher body tempering techniques in the future, then you will need to further develop your understanding of the same type S-level body tempering techniques and master the 9th level or higher. It should be noted that SS level and above body tempering techniques cannot be transferred to another technique. If you want to transfer, you have to start all over again from the previous S-level body tempering technique. Qin Tianlong explained the body tempering technique. Qin Tianlong's explanation was very detailed, and Lu Yuan naturally memorized it all. Seeing that Lu Yuan's eyes didn't show much confusion, Qin Tianlong nodded in satisfaction and continued, "All right, now I'll guide you through the basics. Open the mysterious nether ice soul body, and I'll teach you how to temper your bones." Lu Yuan did as instructed. The human body has a total of 206 bones, including 29 skull bones, 51 trunk bones, and 126 limb bones. Of these 126 limb bones, there are 64 upper limb bones and 62 lower limb bones. By tempering all 206 bones of this human body according to the method in the mysterious nether ice soul body, and guided by one's own ice-type supernatural power, one can officially reach the first level of the mysterious nether ice soul body. Qin Tianlong provided further explanation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, and his gaze sharpened. It actually takes tempering all 206 bones in the human body to reach the first level of the profound nether ice soul body. How long will it take to master this? It seems like the road ahead is truly long and arduous. However, after asking the system a question he hadn't asked in a long time and receiving an answer, Lu Yuan's mind calmed down again. That means that body tempering technique can also be improved through evolution points. In that case, the problem isn't too big. Let's start tempering your bones now. It will definitely hurt a bit the first time, so you'll have to bear with it. Qin Tianlong announced. Disciple understands. Lu Yuan indicated that he understood and was already mentally prepared. The teaching process has officially begun. Just as Qin Tianlong had said, the initial body tempering technique, which involved tempering bones, was indeed excruciatingly painful. Intentionally guiding the body's internal energy to constantly impact one's bones. Those who know. This made Lu Yuan feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. But if you grit your teeth and persevere, you'll get used to it. After getting used to it, the pain was nothing to Lu Yuan, and he even strangely enjoyed the feeling. Unfortunately, Qin Tianlong said that bone tempering cannot be rushed, otherwise it will be extremely difficult to even get out of bed the next day. Moreover, if one rushes things, it may leave behind some hidden ailments that could hinder future cultivation. After Qin Tianlong finished teaching for a morning, Lu Yuan already understood how to guide the Yuan energy within his body to temper his bones. Therefore, Lu Yuan bid farewell to Qin Tianlong at noon. After having lunch to replenish his energy, Lu Yuan hurriedly went to the Ice-type ability hall to practice his marksmanship, temper his bones, and absorb elemental energy through potions for cultivation. In one day, Lu Yuan had tempered 11 bones entirely through his own efforts. This progress, which will take more than 2 weeks, is still too slow. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. If others knew Lu Yuan's thoughts, they would probably be shocked. 2 weeks is far too slow. As expected, I still have to go into the underground world. That's where I can improve my strength the fastest. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. Speaking of which, the bloodlust within me has almost completely dissipated, and it's time for me to re-enter the underground world. With this in mind, Lu Yuan took the initiative to send Zhou a message. Sister Zhou, when is our team's next trip into the underground world? A few minutes later, Zhou replied. Our team usually enters the underground world twice a month, and each operation lasts about a week. We just got back yesterday, so we'll have to wait a few more days before we can enter the underground world again. Clear, Lu Yuan replied. In a few days, the bloodthirsty energy within me will surely disappear completely, meaning I'll have no worries whatsoever. Perfect timing. I'll take advantage of these few days to see if I can master the basics of Ice Blast. Earlier, Lu Yuan had learned through the system that he only needed to reach the beginner level in his skills, which meant he only needed to understand a little bit of the material. You can then use evolution points to upgrade your skills to basic proficiency. In that case, I can directly cast the Ice Explosion spell. Chapter 36 Assembly. Re-entering the underground world. The imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Lu Yuan had originally planned to use this time to reach a basic level in Ice Explosion technique. As a result, after watching for several days, Lu Yuan only understood a tiny bit of the basics. Since Ice Blast is not displayed on the panel, evolution points cannot be used. Time flies, and a few days passed quickly. After several days of diligent practice, Lu Yuan's attributes have improved to a certain extent. As he prepared to enter the underground world once again, Lu Yuan was still filled with excitement. After all, the underground world is full of evolution points. How could this not be captivating? With a thought, the panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 0. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 174 Hz. Chi and blood, 301 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, level 0. Your blood and energy levels have exceeded 300 calories, which is a cause for celebration. It's worth mentioning that a new body tempering technique has appeared on the panel, but it's only at level 0. Furthermore, Qin Tianlong later gave Lu Yuan a book titled The Complete Guide to Basic Fighting Techniques. He said that people with superpowers cannot rely solely on weapons to fight. Learning martial arts is equally essential. At everyone, assemble at the Jiangzhan City Superpower Base at 12 noon tomorrow. Zhou added Lu Yuan to the Teams group chat in QQ. That evening, Zhou sent the following message in the Teams group chat. Huang Hao, received. Huang Hao was the first to send a message saying, received, followed by others. After setting his alarm, it was only 9 p.m. when Lu Yuan fell into a deep sleep. Upon returning to the underground world, Lu Yuan naturally needed to make ample preparations and conserve his energy. After a night, Lu Yuan got up early. Brush your teeth and wash your face. Put on your battle gear, sling your weapon over your shoulder, and head out, all in one smooth motion. After leaving the house, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Xia Qingyin from the opposite dormitory since she asked him that question. However, Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously. This is ultimately their personal matter. Why should I meddle in it? I rode a shared electric bike outside the dormitory to the school gate, and then took the subway near the school. A few hours later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Jiangzhan City Superpower Base again. Lu Yuan, over here, over here. As soon as Lu Yuan entered the room, Zhou spotted him, called out to him, and waved for him to come over. Hearing the shouts, Lu Yuan nodded slightly, and then walked over. At this moment, Zhou was waiting for someone at the entrance of the Jiangkan City Superpower Base. Huang Hao looked down, chatting with someone via text. He had a smile on his face, but I had no idea what he was talking about. Wang Hu, standing to the side, remained silent, simply wiping his double-edged axe. The cold light reflected from the double-edged axe indicates its sharpness. Lu Yuan, how was your first time entering the underground world? As soon as Lu Yuan arrived, Huang Hao put down his phone and started a conversation. Not bad, I guess. Lu Yuan remained calm and spoke the truth. After all, it provided him with several hundred evolution points and tens of thousands of blue star coins, which is not bad at all. It has to be you. I wasn't as calm as you before. Huang Hao smiled and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. By the way, when are we going to enter the underground world? Immediately, Lu Yuan asked the question. Su Lu is using her points to exchange for necessary medicines over there. She should be back in a few minutes. Zhou Wan replied. A few minutes later, just as Zhou Wan had predicted, Su Lu returned with several bottles of medicine. Then, Zhou Wan turned around and announced to everyone. The entire Firefox team is present. Now we're heading to the underworld. So, following Zhou Wan's lead, after the inspection, they passed through the underground world passage and arrived in the familiar Jiangzhan city. Lu Yuan glanced around briefly. The guards stationed on the city wall, the vendors shouting their wares. And there's the moon-gazing tower. Well, it seems that nothing has changed in Jiangzhan city. Zhou Wan took out the map, and the members of the Firefox team all gathered around. Are we going to hunt black-spotted deer again this time? Zhou Wan asked a question. I agree. Yes. Either is fine. I have no objection. The other members of the Firefox team answered. Lu Yuan also had no objections. Although his true strength was definitely comparable to that of a second-tier lower level or even second-tier middle-level ferocious beast, ferocious beasts are creatures that can be solitary or live in groups. After all, one can't fight against many opponents. If you accidentally run into a pack of ferocious beasts, you'll be left with no one to turn to. Therefore, Lu Yuan's plan this time is to first hunt down first-tier ferocious beasts to increase his strength. To be on the safe side, we'll wait until our strength has improved a bit before hunting second-tier ferocious beasts. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhou Wan announced. All right, let's set off immediately. After passing through the checkpoint before leaving the city, the group maintained the same formation as before and left Jiangzhan city. This chapter is short because I wrote a plot point that had a problematic element, which I have now deleted. Chapter 37 Black Deer Settlement. Following the directions indicated on the map, the group headed towards the habitat of the black deer. On the way, they encountered several first-tier low-level ferocious beasts, most of which were killed by Lu Yuan first. Even if a ferocious beast is close to other people, Lu Yuan will say, "Wait, I'll kill it." Then he will take out his spear and pierce the beast's body with one thrust. Although they didn't understand why Lu Yuan always liked to steal the heads of ferocious beasts. But since Lu Yuan is so proactive, it's not a bad thing, so we might as well let him be. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the jumping pig, and gained 10 evolution points. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the little bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points plus 10. While the Firefox team was on their way, Lu Yuan's evolution points were also slowly increasing. In the underground world, time is perfectly standardized. That is, sunrise at 6 a.m. and sunset at 6 p.m. It's already dark. The members of the Firefox team stopped in their tracks and set up several tents on the spot. Splash. This is by a stream, and the sound of the flowing water is like a beautiful melody. In the stream, several unidentified fish were leaping and frolicking. Upon closer inspection, these fish were quite large and plump. It'll definitely taste like there's a lot of meat in it. We can have grilled fish tonight. Seeing this, the members of the Firefox team all went into the water to catch fish. At night, they lit a campfire using dry branches that had fallen naturally nearby. Next, they skewered the fish with thin twigs and roasted them over the campfire. Finally, sprinkle some cumin on top, and it smells amazing. After dinner, the long night begins. When it was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch, he still did not slack off in his training. Gunmanship practice, bone tempering, learning, ice explosion. The next morning, the Firefox team resumed their journey. About an hour later, the group arrived at the habitat of the black deer marked on the map. Spread out and search, but don't stay more than 500 meters apart, Zhou Wan said with a serious expression. Lu Yuan understood that this was to ensure the safety of every teammate while maintaining high efficiency. Scatter. Not long after, Lu Yuan noticed a rustling sound coming from the bushes ahead. The next second, a ferocious deer-like beast sprang out of the bushes. It was entirely black and had an ugly appearance. That's right. This is the black deer we're targeting this time. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, and also seeing the other humans not far away, instead of getting angry and provoking it, the black deer took off running. Don't run. Lu Yuan let out a low shout and thrust his spear forward with a fierce thrust. Unfortunately, the black deer's movements were completely unpredictable, and the spear missed its mark, instead embedding itself in a nearby tree. Rumble. The ice elemental energy attached to the tip of the spear immediately emanated, piercing right through the tree. Then, with a loud crash, the tree fell to the ground. A thin layer of frost has formed in its original spot. The birds that had been perched in the trees scattered and fled. Lu Yuan, what happened? The loud noise also drew the attention of the rest of the Firefox team. After Lu Yuan gave a brief explanation, Everyone chased after the black deer in the direction it had fled. Following the trail of the escaped black deer, the group arrived at a small black deer settlement. There are about 10 black deer in the settlement. The largest of these is naturally the leader of the dozen or so black deer. The black deer leader roared and unleashed its full power as a lower-level second-tier deer. Zhou gaze sharpened, and she summoned her companion beast, Hua, as well. Sulu quickly applied her buffs to the other members of the Firefox team. It's worth noting that the Firefox team took a full year to form. But black deer leaders are not common. This is the second time that the Firefox team has encountered a Tier 2 lower-rank black deer leader. The first encounter was 6 months ago, when Zhou, the team captain, was defeated and seriously injured. Fortunately, I escaped, but I was still bedridden for a week. Now, not only has he gained a companion beast named Hua, but he has also gained a powerful new member. He might just be able to have a run-in with this black deer leader. Let's go. Zhou had just uttered those words when Lu Yuan, surrounded by 3 icicles, stepped forward, simultaneously raising his spear to prepare for battle. Upon approaching the black deer leader, his muscles bulged and his arms suddenly exerted force. Whoosh! A tremendous tearing sound rang out. The spear in Lu Yuan's hand actually pierced through the thick skin of the black flower deer leader, who was at least at the second-tier lower level. Then Lu Yuan pulled out his spear again, and a thin layer of frost appeared where the black deer leader had been stabbed. In contrast, the black deer leader, its expression was pained, and its 4 legs suddenly went numb, causing it to collapse to the ground. Lu Yuan showed no mercy and, after several shots, took the life of the black deer leader. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, and gained 120 evolution points. Lu Yuan was very pleased to hear the system's announcement. I never expected that this black deer leader would be so valuable. Seeing the newly joined team member Lu Yuan, with just a few shots, they took care of the blackened deer leader they feared. This is terrifying. Is this what an S-class superpower is? The rest of the Firefox team were stunned and gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Even Wang Hu, who is usually quiet, cast an admiring glance at Lu Yuan. Chapter 38 Advanced Marksmanship. 3 shots in 1 second. After the black deer leader was killed, the remaining black deer were naturally routed and quickly dealt with by the rest of the Firefox team. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. These black deer naturally brought Lu Yuan a considerable amount of evolution points. It's too hard. How can it be so hard? I can't even cut it. Huang Hao frowned as he frantically cut at the antlers on the head of the black deer leader with his dagger. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, the antlers weren't cut off, but the dagger was damaged first. Then Wang, who stepped forward, switched to a dagger made of a harder material, and then, after finding the right spot, completely cut off the antlers from the head of the black deer leader. What I'm holding in my hands isn't antlers, it's tens of thousands of blue star coins. Huang Hao held the deer antlers in his palm, his eyes shining brightly. Then, following the method taught to him by Wang Hu, Lu Yuan extracted a brown crystal core of moderate size from the body of the black deer leader. The remaining spoils from the dead black deer were also completely taken by Zhou Wan and Su Lu. Just as everyone was about to take a break, Zhou Wan suddenly asked, Lu Yuan, how did you suddenly become so strong? Zhou Wan clearly remembered that during the last operation of the Firefox team, Lu Yuan could only barely fight against a first-tier low-level ferocious beast. But now, they are able to strike first and kill the second-tier lower-level black deer leader in just a few rounds. It's only been about 10 days since Lu Yuan last left the other world. How could his strength have increased so much? Upon hearing this, the other members of the Firefox team also turned their interested gazes towards him. I was so focused on admiring Lu Yuan's sharp marksmanship just now, but now that I think about it, it really is true. Actually, I have already managed to break through to the middle level of the first tier by luck. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, then released some of his aura. It is quite obvious that Lu Yuan's current realm is at the middle stage of the first rank. Mid-tier first order. So fast. They clearly remembered that when Lu Yuan first joined the team, he introduced himself as an Awaken one and asked everyone to be understanding. How did you suddenly become a mid-level Tier 1 ability user? This caused everyone's pupils to widen, even Wang Hu, who was usually silent. Lu Yuan, you wouldn't be? Suddenly, Zhou Wan subconsciously thought of something and cast a worried look at Lu Yuan. Sister Zhou, don't worry, I definitely didn't take any random drugs. Lu Yuan immediately understood, waved his hand, and said, "It's understandable that Zhou would have this thought, given that her breakthrough speed is indeed unbelievable. But so what? The system awakened on its own, and this terrifying speed of breakthrough is also what it deserves." Hearing Lu Yuan's answer, Zhou was relieved. She was afraid that Lu Yuan would choose to jeopardize his future for the sake of temporary progress. But now that I've calmed down and thought about it carefully, how could Lu Yuan, such a composed person, possibly do something so inappropriate? Oh dear, Sister Zhou, how can you say that? Can't you see that Lu Yuan is a genius that comes along only once in a century? Huang Hao smiled. Brother Hao, please stop making fun of me. Lu Yuan also said with a smile. This little interlude came to an end. After a short rest and replenishing their energy and fluids, the members of the Firefox team have once again begun searching for and hunting ferocious beasts. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was the evening of the second day. Lu Yuan glanced at his evolution points. He had gained a total of 560 points in the past day and a half. On the panel, the only skill that can be enhanced is the D-level Ice Shard Ring. Lu Yuan did not enhance it, but instead planned to save the evolution points. A long night has passed, and it is now the third day since Lu Yuan entered the underground world for the second time. Unlike the inexplicable irritability I felt on the third day at noon, even into the evening, Lu Yuan did not experience any of the usual discomfort symptoms, and his mood remained cheerful. This surprised and delighted Lu Yuan. After all, being able to stay in the underground world a little longer means acquiring more evolution points. When it was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch, he naturally took advantage of this break to start practicing his marksmanship. Thrust, prick, pick, deflect, sweep, brace, gather, grasp. Half an hour later. Phew. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air. Behind him, there wasn't a drop of sweat, but rather a constant stream of cold air. During his break, Lu Yuan opened his own panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 870. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 174 Hz. Chi and blood, 302 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, level 0. The evolution points have reached 870, and it is expected to break the 1,000 point mark tomorrow. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yuan nodded slightly in satisfaction. He was just about to put away the panel and prepare to learn Ice Explosion. Surprisingly, after the marksmanship, a long absent appeared. Lu Yuan recalled that the last time an up arrow appeared after a marksman's technique was when he had just obtained the system and awakened his superpowers. Marksmanship is extremely important to Lu Yuan right now. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan immediately pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 860. Gun technique, intermediate, gun technique, advanced. In an instant, a massive amount of memories flooded into Lu Yuan's mind, as if he were truly practicing his marksmanship day and night. The addition of these memories was as smooth as silk, and not only did it not make Lu Yuan feel uncomfortable in the slightest, but it also made him feel that his brain was much fuller. After absorbing all the memories, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "So this is advanced proficiency in marksmanship." He had mastered a level of marksmanship that many ordinary superhumans could never achieve in their entire lives, yet he had grasped it with ease. Let me test the power of advanced level marksmanship. Lu Yuan picked up the spear beside him and assumed a stance. Phew, phew, phew. The next second, with a whistling sound, Lu Yuan actually managed to deliver 3 steady and powerful shots in a single second. It was as if there were no obstacles at all, without any hesitation or delay. If it were still dealing with that Black Deer leader from today, it's safe to say that it wouldn't last a second against Lu Yuan. Truly impressive marksmanship at an advanced level. Lu Yuan sheathed his spear, a smile playing on his lips. After the initial joy, Lu Yuan continued to immerse himself in learning the Ice Explosion technique. Chapter 39 Beginner Level, Ice Blast Technique. To Lu Yuan's even greater surprise, during this period, he actually managed to understand the skill book, Ice Blast, to a degree that reached 10%. That is, such an item appeared on his panel. Ice Blast S, Beginner. It's a bit of a pity, though, because just now, Lu Yuan had used the evolution points he had accumulated to break through to the advanced proficiency level of his marksmanship. There are only 10 evolution points left, which is not enough to advance Ice Blast to the beginner level. Lu Yuan had already consulted the system beforehand. The evolution points required to progress a skill from beginner to intermediate proficiency are very low. S-rank skill, Ice Explosion. Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, his face showing anticipation. One morning, Lu Yuan and the members of the Firefox team then began searching for traces of the nearby ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan seemed unusually proactive today compared to the past. Not long after, Lu Yuan then found several small bamboo leaf snakes curled up under the withered leaves. The moment Lu Yuan lifted the withered leaves, several small bamboo leaf snakes bared their fangs, trying to scare him away. What's wrong with me? I actually find their fangs kind of cute. Lu Yuan thought to himself. But the next moment, they discovered that the humans in front of them showed no fear whatsoever, but rather a look of joy on their faces. They were just about to escape. Lu Yuan brandished his spear, and a tiny glint of cold light gradually magnified in their green pupils. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, these small bamboo leaf snakes were instantly pierced through the body by the spear. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points plus 10. At the same time, the system's pleasant announcement rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Lu Yuan subconsciously opened the panel and found that there was still no, after the skill, Ice Explosion, which meant that he didn't have enough evolution points. Then, Lu Yuan began a new round of searching. But whether it was fate deliberately working against Lu Yuan or not, for the next half hour, Lu Yuan couldn't find even a trace of a ferocious beast. Lu Yuan, I have a low-tier first-level red-haired rat here. Just as Lu Yuan was using his spear to probe some nooks and crannies, Su Lu's melodious voice suddenly rang out. They're here. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and quickly walked over. He and the rest of the Firefox team agreed that if they discovered any trace of a ferocious beast, they should definitely call him over. The others naturally agreed. After walking over, Lu Yuan took a closer look. What came into view was a red-haired rat with dark red fur all over its body. The red-haired rat's face showed a fierce expression. The next second, it pounced straight on Su Lu, who clearly looked more delicate than the other two. Court death. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and thrust his spear forward. Whoosh. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground, turning the once lush green grass red. In contrast, the red-haired rat was already dead beyond any doubt. Facing such low-level ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan could not only easily kill them with a single spear thrust, but he didn't even need to use his special abilities. He was killed entirely by using the force of the spear. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the red-haired rat. Evolution points plus 10. I've gained another 10 evolution points, feeling great. Today wasn't a lucky day, even though we were in a habitat with a high density of black deer. But now, the entire Firefox team has spent the whole morning without even seeing a single black deer. Could it be that all the black deer in the area have been killed or gone into hiding? Jian couldn't help but have some doubts. So she took out a folded map from her pocket, unfolded it, and called everyone in the Firefox team together. We probably won't find any more black-spotted deer here. Shall we go deeper into the area and take a look? Jian offered her suggestions. Judging from the map, the probability of encountering second-tier ferocious beasts increases in the deeper areas, like here, here, and here. We might even encounter mid-tier, second-tier ferocious beasts. If we rush in, we could be in great danger. Su Lu frowned and pointed to the open map with her slender white fingers. What do you think? Jian turned her head and asked the other members of the Firefox team. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that our Firefox team has Lu Yuan? He can kill a Tier 2 lower-level black deer leader with just a few shots. Even if we encounter a Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast later, we can just run away. Huang Hao said with a grin. Before I knew it, I had become the strongest player in the Firefox team. When he first joined the team, he was an Awaken one, not even a proper superhuman. Looking at things now, it's really a bit disorienting. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lu Yuan patted his firm chest, a confident smile appearing on his lips. Wang Hu, what about you? Jian asked the last person who hadn't yet given a response. I have no objection. Wang Hu also believes that, judging from Lu Yuan's previous performance, with Lu Yuan around, the chances of them encountering danger are not high. Alright, let's head to this area first, the habitat of the purple fong serpent. After making the decision, Jian, the captain of the Firefox team, announced, rest here for half an hour, then we'll set off. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Firefox team ventured into deeper, uncharted territory. Halfway there, a Tier 1 mid-level pippy pig happened to pass by. As expected, he was stabbed to death by Lu Yuan with a few shots. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Pippi Pig, and gained 24 evolution points. Lu Yuan habitually opened the panel again. Discover. After the skill Ice Explosion that I had been longing for actually appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 100. Ice Blast S. Beginner. Ice Blast S. Elementary. The instant the evolution point disappeared, some tips on using Ice Explosion automatically appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. If he were to look at the parts of the skill book that were originally difficult to understand again now, he would be able to understand them easily. Of course, the parts in the skill book can only help learners reach a basic level of proficiency. As for future proficiency, that requires learners to rely on their own comprehension as a foundation, coupled with diligent practice day and night, before they can eventually achieve enlightenment and elevate their skill proficiency to a higher level. Lu Yuan, are you listening? The sound coming from beside him forced Lu Yuan to come back to his senses. It turned out that Huang Hao was talking to him, but because he was absorbing the memories in his mind, he did not hear Huang Hao's voice. I'm listening, Brother Hao, what's wrong? Lu Yuan asked calmly. How about we have some roasted pork belly tonight? Let's see if it's even more delicious than the roasted pork belly sold outside. Huang Hao said with a smile. I think it's okay. Lu Yuan nodded. Chapter 42 Purple-Fanged Snakes. A tremendous noise. The purple-toothed snake's habitat is quite far from here. Therefore, it took a full 6 hours to reach this place, and even on the 4th night after Lu Yuan entered the underground world, he still failed to arrive. Fortunately, they had prepared sufficient supplies, so they had no worries about food or other necessities. Just as Huang Hao guessed, roasted pork belly did indeed taste better than roasted pork belly. It's important to know that Pippi pigs grow up in this primitive environment, while pigs outside eat high-tech feed and grow up in enclosures. The meat is naturally not as delicious as that of Pippi pig, so the difference in taste when roasted is immediately apparent. The wonderful atmosphere around the campfire quickly came to an end. As bedtime approached, Zhou asked Lu Yuan a question. Are you feeling any discomfort right now? Lu Yuan knew that Zhou was worried about him. It must be said that although Zhou is not old, only about 27 or 28 years old, she is quite thoughtful and considerate of others. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. If you experience any discomfort, don't suffer in silence. Be sure to speak up. After leaving those words, Zhou departed. When it was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch, since Lu Yuan's need for marksmanship and ice explosion technique has come to an end. Now, taking advantage of this break, Lu Yuan continued to temper his bones and took out the complete guide to basic fighting techniques that Qin Tianlong had given him earlier and began to practice. Just as Qin Tianlong said, even if he has no weapon or his weapon malfunctions, he can still continue fighting by engaging in close-quarters combat. When Lu Yuan began learning martial arts, a new item quietly appeared on his panel. Martial Arts, Beginner. As dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, the 4 members of the Firefox team got up early. Chicken leg, I want to eat it, it smells so good. Only Huang Hao was still sleeping in. Brother Hao, wake up. Lu Yuan walked to Huang Hao's tent, unzipped it, and then shouted something. After everyone washed up using the pre-prepared water, the entire Firefox team continues their journey. 2 more hours passed before we finally arrived at our destination. Everyone should stick together and move forward. As Zhou took out the map to confirm her location, she spoke with a serious expression. After all, the purple fang serpent is not like the black flower deer from before. It is a second-tier low-level ferocious beast. If one is not careful, one may lose one's life. In addition, this was their first time here. Therefore, we must be extremely careful. Look, I have a purple fanged snake here. Huang Hao stretched out his finger and pointed to a pile of stones on the ground. He had barely finished speaking when he trembled and hid behind Lu Yuan. Yesterday he was so carefree, today he is so afraid. Purple fang serpent, prepare to die. Lu Yuan stepped forward and used his spear to pry open the scattered stones. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was not a purple-fanged snake at all, but clearly the shed skin of a purple-fanged snake. Purple fang snake skin. This one snake skin is worth tens of thousands. Zhou looked delighted and carefully put away the skin that the purple-toothed snake had shed. Hiss hiss hiss. Suddenly, screams rang out all around. Everyone looked as if facing a formidable enemy, their faces serious. Zhou also summoned her companion beast, Hua. After all, one more beast means one more unit of strength. Only Lu Yuan remained calm, his expression as indifferent as still water. Just as they had predicted, 2 serpentine beasts emerged from the bushes. These two ferocious beasts were quite large, appearing to be nearly a meter long. What was most striking, of course, were their long, sharp, purple teeth. The purple stains on your teeth aren't just for decoration, they're packed with toxins. If the skin is broken by their long, sharp teeth, the toxins will seep through the teeth and invade the nerves of the target. Therefore, they are called purple-toothed snakes, or more accurately, long-toothed venomous snakes. The purple-fanged snake opened its mouth, revealing its complete set of teeth, which looked particularly eerie. At the same time, it spat out a snake apricot, its purple pupils staring intently at the members of the Firefox team. It's obvious they're treating everyone like prey. Good timing. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and mobilized the energy within his body. The tip of the spear was covered with a layer of ice elemental energy, and it was emitting wisps of cold air. The next moment, Lu Yuan fired 3 sharp and fierce shots in a second, instantly killing one of the purple-fanged snakes. The snake's tongue, which had been trembling slightly just moments before, now drooped to the ground, completely lifeless. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. Originally, the 2 purple-fanged snakes intended to attack the humans in front of them. But a second later, one of the purple-fanged snakes was surprised to find that its companion had been killed so easily. Something's not right. Something's extremely wrong. The surviving purple-fanged snake twisted its body, attempting to escape. The biggest problem now is that although it escapes very quickly, it is far slower than Lu Yuan's gun. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. Lu Yuan, you are too strong. Seeing that Lu Yuan had killed the 2 purple-toothed snakes so easily, the people behind him gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up, while harvesting the spoils from the Purple Fang Serpent. I've never had snake meat before. How about we have some roasted purple-fanged snake tonight? Huang Hao said with a grin. Brother Hao, if you want me to pay my respects to you on this day next year, you're welcome to try. Lu Yuan responded. It's a pity that the fangs of the purple-fanged snake can't be removed, resulting in a loss of tens of thousands. Faced with the purple fang snake's valuable fangs, Zhou shook her head and said with regret. She didn't bring any professional tools. However, the gloves are not tough enough. If you act rashly, and the gloves get punctured along with your skin while retrieving the fangs, you might accidentally get poisoned, which would be a huge loss. Sister Zhou, I have a solution. Lu Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, a light immediately shone in Zhou dim eyes. She asked in surprise, do you have any ideas? Lu Yuan bent down, stretched out his hand towards the purple fang snake's fangs, and released a large amount of icy air. The icy air instantly turned into a layer of ice upon contact with the venomous fangs, covering them. As the ice grew thicker, Lu Yuan used his bare hands to forcefully break off the fangs. Click! The fang was snapped in two like a cookie stick. Rumble! Just then, a loud noise came from afar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 41, The One-Horned Rhinoceros. Torn to pieces. Rumble! Everyone's eyes were involuntarily drawn towards the source of the sound. Was that an earthquake? Earthquakes can happen in the underground world. Huang Hao muttered, his face full of confusion. No, it's a ferocious beast. A huge ferocious beast is walking towards us. Zhou couldn't help but frown. A few seconds later, a huge figure silently emerged from the depths of the forest. This is a rhinoceros-shaped beast, nearly 4 meters long and 1.6 meters tall, with rough skin, a thick body, and sturdy thighs. Its weight is conservatively estimated to be several tons. What's most striking is the single horn on its head. This horn is hook-shaped and exceptionally large, taking up more than half of the entire head. Sunlight shines on it, reflecting a cold light. Just looking at it makes one shudder. This is a one-horned rhinoceros. How did it get here? Zhou gaze sharpened, and her expression turned serious. It's important to know that this is not the habitat of the one-horned rhinoceros. This only shows that they were unlucky and encountered a lone one-horned rhinoceros. A one-horned rhinoceros of this size is at the mid-stage of the second tier. We might not be able to handle it. Let's go, Zhou said urgently. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Lu Yuan, who had originally intended to escape, instantly abandoned his previous thoughts. What? Only second-order median? It seems that bigger size doesn't necessarily mean higher cultivation level. I've learned Ice Blast, but haven't used it yet. I'll test its power on you first. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered silently. Immediately, to the disbelief of the rest of the Firefox team, Lu Yuan raised a long spear and charged straight at them. Lu Yuan, come back quickly, don't be reckless. Zhou shouted loudly. The shouts were loud, Lu Yuan must have heard them. But after Zhou Wan shouted, Lu Yuan acted as if nothing had happened, and his speed in meeting her went even faster than before. Seeing this, she looked anxious, her chest heaving slightly, and she almost wanted to go forward and pull Lu Yuan back. But before she could pull Lu Yuan back, Huang Hao stopped her first. Zhou Wan turned her head, asking with a mixture of confusion and urgency, "Why are you pulling me? Go and pull Lu Yuan back." Huang Hao shook his head and said, "Lu Yuan has always been a very composed person. Trust him, he would never recklessly charge forward just to show off." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan's impulsiveness was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water, and she calmed down. From the moment Lu Yuan joined the Firefox team, his behavior proved that he was not an irrational person. "I hope Lu Yuan can really succeed." Zhou Wan lowered her head, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and muttered to herself. Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, Lu Yuan, full of confidence, carried his spear and ran towards the enemy. The one-horned rhinoceros, instead of running away from the human, willingly came forward to die. So naturally it chooses to satisfy human needs. So it raised its single horn and charged straight at Lu Yuan. It showed no mercy whatsoever, wanting to smash Lu Yuan into pieces like a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, the scenario it imagined never came to pass. Ice blast. At the instant Lu Yuan's spear clashed with the horn of the one-horned rhinoceros. A large amount of elemental energy was released from the tip of the spear, passing through the rhinoceros's horn and covering its entire body. The next second, thud, thud, thud. A powerful burst of ice-type elemental energy erupted instantly, as if a giant bomb had been planted inside him, blasting the one-horned rhinoceros to pieces. It's not just the one-horned rhinoceros's horn, but the entire one-horned rhinoceros. Fragments of the one-horned rhinoceros, mixed with blood, flew in all directions. Lu Yuan's battle armor, face, and hair were all splattered with bright red blood. Even Su Lu, who was several hundred meters away, felt nauseous upon seeing such a bloody scene, and even felt like gagging. As for Huang Hao, Zhou Wan, and Wang Hu, they were clearly more shocked than disgusted. They had considered that the one-horned rhinoceros was no match for Lu Yuan, but they never expected that he could kill it with a single blow. Lu Yuan's growth rate is truly incomprehensible. But Lu Yuan, who had just killed the one-horned rhinoceros and was closest to it, felt nothing. To be honest, the blood on his body didn't bother Lu Yuan at all. He only felt a sense of emptiness. The instant he unleashed the skill, Ice Explosion, Lu Yuan could feel that most of the Yuan energy in his body was being drawn away out of thin air. For those with superpowers, the elemental energy within their bodies is equivalent to mana in a game. Suddenly, Lu Yuan was completely taken aback. He slumped to the ground, panting heavily. "You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the one-horned rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points." Fortunately, the final result was good. The death of the one-horned rhinoceros not only meant that the white crystals inside its body, which resisted elemental energy, did not break, but they could also fetch a considerable price. Moreover, Lu Yuan gained a full 400 evolution points as a result. Now Lu Yuan's evolution points are approaching 700. How long has it been? It must be said that the deeper you go, the stronger the ferocious beasts you kill, and the faster you gain evolution points. Da-da-da. The entire Firefox team rushed over. Huang Hao was the first to give a thumbs up and said with a beaming smile, "Lu Yuan, you're really amazing. Just now, Sister Zhou was telling me to stop you, but I told her not to worry about you." Zhou Wan noticed Lu Yuan's unusual behavior. With a serious expression, he asked, "Lu Yuan, what's wrong?" Lu Yuan answered truthfully, "Most of my vital energy has been drained, and I need an energy potion." "Good." Zhou Wan nodded, and then quickly took out a bottle of energy potion from her backpack and handed it to Lu Yuan. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Yuan drank the energy potion without hesitation. As a bottle of energy potion emptied, the missing vital energy in his body was slowly being replenished. Although it will take some time before his body's energy is fully replenished, Lu Yuan feels much better, judging from his personal experience. Just as he stood up straight, Huang Hao, holding a relatively intact piece of rhinoceros meat, said excitedly, "We don't have to eat roasted snake meat tonight. Isn't rhinoceros meat better?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "This meat? Ordinary flames definitely can't roast it. Why don't you ask Sister Zhou if she can use her special ability to help you roast it?" At this moment, Zhou Wan blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Lu Yuan, what skill did you just use? It was so powerful." Chapter 42. The Others Leave. The Gale Wolf's Lair. Zhou Wan raised a question. This drew other people over, who also looked on with questions. After all, the visual impact of Lu Yuan's attack was simply too great. It's normal to have doubts. So Lu Yuan told the truth. This is my teacher's self-created S-rank skill, Ice Explosion, which I only learned yesterday. Zhou pupils widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Huh, an S-rank skill." The other members of the Firefox team were shocked once again. It's important to know that even an S-rank skill book is incredibly valuable, let alone a self-created S-rank skill, which is even rarer. That's not the main point. More importantly, Lu Yuan was able to learn S-level skills so quickly. Keep in mind that it had only been about 3 weeks since Lu Yuan entered Shenzhen Superpower University. Even if you start learning from day one, it's only been a mere 3 weeks. In these 3 weeks, they haven't even learned a C-level skill. S-rank skill? That's pure fantasy. This clearly demonstrates just how extraordinary Lu Yuan's comprehension is. To be able to learn an S-rank skill in such a short time. However, upon closer reflection, if it weren't for an S-rank skill, the mid-tier second-order rhinoceros would never have been instantly killed, and a large portion of Lu Yuan's internal energy would never have vanished into thin air. Lu Yuan, the strength of us isn't suitable for staying here for long. The risks are simply too great. What about you? Do you still want to stay here? After collecting the remaining valuable loot from the one-horned rhinoceros, Zhou suddenly said something like this. These words sounded strangely melancholic. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Although it sounds sad, it is indeed the truth. They are indeed not strong enough. Staying here will not only be of no help, but may also affect Lu Yuan's performance. However, it's also possible that Lu Yuan still intends to hunt ferocious beasts here. So another question was added at the end. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan nodded. He did indeed want to stay here and continue hunting ferocious beasts. After all, compared to the outside world, from the perspective of evolution points, hunting a ferocious beast here is equivalent to a day's harvest outside. Okay then, Zhou nodded, then said, we'll head back now. Be careful on your own. Don't worry, we'll give you everything you're owed. In fact, to prevent Lu Yuan from running out of energy potions, Zhou stuffed most of the energy potions in her backpack into Lu Yuan's backpack, leaving only one bottle for herself. To be fair, Zhou is indeed quite caring. It's worth mentioning that because Lu Yuan's original spear couldn't withstand the release of Lu Yuan's ice explosion technique. So his original spear, along with the one-horned rhinoceros, shattered into several pieces. Therefore, at the moment of leaving, Huang Hao also handed his spear to Lu Yuan. His spear cost around 200,000 yuan when he bought it, and its quality is better than Lu Yuan's previous one. This spear of mine isn't cheap, so you'd better treat it with care. Huang Hao said this. Don't worry, brother Hao. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded. After the rest of the Firefox team left, Lu Yuan felt he had almost fully recovered. So he rushed deeper into the area. Evolution points. These are tons of evolution points. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan realized a very crucial problem. That is, Zhou forgot to leave the map with him. Originally, he was planning to go back to where he started and see if Zhou would return and hand him the map. As a result, what came into view was trees on both the left and right sides. Who knows where the original spot is? The next second, a sound came from the surrounding bushes. Hiss hiss hiss. A purple-fanged snake walked past him. A smile immediately appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. Look, here comes the evolution points I got for free. One shot. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the purple fang serpent. Evolution points plus 130. That's really great. Listening to the system's pleasant voice, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He now has a new idea. Even though he didn't have a map and couldn't go back to his original location to get it, why not just wander around the neighborhood and not go too far? Anyway, it's quite simple to get back. Just keep walking in the direction you came from. Although it's impossible for it to be exactly the same direction it came from. Fortunately, Jiangzhan City is very large and has been built in a very conspicuous manner, making it visible from afar. With this in mind, Lu Yuan began to wander around the neighborhood. Moreover, he would also use a dagger to mark the trees he passed by, serving as a marker. Until he parted the bushes. They discovered an open space ahead, and on that open space lay the lair of a ferocious beast. Let's find out what kind of ferocious beast lair it is before we go out. Lu Yuan became cautious and squatted down on one side of the grass to observe carefully. After observing for a period of time, Lu Yuan came to a conclusion. The ferocious beast that lives here is a wolf-shaped beast with a fierce appearance, a bluish-green body, and relatively rough fur. At its tail, there was also a faint wisp of wind elemental energy. Lu Yuan immediately recognized it, as the lair of the Gale demon wolves. The Gale wolf, when fully grown, can reach the upper level of the second tier. Unlike many other types of wolves, the Gale wolf usually lives with one male and one female, and absolutely will not allow other members of its kind to enter its habitat. This is something that Mr. Lu Yuan taught back in high school. Born into such a difficult family, Lu Yuan naturally studied very hard, and he remembered these things very clearly. 2 adult Gale wolves, both at the upper-level second tier of adulthood. This is going to be tricky. Lu Yuan hesitated. It's important to understand that, although the Gale wolf is significantly weaker in defense than the unicorn rhinoceros in terms of species, it is still a formidable predator. However, the difference in their levels is undeniable. Even a difference of just one minor realm can bring about a huge gap. 1 Gale wolf is manageable, but 2 would be a bit troublesome. Could it be that I'm going to give up this tempting opportunity right in front of me? According to the system's prompts, Lu Yuan knew that killing the unicorn rhinoceros had brought him a gain of 400 evolution points. Conservatively speaking, a single high-level second-tier Gale wolf would definitely have 500 evolution points, and 2 would have over 1,000. Just as Lu Yuan was pondering and hesitating, a sound came from the bushes behind him. Who is it? Alarm bells rang in Lu Yuan's mind as he looked towards the bushes behind him. Chapter 43, Meeting Xia Qingyin. Joining forces. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, a pretty figure emerged from the bushes in front of him. She has delicate features and long, flowing hair. She was wearing a light black battle suit. Since most women's battle suits are form-fitting, her perfect figure was showcased to the fullest. On her shoulder was a small, dark blue dragon cub. Indeed, the pretty figure emerging from the bushes was none other than Xia Qingyin, who lived in the dormitory opposite Lu Yuan's. Since asking herself that question last time, I haven't seen her at school again. However, these are not the main points. The key question is, how did Xia Qingyin end up here? Not only was Lu Yuan stunned, but Xia Qingyin herself was also stunned. A few seconds later, Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes and asked, "What a coincidence, Lu Yuan. What are you doing here?" Lu Yuan spoke the truth. After all, there was nothing to hide. He said, "This is the underground world. I must have come here to hunt ferocious beasts." Then, Lu Yuan countered, "And what about you, Xia Qingyin? What are you doing here?" Ordinary people come to the underground world for one purpose only, to make money. After all, the underground world is very dangerous, and you can lose your life if you are not careful. If you can't make a lot of money that you can't make with ordinary jobs, then who would come here? Lu Yuan, on the other hand, had another purpose besides making money, to acquire evolution points. But Xia Qingyin in front of us is the eldest daughter of the Xia family in Guangdong province. Her family has prepared a rare deep-sea dragon cub for her as a companion beast. It doesn't seem like she needs to hunt ferocious beasts in the underground world for such a small amount of money. Moreover, she certainly didn't awaken a system like I did. Xia Qingyin told half the truth, saying, "I'm here to train my teamwork with Xiao Lan through practical combat." Training teamwork often yields better results in actual combat than in the training room. Furthermore, it's obvious to everyone that the underground world within the school has been sealed off in preparation for the freshman competition a month from now. It's a great idea to familiarize yourself with the environment before you arrive in the underground world. Of course, as for the other half of the truth, Xia Qingyin guessed that Lu Yuan's terrifyingly fast rate of growth might be related to his trip to the underground world. So just a few days ago, Xia Qingyin entered the underground world for the first time. Similarly, the underground world connected by the underground world path in the Jiangzhan City interdimensional base is not only suitable for Lu Yuan, but also for Xia Qingyin. Although Xia Qingyin didn't gain any insights into cultivation during her first entry into the underground world, and even hastily left due to the bloodthirsty aura, but Xia Qingyin still chose to enter the underground world a second time, because she really enjoys the feeling of freedom in the wilderness. This is something she can't experience in the training room. No matter how realistic the simulation, it can't compare to a real-life scenario. Little Blue. After listening to Xia Qingyin's answer, Lu Yuan noticed some unfamiliar keywords. Little Blue, it's this lazybones lying on me. Come on, say hello. Xia Qingyin smiled slightly. Her red lips moved slightly, and she began to introduce the companion beast that was lying on her body. Hello. The deep-sea dragon cub said lazily, then continued to perch on Xia Qingyin's shoulder. It's clear that it's very sleepy right now. Or perhaps, this deep-sea dragon cub simply gets sleepy from time to time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Yuan. Although he was no match for these 2 Gale wolves, which were at the upper level of the second tier. But things are different now. If Xia Qingyin is willing to help me, then these two Gale Wolves will naturally be no match for me. There are two Gale Wolves at the upper second tier level ahead. I can't handle them. Can you help me? So Lu Yuan asked. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin frowned, a hint of worry appearing on her fair face. She said, a second-tier upper-level Gale Wolf, Xiao Lan and I can handle one. But Lu Yuan you. It wasn't that she was overthinking things, but rather that Lu Yuan was only at the mid-level of the first rank, while the opponent's Gale Wolf was at the upper level of the second rank. Even if his Awakened superpower is S rank, it can't make up for the gap between a major realm and a minor realm. Upon hearing Xia Qingyin's worried words, Lu Yuan immediately revealed a strange expression. Is she saying I'm not good enough? How can a man say no? Lu Yuan patted his chest and smiled knowingly. I'll handle the other Gale Wolf, no problem at all. Seeing the confident smile on Lu Yuan's face, Xia Qingyin's worries gradually dissipated. Then, the two squatted down in the spot where Lu Yuan had been standing. Upon getting closer, Lu Yuan could smell a faint fragrance, like the delicate scent of flower petals, wafting into his nose. Perhaps this is also related to Xia Qingyin's Awakened grass-type ability. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin discussed. In the den ahead, there's a male wolf and a female wolf. We'll each take on one. Oh, and remember to leave the Gale Wolf you're dealing with alive. Xia Qingyin asked with a puzzled look. Why leave it with a breath left? I remember that living ferocious beasts are not allowed to be brought into the real world. Lu Yuan said, I'll deliver the final blow. Lu Yuan naturally couldn't tell Xia Qingyin about the existence of the system. Xia Qingyin nodded slightly and said, okay. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xia Qingyin didn't delve into this point. Otherwise, Lu Yuan really wouldn't have known how to explain it. The next moment, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin emerged from the bushes. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it hard against the lair of the Gale Wolves. Snap! The stone struck the lair of the Gale Wolves, making a loud noise. This was quite a loud sound. This interrupted the two wolves, a male and a female, who were in their den working to increase the number of members in the wolf pack. Not long after, two Gale Wolves emerged from their den. Their faces showed displeasure, and their light green eyes seemed to be burning with anger. They lowered their heads and let out a howl, as if gathering strength for their next move. A loud howl rang out, startling the birds perched in the nearby trees, which then took flight. What good is a loud voice? Strength is the foundation of everything. Lu Yuan, holding the light green spear that Huang Hao had left him, rushed forward. Little Blue, let's go too. Xia Qingyin was equally unwilling to be outdone. She drew the long sword from behind her and charged forward. The deep-water dragon cub instantly grew larger after jumping off Xia Qingyin's shoulder. Like many companion beasts, they have two states, a daily state and a battle state. This deep-sea dragon cub was no exception. Just like now, it has instantly switched from its daily state to its battle state. Chapter 44, Killing the Gale Wolf. Seeing that the two swift wolves did not retreat, but instead fought, their fighting spirit intensified. Who told you to interrupt our good time? It's time to settle this score. But when they saw the fighting stance of the deep-sea dragon cubs, the anger in my heart was extinguished in an instant by a bucket of water. This is a companion beast of the dragon race. The dragon race is an extremely powerful race, naturally a top race among the ferocious beasts. Upon seeing this, the male and female Gale Wolves began to communicate. What should we do? It's a dragon. Should we still fight? What's there to be afraid of? That dragon is only so small. How could it possibly be a match for us? That's right. They've ruined our enjoyment. They all deserve to die. They quickly came to the conclusion that they should continue fighting. Lu Yuan couldn't understand the language of the Gale Wolf. What are you all saying in your gibberish? Lu Yuan frowned, holding a long spear, and was almost in front of the two Gale Wolves. The two Gale Wolves were not to be outdone, imbuing their claws with wind elemental energy. It raised its sharp wolf claws, as if to clash head-on with Lu Yuan's spear. Flying Leaf Blade. Water Balloon Impact. Behind Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin gently swung her longsword, unleashing the skill Flying Leaf Blade. The next moment, a hook-shaped blade flew swiftly toward one of the Gale Wolves. Water Balloon Impact is Shaolan's skill. It spat out several water balls, which flew towards the Gale Wolf as well. Whoosh! As the leaf flew past, it cut a rather shallow wound on the Gale Wolf, and drops of blood immediately dripped to the ground. Thud! 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 Several water balls hit the Gale Wolf in succession, causing it considerable pain. The attention of the Gale Wolf was instantly drawn to it, and its target shifted from Lu Yuan to Xia Qingyin. Back to Lu Yuan's side. Clang! The claws of the Gale Wolf clashed with Lu Yuan's spear, producing a metallic clang. The wind elemental energy attached to the wolf claws caused Lu Yuan's spear to tremble irregularly. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's marksmanship is now highly proficient, so he can easily control this level of skill. Next, Lu Yuan activated the skill Ice Shard Ring, which increased the activity of ice-type elemental energy within his body. I'm not playing with you anymore. Ice Blast. Lu Yuan murmured a sentence. In an instant, most of the body's energy was drained. Even though this was the second time he had used Ice Explosion, Lu Yuan still couldn't fully adapt to it. Although Lu Yuan felt uneasy, the Gale Wolf he was fighting was in an even worse situation. The powerful ice elemental energy flowed through the spear in Lu Yuan's hand, covering the entire body of the Gale Wolf. Bang! The next second, a violent shattering sound rang out. The head of the Gale Wolf was blasted open with a huge bloody hole. Due to the difference in their cultivation levels, its vitality is still stronger than that of the previous mid-level second-tier rhinoceros. There's a limit to jokes, isn't there? Although its head was gone, the Gale Wolf's life force had not completely disappeared, and its limbs were still twitching. However, for Lu Yuan, this was nothing more than a few more blows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Yuan raised his spear and launched a fierce attack on the still active part of the Gale Wolf. A few seconds later, the Gale Wolf finally died. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale Wolf. Evolution points plus 550. A Gale Wolf has a whopping 550 evolution points. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This far exceeds what he had gained in a day in the shallow waters. Indeed, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But that's not all. The evolution points we've acquired this time are not limited to this. As his thoughts wandered, Lu Yuan turned his attention to the battle between Xia Qingyin and another Gale Wolf. The other Gale Wolf was also covered in wounds of varying sizes and depths. The once green fur was now matted together in many places, and there were also bloodstains and signs of water damage. He looked utterly disheveled. Xia Qingyin's light black battle suit was almost spotless, which showed that she was relatively relaxed. After all, her companion beast, the Deepwater Dragon Cub, is no pushover. Even though it is still in its cub form, its offensive capabilities should not be underestimated. That's about it. Lu Yuan raised his spear. Call out. The spear was thrown forward, piercing through the dying Gale Wolf's body. Ice-type elemental energy raged wildly within its body. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale Wolf. Evolution points plus 550. Perfect. With a whopping 1,100 evolution points in hand, Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. But the good times didn't last long. Then, due to the depletion of his internal energy, he instantly felt powerless and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yuan, are you alright? Seeing this, Xia Qingyin quickly ran over and asked with concern. Fine. Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled slightly. Beep, beep, beep. He immediately took out a bottle of energy potion from the backpack behind him and drank it all in one go. Then, Lu Yuan stood up again. He thanked her, saying, Thank you, Xia Qingyin. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to handle these two Gale Wolves by myself. He's right. Without Xia Qingyin, he would be weakened after just one use of Ice Explosion, and would have no strength left to deal with the second Gale Wolf. You're welcome. Xia Qingyin shook her head, then asked the question that had just arisen in her mind. What skill did you just use? It was so powerful. When Lu Yuan used Ice Explosion, the loud explosion immediately attracted Xia Qingyin's attention. To their astonishment, they discovered that the once enormous adult Gale Wolf had been blasted into many pieces. However, since it was during a time of war, she did not ask. It's my teacher's exclusive S-rank skill, Ice Blast. Lu Yuan didn't hide it from her. An S-rank skill? Xia Qingyin blinked her bright, beautiful eyes. Coincidentally, her aunt also gave her an S-level skill book from the day she registered for the job. But even now, she has only learned 60% of it, not yet reaching the threshold of beginner proficiency. Sigh? Xia Qingyin sighed. Lu Yuan's excellence actually made her, as the eldest daughter of a prominent family, feel a little frustrated. However, she didn't take it too seriously. Cultivation is not about comparing yourself with others, but about breaking through your own limitations step by step. Constantly comparing yourself to others will only lead to pointless self-destructive behavior. Glancing at the bloodstains on Lu Yuan's face, Xia Qingyin asked, Your face is a bit dirty. Do you want to wash it? Chapter 45 The First Level of the Profound Nether Ice Soul Body. Of course I do. Then I'll trouble you. Lu Yuan nodded in response to Xia Qingyin's question. Little Blue, quickly bring some water in. With a thought, Xia Qingyin's spatial ring flashed, and a basin of moderate size appeared before everyone's eyes. Master, why do I feel like I did the work, but you're taking all the credit? The deep-sea dragon cub said this. That's what they said, but the deep-water dragon cub did as they were told. Upon seeing this comical scene, Lu Yuan curled his lip. He recalled an advertising slogan he often saw in his previous life. We don't produce water, we're just nature's porters. It's strikingly similar to the scene we're in now. After a quick wash, the bloodstains on Lu Yuan's face disappeared completely. After thanking him, Lu Yuan asked, Xia Qingyin, did you bring a map? Xia Qingyin replied matter-of-factly, of course I brought it. Hearing Xia Qingyin's words, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, I happen to be out of maps right now. You and Xiaolong can train your teamwork, and you can give me a ride too. Xia Qingyin nodded in agreement. Since she can help her classmate whenever possible, she will. While traveling with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan opened his control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 1900. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 174 Hz. Chi and blood, 302 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, basic, ice shard ring, D. Basic, ice blast, S. Basic. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. Level 0. The evolution points have reached 1900, and there are still areas for improvement. After glancing at the panel, Lu Yuan noticed that an up arrow appeared after the body tempering technique. He has now completed the tempering of about 90 bones, which is still more than 100 short of the complete 206 bones. As for other aspects, such as realm and marksmanship, we don't have enough evolution points right now. As for why his cultivation level was not high enough, Lu Yuan was also surprised. It used to only take 560 evolution points to advance to the middle tier, but now it takes over 1,000? I asked the system, and it said everything was normal. Having no other choice, Lu Yuan opted to directly add points to the body tempering technique. Then, Lu Yuan stopped and said to Xia Qingyin, who was standing to the side, I think I've had a sudden realization about the body tempering technique I'm learning. Xia Qingyin, could you please keep watch for me? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she slightly opened her mouth, saying, You've had another epiphany? Or is it about body tempering techniques? It's important to know that mastering body tempering techniques relies on perseverance and pushing the body to its limits. These two are indispensable and complement each other. But given the current situation, how long has it been? He just broke through to the mid-level first rank a few days ago, and just learned that he also learned the S-rank skill, Ice Explosion Technique. Now he has suddenly had an epiphany about the body tempering technique. This is absolutely outrageous. Do you think cultivation is like riding a rocket? Is Lu Yuan's body tempering technique not S-rank? Only by thinking this way could Xia Qingyin find it somewhat reasonable. Just lucky, just lucky. Lu Yuan was unaware of Xia Qingyin's thoughts. After pressing the button on the system panel, he simply found an open space and sat down. Evolution points minus 1,100. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. Level 0. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. Level 1. In an instant, a powerful and surging surge of ice elemental energy erupted from his body. The process of allocating points to the body tempering technique is not easy. Immediately, one after another, clicked sounds rang out. At the same time, beads of cold sweat dripped from Lu Yuan's forehead. He frowned deeply, and his whole body was trembling. Go for it, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's appearance made Xia Qingyin nervous. About an hour later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a breath of stale air. I could clearly feel that the flow of qi and blood in my body had become much more active. Furthermore, the ice elemental energy within his body has become even more abundant. He immediately opened the panel to check the changes in his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 800. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 194 Hz. Chi and blood, 422 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, basic, ice shard ring, D. Basic, ice blast, S. Basic. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. First level. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He remembered that when his body tempering technique was at level 0, his mental strength was 174 Hz, and his blood energy was 302 kilocalories. Now, his spirit has reached 192 Hz, and his blood energy has reached 422 calories. After all, this is a body tempering technique, so the improvement in spirit is not very high. but the boost to chi and blood is really significant, a full 120 calories. It should be noted that when Lu Yuan broke through from the lower level of the first tier to the middle level of the first tier, his chi and blood only increased by 50 calories, which is less than half of his current 120 calories. Another crucial point is that the total amount of ice-type elemental energy within his body has increased by about 1/3. Previously, I could only unleash Ice Blast once even with all my might, but now I can barely manage to do it twice. Lu Yuan, you've finally finished. I have some sandwiches here. Would you like some? Xia Qingyi noticed the commotion beside her and turned her gaze over. At this moment, it was exactly the time for Xia Qingyi to have her meal. She and her companion beast were enjoying the sandwiches that Xia Qingyi had brought. Yes, thank you. Adding points to the body tempering technique greatly depletes Lu Yuan's stamina. He was actually quite hungry now. So he took the sandwich from Xia Qingyi's hand and started eating it in big bites. This sandwich has a soft yet chewy texture. The fillings include fried eggs, ham, chicken breast, and more, making it an extremely rich selection of ingredients. The sauce was also perfectly balanced, sweet but not cloying. This sandwich is so delicious. Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up and praised him. Of course, I made it myself. Xia Qingyin puffed out her chest and said proudly. Although she couldn't compare to Lu Yuan in cultivation, she was still quite good in other aspects. During the meal, Xia Qingyi's superpower, natural spiritual essence, passively sensed that Lu Yuan's aura had undergone a significant change. Such an increase in aura doesn't seem like something a low-level body tempering technique could bring about. Xia Qingyi chewed slower and thought to herself involuntarily. Since Lu Yuan himself was here, she naturally asked, Lu Yuan, can you tell me what quality of the body tempering technique you've learned? Chapter 46, A Prodigy. The Gluttonous Little Blue. Lu Yuan spoke frankly, saying, it's the S-rank body tempering technique, Xianming Ice Soul Body. S-rank body tempering technique. Xia Qingyi gasped, then instinctively asked, How? How did you do that? I'm not really sure either. Maybe I was just lucky, or maybe I had a good understanding. Lu Yuan said this. He couldn't very well just tell Xia Qingyi openly that he could obtain evolution points by killing ferocious beasts, and then use those points to skip the cultivation process with a single click. The look of surprise on Xia Qingyi's pretty face did not diminish in the slightest. She was now certain of one thing. The title of genius was no longer enough to describe Lu Yuan. Only the word monster could truly capture his essence. The remaining half-day of hunting was spent. Although he didn't find any second-tier high-level ferocious beasts like the Gale Wolf, Lu Yuan still encountered nearly 10 second-tier low-level ferocious beasts like the Purple Fang Serpent. You have defeated the Tier 2 low-rank ferocious beast, the Leafy Monkey. Evolution points plus 120. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the Little Yellow Bear. Evolution points plus 140. In the evening, Lu Yuan opened the panel to check the total harvest. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2050. Unfortunately, even though Lu Yuan's evolution points have reached 2050, he still cannot break through his current realm. The reason is explained later. Fortunately, Lu Yuan improved his proficiency in the skill Ice Shard Ring from beginner to intermediate level. This is the skill book that Director Lee gave him before, and he was able to break through the proficiency level a long time ago. Evolution points minus 200. Ice Ring, D. Beginner. Ice Ring, D. Intermediate. Breaking through to a higher skill level is much easier than breaking through to a higher body tempering technique. First, a large amount of memories floods into the brain, and then you just need to absorb all of these memories. After absorbing the memories, Lu Yuan mobilized his internal energy and released the Ice Prism Ring once again. He discovered that the number of ice shards released after the Ice Shard Ring was increased from 3 to 4. Apart from that, the ice shards were slightly larger and their ice-type amplification was stronger. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, it's just a D-level skill. What other requirements could it possibly have? Lu Yuan discovered that after the Ice Prism Ring technique reached the intermediate level of proficiency. Ice Ring, D. Intermediate. The icon is still visible on the panel. In other words, with the remaining 1850 evolution points, I can still upgrade Ice Ring Body from intermediate proficiency to advanced proficiency. Save the money, spend it. Of course, Lu Yuan wouldn't invest a lot of evolution points in a D-level skill like Ice Ring Body right now. Night. Xia Qingyi and the deep-sea demon dragon cub were eating the food they had brought in small bites. Lu Yuan, however, gathered some dry branches nearby and lit a campfire. Boom, boom, boom. The bonfire blazed brightly, warming people's hearts. Then, Lu Yuan used thin twigs as skewers to skewer the meat from the ferocious beasts he had hunted that day. Hoo hoo hoo. The moment the beast meat touched the campfire, thick smoke instantly billowed out. Then sprinkle on some cumin and other seasonings. The aroma was simply amazing. Naturally, the billowing smoke flowed into the noses of Xia Qingyin and Xiao Lan, who were standing nearby. Master, I want to eat meat. As Xia Qingyin's companion beast, Xiao Lan was communicating with Xia Qingyin in her mind. Its saliva was practically dripping down its throat. As if it were a premonition, Lu Yuan took several skewers that had already been grilled and came to the man and the beast. With a smile, she said, Xia Qingyin and Xiao Lan, would you like some? Little Blue was already drooling uncontrollably, and it said eagerly, Want. I want it. Xia Qingyin smiled gently. She did not reject Lu Yuan's kindness. He then said, Thank you, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, No need to be polite. We're all classmates. It's normal for you to help me, and I to help you. Xia Qingyin nodded slightly and said, I then took a bite of the skewer and found that the heat was well controlled and the seasoning was very flavorful. I must say, these skewers were grilled really well. And what about Little Blue? Its small body contains great energy. Xia Qingyin had only taken a few bites when Xiao Lan had already finished all of her skewers. I want more. Little Blue stuck out her tongue and said, You really are a gluttonous little dragon. Xia Qingyin flicked her companion beast on the forehead. Little Blue was in pain, touching its head with its two little paws, on the verge of tears. For you. While eating the remaining skewers, Lu Yuan handed a freshly grilled skewer to Xiao Lan. The night passed in such a pleasant atmosphere. Because Xia Qingyin possesses the S-level superpower, Natural Spiritual Essence, which grants her extraordinary sensory abilities, sensing the arrival of ferocious beasts is not a problem for her. This also applies while the person is asleep. Therefore, Lu Yuan no longer needed to keep watch. Previously, when I was with the rest of the Firefox team, it gets dark at 6 p.m., meals are served from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and sleep is served from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. It took a total of 10 hours. The Firefox team consists of 5 people, and each person's night watch time is divided equally, which translates to 2 hours. But it's still a bit unpleasant to have your sleep interrupted. Now that there was no need to keep watch, Lu Yuan naturally slept soundly. He hadn't had such a good night's sleep in days. The next day, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin got up early. After all, a full 10 hours of sleep is enough for anyone these days, as long as they don't use their phones or stay up late. Hoo hoo hoo. A soft snore came from Xia Qingyin's tent. This is the snoring sound coming from Xiao Lan. 10 hours of sleep is indeed enough to make a person feel well-rested. Here comes the key question. Xiao Lan, as a deep-sea demon dragon cub, and Xia Qingyin's companion beast. It's not a person, it's a little dragon. The two cannot be compared. After Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin finished washing up, they started making breakfast. With a flash, a microwave oven appeared from Xia Qingyin's spatial ring. This microwave oven can be powered by energy. Xia Qingyin mentioned it briefly. Then, Xia Qingyin put the food in and turned on the switch. At the same time, it transmits its own vital energy into the microwave oven. The aroma of food made Xiao Lan get out of bed without even realizing it. With its little wings flapping, Little Blue slowly flew over. I knew this trick would wake you up. Xia Qingyin smiled slightly. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she widened her pupils in disbelief. Chapter 47 The Flaming Tiger Appears. Run. Seeing Xia Qingyin's horrified expression, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, Xia Qingyin, what's wrong? What happened? Xia Qingyin frowned and said, I can sense that there is a ferocious beast with an extremely strong aura about 1,000 meters away from us. It should be a third-tier ferocious beast. A third-tier ferocious beast? Lu Yuan was taken aback at first. Just then, roar. A tremendous roar rang out. The tiger roared in the valley, and all the beasts trembled in fear. The ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows all trembled with fear. With a tremendous roar, the figure of a ferocious beast slowly emerged from the darkness. Originally, in the darkness, Lu Yuan could not see the appearance of this ferocious beast. But now, this ferocious beast has become a source of light. All I saw was, approaching us was a massive, fiery tiger. Its body was as solid as a small mountain, and every step it took carried a heavy sense of pressure, as if the ground was trembling slightly. Its limbs were thick and muscular, and its pupils were extremely intimidating. Wherever his gaze swept, it felt almost like being burned. Its entire body is covered in fiery red mane, and on its tail, There are even real flames burning. It illuminated the surrounding space, allowing Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin to see its full appearance. This momentum, it's definitely not something a second-tier high-level Gale Wolf could possess, even if we cannot know the exact level of the flaming tiger before us. However, by comparison, it can be inferred that this flaming tiger's realm is at least at the third level. Third order. Even at the lower tier of the third level, its damage resistance is several times stronger than that of the upper tier of the second level. An attack that can instantly kill a Tier 2 upper-level enemy will only cause minor injuries to a Tier 3 lower-level enemy, and won't even break the skin of a Tier 3 middle-level enemy. Although killing a Tier 3 ferocious beast yields a lot of evolution points. But Lu Yuan certainly wouldn't consider fighting a losing battle with an egg. Therefore, his choice is run away. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin exchanged a glance and a look. They are of the same mind. Xia Qingyin said proactively, just put all your things in my spatial ring. There's no time to pack them up. Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback, but he still nodded. He had originally planned to give up all of this in order to save his life. I never expected Xia Qingyin's spatial ring to be so big, it could actually fit 2 open tents inside. As for Xiaolan, she was also taken back into the containment sphere by Xia Qingyin. After doing all this, without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin turned and began to run away. The flame tiger also spotted the two and, seeing them as prey, relentlessly pursued them. Both of them were at the mid-level of the first rank, so their speed was naturally inferior to that of the flaming tiger. The distance between them is getting closer and closer. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Lu Yuan felt the wind behind him, shook his head, and said, "This won't work, it will catch up with us soon." Xia Qingyin's mind stirred, and she took out 2 white pills from her spatial ring. She said to Lu Yuan, "This is a speed pill, which contains wind elemental energy. After taking it, you can increase your speed significantly for a short period of time. I've awakened my ice-type ability, and taking a pill containing wind-type energy will probably cause some adverse reactions afterward." Lu Yuan pondered to himself. But there's no time to worry about that now. Survival is the most important thing. You can't do anything if you're dead. So, Lu Yuan took the white swiftness pill from Xia Qingyin's hand and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, Lu Yuan could feel a surge of heat, and he felt a little breathless. At the same time, his running speed increased threefold in that instant, reaching 4 times the original speed. That's enough to leave the flaming tiger behind. And so, with the help of the swiftness pill that Xia Qingyin had brought beforehand, the two of them easily left the flaming tiger behind. The flame tiger was initially puzzled as to how these 2 humans had suddenly increased their speed so much. It tried to chase for a while, but found that it couldn't catch up at its own speed. If you can't catch up, why keep chasing? It's just asking for trouble. Therefore, the flame tiger gave up the pursuit. Anyway, there are plenty of ferocious beasts in this underground world, so there's no need to make a big fuss over 2 humans. Besides, it still has a mission to complete. After a few minutes of thrilling escape, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 2 of them, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Lu Yuan realized that his shortness of breath was getting worse. This must be the price for having additional elemental energies in the body. Lu Yuan originally intended to endure it. But then Xia Qingyin whispered from the side, "Natural bath." The next second, a green light shone on him. It turned out that Xia Qingyin used her skill to remove this negative status from Lu Yuan. Upon discovering that he could breathe smoothly, Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. He remarked, "This swiftness pill is really potent. I felt like I turned into a gust of wind, but the side effects are quite severe." Xia Qingyin said irritably, "How could it not be powerful? This swiftness pill cost me more than 300,000 blue star coins." He quickly clenched his fists and said gratefully, "Xia Qingyin, thank you so much. I'll transfer the money to you after we get out." No wonder this swiftness pill is so potent. If a pill costing over 300,000 yuan isn't potent enough, then it must be a fake. Good. Xia Qingyin responded. Although her family is wealthy, she wouldn't give away such valuable items for nothing. She would still collect the money she was owed. Then, Xia Qingyin released all the things she hadn't had time to pack away from her spatial ring. Little Blue, who had entered the containment sphere, was also released by her. "Xia Qingyin, how big is your spatial ring?" "It can actually hold 2 tents. This was a question Lu Yuan had wanted to ask for a long time, but he hadn't had a chance to ask it earlier due to the emergency. "It should be 100 cubic meters." After thinking for a moment, Xia Qingyin said, 100 cubic meters. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly gleamed with a sharp light. He had seen it on TV before, A ring with a 1 cubic meter volume costs around 30,000 yuan. Based on this calculation, a 100 cubic meter space ring would cost 3 million blue star coins. Moreover, the larger the volume of the ring, the more complex the manufacturing process will inevitably be. This means the final price will definitely be more than 3 million blue star coins. It might even reach 5 million blue star coins. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan gasped. So this is what a big family is like. I guess I was really too ignorant. Chapter 48. The two return. Since your spatial ring is so big, why don't you absorb me into it too? That way you could save a swiftness pill. Lu Yuan asked again, puzzled. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but burst out laughing. This completely stumped Lu Yuan. His expression turned somewhat strange, as if he were asking, "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny?" As if she felt it was impolite, Xia Qingyin covered her mouth and quickly stopped smiling. Then she said, "Lu Yuan, you don't have your own spatial ring yet, do you?" Lu Yuan nodded. He had been so busy cultivating that he had completely forgotten about it. Once he leaves the underground world, he will go to the school to buy a spatial ring. Xia Qingyin revealed an expression of "I knew it." She parted her red lips slightly and added, "A spatial ring is essentially a mental space. It needs to be imprinted with a mental mark before one can officially possess this space. Humans are not objects. They possess independent spirits. If you want to enter the spatial ring, you must completely eradicate this independent spirit. Completely eradicate their independent spirit." Lu Yuan quickly realized and said, "Doesn't that mean turning people into slaves without independent thought before they can enter the spatial ring?" "Yeah." Xia Qingyin smiled and nodded. "That's definitely not possible." Lu Yuan gave an awkward smile. "Oh." Just then, several figures in blue flew past overhead at great speed. It must have used wind-related power to increase speed, just like when it took the swiftness pill before. It was moving very fast. Although it wasn't very clear, you could still make out its general outline. These figures were none other than the ferocious beast, the Gale Eagle. Then, several more white figures flew by. Their speed was not as fast as the Gale Eagle's before, so their figures were clearly visible to Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin below. It is a mid-tier second-order ferocious beast, the white feathered pigeon. Xia Qingyin's eyes widened. She recognized him on the spot. I remember that both of these ferocious beasts prefer to stay in their habitats and are reluctant to venture out. Even when they forage, they only do so near their habitats. What could have happened to make them fly at full speed? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. The direction they went seems to be towards Jiang Zhanqing's location, Xia Qingyin said with a serious expression as she looked at the map. Could it be that these ferocious beasts are planning to launch an attack on Jiang Zhanqing? Lu Yuan made an extremely bold guess. No one can give a correct answer to this guess, but the only thing they know is that this place is not safe to stay for long. 2 waves of ferocious beasts flew by in a short time. If any more ferocious beasts flew by and noticed them on the ground, that would truly be a dead end. This place doesn't look safe. Shall we go back to the real world? Xia Qingyin asked. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he could. Firstly, he has been in the underground world for about a week now. Secondly, he can clearly feel the turmoil within him that is about to become uncontrollable. Secondly, the current situation is indeed not very safe, just as Xia Qingyin said. Thirdly, his gains from this trip have already been substantial. He has mastered the ice explosion technique at a beginner level, completed the first level of the body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, and still has 1850 evolution points remaining. He will also receive a large amount of blue star coins after he leaves. So the two of them continued their journey without stopping for a moment. But at night, you still need to sleep. After all, in the underground world, it is truly pitch black at night, and you can't even see the road. Until noon the next day, the two then arrived at the city gate of Jiangkan City. Check my documents. The superhumans on both sides of the city gate spoke. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin each took out their respective superpower base identification documents. The contractual relationship between Xiao Lan and Xia Qingyin was also examined, and there were no problems whatsoever. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin. After the inspection was completed, the superhuman stepped aside to allow entry. Fortunately, you returned early. We detected through specialized instruments that the number of ferocious beasts in the vicinity has increased significantly, posing a risk of the city being attacked. If you return while the ferocious beasts are attacking the city, we won't be able to open the gate. One of the superhumans near the city gate mentioned it in passing. Hearing what he said, the two of them felt somewhat fortunate. Entering Jiangzhan City, Lu Yuan could also clearly see that the number of superhumans standing on the city gate had increased significantly. They even set up some cannons that weren't there before. It's obvious that this was done to counter this wave of attacks. Although the increase in the number of ferocious beasts does not necessarily mean that they will attack the city, as the saying goes, it is better to be prepared. Xia Qingyin, don't rush off. I'll give you half of the points we got from hunting the ferocious beasts together. Seeing that Xia Qingyin seemed to want to leave alone, Lu Yuan said. After all, it's impossible for all the ferocious beasts to jump onto Lu Yuan's face. Xia Qingyin discovered some of them, but left them alive so that Lu Yuan could kill them and get evolution points for them. And the Gale Wolf, without Xia Qingyin's intervention, he would have wasted 1,100 evolution points. Xia Qingyin nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. She wasn't the kind of person who acted coy or pretentious. They say they don't want it, but a few days later they're talking about how others are doing. For example, she said, Lu Yuan, I don't need these. But a few days later, she went up to Lu Yuan and said, does saying I don't want them mean I don't want them? Not only is she not that kind of person, she also hates people who are two-faced. Lu Yuan, who is standing in front of me, is not bad. He is not only handsome, but also has a good personality. I have been quite comfortable with him these past few days. Then, the two returned to the real world through the underground world passage in Jian City. Lu Yuan had heard Zhou Wan mention it briefly before. The location to exchange loot for points is on the second floor of the Jian City ability base. Da-da-da. Then, the two went up the stairs to the second floor. There are 3 windows in front of you. The window prominently displays the 6 characters, Loot Exchange. Lu Yuan pulled his suitcase and walked over. This suitcase contains all of Lu Yuan's spoils after he separated from the rest of the Firefox team. The window was large enough that he could fully open his suitcase and place it on it. Inside the suitcase were a dozen or so crystals of various colors and sizes, as well as some valuable parts from the ferocious beasts. These goods of yours are probably worth a lot of points. The staff chuckled. Then, they began to take stock of the spoils Lu Yuan had brought. Chapter 49, almost nothing to show for it. Back to school. A purple Fong Serpent's Fong, 27 points each. A pair of cabbage monkey ears, 19 points. There's even a crystal of the Gale Wolf, 69 points for one. The staff are using instruments to count the spoils brought by Lu Yuan one by one. Congratulations. You have a total of 620 points. Ultimately, the staff quoted Lu Yuan's 620 points. At Jiang Zhan's supernatural ability base, the ratio of points to blue star coins is 1 to 1,000. In other words, if you directly exchange points for blue star coins, the loot brought by Lu Yuan is worth 620,000 blue star coins. Although Lu Yuan had made some estimates before coming. But after hearing the staff's exact quote, Lu Yuan was still somewhat shocked. In a single day, he managed to rake in a staggering 620,000 blue star coins. Is this the earning power of people with superpowers? A single word flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, terrifying. The more you spend, the more you earn. Now it seems that the price of this D-grade alloy battlesuit worth over 100,000 blue star coins and the tens of thousands of potions is indeed very reasonable. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. At the same time, he handed over his identification document from the superpower base to the staff. Beep, beep, beep. The staff entered a string of numbers into the device, and the next second, the notification sounded as points were credited to your account. 620 points have been credited to your account. Could you help me exchange my points for blue star coins? Lu Yuan asked. The staff member smiled and nodded, indicating that of course. The staff member asked, what is your bank card number? Lu Yuan immediately rattled off a long string of numbers. 62. In addition to having more surging blood and chi than ordinary people, people with superpowers also have more abundant energy. This makes the memory of people with superpowers much stronger than that of ordinary people. Therefore, Lu Yuan was fully capable of memorizing the bank card number. Bank of XX, your savings card account ending in 62, received a transfer of 620,000 yuan on date, at time. Current balance, yuan. Less than 2 seconds later, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated slightly. He pressed the power button, his phone lit up, and he saw a text message confirming the deposit had been credited to his account. Now that the money has arrived, there's no need for me to stay here any longer. Luckily we came back quickly, or we would be dead. When was the last time the ferocious beasts attacked the city? It seems like it was about 4 months ago, but I'm sure the last time the ferocious beasts attacked the city was the last time. Behind them were several other teams who, realizing something was wrong, quickly fled back to Jiangzhan City and returned to the real world. Then, the two arrived at the first floor of the Jian City superpower base. The two first went to the changing room and changed into normal casual clothes. His battle suit was covered in bloodstains, and Lu Yuan had wanted to change it for a long time. Xia Qingyin, what is your bank card number? After leaving the changing room, Lu Yuan asked. After all, he had promised to transfer half of the blue star coins to Xia Qingyin, so he naturally had to keep his promise. 32. Xia Qingyin's melodious voice rang out as she gave her bank card number. Then, Lu Yuan transferred 310,000 blue star coins to Xia Qingyin. Of course, this transfer did not trigger any regulatory mechanisms. Unlike the previous life, there are many people with superpowers in this life, and their ability to make money is terrifying. As long as you prove your superpowered status on the app, you can make large transfers directly without triggering any regulatory mechanisms. Suddenly, Lu Yuan thought of something. So Lu Yuan asked, that swiftness pill costs over 300,000. Shall I transfer the money to you now? If it weren't for Xia Qingyin's swiftness pill, Lu Yuan would most likely have died there. Therefore, Lu Yuan would absolutely not delay paying this money. I don't remember the exact price. Just transfer 300,000 blue star coins to me directly. Xia Qingyin thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly and said, Good. Lu Yuan nodded and then operated the phone for a while. Another 300,000 blue star coins were missing from my bank account. Let's take a look at today's bank card deposits and withdrawals. 620,000 blue star coins were received, and 610,000 blue star coins were spent. In other words, the net gain is 10,000 blue star coins. If it's only 10,000 blue star coins, what's the difference between that and not making any money? At best, it's just like a bottle of energy potion. Lu Yuan, it seems you haven't made much money. Xia Qingyin also noticed this problem, she said. Lu Yuan said calmly, It's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He was telling the truth. Money wasn't that important to Lu Yuan. Evolution points were more important. As long as he has evolution points, he can become insanely powerful. At the same time, your earning power will be far greater than it is now. Moreover, in the days leading up to entering the underground world, he and the rest of the Firefox team had hunted down many ferocious beasts. All in all, I still managed to earn a considerable amount of blue star coins. The two then left the Jian City special ability base. Goodbye, Xia Qingyin, I'm going back to school. As soon as he stepped out of the gate of the Jiangjian City superpower base, Lu Yuan said goodbye. Perfect timing. I'm also heading back to school. Want a ride? Xia Qingyin took out her car keys from her spatial ring and waved them in front of Lu Yuan. Want? Lu Yuan readily agreed. It's around noon, which is peak time for subway operations. Why would he choose to squeeze onto the subway when there's a ride-sharing service available? His brain isn't damaged by a door. Following Xia Qingyin, the two arrived at the underground parking garage next to the Jiangjian City superpower base. We had just entered the underground parking garage. Lu Yuan noticed that a large number of people were gathered around a car, praising it and taking pictures. This is a bright red Ferrari, exuding the luxurious feel unique to luxury cars. Xia Qingyin led Lu Yuan over. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Xia Qingyin pressed the key, the Ferrari made a sound. Upon seeing this, all the people who had been taking photos and expressing their amazement turned their attention to this scene. Why are such beautiful girls so rich? The world is so unfair. Is that her male lover behind her? He's only slightly more handsome than me, isn't he? They were whispering among themselves. Lu Yuan was unaware that some passers-by had already assumed he was Xia Qingyin's male concubine. However, he knew that Xia Qingyin sighed inwardly. She frowned and said, This Ferrari is only 4 million, which is the cheapest one in my garage. Why are so many people watching? Lu Yuan's pupils widened immediately. 4 million? Only? So, these two words can be used together? Indeed, I still can't understand the world of the rich. Chapter 50 Misunderstanding. Black Dragon Spear. Sitting in Xia Qingyin's Ferrari, watching the scenery outside the window flow backward and listening to the Ferrari's high-pitched engine roar, Lu Yuan quickly returned to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. He was lost in thought throughout the journey. When I first arrived in Shenzhen, the senior student who picked me up drove a Maybach worth over 2 million blue star dollars. Now, he's sitting in a Ferrari worth over 4 million blue star coins. This gave Lu Yuan an idea. He wanted to buy a luxury car in the future. Of course, this is only on the premise that you have enough blue star coins. He wouldn't do that. Having just earned several million blue star coins, instead of buying cultivation resources, he would buy these luxury items that are of no use to his cultivation. At the entrance of the Shenzhen Superpower University, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin kept a distance between them as they entered the Shenzhen Superpower University. Just then, a senior student who looked a bit older than his age and wore black-rimmed glasses walked towards us. That's right, This senior is none other than Lu Yuan Sr., a sophomore named Hu Dahai. Junior brother Lu Yuan. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Hu Dahai greeted him. He then glanced at Xia Qingyin walking next to Lu Yuan and gave Lu Yuan a meaningful look without making a sound. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan did not realize Hu Dahai's intentions. He simply replied, Senior Hu, it is quite a coincidence. Last time, when Lu Yuan returned to Shenzhen's Superpower University from the Jiangzhou City Superpower Base, he happened to run into Senior Jiang Yan at the entrance. This time, Lu Yuan returned to Shenzhen's Superpower University from the Jiangzhou City Superpower Base, and once again ran into Senior Hu Dahai. Is this also just a strange coincidence? After greeting Hu Dahai, the two gradually walked deeper into the campus. Hu Dahai saw that Lu Yuan didn't seem to understand his meaning, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Yuan on QQ. Junior brother Lu Yuan, I was just teasing you, just joking. How did you actually manage to win him over? Hu Dahai sent a message like this. Hearing the notification sound from his phone, Lu Yuan unlocked the screen. This news initially left Lu Yuan completely bewildered. A dozen seconds later, Lu Yuan remembered that Hu Dahai seemed to have said something like, but that young lady of the Xia family is also extremely beautiful. I think you're quite handsome too, junior brother Lu. If you could be her boyfriend, wouldn't you win without a fight? This was a sarcastic remark made by Hu Dahai when he said the competition for freshmen was extremely fierce. Upon seeing this news, Lu Yuan knew that Hu Dahai must have misunderstood. So he quickly replied on QQ. Senior Hu, you misunderstood. I just happened to meet Xia Qingyin in the underground world of the Jiangzhou City Ability Base, and then we came back together on the way. Xia Qingyin, that's a very polite way of addressing me. Upon hearing the form of address Lu Yuan used, Hu Dahai realized that he had indeed misunderstood. However, he has now set his sights on a new focus. That is the underground world. Therefore, Hu Dahai asked, Junior brother Lu, have you already gone to the underground world? Yes. Lu Yuan replied. Seeing Lu Yuan's reply, Hu Dahai couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Back then, he first entered the underground world about 3 or 4 months after the start of the school year. Unexpectedly, before school even started, junior student Lu Yuan had already entered the underground world. After arriving at school, Xia Qingyin received a phone call and hurriedly left the school again. It's unclear what she was going to do. As for Lu Yuan, the first thing he did upon returning to school was to go to the cleaning center to clean his spear and battle suit. Sitting on the electric scooter, Lu Yuan seemed somewhat dazed. His spear was now shattered into pieces, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. What he was holding in his hand was Huang Hao's spear. Later, Lu Yuan will go to the school's resource trading office to buy a brand new spear. Another day, I'll have to return this spear to Brother Hao. After leaving the cleaning center, Lu Yuan first went to the nearby mission center. Before leaving school, he took on 2 assignments at the same time. 1 C-level mission, 1 D-level mission. Together, these 2 earned Lu Yuan 2.5 credits. The task was easy for Lu Yuan, because he accepted it only after he was certain that he could complete it. Although it wasn't a huge amount, it still helped Lu Yuan recover some health. After leaving the mission center, Lu Yuan naturally went to the resource trading area. Now, he wants to buy a brand new rifle. Excuse me, what would you like to order? The staff member said warmly. I need a long spear. Lu Yuan told the truth. The staff member then asked, what quality spear? A D grade? No, a C grade spear. Lu Yuan originally wanted to answer with a D grade spear, because his previous spear was of D grade quality. However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuan changed his mind. A D grade spear? It'll be fine once it breaks again after I use Ice Blast. I can't possibly treat a spear like a disposable firecracker, can I? Therefore, Lu Yuan decided to upgrade the quality of his weapon. These are all the C-grade spears we have here. You can choose one. The staff handed a tablet computer to Lu Yuan. Qingyin Spear, Grade C Spear, 55 kilograms, 2.6 meters long, price 448,000 Blue Star coins. Black Dragon Spear, Grade C Spear, 60 kilograms, 2.7 meters long, price 499,000 Blue Star coins. Ling Xiao Spear, Grade C Long Spear, 80 kilograms, 2.9 meters long, price 60 credits. Payable only with credits. The tablet computer provided a detailed description of all the C-grade long guns in the resource trading area. It includes weight, length, actual pictures, and corresponding prices. This price. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. The cheapest C-grade spear is the Azure Cloud Spear, which costs over 440,000 Blue Star coins. Sure enough, the quality improved, but the price also increased significantly. But things have come to this point, and there is no turning back. When I first came to the school, I had 1.5 million blue star coins in my bank account. If I gritted my teeth, I could still afford it. My current comfort zone for holding weight is roughly between 56 and 64 kilograms. After careful selection and repeated comparison of the images, Lu Yuan finally chose Black Dragon Spear. The Black Dragon Spear weighs 60 kilograms and is 2.7 meters long, making it a perfect fit for Lu Yuan in his current state. Come in with me. Old Xia, I'll take this classmate inside to get his rifle. You stand guard for me for now. After Lu Yuan swiped his bank card, the staff led him inside to retrieve the spear. After all, the staff couldn't lift that 60-kilogram Black Dragon Spear. Therefore, the buyer needs to go in and pick it up in person. Chapter 51 Martial Arts Exam Results Announced. My roommate Lu Yuan. The staff led Lu Yuan to the location where the equipment was stored in the resource trading area. Along the way, Lu Yuan was able to see all sorts of weapons. Staffs, broadswords, longswords, you name it. Finally, the staff led Lu Yuan to a long spear. This spear is entirely dark black. The tip of the spear was polished to a very sharp point, and you could see the cold glint of light reflected from it. There is also a small dragon wrapped around the handle. This little dragon is carved to life. It serves as both decoration and makes the grip more comfortable. That's right, this is the Black Dragon Spear that Lu Yuan just bought. Here is the spear you wanted. Take it back now. The staff member said warmly. Good. Lu Yuan picked up the spear and first tested its feel. It's really great. Moreover, the weight is just right, allowing him to exert his strength. Like his old, broken spear, it was a bit too soft and not very comfortable to use. Now that he had switched to this one, it was just right. So, Lu Yuan left the resource trading center with the brand new Black Dragon Spear, feeling quite pleased with himself. It's a few hundred meters from the resource trading office to the location where the shared electric bikes are parked. He took out his phone and scrolled through short videos for a while. To my surprise, the results for the martial arts exam were released today. The National College Entrance Examination, NCE, is divided into two parts, the Military Skills Test and the Academic Skills Test. Here, it simply refers to the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam tests your spirit, health, and damage/support abilities, and you also have to answer some questions about ferocious beasts, so the results are given very quickly. It's impossible to throw all these students, who have only been awakened for less than a month, into the underground space to kill ferocious beasts. Let alone killing them. Most students would be lucky if they didn't tremble and scream for their mothers when faced with a ferocious beast. Killing ferocious beasts is unrealistic. He glanced at the video announcing the results of the martial arts exam, but Lu Yuan only glanced at it casually a few times. After all, he is now a college student, and the college entrance examination is a thing of the past. Speaking of the college entrance examination, Lu Yuan thought of his good friend Li Ming from high school. His awakened superpower was only at level E, which wouldn't even qualify him for a specialized college through the martial arts exam. As for the written exam, based on his usual grades, he could still get into a regular undergraduate program. So he chose the written exam. The written exam is a few days later than the martial arts exam. It has only just begun. Lu Yuan silently wished Li Ming well in his heart. Also, there's Lin Xiangyu, my former class monitor. I heard from some classmates that her awakened superpower seems to be a B-level, which is not bad. She awakened a B-level superpower, probably through the martial arts exam. I wonder how she did on the exam and where she ranked. Lu Yuan didn't think too much about these things. As he walked, he unknowingly arrived at the location where shared electric bikes were parked. Drop. Lu Yuan initiated the shared electric vehicle program. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and slowly drove towards his dormitory. Having just returned from the Jian City Superpower Base and then wandered around the Shenzhen Superpower University campus, he was currently experiencing both physical and mental exhaustion and naturally needed plenty of rest. Hoo. The wind was quite strong, and Lu Yuan could hear a constant whooshing sound. Not long after, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. He immediately went up the spiral staircase to the second floor and entered his bedroom. Extreme exhaustion prevented Lu Yuan from even taking a shower. As soon as he got into bed, he fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, Lu Yuan habitually picked up his phone from beside his pillow and took a look. It was already 10 p.m. I slept until 10 p.m. Looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. After waking up, Lu Yuan felt much better and had more energy. He quickly went to the bathroom next door and took a refreshing cold shower. GUH. After returning, Lu Yuan didn't eat much, so it was normal for him to be hungry. Then, on the Heart in Shenzhen University app, I ordered myself a honey crispy roast chicken. It was only a little past 10 p.m., and the college students' lives were just beginning. The cafeteria's takeout service was still operating normally. As for the honey-glazed crispy roast chicken, it was recommended by Senior Jian. Similarly, sales are booming. Even if it's late at night, like 10 p.m., the cafeteria will still make the freshest pot. If Lu Yuan hadn't been quick with his hands, he might not have been able to snag it. Sure enough, I woke up at 10 p.m., and when it was time to go to sleep, I couldn't fall back asleep. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Lu Yuan felt a little sleepy and fell asleep again. Lu Yuan did not get up early today. He gets up at 8 a.m. After a quick breakfast, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter to the Ice and Snow Ability Museum. Daily training is necessary. Even if he could directly add points through the system, Lu Yuan would not give up any opportunity to become even a little bit stronger in ordinary times. After all, if you become stronger in normal times, the number of evolution points consumed when you need to add more will also be reduced. To some extent, this can also be considered a way to acquire evolution points. Morning. After leaving the Ice and Snow Ability Hall with great satisfaction, Lu Yuan went to the cafeteria for lunch. Normally, after lunch, Lu Yuan would go back to his dormitory for a 1 to 2 hour nap, and then go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for afternoon training. Today, he doesn't plan to go back to his dorm. I've had enough sleep, why would I go back? Afternoon. Lu Yuan returned to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. This made even the staff who were familiar with Lu Yuan look at him with new respect. She remembered that Lu Yuan used to take afternoon naps, but now he doesn't even take them anymore. He awakened a rare S-class superpower, and he's still working so hard. After training for about 5 hours at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, Lu Yuan first had dinner and then returned to his dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, Lu Yuan's gaze immediately sharpened. He discovered several bags of snacks that didn't belong to him next to the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Ordinary people cannot enter their own dormitories. Therefore, it can only be da-da-da. Just then, a tall, thin young man with fairer skin walked down the spiral staircase. Judging from his appearance, this young man should be the same age as me. Hello, I'm your roommate, Lu Yuan. The young man gave a kind smile. Just as Lu Yuan had guessed, the young man was his roommate. The results for the martial arts exam are released quickly, and the application process is even faster. Because for the martial arts exam, you only need to apply to schools. Unlike liberal arts exams, you don't need to worry about things like majors, transfers, and admissions. Once you submit your application, you'll receive the admission results the very next day. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan also showed a friendly smile and said, Hello, I am Lu Yuan. Chapter 52, 2-on-1 Battle. The two shook hands in a very friendly manner. Lu Yuan's first impression of him was not bad. Lu Yuan seems to have a good personality. Brother Lu Yuan, you're a specially recruited student, right? Tell me quickly, what kind of superpower did you awaken? Lu Yuan revealed a curious look. He arrived at the dormitory about an hour ago. It was discovered that someone had already moved into the dormitory. Furthermore, by asking Xiaoya, the smart management assistant in the dormitory, it was learned that someone had moved into the dormitory more than 20 days ago. Since they're moving in early, they must be specially recruited new students. What I awakened was an S-class superpower, the Ice Crown. Lu Yuan answered Lu Yuan's question truthfully. S-class superpower, Ice Crown. Lu Yuan's breath hitched, and he looked on with envy. Then, he actually said to Lu Yuan, Brother Lu Yuan, can we have a match tomorrow? Suddenly, Lu Yuan's question stumped Lu Yuan completely. Lu Yuan's understanding of fighting a battle refers to a battle between the two sides. So why do they need to fight? Could it be that they have a grudge against me? Lu Yuan's smile is still very warm. He doesn't seem to have any grudge against me. Seeing Lu Yuan's slightly confused expression, Lu Yuan added, I am the top scorer in this year's Tianchuan Province Martial Arts exam, and I awakened an A+ level Ice-type ability. I just want to test how big the difference is between an A+ level Ice-type ability and an S level Ice-type ability. You also awakened Ice-type abilities, what a coincidence. Lu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. It's important to know that Ice-type abilities are rare elemental abilities, and very few people awaken them. Unexpectedly, his roommate also awakened Ice-type abilities. Sure, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said. Immediately afterward, Lu Yuan asked, What realm are you at now? Lu Yuan scratched his head and said, I awakened my superpower 2 months ago, and I'm still at the Awaken level. It was clear that he was a little embarrassed when he said that. Alright, you're an Awaken 1, right? Then I'll also lower my cultivation level to that of an Awaken 1 and fight you. Lu Yuan responded. This is a very reasonable decision. Only when people are at the same level can the differences between their superpowers be better revealed. By the way, Brother Lu Yuan, what realm are you at now? Since Lu Yuan asked about my cultivation level, it's reasonable for me to ask him back, right? Lu Yuan blurted out, I am currently at the mid-level of the first rank. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated. Mid-level first-tier realm. This was a goal I set for myself to achieve during my first semester of university. School hasn't even officially started yet. How come Brother Lu Yuan is already at the mid-level of the first rank? This is terrifying, etc. There's another question that Lu Yuan forgot to ask. That is, when did Lu Yuan awaken his superpowers? Awakening superpowers is entirely determined by innate talent, and the rarer the superpower, the easier it is to awaken at an earlier age. If Brother Lu Yuan had awakened his superpowers much earlier, it would seem more normal. So Lu Yuan asked, Brother Lu Yuan, when did you awaken your special ability? Lu Yuan blurted out, about a month ago, or rather less than a full month ago, which was the day of the awakening ceremony. Huh? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's answer, Lu Yuan was completely stunned. Having awakened his superpower for less than a full month, he was able to directly transform from an awakener to a mid-level first-tier individual. Such a person would be an incomprehensible existence to anyone who sees him. But now, such a being is actually standing right before my eyes. Despite his new roommate Lu Yuan's friendly demeanor, Lu Yuan felt quite pressured. To his relief, Brother Lu Yuan clearly stated that he would suppress his cultivation level to that of an awakened, so his defeat shouldn't be too embarrassing. Day 2. The two arrived at the arena area inside the school. It's worth mentioning that the two encountered a tall, strong young man along the way. This fit young man was none other than Feng Shi, who had just left his dormitory and was heading to the Kingan arena for training. Upon learning that the two wanted to have a match in the ring area, Feng Shi smiled and said that he also wanted to go and watch the game. This behavior gave Lu Yuan a bad feeling. The arena area. After communicating with the staff, the two were able to get onto the ring as they wished. There was no bet, it was just a simple game. Brother Lu Yuan, come on. Lu Yuan said with a firm expression. The environment of the ring is different. As soon as he stepped onto it, he felt full of confidence and his blood was surging. But then Lu Yuan changed the subject and said, Brother Lu Yuan, remember to add more water. Having passion in one's heart is one thing. Having rationality in one's mind is another. Can. Lu Yuan nodded and gave an okay sign with his right hand. Feng Shi stood beside the arena, staring intently at the two. Not long ago, he entered the underground world. Unfortunately, the first team he joined was unreliable, and he didn't learn anything. Therefore, he also wanted to ask Lu Yuan for advice. As agreed, Lu Yuan first suppressed his cultivation level to that of an awakened. Then, the battle was about to break out. An ice and snow crown. There really is a crown. The icy crown that appeared on Lu Yuan's head made Lu Yuan quite amazed. Lu Yuan's weapon was a broadsword, which was at a significant disadvantage compared to Lu Yuan's 2.7-meter long black dragon spear. Clang, clang, clang. The two weapons clashed, producing a metallic clang. With his highly skilled marksmanship, Lu Yuan was able to easily suppress Lu Yuan. Even though Lu Yuan infused his ice-type elemental energy into the greatsword, Lu Yuan could also fight him to a draw without using his elemental energy. Because Lu Yuan's rudimentary level of swordsmanship was like a baby to him. Brother Lu Yuan, this is too outrageous. How can your marksmanship be so proficient? Seeing this, Lu Yuan sighed and said with a look of despair, Young man, you still need to practice more. Lu Yuan shook his head, feigning helplessness. After saying this, Lu Yuan infused his spear with ice elemental energy. He actually knocked Lu Yuan's broadsword away. Call out. The broadsword was knocked away and fell to the ground not far away. Brother Lu Yuan, I surrender. Lu Yuan said helplessly. Without weapons, what can we fight? Your swordsmanship isn't sharp enough. Your movements are often sluggish. Marksmanship and knife skills are essentially both about the skill and understanding of how to use weapons. Even with Lu Yuan's rudimentary level of swordsmanship, I could still see the problems. Chapter 53 Wang Yuzhu. Leaving the team, Lu Yuan's purpose was simply to see the difference between A+ level ice-type abilities and S-level ice-type abilities. But in the end, I couldn't discern the difference in their abilities. On the contrary, it exposed one of Lu Yuan's flaws, namely that his swordsmanship was too bad and too fragmented. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. He said that starting tomorrow, he will practice his swordsmanship diligently and strive to reach the intermediate proficiency level before the freshman competition. Then you need to work hard. Lu Yuan gave Lu Yuan an encouraging look. Lu Yuan nodded. He had only just enrolled in school, and brother Lu Yuan was already so strong. He couldn't fall too far behind him. Inside the dormitory across the street. Xiaoyin, we're so lucky. We actually managed to be assigned to the same dorm in college. The speaker was a girl named Wang Yuzhu. She was Xia Qingyin's high school classmate, and also Xia Qingyin's best friend. She awakened the A-level superpower, Ruthless Storm, and her martial arts exam score ranked 10th in Guangdong province. On the day the martial arts exam results were released, she chose Shenzhen's Superpower University without hesitation when applying for university. One reason is that it's close to my home, and the other is that my best friend also goes to this school. Hearing Wang Yozhu's words, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but smile. Do you think this is a novel? Where in the world does so much good luck come from? In fact, it was Xia Qingyin who spoke with her aunt, the dean of the Grass Department Academy, to help Wang Yuzhu change dormitories. Of course, Wang Yuzhu also guessed that Xia Qingyin had helped her change dorm rooms, and what she just said was just a joke. Xiaoyin, I really didn't realize you had such a great figure. I wonder which slut will end up with you. Then, Wang Yuzhu looked at Xia Qingyin's full chest and made a joke. Let me see. She revealed a lecherous expression and was about to reach out and pinch him when Xia Qingyin dodged her. Xia Qingyin frowned slightly and said reproachfully, You're already like this after just arriving. I'll ask my aunt to send you back. My best friend is always so unserious, but otherwise she's pretty good. Xiaoyin, you're the best to me. You definitely wouldn't do that, right? Wang Yuzhu shook her head, chuckled, and then changed the subject, saying, How about we go for a drive tonight? Sure. Xia Qingyin agreed. She had the same idea. She's been under a lot of pressure lately, so it would be good for her to relax a bit. After having a long talk with Feng Shi, Lu Yuan took Lu Yuan to the Ice-type ability hall. Judging from Lu Yuan's expression, Lu Yuan knew that there must be an Ice-type ability center in Lu Yuan's hometown. Because when he came in, at least he didn't look around with the same curious expression as I did when I first came. The two quickly entered their respective training rooms and began their training. The morning training session ended quickly. Both Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan were extremely exhausted. After leaving the training room, the two of them then headed straight to the cafeteria. The honey-glazed crispy roast chicken was sold out, so Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan went to find another window. While queuing in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan received a message from Zhou Wanfa. Lu Yuan, you've left Jiangzhan City, haven't you? Zhou Wan asked. Lu Yuan sent an emoji to prove that he had left. In the underground world, there is no signal, so it is impossible to receive or reply to messages. This morning, Jiangzhan City was completely sealed off because a large-scale attack by ferocious beasts has occurred. It's estimated that we won't be able to hunt those beasts there for at least a month. Zhou Wan reminded her. The ferocious beasts actually attacked the city. Lu Yuan was relieved that he had escaped early. Then, Zhou Wan mentioned the Firefox team's gains in the past few days, totaling 900 points, which is equivalent to 900,000 Blue Star coins. Then, Lu Yuan received a transfer of 630,000 Blue Star coins from Zhou Wan. Upon seeing the transfer, Lu Yuan was taken aback and did not accept it. Lu Yuan thought that taking 50% would be about right. 70%, isn't that a bit too much? At this moment, Zhou Wan sent another message, just keep it. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten so many points. Since Zhou Wan said so, and what she said is indeed true, Lu Yuan did not hesitate for long and immediately accepted the transfer. Now things are much better. Not only has he made up for the cost of the Black Dragon Spear, but after deducting the cost of the potions used in the underworld, he has also made a net profit of around 100,000. After receiving the transfer, Zhou Wan remained silent for a moment and did not send any messages. A few minutes later, the following message was sent. Lu Yuan, you have indeed given us many surprises since you joined the team. However, I think that with your strength, you shouldn't be limited to our team. The meaning behind these words is quite clear. They feel their team is too weak and will drag Lu Yuan down. Therefore, Lu Yuan was asked to leave the team and either fight on his own or find a stronger team. Indeed, this is true, as can be seen from the one-horned rhinoceros. Otherwise, Zhou Wan wouldn't have asked the rest of the team to go back first. Seeing this, Lu Yuan felt somewhat conflicted. In the Firefox team, Zhou Wan, a person with warm concern. Huang Hao, who is unconventional but can also be described as humorous and witty. Wang Hu, a man of few words, had taught me a great deal about the underground world. There's also Su Lu, who's timid and shy, but provides buffs from behind the group. Although I've been with the team for less than a month, I've only been to the underground world twice. But he also genuinely felt the warmth within the Firefox team. Everyone there was very kind. When the time came to leave, he was actually a little reluctant to go. Brother Lu Yuan, stop sending messages. It's our turn to pick up the vegetables. Lu Yuan, who was standing in front of him, turned around and asked. Lu Yuan snapped out of his daze, put down his phone, picked up the dishes he had just ordered, and went to a table with Lu Yuan. Are you free tomorrow night? Let's have dinner together sometime. When I reopened my phone, Zhouan sent me another message. Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow night. Lu Yuan thought it was acceptable. Let's have one last meal together, so we can part on good terms. After having dinner with Lu Yuan originally planned to go back to the dormitory with Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan said he had something to do and left alone. Right after replying to Zhouan's message, Lu Yuan asked his teacher, Qin Tianlong, if he was free at noon today. The answer was yes. Therefore, the matter Lu Yuan was referring to was going to see his teacher, Qin Tianlong. After returning from the underground world, he discovered his problem. Chapter 54 Ice Blade. Ice Flash. Frozen Shield. After parting ways with Lu Yuan arrived at Qin Tianlong's residence. Oh, it's Lu Yuan. Come in quickly. The butler made way for him. After entering the residence, Lu Yuan saw Qin Tianlong sitting on the sofa. However, the sense of pressure Qin Tianlong exerted on him was noticeably less intense than when they first met. Perhaps it's because I've adapted. Lu Yuan, is there something you need from me? As soon as he entered, Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Teacher, when I was in the underground world, I found that although the ice explosion technique was very effective, it consumed too much of my internal energy, and I couldn't handle it. However, simply using a spear to attack wasn't enough to provide sufficient damage output. Could you recommend any skills for me? Qin Tianlong was not surprised at all when he heard the term underground world. As a 7th-tier grandmaster, sensing the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Lu Yuan was incredibly easy for him. But when he heard Lu Yuan use ice explosion, he was genuinely surprised. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan not only possesses a strong comprehension of cultivation realms, but also an exceptionally strong ability to learn skills. In addition, Lu Yuan himself has a very good personality, which wins his heart. It seems I've really taken on a good disciple. Qin Tianlong sighed inwardly. In response to Lu Yuan's question, he said, the more powerful the skill, the more Yuan energy it consumes. This is normal, you don't need to worry about it. As your cultivation level increases and you gradually learn the body tempering technique, the Yuan energy in your body will increase more and more. At that time, you will be able to unleash more S-rank skills. Also, I have 3 skill books here that should be quite suitable for you right now. Take them and start learning. Qin Tianlong searched again and found 3 skill books for Lu Yuan. Ice Blade, Ice Flash, Frozen Shield. These are the names of those 3 skill books. Ice Blade, an A-level skill, can release ice blades for ranged attacks. Ice Flash, a B-level skill, allows for rapid movement, used for chasing or dodging. Frozen Shield, an A-level skill, grants the user a frozen shield that can block a certain amount of damage. These are the effects of the 3 skill books. Qin Tianlong briefly explained to Lu Yuan. As he accepted the 3 skill books, Lu Yuan repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying respectfully, "Thank you so much, teacher." In the underground world, when encountering ferocious beasts, he could only run over and use his spear to attack. Alternatively, one could throw a long spear from a distance, but there's a high probability it will miss. A simple burst of supernatural power can certainly be considered a ranged attack. However, using supernatural power to unleash damage is the most energy-consuming method. Although the damage is rapid, Lu Yuan simply cannot afford to use it to clear small monsters. Now that I have Ice Blade, I have a better way to deal damage from a distance. The Ice Flash movement skill and the Frozen Shield defensive skill undoubtedly make Lu Yuan's combat capabilities more comprehensive. By the way, teacher, my mysterious nether ice soul body has officially entered the 1st level. Could you tell me about the precautions for the 2nd level? After expressing his gratitude, Lu Yuan said, "This book, The Mysterious Ice Soul Body, is as thick as a modern Chinese dictionary. When Teacher Qin isn't around, I can flip through it and do some related studies. Now that the teacher is here, why not just ask directly? Why bother flipping through this modern Chinese dictionary?" After Lu Yuan finished speaking, Qin Tianlong was stunned for a moment. Having mastered the ice explosion technique, how come the Xianming Ice Soul Body has now reached the 1st level? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? With this in mind, Qin Tianlong used his spiritual power to probe Lu Yuan's entire skeleton. He discovered that all 206 bones in Lu Yuan's body had been tempered with ice-type elemental energy, and there was no sign of improper tempering. Now, Lu Yuan's bone strength is several times stronger than that of other superhumans. Cough, cough. After coughing twice, Qin Tianlong said, the second level is to temper the organs, specifically the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. When you reach the 6th level, you will need to temper the 6 internal organs, namely the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. However, you are not yet involved in tempering the 6 internal organs. It is important to note that the heart must be the first organ to be fully tempered, serving as the core support. Otherwise, you may die from the heart exploding due to its inability to withstand the strain. Lu Yuan naturally kept in mind Qin Tianlong's point that the first step was to temper the heart. After all, this is a matter of utmost importance concerning one's own life. To temper your 5 internal organs, you need to build 5 bridges. Bridge. Through the circulation of qi and blood and the guidance of the specific content of the mysterious netherworld ice soul body, the Yuan energy channels in the body are connected to the Yuan energy nodes in the heart, forming a stable Yuan energy circulation path. The same principle applies to the other 4 organs. Come, I'll teach you how to temper your heart first. You can learn the rest yourself by referring to the specific content of mysterious nether ice soul body. Disciple understands. So the two went to the training room in Qin Tianlong's residence and began one-on-one teaching. It wasn't until evening that Lu Yuan left Qin Tianlong's residence feeling refreshed. I ordered takeout on the Heart in Shenzhen University app and then took 3 skill books back to my dormitory. As soon as Lu Yuan entered the room, he found Lu Yuan sitting on the sofa watching TV while eating snacks. In his hand was a bag of potato chips that had just been opened and had only been eaten a few times. Brother Lu Yuan, would you like some? Lu Yuan enthusiastically handed over the potato chips. Thanks. Lu Yuan first placed several skill books on the table, then casually grabbed a few pieces from the packaging and put them in his mouth. Brother Lu Yuan, where did you get these skill books? Didn't you say that skill books in the library can't be taken out? Seeing this, Lu Yuan opened his eyes wide and asked with great curiosity. Lu Yuan explained, I didn't bring this from the library, my teacher gave it to me. Teacher? Lu Yuan was somewhat bewildered. Lu Yuan could tell that Lu Yuan was definitely unaware of the existence of the campus forum. After all, he was not a specially admitted student, but a regular student and did not receive special treatment such as being picked up and dropped off by someone. In addition, he arrived in a hurry last night and hadn't paid attention to this matter yet. So, just like Ling Weiwei had done before, Lu Yuan sent a link to Lu Yuan. What's this? Our school has a dedicated app with a campus forum. You can check it out. After saying that, Lu Yuan went to the kitchen to wash his hands. After washing his hands, Lu Yuan took the 3 skill books upstairs. Chapter 55 Team Dinner. Inside the Ice and Snow Superpowers Pavilion. Inside the sea-level training room, the dense elemental energy permeating the air, along with the special ice and snow piled up around, effectively enhances. Therefore, in just one morning, Lu Yuan then managed to understand the B-level skill Ice Flash from the 3 skill books to a point where he could barely comprehend it. Then, evolution points -60, Ice Flash, B, Beginner, Ice Flash, B, Elementary. Related memories kept surfacing in my mind. After consuming 60 evolution points, Lu Yuan was able to fully unleash Ice Flash. He now has 1790 evolution points remaining. Ice Flash, B, Beginner. After browsing the panel, Lu Yuan discovered that his skill could be improved through a proficiency breakthrough. A B-level skill doesn't consume too many evolution points to advance from beginner to intermediate proficiency. However, he still planned to save his evolution points for now, as the Ice Flash skill at the beginner level was enough for his needs for the time being. There is about a month left until the freshman competition. His next goal is, before the freshman competition, reach the upper first rank or even the lower second rank. Let's try out this skill and see how it works. Ice Flash. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. Call out. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of blue light and dashed forward a distance. Behind him, patches of white snowflakes remained. Lu Yuan made a simple estimate and found that it would take him about 0.4 seconds to perform the complete Ice Flash action with a maximum displacement distance of 15 meters. The effect is not bad. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He then paid 4,000 blue star coins and left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Lu Yuan needs to practice for at least 8 hours a day, which will cost at least 8,000 blue star coins. Moreover, the basic monthly supply of pills and medicines provided by the school is far from enough for him, so he needs to purchase additional ones. Based on this calculation, Lu Yuan spends an average of between 10,000 and 20,000 blue star coins per day. As the saying goes, what's the point of practicing martial arts if you don't have money? While those with superpowers may earn a lot, they also burn through money very quickly if they want to grow rapidly. That much is undeniable. Therefore, Lu Yuan decided that after the bloodlust within him had completely dissipated, he would once again enter the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts. For blue star coins, and also for evolution points. Of course, Lu Yuan doesn't need to spend 8,000 blue star coins in the Ice and Snow Ability Hall today. This afternoon, Lu Yuan left the school on a shared electric scooter and arrived at the subway station near the school gate. He then took the long spear wrapped in satin cloth, boarded the subway, and headed to Jiangzhan City. Lu Yuan hadn't forgotten that he still needed to return the spear to Huang Hao. The dinner will be held at Jiaxinlu Restaurant at 6 p.m. This is a message Zhou Wan sent to Lu Yuan last night. At the same time, Zhou Wan also sent Lu Yuan her location so that he could find her exact location. Around 5:40 p.m., Lu Yuan arrived in front of the Jiaxinlu. Looking around, at the entrance stand 2 stone lions with piercing eyes. The 3 characters Jiaxinlu are displayed in large, gold-plated characters under the 3-story eaves. The strokes are as vigorous and powerful as a swimming dragon, and they gleam with a warm luster under the sun. The entire building is mainly constructed of rosewood, with layers of carved window lattices. A string of red lanterns hangs on the outward-facing corridor, and the tassels sway gently in the breeze, making the vermilion railings even brighter. Not only the name, but the decor also has a very classic feel. Lu Yuan simply remarked, "I wonder if it's because of this decoration. There are many people eating here. The crowd is bustling and constantly moving." Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and walked into the entrance of Jiaxinlu. He went to the counter and gave Zhou Wan's name. The clerk first checked her information, then said enthusiastically, "She has booked room number 52. Would you like me to take you there?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your trouble." It was his first time here, and rather than wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly, he figured he might as well just let the clerk at the counter lead him there. After wandering around for a while, Lu Yuan finally arrived at private room number 52. The clerk at the counter smiled and said, "I've already delivered it to you. Is there anything else you need?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "No more for now." After the clerk left, Lu Yuan entered private room number 52. There were already 4 people in the private room, who were none other than the other members of the Firefox team besides Lu Yuan. After finishing this meal, Lu Yuan officially left the Firefox team. Sister Zhou, Brother Hu, Brother Hao, Sister Lu. Upon entering the private room, Lu Yuan greeted everyone with a smile. "Lu Yuan is here. Come and sit here with me." Huang Hao beckoned Lu Yuan to sit down. "Brother Hao, I brought your spear. I put it over there in the corner." Lu Yuan said, "Now that everyone's here, let's start ordering. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you want. Don't worry too much. As the team leader, it's on me." Zhou Wan patted her chest and announced to the crowd, "Sister Zhou, since you've said so, this is a rare opportunity, so I'm definitely going to make sure you get a good meal out of me." Huang Hao said with a smile. Su Lu added, "Yes, Sister Zhou, it's rare to see you so generous." The two picked up their respective menus and began ordering food on the mechanical display screen in front of them. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate either. He also ordered food on the mechanical display screen. To Lu Yuan's amazement, Jiaxinlu not only had a unique style of decoration, but the prices of its dishes were also not expensive. Many dishes only cost tens to hundreds of blue star coins. No wonder so many people came. It's all about low profit margins and high sales volume. Lu Yuan silently sighed to himself. The food was served very quickly. In less than half an hour, all the dishes that everyone ordered had been served. Poached chicken, steamed grouper, roast goose. A variety of exquisite dishes are laid out on the table, making one's mouth water just by looking at them. At this moment, someone else entered the private room and brought several bottles of beer with a relatively low alcohol content. "Lu Yuan, you should be able to drink beer, right?" Huang Hao asked. "Absolutely." Lu Yuan nodded. Once all the dishes were served and beer was poured into the bowls, everyone began to enjoy their meal. Tender and juicy poached chicken, flavorful steamed grouper, and plump and juicy roast goose. Every dish was prepared to Lu Yuan's liking. Goodbye, everyone from Team Firefox. More than an hour later, after the meal was over, Lu Yuan reluctantly said goodbye to everyone. Chapter 56: The Shadow Cat in the City. It was getting late, so Lu Yuan left Jiaxinlu. "Welcome to visit again, sir." With this, he officially bid farewell to the members of the Firefox team. There is too much pedestrian traffic nearby, and taxis can't get in. Therefore, Lu Yuan walked for a while, and came to a relatively open area before taking out his phone to hail a taxi. Hoo. The evening breeze is bleak. Lu Yuan felt the evening breeze blowing, lost in thought. Sudden. Meow meow meow. Where did this cat come from? Lu Yuan subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. To my surprise, I discovered that something seemed off about the cat. First of all, they are much larger than ordinary cats. Moreover, this cat has sharp teeth and long claws, and a crescent moon mark on its forehead. However, the crescent-shaped mark was slightly dim, and the hair on its body was not fine at all. Instead, it was very rough and messy. What did I see? A shadow cat? A shadow cat appearing in the real world? Am I drunk? It shouldn't be possible to get him drunk with just a little beer. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes and glanced in that direction again. What came into view was still the figure of that shadow cat. Although ferocious beasts do appear in the real world, they are mostly non-aggressive beasts like the square-eared rat, posing almost zero threat to humans. But now, this shadow cat doesn't seem like it can't pose a threat to humans, does it? Lu Yuan muttered a few words to himself. Immediately, his supernatural power erupted. Since we're not currently in the underground world, there's no need to conserve elemental energy. Therefore, Lu Yuan naturally chose the fastest way to handle the situation. After his superpowers were unleashed, endless ice and snow surged from around him, completely burying the shadow cat that had just appeared. The shadow cat was frozen to death very easily. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points +8. Only 8 evolution points? Shouldn't it be 10? Lu Yuan was somewhat confused. The shadow cat was the first ferocious beast he killed, so he remembered it very clearly. He gained 10 evolution points for killing a shadow cat at the lower level of the first tier. Perhaps it's because this shadow cat is only barely at the lower tier of Tier 1 and is too weak? Lu Yuan thought to himself. There aren't many people around here. In addition, it was nighttime, and the big tree blocked the shadow cat's body, so no one noticed them. He first made a phone call to the relevant authorities before getting into a taxi. In the taxi, it should be noted that back in the Fighting Abilities Hall, Lu Yuan discovered traces of the ferocious beast next to his bicycle. However, the ferocious beast was a square-eared rat, posing no threat to humans whatsoever. At that time, he was thinking, I'll find the answer once I get to Shenzhen University of Superpowers and meet more powerful individuals. But once he arrived at Shenzhen University of Superpowers, all he could think about was entering the underground world, hunting ferocious beasts, acquiring evolution points, and becoming infinitely stronger. So they forgot about it. It wasn't until I encountered it again that I remembered. If we're talking about the strongest person I've ever encountered, without a doubt, it's my teacher, Qin Tianlong, the dean of the Ice Element Academy. Therefore, Lu Yuan chose to send a message directly to his teacher. However, he did not reply immediately. The taxi arrived quickly. Lu Yuan took a subway train back to Chengdu Shenzhen University of Superpowers. The familiar gate is still as amazing as ever. As soon as he stepped inside, the fountain radiating colorful light immediately caught Lu Yuan's attention. On the benches next to the fountain, many couples were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Lu Yuan regretted looking at the fountain. He quickly left the area, hopped on a shared electric scooter, and hurried back to his dormitory. Enter the first floor. Lu Yuan glanced around briefly, but did not find Lu Yuan. I guess he's gone back to his bedroom. Lu Yuan did not investigate further. He returned to his bedroom and began studying Ice Blade. The first step is to mobilize the ice-type elemental energy within the body to condense into a blade. Lu Yuan opened the first page of the skill book, Ice Blade. For him, all he needed to do was dabble in the skill and then use evolution points to level it up to basic proficiency. 2 hours passed. Lu Yuan withdrew from his study session. I discovered that Teacher Qin had already replied to my message. This was probably done by the Black Blood Cult, a domestic cult. They like to release ferocious beasts in places with few people or inconspicuous locations, but the beasts they release are usually not very ferocious. In fact, the shadow cat you saw probably only looked fierce. It wasn't actually that bad. Of course, the country has been cracking down on the Black Blood Cult. The school's mission center occasionally issues related missions. You can keep an eye out for them if you're interested. This is his reply. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's expression gradually became serious. The world of superpowers is fraught with danger, facing not only external threats, but also internal strife. It was pretty much what he had guessed. The official explanation of the underground world projection was indeed intended to conceal the existence of the Black Blood Cult and prevent public panic. Lu Yuan still has problems to solve. He quickly pulled out his phone and asked on QQ, "Why are ferocious beasts appearing in the real world? It should be noted that ferocious beasts only exist in the underground world. To leave the underground world and enter the real world, a scan will be conducted. Whether a living ferocious beast was brought out can be determined with a single scan. How did the Black Blood cult manage to deceive everyone, bring out living ferocious beasts, and release them into the real world? A few minutes later, Qin Tianlong replied, "These ferocious beasts in the real world are actually made by grafting the flesh of ferocious beasts brought out from the underground world onto normal animals, and then injecting them with some drugs to cause them to fuse and mutate, which is how they were finally produced. That's why the ferocious beasts that appear in the real world don't have any ferocity. The government doesn't have much of a solution for this at the moment." Upon seeing Qin Tianlong's reply, Lu Yuan finally sorted out his thoughts. No wonder the crescent moon mark on the forehead of the shadow he saw was slightly dim, and the originally fine hair was unusually coarse. It turns out that this ferocious beast was not a complete ferocious beast, but rather a product of the fusion and mutation of ferocious beast meat and normal animal meat. These Black Blood cult members are truly insane. Lu Yuan shook his head. At this moment, his desire to become stronger grew even stronger. Remember, what I'm telling you today must not be revealed to ordinary people. Qin Tianlong said with unusual seriousness. Understood, teacher. Lu Yuan indicated that he understood. He was not the kind of reckless person. Chapter 57 First Tier Advancement. Lu Yuan has not yet learned the skills Ice Blade and Ice Shield. Over the past 3 days, Lu Yuan has focused on studying Ice Blade. On the third day, evolution points -80. Ice Blade, A, Beginner. Ice Blade, A, Elementary. Lu Yuan currently has 17-18 evolution points remaining. Memories flooded his mind, and Lu Yuan successfully learned the Ice Blade technique. He immediately raised the Black Dragon Spear and swung it violently. Swish, swish, swish. Several crescent-shaped ice blades were thrown out in succession, exploding at their ends and emitting a faint mist of ice. Of course, you can throw the ice blade without using a spear, because this is the result of directly consuming the body's internal energy and has nothing to do with the weapon. Ice Blade, A, Beginner. 17-18 evolution points were enough for Lu Yuan to break through to the intermediate proficiency level of Ice Blade, although he didn't do so. 3 more days passed. Lu Yuan is currently learning the skill Frozen Shield. Evolution points -80. Frozen Shield, A, Beginner. Frozen Shield, A, Elementary. After his brain had fully absorbed the memories, Lu Yuan mastered the release method of the Frozen Shield. After using this skill, a seemingly thin but actually very thick ice shield will be placed around him, helping him to prevent a certain amount of damage. The remaining evolution points are 1638. Similarly, despite having enough evolution points, Lu Yuan still did not choose to break through the skill's proficiency level. As for the first bridge of the second level of the Xianming Ice Soul Body, which tempers the heart, the sign of successful tempering is that the primordial energy channels in the body and the primordial energy nodes in the heart achieve a stable primordial energy circulation path. Lu Yuan is still a long way from that point. He can still feel a strong sense of blockage. The tempering of the heart really can't be rushed. Lu Yuan sighed and decided to shift his focus to breaking through his cultivation level. Time passed day by day. Another 4 days have come to an end. That evening, phew, Lu Yuan, who had returned to his dormitory bedroom to continue absorbing Yuan energy and cultivating, let out a long breath. He was not wearing any clothes at the time, sitting naked on the bed, his body emanating wisps of cold air. After exhaling and opening his eyes, Lu Yuan didn't bother to put on his clothes and immediately opened the system panel. Realm level, mid-tier 1. After each absorption of elemental energy, Lu Yuan would open the panel to check if he could break through to a higher realm. Now, the familiar up arrow has appeared, signifying that he has finally broken through to a higher realm. The system's stat allocation is equivalent to directly accelerating the cultivation process. Therefore, training a portion of the time in advance can reduce the consumption of evolution points. This is also the real reason why he had 2,050 evolution points in the underground world but could not break through his realm, while he was able to advance to the first level high realm with fewer evolution points after returning to school. In between, there was a 10-day rigorous training process, which could not be ignored. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the system panel. Evolution points -1,628. Realm level. First tier, mid-level, first tier, upper level. In an instant, an immense and powerful surge of spiritual and blood energy erupted within Lu Yuan's body. Unconsciously, terrifying fluctuations of elemental energy were generated. Let alone Xia Qingyin, who possesses the S-class superpower, natural spiritual essence. Even Lu Yuan, who was eating watermelon and watching TV in the living room on the first floor, could sense this energy fluctuation. No, brother Lu Yuan, you. Lu Yuan was stunned. His pupils widened suddenly, and the half-eaten watermelon in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. Little did he know that when brother Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory, he had inquired about his cultivation level, which turned out to be mid-level first rank. This is already an incredible level of achievement, considering that Lu Yuan, who had passed the martial arts exam and was the provincial champion, only then awakened to the awakened realm. But this terrifying fluctuation of elemental energy. There's only one possible outcome. Brother Lu Yuan is breaking through to the first-tier upper level. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Lu Yuan lowered his head and murmured. This refers not only to the fluctuations of elemental energy, but also to Lu Yuan's talent. With this in mind, Lu Yuan immediately abandoned the half-eaten watermelon and rushed back to his bedroom to cultivate. He usually trains for 6 hours, but starting today, he's going to add 2 more hours. At the same time, Xia Qingyin and her best friend Wang Yuzhu were chatting idly after taking a bath. Sudden, Xia Qingyin seemed to sense something. Her pupils dilated, and she stared blankly into the distance. Xiaoyin, what's wrong? Seeing this, Wang Yuzhu quickly reached out and waved her hand in front of Xia Qingyin's pretty face. It's all right, it's all right. Xia Qingyin snapped out of her daze, shook her head, and said. Seeing that her best friend seemed a little absent-minded, Wang Yuzhu chuckled and said, Xiaoyin, are you thinking about some handsome guy? Of course, this was just her teasing Xia Qingyin. Xia Qingyin was already used to this, and her expression did not change at all. In some ways, Wang Yuzhu guessed correctly. She was indeed thinking of a handsome guy. Then, she slightly parted her red lips and said calmly, Xiao Zhu, do you believe that someone who awakens supernatural abilities during an awakening ceremony is currently breaking through to the upper level of the first tier? High-level tier 1. More like breaking through to become a superhuman, right? Wang Yuzhu shook her head, clearly not believing it. Even with a semester, it would be difficult for her to achieve a first-level promotion. It's in the dorm across the street. Why don't you go out and take a look? Xia Qingyin stretched out her hand and pointed in the direction of the dormitory across the street. Really? Wang Yuzhu stood up from the sofa with some doubt, put on a pair of slippers, walked to the dormitory door, and opened it. Between the dormitories is a wide avenue, more than 10 meters wide. Wang Yuzhu only took a few steps forward, but she could clearly feel the energy fluctuations brought about by Lu Yuan's breakthrough. How is this possible? She opened her mouth in surprise. A minute ago, she didn't believe it at all. Half a minute ago, she was half believing and half doubting. But now the facts are right in front of her, slapping her in the face. Then, Xia Qingyin came out of the dormitory and said cheerfully, Xiaozhu, do you believe me now? I believe you. Wang Yuzhu nodded repeatedly, then asked, who is that genius in the dorm across the hall? Xia, do you know him? You know, my best friend awakened her supernatural abilities early, and she has access to all the necessary cultivation resources and hasn't missed a single day of training, yet she's only at the mid-level of the first tier. Meanwhile, the person in the opposite dormitory not only didn't awaken their superpowers beforehand, but their cultivation level actually surpassed that of their best friend. This is what aroused Wang Yuzhu's curiosity. His name is Lu Yuan, a person whose talent is so extraordinary that it can be described as monstrous, and who is equally hardworking. Xia Qingyin spoke the truth. Chapter 58 Shenzhen City Number 3 Superpower Base. As the breakthrough progressed, the fluctuations in primordial energy gradually became calmer. Once Lu Yuan had fully reached the first-tier upper level, he first opened his eyes and then quickly checked his panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 10. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm, upper first tier. Mental state, 260 Hz. Qi and blood, 520 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced. Melee combat, beginner, Ice Shard Ring D. Intermediate, Ice Flash, B. Beginner, Ice Blade, A. Beginner, Frozen Shield, A. Beginner, Ice Blast, S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S. First level. Before breaking through to the next level, his spirit was 197 Hz, and his blood energy was 428 calories. Currently, his mental state is 260 Hz, and his energy level is 520 calories. Although the increase in blood and qi is not as great as that of the body tempering technique, the increase in spirit is still quite good, increasing by 63 Hz. He glanced at his impressive stats and his extremely limited number of evolution points. He calmed himself down and did not sense any bloodthirsty aura. It's time to return to the underground world. Evolution points won't wait for anyone. Lu Yuan pondered to himself. He reached out and cleared some of the ice and snow from the computer screen. Then, he turned on his computer and started looking up the underground world passage he was heading to. The underground world near the Jiangzhan City superpower base, which I knew so well, has been sealed off and I can't go there anymore. After a period of screening and comparison, Lu Yuan's final choice was Shenzhen City number 3 superpower base. There are 3 superpower bases in Shenzhen. The beast in the underground world corresponding to this superpower base is the weakest. It's not far from Shenzhen University of Abilities, and the environment is similar to that of the Jiangzhan City Abilities base, both being primeval forests. Unfortunately, it's late now, and it's not convenient to go out. I'll just have to wait another night. The next day, Lu Yuan got up early. Wearing his slightly worn D-grade alloy battle suit, and carrying a black dragon spear wrapped in black satin on his back, he descended from the second floor of the dormitory to the first floor via the spiral staircase. At this moment, Lu Yuan was also woken up by his own alarm clock. After Lu Yuan's provocation yesterday, he was much more self-disciplined than when he first arrived. Now, he is about to brush his teeth and wash his face, and after breakfast, he will head to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for today's training. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's attire, he rubbed his eyes and asked, "Brother Lu Yuan, where are you going?" "Underworld." Lu Yuan gave a very simple answer. "Xiaoya, open the door for me." After saying that, Lu Yuan called the dormitory's smart management assistant to open the dormitory door. "The dormitory door is open." Xiaoya responded quickly, and the dormitory door that Xiaoya controlled was also opened. As Lu Yuan walked out of the dormitory, he happened to run into Xia Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu, who were dressed casually and about to go for a morning run. "Lu Yuan, are you going to the underground world again?" Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she greeted them. "Yes, Xia Qingyin and this student. Are you two going for a morning run?" Lu Yuan responded. "Hello, my name is Wang Yuzhu, and I'm from the dormitory across from yours." Wang Yuzhu, who was standing nearby, spoke up. Hello. Lu Yuan also greeted him with a smile. After a brief greeting, the two went their separate ways to do their own things. "Does Lu Yuan often go to the underground world?" Wang Yuzhu blinked and asked. She noticed the word again in Xia Qingyin's words. "Yes, I ran into him in the underground world last time." Xia Qingyin answered casually. "Hey, a man and a woman in the wild. It's hard not for something to happen, isn't it?" Wang Yuzhu started teasing again, revealing a meaningful expression. "Do you think it's possible?" Xia Qingyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. The martial arts exam has just ended, and new students can now register in advance, which can be considered the start of the new student semester. There aren't many freshmen who are thinking of having fun at home. As a student admitted to Shenzhen University of Superpowers, you should have this much awareness. At the same time, curiosity and longing for university also played a role. This has resulted in a significant increase in the number of people on campus, even in the morning. However, this did not stop Lu Yuan from driving a shared electric scooter to the school gate at high speed. After all, the campus of Shenzhen Superpower University is really too big, with avenues dozens of meters wide. Unless someone deliberately moves into your car, you generally won't hit anyone. After leaving the campus, Lu Yuan hailed a taxi. When getting out of the taxi driver even kindly said, "Young man, be careful." Lu Yuan knew that this was a double entendre, not only when getting off the vehicle, but also in the underground world. After getting out of the taxi, what comes into view is Shenzhen City's number 3 superpower base. Shenzhen, as a first-tier city, has an economic development that Jiangzhan, a remote city in Guangdong province, cannot match. This superpower base is much more impressive than the one in Jiangzhan City. The architecture features the latest design. 2 additional security guards were stationed at the entrance. Presumably because they were paid quite well, these 2 security guards stood upright with bright eyes, showing no sign of slacking off. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Yuan entered the gate of the number 3 superpower base in Shenzhen City. Upon entering, since it was his first time here, human nature compelled Lu Yuan to look around. The interior furnishings are similar to those in the Jiangzhan City superpower base. Each superpower base needs to obtain a superpower base identity certificate, which cannot be used interchangeably with other bases. Just as he was about to register his identity, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses walked over. "Young man, is this your first time here? Do you need a map? I'll sell it to you for 50,000 blue star coins, no questions asked." The middle-aged man waved the map in his hand. Lu Yuan hesitated. He planned to hunt the ferocious beast alone this time, so a map was essential for him. However, Lu Yuan had no way of confirming the authenticity of the map. If you get scammed, losing money is secondary. Losing your life would be the real problem. Can I take your map to the staff over there to have it verified? If it's genuine, I absolutely won't haggle and will pay you on the spot. A sudden inspiration struck Lu Yuan, and he said. The middle-aged man said nothing and left. Then he went to other people who looked like newbies and started promoting his maps. Why did we go this way? Could it be that I guessed right, and this map is fake? Lu Yuan muttered something under his breath. The map is real, but it's not worth the money. A middle-aged man, who looked to be about 35 years old and was wearing a Class C alloy suit, walked over and said, a real map could definitely save your life. How could it not be worth 50,000 blue star coins? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously. Chapter 59, Rejecting the Team Invitation. Mental Sustaining Pill. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, this map is a free gift. As long as you register your identity here, you can get a free map. As soon as he heard you say staff member, he was worried about being exposed, so he hurriedly looked for the next sucker. This is disgusting. Taking something for free and selling it is incredibly profitable with no investment. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Yuan and said, are you a student at Shenzhen University? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. His weapons, the Black Dragon Spear and the D-grade alloy armor, were both purchased from the Shenzhen Superpower University. They both bear the unique logo of the Shenzhen Superpower University and are easily recognizable. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not find it strange. Our team just recently had a freshman from your school join us. What's going on at your school lately? I remember your school has a portal to the underground world, and for freshmen with that kind of strength, the underground world within the school is sufficient. Why are there still freshmen coming here? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Oh, the underground passage to our school has been blocked. I guess it's being used for this year's freshman competition. Lu Yuan replied. It's been blocked. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated slightly. Then he said, it seems that the competition for freshmen at your school this year is going to be quite fierce. Of course, there are 10 specially recruited students this year, so the competition is bound to be fierce. Lu Yuan answered casually. 10 people. You know so much about them. Wait, young man, you're not a freshman too, are you? The middle-aged man asked again. Yes. Lu Yuan did not deny this. The new recruit who just joined our team has awakened an S-level Earth-type ability and is also a specially recruited student this year. You might even know him. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Earth-based superpowers. Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. He remembered that on the day he had his duel with Lu Yuan, he also happened to run into Feng Shi on the road. Feng Shi once said that he had left the unreliable team he was on before and wanted to join a new team. Earth-type abilities are not as rare as Ice-type abilities, but they are definitely not common either. Moreover, it awakened an S-rank Earth-type ability. It's almost certainly it's a 100% chance that it's Feng Shi. It was quite a coincidence that I ran into Feng Shi. Why don't you join our team? Even if you two don't know each other, as specially recruited freshmen in the same year, you can get to know each other and become friends. Lu Yuan hasn't answered yet. At this moment, the middle-aged man extended a very warm invitation. Ability users who awaken S-class abilities have both a high ceiling and a high floor. With a little training, they can definitely provide a significant boost to combat power and greatly improve the team's benefits. Forget it. I still prefer to act alone. Lu Yuan waved his hand, declining the middle-aged man's invitation. Judging from the middle-aged man's battle attire and the aura he inadvertently exuded, his team was definitely not weak. It's important to understand that teams need to share profits. If a group sticks together, the number of ferocious beasts they find won't be much more than if an individual were alone, but with an additional person, each person's share will decrease. What I lack now is not only evolution points, but also blue star coins. While it can certainly improve safety within a team, however, after the profit sharing, the amount of blue star coins received is naturally less than what one would receive if acting alone. Moreover, in order to obtain evolution points in the future, I will inevitably have to go down to the underground world frequently. What about the future? You can't keep changing teams, right? In conclusion, it is still more practical to act alone. Alright then, be careful when you go into the underground world. Before leaving, the middle-aged man gave Lu Yuan a reminder. Lu Yuan left and went to the window for registering his identity at the number 3 superpower base in Shenzhen. It cost 1,000 blue star coins. Shenzhen City number 3 supernatural ability base. Name, Lu Yuan. Points 0. This is Lu Yuan's identity certificate from the superpower base. It's not exactly the same as the one from the superpower base in Jiangjiang City, but it's practically identical. I reckon they've made a lot of money just from registering accounts. Lu Yuan thought to himself silently. Of course, one good thing is that Lu Yuan got the map of this underground world as he wanted. He slowly unfolded the map and studied it briefly. Finally, I decided on my walking route. Through the underground world passage, Lu Yuan entered Shenzhen City number 3. He glanced around and found that the construction here didn't seem to be much different from Jiangjiang City. All I could hear were the shouts of vendors. Bulk sale of herbs, starting at 20% off. Come and check it out if you're interested. Mental sustaining pill, 200,000 blue star coins each, allows you to stay energetic even at night without needing to rest. Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to ignore the vendors' shouts and leave Deep City number 3 to hunt ferocious beasts, as before, suddenly, he noticed something and immediately stopped in his tracks. Mental sustaining pill, 200,000 blue star coins each, allows you to stay energetic even at night without needing to rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. This spirit-maintaining pill is a good thing for me. You can even save the nighttime and go on to find and hunt ferocious beasts. With the freshman competition approaching, the shorter time spent in the underground world will allow me to dedicate more time to training at school, significantly increasing my chances of success in the competition. That is such a good product. Are there any side effects? Lu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. Never mind, let's go check it out first. The spirit maintenance pill was very important to Lu Yuan, so he decided to ask about it first. A long queue had formed in front of the vendor's stall. This clearly shows that the spirit maintenance pill is quite effective, and many people really want it. It was finally Lu Yuan's turn. Lu Yuan asked the vendor, how long does this spirit maintenance pill last, and are there any side effects? This is the question that Lu Yuan is most concerned about. If it requires sacrificing one's mental attributes, or even affecting one's future, then Lu Yuan would rather not do it. The vendor shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, I only have the 200,000 yuan pills here, which last for 7 days. The side effects aren't too bad. It just means you'll sleep for a day or two longer after the first sleep when the pill's effects wear off. Lu Yuan estimated that the time saved could completely offset the extra day or two of sleep. He took out his bank card and readily said, okay, I'll take it. Swipe it. The vendor didn't take Lu Yuan's bank card, but said, I haven't finished speaking yet. For this spirit maintenance pill to take effect, there are certain requirements for one's own spiritual attributes. Chapter 60 is not for sale. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and he quickly asked, what are the requirements? The vendor blurted out, your mental attribute must be greater than 250 Hz. Otherwise, taking the mental maintenance pill will not only reduce its effectiveness, but may also cause irreversible damage to your body. Do you meet the requirements? Lu Yuan remembered that the moment he broke through to the upper-level first tier, he opened the panel and looked at it. My mental attribute is 260 Hz, which meets the requirements. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Seeing Lu Yuan nod slightly, the vendor didn't say anything more. He took Lu Yuan's bank card, swiped it, and asked Lu Yuan to enter his payment password. Beep. After the payment was successful, the vendor handed the dark brown spirit-maintaining pill to Lu Yuan. Finally, he added a reminder. You can only take one spirit maintenance pill a month at most, otherwise it will have an adverse effect on your health. Following Lu Yuan was a one-eyed youth with a black eye patch over his other eye, giving him a menacing appearance. He patted his chest and said, give me 5 spirit maintenance pills. The vendor gave an embarrassed smile and said, sorry, young man, we only have 4 spirit maintenance pills left. For it is then, swipe your card. The one-eyed youth handed his bank card to the vendor. Beep. Card swipe successful. After obtaining 4 spirit maintenance pills, the one-eyed youth quickened his pace and blocked Lu Yuan's path. It should be noted that Lu Yuan did not walk very fast. Therefore, he could hear it. The one-eyed youth wanted 5 spirit maintenance pills, but the vendor only had 4. Then his purpose in stopping me is quite obvious, isn't it? He saw someone coming from behind and blocking his way. Lu Yuan was somewhat displeased, but he didn't show it very obviously on his face. He said, is there something you need? Hey buddy, I want the spirit-sustaining pill you have. Our team has 5 people, and each of us needs one. So can you sell it to me? The one-eyed youth forced out an ugly smile. Not for sale. Lu Yuan said decisively, then turned and left. How could he not understand the principle of first come, first served? You think you can sell your products just by saying a few words? I ask you, where in the world is there such a good deal? Of course, if this one-eyed youth raises the price, then that's another story. If this one-eyed youth really wanted it, he would definitely come over and raise the price. If the price offered is truly satisfactory, then Lu Yuan will also choose the most correct approach, obediently handing over the spirit maintenance pill as if he had found money on the street. The one-eyed youth stared wide-eyed at Lu Yuan's departing figure. TCH, a little brat who hasn't even grown his first hair yet, and he's already thinking about raising prices on the spot. The one-eyed youth thought to himself that he had clearly seen through Lu Yuan's purpose. If he had to pay a higher price, he would lose money, and how could he possibly tolerate that? The one-eyed youth snorted coldly, shouting threateningly, "You'd better be glad you didn't run into me in the underground world otherwise." He felt that a young man like Lu Yuan, who looked so young, would be intimidated by his words and would obediently come back to sell the spirit maintenance pill. But the kid in front of me acted as if nothing had happened. His movements remained completely unchanged. "You won't even pay more, yet you want the elixir? Dream on." Lu Yuan ignored the one-eyed youth's shouts and went to the city gate. After handing over his superpower base identification to the superpowered individuals on both sides of the city gate for inspection, he was able to leave. Outside number 3 Shenzhen. Air containing a high concentration of oxygen rushed towards us. After returning to the underground world, Lu Yuan was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Fortunately, he had laid a good foundation beforehand, and in just a few minutes, Lu Yuan was able to breathe smoothly. The surrounding trees grew very tall, blocking out the sky. Click. He had only walked for less than 10 minutes when his boots stepped on a hard and brittle object, which caught Lu Yuan's attention. He looked closely and realized that what he was standing on under his boots was a bone. Whether the bones are human or those of a ferocious beast remains unknown. He simply swept the soil covering it with his boots, and more bones surfaced. He looked up and glanced around. There are also some scattered bones nearby, and judging from the shape of these bones, it is very easy to tell that these bones came from a ferocious beast. Lu Yuan didn't find it strange. After the ferocious beast is killed, the superhuman can't possibly carry it out intact. Typically, the most valuable crystals and some important organs are removed from the body, and at most some flesh is cut off before the body is left in place. The remaining body, after being weathered and eaten by other ferocious beasts, naturally turned into bones over time. This situation is very common throughout the entire underground world. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squeaking sound coming from above drew Lu Yuan's attention once again. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, what came into view was 2 monkeys sat comfortably on the trunk of a towering tree, eating bananas. Judging from the appearance of these 2 monkeys, it has sharp fangs, claws on each finger, and its skin has a black and white pattern. Just like the zebras I've seen on TV. This monkey is clearly not a normal monkey, but a ferocious beast that is born in the shape of a monkey. You dare eat a banana in front of me? Just because you're in a superior position, I can't do anything to you. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, swung his spear, and then swung it violently. Swish, swish, swish. Several crescent-shaped ice blades were thrown out in succession. It created a whooshing sound in the wind. Although the shot didn't hit the 2 monkeys, it did hit the tree trunk beneath their feet. As billowing cold smoke appeared, 2 ferocious beasts shaped like monkeys fell down. They were covered in blood. One had a broken arm, and the other had a broken thigh. Even so, they still intend to fight to the death. With bloodshot eyes and bared teeth, it lunged at Lu Yuan with all its might. Good timing. Lu Yuan raised his spear and charged forward. In just 2 rounds, 2 large holes appeared in their bodies. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the black and white monkey, and gained 12 evolution points. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the black and white monkey, and gained 12 evolution points. The system notification confirmed the complete death of the 2 ferocious beasts. Vulnerable. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. After removing the crystals from the 2 black and white monkeys, he gradually walked deeper into the area, following the location he had originally planned on the map. Chapter 61, Armored Rhinoceros. We gradually ventured deeper into the area. On the way, Lu Yuan encountered many ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Pippi Pig, and gained 24 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 1 high-ranking ferocious beast, the Great Fang Squirrel, and gained 40 evolution points. With the skill Ice Blade, the efficiency of killing ferocious beasts is much faster than before. After all, not all ferocious beasts will rush at humans when they encounter them. A small number will choose to run away. For example, a black-spotted deer that leads its enemies to the front of its settlement. Although the result was the massacre of an entire settlement, it was not good for it. A whole day has passed. Evolution points, 490. Lu Yuan's evolution points have reached 490. When I first arrived, I had 10 evolution points, so my net gain for the day was 480 evolution points. This is still in the shallowest area, and no second-tier ferocious beasts have appeared yet. If we continue to go deeper, we will get even more evolution points. Lu Yuan lowered his head, thinking silently to himself. That evening, after eating a few high-energy compressed biscuits he had brought, Lu Yuan swallowed the spirit maintenance pill in one gulp. Glug. This spirit-maintaining pill, although brownish-black, is not bitter. In fact, it has a slightly sweet taste. The moment he swallowed it, Lu Yuan felt his spirits greatly enhanced, and the fatigue from a day of traveling and hunting ferocious beasts was swept away. The effect is not bad. Lu Yuan wasted no time. He took out a large flashlight from his backpack and turned it on, making it as bright as day. Most ferocious beasts also need rest, and they tend to fall asleep much more easily than humans. Even if you shine a flashlight on them, they usually won't have much of a reaction. However, there are some ferocious beasts that are nowhere to be seen during the day, but are active at night. This is also why the Firefox team needed people to take turns keeping watch at night. If no one is on guard at night, it is very easy for these ferocious beasts to launch a sneak attack. Lu Yuan walked cautiously. While using the ice blade to kill ferocious beasts from a distance, they also kept an eye out for any beasts that might attack from behind. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the red-toothed giant earthworm. Evolution points plus 11. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, toothless tiger, gaining plus 20 evolution points. One night passed. Evolution points, 710. The flashlight's beam had a limited range, so Lu Yuan missed many ferocious beasts. On the first night, his net gain was 220 evolution points. Overall, I gained 700 evolution points on the first day. The second day, the third day, Lu Yuan delved deeper and deeper. Over the course of 3 days, he earned a total of 2,400 evolution points. With a thought, the panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2410. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm, upper first tier. Mental state, 260 Hz. Chi and blood, 520 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, beginner, Ice Shard Ring D. Intermediate, Ice Flash, B. Beginner, Ice Blade, A. Beginner, Frozen Shield, A. Beginner, Ice Blast, S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S. First level. Lu Yuan carefully browsed through it. The panel was full of up arrows, which almost made his eyes blur. Aside from marksmanship, all skills can be upgraded. At this moment, he was hesitating whether to add points to the Ice Blade skill, a powerful tool for killing monsters, and the Ice Blast skill, which offers the ultimate burst damage. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yuan decided to save the evolution points for now. Let's save the evolution points. It's more important to break through to the lower second-tier realm first. Lu Yuan thought to himself. The freshman competition is held in an underground space with a constantly changing environment. Instead of focusing on improving skills, it's better to focus on improving one's realm. One is that you break through your own level without the side effect of an unstable foundation, and you won't experience the situation of turning a genius into a useless person due to excessive drug use. Another benefit is the increased chi and spirit attributes gained from breaking through realms, which can indirectly enhance the power of skills. On the fourth day, I guess I've arrived in the middle of this underground world now. Lu Yuan stopped and looked at the map while muttering to himself. He retrieved the map and continued on his way. Soon, Lu Yuan felt a slight vibration. He certainly wouldn't believe that an earthquake had occurred in the underground world. It's probably some kind of huge, ferocious beast. Let's hide and see what happens. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yuan's mind, and he hid in the bushes nearby. Sure enough, a ferocious beast, as large as a small mountain, slowly emerged. It has a very small horn on its head, so small that it is practically non-existent compared to its size. The eyes are long and narrow. His entire body was gray, covered in thick, sturdy gray armor. The armor had many curved notches and was pitted and uneven. This is a distinctive feature of this ferocious beast. It was exceptionally large, with short, thick limbs, and looked to weigh at least 10 tons, larger than the largest one-horned rhinoceros he had ever seen. After all, the one-horned rhinoceros is the smallest of all rhinoceros-like beasts, bar none. Every step he took caused a considerable tremor in the ground. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. His high school teachers had never mentioned this beast in class, so he didn't recognize it. So, Lu Yuan took out his phone and took a picture of the slowly approaching ferocious beast. Next, open the Heart in Shenzhen University app. There is an automatic search function here, which can automatically match the corresponding ferocious beast through the photo of the ferocious beast. It is extremely convenient. As long as the database is downloaded in advance, there is no need to rely on a signal. It can be used even in the underground world where there is no signal. This is a feature that was just updated a few days ago on the Heart in Shenzhen University app, and Lu Yuan really wants to give its designer a big thumbs up. After inserting the photo, information about this ferocious beast has appeared. The armored rhinoceros, in its adult form, is at the upper level of the second tier, with a very small number at the lower level of the third tier. It can grow up to 3 meters tall. Its armor gives it extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also gives it a slow movement speed. So this ferocious beast is called the armored rhinoceros. Lu Yuan carefully read through the information about the armored rhinoceros. Lu Yuan could see with his naked eye that the armored rhinoceros in front of him was a little over 2 meters tall, which was still quite a distance from the tallest one, which was 3 meters. This indicates that the armored rhinoceros in front of us is a second-tier superior. I wonder how many more evolution points you'll get from killing the armored rhinoceros compared to the Gale Wolf. The previous Gale Wolf, despite being a second-tier high-level creature, only yielded 550 evolution points upon defeat, proving that its overall capabilities were not strong. Defeating a mid-tier Tier 2 one-horn rhino grants 400 evolution points. If you were to kill a Tier 2 upper-rank armored rhino, you'd get around 800 evolution points. Chapter 62 Intermediate Proficiency. Ice Blast. Weeds. Only. Even Lu Yuan couldn't be sure if he could inflict effective damage on the armored rhinoceros. As stated in the Heart in Shenzhen University app, the armor on its body gives the armored rhinoceros extremely strong defensive capabilities. So, Lu Yuan chose to add points directly. He was never a rigid person. He knew how to adapt to changing circumstances. It was a complete fleshy stump, incomparable to a ferocious beast like the flaming tiger. Fighting it is not very dangerous. We can't let this easy prize slip away. Lu Yuan opened the panel and pressed the up arrow next to the skill, Ice Explosion. Evolution points minus 1,600. Ice Blast S. Beginner. Ice Blast S. Intermediate. A full 1,600 evolution points. The price to improve an S-rank skill is indeed not small. The moment the skill point was added, countless memories of using the Ice Explosion spell flooded into his mind. After all the memories have been fully absorbed, Lu Yuan was also able to realize that the power of his Ice Explosion spell had increased by at least 50%. With such a significant upgrade, the armored rhinoceros probably won't be able to withstand it now. Lu Yuan pondered to himself, quietly waiting for the armored rhinoceros to approach. After the armored rhinoceros approached, Lu Yuan suddenly stood up, raised the black dragon spear, and charged toward the armored rhinoceros at an extremely fast speed. Over there, before the armored rhinoceros could even react, it took a solid hit from Lu Yuan's Ice Explosion spell, which he had just mastered at the intermediate level. The ice layer covering the tip of the black dragon spear disappeared. At the same time, a deafening roar. The armored rhinoceros's prized armor was blasted open, leaving a small hole. I didn't expect this armor to be so tough. Even the intermediate level Ice Blast spell couldn't completely break through it. With a sigh, Lu Yuan quickly poured himself a bottle of energy potion. The intermediate level Ice Explosion technique requires a much greater amount of elemental energy than before, almost draining Lu Yuan dry. Although it didn't completely blast through the armor, the effect was actually quite similar. After a small hole was blasted into the armor, the soft flesh inside was revealed. He didn't care about being cruel anymore. Lu Yuan directly stabbed the spear into the flesh and stirred it wildly. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately, the armored rhinoceros let out an extremely miserable and painful cry. What Lu Yuan did was far more painful than rubbing salt into the wound. But so what? Ferocious beasts and humans are natural enemies, and Lu Yuan felt no guilt whatsoever. There was even a hint of happiness in them. Because once the armored rhinoceros is completely dead, I will gain a considerable amount of evolution points. As Lu Yuan continuously stirred it with the black dragon spear, bright red blood gushed out like a spring. The armored rhinoceros has gone completely insane. Despite the pain, it struggled and bumped around aimlessly. Lu Yuan noticed this and quickly pulled back using Ice Flash. Pulling back 15 meters, the armored rhinoceros can temporarily avoid injuring itself. As Lu Yuan moved around, he used his ice blades to relentlessly attack the armored rhinoceros's weak points. Swish, swish, swish. Several ice blades were fired. The armored rhinoceros gradually slowed down. Boom. The next second, the armored rhinoceros fell straight to the ground. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-ranking ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and gained 900 evolution points. The system notification sound in my ear confirmed that the armored rhinoceros was indeed completely dead. To Lu Yuan's surprise, killing the armored rhinoceros actually brought him a gain of 900 evolution points, 100 more than he had estimated. Not bad. After removing the silvery white crystal from inside the armored rhinoceros, Lu Yuan continued to venture deeper. In Lu Yuan's perception, most of the active ferocious beasts in this area are of the lower first rank, a few are of the lower second rank, and a very small number are of the middle second rank. As for this second-tier superior armored rhinoceros, it was entirely due to luck. After all, ferocious beasts are always active, and maps can only mark a general area. They can't possibly show every single detail. Time quickly passed to the evening of the fourth day. Lu Yuan opened the panel to check his gains. Evolution points, 1500. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with this. But I've been so engrossed in cultivation these past few days that I completely forgot to buy a spatial ring. Lu Yuan looked at his already full backpack and the suitcase he was pulling, and shook his head slightly. The valuable parts of a ferocious beast are divided into crystals and important organs. Crystals are small in size, but organs can be quite large. Therefore, Lu Yuan had to discard some organs to make room for more crystals. Although he discarded organs from low-level ferocious beasts, which weren't worth much money. But he was still heartbroken, as it was tantamount to throwing away money he had earned with his own hands, not a matter of the amount. Lu Yuan continued his journey into the night. Suddenly, a bad feeling crept into his heart, so he quickly shone his flashlight behind him. Discover. Before he knew it, several blue-winged bats were following him. This bat was entirely blue and looked quite eerie. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and hurled a few ice blades behind him. 2 blue-winged bats crashed on the spot, and the rest of the blue-winged bats, disregarding the lives of their companions, scattered and fled. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-level ferocious beast, the azure-winged bat. Evolution points, plus 20. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-level ferocious beast, the azure-winged bat. Evolution points, plus 20. Is this person here to earn some extra money for me? Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Daylight arrived on the 5th day. Lu Yuan unleashed another wave of frenzied slaughter. In this area, there are significantly more mid-tier second-order ferocious beasts, and traces of several high-tier second-order ferocious beasts can also be seen. Killing these higher-level ferocious beasts also consumes a huge amount of the body's energy. Lu Yuan could only give up some of the ferocious beasts that were not easy to kill. While energy potions can replenish the body's vital energy, as the saying goes, too much of a good thing can be bad, and you should only drink a maximum of 3 bottles a day. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone have unlimited magic power? The sun was setting, and it was already dusk. Evolution points, 3000. I opened the panel and took a look. Lu Yuan's evolution points reached an astonishing 3000. This efficiency is more than twice that of his first day in this underground world. Unfortunately, the familiar up arrow did not appear after the boundary. Does it require more than 4000 evolution points? Lu Yuan made a guess. As I was thinking this, a cave suddenly appeared in front of me. Lu Yuan naturally wanted to go in and take a look. The cave is not very large inside. There was only a clear spring inside, and a few weeds grew around the spring. It's boring. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Is this really a weed? So he took out his phone and took a picture. The final results show that. Chapter 63 S-Rank Herb, Blood-Boosting Grass. These plants are all different, but their only characteristic is that they all grow in an unremarkable way. Image could not be found in the database. This should be weeds. Let's look at the next one. Grade B herb, Jianling grass, has the effect of calming the mind. The Grade A herb, dewdrop grass, has the effect of calming the mind and can be helpful for cultivation. The Grade A herb, dewdrop grass, has the effect of calming the mind and can be helpful for cultivation. The next 3 weeds turned out to be medicinal herbs. In this world, the demand for herbs is enormous. The pills and potions used in daily cultivation and in the underground world are made from various herbs and have different effects. So what's the difference between pills and medicines? Actually, there's only one. One is solid, and the other is liquid. A single Grade B herb is worth a few tens of thousands of blue star coins. A single Grade A herb, however, is worth hundreds of thousands of blue star coins. This wave of profits netted Lu Yuan several 100,000 yuan, which was quite comfortable for him. What good luck! Upon seeing the results displayed on his phone, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be somewhat amazed. At the same time, he uprooted the herbs and put them into his pocket. While marveling at the discovery, Lu Yuan found another herb that he hadn't photographed. So Lu Yuan took a picture of the herb and uploaded it to the Heart in Shenzhen University app. Lu Yuan quickly received the results. The S-grade herb blood-boosting grass is an excellent tonic for improving blood and qi. However, please note that this is a highly potent herb, and its processed products should not be used excessively. The results displayed on the phone caused Lu Yuan's pupils to dilate in surprise. What incredible luck! I never expected to find an S-grade herb in this tiny cave. Upon realizing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. It should be noted that there is a huge difference in rarity between S-grade and A-grade herbs. Although A-grade herbs are difficult to cultivate, they are still far inferior to S-grade herbs. In China, companies that can grow S-grade herbs are as few as 9th-tier experts. You can count them on one hand. Therefore, S-grade herbs are quite valuable, at least 10 times more valuable than A-grade herbs. Each one is worth millions of Blue Star coins. The last time I saw 1,000,000 Blue Star coins was right after I was specially recruited and the money was deposited into my bank account by Shenzhen Superpower University. Of course, this refers to what Lu Yuan himself possesses. Could this seemingly ordinary spring water also be some kind of rare and precious treasure? Seeing that the ordinary-looking weeds were actually rare medicinal herbs, Lu Yuan's thoughts continued to wander. Image could not be found in the database. To his dismay, the database results showed that the spring water was just an ordinary spring. Lu Yuan was somewhat skeptical. How could the spring water near the location where S-grade herbs could grow be just ordinary spring water? Lu Yuan guessed that it was because all the spring water looked the same, that is, clear and transparent, that they could not be distinguished. After taking a sip, Lu Yuan felt an extremely slight burning sensation, and his blood and qi surged slightly throughout his body. This spring water only has a slight stimulating effect. It doesn't improve me at all. Clearly, it wasn't the spring water that created the S-grade herb, but rather the S-grade herb that created the spring water, which is why the spring water could cause Lu Yuan's blood and qi to surge slightly. Captain, I absolutely have to order one when we get back. The ones around here are all too basic, buddy. I'll take you to a higher-end one. Just as Lu Yuan was about to collect the remaining S-grade herb, he heard someone speaking. Suddenly, a small team walked in from outside the cave. Lu Yuan subconsciously looked up, and what came into view was the captain leading the group was none other than the one-eyed youth who had wanted his spirit-sustaining pill, refused to give it to him, and then made a lot of boastful remarks. He and 4 other team members of similar age. These 5 people also saw Lu Yuan. Oh, little brother, it's you again. Although everything is about first come, first served, the rules are made by the strong. This place has been requisitioned by us. You'd better get out of here obediently. The one-eyed youth at the head of the group waved his hand and revealed a mocking smile. The one-eyed youth entered the cave intending to use it as a temporary dwelling. Lu Yuan was too lazy to argue with him. After uprooting the S-grade herb, the blood-activating grass, he planned to leave. Look, what did he just pull out? Beside the one-eyed youth, a slightly chubby young man with messy hair pointed at Lu Yuan's hand. To be precise, it was the S-grade herb, blood-piercing grass, that Lu Yuan possessed. Just as Lu Yuan was about to make up a story, the one-eyed youth preemptively said, What you have in your hand must be some rare herb, right? Quickly hand it over obediently. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, this one-eyed youth was quite clever. He saw through it immediately. What if I don't pay? Lu Yuan frowned and said coldly, Not going to pay? The one-eyed youth's lips curled up like a dragon king from a novel, and he laughed loudly. This is the underground world, not a society governed by law. Even if I kill you here, I won't have to bear any consequences. Face reality, little brat. Is this true? There are no consequences for murder. Lu Yuan smiled. How about that? Scared now? If you are, then quickly hand over the herbs in your hands with both hands. The one-eyed youth laughed particularly wildly. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but simply stood up straight and held the black dragon spear in his hand. His gaze was as deep as an abyss, looking at the one-eyed youth as if he were a dead man. After all this talk, he still won't listen? Let's teach him a lesson. The one-eyed youth waved his hand and raised his broadsword. Little brother, look at your delicate skin. We won't go easy on you. The other team members laughed heartily, their expressions extremely contemptuous, showing no regard for Lu Yuan whatsoever. It is worth mentioning that a year ago, this team had a dispute with another team over the allocation of loot, and the one-eyed youth who was the team captain accidentally killed someone. Of course, Killing someone in the underground world will not be punished in any way. However, this also fostered the twisted mentality of the one-eyed youth. In the underground world, in addition to hunting ferocious beasts, he would also collect the spoils of some weaker teams. Similarly, it also killed some people. Moreover, Lu Yuan had a grudge against the one-eyed youth in Shenzhen's city number 3. Yeah. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Since others have come to bully him so openly, Lu Yuan certainly won't show any mercy. With a flash of ice, he instantly rushed forward. Chapter 64 exploded. No sooner said than done. With lightning speed, Lu Yuan swiftly and decisively thrust the black dragon spear at the one-eyed youth. Next, he mobilized his internal energy and released a large amount of ice-type energy through the tip of the black dragon spear. The next moment, boom! A tremendous sound of ice exploding rang out. Before the one-eyed youth could react, he instantly became an eyeless youth. Wrong. To be more precise, the one-eyed youth exploded right in front of his 4 teammates. Even his battle armor couldn't withstand the damage from Lu Yuan's ice explosion technique, exploding into powder mixed with ice mist and blood mist. Whoosh! The one-eyed youth's blurry, bloody flesh flew out and hit one of the team members in the face. Glug glug. Half a head rolled over and landed in front of the group. His face was no longer recognizable as human, and it looked particularly creepy. The other 4 teammates were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. What did they see? The team's strongest captain was actually taken down by this kid in one move. Moreover, not even a complete body was left behind. The impact of this scene was still too great for them. A wave of fear washed over everyone, and they all shuddered, instinctively taking a few steps back. The morale that had been built up vanished without a trace in an instant. Even worse, with a thump, he knelt down immediately, begging Lu Yuan for forgiveness. He said, trembling, "We still have many crystals here, with a total value of several 100,000. Please let us go." Seeing this, the others also knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Yuan several times. After drinking a bottle of energy potion, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Let you go? Killing you won't change anything. These crystals will still end up in my hands. Lu Yuan did not let them go. Even though the possibility is so small as to be invisible, he would never leave any hidden dangers for his future. Swish, swish, swish. Several ice blades were thrown out by Lu Yuan, and the kneeling people were all blown off their heads. Blood and flesh were piled up on the cave floor. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably have nightmares for days. This was Lu Yuan's first time killing someone. However, he didn't feel guilty, since the other party had intended to kill him first, and his actions were considered legitimate self-defense. Although, in the real world, killing someone in self-defense is considered excessive self-defense and will also result in imprisonment. But, as the one-eyed youth said, this is the underground world, not a society governed by the rule of law. So what if someone is killed? Even if there were a videotape in the real world, Lu Yuan would not be subject to any trial. Lu Yuan stepped forward and pocketed their spoils. Lu Yuan quickly scanned the contents and found that there were more crystals of first-tier ferocious beasts, while crystals of second-tier ferocious beasts accounted for about 30%. Moreover, the vast majority of these 30% were lower-tier second-order ferocious beasts. Not a single crystal of a higher-tier second-order ferocious beast was seen. Although it's not a lot, it's still an extra bonus. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. After resolving the incident in the cave, Lu Yuan did not linger at all. The effects of the spirit maintenance pill are still working, so we need to hurry. He continued searching for and hunting ferocious beasts, and Lu Yuan had already begun his return journey. Go any deeper, and you'll find the lairs of third-tier ferocious beasts. For me now, it's like a lamb being led to the slaughter. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the purple fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the second-tier, mid-level ferocious beast, King Tanuki. Evolution points plus 200. Finding ferocious beasts at night is extremely difficult. In the previous few nights, Lu Yuan went for several hours without encountering a single ferocious beast. On average, he couldn't find a single beast for an hour. Fortunately, Lu Yuan is in a good position now, with a lot of evolution points provided by the ferocious beasts. One night passed. Lu Yuan opened the panel and took a look. Evolution points, 3,900. I gained 900 evolution points, more than the previous day. Realm, upper first tier. To Lu Yuan's dismay, he still couldn't add points to his cultivation level. It's not going to cost over 4,000 evolution points, is it? Lu Yuan pondered to himself. He hoped so. If we need more, and it's still not enough when we leave, that wouldn't be good. Before you knew it, the 6th day had passed. Lu Yuan wasn't very lucky that day. He didn't see even half as many ferocious beasts as he had the day before. You have defeated the Tier 2 low-rank ferocious beast, the Leafy Monkey. Evolution points plus 120. After defeating the last Tier 2 low-level ferocious beast, a leaf monkey that was munching on leaves, Lu Yuan still opened the panel to take a look. Evolution points, 4,600. Realm, upper first tier. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes, but the scene before him remained unchanged. He was about to press the button on the system panel when his rational mind made him stop. Because when breaking through to a higher realm, abundant primordial energy twists and turns wildly within one's body, requiring complete concentration and preventing any movement for even a moment. If you allocate skill points here, even if a few low-level second-tier ferocious beasts come during the skill point allocation period, you are very likely to lose your life. For a long time, Lu Yuan couldn't find a place where he could sit quietly for hours without encountering any unexpected situations. Helpless, Lu Yuan could only return to school and try to break through there. How many evolution points do I need to break through my marksmanship? And then there's Ice Explosion and Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, and the superpower that's most important to me. Seeing the 4 places on the whiteboard where no appeared, another question quickly arose in Lu Yuan's mind. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fong Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the Tier 2 low rank ferocious beast, the Leafy Monkey. Evolution points plus 120. After Lu Yuan killed 2 more ferocious beasts, his evolution points reached 4,850. Ice Blast S. Intermediate. The familiar up arrow appeared after the skill, Ice Blast. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment and then decided not to add any points. Although mastering Ice Blast to an advanced level would greatly increase the chances of dealing with a low-tier Tier 3 ferocious beast. But the key is the body's internal energy. The current Ice Blast spell is like a special move in a game. It cannot be cast continuously. The intermediate level Ice Explosion technique is still manageable for the user's own internal energy, but it's only barely at that level. If you break through to a higher level of proficiency, whether the elemental energy within his body can support him in unleashing the full power of Ice Explosion remains to be seen. In the end, Lu Yuan chose to prioritize his cultivation level, and while walking back, he searched for nearby ferocious beasts. Chapter 65 Run. How did I get killed in an instant? Captain Lee, what should we do? Those 2 second-tier high-level blue-spotted tigers are still relentlessly chasing us. Wah, I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die. 2 high-ranking second-tier blue-spotted tigers were seen relentlessly chasing a team. If Lu Yuan were there, he would have noticed that the captain of this team was the very person who had tried to recruit him into the team. There was also an acquaintance of Lu Yuan in the team, namely Fong Shi, who had challenged Lu Yuan back then. Damn it. Team Captain Li Ren spat. They could deal with ordinary second-tier high-level ferocious beasts. But this ferocious beast is a blue-spotted tiger, one of the best among the second-tier high-level ferocious beasts. To make matters worse, there were 2 blue-spotted tigers, making them even more difficult to deal with. Captain, what do we do? My skills acceleration isn't enough, and the blue-spotted tiger is about to catch up. The female support player in the team frowned as she spoke. Her Awaken superpower is the sea-level ability Gentle Breeze, at the lower level of the second stage, which can provide a speed boost to all teammates. It is very useful for both traveling and chasing ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, the strength of a sea-level ability was ultimately insufficient, and the speed boost it provided was inadequate, causing it to fail at crucial moments. Fong Shi, standing to the side, had a solemn expression and remained silent. Although he was very wealthy, he had prepared many elixirs. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare the swiftness pill, which is best suited for escaping. Otherwise, they would have already left that spotted tiger far behind. If these 2 beasts don't leave soon, we'll just drink berserk potions and fight them to the death. Li Ren's eyes were red, his fists were clenched, and he said coldly, "Look over there." Suddenly, the team member who lamented that he hadn't gotten married yet pointed ahead. A small black dot came from over there. As the small black dot drew closer, it became clear that it was a person. Walking alone in the underground world? Could he be some kind of powerful being? Great. We're saved. The entire team cheered, and smiles returned to their tense faces. Li Ren, as the team captain, also hoped for the same outcome. But as the small black dot drew closer and the person's face came into view, the team members realized something was wrong. This is clearly the face of a young man around 18 years old. They're probably university students. Fong Shi and Li Ren looked closely. Isn't this brother Lu Yuan? Isn't this the student I saw at the number 3 superpower base in Shenzhen before? They each had their own thoughts. Then, to prevent Lu Yuan from being dragged into an unnecessary disaster, Feng Shi shouted, "Brother Lu Yuan, there are 2 second-tier upper-level blue-spotted tigers over here. Run." It's clear that even when he was in danger, Feng Shi was unwilling to drag his classmate Lu Yuan into trouble, which makes him quite a decent person. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was rushing back. Not only was the effect of the spirit maintenance pill about to end, but his bloodlust was also about to reach its peak. He noticed that there were 2 small black dots chasing 5 small black dots. Based on the general shape, it was obvious that 2 ferocious beasts were relentlessly pursuing the 5 humans. Let's go check first. If we can save them, we will. If not, I can run away later. This is what Lu Yuan was thinking at that moment. If he can lend a hand, he will. If it would put him at risk, he would not hesitate to turn away. Lu Yuan had just realized that 2 people in the team looked very familiar. The person who had invited him to join and Feng Shi, a classmate from school, when, "Brother Lu Yuan, there are 2 blue-spotted tigers at the upper level of the second tier over here. Run." Feng Shi's shouts had already reached Lu Yuan's ears. 2 ferocious beasts at the upper level of the second tier. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. I never expected that I would gain a large amount of evolution points just before leaving the underground world. So Lu Yuan quickened his pace and rushed towards that direction. Seeing that Lu Yuan not only did not leave, but instead sped up and rushed over here, Feng Shi felt a strange mix of emotions. Brother Lu Yuan is so loyal. Feng Shi silently sighed to himself. The other team members all sighed. They all knew that Feng Shi was a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. From how they adapted to Feng Shi's tone of voice during this period, it's not hard to deduce that the person who is about to arrive is Feng Shi's classmate, and also a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. A specially admitted student. At this point in time, at best, one would only be at the mid-level of the first rank. Since he's willing to help us, we can't give up. Everyone get a berserk potion. Let's fight these 2 beasts to the death. Li Ren's voice was as loud as a bell. His words were very impactful, and they boosted the morale of everyone in the team. Lu Yuan used Ice Flash to attack, then suddenly unleashed a frost blast on one of the blue-spotted tigers. Boom. A tremendous sound of ice exploding rang out. That blue-spotted tiger was blown to pieces on the spot. The deep blue crystal inside the body was exposed, and when the sunlight shone on it, it refracted light of the corresponding color. Upon seeing this, the disdain in the eyes of the other blue-spotted tiger vanished instantly, replaced by deep terror. Without the slightest hesitation, they ran away with all their might. Huh? What happened? Isn't this blue-spotted tiger a high-level second-tier ferocious beast? How could it be killed instantly? The group, who had just drunk the berserk potion, were stunned and stood there in place. They all stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, at the scene before them in disbelief. I thought this young man came here because he was acting impulsively out of enthusiasm, but it turns out he has absolute confidence in his own strength. It's no wonder they're so strong. After all, they never imagined that a specially recruited freshman who had only awakened his superpower a few months ago would be this powerful. You have defeated the Tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger. Evolution points plus 1,000. At the same time, Lu Yuan heard a kill notification, which made him smile. This blue-spotted tiger gave a lot of evolution points, more than the armored rhinoceros we killed not long ago. Lu Yuan drank the energy potion. Just as they finished collecting the dark blue crystal from the spotted tiger's body, the rest of the team rushed over. "Thank you for saving us. Thank you so much." With expressions of gratitude and joy at surviving such a close call, they all expressed their thanks. "It's nothing. It's a small matter, don't worry about it." Lu Yuan waved his hand, looking completely relaxed. Actually, he felt a little regretful. The other blue-spotted tiger ran really fast, causing me to lose 1,000 evolution points for nothing. Chapter 66. Return. 2 million in gains. Lu Yuan turned and left amidst the admiring gazes of everyone. After Lu Yuan left, Feng Shi muttered to himself, "Brother Lu Yuan is terrifying. I need to work even harder." Lu Yuan left the underground world. Upon entering Shenzhen City number 3, Lu Yuan quickly glanced at his evolution points. Evolution points, 6,400. After having a clear understanding of the situation, I closed the panel. After inspection, then, Lu Yuan casually approached a staff member and politely asked, "Excuse me, where's the place to exchange loot for points?" The staff member smiled warmly and said, "It's on the second floor here. Go upstairs and turn right, and you'll see it. Would you like me to show you there? Okay. Lu Yuan nodded and did not refuse the staff's kindness. Shenzhen number 3 superpower base. Second floor. It's right there. The staff member pointed to the window in front. This is troublesome. After saying a few words, Lu Yuan, carrying his tactical backpack and pulling his suitcase, walked over. This window is similar to the loot exchange area at the Jiangzhan City superpower base, large enough for Lu Yuan to pour all his loot onto it. Splash! Lu Yuan poured all the spoils onto the window. Upon seeing this, the staff member's pupils widened immediately. So many crystals. Second-order crystals make up almost half of them. Isn't this the crystallization of an armored rhinoceros? And the crystallization of a blue-spotted tiger? Judging by their size, they're probably both at the upper level of the second tier. The spoils that Lu Yuan has displayed so far already surpass those of most other teams. Besides, the young man displaying these spoils is so young. But then the staff member thought again. Maybe this young man had other strong teammates who just didn't come along. To answer their questions, the staff member asked, "Why didn't your teammates come?" Generally, when exchanging loot, all teammates come together. After all, once the points are entered into the identity document of the superpower base, the other party cannot see the record. If only one person is sent, there is a possibility that the person may pocket a small portion of the points. Only when everyone is watching can there be absolute fairness. This has happened several times before. So now, when redeeming points, the entire team comes together. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, "I did all of these by myself." His tone was extremely calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. "Huh? You played this all by yourself?" The staff member's mouth gaped slightly, clearly a little unsettled. Could it be that this young man looks young, but is actually over 25 years old? A pair of cabbage monkey ears, 19 points. The crystallization of the ironclad rhinoceros, 90 points each. So, while counting Lu Yuan's spoils, the staff member casually asked, "May I ask how old you are this year?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, wondering why the staff member was asking his age. But he still answered, 18 years old. The staff member stopped what they were doing and froze. 18 years old. Entering the underground world alone. So much loot. Lu Yuan's extremely brief words caused a huge uproar among the staff. Seeing the staff member's expression, Lu Yuan gave him a strange look. Seeing this, the staff could only smile awkwardly and then continued to count Lu Yuan's spoils. That's 25-40 points in total. Please hand over your identification document from the special ability base. After the inventory was completed, even the staff themselves were somewhat incredulous. Lu Yuan gave his bank card number to the staff and asked them to transfer blue star coins to him. Then, Bank of XX, your savings card account ending in 62, received a transfer of 2,540,000 yuan on date, at time. Current balance, yuan. The moment Lu Yuan officially received the money, his mood instantly brightened. That's a huge sum of over 2 million. Before the official start of the semester, I was able to earn more than 2 million yuan in 7 days, which is quite impressive. Of course, the cost investment is also huge. First, a 200,000 point spirit maintenance pill. Secondly, a huge amount of energy potions, 3 bottles a day, a total of 21 bottles, which adds up to 210,000 blue star coins. Finally, his battle suit was also severely worn. It had cost him over 100,000 blue star coins when he bought it. Overall, earning over 200,000 yuan a day is a level I could never have achieved in the past. After leaving the superpower base, Lu Yuan went to a nearby restaurant. Despite its prime location, this restaurant's dishes are very expensive, and the taste doesn't justify the price at all. But there's no way around it. Food is essential for life. In the underground world, I had been eating compressed biscuits for several days in a row, and my stomach was growling with hunger. After wolfing down 10 bowls of rice, Lu Yuan hailed a taxi and immediately returned to school. Lu Yuan dozed off for a while in the taxi. "Handsome guy, we've arrived at Shenzhen Superpower University." The taxi driver reminded him several times, but in the end, he still had to use force to push Lu Yuan up. Lu Yuan was still sleepy, his expression showing the bewilderment of someone who had just woken up. Why do I feel even sleepier after taking a short nap? After entering Shenzhen Superpower University, Lu Yuan did not go to the mission center to submit the mission, nor did he go to the cleaning center to clean the weapons and battle clothes stained with blood. Instead, they rode shared electric bikes straight to their dormitories. He was so tired that his eyelids felt as heavy as an armored rhinoceros, and he desperately needed to rest. As I approached the dormitory entrance, 2 girls walked towards me. A petite woman who kept talking incessantly. The other woman has a slender figure, and a simple white t-shirt can't hide her enviable figure. Her blue jeans give her a youthful vibe. It was none other than Wang Yuzhu and Xia Qingyin, who were returning to their dormitory together. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Wang Yuzhu, who was naturally talkative, was about to go up and greet him when Xia Qingyin stopped her. Xia Qingyin narrowed her eyes slightly, noticing that something was wrong with Lu Yuan at this moment. Lu Yuan, what's wrong? Are you in such a bad state? So she thought to herself. Suddenly, she remembered that a week ago, Lu Yuan had gone to the underground world. Then the truth came out. Lu Yuan must have encountered some danger in the underground world. Why is Lu Yuan so determined to go to the underground world? Is he really that short of money? Xia Qingyin couldn't quite understand it. Chapter 67, C-Grade Alloy Combat Suit. Spatial Ring. Brother Lu Yuan, you're back. Back in his dorm, Lu Yuan told Lu Yuan, I'll probably be sleeping in my bedroom for the next few days. The implication was that Lu Yuan shouldn't knock on his door out of curiosity. After saying that, he walked up the spiral staircase and into his bedroom. During the journey, Lu Yuan remarked, the after effects of this spirit maintenance pill are really strong. Lu Yuan had no interest in taking a bath. As soon as he touched the bed, he collapsed onto it. 1 day, 2 days. Until the 4th day, Lu Yuan slowly woke up when the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the large window onto his face. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. After a good night's sleep, I felt much better. How long did I sleep? Lu Yuan subconsciously picked up his phone from the bedside table and turned it on. I discovered that I had actually slept for 4 whole days. I'm a little hungry. Let's go out and get something to eat. Lu Yuan touched his stomach, which was already empty. Before going downstairs, Lu Yuan first washed up, took a shower, and changed his clothes. After all, Lu Yuan hadn't taken a bath in a long time. There was also a quilt and sheets, which Lu Yuan washed as well. After doing all this, Lu Yuan went downstairs. It was discovered that Lu Yuan had secretly brought a bunch of fried skewers to the living room to enjoy. Brother Lu Yuan, you're finally awake. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yuan turned his gaze in that direction. Upon discovering that Lu Yuan had finally woken up, he smiled with delight, picked up a handful of fried enoki mushrooms, and handed them to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, of course, accepted the fried enoki mushrooms that Lu Yuan handed over without hesitation. He is starving and urgently needs food to replenish his strength. Hey Lu Yuan, stop eating. Leave some for me. A moment later, Lu Yuan said, on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan devoured the fried skewers on the table like a hungry wolf. This meant that Lu Yuan ate less than a third of the fried skewers he bought himself. While taking a bite of a fried duck wing, Lu Yuan patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said, It's okay, I'll treat you to a nice lunch. Real? Lu Yuan then turned his sorrow into joy. How could I be lying? Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said something. These fried skewers were certainly not enough for Lu Yuan, who had been lying in bed for 4 days. After leaving the dormitory, Lu Yuan went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach. In the cafeteria, Lu Yuan bumped into his senior, Hu Dahai, who was also the student 1 year ahead of his teacher Qin Tianlong. Since there were acquaintances there, Lu Yuan naturally chose to sit closer to them. Junior brother Lu Yuan, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Where have you been making your fortune lately? Hu Dahai said. He's using a popular internet meme, a rather old one. I didn't get rich, I just made a little money. Lu Yuan was a senior in high school at the time. Having virtually no experience surfing the internet, he didn't understand the joke Hu Dahai was referring to. Of course, Lu Yuan was simply answering Hu Dahai's question truthfully. These 2 million blue star coins certainly don't count as making a fortune. After all, the daily cultivation consumes a huge amount of blue star coins. If I just sit around and do nothing, with my frantic cultivation, these blue star coins won't last long. Junior brother Lu Yuan, has your appetite increased recently? Hu Dahai looked at the 10 empty bowls in front of Lu Yuan's table, and Lu Yuan's continued eating, and asked, Even a combat-type ability user couldn't eat this much, right? I just got back from the underground world and slept for a few days. I'm so hungry. Lu Yuan explained. After leaving the cafeteria, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory and took the Black Dragon Spear to the cleaning center. Leave the cleaning center and then head to the mission center to submit your mission. Lu Yuan earned a total of 25 credits. Finally, Lu Yuan arrived at the resource trading office within the school. This time, behind the empty window was an old man. This old man was none other than the one Lu Yuan had met when he first went to the resource trading office. After a long time, he was still as energetic and full of vitality as ever. I need a Class C alloy combat suit and a 20 cubic meter space ring. Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Before coming, Lu Yuan had already investigated and found that the capacity of the spatial rings ranged from low to high as 1, 10, 20, 50, and 100 cubic meters. As for those who want other or larger capacities, they can only seek out specialized space-type ability users for customization, and the cost in Blue Star coins is also extremely high. Based on his available funds, Lu Yuan chose a 20 cubic meter space ring. This capacity is still sufficient for my current needs. That's 1.6 million Blue Star coins in total. Please swipe your card, classmate. The old man blurted it out. There are only 2 things. They're not enough to make someone use an abacus. How much? In an instant, Lu Yuan's pupils widened considerably. When Lu Yuan first met this old man, he said these words to express his amazement. I never expected that the same thing would happen again. A C-grade alloy battle suit costs 400,000 Blue Star coins, and a 20 cubic meter space ring costs 1.2 million Blue Star coins. Together, that's 1.6 million Blue Star coins. The old man explained. A C-grade alloy battle gold costs 400,000 Blue Star coins, which Lu Yuan could understand. After all, his Black Dragon Spear was also of C-grade quality and cost over 490,000 Blue Star coins. But this 20 cubic meter space ring actually requires a full 1.2 million Blue Star coins, which is really beyond Lu Yuan's imagination. At the time, he only searched for the capacity of the spatial ring, not its price. He had seen it on TV before. A 1 cubic meter space ring would cost around 30,000 yuan. A 20 cubic meter space ring, even if it's a bit more expensive, shouldn't cost more than 1 million Blue Star coins. As a result, it wasn't just 1 million Blue Star coins, but an extra 200,000. In the end, Lu Yuan still paid. The ring I purchased was a 20 cubic meter space ring. As for why not buy 2 10 cubic meter space rings? Of course, this is because low-level ability users have limited mental power and can only leave 1 mental imprint. The thought of how expensive this spatial ring was reminded Lu Yuan of the spatial ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters that Xia Qingyin had possessed. Using my own 20 cubic meter space ring, I did a simple multiplication and calculated it. A 100 cubic meter space ring requires 6 million Blue Star coins. This is based on simple multiplication. The actual result is more than that. The power of a family is terrifying indeed. Lu Yuan sighed silently to himself. I'll also collect this month's cultivation resources. Finally, Lu Yuan didn't forget this last sentence. Chapter 68: The Student Surpasses the Master. Regarding his spatial ring, Lu Yuan chose an ice blue spatial ring, which matched his supernatural ice and snow crown quite well. After putting the spatial ring on his hand, Lu Yuan used his mental power. The next moment, Lu Yuan felt as if the lock of his spatial ring had been unlocked. Then, in my consciousness, the campus scene in front of me disappeared, replaced by a space. The volume of this space is exactly 20 cubic meters. Beyond the boundary, like an invisible wall in a game, Lu Yuan's consciousness could not extend outward. Lu Yuan brought his consciousness back to reality, and then pointed his spatial ring at his newly purchased C-grade alloy battle suit and the cultivation resources he had just received. A flash of light, and both items disappeared, entering his spatial ring. Now that everything's settled, Lu Yuan should head back to his dorm. Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. It's almost time, buddy. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Lu Yuan said with a smile on his face. Okay. Seeing that Lu Yuan had finally returned, Lu Yuan quickly stood up from the sofa and looked at Lu Yuan. Soon, his attention was drawn to the spatial ring on Lu Yuan's finger. Wow, brother Lu Yuan, that's so dazzling. It's blinding me. I'm afraid I can't go. Lu Yuan made a joke. Lu Yuan naturally understood what Lu Yuan was saying, and he laughed and scolded. If your eyes are going to be blinded, then don't go. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan changed the subject and began to flatter him. Brother Lu Yuan, you chose this spatial ring so well. It suits your temperament perfectly. Lu Yuan, your flattery skills are terrible. Lu Yuan walked over and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Afterwards, the two set off for the restaurant with the highest ratings near the Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Although Lu Yuan said he was going to give Lu Yuan a good beating, he didn't actually go too far. After a hearty meal, the two arrived at the entrance of Shenzhen Superpower University. I need to go to my teacher's place first. You go back by yourself, Lu Yuan said. He had asked Qin Tianlong beforehand while they were eating, and it just so happened that Qin Tianlong was also at the residence. So the two parted ways. Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter, heading towards Qin Tianlong's residence. Qin Tianlong's residence. Your ice-breaking technique is only at the intermediate level of proficiency? You need to work harder. Even your junior brother Lu Yuan has already mastered the ice explosion technique at the beginner level, Qin Tianlong said in a serious tone. After Lu Yuan learned the ice explosion technique, he returned the skill book to Qin Tianlong. It's important to understand that the content in skill books can only help learners reach a basic level of proficiency. Going forward, only through daily practice can one seek breakthroughs within limited opportunities. After Lu Yuan returned the skill book, Qin Tianlong thought about giving the ice explosion skill to his level 51 student, Hu Dahai. What is given is the right to use, not the right to own. As for the more precious resources, Qin Tianlong would decide for himself, naturally leaving the vast majority for his disciple Lu Yuan. We've been teaching him the B-rank skill, ice-breaking technique, for almost a year now. He should have reached advanced proficiency by now, right? Qin Tianlong thought to himself. After all, without Lu Yuan's terrifying comprehension, one would only have the qualifications to formally learn ice explosion after reaching an advanced level of proficiency in ice-breaking technique and laying a solid foundation in the relevant techniques. As it turned out, Hu Dahai did indeed disappoint him. Therefore, he couldn't escape a scolding from Qin Tianlong. Lu Yuan stood at the doorway and listened very politely without interrupting. After Qin Tianlong finished reprimanding Hu Dahai, Lu Yuan stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I'm here." Upon seeing Lu Yuan's figure, Qin Tianlong, who had just been angry, instantly switched to a smile. Hu Dahai, naturally, also left, leaving the space to Lu Yuan and Qin Tianlong. "Teacher, my Ice Blast spell has broken through to the intermediate level of proficiency," Lu Yuan said directly. He also wanted to save face for Senior Hu, but only by demonstrating more of his abilities could he get more resources from the teacher. Playing dumb in front of your teacher is clearly unwise. This world always revolves around the strong. You've already reached intermediate proficiency. So fast. Even Qin Tianlong was somewhat surprised. He also awakened the S-class superpower, 9 Netherworld Ice. When he was in college, his teacher taught him an S-level skill, which took him a month to learn and another 3 months to reach intermediate proficiency. Unexpectedly, less than a month after I gave the Ice Blast skill book to Lu Yuan, he actually mastered it to the intermediate level. How about I show you what I've got? Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Okay. Qin Tianlong nodded. Next, the two went to the backyard of Qin Tianlong's residence. Just use Ice Blast to unleash your full power. Qin Tianlong used his elemental energy to conjure a shield and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan picked out a long spear from the weapon rack next to him that was similar to his black dragon spear. Immediately, he mobilized his internal energy and suddenly exerted force in his arms, showing no mercy. Boom. The spear pierced the shield with a loud bang, and when the icy smoke dissipated, the shield was completely undamaged. Of course, this is normal. There would be a problem if the shield developed cracks. Not bad. This Ice Blast spell is indeed at the intermediate proficiency level. Your foundation is also quite good. You must have spent a lot of time training. You've improved much faster than I did back then. You've truly surpassed your teacher. Qin Tianlong nodded slightly, sighed, and gave Lu Yuan an approving look. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Lu Yuan clasped his hands in a fist salute and said humbly. Then, Qin Tianlong asked, what brings you to me this time? It's not just to prove that your ice explosion technique has reached the intermediate level of proficiency, is it? Of course. Lu Yuan nodded, then said, this disciple wishes to learn skill books that grant sensory abilities. Do you have any recommendations, master? The after effects of using the spirit maintenance pill were so great that Lu Yuan didn't want to use it a second time after using it once. Furthermore, resting alone in the underground world carries the risk of being attacked by ferocious beasts. In addition, having the ability to sense things makes it easier to find the tracks of ferocious beasts, thereby increasing the rate at which they can acquire evolution points. For various reasons. Therefore, Lu Yuan believed that he needed to learn a special ability that allowed him to perceive things. Perception skills? I do have an A-level skill book here, but in our school library, there's also. After thinking for a while, Qin Tianlong said, Chapter 69 Detective Skills. The Fruit of the Sky Tree. We also have S-rank skill books. Would you like to learn an A-rank or an S-rank skill? Meeting Lu Yuan's expectant gaze, Qin Tianlong added slowly and deliberately. That's definitely an S-rank skill. Lu Yuan said without hesitation. High-quality skills, both in terms of their upper and lower limits, are higher than low-quality skills and are less easily replaced. Therefore, given the opportunity to learn higher quality material, Lu Yuan would definitely choose to learn higher quality material. Really? Your current level should still be at the upper level of the first tier. With your current mental attributes, let alone learning S level, even learning A level would be quite difficult. Qin Tianlong offered a reminder. After all, skills that involve perception belong to the mental type and have absolutely nothing to do with the ice type. It's quite difficult to learn. Generally speaking, learning an S-rank mental skill book, unless it's within your own mental attribute, requires at least 1,000 hertz of mental attribute. It's okay, I still have plenty of time, so I'll just go straight to learning S-level techniques. Lu Yuan revealed a determined look in his eyes. Since I have the system myself, I only need to reach a level where I can understand it slightly. I don't need to learn all the contents of the skill book to reach the basic proficiency level. Once you reach the beginner level of proficiency, not to mention the intermediate level, even the advanced, master, or even the final perfect level, as long as you have enough evolution points, you can progress smoothly without any obstacles. At worst, I'll just try it myself first. If you really can't stand it anymore, then listen to your teacher and switch to learning a lower quality skill. Having self-confidence is a good thing. Keep it up, I believe in you. Qin Tianlong patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, encouraging him. So far, he has witnessed too many miracles in Lu Yuan that have never happened in his vicinity. Therefore, he was willing to continue to trust Lu Yuan. Then, Qin Tianlong said, "This skill book is called Detective Technique, and it's in the library. However, it's a skill from another department, and many senior students from other departments are still learning it. It's one of the most popular skills, so I can't borrow it for you. But you can mention my name, and the people there should give you a few more hours to study." Disciple understands. Lu Yuan nodded. At the same time, Lu Yuan thought to himself, Detective Technique, what an imposing name. Bite. Just then, the doorbell rang at Qin Tianlong's residence. The housekeeper, who was cleaning the living room, opened the door to the residence, and a gentle-looking woman walked in from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan also left the backyard and returned to the living room. Old Qin, the tree fruit sent from above have arrived. The woman placed the tree fruit on the living room table. He then glanced at Lu Yuan and asked, "Is this your student? Or your disciple?" She had heard long ago that this year, the Shenzhen Superpower University had finally enrolled a student who had awakened an S-level ice-type superpower. But she didn't know what he looked like and wasn't sure if he was the young man in front of her. Therefore, she was only making a guess. "This is my newly accepted disciple, Lu Yuan, who has awakened an S-level ice-type ability." Qin Tianlong introduced them to each other. She is Wen Xiu, the dean of the Water-type Academy. It wasn't hard to tell that Qin Tianlong deliberately emphasized the words S-class in his words, with a slight hint of boasting. "Stop pretending in front of me. You know there aren't any specially recruited freshmen in the water department this year, right?" Wen Xiu laughed and scolded. Then, she turned around and hurriedly left Qin Tianlong's residence, looking as if she still had things to do. Qin Tianlong walked to the front of the living room and opened the box containing the tree fruit, layer by layer. This box has several layers of seals, and even the one sent to Qin Tianlong himself would take a lot of effort to open. There was no other way. The security measures were just too sophisticated. What kind of tree fruit is Dean when talking about? And why is it sealed so tightly? Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, "You should know how many superpowers there are in the world, right?" While using his mental power to break the seal, Qin Tianlong also sent a sliver of his consciousness to communicate with Lu Yuan. "Yes, I know. The Great Xia Kingdom, the Beautiful Kingdom, the White Continent Alliance, the Black Continent Alliance, and the Ocean Continent Alliance are the 5 major superpowers." Lu Yuan already knew these things when he was in elementary school. That's right. In the largest known underground world, there grows a plant called the Sky Tree. This underground world passage is not open to ordinary ability users. Only after breaking through to the 7th level Grandmaster realm can I be allowed to go in and see it. The Sky Tree is a giant tree that is 1,000 meters tall. Every 4 years, it bears all kinds of fruits. The fruits produced are divided into 3 grades according to their effectiveness: S+ grade resources, SS+ grade resources, and SSS+ grade resources. These resources will be distributed jointly by the 5 superpowers through contracts. In our Great Xia Kingdom, we usually give S+ grade tree fruits to 7th level Grandmasters once a year. Qin Tianlong added, "I am a master of ice, so the fruit distributed here naturally has the effect of activating the ice elemental energy within my body. Active ice elemental energy corresponds to ice elemental damage bonus in the game. It does not increase experience points and does not have much effect on realm advancement, but the actual improvement is greater than simply advancing realm advancement." At this moment, Qin Tianlong had completely broken the seal, and 3 tree fruits appeared in his hand. The fruit was entirely ice blue and constantly emitted a chilling aura. In Lu Yuan's eyes, it looked like a larger version of a blueberry. Less than a minute after it was taken out, a thin layer of frost formed around the fruit. Here, have one. Qin Tianlong handed a tree fruit to Lu Yuan. No, teacher, these are resources sent to you from above. How can I accept them? Besides, they're S+ level resources, extremely valuable. Seeing this, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and did not accept it. Take it if I give it to you. You can't accept something for nothing, but you have to promise me one thing. Qin Tianlong laughed heartily. Since the teacher had said so, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and took it from his hand. What's up? Lu Yuan asked. I have a very high probability of being able to accomplish this task, otherwise the teacher would not have said so. When we meet Shaoyan students at the freshman competition, we must not hold back at all and beat him to a pulp. I was thinking of having you avoid their sharp edge before, but now that I see how well you're performing, I have no more worries. Qin Tianlong answered, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Disciple understands. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and said, Hu Dahai, a senior student, would often talk to me about Teacher Qin. Xiao Yin was mentioned among them. He is the dean of the Fire Academy. Not only are they enemies due to their elemental affinity, but they also disagree on many things in daily life. He's so arrogant because he always gets specially recruited fire-type freshmen every year. Fortune changes, and Lu Yuan's excellence far exceeded Qin Tianlong's expectations. The freshman competition is just around the corner, and the time to finally shine is almost here. Chapter 70, The Alchemy Workshop. Leaving Qin Tianlong's residence, Lu Yuan then took with him the S-grade herb blood-piercing grass he had obtained in the underground world and the S+ grade resource sky tree fruit that Qin Tianlong had just given him. Head to the alchemy workshop at the school. Neither of these can be swallowed raw, because Lu Yuan's current physique is not yet able to withstand them. If one were to force this, the terrifying elemental energy would rampage through the body, ultimately leading to the body exploding and death. Therefore, they need to be refined into individual pills and taken at intervals. The alchemy workshop. Could you help me refine all of these into pills? Lu Yuan walked to the corresponding window, handed out the few herbs he had picked and the tree fruit from the sky tree, and said. The person in charge at the window was a senior student who had awakened fire-type abilities. She was clearly there for a part-time job. The senior student smiled slightly and said, Of course. But she blinked, and after glancing at the herbs Lu Yuan had brought and the fruit of the sky tree, she was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the S-grade herb blood-piercing grass? Also, what kind of fruit is that in your hand? Did you just take it out of the refrigerator? The senior student showed both shock and confusion. Water, fruit. It seems the senior student doesn't recognize the fruit of the sky tree. That's true. It would be strange if everyone recognized such a rare resource. Please wait a moment. I'll go and call the head of our alchemy department over. Whether it's the S-grade herb blood-activating grass or the fruit that my junior couldn't understand. Clearly, this was no longer something she could handle. Given that, she naturally chose to call the section chief over. After saying that, the senior student left. Lu Yuan had no choice but to wait where he was. A few seconds later, a young man with a peaceful appearance walked in from the door. Lu Yuan subconsciously looked back. He recognized the young man. It was none other than his senior, Jian. Junior brother Lu Yuan, what a coincidence. What kind of pill are you refining? Unexpectedly, Jian bumped into a junior he knew at the alchemy workshop and greeted him. These herbs, and this tree fruit. Lu Yuan spread his hands and said, It seems you had a good haul in the underground world, including the S-grade herb blood-piercing grass. But I don't recognize this tree fruit. It must be something quite rare. Jian continued. S-grade herbs are expensive, so newbies definitely won't touch them. Therefore, he deduced that the herb must have come from the underground world. Then, Jian said, The freshman competition is coming up soon, right? After the freshman competition, do you want to consider joining your seniors team? He remembered that when Lu Yuan first returned from the underground world, he became a formal superhuman, which meant he had broken through to the lower level of the first tier. Now that so much time has passed, Jian estimates that Lu Yuan should have reached the mid-level of the first tier. Unfortunately, he didn't directly ask Lu Yuan about his cultivation level. Otherwise, he would have definitely started to question the meaning of life. Thank you for the invitation, senior, but I still plan to go alone. Lu Yuan first expressed his gratitude for Jian's invitation, but then decisively declined. On the campus forum, a post about the freshman competition mentioned that many teams would go there to recruit players. The teams here are different from the Firefox team that Lu Yuan used to be in. They are large teams, with dozens to hundreds of members. Joining a team can occasionally provide guidance and support from senior students, but you'll definitely need to pay a team fee. Silverwolf Team is actually a large team. The Silverwolf Team, which amazed the crowd, consisted of 5 top-tier members, led by Jiang Xianran. Of course, Lu Yuan not only intends to refuse Jiang Yan's invitation, but also plans to refuse all invitations from teams after the freshman competition. Our own system, combined with the teacher's resources, is already more than enough. Joining the team felt to Lu Yuan much like joining the student council in his previous life's university, not very meaningful. The most crucial element is the complex interpersonal relationships. After all, as a newcomer, when they first join the team, their skills are not as strong as those of the veteran players, and the veteran players also have some inexplicable arrogance, which could easily lead to friction. Lu Yuan felt a headache just thinking about it. All right. Hearing Lu Yuan's answer, Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it too much. Anyway, he was just asking casually. Da-da-da? Just then, a clattering sound came from the stairs, indicating that someone was coming downstairs. Lu Yuan turned his head and saw the senior from before leading a man with a long white beard and wearing a purple robe downstairs. This person was none other than the director of the alchemy department. The alchemy workshop has a rule that S-grade herbs and other resources must be refined by the workshop director himself. One is that others don't have that ability, and the other is that the accident is something others can't afford to take. I'm here. Where is the blood-piercing grass? After going downstairs, the head of the alchemy department's gaze wandered around. Lu Yuan saw a hint of fervor in his eyes. This head of the alchemy department must be an alchemy fanatic to look at someone like that. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Here's the blood-piercing grass, and also the fruit from the sky tree. Please refine it as well. Facing the burning gaze of the head of the alchemy department, Lu Yuan spread out his hands, revealing the herbs, and said, "Give me these herbs quickly. I'll prepare them for you first." Wait, the fruit of the sky tree. Upon hearing the second half of Lu Yuan's sentence, the head of the alchemy department's pupils dilated in shock. Seeing the head of the alchemy department react so strongly, the senior student standing next to Lu Yuan and Jiang Yan standing behind him understood the situation better. This fruit, no, the fruit of the sky tree, must be something extraordinary. The two of them simultaneously pulled out their phones, looked down, and searched. The results they found gave them a huge shock. Fruits from the sky tree. Even the lowest quality is S+. Hey, I'll refine it for you right now. Just come pick it up in 2 days. The head of the alchemy department's gaze burned even brighter. With advancements in technology and the continuous improvement of instruments, the speed of refining elixirs is already much faster than before. In addition, the head of the alchemy department is a 5th-level ability user who has awakened an A-level fire-type ability and has decades of experience in alchemy. For various reasons, Lu Yuan was able to obtain the refined pills in just 2 days. "Oh right, director, I haven't paid yet." Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, he remembered that he hadn't paid yet. "No need to pay. I'm happy with my training. Why should I pay anything?" The head of the alchemy department said that Lu Yuan did not need to pay. The fruits of the sky tree are generally intended for high-level ability users to consume directly. Because it would reduce the medicinal efficacy, it is rarely directly refined into elixirs. Now that they've entrusted me with refining such a rare item, I'm overjoyed, let alone asking for money. Chapter 71, the second level of the profound nether ice soul body. The moment Lu Yuan stepped out of the alchemy workshop, his phone rang. Who called me? Lu Yuan took out his phone from his pocket and discovered the person making the call was clearly her own mother, Feng Wan. After receiving the call, there wasn't much to do. Lu Yuan learned that his family had moved from their old, dilapidated rental house to the Manhwa residential area in the city center. He knows about Manhwa residential area. This is a residential area where only city leaders, big and small, and their relatives can live. Needless to say, this is undoubtedly due to the benefit of his awakened S-class superpower. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan was naturally delighted. My mother has worked hard for half her life, going from a school beauty to a working-class woman. It's time for her to enjoy life. Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. After returning from the underground world, I slept for 4 days, and then dealt with various matters. I haven't touched any of the system's evolution points yet. Lu Yuan did not see Lu Yuan in the living room on the first floor. I just fed him until he was stuffed, so he's probably going back to his bedroom to sleep. Lu Yuan thought to himself. He walked up the spiral staircase and returned to his bedroom. He immediately sat down on the bed. With a thought, the panel was brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 6,400. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm, upper first tier. Mental state, 260 Hz. Chi and blood, 520 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, beginner, ice shard ring D. Intermediate, ice flash, B. Beginner, ice blade, A. Beginner, frozen shield, A. Beginner, ice blast, S. Intermediate. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. First level. There are too many evolution points, with symbols densely packed together. Lu Yuan only glanced at it briefly, and was just about to break through to the lower second tier when he felt something was off, so he looked at the panel again more carefully. Only then did he realize that his body tempering technique could actually break through. Should I choose to break through to a higher realm, or to break through to a higher body tempering technique? Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. In the end, Lu Yuan decided to break through the body tempering technique. The reason is very simple. The after the realm appeared before the after the body tempering technique, indicating that breaking through the body tempering technique consumes more evolution points. The more you consume, the greater the improvement you will receive. With the upcoming freshman competition, Lu Yuan naturally chose the one where he could improve the most. A person's level of attainment does not represent everything. Battles are about overall strength. Having a high level of skill but neglecting everything else will only result in being easily defeated by others of a higher level. After thinking it through, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and pressed the button after the body tempering technique. Evolution points minus 6,000. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. First level, Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. Second level. The moment he added points, Lu Yuan felt a burning sensation all over his body. To be precise, his heart was burning hot. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Yuan's heart suddenly raced, and the sound of his heartbeat could be heard very clearly. A surge of immense primordial energy flowed from his heart, shattering the obstacles that had previously prevented him from forming a stable energy cycle. Once this wave of energy completes a cycle, the first bridge is established, and the tempering of the heart is thus completed. The next one is the liver. The obstacles were shattered, and the second cycle was easily established. The second bridge was thus built, and the liver's tempering was completed. Following that are the spleen, lungs, and kidneys. These three organs were also tempered in the same way as described above. Don't be fooled by how easy it sounds. It's actually not easy at all. After enduring about 2 hours of torment, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His forehead and back were already soaked with cold sweat. Lu Yuan could clearly feel that after the cycle was established, he was much more adept at mobilizing the energy within his body. The human body itself is a mystery. After making a comment, Lu Yuan immediately opened the panel to check the changes in his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 400. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm, upper first tier. Mental state, 300 Hz. Chi and blood, 710 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, hand-to-hand combat, beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. Lu Yuan still remembered that when he was at the first level of the profound nether ice soul body, his mental energy was 260 Hz, and his blood energy was 520 calories. Comparing the two, it shows that my mental energy increased by 40 Hz and my blood energy increased by 190 calories. The attribute boost is already terrifying. But that's not the most crucial point. Most importantly, the establishment of the 5 bridges, namely the primordial energy cycle. This gave Lu Yuan a qualitative leap in his control over the ice-type elemental energy within his body. Let's take the most basic function of superpowers, the burst of superpowers, as an example. Earlier, when Lu Yuan went to Juxianlu for a meal, he encountered the shadow cat in the city. When using superpower bursts, it is extremely difficult to accurately control the amount of primal energy used in the body. That's why killing a tiny shadow cat produces so much ice and snow. Now, Lu Yuan's control over ice-type elemental energy has improved, and he can also better control the effects of his ability bursts. Generate snowflakes for me. Lu Yuan spread his hands. The next moment, snowflakes slowly drifted down from his hands. It is worth noting that the snowflakes are extremely precise, like a near-perfect work of art. Previously, Lu Yuan was unable to generate snowflakes with such high precision. Also, the speed at which the body's vital energy recovers. Lu Yuan could sense that it had accelerated by about 50%. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yuan was already very satisfied with the result. The third level of the body tempering technique is tempering the meridians, which is probably another huge undertaking. Let's wait until after the freshman competition before delving deeper. After a moment of reflection, Lu Yuan went to the bathroom next to the bedroom to take a shower. After all, his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. After taking a shower, drying his hair, and changing into clean new clothes, Lu Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately set off for the library. Filled with curiosity, he really wanted to see what this S-level mental skill, detective technique, was all about. The library is quite far from Lu Yuan's bedroom. Even if the shared electric bikes drive very fast, it still takes almost an hour to ride. Upon entering the library, a staff member said, S-level skills can only be borrowed for 2 hours each day. However, Dean Sheen has already spoken to us, and the borrowing time for all skills in the library can be extended by 2 hours. Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. The teacher cares so much about me. She even gave me a heads up beforehand. Chapter 72, Xia Qingyin's Teaching. In the library of Shenzhen's Superpower University. The first floor is the lending area, meaning all books available for borrowing are on the first floor. The second floor is a reading area. After borrowing books on the first floor, you will be registered by staff before leaving, and then you can go to the second floor to read the books. It's worth mentioning that there's also an area on the first floor designated as a free speech area. After all, there will always be people who need to speak, such as 2 students exploring the same skill, so this area was set up. I remember when Qin Tianlong took Lu Yuan and directly borrowed the S-level body tempering technique, Shimming I Soul Body. It caused a lot of discussion among the students in the free speech area on the first floor. The ceiling on the first floor is covered with special soundproofing material, so the two do not disturb each other. Fire, wind, lightning. Where's the mental element? After entering the book lending area, Lu Yuan looked around. Here. Soon, Lu Yuan found books on mental health. Rank B skills, rank A skills. Lu Yuan's gaze gradually moved upwards, and he discovered that the S-level skill was at the very top of the counter. Illusionary ray, telekinetic cutting, detective technique. To his surprise, the library of Shenzhen's Superpower University was even more luxurious than he had imagined. S-rank skills, which are hard to come by outside, are found here in more than a dozen different types, especially in the mental category alone. Each skill comes with about a dozen corresponding skill books. It's important to understand that skill books cannot be produced simply by photocopying. This requires a superhuman with master-level proficiency in this skill to write it out stroke by stroke with their mind and concentration in order to complete a skill book. This clearly demonstrates just how terrifying the strength of Shenzhen's Superpower University is. After searching for a while, Lu Yuan finally found his target, the S-rank mental skill detective technique. I'm so lucky. This skill is indeed in high demand. There are still several other mental skill books left, but only this skill book is left. After a brief remark, Lu Yuan reached out and took down the skill book detective technique. After taking it off, Lu Yuan turned his head and was surprised to see a pretty figure walking towards him. She has a slender figure and long, fair legs. This beautiful figure was none other than Xia Qingyin. Hey, Lu Yuan, what a coincidence, you're here too. Xia Qingyin blinked her beautiful eyes and then greeted them. I'm here to learn a skill. Lu Yuan stated it simply and clearly. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin glanced around and noticed the skill book in Lu Yuan's hands. She exclaimed with delight, "You're also learning detective technique? Perfect timing, I'm here too." Then, puffing out her chest proudly, she added, "My special ability is somewhat related to this area, so I'll be able to learn it faster. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand." Okay, sure. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Immediately, Lu Yuan realized something and said, "I'm sorry, there are no more of these skill books on the counter. The one I have is the last one." Huh? The last one? Xia Qingyin lowered her head, a hint of regret showing in her beautiful eyes. Then, she parted her red lips slightly and said, "Lu Yuan, how about this? I'll teach you how to learn this skill book directly to speed up your learning. You can give me half of your reading time. Is that okay?" "Of course, no problem." Lu Yuan nodded. "You only need to learn a little bit on your own, and having someone teach you will undoubtedly speed up the process of learning that little bit." Moreover, back in the underground world, when they encountered the third-tier ferocious beast, the flaming tiger, she could easily disregard her own situation and reduce her competition in the freshman competition by one less opponent. Instead, she decisively took out the swiftness pill without trying to raise the price, which shows that she has a good character. By doing this now, I'm just doing her a small favor. It's good that classmates help each other. So, after registering the books, the two did not go to the reading area on the second floor, but instead went to the free speech area on the first floor. The two arrived at an inconspicuous corner where the noise was relatively low, making it ideal for the upcoming lesson. The two sat facing each other. Lu Yuan turned to the first page of the skill book. Very well, just looking at these words made his head feel swollen. Teacher Qin is right. It is indeed very difficult for me to learn this skill. Lu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness and silently sighed to himself. Seeing Lu Yuan, whose cultivation speed was once considered monstrous, now looking so stumped. Xia Qingyin was immediately struck by the contrast and smiled sweetly. Then he stood up and went about his current duties. The teaching process was extremely long for Lu Yuan. One reason is that learning this skill book is extremely difficult. Although Xia Qingyin's teaching is decent, it is still painful to learn. Another reason is that Xia Qingyin's stunningly beautiful face is right in front of him, and coupled with her melodious voice, Lu Yuan would occasionally lose his focus, making it difficult for him to concentrate on his studies. That's normal. Lu Yuan isn't a eunuch. 2 hours passed quickly. Lu Yuan felt that his control over this skill book had reached an astonishing 1%. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only 1%. It's important to know that the entry-level proficiency that allows for skill point allocation only requires 10% mastery of the skill book. In other words, if Lu Yuan only needs to repeat the same learning process for another 9 days, he will be able to directly reach the beginner level of proficiency, allowing him to add points and quickly break through to the junior level of proficiency. Xia Qingyin, your teaching was excellent. Thank you so much. Lu Yuan thanked him. If it weren't for Xia Qingyin, I would have had no choice but to slink away and transfer to an A-level school, or even a lower-level school with perception effects. Yes, you're welcome. After Xia Qingyin nodded simply, she flipped through the skill book and began to study. Lu Yuan roughly estimated that the extent of the skill book's progress was about 70%, which meant that she had already learned 70% of the skill book. Xia Qingyin, I'm going to have dinner now. Do you need me to bring you anything? It's 5:30 p.m., Lu Yuan asked. If Xia Qingyin continued studying here for another 2 hours, it would be 7:30 p.m., and she would be starving by then. Just bring me a serving of Zilongbao, please. Xia Qingyin said as she browsed through the skill book. Lu Yuan left the library and went to a nearby cafeteria for a meal. Immediately afterwards, he took the steamed buns that Xia Qingyin needed back to the library. It's still that same corner. Xia Qingyin remained quietly seated in her chair, studying. The difference from before is that there is one more person here. This person was none other than Xia Qingyin's roommate and best friend, Wang Yuzhu. Chapter 73 Blood Boosting Pill. Extreme Ice Pill. Lu Yuan noticed Wang Yuzhu, and Wang Yuzhu noticed Lu Yuan in return. Xia Qingyin, here are your steamed buns. Meeting Wang Yuzhu's gaze, Lu Yuan placed the steamed buns on the table and was about to leave when Wang Yuzhu's face showed a look of enjoying the show, and she said with a grin, Lu Yuan, you even bought dinner for our showing. Do you have feelings for our showing? Before Lu Yuan could speak, Xia Qingyin made her move. She pinched the soft flesh around Wang Yuzhu's waist, causing Wang Yuzhu to cry out in pain. Ah, Xiaoyin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xia Qingyin released her hand and smiled. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Add me on QQ, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Good. Lu Yuan nodded. After adding Xia Qingyin's QQ account, Lu Yuan left. Xiaoyin, girls should be more reserved. Look at you. You've already given your QQ account to someone else. Wang Yuzhu looked at him with a disappointed expression and said, No, how can what you're saying be the same as what I just did? Hearing Wang Yuzhu's words, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xiaoyin, back in high school you never had such a good relationship with any boy. Look at you now. Wang Yuzhu put her hands on her hips and said, Stop, stop, stop. Before Wang Yuzhu could finish speaking, she was met with a rebuttal from Xia Qingyin. She quickly retorted, Most of those male students in high school are just trying to take advantage of my enthusiasm and ask me questions. But Lu Yuan is different. In his eyes, there is more appreciation and also a determination to become stronger. Xia Qingyin didn't have a good impression of her male classmates from high school. One male classmate was so audacious that he tried to do an epic lunge, but Xia Qingyin kicked him straight into the wall. Then, using a bit of family influence, they locked the male classmate up for a period of time. Since that incident, no one has dared to provoke Xia Qingyin. Compared to the other two, Lu Yuan's impression on her was not bad. He is tall and handsome, and has a great personality. A guy like that would make a good impression no matter where he is. That said, there was something else she wanted to ask Lu Yuan, but she didn't ask it. That is, she sensed that Lu Yuan's aura had increased significantly, indicating that he had become much stronger. However, considering that the current situation is different from before, and the freshman competition is imminent, she did not ask. Night. After leaving the library, Lu Yuan did not go straight back to his dormitory, but instead went to the Ice and Snow Ability Museum. I slept for 4 whole days. And there was no practice during the day either. The freshman competition is about to begin. How can I slack off? Lu Yuan couldn't stay idle any longer, so he immediately opened a sea-level training room and began practicing his marksmanship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One shot after another was thrust out. I'm still a bit rusty. After muttering a sentence to himself, Lu Yuan continued his training. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Yuan opened his phone and found that Xia Qingyin had already sent him a transfer. He accepted it immediately. At the same time, she thought to herself, how can I get Xia Qingyin to continue teaching me? After all, other people's time is also time. This was just an accident that led to this situation. It's impossible for such accidents to happen every day, right? I suddenly remembered that Xia Qingyin once said, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. In addition, Xia Qingyin is still learning the skill detective technique, so she will definitely go to the library again in the near future. Doesn't this mean I can easily ask Xia Qingyin for advice at the library? Although this is not as fast as Xia Qingyin teaching me directly, it is still better than figuring it out on my own. So, Lu Yuan sent a message. Xia Qingyin, when do you usually go to the library? The other side responded immediately. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She usually goes to the library at 2 p.m. At this time, there are relatively few people in the library, and there are usually leftover skill books like detective techniques. Moreover, after studying for 4 hours, it's 6 p.m., which is just the right time to go to the nearby cafeteria for dinner. Unfortunately, I had some urgent business to attend to today, and I arrived at the library a little late, which led to the series of events that followed. Xia Qingyin already knew about the message Lu Yuan sent. He wanted to take the opportunity to ask her some questions about learning the skill detective technique. Anyway, it doesn't bother me, so I'll just consider it helping out. As for regarding Lu Yuan as a competitor, Xia Qingyin shook her head. After witnessing Lu Yuan's monstrous cultivation speed, she no longer had such thoughts. The next day, in the morning, Lu Yuan went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to cultivate. In the afternoon, he went to the library with Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan discovered that after the first day of learning, his ability to learn this skill seemed to have improved significantly. Even on the second day, when he mostly studied on his own and only asked Xia Qingyin a few questions, his learning progress actually increased by more than 1%. This is actually a good thing for Lu Yuan, as he can learn the detective techniques sooner. He even wondered what kind of expression Xia Qingyin would have when she discovered that she had suddenly had a bright idea and learned the entire skill book, Detective Techniques, in one night. The third day, I got up early in the morning. The pills are actually ready? So fast. Upon receiving the message from the alchemy department, Lu Yuan quickly headed there. One of these 2 pills is made from S-grade herb blood-activating grass and other herbs used as auxiliary ingredients. Another method requires the use of sky tree fruit, an S+ grade resource even more precious than bloodthirst grass. From the moment he handed these over to the head of the alchemy department, he was looking forward to seeing how effective the final elixir would be. Young man, the elixir is ready. As soon as Lu Yuan entered, the head of the alchemy department appeared. There was a wooden box in his left hand and a wooden box in his right hand. In the wooden box in his left hand were bright red pills. In the wooden box on his right was an ice blue pill. Just by looking at the colors, you can tell what the ingredients of the pills in these 2 wooden boxes are. This is a blood-boosting pill that can improve your blood and qi, but it's not advisable to take too much at once. To be on the safe side, it's best to take 1 pill every 2 days. And this extreme ice pill can activate the ice-type elemental energy in your body. It's best to take 1 pill every 2 days. The head of the alchemy department said with a serious expression. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded, then took the 2 wooden boxes and closed the lids. Chapter 74 Beginner Level, Detective Skills. Lu Yuan took the pills back to his dormitory. With the freshman competition just around the corner, Lu Yuan went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to train early, leaving his dormitory empty. Lu Yuan first took out a bright red blood-activating pill. This bright red blood-inducing pill made Lu Yuan feel a slight stirring in his blood just by looking at it. Then, Lu Yuan swallowed the blood-boosting pill in 1 gulp. In an instant, a burning sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body, causing Lu Yuan to tremble slightly. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, his heart was beating rapidly, which was especially noticeable in the quiet environment. Lu Yuan himself awakened ice-type superpowers, and ice-type elemental energy flowed within his body. This state of ice and fire lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually improved. Phew! Lu Yuan reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, letting out a breath. Then, he swallowed the extreme ice pill in one gulp. I have to say, the effects of this extreme ice pill are really potent. Lu Yuan originally thought that since he had awakened his ice-type ability, he shouldn't experience any discomfort after consuming the extreme ice pill. Unexpectedly, the feeling upon swallowing the extreme ice pill, it's like an ordinary person swallowing a block of ice. For Lu Yuan, the temperature of this extreme ice pill was far too cold. If this extreme ice pill is so cold, let alone the fruit of the sky tree, its raw material, I wonder when I'll be able to swallow it directly like Teacher Jian. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. He immediately closed his eyes, trying his best to absorb the effects of the extreme ice pill to the greatest extent. A few minutes later, the discomfort in his body lessened, and Lu Yuan gradually adapted. After a long while, the effects of the extreme ice pill were completely absorbed, and Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes. He felt that the energy within his body had indeed become more active. This is only one pill. The head of the alchemy department gave him a total of 15 pills to refine. It is foreseeable that after all the ice extreme pills are consumed, the activity level of the body's yuan energy will be greatly improved. Time passed day by day. Lu Yuan maintained his schedule of visiting the Ice and Snow Ability Museum in the morning and the library in the afternoon. More than a week later, at 6 p.m., after leaving the library with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and opened the panel. Detective Skills, S. Beginner. Great. After so much effort, the skill Detective Skill has finally appeared on the character panel. Moreover, the familiar appears after it, which means that you can directly break through to the beginner proficiency level. The next second, evolution points minus 100. Detective Skills, S. Beginner. Detective Skills, S. Elementary. There are currently only 300 evolution points left on the panel. A flood of memories rushed into his mind, and Lu Yuan mastered how to use the detective technique. The moment Lu Yuan mastered the detective technique, he was able to continuously use a small amount of mental energy to sense all individuals within a radius of 1,500 meters centered on himself for an extended period of time. It can also intermittently use a large amount of mental energy to expand the range of perception, but the duration is extremely short. Lu Yuan tried it, and the range expanded to 4 times its original size, becoming a radius of 3,000 meters centered on himself. The range of this skill is closely related to Lu Yuan's mental attributes and skill proficiency. Incidentally, this skill isn't X-ray vision. At most, it can only sense the presence of a living being and the aura it emits, but it can't actually sense anything else. The maximum radius is 3,000 meters, which should be enough for the underground world. Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. See you tomorrow, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin waved her hand, and then she parted ways with Lu Yuan. They ran so fast, they didn't even let me finish speaking. After all, Lu Yuan has already learned the skill and doesn't need to come to the library for the time being. So Xia Qingyin definitely won't be seeing me at the library tomorrow. However, I was still asking her questions today. I couldn't possibly say that I had already learned it just after leaving the library, could I? Let's talk about it tomorrow. The next day, Lu Yuan went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to train in the morning. The staff member who recognized Lu Yuan finally couldn't help but ask, "Student, why haven't you been coming in the afternoons lately? Has something happened?" It should be noted that Lu Yuan used to cultivate for 8 hours or more every morning and afternoon without fail. We'll usually exchange a few words of greeting. But recently she noticed that Lu Yuan had stopped coming here in the afternoons, which made her unable to help but ask. "Nothing much. I was just learning a new skill at the library this afternoon." Lu Yuan waved his hand, then picked up the key given to him by the staff and entered the corresponding training room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Qingyin frowned slightly when she saw that Lu Yuan was late, almost an hour late, thinking to herself, could it be that classmate Lu Yuan has fallen asleep? She made a phone call to Lu Yuan via QQ. Lu Yuan, who entered the cultivation room, naturally put his phone in the safe outside. No one answered the phone. Perhaps Lu Yuan is busy with something? Xia Qingyin pondered to herself. With this in mind, Xia Qingyin stopped thinking too much and continued her studies. For her now, only one crucial issue remains before she can fully master the entire skill book. The whole afternoon has passed. She closed the skill book and used her mental power. That's right, she's already able to use the S-rank skill detective technique. Afterwards, as she left the library alone, she received a message from Lu Yuan. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I learned the detective technique this morning." It turned out that after Lu Yuan left the cultivation room, he retrieved his phone and discovered a missed call record from Xia Qingyin via QQ. So he made up an excuse. With a system at your disposal, Isn't it perfectly normal for you to have exceptional comprehension? Upon seeing the message from Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin froze on the spot, her breath catching in her throat, and then she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Just yesterday, Lu Yuan only learned the basics and even asked me questions, but today he's already mastered it? Unable to figure out the reason, she could only conclude that Lu Yuan's comprehension was terrifyingly far beyond her own. In just one morning, I was able to have a sudden realization, like a spring that never stops flowing, and I finished several weeks' worth of work in one go. Thinking about it carefully, Lu Yuan's comprehension has always been incredibly impressive. The signs were already apparent when I was learning S-rank body tempering techniques and S-rank skills. He's a monster. I'm not going to compare myself to him. Hee. I can't wait to see the expressions on everyone's faces when they see Lu Yuan during the freshman competition. With this thought in mind, Xia Qingyin regained her radiant smile, as bright as a flower. Chapter 75 Jack, the International Student. The opening ceremony will begin the day after tomorrow. The more critical the moment, the less we can afford to let our guard down. Lu Yuan got up early this morning, brushed his teeth, washed his face, put on his spatial ring, and was about to head to the Ice and Snow Ability Museum. He discovered that Lu Yuan had actually arrived even earlier than him. However, Lu Yuan has indeed been working quite hard lately. Just yesterday, Lu Yuan told himself that his swordsmanship had broken through to the intermediate level of proficiency, and he had officially become a superhuman, reaching the lower level of the first tier. Brother Lu Yuan, come quick. Look at this post on the campus forum. Lu Yuan waved, signaling Lu Yuan to come downstairs. A post on the campus forum? Lu Yuan leaned closer, puzzled, and a post caught his eye on Lu Yuan's phone screen. Shocking. 2 S-rank Ice-type students have appeared among this year's freshmen. It must be said that the title uses words like surprising and unexpectedly, making it very eye-catching. Moreover, the combination of S-rank and Ice-type, 2 rare attributes, makes it even more appealing. It makes you want to click in and take a look. Another S-rank Ice-type has appeared. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and clicked on the post to take a look. This post is not clickbait. It also discusses the fact that 2 new students this year have awakened S-rank Ice-type abilities. The first one, naturally, is Lu Yuan, who was specially recruited by Ling Weiwei. The second person was actually an international student from the Black Continent Alliance. The post also included his name, Jack. Brother Lu Yuan, another S-rank Ice-type has appeared. I have a feeling he's coming for you. After reading the post, Lu Yuan couldn't help but say something. Fine. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, not feeling much. If you want war, then let's fight. His current cultivation level is at the upper tier of the first level, and he has even cultivated the S-rank body tempering technique, Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, to the second level. He has also mastered the use of 2 S-rank skills. He really didn't know how he could lose. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't seem to be under any pressure, Lu Yuan felt pressured instead. He didn't just idly stay in the dormitory. He quickly left and went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to train. Although Lu Yuan felt no pressure, he did not slack off. He also left his dormitory and went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to train. This way, a foreign student with dark skin, an exceptionally tall stature, and curly hair was led to his dormitory. This person was none other than Jack, the second freshman at Shenzhen University of Superpowers this year to awaken an S-level Ice-type superpower. Those ancestors who went to study in the Great Xia Kingdom were right. The Great Xia Kingdom does indeed provide excellent living conditions for international students. Jack was overjoyed. He was originally just a child from a poor family in the Black Continent Alliance. Many ancestors who went to the Great Xia Kingdom said that the universities in the Great Xia Kingdom offered very good conditions to international students. Moreover, a considerable number of girls in the Great Xia Kingdom also really liked this type. Therefore, full of expectations, Jack did not attend university locally, but instead came to the Great Xia Kingdom to study. Jack originally planned to go to the Shanghai University of Superpowers, because Shanghai is more famous than Shenzhen in the international arena. However, when Jiang Ting, the admissions officer at the Shanghai Superpower University, mentioned that the only freshman in the Great Xia Kingdom to awaken an S-level Ice-type superpower was at the Shenzhen Superpower University. He then changed his university from Shanghai Superpower University to Shenzhen Superpower University. It's very simple. It's just that a strange competitive mentality has arisen. Back to Jack's perspective. To Jack, the villa in front of him was indeed exceptionally luxurious. Classical decor, flowers, trees, streams, and bridges. Jack, who comes from a poor family in the Black Continent Alliance, has never had such good living conditions before. This made him overjoyed. In fact, This is not a special treatment given to international students by Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. Every student lives in a villa. It was only because there were no other international students from the same place to keep him company that he had the opportunity to live alone in a two-story villa. Anyway, there are plenty of villas inside the Shenzhen Superpower University, so this is no big deal. With great excitement, I opened the dormitory door and entered the villa. The spacious living room had spotless floors and exquisitely crafted furniture. Everything surprised and delighted Jack. I've seen the dorms, and the conditions are really good. Now it's time to try the second thing the ancestors told us about. As Jack thought about it, a slight smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He left the dormitory, intending to strike up a conversation with two girls. Although he might be looked down upon locally for being poor, who would know he was poor here? As Jack left the dormitory area, he soon encountered two sophomores walking towards him. The two sophomores were chatting and laughing, their silvery laughter ringing out from time to time, completely unaware of Jack in front of them. You two are so beautiful. I'm Jack, a student here to study abroad. Can we get to know each other? Jack flashed what he thought was a charming smile and said bluntly, "This is the experience of our ancestors. They said that many women in the Great Xia Kingdom craved praise from men. However, most men in the Great Xia Kingdom are very reserved and don't know how to speak. Therefore, speaking frankly greatly increases the chances of success." The two sophomores frowned, said nothing, and simply took a detour and left. After they left, they continued chatting, their silvery laughter ringing out once more. Seeing this, Jack scratched his curly hair and was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is it different from what our ancestors agreed upon? It must be because my expression was wrong just now. Let me try again. Jack did the same thing. Result: this was not a good result for Jack. The second time I encountered the senior, she not only left immediately, but she also left with a clear look of disgust on her face. This was a huge blow to Jack. The ancestors clearly did it this way, and they even took many photos and videos and posted them in the group, which excited Jack when he saw them. Now, I'm trying to do the same thing, so why isn't it working? Well, Jack sat on a stone bench by the roadside and sighed heavily. Just as Jack was feeling disheartened, a senior with long, wavy hair gently patted him on the back. She expressed that she really likes men like Jack who are charming. Thank you. Actually, beautiful lady, you are very charming too. Jack was overjoyed. What a stroke of luck. He never expected that prey would take the bait on its own. In fact, despite the fact that this senior student took the bait willingly, there was actually something else going on. She was a veteran of countless battles, and in one of them, she suffered a minor injury. Jack's appearance intrigued her, as she had never tried the specialties from the Black Continent Alliance before. Chapter 76 Opening Ceremony, Part 1. Today, we will be holding the opening ceremony for the 2052 class of Shenzhen Superpower University. Lu Yuan, who had just gotten up in the morning, was immediately struck by a thought and opened the panel to check his current attributes. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 200. Special ability: Ice Crown S. Realm: Upper First Tier. Mental stimulus: 320 Hz. Chi and blood: 750 calories. Skills: Marksmanship Advanced, Melee Combat Intermediate, Ice Shard Ring D. Intermediate, Ice Flash B. Beginner, Ice Blade A. Beginner, Frozen Shield A. Beginner, Ice Blast S. Intermediate, Detective Skill S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body S. Second level. This panel is truly luxurious. Among this year's new students, it's unlikely to be able to rival it. It's worth mentioning that just a few days ago, Lu Yuan also managed to advance his combat skills from beginner to intermediate proficiency. Anyway, it only costs 100 evolution points to advance a fighting skill from beginner to intermediate proficiency. However, it can effectively improve one's close combat ability, which is quite good. After checking his own panel, Lu Yuan put on the school uniform that the teacher who had greeted him had given him. The materials used in this school uniform are quite good. It's clearly not a poorly made product, and it feels quite comfortable to wear. After putting on his school uniform, Lu Yuan left the bedroom and bumped into Lu Yuan, who was also leaving the bedroom at the same time. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Lu Yuan knew that he was clearly a little nervous. So he stepped forward, patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, and said a few words of encouragement. Lu Yuan let out a breath, his tense mood noticeably relieved. The school stipulates that the opening ceremony will be held at 8 a.m., and the assembly point is the central playground. After leaving the dormitory and having breakfast at the cafeteria, the two arrived at the designated meeting point, the central playground. From a distance, a large crowd had already gathered on the central playground. The school uniforms they were wearing proved that they, like Lu Yuan, were also freshmen of the class of 52. So, Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan also went over. Among the crowd in the central playground, two young girls who shared a dorm room were chatting. They were Xia Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu. Xiaoyin, you're going to see your Lu Yuan classmate again soon. Aren't you excited? Wang Yuzhu teased with a smile. Yes, you're right, okay? Ever since Wang Yuzhu discovered that Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin were studying together in the library, she has reverted to her gossipy nature and has been saying things like that. She knew that she and Lu Yuan were only good classmates, and at most, just friends. How could it be as outrageous as Wang Yuzhu described? Xia Qingyin chose to ignore this. Wang Yuzhu will soon return to normal. Sure enough, Wang Yuzhu immediately lost interest and returned to normal. Suddenly, the sound of conversations among the freshmen reached my ears. Look, isn't that the international student who awakened the S-rank ice elemental power that they were talking about on the campus forum? Wow, he's so tall. He's walking this way. Upon hearing the S-rank ice-type combination, Xia Qingyin initially thought it was Lu Yuan and was about to turn around to greet him when she realized. This isn't Lu Yuan at all. He's clearly a foreigner. Needless to say, this foreigner was none other than Jack, an international student. Hello, beautiful lady. May we get to know each other? Jack couldn't help but swallow hard after seeing Xia Qingyin's stunning beauty and enviable figure. Then, putting on an elegant demeanor, she walked over and said. Xia Qingyin frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Because the burning passion in Jack's eyes was just too obvious. She keeps staring at her chest without moving an inch. How could anyone not notice? I'm sorry, I have no intention of getting to know you. Xia Qingyin suppressed her nausea and refused directly. All right then, beautiful lady, have a wonderful life. Jack was putting on quite a convincing act. After saying that, he stepped aside. Wow, this girl is so pretty. I didn't even notice her before. Wait a minute. I think there was a post saying that the Xia family's daughter came to our school. Could it be her? The Xia family? Is it the Xia family that has a 7th-level grandmaster? Hearing the whispers of the freshmen around him, Jack, who had just conquered the long-haired, wavy-haired senior the night before, felt a strong desire to conquer her inexplicably arise. Not only are her figure and looks top-notch, but she's also a wealthy family heiress. If Jack could win her over, he couldn't even imagine how wonderful his future life would be. Jack's idea can only be attributed to the charge he made last night, which probably messed with his brain. Just as Jack was imagining his wonderful future, the sound of Xia Qingyin and Lu Yuan chatting could be heard over there. Jack turned his head and looked. Good grief. She was giving me a hard time just now, but in the blink of an eye she's chatting and laughing with other male students. Fortunately, Jack wasn't too stupid, so he didn't end up with the clown on his face. He was thinking that he would teach Lu Yuan a lesson when the freshman competition came up. This completely humiliated Lu Yuan. Then let this beautiful lady know who the man with boyfriend power is. As Lu Yuan walked towards Xia Qingyin, he also noticed Jack. Is this the exchange student who, like me, awakened an S-rank ice-type ability? Lu Yuan glanced at Jack and noticed that Jack was actually giving him a very hostile look. Both are S-rank ice-type? Perfect, I'd like to test my skills against you too. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Thus, without knowing that Lu Yuan had also awakened an S-level ice-type ability, Jack developed hostility towards Lu Yuan because of Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan, knowing that Jack had awakened an S-class ice-type ability and that Jack had previously shown hostility towards him, also had the idea of fighting. Dear new students. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the platform in front. This immediately silenced all the new students, who turned to look at the podium. The vast central playground, with over 1,000 new students, fell completely silent in an instant. Because the person speaking on the podium now is Song Li Yuan, the president of Shenzhen Superpower University. His current level is mid-8th rank, and the aura he involuntarily exudes makes many freshmen feel their legs go weak. This was not something Song Li Yuan did intentionally. It was more a psychological effect on many new students. Chapter 77 Opening Ceremony, Part 2. Hello, new students. I am Song Li Yuan, the president of Shenzhen University. This year's class of 52 has a total of 1,424 freshmen, including 11 specially recruited freshmen, the most in the last 10 years. Shenzhen Superpower University is one of the top superpower universities in China, commonly known as one of the 4 famous universities. With strong support from the country, Shenzhen University's conditions, cultivation resources, and mentor strength are all unmatched by other ordinary universities. Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University, explained in detail. He spoke slowly, but every word struck a chord with the new students. Just as many freshmen were envisioning a bright future, Song Liyuan's expression hardened, and he changed the subject, continuing. But getting into Shenzhen University doesn't mean you can rest easy from now on, nor does it mean your future will be bright. In top-tier universities for people with special abilities, resources are not distributed equally, but rather favored by the strongest. What this society and this era need are strong individuals who can safeguard the region in the future, not mediocre people. So, fellow freshmen, the pretending to be weak to fool others tactic will never work here. You might be a real tiger, but end up disguising yourself as the pig you were originally. And the upcoming freshman competition is probably familiar to you all. This will be your first opportunity to showcase yourselves. Song Liyuan's expression was serious, and his voice was firm and powerful. He continued, "This freshman competition is different from all the previous ones. All freshmen will enter the underground world passage within the school to participate in the freshman competition in the underground world." Song Liyuan's words inevitably caused panic among some freshmen who had only managed to awaken a decent superpower by luck, barely made it into Shenzhen Superpower University, and then spent the summer playing around. They couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. My God, an underground passage? Doesn't that mean we'll encounter ferocious beasts? I've never seen a real ferocious beast before. What am I going to do? From their words, it's clear that they hadn't even opened the campus forum, or rather, they lacked the patience, merely glancing at it before ignoring it. On the campus forum, many senior students had already speculated that the freshman competition would be held in the underground world. Of course, the vast majority of freshmen had a peaceful expression on their faces, and those who were whispering among themselves were only a very small minority. Their murmurs, though faint, were particularly clear in the quiet environment. Quiet. Song Liyuan only said 2 words, and then exuded a bit of his imposing aura. Most importantly, Song Liyuan's momentum enabled him to strike with precision. Those freshmen who had been whispering were knocked to the ground by the impact. This caused the surrounding freshmen to burst into laughter in their hearts. The specific rules for the freshman competition in the underground world will be explained to you by a dedicated teacher later. Here, I will only focus on the rewards for the freshman competition. In the underground world, all kinds of ferocious beasts live, and the crystals and certain organs on their bodies are quite valuable. You can also collect them during the freshman competition. Therefore, the winner of this freshman competition will receive a 400% bonus when calculating the final value of their loot. Second and third place winners receive a 200% bonus. Third place to 10th place receive a 150% bonus. Rankings from 11th to 50th will receive a 100% bonus. Rankings from 51st to 200th will receive a 50% bonus. Ranks 201 through 700 will receive a 20% bonus. Although Song Liyuan's words were calm, they instantly ignited the previously quiet playground. Of course, having learned from past mistakes, the excitement remained in my heart, and I couldn't possibly utter a sound of amazement. The vast majority of freshmen couldn't help but feel excited. After all, isn't this extra bonus just a way for the school to give away money in disguise? Especially the first place winner gets a 400% bonus, which is 5 times the original amount. If you go in and spend 1 million Blue Star coins, you'll come out with 5 million Blue Star coins. If you have 2 million Blue Star coins, wouldn't that be a multi-million-dollar reward? Although they dared not dream of being number 1, being in the top 700, which is roughly above half of the freshmen, was definitely something they could strive for. It also has a 20% bonus, which is not bad. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Song Liyuan waved his hand and said. These words drew all the new students' attention back to Song Liyuan, their eyes filled with anticipation. The first place winner of this freshman competition will receive the opportunity to customize a suitable weapon and S-level resources. Of course, there will also be many other rewards such as 10 times the monthly cultivation resources, but I won't go into details here. Second place, receiving S-level resources and 100 credits. Third place, obtained S-level resources and A-level resources. Song Liyuan's words still caused a huge uproar in the hearts of the new students. The opportunity to customize weapons is invaluable. It's important to understand that the weapons currently on the market are mass-produced, and they are more or less incompatible with the user, slightly affecting the user's performance. But customization is different. First, you need money, and second, you need to find a combat-type superhuman who specializes in this area. Similarly, the rewards will still be extended to the top 700 participants. Even those ranked at the bottom of the top 700 can receive C-level resources, 10 credits, and a monthly reward of 1.1 times the cultivation resources. This made all the new students yearn for it. Even if I can't get to the top, I should at least be in the top 700, right? Lu Yuan, who was among the new students, was also very happy to hear this. With his abilities and his experience in the underground world, getting into the top 50 would be quite easy, even if he couldn't make it into the top 10. The rewards for the top 50 are already quite generous for Lu Yuan at this point. A 400% boost. Opportunity for weapon customization. Lu Yuan secretly made up his mind that he had to be number one. It's not just about making the teacher who has high hopes for you proud, but also about securing resources for your own future. One more thing, during the freshman competition, I and all the school's mentors will be watching. Your performance in the underground world will affect the mentor selection. Being able to become a mentor's student and receive personal guidance from a mentor is definitely much better than attending large classes. Finally, Song Liyuan added a sentence. Chapter 78 The Rules of the Freshman Competition. After that, the school's vice principal came up and said a few words, and then the opening ceremony ended just like that. They subsequently announced their disbandment. All the new students then scattered, each finding someone they knew to chat with, and left. It must be said that Shenzhen's Superpower University does this much better than many ordinary universities. In many ordinary colleges and universities, the speeches given by school leaders at the opening ceremony are incredibly long and tedious, with a bunch of teachers surrounding them, preventing students from even touching their phones. The students are miserable. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was you starting school. Good luck, Lu Yuan, in tomorrow's freshman competition. Xia Qingyin, who was standing not far from Lu Yuan, said with a smile. Yes, you too. Lu Yuan responded. Subsequently, Xia Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu and Lu Yuan got together. Brother Lu Yuan, not bad. It's only the first day of school, and you've already won over the beauty from the dorm across the street. Why don't you start a class sometime? I have to sign up, and I'll bring you a bunch of new students too. Lu Yuan said with a grin. What? We're just ordinary friends. How could it be as outrageous as you're saying? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at him, then said indifferently. Lu Yuan stared wide-eyed, leaned closer, and stared straight at Lu Yuan's handsome face, but he couldn't see any flaws. Okay, sorry, brother Lu Yuan. Ryu Wenquang apologized immediately. Fine. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, he's not the kind of person who dwells on trivial matters. Then, the two returned to their dormitory. Since the school uniform event wasn't open, they planned to change into their usual training clothes first, and then head to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for today's training. The day's training passed quickly. The second day of the freshman competition, which many freshmen have been looking forward to, has arrived. All the new students were dressed in their battle suits, carrying their weapons either on their backs or in their hands. The battle suits come in a variety of colors, including red, blue, white, and black, with white and black being the most common. White battle suits are mostly worn by girls, while black battle suits are mostly worn by boys. The weapons, too, come in a wide variety of types. The majority of the weapons are cold weapons, such as spears, broadswords, and longswords. There are even some extremely rare weapons like halberds, axes, and hammers. The freshmen's eyes burned with fervor, like a lion awakening. Incidentally, there are classes in the university. Lu Yuan's class is the first-year Ice-type class, 1. According to the message sent by the counselor, each college needs to line up, such as the Ice Department College where Lu Yuan is located, and then they will enter the underground world together. But then again, there are really not many people in this Ice Academy. Standing in the middle of the group, Lu Yuan glanced around. With only 30 students in a class at Shenzhen Superpower University, the Ice Academy only has one class, and it's not even full yet, with only 29 students. This is even with Qin Tianlong, a 7th-tier Ice-type master, presiding over the large class. It is evident that there are very few students who have awakened Ice-type abilities. With the martial arts exam further dividing them into different streams, the number becomes even more pitifully small. However, in a dramatic turn of events, 2 of this year's Ice-type freshmen have awakened S-level Ice-type abilities. As Lu Yuan glanced around, he inevitably noticed the hostile gaze directed at him by Jack, a nearby international student. At the same time, Lu Yuan also saw confidence in his eyes. However, Lu Yuan didn't care. His biggest opponent wasn't Jack, the international student in front of him, but some other freshmen who were full of hidden talents. For example, Xia Qingyin, who has a baby deep-sea dragon as her companion beast, and that specially recruited freshman who awakened an S-level fire-type ability. But Lu Yuan felt that these biggest opponents were actually nothing special. It wasn't enough for him. First place will ultimately belong to him. There's a saying that goes, be contemptuous strategically, but take it seriously tactically. Even with ample confidence, Lu Yuan would not let his guard down. After all the formations had assembled and stood in place on the central parade ground, the mentor in charge of the freshman competition spoke up. Hello, students. I am the teacher in charge of this year's freshman competition. I will now read out the rules and precautions for this year's freshman competition. Upon hearing this, all the new students turned their attention to him. This freshman competition will take place in the underground world and will last for 7 days. Here, we have prepared enough medicine, food, folding tents, and tactical backpacks for all of you to store these supplies. As you all know, the ferocious beasts of the underground world possess a bloodthirsty aura, but don't worry. During the period when the underground world of the school was closed, the beasts inside underwent special treatment. After you kill them, they will no longer be tainted by the bloodthirsty aura, so you can kill to your heart's content, kill like there's no tomorrow, and kill to your heart's content. After you kill the ferocious beast, you will receive points based on the beast's strength, which will be the basis for your ranking. Next, we will also distribute special record watches to everyone. These watches can view maps, record points, and view leaderboards. Most importantly, the watch is filled with the elemental energy of the mentors, which can generate an energy shield in times of crisis, saving your lives. There are also many senior students patrolling nearby who can quickly evacuate you after triggering the energy shield. The map is divided into 2 areas, the shallow area and the deep area. You'll see when you check the map with your watches later. The shallow areas are white, and the deep areas are red. The ferocious beasts in the shallow area are lower level and middle level first-tier ferocious beasts. As you delve deeper, you will enter the deeper area. In the deeper area, there are Tier 1 high-level ferocious beasts and Tier 2 ferocious beasts. There is also a Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast. Those who are confident in their strength can give it a try. Not only killing ferocious beasts, but also defeating other new students and triggering the protection mode of their record watches can directly grant you 25% of their current score. It's important to note that defeating other freshmen is only permitted on the 4th day and onwards. Attempting to defeat them within the first 3 days is considered a violation and will result in immediate termination of the match. On the 7th day, which is the last day of the freshman competition, the locations of all surviving freshmen will be directly announced on the map. After saying so much, the mentor in charge of the freshman competition was already hoarse. Therefore, he quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 79 Soaring City. According to the rules of the freshman competition, the best approach is to hunt down ferocious beasts in the first few days to gain basic points. Then, on the last day, after everyone's locations appear on the map, we can harvest the remaining beasts to gain an extra boost in points. As for that low-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast, after consuming blood-boosting pills and extreme ice pills for a period of time, I might not be no match for it. Lu Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with intense passion. Just as Lu Yuan's thoughts were racing, the mentor in charge of the freshman competition, who was quenching his thirst, smiled and continued. One last reminder, team formation is allowed in this freshman competition. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages to team formation, so weigh them yourselves. Upon hearing that team formation was allowed in this freshman competition, many freshmen present cheered. For them, the underground world is fraught with danger. Even hunting a single ferocious beast alone is not guaranteed, and they may face the risk of being eliminated at any time. If you team up, your final score will still improve. However, some of the top students, including Lu Yuan, didn't seem to feel anything. After all, their strength is undeniable, enabling them to hunt down ferocious beasts on their own. Teaming up won't increase the efficiency of finding ferocious beasts much, and there are several people sharing the spoils. The final points and loot are hard to compare with solo play. Some senior students who came to audit the class found the rules of the freshman competition very interesting. He then called on his other senior friends to go and watch the game together. Many teams have also started taking action, sending their captains or vice captains to watch the matches and bring in fresh talent to their teams. The entire freshman competition will be recorded by specially designed energy cameras and projected onto a large screen. This screen, too, was custom-made and is extremely large. This ensures that the real-time performance of the top 100 students is fully displayed on the big screen. Led by their instructors at the front of the procession, all classes arrived in unison before the underground passage of Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. Wow, is this the underground world passage? It really is a black hole. Once you go inside, you'll see a new world. Some of the new students gasped in amazement, their faces filled with wonder. Then, the line entered one by one. Soaring City. Within the underground world of the Shenzhen Superpower University, a small city was also built to guard the underground passage and prevent ferocious beasts from invading the real world. As for why Lu Yuan knew that the city was called Tungfei City, it was because there was a large stone tablet there with 3 big characters engraved on it, Tungfei City. Lu Yuan glanced around briefly. There are also some vendors selling temporary travel gear nearby, but these vendors have been checked by the school, so at least they won't cheat students. On the city wall, there are more than 10 third-tier ability users stationed to deal with emergencies. Of course, there is one major difference between this place and Jiangzhan City and Shenzhen No. 3 City that Lu Yuan visited before, the Moon-Gazing Tower. Dear counselors, please distribute tactical backpacks and recording watches to your classes. After the distribution is complete, those students wearing spatial rings on their fingers, please come over for a check. If you secretly hide other items in your spatial ring and use them in the upcoming freshman competition, you will be disqualified from the competition. Lu Yuan was at the front of the group and soon received a tactical backpack and a recording watch from the counselor. The moment he received the tactical backpack, Lu Yuan unzipped it and opened it. It did indeed contain many potions, including Tier 1 energy potions and Tier 1 disinfectant potions. Lu Yuan counted. There were only 7 bottles of energy potions. 7 bottles. That's more than the other freshmen could possibly finish. However, he still needs to be careful to control the amount of elemental energy he uses, otherwise the energy potions will not be enough. After putting on his tactical backpack and wearing his watch on his left wrist, Lu Yuan jogged over to have his spatial ring checked by a specialist. Some non-compliant items are temporarily stored by them. After Lu Yuan jogged over, he realized there are quite a few freshmen with spatial rings at Shenzhen Superpower University. It's definitely over 10%. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Even in the early stages of cultivation, having money from home can be a great help. This enabled them to achieve better results in the martial arts exams than students from ordinary families. After inspecting all the newly created spatial rings and temporarily storing any items that did not conform to the rules. 3, 2, 1. I hereby declare the 2052 freshman competition officially open. The mentor in charge of the freshman competition announced loudly. Go, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, standing behind Lu Yuan, patted him on the shoulder and said something. Lu Yuan, you can do it too. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. Charge. Watch me break into the top 700. You have no ambition at all. I'll just aim for the top 100, okay? After the city gates of Tungfei City were fully opened, a large number of freshmen shouted loudly and rushed out, afraid of falling behind. Lu Yuan remained calm and unhurried. Killing 1 or 2 less low-level first-tier ferocious beasts in the shallow area wouldn't have a significant impact on his performance. What's wrong? My head is so dizzy. No, I have to hold on. I must hold on. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out of Tungfei City, he saw many new students who could barely walk, some even leaning against the city wall, their faces pale. It only said that the bloodthirsty aura of the ferocious beasts temporarily disappeared, but it didn't mention that the oxygen level in the air was not normal. The performance of these newcomers was just like that of Lu Yuan when he first entered the underground world with the Firefox team. Lu Yuan's gaze did not linger on these new students for long. He immediately activated his recording watch. Drop. The recording watch has been turned on. Lu Yuan first chose to view the map. After examining it, Lu Yuan learned that the underground world within the Shenzhen Superpower University was circular in shape. And this Tungfei City is located right at the center of this underground world. A circular area radiating outwards from the center is white, representing the shallow layer. The remaining circular area is red, indicating the deeper area. Lu Yuan randomly chose a path to take and left first. After leaving, he mobilized a small amount of his mental energy and used his newly learned S-rank skill, Detective Technique. In an instant, Lu Yuan sensed all the ferocious beasts within a radius of 1,500 meters. Mantis shrimp. Mantis shrimp. Why is it still mantis shrimp? Lu Yuan knew that this mantis shrimp, like the shadow cat, was one of the weakest ferocious beasts. It has the body of a mantis, but the tail and claws of a shrimp, and its size is about the same as a real-world rat. Chapter 80 Day 1. So many mantis shrimp. They can be found in crevices, bushes, and even on tree trunks. In short, it's like Pikachu on the roadside. Besides mantis shrimp, there are some other ferocious beasts. Of course, as previously agreed, all of these ferocious beasts were first-tier low-level ferocious beasts. Even mid-tier first-order ferocious beasts were further away. At the same time, Lu Yuan also sensed some cameras located high up. After learning the general situation in the vicinity, Lu Yuan stopped using his mental energy. According to his estimate, even if he maintains this small amount of mental energy, he can only last for half an hour at most. The underground world here is slightly different from that of Jiangzhan City and Shenzhen No. 3 City. The vegetation did not grow that lush. Rustling sounds. Oh no, what do we do? It's a ferocious beast. Lu Yuan left not long ago. Suddenly, 2 mantis shrimp emerged from the grass and appeared in front of a 3-person freshman team near Lu Yuan. To Lu Yuan, these 2 mantis shrimps were nothing. There's a ferocious beast. What do we do? Xiaomei, you go first. You stay away. Take this. But for this group of 3 new recruits, these 2 ordinary mantis shrimps made them tremble all over and even stammer. Seeing this, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Many children who grow up in a privileged environment will indeed feel fear when they first encounter a ferocious beast in real life, just like their parents. Influenced by such emotions, even if they were strong enough to kill the mantis shrimp, they might not be able to unleash their full potential. If you won't take these points, then I'll gladly accept them. His ice blue spatial ring flashed, and he took out the black dragon spear. He first used Ice Flash to teleport, and then delivered 2 simple and clean thrusts. The next moment, the 2 mantis shrimps were completely reduced to ashes. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. A system notification sounded in my ear. Lu Yuan didn't pay much attention to this small amount of evolution points. He immediately opened his watch to check his current points. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 20. 20 points, and 10 points for a mantis shrimp, which is the same as the evolution points my system gave me. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan switched to the leaderboard. Ranking, 155/1424. 155? Looks like the other freshmen are quick on their feet. Lu Yuan simply remarked. He didn't pay much attention to it. No rush, no rush. This is only the first day. The best is yet to come. These 3 freshmen, upon witnessing Lu Yuan's swift actions and handsome face, their pupils were gradually filled with red hearts. They decided that once the freshman competition was over, they would go to the campus wall, to try and find this handsome guy. Time passed second by second. Now, the blazing sun is relentlessly baking the ground. Fortunately, his awakened superpower was ice-based, which allowed him to maintain a relatively stable skin temperature and prevent him from feeling too uncomfortable. Lu Yuan turned on the recording watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 120. Rank, 120/1424. The departure time is approximately 7 a.m., which refers to the time in the underground world. 5 hours later, Lu Yuan only had 120 points. The ranking has risen slightly, but not much, to 120th, not even making it into the top 100. Although he could use his detective skills to find the nearby ferocious beasts, he believed it wasn't worth losing the big picture for such a small thing. How many points do you get for a low-tier, first-level ferocious beast? It's not worth wasting time changing my course. I need to hurry and hunt down even higher-level beasts in the deeper areas. At the same time, Xia Qingyin rode her companion beast, Xiaolan, and sped forward. In combat mode, Xiaolan is 2.5 meters long, which barely meets the standard for manned flight. Name, Xia Qingyin. Student ID, 205-200-9001. Points, 240. Rank, 2/1424. Riding on Little Blue's back, she could move forward several times faster than on foot. Through her newly learned skill, detective skills. Although it was still in the shallow area, the figures of a few first-tier, mid-level ferocious beasts could already be sensed. As a companion beast that can grow to the 7th tier at most, the deepwater dragon cub also has a certain degree of perception ability. It also has the ability to launch water balloons for long-range attacks. Even while simply traveling, one can still manage to pick up quite a few ferocious beasts. Even so, she only came in 2nd place. Because of Lu Yuan's extraordinary existence, even though her ultimate goal was 2nd place. But this is just the beginning. Lu Yuan definitely won't be number 1 yet. So, she blinked, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Who will take the top spot now? At that time, a young man with a neat short haircut turned on his recording watch. If you look closely, you'll notice that his right pupil isn't the typical black color found in people from Daxia, but rather a light green. Name, Wangzhe. Student ID 205-200-2001. Points 300. Rank 1/1424. He awakened the S-class wind type ability, Eye of Storms, and his light green right pupil is a direct result of this ability. The powerful wind-based ability naturally allows him to accelerate himself and the Gale Eagle beneath him, which is currently at the upper level of the first tier. At the same time, the Gale Eagle itself is extremely fast. With the two combined, the maximum speed can reach 160 meters per second. After 5 hours of flight, Wangzhe had already seen quite a few mid-tier first-order ferocious beasts. Furthermore, the points earned on the recording watch for killing a mid-tier Tier 1 ferocious beast differ from the evolution points gained in the Lu Yuan system. Generally speaking, Lu Yuan would gain between 20 and 30 evolution points for killing a mid-tier Tier 1 ferocious beast. However, the points obtained were 50, which is equivalent to killing 5 first-tier low-level ferocious beasts. Thinking about it carefully, it makes a lot of sense. This is a consideration made by the school in order to select the strongest candidates. Otherwise, they would all stay outside and hunt weaker ferocious beasts. I'm actually number 1. A few hours later, after seeing the rankings, Wangzhe was somewhat surprised and taken aback. But less than half a minute later, he calmed down. My speed advantage can't last long. I need to go deeper. Riding the Gale Eagle, Wangzhe remained calm as he once again ventured into the deeper areas. Chapter 81 Second Tier Lower Level. The first day wasn't very interesting. We spent most of our time traveling. The second day was much the same, mainly focused on traveling. However, about half of the new teams chose to stay in the shallow area, which is the area where only first-tier low-level ferocious beasts appear. The remaining half of the new recruits naturally continued forward, facing the first-tier mid-level ferocious beast head-on. However, there were also quite a few older students gathered nearby to watch the game. Although there aren't many combat scenes, you can still see how good-looking the new recruits are through this display frame. It's perfectly normal for boys to like looking at beautiful women and for girls to like looking at handsome men. Wow, she's got great looks and a great figure. There's just one downside. She's not my girlfriend. What are you thinking? Do you even know who she is? I don't know. Could it be some amazing background? That's right. She's the daughter of the Xia family. I advise you to give up on your dreams. The Xia family. You mean the Xia family from Guangdong province, the one with 3 7th-level grandmasters, and whose patriarch is even at the upper level of the 7th level? At this moment, Xia Qingyin, who was staring at the second display case, said to one of the people who were lost in thought. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day of the freshman competition. Sitting in front of the big screen were hundreds of instructors from Shenzhen Superpower University. They were staring intently at the large screen, observing the performance of each student on it. Incidentally, there are a total of 100 display frames on the big screen, and the top 10 display frames will be made larger and more eye-catching. Dean Sheen, I heard that your ICE Academy has 2 freshmen who have awakened S-level ICE-type abilities this year. Congratulations. Xiao Yan, the dean of the Fire Element Academy, sitting next to Qin Tianlong, suddenly spoke up, clenching his fists. Yes, that's certainly true this year. Qin Tianlong gave a simple reply. Ice-type abilities are quite rare. I wonder if any of these 2 freshmen who have awakened S-level ice-type abilities are disciples that Dean Sheen has taken a liking to. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and asked with apparent concern. Dean Xiao, you don't need to worry about me taking on disciples. Qin Tianlong took a small sip of the tea on the table, waved his hand, and said. At the same time, Qin Tianlong snorted coldly in his heart, thinking to himself, If I know exactly what you're thinking, you old devil. It's simply because none of the top 10 players used ice-type skills. Based on Qin Tianlong's understanding of Xiao Yan, his thoughts had already been seen through. Qin Tianlong first glanced at the display box for the 9th place. This is a young man with dyed red hair. He roared, and flames erupted from his broadsword. He then slashed down fiercely. Sizzle sizzle. The scorching sound of flames rang out, and the Shadow Cat, a mid-level first-tier cultivator, was instantly cleaved in two, accompanied by thick black smoke. His information is displayed in the upper right corner of the display box. Name, Su Bing. Student ID, 205-200-2001. Points, 2,940. Rank, 9/1424. Clearly, this is the specially recruited freshman who awakened an S-level fire-type ability this year. Immediately afterwards, Qin Tianlong looked at the 87th display box below. The corresponding number is 87, and this 87th person is none other than Qin Tianlong's disciple, Lu Yuan. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID 205-200-7001. Points 1820. Rank 87 to 1424. Whoosh. Lu Yuan casually unleashed an ice blade, instantly beheading a black deer in the distance. Upon seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Qin Tianlong's lips. It's just that the people at the top of the leaderboard have companion beasts, which gives them a slight lead in points. This is harmless. The real freshman tournament will begin on the 4th day when the freshmen can fight each other. You've mocked me for 4 whole years. It's time for me to finally get my revenge. I hope you'll still be laughing then, you old devil Xiaoyan. Qin Tianlong chuckled inwardly. Several hours later, Lu Yuan was incredibly lucky to encounter a herd of black deer. You're lucky. Lu Yuan acted decisively, without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. One ice blade after another was fired out. After using the ice blade to remotely kill a mid-tier, first-level black deer, a notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ear. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. The points recorded on the watch also increase accordingly. Points 3,150. Rank 23/1424. Just now, Lu Yuan was only ranked 61st, not even in the top 50, but now, Lu Yuan's ranking has reached 23rd. That's not the point. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he brought up the control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2050. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm, upper first tier. That's right, Lu Yuan was surprised to find that he could actually add points to his cultivation level directly. It's currently 4 p.m. in the underground world, and I only need a little over an hour to break through, so it won't get dark yet. The energy fluctuations unleashed by his breakthrough were so powerful that even the lower and middle first-tier ferocious beasts nearby dared not approach. In addition, on the 3rd day of the freshman competition, freshmen are not allowed to attack themselves, otherwise they will be disqualified from the competition. This shows that I can break through directly from where I am. Evolution points minus 2,000. Realm rank, upper first tier, lower second tier. With this in mind, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the panel. In an instant, an extremely powerful surge of ice elemental energy erupted within Lu Yuan's body, and it also spread outwards. Lu Yuan quickly closed his eyes and sat down. About half an hour later, 2 new students passed by, 1 man and 1 woman. They had feelings for each other in high school and agreed to apply to the same school after the martial arts exam. Now, in the freshman competition, they naturally teamed up, namely the 63rd and 66th ranked on the leaderboard. There's a ferocious beast ahead. The girl gasped in surprise and was about to pull her boyfriend away when the terrifying aura emanating from this ferocious beast made them realize that it was an existence they absolutely could not afford to offend. No, we're still in the shallow zone. There are only lower-level and mid-level first-tier ferocious beasts in the shallow zone. How could they possibly exude such terrifying power? The boy's gaze gradually turned serious. Compared to a ferocious beast, he felt this was more like the aura generated when someone broke through to a higher level. What realm did he break through to? Why was the power during the breakthrough so great? The boy couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 82 Instant Kill of Jack. Here, Qin Tianlong had just finished dinner and rushed back to the big screen. It was discovered that Lu Yuan's ranking had risen significantly again. But the scene inside the display case made Qin Tianlong narrow his eyes. At the same time, some senior students watching the game noticed Lu Yuan's display frame on the big screen. That pose? Could he be breaking through to a higher realm? Aren't you afraid of the danger? Breaking through to a higher realm like this? The senior students were discussing it amongst themselves, showing little surprise. After all, they didn't know Lu Yuan's cultivation level. The burst of primordial energy is elusive and can only be sensed from thin air. It certainly won't show up on the big screen. But Qin Tianlong was different. He knew clearly that Lu Yuan was at the upper level of the first tier when the freshman competition was approaching. This is already one of the best among the freshmen. Most freshmen at Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities don't break through to the first-level advanced realm until the 2nd semester of their freshman year, or even closer to their sophomore year. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan was able to break through again, heading straight for the lower level of the 2nd tier. Even Qin Tianlong, a 7th-level Grandmaster, was greatly shocked. This breakthrough speed is too fast. It's just too fast. 2 months, only 2 months. Who would believe that he actually rushed from the Awakener realm all the way to the lower level of the 2nd tier? But the fact was right before his eyes, leaving Qin Tianlong no choice but to believe it. This made Qin Tianlong extremely grateful that he had taken on such a terrifying disciple. It was around 5:30 p.m. in the underground world. The ice elemental energy within Lu Yuan's body stabilized and ceased its agitation. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and then slowly opened his eyes. He immediately checked his panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 50. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, lower second tier. Mental stimulus, 370 Hz. Qi and blood, 880 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced. Melee combat, intermediate. Ice Shard Ring D. Intermediate, Ice Flash B. Beginner, Ice Blade A. Beginner, Frozen Shield A. Beginner, Ice Blast S. Intermediate, Detective Skill S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body S. Second level. Mental state increased by 50 Hz, and Qi and blood increased by 130 calories. This is not the complete improvement brought about by breaking through from the upper level of the first tier to the lower level of the second tier. After all, Lu Yuan had undergone a long period of cultivation before using evolution points to break through. I've reached the lower level of the second tier. Now, even that third-tier ferocious beast in the underground world probably wouldn't be a match for me. After successfully breaking through, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. This smile appeared not only on Lu Yuan's lips, but also on Qin Tianlong's lips. Lu Yuan has now broken through to the lower level of the second tier. Furthermore, Su Bing only possesses S-rank fire-type abilities. Even if it's a direct head-on collision, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. On the third day of the freshman competition, Wang Zhe, Xia Qingyin, and others who were fast had already entered the deep area. Since they were among the first batch of newcomers to arrive in the deeper areas, there were plenty of first-tier low-level ferocious beasts and second-tier low-level ferocious beasts for them to kill. Of course, these ferocious beasts will also hide. However, Xia Qingyin learned the skill detective technique, which rendered the beasts hiding largely ineffective. This allowed Xia Qingyin to overtake others and take the top spot on the leaderboard. Name, Xia Qingyin. Student ID, 205-200-9001. Points, 6,560. Rank, 1/1424. Xia Qingyin's score was so high, reaching an astonishing 6560, thanks to the fact that killing a Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast directly grants 200 points. The second-tier lower level requires an additional 500 points. But to Xia Qingyin, these ferocious beasts were no different from the ones before. They were all like tofu dregs, crumbling at the slightest touch. Instead of spending much time searching for and killing the ferocious beasts nearby, she continued to venture deeper into the area. Because the points gained from encountering ferocious beasts deeper inside will increase dramatically. I wonder how long I can maintain this first place. She murmured something under her breath. As the morning sunlight evenly falls on the ground, the fourth day officially begins. This is great. Defeating other freshmen will earn you 25% of their points. This is Lu Yuan's forte. After an hour's walk, Lu Yuan did not encounter a single new student. Instead, they entered the deeper areas. We've finally reached the deeper areas. The points we'll get from killing the ferocious beasts here will definitely be high. Lu Yuan looked at the red area on the map on his watch while thinking. Shoo, shoo. The sound of footsteps treading on leaves could be heard nearby. Who is it? The sound immediately alerted Lu Yuan. He immediately used his detective skills to sense his surroundings. They discovered that what was near them was not a ferocious beast, but a person. This person is quite tall, almost 2 meters. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, thinking silently to himself. Then, Lu Yuan made a guess that was very easy to make. This person is Jack. Regardless of whether it was Jack or not, as long as it wasn't one of the senior students in charge of patrolling, Lu Yuan decided to take action. He is currently at the lower level of the second tier, and no one can rival him at present. Lu Yuan didn't try to hide the sound of his running, which caught the eye of a tall, dark-skinned young man with curly hair. This young man is Jack, who came to Shenzhen University of Superpowers to study. It's important to know that defeating a new student grants you 25% of their points. Although he had awakened an S-class superpower, he had only just become a superpowered individual at the lower level of the first tier. In addition, he doesn't have his own companion beast, so his monster-killing efficiency is not as good as others. Rank, 69/1424. This allows him to simultaneously meet the 2 conditions of awakening an S-level superpower and being ranked below 50th. How could I only be 69th? Luckily, some prey came to me willingly. Jack secretly rejoiced, quickened their pace. Then, he and Lu Yuan went to each other in a two-way trip. Jack, it really is you. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. It's you. Jack's pupils widened. Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk to you. You don't deserve to listen. Lu Yuan exhaled, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. The next second, several ice blades flashed by. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yuan's sudden attack caught Jack off guard, and half of the ice blades struck Jack directly. Thick, icy mist erupted, and at the same time, several deep scratches appeared on his body. Then, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The watch glowed, and an energy shield enveloped Jack. This means that Jack has been eliminated. Chapter 83, 8th place. That's it. I thought it was a speed bump. Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He vaguely remembered that Jack had given him a hostile look back then. In addition, Jack, like himself, had awakened an S-class ice-type ability. I thought it was some kind of opponent worth a try. Unexpectedly, it was as brittle as paper, breaking at the slightest touch. Let's see how many points Jack has. Lu Yuan opened his record watch, and his points and ranking immediately appeared before his eyes. Points, 3,750. Rank, 19 to 1424. Lu Yuan remembered it very clearly. When I met Jack, I had 3,150 points and was ranked 23rd. Now, the points have reached 3,750, which is 600 more than before. According to the rules, the points earned account for 25%. Therefore, Jack's score is 2,400. You've awakened a rare S-class ice-type ability. Can't you at least try to prove yourself? Lu Yuan sighed. If Jack had worked a little harder, he would have gotten more points after killing Jack, and wouldn't be ranked only 19th now. It's heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking. Stop right there. I'm not having it. Aya! Over here, Jack, who had activated the elemental shield, was shouting loudly in his broken Chinese. While shouting, he also pounded on the elemental shield with his hands. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan pretended not to hear and rushed off to a more distant place. Excuse me, are you alright? Soon, the senior students patrolling nearby arrived, extended their hands, and asked with concern. Fine. Jack stood up, dejected, and followed his senior away. Perhaps, coming to this Shenzhen University of Superpowers to satisfy my competitive spirit was a mistake in itself. He's currently wondering if he could transfer back to that Shanghai University of Superpowers he used to attend. You have defeated the Tier 1 high-ranking ferocious beast, the Great Fanged Squirrel, and gained 40 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. One ice blade after another was launched by Lu Yuan, and at the same time, the system's kill announcements sounded one after another. I never expected that the Purple Fang Serpent couldn't even withstand 2 of my ice blades. After killing the Purple Fang Serpent and storing its crystal in his spatial ring, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The ice blades are fired at an extremely high speed, but this also means that a single ice blade deals relatively low damage. Even so, the Purple Fang Serpent, who was at the same level as him, couldn't even withstand 2 ice blades, which speaks volumes. This is the result of the combined effects of consuming the extreme ice pill to activate ice-type elemental energy during this period, and the recent breakthrough in body tempering technique and realm. Lu Yuan understood. He didn't stop there either, continuing to rush deeper into the area. Points, 4,500. Rank, 16/1424. Points, 5,500. Rank, 14/1424. Points, 7,000. Rank, 12 to 1424. In just half a day, Lu Yuan's ranking jumped from 23rd to 12th. Even without companion beasts, it's already showing a trend of breaking into the top 10. Lu Yuan's handsome figure, his clean and efficient monster-slaying movements, and his high ranking without any companion beasts. These 3 points drew the attention of many senior students. Upon comparison, many second-year students realized that their abilities were not even comparable to those of freshmen. However, they only thought about it briefly and didn't take it to heart, nor were they greatly affected. Although you are a genius, there are geniuses everywhere at Shenzhen University. If you were to compare yourself to every genius, you'd probably develop depression long ago. This freshman has great potential. Our team will go after him after the freshman competition. Don't even think about taking it. This freshman has awakened the ice element. Our Extreme Ice team has 3 ice element members, so it's a perfect match. So what? Haven't you heard that teams need to complement each other? Our Water Blue team just happens to be missing an ice-type player, so this is the best place for this freshman. At the same time, many teams have noticed Lu Yuan and have all had the idea of recruiting him into their teams. Lu Yuan was unaware of this. He is still in the underground world, frantically hunting ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fong Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the second tier mid-level ferocious beast, King Tanuki. Evolution points plus 200. A day passed quietly, marking the end of the 5th day of the freshman competition. Points, 12,500. Rank, 8/1424. Lu Yuan's points surged again, reaching an astonishing 12,500, breaking into the top 10 and reaching 8th place. If you ask why Lu Yuan's points increased so quickly, that's because killing a mid-tier Tier 2 ferocious beast can directly earn you 1,500 points. After entering the 8th place, Lu Yuan's figure naturally appeared in that larger display frame. They've charged up again. It's so exciting to watch. Seeing Lu Yuan advance forward, casually killing the second-tier mid-level ferocious beast, the Great Tanuki, with a few shots, they realized that Lu Yuan was not the only one who had made progress. Those watching Lu Yuan's battle felt an overwhelming surge of passion. Some people excitedly waved their fists, as if they were the ones killing the ferocious beasts in the underground world. When someone comes up, it means someone else will be pushed down. And the one who was pushed out happened to be Su Bing, a student favored by Xiao Yin, the dean of the Fire Element Academy. Now, not only more senior students and teams noticed Lu Yuan, but also Xiao Yin. At this moment, he was staring intently at the figure in the display box that ranked 8th. A layer of icy shield enveloped his body. This is clearly an ice-type skill, so it seems that this person is one of the new students who awakened an S-level ice-type ability. More importantly, it doesn't even have a companion beast. This means he has lost one way to earn points. Was it luck? Xiaoyan wasn't stupid enough to think it was just luck. This only proves that the individual strength of this newcomer who awakened an S-class ice-type ability is definitely stronger than some of the people ranked ahead of him. Just as Xiao Yin was feeling disheartened, he suddenly remembered. If Su Bing had happened to run into Lu Yuan at that moment, who would have won? Although Lu Yuan is very strong on his own, Su Bing is not only a fire type, but also has a companion beast, a young flame griffin, which is also a fire type. If Su Bing were to encounter Lu Yuan and defeat him, after glancing at Qin Tianlong, who was smiling beside him, Xiao Yin had such expectations. Soon, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Because it's not hard to tell from Lu Yuan and Su Bing's respective display cases that they are about to meet. Chapter 84. Ice that flames cannot melt. It is now 6 p.m. It was getting dark. Lu Yuan stopped moving forward and instead opened his backpack and set up a tent on the spot. Su Bing on the other side was the same. They stopped moving forward and set up their tents on the same spot to rest. This made Xiao Yin, who was watching from outside, very anxious. He was thinking of having Su Bing leverage the advantage of fire-type attacks against ice-type attacks and having a companion beast. Let Su Bing teach Lu Yuan a lesson and also boost his points. Unfortunately, we probably won't see this scene until tomorrow. Just as Xiao Yin sighed and was about to go back to the cafeteria for dinner, he was surprised to find that Lu Yuan had moved. Lu Yuan left his tent and walked towards Su Bing's location not far away. Xiao Yin once again showed an expectant expression with a faint smile on his lips. Qin Tianlong also noticed this scene. He was secretly laughing to himself, just like everyone else. Lu Yuan, who is at the second-tier lower level and has consumed so many extreme ice pills, would be beating Su Bing as easily as beating a baby. Return to the underground world. After setting up the tent, Lu Yuan used a small amount of his mental energy to casually use the detective technique. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the fact that it wasn't completely dark yet to hunt down a few ferocious beasts in the vicinity. As a result, not only were the ferocious beasts nearby exposed to his mind, he also discovered that there was another freshman nearby. How could I refuse points offered to me? Lu Yuan, of course, showed no mercy and immediately left the tent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Bing and the Blazing Griffin Cub, both at the mid-first rank, have very low mental attributes. Lu Yuan used divine detective technique to sense that he was completely unaware of what was happening to him and had no idea of the impending danger. Ian, hurry up and eat. Lu Yuan rushed over and was greeted by a heartwarming scene of Su Bing feeding roasted meat to the fiery griffin cub. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan wasn't there to witness this heartwarming scene. Ice Blade. Before Su Bing could notice him, Lu Yuan decisively launched a long-range attack. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, ice blades flew past swiftly. Careful. The fiery griffin cub was happily eating roasted meat when it suddenly noticed several ice blades appearing before its eyes. Without hesitation, it got up and pushed Su Bing, its owner, away. As a companion animal, protecting its owner is its duty. Ian, what are you doing? At first, Su Bing was confused. Only when they discovered that their companion beast had been slashed with several bloody wounds by the ice blades did they realize that something was wrong. Sure enough, he spotted Lu Yuan charging towards him from not far away, carrying a long spear. Su Bing also noticed the thin layer of frost covering the spear. This clearly shows that this person is an ice type. So you're the freshman who awakened an S-rank ice type ability? You dare to be so arrogant with your ice type powers? Su Bing was furious. He raised his broadsword. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted from the broadsword. Immediately, he went to greet Lu Yuan. Clang. The spear and the broadsword clashed, producing a loud metallic clang. Whether it's the senior students and teams offstage, or Qin Tianlong and Xiao Yin as mentors, everyone stared intently at the scene. Sigh, why did he have to provoke the fire-type freshman? Ice-type is so weak against fire-type. Is this where he's going to stop? Lu Yuan's actions were not understood by some of the older students watching the match. It's normal to want to beat the new students and get more points. But ice-type fighting fire-type is something they can't understand. Isn't that just asking for trouble? They'll understand soon. As the two weapons clashed, the flames and ice also collided. Ultimately, a situation arose in which fire and ice restrained each other, with ice even subtly gaining the upper hand. Moreover, judging from Lu Yuan's expression, he didn't seem to be using his full strength. Su Bing was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this person's marksmanship was far superior to his own knife skills? Extreme flame slash. Seeing that the two sides were deadlocked, Su Bing simply changed his strategy. Sheathed her greatsword, circled around, and then unleashed the skill Extreme Flame Slash. And so, the greatsword, burning with raging flames, slashed straight toward Lu Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the pain, the fiery griffin cub spat out several small fireballs to aid its master as it flew toward Lu Yuan's location. Frozen shield, Lu Yuan murmured, and a shield that appeared as thin as a cicada's wing but was actually thick enveloped him. Sizzle, sizzle. The broadsword struck the shield, producing billowing smoke. With one strike, the frozen shield didn't shatter. It only developed a few small cracks. No, what realm are you at now? Su Bing was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. At that moment, a fireball flew in. Lu Yuan dodged to the side, and after two fireballs hit the ice shield in succession, the shield was finally, honorably retired. Second order lower level. Lu Yuan didn't hide anything from those who were about to be eliminated, letting them understand the process of elimination. He immediately struck, found a good stance, and with a sudden burst of strength, aided by his advanced marksmanship, knocked Su Bing's broadsword away. Call out. The broadsword spun 360 degrees in the air before plunging straight into the soil. Not only that, but it also nipped a newly sprouted blade of grass in the bud. Second tier lower level. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Bing's pupils dilated instantly, and he kept muttering, no wonder. His special ability was a small level lower than others, and his cultivation level was 2 small ranks lower. Even with elemental advantage, you can still be suppressed in the opposite direction. Well, beep. Su Bing sighed, then took the initiative to activate the recording watch. Since neither of them is a match for them, it's better to activate the elemental shield actively rather than be beaten half to death by Lu Yuan and passively trigger it, thus avoiding a period of suffering. Your knife skills are alright, but you lack strength. After giving a brief reminder, Lu Yuan turned and went back to his tent. Holy crap! Holy crap! Lu Yuan's swift movements and Su Bing's voluntary surrender. It was a slap in the face to many of the older students present, and you could hear a chorus of holy crap. This Lu Yuan is definitely a promising talent. Quickly, put him on the first list to be recruited. We must bring him into our team. What about Xia Qinyin, who came in first place, and Wang Zhe, who came in second place? I'll move him to the back of the list. I have a feeling that Lu Yuan will definitely be the first place winner in this freshman competition. Lu Hong, the vice captain of the Silverwolf Team, was talking with the team members beside him. The mentor's seat in front of the big screen. Dean Xiao, my disciple is right. Su Bing's strength is indeed a little lacking. He needs to practice more when he gets back. After several years, Qin Tianlong finally got his chance to shine, and of course he wouldn't give up this hard-won opportunity. Qin Tianlong then smiled and patted Xiao Yin on the shoulder. Chapter 85, Two-Headed Mad Dog. This is the 6th day of the freshman competition. Many new students did not lose because they were unable to defeat the ferocious beasts or because the beasts triggered the energy shield on their recording watches. Rather, they were defeated by other new students. Even worse, instead of going deeper, some returned the way they came to harvest points from weaker newcomers. After all, after accumulating points over the first 5 days, many new students have accumulated 25% of their points, which is far more than hunting a ferocious beast. The points leaderboard changed rapidly in a short period of time. It's possible that you were in the top 200 just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, you've fallen to below 250. It can be said that the current freshman competition has now officially entered its most intense phase. However, Lu Yuan was unaware that he was still silently killing the ferocious beasts nearby. If you see one, kill it. Lu Yuan had mastered a full range of skills, leaving the ferocious beast with no chance of escape. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple Fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the one-horned rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-ranking ferocious beast, the two-headed rascal, and gained 750 evolution points. As Lu Yuan went deeper into the area, all the ferocious beasts in this area are at the second-tier level. There are no first-tier beasts left. Even a second-tier superior ferocious beast, a two-headed rabid dog, appeared. This is a ferocious beast with a menacing appearance, a face full of scars, and a body that is entirely black and red. Its size is roughly 2 to 3 times that of an adult domestic dog in the real world. Its name is two-headed rabies, and as the name suggests, it has 2 heads. With such an appearance, one would surely frighten many delicate young girls. However, Lu Yuan was not afraid, and a smile even appeared on his handsome face. In his eyes, the two-headed mad dog at the second-tier upper level was no longer just a ferocious beast, but also a walking evolution point and points. Especially points. It's worth mentioning that killing a second-tier high-level ferocious beast can directly earn you 6,000 points. After all, this second-tier high-level ferocious beast is comparable to the best among the new students, so it must be given more points. Then, Lu Yuan has encountered a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, a two-headed rabid dog? That's right, it has 2 dog heads. This must be a two-headed rabid dog. A two-headed rabid dog? A second-tier superior? Lu Yuan, you can't be hurt. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Yuan, take this dog down. Among the group of senior students watching the game, a sharp-eyed senior student immediately recognized the two-headed rabid dog, hearing that this was actually a second-tier high-level ferocious beast. Some of the older students who were fans of Lu Yuan frowned, unable to help but worry about him. However, other senior students chose to believe in Lu Yuan. Two-headed rabid dog, I'm rooting for you. Xiao Yan, who was devastated yesterday, frowned for several hours. He realized that Lu Yuan had encountered a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, and he prayed that the two-headed mad dog could end Lu Yuan's life. But he knew Lu Yuan's strength, so he could only pray. Return to the underground world. The moment Lu Yuan saw the two-headed rabid dog, he knew he could no longer keep it a secret. Ice explosion. The instant the two-headed rabid dog charged, Lu Yuan gripped his spear tightly, frantically channeling his inner energy, and unhesitatingly unleashed his most powerful skill to date. He frowned slightly and gave a low shout. In an instant, a blast of frost rapidly emanated from the tip of the black dragon spear, enveloping the two-headed mad dog. Boom. Then came a loud bang. The two-headed rabid dog, which had been full of energy just moments before, was now blown into pieces of bloody, mangled flesh. Holy crap, it was done in seconds. What skill? It's so powerful. All the senior students who witnessed this scene widened their eyes in utter astonishment. They had considered that Lu Yuan could defeat this two-headed rabid dog, but they never expected him to kill it instantly. That's absolutely terrifying. Some of the female students who had covered their eyes screamed when they opened them and saw what was happening, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Unfortunately, students who awaken S-level superpowers are extremely rare, even among top-tier superpower universities like Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Isn't this Dean Qin's self-created S-rank skill, Ice Explosion? Many senior students who had awakened Ice-type abilities squinted, clearly recognizing him. Qin Tianlong, as the Dean of the Ice Academy, is naturally familiar to many senior students with his self-created S-level skills. Lu Hong, the vice-captain of the Silverwolf Team, also had his eyes shining. He said with a firm expression, even the captain probably couldn't have done this much back then. We must get Lu Yuan to join our team at all costs. Like Jiang Xinran, He is also a senior at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Jiang Xianran was indeed the first-place winner of the freshman competition that year. However, comparing Jiang Xianran from that year's freshman competition to Lu Yuan now would be a different story. You'll find that Lu Yuan is still stronger. How could this not excite Lu Hong? Lu Yuan had no idea that simply killing a two-headed rabid dog would cause such a huge sensation outside. He simply turned on his recording watch after killing the two-headed rabid dog. Name: Lu Yuan. Student ID: 205-200-7001. Points: 26,750. Rank: 3/1424. I've now climbed to third place. As for who is the second and first place above him, Lu Yuan didn't pay much attention. Anyway, he'll definitely be in first place tomorrow. As for the rankings later on, it all depends on who is closest to Lu Yuan after all the new students' positions appear on the map on the 7th day. Lu Yuan was confident in this. Tomorrow will be the 7th day. Finally, I can spar with more new S-class ability users. Lu Yuan's eyes shone with boundless anticipation. Night fell. Sitting behind the campfire in his tent, Lu Yuan naturally planned to check his gains from the day's evolution points. With a thought, the panel was opened. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 4,400. Special ability: Ice Crown S. Realm level: lower second tier. Mental energy: 371 Hz. Chi and blood: 883 calories. Skills: marksmanship, advanced; hand-to-hand combat, intermediate. Body tempering technique: profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. The current evolution points have reached 4,400. I wonder how many evolution points I'll need to break through to the mid-second tier. It should be soon. Lu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, thinking silently to himself. Incidentally, Lu Yuan would also set aside 1 to 2 hours for cultivation during his evening rest. This caused his spirit to increase by 1 Hz and his blood energy to increase by 3 calories. Chapter 86: Battle against Wang Zhe. The highly anticipated final day of the freshman competition has finally begun. On this day, there were significantly more senior students gathered in front of the big screen than in the previous days. After all, the final champion will be chosen from among these few people. Go, Junior Lu Yuan. Go, Junior Xia Qingyin, defeat Lu Yuan. Many veterans who had been watching the game for several days couldn't help but think to themselves. The current favorites to win the championship are Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin. Logically speaking, Xia Qingyin's grass type is slightly countered by Lu Yuan's ice type. Furthermore, she was only at the upper level of the first tier, while Lu Yuan was at the lower level of the second tier, which meant he was a minor tier above her. Although Xia Qingyin also has an extremely powerful companion beast, the Deepwater Demon Dragon Cub, ice-type attacks are also effective against water-type attacks. Overall, Lu Yuan is still more likely to win. However, this world is a giant trap of appearances. So there's still a small group of older male fans who are drawn to Xia Qingyin's looks and hope she can bring down Lu Yuan. Xiaoyan, for example, didn't think that way. Instead, he hoped Xia Qingyin could help him vent his anger because Lu Yuan had made him lose face. Lu Yuan got up very early that day, full of energy. He remembered clearly that on the last day, the locations of all the new students would appear on the map. With this in mind, Lu Yuan quickly opened the map. Sure enough, many small red dots appeared around me on the map. Next to the little red dot, there is also a label indicating the information of the new student corresponding to the little red dot. Name: Wang Zhe. Student ID: 205-200-2001. Points: 27,000. Rank: 2/1424. Name: Xia Qingyin. Student ID: 205-200-9001. Points: 29,400. Rank: 1/1424. The current map shows approximately 60 small red dots. More than 40 of them are in the shallow layer, and about 10 are on the edge of the deep layer. As for those like myself who have ventured deep into the inner regions, there are currently 4 survivors in my vicinity: Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, himself, and Feng Shi. The top 2 teams aren't that far behind me in points. And the one closest to me is Wang Zhe. Lu Yuan had never heard of this Wang Zhe. However, far from being afraid, he became even more excited. After all, unknown challenges are more interesting, aren't they? Then, Lu Yuan took the initiative to move closer to Wang Zhe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Zhe was also looking forward to this last day. He opened the map on his watch. When he discovered that Lu Yuan was the closest person to him, his anticipation grew even stronger. He had already heard that the Ice Academy had welcomed 2 S-level freshmen this year. Although he didn't know the international student's academic level, he didn't really care. What he cares more about is the level of this new student in China. Currently, Lu Yuan is in third place, and the gap in points between him and Lu Yuan is very small. This proves that his strength is definitely no less than mine. After all, it's only such a small difference. Luck can easily make up for it. Maybe it's just because I was lucky, etc. Wang Zhe's gaze sharpened, and he was shocked to discover that the small red, representing Lu Yuan, was slowly approaching him. Interesting. Wang Zhe murmured something to himself and smiled. It seems that it's not just me who wants to compete with Lu Yuan. Rustling sounds came from the surrounding area. Who? Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened, his eyebrows rose slightly, and he immediately used a small amount of mental energy to activate the skill detective technique. They discovered that the creatures nearby were neither ferocious beasts nor newborns. Instead, they are the senior students responsible for patrolling the underground world. Lu Yuan walked forward while checking the map. Now, Lu Yuan and Wang Zhe can be described as going in opposite directions. Both sides are extremely excited about the upcoming battle. About 10 minutes later, when he got close to Wang Zhe, Lu Yuan used the skill detective technique and discovered that Wang Zhe's companion beast was an eagle. Moreover, judging from the movement speed of the little red dot, the opponent is faster than you. An eagle? It's probably a wind element one. Lu Yuan had already made his guess. Clearly, this guess is correct. Finally, the two met. Lu Yuan, I look forward to playing against you. Wang Zhe smiled slightly. His striking light green pupils seemed to have deepened a bit. His companion beast, the Gale Eagle, also let out a sharp cry to express its anticipation for the upcoming battle. Same. Lu Yuan responded. Battle is about to break out. Ice Blade. Taking the initiative from a distance, Lu Yuan unleashed several ice blades in succession, then shouldered the Black Dragon Spear and charged quickly toward his opponent. These tricks can't hurt me. Awakened wind-based superpowers are naturally characterized by agility. Wang Zhe and Gale Eagle easily deflected the ice blades that Lu Yuan had thrown. I'll have a go at you. Wang Zhe's appearance is similar to Jian Yan's. He has a calm and unassuming look. Surprisingly, the weapon he used was a long sword. Like Guan Yu, do wind-type ability users use long swords to maximize their damage output? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. This long sword is undoubtedly a relatively heavy weapon, but Wang Zhe wields it with great ease, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. This shows that even if wind-based abilities make it easier to lift weapons, Wang Zhe must have done targeted training beforehand, otherwise he would never have achieved such an effect. Clang, 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 clang. The spears and swords clashed, creating a truly magnificent spectacle, although the long sword was wielded with great agility in Wang Zhe's hands. However, thanks to Lu Yuan's advanced marksmanship, he still maintained a firm advantage. Just when Wang Zhe was about to give up, his companion beast made its move. Swish! A fierce eagle flew in, its sharp talons revealed. Lu Yuan had no choice but to turn his spear around, take 2 steps back, and use his spear to drive away the Gale Eagle. Hoo. Wang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan's marksmanship put him under immense pressure. Whirlwind slash. Once he recovered, Wang Zhe used his shoulder strength to sweep his long sword across the ground. The next moment, a huge wind blade was swept out, heading straight for Lu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Even the fiercest winds and eagles are not lagging behind. Whoosh whoosh. It flapped its wings frantically, creating 2 small whirlwinds, and flew towards Lu Yuan as well. Lu Yuan first activated the skill Frozen Shield, then used Ice Flash to teleport over. The wind blades and small whirlwinds struck the Frozen Shield together. The Frozen Shield immediately developed countless cracks, but it did not shatter completely. Seeing Lu Yuan move over, Wang Zhe raised his long sword to try and block him. But they discovered. Chapter 87 Third Tier Lower Rank, Flame Tiger. Surprisingly, he had not been attacked at all. Lu Yuan's target is not himself, but Wang Zhe's gaze sharpened, and he immediately realized what was going on. He glanced around and saw that his companion beast, the Gale Eagle, had been sent flying by Lu Yuan's thrust. Call out. A beautiful hyperbola appeared, and then, the Gale Eagle crashed heavily to the ground. Little Eagle. Wang Zhe cried out in concern, then quickly retrieved the injured Gale Eagle back into the containment sphere. Now it's our turn for a one-on-one duel. However, Lu Yuan wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He used an Ice Flash to move forward 15 meters. With a sudden burst of power from one arm, the Black Dragon's spear shot forward like a storm. With his sharpshooting, he overwhelmed Wang Zhe, making it hard for him to breathe. Swift Wind Kick. while Wang Zhe was confronting Lu Yuan with his longsword. He channeled some of his wind elemental energy into his right leg. Hoo. Then, with a swift movement, he kicked out, creating a whooshing sound in the wind. Boom. His kick actually struck Lu Yuan's frozen shield. Wang Zhe pulled his thigh back, his brows furrowing slightly. This swift kick not only failed to injure Lu Yuan in the slightest, but also caused his leg to ache slightly. That's all. Wang Zhe decisively pressed the recording watch and activated the elemental shield. In an instant, a layer of elemental energy shield enveloped Wang Zhe, signifying his elimination by Lu Yuan. I am no match for you. Wang Zhe spoke the truth. You're too kind, you're not bad either. Lu Yuan clasped his hands together, a slight smile on his face, and said. In his view, Wang Zhe was well-rounded in all aspects and had no obvious weaknesses. There are also no obvious highlights. This is because they are no match for themselves. It's simply a matter of insufficient raw strength. Seeing that Lu Yuan defeated Wang Zhe without any pressure, a cheer erupted from the group of senior students watching the game. Many female students even regard Lu Yuan as an idol. Lu Yuan turned on the recording watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 33,500. Rank, 2/1424. I am currently in second place, while Xia Qingyin remains in first place. This means that Xia Qingyin's side has already defeated Feng Shi. This is normal. Both Xia Qingyin's grass type and the Deepwater Dragon Hatchling's water type can steadily suppress Feng Shi's earth type. Judging solely from the attributes, Feng Shi's chances of winning are extremely slim. It's not surprising that he lost to Xia Qingyin. It's time to make the final decision. Just as Lu Yuan opened the map, trying to find Xia Qingyin's location. Roar. Suddenly, deep in the forest, the figure of a colossal creature appeared. The loud roar startled a flock of birds that were roosting in the nearby trees. Lu Yuan's gaze immediately turned towards them. All I saw was, its entire body was covered with fiery red mane, and its body was as big as a small mountain with bulging muscles. What is striking is its fiery red pupils, which seem to burn with raging flames and contain boundless vitality. It also gives people a great sense of deterrence. Whoosh! A few flames ignited on its gently swaying tail. This is a flaming tiger at the lower level of the third tier. Not only Lu Yuan, but Wang Zhe also noticed the arrival of the flaming tiger. To his surprise, the moment Lu Yuan saw the flaming tiger, instead of taking a step back, he quickened his pace and went to meet him. In fact, Wang Zhe believed that Lu Yuan should be able to kill most low-level third-tier ferocious beasts. But this is a ferocious beast of the lower third level of the fire element. However, judging from Lu Yuan's previous battles with him, he didn't seem like the impulsive type. He was incredibly calm and collected. Therefore, he did not immediately leave the underground world with the patrolling senior students, but stayed where he was to watch Lu Yuan's performance. Since Wang Zhe wasn't leaving, the patrolling senior students naturally stayed put and waited. If Lu Yuan is defeated, the Yuan energy shield will be able to take him away from the underground world after it is triggered. Is this the third-tier low-level ferocious beast that was placed in the underground world? A low-tier third-order ferocious beast, and a fire-type one at that. I admit he's strong, but isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Maybe Lu Yuan is a master of reverse attributes. Wasn't Su Bing no match for him just now? That's right. Go Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan will win. Lu Yuan's actions also ignited a group of senior students, causing a huge uproar in their hearts. On the mentor's seat, sitting next to Qin Tianlong, Xiaoyan smiled again. The flaming tiger, a third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, is not only a whole realm higher than you, but it is also a fire-type beast. Lu Yuan, let's see how you deal with this. Lu Yuan was unaware that thousands of people were watching him as he was about to fight the flaming tiger. All he knew was that he had to take the head of the flaming tiger. Under the expectant gaze of thousands of people, he first took a few quick steps forward, then suddenly used an ice flash to rush forward again. Hoo. At the same time, he swung the black dragon spear wildly with his right hand, creating a whistling sound, like a black wheel of fire. There were 4 icicles surrounding him. Ice explosion. Just as the flaming tiger was about to make its next move, Lu Yuan's black dragon spear arrived. He roared, and a massive amount of ice elemental energy, using the black dragon spear as a medium, covered the entire body of the flaming tiger. Just as the flame tiger was about to ignite its flames and melt away the layer of frost. Rumble. As a result, a huge ice explosion occurred. The flame tiger's body was blasted with several holes. Fur flesh, and ice were mixed together and fried everywhere around. Although the flame tiger did not die on the spot, it was on the verge of death and could be considered to be dying. In the next 4 seconds, Lu Yuan fired no less than 10 shots. Even when the flame tiger is on the verge of death, flames can still burn on its body. It was like a candle flickering in the wind. It wouldn't last much longer. They were no match for Lu Yuan's fierce offensive. Thus, Lu Yuan completely ended the life of the flaming tiger. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast, the flaming tiger. Evolution points plus 4,000. The moment the flaming tiger's life force completely dissipated, Lu Yuan heard a system notification. 4,000 evolution points. A mere Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast can give that many. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed, and his emotions surged. 4,000 evolution points. Now I have nearly 10,000 evolution points. Breaking through to the mid-level of the second tier is not a problem at all. At the same time, he was also curious about how many points he would get for killing a low-level Tier 3 ferocious beast. This is the only one. I opened the watch and saw. Points, 133,500. Rank, 1/1424. Wow, 6-figure points. Chapter 88, well-deserved first place. He had hoped to watch Lu Yuan and the flaming tiger fight to the death so he could learn some tactics from them. For example, how do you deal with elemental weaknesses? What special movement techniques are needed, etc.? Unexpectedly, this third-tier lower-level flame tiger couldn't even withstand a few moves from Lu Yuan. I only had a few seconds to look at it. How am I supposed to learn from that? Wang Zhe was dumbfounded. At the same time, he shook his head, thinking, Lu Yuan is still holding back. If he had used this move on me, my Yuan energy shield would probably have been triggered in one hit. The senior students patrolling the area were equally dumbfounded. This third-tier lower-level flame tiger is no weak beast. It is an extremely ferocious being. Even though they are juniors, they can't mess with him alone. It takes several people working together to deal with him. But this freshman in front of me could handle it all by himself, and with such ease. A genius. This is a true genius. Several senior students on patrol couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's over just like that. I thought the flaming tiger wouldn't be a match for Lu Yuan, but I never imagined it would be this easy. Ah, Lu Yuan is so handsome. I love him. Other female students can shout. But what are you, a grown man, yelling about? So what? I'm from Sichuan province. Lu Yuan's performance, without exception, directly shocked all the senior students present. This sparked a heated discussion among them. His strength is such that even senior sister Jiang Xianran couldn't compare to him back then. Our Shenzhen University is truly full of talented people. A sense of pride shone in the eyes of the senior students. Having studied and grown at Shenzhen University for so long. Now that Shenzhen University has produced such an outstanding student, the senior students are genuinely excited and proud. As far as Xiao Yin was concerned, he was naturally extremely displeased that Qin Tianlong's student, whom he had previously been at odds with, had not only failed to be defeated by the flaming tiger, but had instead been easily killed in return. But Shenzhen University has produced such an outstanding student. As a mentor and as a member of Shenzhen University. To be honest, he also felt happy and proud. Sigh. Two conflicting emotions mingled within him, and in the end, Xiao Yin could only sigh deeply and turn away from the mentor's seat. Qin Tianlong noticed Xiao Yan's departure, but he didn't say anything. The captain went to the underground world to kill monsters alone, and we can't contact him. We must take Lu Yuan down. We can promise him the position of vice captain a year from now. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Lu Hong, the vice captain of the Silverwolf Team, spoke with absolute certainty, leaving no room for argument. Yes. The teammate beside him nodded slightly. Over here, Xia Qingyin, with her long, slender legs, was looking at the map as she sprinted towards Lu Yuan. Small red dots are displayed on the map. Next to the small red dot, information about the new student corresponding to that red dot is also displayed. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 133,500. Rank, 1/1424. First place, with a score of 6 figures? Xia Qingyin smiled faintly. It seems that Lu Yuan has killed that low-level third-tier ferocious beast. Her points increased several times over, and there were no other new students nearby. This was the only possibility Xia Qingyin could think of at the moment. Even so, she didn't immediately trigger the elemental shield, thus eliminating herself. Instead, they accelerated their journey to Lu Yuan's location. On the other side, Lu Yuan looked at the small red dot on the map that was gradually approaching him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Xia Qingyin, do you also want to compete with yourself? Lu Yuan thought to himself. About 10 minutes later, the two met. Lu Yuan, although I already knew that you would definitely get first place, I still want to congratulate you. Xia Qingyin smiled and said, You flatter me. Lu Yuan replied calmly. I know that even with Xiao Lan and me, we still wouldn't be a match for you, but I'd still like to have a friendly spar with you one-on-one. Is that all right? Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes and asked. Sure, the freshman competition isn't over yet. Lu Yuan nodded slightly in response. Battle is about to break out. Xia Qingyin raised her longsword. Subsequently, several thorny vines wrapped around it, greatly increasing the longsword's damage output. At the same time, Lu Yuan also coated his black dragon spear with a thin layer of frost. In reality, it is ice-based elemental energy flowing over it. Aside from not using the skill Ice Explosion, Lu Yuan didn't hold back much. Clang, clang. The long sword clashed with the spear, producing a loud metallic clang. After several rounds, Xia Qingyin was forced to retreat steadily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xia Qingyin took several steps back. She was breathing heavily, her full chest rising and falling slightly. A few glistening beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. Again, Xia Qingyin raised her longsword and charged forward again. As expected, she was still no match for Lu Yuan. A few minutes later, that was really satisfying to fight. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin reached out and wiped the glistening beads of sweat from her forehead, smiling gently. He immediately activated his own elemental energy shield. According to the rules, this means that Xia Qingyin was defeated by Lu Yuan. At this point, only Lu Yuan remains alive in the deepest part of this underground world. There is another newborn in the shallow area. Similarly, within the shallow area, fierce fighting ensued, ultimately resulting in the survival of the survivors. Of course, there won't be any changes. Lu Yuan is the well-deserved number one. She smiled, and her smile was so beautiful. I'm in love. A few senior students, upon seeing Xia Qingyin's radiant smile on the display case, couldn't help but feel restless and start daydreaming. You're right, but she wasn't smiling at you. The person next to him rolled their eyes and interrupted his fantasy without hesitation. The freshman competition has ended. All freshmen, please leave the underground world as soon as possible. The freshman competition has ended. All freshmen, please leave the underground world as soon as possible. Although the time hasn't come yet, the freshman competition is practically over. So the broadcast was repeated several times. Lu Yuan didn't linger and immediately left the underground world with Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, the patrolling senior students, and some other people. Because he knew that in the underground world of the Shenzhen Superpower University, the strongest ferocious beast was a third-tier high-level beast. Where did these ferocious beasts go? Nature is sealed away in a deeper place. Lu Yuan guessed that the sealed skill's duration shouldn't be much longer than 7 days, which was why the broadcast informed the new students to leave quickly. Chapter 89, 15.25 million. It will take several days for Lu Yuan to leave the underground world. Even so, when Lu Yuan and his group arrived at the exit of the underground world passage of the school, a large group of senior and freshmen were still standing there to greet them. It wasn't a deliberate arrangement by the instructor, nor were there any credits to be earned. It was simply their own initiative to welcome Lu Yuan's return. There was no way around it. Lu Yuan's performance in the underground world was extremely outstanding, and he had already gained a large following. When Lu Yuan appeared, a gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Lu Yuan smiled, waved, and gestured to the crowd. Principal, wait, it's the principal. Principal, where is it? It really is the principal. Suddenly, someone pointed behind them and said excitedly. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to that direction, and they discovered that several people had arrived. And the one leading them was none other than Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. He walked up to Lu Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, Lu Yuan, I saw your performance in the underground world. You did a great job. Come to the principal's office tomorrow. Principal Song, I understand. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and said, and you guys also performed well. You are the leaders among our class of 52 freshmen. Song Li Yuan's gaze swept over Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, and Feng Shi in turn. Thank you for the compliment, principal. The three of them spoke in unison. All right, leave the rest to the other relevant personnel. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. After leaving those words, Song Li Yuan waved his hand and then departed. I am Jiang Guang, the mentor in charge of the value of the spoils this time. Your spoils haven't been calculated yet, have they? Come on, I'll take you there. Then, a person Lu Yuan didn't recognize came up to him with a smile and said, "Thank you for your help, Professor Jian." The group said this, and then followed Jian Guang away from the place. The other new and returning students who came to greet them also followed behind. They were also very curious about the final value of the spoils won by the top 4 freshmen in this year's competition. After all, 4th place has a 150% bonus, 2nd and 3rd place have a 200% bonus, and 1st place has a terrifying 400% bonus. For the convenience of students, the location for redeeming loot is also within this building. So, the group followed Jian Guang to this place. Behind them, there was a large group of curious new and old students. Let's count and calculate the total value of these students' spoils together. Jian Guang said this to the 3 staff members in charge. Okay, Professor Jian. Jian Guangka was the mentor in charge of the value of the spoils this time, and the 3 staff members naturally nodded enthusiastically. Then, the 4 of them began to count their spoils, with each person responsible for 1 person. Feng Shi, the total value of the loot is 980,000, with a 150% bonus. The final result is 2,450,000. Feng Shi had the fewest spoils, so the total value of his spoils was the first to be determined. After the 150% bonus took effect, the total value reached an astonishing 2.45 million. Although it couldn't compare to the 2.54 million that Lu Yuan earned at Shenzhen base number 3, it was 90,000 less. But for these onlookers, both new and returning students, this 2.45 million yuan is money they would have earned in a very long time. 2.45 million, I'm so envious. Sigh, I was born in the wrong era. Why didn't I have such a lucrative freshman competition back then? They're only 4th place, you should try to get into the top 4 first. You're surprised too soon. The results for 3 people haven't come out yet. Some people are envious, while others are filled with emotion. Some people are still eagerly awaiting the results of the top 3. Keep in mind that the top 3 get even higher bonuses, especially the 1st place, which reaches an astonishing 400%. The final result will definitely be even more terrifying. Feng Shi himself wasn't as surprised as the other freshmen. After all, his family was quite wealthy. Of course, he was genuinely happy. Wang Zhe, the total value of the loot is 1.4 million, with a 200% bonus. The final result is 4.2 million. Next, Wang Zhe released his results. These words immediately reignited the uproar among the crowd, which had just calmed down. 7 days, for 0.2 million. On average, that's a daily profit of 600,000. How could this not shock them? Xia Qingyin, the total value of the spoils is 1.9 million, with a 200% bonus. The final result is 5.7 million. Then, Xia Qingyin gave the results. Envy can arise out of nowhere, or it can develop gradually over time. Other students always felt their teeth were sore. Xiaolan, you did a great job. I'll make you something nice to eat when we get back. Xia Qingyin's mind stirred, and she communicated with her companion beast, Xiaolan, in her mind. For Xia Qingyin, 5.7 million was nothing at all. However, Xiaolan's performance was genuinely good and deserves praise. Thank you, Master. Little Blue's adorable voice echoed in her heart. Perhaps it was Jian Guang, the mentor who was counting and calculating Lu Yuan's spoils, who deliberately timed it so that the 1st place winner would be the last one to appear. It's also possible that Jian Guang's inventory was more meticulous. In conclusion, what was ultimately revealed was the total value of Lu Yuan's spoils. Lu Yuan, the total value of the spoils is 3.05 million, with a 400% bonus. The final result is 15.25 million. Unlike the other staff members, Jian Guang's announcement was exceptionally loud. It's like dropping an even heavier bomb into water that's already churning violently. Upon hearing Jian Guang's voice, the students, whose emotions had already been heightened, stared wide-eyed in astonishment, speechless. My goodness, that's 15.25 million blue star coins, a whopping 8 figures. Slap, slap, slap. It's unclear where the initial sound came from. As soon as the applause began, the others quickly followed suit. This also includes Feng Shi, Wang Zhe, and Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan's strength is beyond doubt, and he deserves this applause. That's great. This way, Lu Yuan won't be short of money. He won't need to go into the underground world so often, and he won't be so tired. Xia Qingyin turned her gaze to Lu Yuan, smiled slightly, and was genuinely happy for him. Thunderous applause quickly erupted. The applause lasted for a long time. Many boys clapped with all their might, and there were even competitions to see who could clap the strongest and the longest. In the end, Lu Yuan himself couldn't hold back any longer and waved his hand, and the applause gradually stopped. Chapter 90, Group Photo. Trophy. These blue star coins can be transferred to you now. Please withdraw your bank cards. Jiang Guang said. The group nodded and took out their bank cards from their spatial rings. Bank of XX, your savings card account ending in 62, received a transfer of 15,250,000 yuan on date, at time. Current balance, yuan. To be honest, even after the blue star coins were actually transferred into his bank account, Lu Yuan was still somewhat dazed. Thump, thump, thump. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, his heart still raced when he heard Jiang Guang announce the 15.25 million blue star coins. After the 15.25 million blue star coins were actually transferred into his bank card, his heart raced again. All right, all the blue star coins have been distributed. As for the other resources, they will be delivered to the dormitory entrance by designated personnel within 3 days at most. Jiang Guang said. The group nodded slightly. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin, and Wang Zhe, the three of you, come with me. Then, another mentor who had been silent beside everyone spoke up. Seeing the puzzled looks on the three faces, he quickly explained. Every year in our school's freshman competition, we take a group photo of the top 3 as a memento. You don't mind, do you? The 3 of them certainly didn't mind. Competition second, friendship first. If you can't beat your opponent in the freshman competition, there's no need to hate them. Instead, you should work hard to improve and constantly surpass yourself. This is the mindset of the strong. The 3 followed their mentor to a huge stone monument in a certain part of the school. The motto of Shenzhen's Superpower University is engraved on this huge stone tablet in dark red, flowing, dragon-like characters. Then, the tutor took out a camera. Although Lu Yuan didn't recognize the brand, he could tell that the camera was definitely worth a lot of money. The 3 people standing in front of this huge stone monument presented a. Lu Yuan stood in the center, Xia Qingyin stood on the left, and Wang Zhe stood on the right. Smile more, and don't forget to strike a pose. That's what the mentor said. Suddenly, the tutor frowned. He felt like something was missing. Then, with a sudden thought, he took out the 3 trophies from the space on his finger and the ring. These 3 trophies represent the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place winners of this year's freshman competition. However, the 3 trophies corresponding to it are not the traditional bronze, gold, and silver cups. Instead, the trophy is made of other, rarer materials. The trophy representing the 3rd place winner is made of obsidian, with exquisite polishing in the details, showing that a great deal of effort was put into its creation. The trophy representing the runner-up is made of both purple and pink crystals, which shimmer with both colors under sunlight, making it dazzling and captivating. The championship trophy is made of aurora glass, a very precious decorative material. A soft, shimmering halo surrounds the trophy, as if it embodies the essence of the sun and moon, symbolizing the purity and brilliance of top-tier achievement. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the 3 people holding 3 trophies at the same time, the mentor in charge of taking photos nodded in satisfaction. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. Click. With the click of the camera, a group photo of the 3 appeared on the camera screen. From then on, they will be remembered forever as the top 3 in the freshman competition at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Of course, this group photo will also be sent to all 3 of them. Lu Yuan, I won't admit defeat easily. I'll challenge you again next time I have the chance. I'd be happy to go all the way. Lu Yuan, congratulations. I'm heading back now. See you next time. After taking the photos, there was nothing else to do. Wang Zhe and Xia Qingyin left one after the other, each carrying their own trophy. Lu Yuan didn't linger. After storing the trophy in his spatial ring, he turned and left. Lu Yuan, join our extreme ice team. Most of us have awakened ice-type abilities, making us a great fit for ice-type ability users. Let's work together and improve together. Lu Yuan, why don't you consider our water blue team? We have lots of beautiful upperclassmen on our team. Lu Yuan had only taken a few steps when a group of teams surrounded him. Many teams have noticed Lu Yuan's performance and are wondering if they can recruit him into their teams. When Lu Yuan left the underground world, they were already thinking about seizing the initiative. However, when calculating the value of the spoils, a large group of students stood around, unable to speak up. Then came the group photo. Such a sacred event should naturally not be disturbed. Now that Lu Yuan is finally alone, it's the perfect opportunity to recruit him. Lu Yuan, I am Lu Hong, the vice captain of the Silverwolf Team. We sincerely invite you to join our team. Not only will you gain access to many resources and the opportunity to enter the underground world with many of the team's veteran members, but you will also be able to directly obtain the position of vice captain after 1 year. However, after one of the team's vice captains spoke up, the other teams wisely kept quiet. This person was none other than Lu Hong. Sigh, the Silverwolf team is here, and they've promised him the vice-captain position. He'll definitely choose to join the Silverwolf team. He's out of luck. Goodbye. Maybe he'll refuse. Many people whispered among themselves. Captain Lu Hong, please give me your contact information first. I'll think about joining the team again when I get back, and I'll give you an answer when I've thought it through. Lu Yuan had naturally given this matter careful consideration before uttering such words. This is the art of language. It's much better to pretend to think about it for a few days before refusing than to refuse on the spot. Moreover, by leveraging the influence of the Silverwolf team, they can subtly reject all other teams, saving themselves a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's gaze sharpened. How could he not understand what Lu Yuan meant? Sigh? He sighed silently to himself, then gave his contact information to Lu Yuan. He then left with his team. When Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory, my roommate Lu Yuan said with a smile, Brother Lu Yuan, you made a lot of money this time. How about treating us to a meal? Lu Yuan was also present among the students who came to greet them. Sure. Lu Yuan was in a good mood, so he readily agreed. By the way, Brother Lu Yuan, what did that mentor go with you three? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. They took a group photo with me and even gave me a trophy. After showing the trophy made of aurora glass to Lu Yuan put it back into his spatial ring. So beautiful. Please let me see it one more time. Chapter 91 Frozen Yuan Gathering Liquid. Mid-Tier 2. After a brief chat with Lu Yuan went up the spiral staircase to the second floor of the dormitory and into his bedroom. For 7 consecutive days, they stayed in the underground world, hunting ferocious beasts. The final result was pretty good. I earned 15.2 million blue star coins alone. Now, at least for a long time, I won't have to worry about funding. It's pretty good. However, spending 7 consecutive days in the underground world was truly exhausting. Extreme fatigue. Lu Yuan let out a big yawn. Therefore, as soon as he arrived in the bedroom, Lu Yuan lay down on the bed and then fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yuan finally woke up at 10 p.m. He left the bedroom, went to the bathroom, and gave himself a refreshing cold shower. After taking a shower, while I was blow-drying my hair, Lu Yuan noticed that his phone was vibrating slightly, which meant that a message or notification had arrived. Upon turning on the screen, sure enough, it was the Heart at Shenzhen University app. As for the content of the notice, you performed exceptionally well in the freshman competition, therefore, in accordance with the special admissions agreement, you have earned 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits? That's a lot. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. It's important to know that at Shenzhen Superpower University, some resources that students want to redeem can only be obtained through points. On the campus forum, Lu Yuan often saw posts about people exchanging blue star coins for academic credits, with the general rate being 15,000 blue star coins for 1 academic credit. Back in the mission center, I heard from others that at its peak, one could exchange 20,000 blue star coins for 1 academic credit. But upon closer reflection, since I won first place in the freshman competition, giving me 1,000 credits seems reasonable. How should I spend these 1,000 credits? Lu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Weapons. The first place winner of the freshman competition can get a specially customized weapon. It is much better suited to me than the weapons in the school's resource exchange office, even those that require credits to exchange. Battle suit. Only A-grade alloy battle suits and above in the school require credits to redeem. I don't need such a high-level battle suit right now. After eliminating the 2 options, only the last option remains. Cultivation. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to order a bottle of second-tier frozen essence liquid worth 20 credits. He had noticed this gathering essence liquid a long time ago. Applying it to the whole body can accelerate the absorption and exchange of energy in the air, and also has a certain stabilizing effect on the body's energy. This is extremely beneficial for both cultivating one's spiritual realm and tempering one's body. Aside from being slightly pricey, there are absolutely no flaws. Lu Yuan will place an order for 1 bottle to try it out. If it works well, he will add more to his cart. Bite. The phone rang shortly after Lu Yuan placed the order. Lu Yuan looked closely and saw that it was Ling Weiwei calling. Lu Yuan answered the phone. Hey Lu Yuan, you should have received your credits by now, right? Hope you don't think it's too few. Ling Weiwei's voice came from the other end of the phone. No, 1,000 credits is better than the combined offers from the other 3 schools. Lu Yuan said with a smile. That's good. I hope you can get 1,000 credits next year. I wish you a smooth cultivation journey. I'll hang up now. After saying that, Ling Weiwei hung up the phone. After drying his hair, Lu Yuan's stomach growled loudly, so he ordered some takeout for himself on the Heart in Shenzhen University app. It's time to take a look at what I've gained in another aspect of the underground world. Then, Sitting on his large bed, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and brought up his control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 10100. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, lower second tier. Mental energy, 371 Hz. Chi and blood, 883 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced. Melee combat, intermediate. Ice shard ring, D. Intermediate, ice flash, B. Beginner, ice blade, A. Beginner, frozen shield, A. Beginner, ice blast, S. Intermediate, detective skill, S. Beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. Second level. Everywhere you look, you see the practiced. Apart from body tempering technique, all other skills can be upgraded. The third level of body tempering technique is tempering the meridians. There are 20 meridians in the human body, divided into the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. It is extremely difficult to complete the tempering. No wonder 10,000 evolution points cannot be added. Lu Yuan opened his phone and searched for some information, and then he had a general idea of what was going on. Let's break through to a higher realm first. He didn't pay attention and directly pressed the button after the realm. Evolution points minus 7,000. Realm level, lower second tier, middle second tier. At the moment of his breakthrough, Lu Yuan felt a surge of primordial energy erupting within his body. He quickly closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and gradually began to break through his cultivation level. Meanwhile, in Lu Yuan's bedroom, Mom, let me tell you, your son is really successful. He got 15th place in this year's freshman competition. Lu Yuanzheng was having a video call with his mother. At that moment, he spoke to his mother with a smile and pride in his eyes. This 15th place is better than my original goal, so how could Lu Yuan not be happy? Smiles are contagious. Seeing her son happy, Lu Yuan's mother was equally happy. Her face was full of smiles. She said with a smile, our Xiao Yuan has made something of himself. Huh. Of course, don't you even know who fathered the son? Lu Yuan patted his chest. Just then, suddenly, a strong surge of elemental energy emanated from the room, its intensity unaffected even by the presence of several walls. Lu Yuan's pupils widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong on your end? Seeing Lu Yuan's expression change instantly, his mother asked with some concern. It's nothing. It's just that my roommate is making a breakthrough. He's amazing. He's the number 1 in this freshman competition. Lu Yuan said, pretending to be relaxed. In fact, Lu Yuan was completely numb. He had long heard that brother Lu Yuan had broken through to the lower level of the second tier during the freshman competition. This can only be the mid-stage of the second tier. How long has it been? A week? Lu Yuan began to question the meaning of life. He felt that Lu Yuan was playing a hacked version of a game. Oh, is that so? Then keep up the good work. Don't fall too far behind others. That's what Lu Yuan's mother said. Chapter 92, Meeting Principal Song. SS Level Skill Book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. About 2 hours later, Lu Yuan completed his breakthrough. He opened his eyes and checked the changes in his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 3,100. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-second tier. Mental strength, 451 Hz. Chi and blood, 1053 calories. Before his breakthrough, Lu Yuan's spirit was 371 Hz, and his blood energy was 883 kilocalories. After the breakthrough, his spirit reached 451 Hz, and his blood energy officially broke through the kilocalorie barrier, reaching 1053 calories. What surprised Lu Yuan the most was the increase in the volume of Yuan energy in his body. With his body full of elemental energy, Lu Yuan was able to unleash the full power of 3 intermediate-level ice explosion spells, with 10% to 20% of his elemental energy remaining. Subsequently, Lu Yuan simultaneously broke through the 3 skills of Ice Blade, Ice Shield, and Ice Flash. They all broke through to the intermediate proficiency level. Evolution points minus 900. Ice Blade, A, low level. Ice Blade, A, intermediate level. Evolution points minus 1000. Frozen Shield, A, low level. Frozen Shield, A, medium level. Evolution points minus 600. Ice Flash, B, low level. Ice Flash, B, intermediate level. Because Lu Yuan frequently uses the skill Ice Blade, although he hasn't deliberately practiced it more, he has still improved his proficiency in it. Therefore, it consumes fewer evolution points compared to Frozen Shield. After adding skill points, a massive amount of memories about the 3 skills flooded into his mind, as if he had actually practiced them hundreds of times day and night. Phew, that's really good. Lu Yuan let out a breath. As an A-level skill, the damage and maximum range of Ice Blade and the strength and maximum duration of Frozen Shield have all been increased by nearly 50%. Even the B-level skill, Ice Flash, has increased its maximum displacement distance by 40% to 25 meters, while maintaining the same duration. Although the process of breaking through was exhausting, the thrill of increasing his strength made Lu Yuan forget about time. When he came to his senses, he realized it was already past midnight. The takeout food, battered by the evening breeze, seemed to say, "You're so high and mighty, aren't you?" Lu Yuan went downstairs, put the already cooled takeout into the microwave to reheat it, and then ate it. The next day, Lu Yuan learned the location of the principal's office by asking Qin Tianlong. Knock, knock, knock. He arrived at the principal's office and politely knocked on the door. "Come in." Principal Song Li Yuan's voice came from inside the office. After receiving a response, Lu Yuan opened the office door and went inside. "Hello, Principal Song." Lu Yuan greeted him first. "Okay, please have a seat." Song Li Yuan nodded slightly, pointed to the nearby sofa, and gestured for Lu Yuan to sit down. Lu Yuan did as instructed. Song Li Yuan also sat on the sofa. His previously meticulous face now revealed a rare smile. He smiled slightly and said, "Lu Yuan, your performance was quite good. You know, there aren't many freshmen who can break through to the lower level of the second tier during the freshman competition. In the past 4 years, you are the first." Lu Yuan scratched his head and smiled slightly, saying, "Principal Song, you flatter me. I was just lucky." "Hey, you can't say that. Although your comprehension is exceptionally high, it is absolutely inseparable from your own hard work." Song Li Yuan's smile widened. This made Lu Yuan feel somewhat uncomfortable. I still vividly remember Song Li Yuan's serious face at the opening ceremony. The difference between then and now is enormous. "Wait, judging from your aura, you've broken through to the mid-second tier?" Song Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Since everyone else has already figured it out, there's no need for me to keep it a secret any longer." "Good, good, good." Song Li Yuan patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. His 3 consecutive "good" proved his pleasant mood at that moment. "Now, let's see how they handle the freshman competition at the 4 top universities a month from now." Song Li Yuan's lips curled up slightly. A competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities? And it's being held in the underground world? Lu Yuan asked with a puzzled expression. "No, this is being conducted within a virtual reality jointly developed by the 5 superpowers. After all, the freshmen sent by the 4 prestigious universities are undoubtedly the best among the freshmen. The beginning of the school year is a good time to improve your strength. If you are seriously injured, it will have an indelible impact on your future cultivation. That's why we need to use virtual reality to avoid getting hurt." Song Li Yuan provided an explanation. "Oh, I understand." Lu Yuan nodded. "Our school's Special Abilities Center has set up special equipment. You can go and try it out." Song Li Yuan made the suggestion. "Okay, I understand." Lu Yuan answered. He had no idea that this thing existed in the Superpowers Pavilion. To be precise, he didn't even know such a thing existed. Virtual reality? It should be something that can simulate combat scenarios. Gaining experience in real combat is very helpful for my growth. Lu Yuan thought to himself that he would definitely give it a try when he had the time. Also, some years ago, I obtained this skill book in a secret realm opened up by a powerful being. Unfortunately, I awakened a fighting type ability, so I can't use it. I see that you have a connection with it, so I will give it to you now. Song Li Yuan walked to the bookshelf next to him and took out a skill book. This skill book is extremely thick, indicating that its value must be considerable. "Principal Song, how can this be? I can't accept such a valuable item." Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand, indicating his refusal. To be honest, he definitely wanted it. But this is the art of language, using retreat as a means of advancement. Accepting this offer comes with conditions. Can you lead our Shenzhen Superpower University to first place in this competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities? Song Li Yuan smiled faintly and then asked. Of course. Lu Yuan nodded as he took the skill book from Song Li Yuan. Discovered, this is actually an SS-level skill book. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS-level skill, generates several ice swords around the user, which can be commanded to attack or defend within a certain range. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He could already imagine the scene of using this SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan, you say you don't want it, but you're actually quite envious, aren't you? Song Li Yuan was in a good mood and started joking with Lu Yuan. Haha, you've discovered that. Lu Yuan scratched his head and laughed. By the way, I noticed you don't have a companion beast yet. You can go to the beast egg sales point at school and get a free beast egg. Although it's not very powerful, it's still pretty good as a transitional pet or to provide emotional value. Song Lu Yuan said casually. Thank you, Principal Song. Lu Yuan thanked him repeatedly. Chapter 93 Beast Egg Sales Point. Ice Shard Serpent Eggs. After leaving the principal's office, Lu Yuan excitedly went to the beast egg sales area. Leaving aside the fact that the companion beasts sold at the beast egg shop are probably not very strong. At the very least, this is a free companion beast, so it's a freebie that you might as well take it. Even if it's just for companionship and providing emotional support, it's still a great choice. Beneath a magnificent building. Through the glass, Lu Yuan could clearly see several different rooms. Some rooms are cold and damp, while others are hot and dry. Clearly, this is to provide a better growth environment for the eggs. The words Beast Egg Sales Office are engraved on the front of the building. The most eye-catching feature is a giant, hatched animal egg model located directly above the building. As soon as Lu Yuan arrived outside the beast egg sales area, he saw a couple holding hands as they walked out of the automatic door. In their arms, each held a long-eared rabbit with blue ears and a long-eared rabbit with pink ears. The blue-eared long-eared rabbit is quite lively and active. It tried to break free from the boy's arms several times, but failed each time. The long-eared rabbit with pink ears blinked its big eyes and stayed quietly in the girl's arms. Their faces were full of sweet smiles. They must have been in a very good mood. This made Lu Yuan imagine what kind of companion beast he could obtain. Just then, Lu Yuan saw a familiar figure walking in his direction. Senior brother Hu Dahai. Lu Yuan waved and shouted. Junior brother Lu Yuan. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's call, Hu Dahai's face lit up with surprise, and he walked over. Congratulations, junior brother Lu Yuan, for winning first place in this freshman competition. Hu Dahai was the first to give a thumbs up. You flatter me, you flatter me. Lu Yuan waved his hand, his tone humble. Hey, don't be so modest. Don't let my level 51 senior brother fool you. I can't solo a tier 3 low-rank flame tiger right now. After a moment's thought, Hu Dahai asked, I've come to buy some nutrient solution for my little white dog. Junior brother Lu Yuan, are you here to buy beast eggs? Hu Dahai knew that Lu Yuan did not have his own companion beast. This beast egg sales point, despite its name, is a building of such a large size that it's impossible for it to only sell beast eggs. They also sell other items related to companion beasts, extending the industrial chain and increasing product added value. Those who know, know. To be precise, no, Principal Song asked me to come and collect one. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and then said, Oh, it seems Principal Song values you highly. This year's competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities should be held at Shenzhen University. Junior, you'd better do your best and beat those other schools to a pulp. Hu Dahai clenched his fist and said. After leaving those words, Hu Dahai happily carried a bag of nutrient solution back to his dormitory. Absolutely. Lu Yuan curled his lips slightly, then walked into the beast egg sales area. Upon entering, Lu Yuan glanced around briefly. It is divided into various areas, and the classification is based on the type of companion beast, such as fire element, water element. Hello, what kind of companion beast do you need to buy? Lu Yuan approached the counter, where the staff member smiled warmly and asked him questions. My name is Lu Yuan. Principal Song told me to come here to collect a beast egg. Lu Yuan got straight to the point and said, Lu Yuan? The Lu Yuan who won first place in this year's freshman competition. Principal Song did mention it just now. Please come with me. The staff members' eyes lit up, and their smile became even more enthusiastic as they came out from behind the counter. Shaoli, I'm taking Lu Yuan to get a beast egg. You can take over for me after get off work. After saying this, the staff led Lu Yuan to a room specifically designed to provide an incubation environment for ice-type beast eggs. Inside the room, the moment I opened the door, a thick chill rushed out. The staff trembled with fear, while Lu Yuan, on the other hand, felt extremely comfortable. Lu Yuan, it's too cold inside, so I won't go in. Just come out after you've made your selection, and we'll register you. That's what the staff member said. Okay. Lu Yuan made an okay sign with his hand, and then walked into the room alone. The temperature inside the room is only approximate and not the most accurate incubation condition for these beast eggs. Therefore, these eggs were placed in a specially designed incubator and arranged very neatly. Below the specially designed incubator, the information corresponding to the beast egg is written very neatly. Name, cold insect egg. Life status, good. The highest level of adulthood, upper tier 1. Price, 280,000 blue star coins. Incubation time. Expected within 2 weeks. This is information about one of the beast eggs. Lu Yuan walked through it once. It was learned that some of these beast eggs could be purchased with blue star coins, while others could only be purchased with academic credits. Even a cold insect egg, which is only at the first level advanced stage when it is an adult, can be purchased with blue star coins. Beast eggs that reach tier 3 or higher can only be purchased using credits. Inside this room, the highest level of adult beast eggs is the 4th tier upper level. Although it's considerably inferior to other freshmen from wealthy families in the freshman competition, such as Xia Qingyin's Deepwater Dragon Cub and Wang Zhe's Gale Eagle, etc. However, a 4th tier high-level beast egg requires around 400 credits. This is a value that Lu Yuan cannot ignore. Despite his outstanding performance in the freshman competition, he only earned 1,000 credits. For Lu Yuan, being able to save such a number of credits is already quite good. After careful selection, Lu Yuan finally chose a beast egg called the Ice Shard Serpent Egg. The following is its information. Name: Ice Shard Snake Egg. Life status: good. The highest level of adulthood, upper 4th tier. Price: 475 credits. Incubation time: expected within 3 days. After making his selection, Lu Yuan pressed the button. Immediately, the specially made incubator was opened, and Lu Yuan took out the Ice Shard Snake Egg. The ice blue snake egg is decorated with ice blue stars on its shell, making it look quite beautiful. It's quite large, it feels heavy in your hand. As for its size, it's almost half the size of Lu Yuan's body, etc. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. What did he see? Evolution points, 600. Ice Sharp Snake, unhatched. This means it will hatch immediately. Incubation countdown, 48 hours. He rubbed his eyes again to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The panel in front of me has not disappeared. It is definitely there. Can the Ice Shard Serpent also have its stats increased? Can the adult form of the Ice Shard Serpent also break through to the final stage? The form has changed? It's become a giant python, or even. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. After all, Caterpie can transform into Rayquaza. Chapter 94, let's have a couple of drinks. Finally, Lu Yuan shook his head, stopping his wandering thoughts. It's too early to think about these things now. Let's take the Ice Shard Snake Egg out and register it first, and then we can talk about it later. So, Lu Yuan carried the ice-clawed snake egg to the doorway. Lu Yuan, once you sign this form, you can take it with you. The staff member readily agreed. Lu Yuan glanced at it briefly, and only after confirming that it was accurate did he sign his name. Eggs that can hatch within 3 days no longer require such stringent incubation conditions. They just need a little attention. Then simply wait for the eggs to hatch. So, Lu Yuan stored the Ice Sharp Snake Egg in his spatial ring. Wait, Lu Yuan. Just as Lu Yuan was about to turn and leave, a staff member's voice rang out, calling him back. Is there anything else? Lu Yuan asked with a puzzled look. My daughter is a fan of yours. Could you sign an autograph for her? The staff member gave an awkward smile and took out a piece of cardboard and a pen. Your daughter? My fan. An autograph? Of course. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, took the paper and pen, and wrote neatly on the cardboard. Wishing you happiness every day, Lu Yuan. Thank you very much. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's autograph, the staff member's face lit up with joy, and they quickly bowed in gratitude. Fine. Lu Yuan left the beast egg sales area. After leaving the beast egg sales point, Lu Yuan first returned to his dormitory. Turn on the air conditioner in the bedroom and place the ice snake eggs there. With the system panel providing reminders, Lu Yuan knew the exact hatching time and didn't need to worry about the hatch companion beast sneaking away. Lu Yuan, come to my residence. Just then, Qin Tianlong sent a message. Okay, teacher. Lu Yuan responded. They then left the dormitory and headed to Qin Tianlong's residence. Inside Qin Tianlong's residence. Lu Yuan, you're here. Come and sit here. Qin Tianlong pointed to the sofa next to him. Lu Yuan did as he was told and sat down. Lu Yuan, you did a fantastic job. You won first place in the freshman competition. You really gave me a huge boost. Qin Tianlong patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. These are all thanks to your excellent teaching. Lu Yuan said. Haha, you're such a smooth talker. Qin Tianlong naturally realized that Lu Yuan was flattering him. However, he found it very useful. Flattery has to be selective. If an ordinary student from the Ice Academy were to flatter him, it would only provoke Qin Tianlong's resentment. Immediately, Qin Tianlong's brows relaxed, and he said, Lu Yuan, just name whatever reward you want. I will do my best to help you in any way I can. Since Qin Tianlong has said so, Lu Yuan will not hesitate. A flash of light appeared from Lu Yuan's spatial ring, and a thick skill book appeared before the two of them. This skill book was none other than the SS-level skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, that Song Liyuan had given him not long ago. This must have been given to you by old Song, right? Qin Tianlong blurted it out. Song Laoding? So that's how Teacher Qin addresses Principal Song. Lu Yuan admitted it directly. He brought this skill book out of a secret realm. At the time, I was thinking of having old Song sell it to me for a low price of 150 million, since it was useless to him anyway. But he absolutely refused to sell it, and even argued that this is prepared for a destined person. As it turns out, this person who was destined to be with me turned out to be my student. Qin Tianlong's lips curled up. Lu Yuan, I haven't learned this skill before, but I can still teach you the basics. You can learn the rest on your own. Qin Tianlong said confidently. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly not let you down. Lu Yuan quickly thanked him. Teaching you this skill shouldn't be considered a reward. It should be seen as my responsibility as a teacher. Do you have any other thoughts? Qin Tianlong asked. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, this disciple hasn't decided yet. No rush. Take your time to think it over. You can bring it up when you've made up your mind. It's permanently effective with me. Qin Tianlong's expression was full of patience. Also, teacher, my body tempering technique has already broken through to the second level. Could you teach me some things to keep in mind for the third level? Lu Yuan recalled this incident and simply asked about it. Being able to cultivate beforehand is certainly a good thing, as it will reduce the evolution points consumed during the final breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianlong, who had just been smiling, became somewhat unsettled. His own disciple is doing both, not only breaking through his cultivation level at a rapid pace, but also mastering the body tempering technique. Excellent, such a prodigy is my disciple. Qin Tianlong thought to himself. The more he looked at Lu Yuan, the more satisfied he became. In the tempering technique, we need to temper the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Completing the tempering of these 20 meridians means officially reaching the third level of the tempering technique. The process is actually similar to tempering organs. Taking the body tempering technique, Mysterious Nether Eye Soul Body, as a reference, guide the Yuan energy in the body to impact the meridians, wash away impurities, and continuously strengthen and reshape them. At this point, the Yuan energy circulation path will be more complete. After breaking through to the third level of the tempering technique, your control over Yuan energy will be like a fish in water, reaching a new level. You will be able to allocate the Yuan energy within your body more rationally. Qin Tianlong recounted the story in detail. Lu Yuan kept it in mind. You're right. Qin Tianlong flicked his wrist, and a tiny, almost imperceptible piece of ice flew out, so small that Lu Yuan couldn't even hear the wind. In contrast, inside a vase in the distance, a flower bud has been broken. Lu Yuan's pupils widened. With diligent practice and your aptitude, you will soon be able to reach that level as well. Qin Tianlong said. Professor Qin, the dishes are ready. Just then, the butler's voice came from the kitchen. Lu Yuan, I'm in a good mood today. Would you like to have a couple of drinks with me? Qin Tianlong asked with a smile. Of course I'm willing. Lu Yuan nodded. With his current physical condition, ordinary alcohol simply cannot get him drunk. Even if it's baijiu, Chinese liquor, Lu Yuan believes he could easily drink 10 or 10 bottles without any problem. After entering the kitchen with Qin Tianlong, very quickly, Lu Yuan realized that he had been far too naive. The drinks that Teacher Qin was drinking were not the usual beer or spirits. It's actually a wine made from 2 kinds of tree fruits, snake fruit and bewitching fruit, and its alcohol content is indeed quite high. After one drink, Lu Yuan felt somewhat drunk. After 2 drinks, Lu Yuan's consciousness began to wane, and he collapsed onto the table. Butler, please take Lu Yuan to the guest room. After saying that, Qin Tianlong poured himself another cup. Chapter 95 Weapon Customization Needs. Virtual Reality. It was almost noon the next day when Lu Yuan finally opened his sleepy eyes and slowly woke up. When he woke up, he felt his mind was blank. Looking around, I realized that I wasn't in my own room. Where am I? Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion. He slapped his forehead suddenly, recalling the scene of him getting drunk after 2 glasses of wine yesterday. In other words, this is Teacher Qin's residence. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan walked out of the room. Lu Yuan, you're awake? Lunch is almost ready. Come and eat with us. In the living room on the first floor, Qin Tianlong stood up with a slight smile on his lips. Seeing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Yuan's face. I promised to have a couple of drinks with Teacher Qin yesterday, and I actually ended up having 2. To be honest, the dishes cooked by the butler have a unique flavor. After lunch, The two went to the training room in the residence. Qin Tianlong provided practical guidance to Lu Yuan regarding meridian tempering, and together they worked on the SS-level skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Lu Yuan, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me anytime. Qin Tianlong asked with concern. Understood, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then left Qin Tianlong's residence. After leaving Qin Tianlong's residence, Lu Yuan immediately went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Although the freshman competition has just ended, it's a time for many freshmen to catch their breath. But Lu Yuan wouldn't let his guard down. The freshman competition is over, but what about the freshman competitions of the 4 top universities? At that time, I will be facing top freshmen from other schools. Moreover, this competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities is being held at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. With Principal Song, Teacher Qin, and others placing such importance on him, he cannot afford to let the school lose face. We must win, and we must win spectacularly. On his way to the Ice and Snow Ability Museum, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated slightly in his pocket, indicating that he had received a message or notification. So he stopped the shared electric bike, unlocked the screen, and took a look. It's a message from the Heart at Shenzhen University app. After clicking through, the complete information will be displayed before your eyes. Lu Yuan, I am the Dean of the Combat Academy at Shenzhen Superpower University. I will be responsible for crafting your weapon. This is my phone number, 195XXXXXXXX. We can discuss your specific needs over the phone. Jian, the Dean of a Martial Arts Academy, personally crafted a weapon for me. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat flattered. He felt pretty good. Next, Lu Yuan dialed the phone number Jian had left on his mobile phone. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing of the telephone caused Lu Yuan's heart to tremble slightly. The call was answered in less than 5 seconds. Hello, Dean Yu. I am Lu Yuan. I would like to discuss with you some issues related to weapons manufacturing. Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Hello, Lu Yuan. As far as I know, you use a spear. What are your requirements for this spear? For example, its weight, length, etc. Yuyan's voice came from the other end of the phone. The length should be 2.9 meters, a bit longer than my current spear. As for the weight, my current comfortable grip weight is between 76 and 84 kilograms. The weight of a long spear should be around 80 kilograms. Lu Yuan spoke earnestly, based on his own circumstances. Okay, I've noted that down. Is there anything else you need? Yuyan then asked. I have another requirement for this spear. The spearhead and shaft should be detachable. Is that possible? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, and then asked. Lu Yuan, you're trying to extend the lifespan of this spear, aren't you? No problem, of course no problem. Yuyan smiled and agreed. This problem was a piece of cake for him, a 7th-level mid-level grandmaster and a master-level blacksmith. There's one more thing, Lu Yuan. The S-level resource you received as a reward for winning first place in the freshman competition is ice vein or crystal. If you need it, I can use it on this spear. Yuyan added a sentence. Yes, we need to. After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan replied. These ice vein mineral crystals can't be ingested for cultivation, but they're quite good as one of the raw materials for weapons. That's all for now, Lu Yuan. I'll hang up now. I'll send you a few pictures later so you can try to choose one. After saying that, Jian planned to hang up the phone. Thank you for your help, Dean Yu. In the very end, Lu Yuan didn't forget to say this. Okay, I'll hang up now. Jian hung up the phone. A new spear. After finishing his call with Jian, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Ice and Snow Superpowers Hall. As soon as Lu Yuan entered, the staff member who recognized him congratulated him, saying, Congratulations, Lu Yuan, on winning first place in the freshman competition. Lu Yuan smiled in response, then asked, Do you have any devices here that allow access to virtual reality? Yes, it is, but the price is a bit expensive, 50,000 blue star coins per hour. The staff member kindly offered this reminder. It's okay, I want to try. Lu Yuan said. 50,000 blue star coins might have made Lu Yuan hesitate for a long time before, but now it's nothing. Haha, I forgot. The first place winner of the freshman competition, why would I be short of such a small amount of money? After a smile, the staff member led Lu Yuan to the virtual reality device inside the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. What comes into view? It was a huge white chair. On the seat was a white helmet, which was connected by many colorful wires, making it look densely packed. A wave of technological innovation is sweeping over us. Next to the seat, there are various grooves of different depths. What they have in common is that the grooves are filled with different crystals. These crystals are clearly intended for replenishing elemental energy. Lu Yuan, just lie down in this seat, and put the helmet on your head. The staff briefly explained how to use it. Good. Lu Yuan nodded, lay down in the seat, and put on his helmet. The moment I put on the helmet, a wave of dizziness washed over me. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, what he saw was not the ice and snow ability hall, but a virtual space. Welcome to virtual reality. A mechanical sound rang out, echoing continuously in the virtual space. Lu Yuan first pinched his face, and the almost 100% realistic touch made him feel incredibly amazed. Afterwards, he briefly explored the area. Unfortunately, this virtual reality is a stripped-down version. Scene generation cannot be done at will. Chapter 96 Battle Scene. The effects of gathering essence liquid. How terrifying is the simulation capability of a complete virtual reality system? It can generate any kind of scene. It can fulfill all of humanity's fantasies. This stripped-down version of virtual reality can only generate combat scenes. This means generating a number of ferocious beasts and their corresponding environments, which you can then fight against. Generate a Tier 3 lower rank Flame Tiger. With just a thought, Lu Yuan's surroundings changed. A lifelike blazing tiger suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuan, exactly the same as the one he had seen in the real world. Roar! After shouting loudly, the fiery tiger then took a step and charged towards Lu Yuan. Let me try to see how difficult it is to deal with you without using Ice Blast. Lu Yuan also raised his Black Dragon Spear to meet the attack. Ice Blade Technique. Ranged skills allow you to strike first. Swish, swish, swish. Several ice blades flew past, easily slicing through the flame tiger's skin, creating bloody wounds that revealed the tender flesh beneath. Roar! The flame tiger cried out in pain, then leaned down and spat out a huge fireball. Call out. A fireball flew in. Good timing. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The next second, a layer of ice shield appeared beside him. The fireball struck the frozen shield, unleashing billows of white smoke. To Lu Yuan's surprise, he was not affected by any aftershocks whatsoever. In other words, the frozen shield completely blocked the flame tiger's fireball. You beast, take this. Lu Yuan used Ice Flash to move forward, with a maximum displacement of 25 meters. Before the flaming tiger could even react, Lu Yuan had already fired several shots in quick succession. It quickly raised its paws to deal with the situation. Lu Yuan and the flaming tiger engaged in an extremely fierce battle. One of the shots blinded the flame tiger, causing it to bleed profusely. The flame tiger frowned, the intense pain from its eyes causing it to collapse to the ground and roll around frantically. Since the flaming tiger was off guard, Lu Yuan easily killed it. Not bad. Even without using Ice Blast, I can now deal with a flame tiger at the lower level of the 3rd tier. Lu Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he created another flaming tiger at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, but he set this flaming tiger to be unable to perform any movements. It was merely a fleshy steak. Ice Blast. Lu Yuan used Ice Explosion once. The flaming tiger, at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, was not instantly killed. It was merely severely injured. He died completely after the second ice explosion. I can use Ice Blast at its full power 3 times. As long as I'm careful, a mid-tier 3rd-level flame tiger won't pose much of a threat to me in actual combat. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered silently in his heart. Afterwards, Lu Yuan used random generation to randomly generate 2 lower-level 3rd-tier ferocious beasts or 1 middle-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast, and then fought against them. The purpose is precisely to hone one's practical experience. Incidentally, Lu Yuan did not reduce the pain level. It is the most realistic battle scene. Sometimes, he would be accidentally knocked away by another ferocious beast and fall to the ground, never to recover. Fortunately, this is not the real world, and there are endless opportunities to try and fail. These are the most valuable practical experiences. I have to say, the battles are really addictive. 2 hours later, still feeling unsatisfied, Lu Yuan chose to voluntarily exit the virtual reality and take off the helmet he was wearing. What a pity, killing ferocious beasts in virtual reality doesn't grant evolution points. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. If he could exploit this bug, Lu Yuan felt he would soon become invincible. The system simply doesn't allow it. Even after dinner, Lu Yuan did not return to his dormitory. After a short walk to digest his food, Lu Yuan returned to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to continue his training. Incidentally, the delivery address Lu Yuan provided for the bottle of Tier 2 frozen gathering liquid he bought yesterday was the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Inside the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, special lockers have been set up for each regular student. At this moment, the bottle of 2nd tier frozen essence liquid has been delivered. Lu Yuan took it with him and happily opened a B-level cultivation room for himself. As Lu Yuan's strength rapidly increased, the original C-level training room gradually became unable to meet his actual needs for absorbing elemental energy. That feels so good. The moment the door to the rank B training room opened, a chilling aura, carrying with it an even denser concentration of elemental energy, rushed out. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and immediately felt refreshed. The price of a grade B training room is 3 times that of a grade C training room. Lu Yuan wasn't going to waste any time. He quickly found a spot, took off his outer garment, and sat down to meditate. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan opened the stopper of the bottle containing the second-tier frozen yuan gathering liquid. I took a light sniff, and there was no strange smell. According to the instructions, Lu Yuan intended to apply all the liquid evenly to his entire body. The moment the body comes into contact with the gathering essence liquid, an extreme cooling sensation gradually penetrates from the skin's surface. The comfort was indescribable, almost making Lu Yuan roll his eyes. After regaining his senses, Lu Yuan applied the gathering essence liquid all over his body. At this moment, Lu Yuan could feel that he was like a giant magnet, and the surrounding elemental energy was like iron filings scattered everywhere. I am absorbing it frantically. This process can be perfectly described in just one word: awesome. The best effect of this second-stage frozen essence is achieved within half an hour after application. Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't waste any time. He closed his eyes and, while the effects were still at their peak, frantically absorbed the surrounding elemental energy. Time passed second by second. An hour later, Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes with satisfaction. Although the optimal effect of this second-tier frozen essence-gathering liquid lasts for half an hour. However, cultivation itself is very captivating, making people unconsciously immerse themselves in it and lose track of time. The effect is really good, no wonder it's so expensive. Lu Yuan gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He quickly made a decision and placed an order for 10 bottles of second-stage frozen primordial liquid. In that instant, 200 credits were spent. After completing the cultivation, as soon as they left the rank B training room, the dense elemental energy in the surrounding air instantly vanished. The activity of cells in the body drops significantly, and the suppressed feeling of fatigue suddenly surges throughout the body. Lu Yuan couldn't help but yawn. He immediately left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall and returned to his dormitory. Chapter 97. The door shouldn't have been opened. Delicious little cakes. Inside the dormitory across the street. Xiaoyin, let's get started. Coo. Wang Youju's eyes lit up, revealing an expectant look. Little Blue can't speak yet, but it can express its expectations with coo sounds. On the table were various kinds of small cakes that Xia Qingyin had just made. Xia Qingyin has a great interest in food and often makes all sorts of dishes for her family and friends to taste. At the table stood Xia Qingyin's best friend Wang Youju, who was acting as a judge, and Xia Qingyin's companion beast, Xiaolan. It's worth mentioning that Xiaolan was wearing a tiny napkin around her neck, with her little tongue sticking out and moving slightly, making her look especially adorable. A dozen minutes later, Wang Youju smacked her lips, took a sip of water, and said, Xia, these little cakes are as good as ever. They're just a bit too sweet, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's a common problem with cakes. And didn't you make too many little cakes today? It seems so. Xia Qingyin nodded slightly. Wang Youju and Xiaolan couldn't eat anymore, but there was still more than half of the cake left. How about we give some to Lu Yuan? He seemed to really enjoy the sandwiches I made back in the underground world. Maybe these little cakes will suit his taste too? Suddenly, this idea came to Xia Qingyin's mind. So she found a plastic box, put some small cakes in it, and then took the plastic box with her as she was about to leave the dormitory. At this time, Wang Youju, who was leisurely lying on the sofa after eating and scrolling through her phone, narrowed her eyes after noticing her best friend Xia Qingyin's strange behavior. What's wrong, Xiaoyin? Wang Youju's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. She felt that she had discovered something extraordinary. So she walked up to Xiaolan, who was watching anime on her phone, patted its head, and said, Don't imitate your owner. You should be more reserved. Xiaolan. Xia Qingyin left her dormitory, went to the door of the dormitory across the street, and rang the doorbell. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang. However, after a full half-minute, the door still hadn't been opened. Isn't Lu Yuan in the dormitory? A hint of disappointment flickered in Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes as she was about to return to her dormitory. Footsteps approached from behind, causing her to turn her head. Upon closer inspection, this tall and resolute figure. The newcomer is none other than Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin, what's going on? Lu Yuan glanced at Xia Qingyin and naturally noticed the plastic box in her hand, so he asked, "These are some small cakes I made. Have a taste." Xia Qingyin handed the box of cakes to Lu Yuan. The smile on her face naturally indicated her hope that Lu Yuan would accept it. It's hard to refuse someone's kind invitation, and it's also difficult to turn them down. Thank you, thank you. So, Lu Yuan took the cake. Turning around, I found that the dormitory door was open and my roommate Lu Yuan was standing in front of it. That's perfect. It saves me the trouble of opening the door myself. Not bad, not bad. At least you know how to greet me. Lu Yuan smiled and stepped forward, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. As for the dormitory door being opened, it all started when Xia Qingyin rang the doorbell. Although Lu Yuan wasn't in the dormitory at the time, Lu Yuan was. Who rang the doorbell? After hearing the reminder from Xiaoya, the dormitory management assistant, Lu Yuan arrived at the dormitory door and opened it. I just happened to see this. Lu Yuan was speechless. Then he stood there, stunned, filled with emotion. Why did I open this door? Oh dear, I shouldn't have opened the door. I should have just pretended I didn't hear anything. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought, Lu Yuan walked in. First, he patted him on the shoulder. After closing the door, Lu Yuan noticed Lu Yuan's expression and couldn't help but ask, "Lu Yuan, do you want to eat? This box is a bit too much. I probably can't finish it all by myself. They actually asked me if I wanted to eat it." Brother Lu Yuan, he really? I'm crying my eyes out. But, after what just happened, I was actually almost full. No need, I just had a late-night snack, and my stomach is still bloated. Lu Yuan shook his head vigorously, refusing outright. How could he possibly accept gifts from other girls given to Lu Yuan? Fearing Lu Yuan wouldn't believe him, Lu Yuan patted his stomach to prove he was really full. All right. Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously and went up the spiral staircase to his bedroom on the second floor. Inside the bedroom, Lu Yuan opened the plastic box. As soon as you open this plastic box, a rich aroma wafts out. It made one's nostrils twitch slightly as they inhaled the surrounding fragrance. Xia Qingyin's sandwiches are quite good. I wonder how these little cakes taste. Give it a try. Lu Yuan held the parchment paper cup of the small cake between his fingertips, the cool cream first brushing against his fingertips. He lowered his head and took a small bite. The soft sponge cake, wrapped in creamy frosting, melted on his tongue. The sweet aroma, mixed with subtle strawberry pulp, created a lingering and pleasant flavor that made him unconsciously squint his eyes. After swallowing with a slight movement of the Adam's apple, he reached out and picked up a second piece, his fingertips still covered in a little bit of cream that he hadn't wiped off. Before anyone could see it, Lu Yuan had devoured all 3 small cakes. I never expected these little cakes to be so delicious. After wiping away the bits of cream that hadn't been eaten, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Because Lu Yuan has a sweet tooth, like the honey-skinned crispy fried chicken from before. Not to mention that the selection of ingredients, the baking temperature, and everything else for these little cakes are just right. Since you've already accepted someone else's food, you should at least offer a word of praise. With this in mind, Lu Yuan quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Xia Qingyin. Xia Qingyin, the little cakes you made are delicious. The next second, the nickname Xia Qingyin above the QQ message box changed to typing. Is it good? If it is, I'll make more for you next time. After sending the message, Xia Qingyin immediately realized that it was ambiguous and quickly retracted it. Then the modified message was sent. Is it delicious? If it is, I'll make more next time. You've gone to so much trouble. Lu Yuan replied. It's not a hassle. I cook a lot of delicious food anyway, so cooking more won't hurt. Xia Qingyin responded immediately. Chapter 98 Hatching. Growth 10 days later. This matter is now closed. Evolution points, 600. Ice Sharp Snake, unhatched. Incubation countdown, 30 seconds. The next day, under Lu Yuan's expectant gaze, the eggshell gradually glowed with a pale blue fluorescence, like glass covered with a thin layer of ice. Then, cracks gradually appeared on the eggshell. 9, 8, 7. Click, click. As time goes on, the cracks deepen and become more numerous. 3, 2, 1. Incubation countdown, 0 seconds. As the countdown on the panel reached 0, the ice serpent egg shattered completely. However, Lu Yuan did not pay attention to the scattered fragments, because his companion beast had already hatched from the beast egg. The top of the eggshell cracked with a spiderweb-like pattern, and a silvery white pointed snout pushed through the crack, carrying a chilling aura as it pushed open the broken shell. A small snake appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. Its entire body is ice blue, and its scales gleam with a cold light like frozen ice crystals. It curled up its slender body and slid out of the eggshell. Where the tip of its tail swept, a thin layer of frost instantly condensed on the eggshell fragments. It tilted its head slightly, quickly exhaling its tongue, which, along with a wisp of white mist, licked away the remaining eggshell scent around it. Those icy amber eyes slowly opened, like two crystals just taken from an extremely cold land, exuding a newborn chill and liveliness. According to the rules of the contract with his companion beast, Lu Yuan was required to give the newly hatched ice shard serpent his own blood orally. After piercing his thumb with an ice spike generated from his internal energy, Lu Yuan then inserted his finger into the mouth of the ice serpent. During this process, the ice shard serpent only took small sips of Lu Yuan's blood without any resistance. Firstly, it was newly born and was somewhat bewildered at the time. Secondly, Lu Yuan was the first creature it saw when it was born, so it was inevitable that it would feel close to him. Thus, the contract between a superhuman and a companion beast was completed. After the contract was completed, the panel of the ice shard serpent that Lu Yuan could see also changed. Evolution points, 600. Companion beast, ice shard serpent. Realm, lower first tier / upper fourth tier. At the same time, with the presence of the ice serpent, Lu Yuan could vaguely sense that the ice-type elemental energy within his body had become slightly more active. Not much, currently it's around 2%. Fortunately, the problem is not serious. As the ice serpent's realm improves, the amplification it provides to itself will also increase. Just as Qin Tianlong said, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Your companion beast of the same type can slightly accelerate the growth of both of you under the influence of the contract relationship, and also enhance the power it brings to this type. Although there are slightly more fire-type ability users than other elemental types, fire-type ferocious beasts are extremely rare. Combining these two factors, this is why Lu Yuan chose an ice-type companion beast. Master. The ice serpent swarmed over, its 30-centimeter-long body gently coiling around Lu Yuan's hand. From now on, I'll call you Xiaobing. Lu Yuan affectionately patted Xiaobing's head. Xiaobing's forked tongue trembled slightly, and its slender tail was also active, clearly indicating that it was very satisfied. Thank you, Master. I really like this name. It communicated with Lu Yuan in its mind. For the next 10 days, Lu Yuan continued to go to Qin Tianlong's residence in the morning to study the SS-level skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, together, and in the afternoon and evening, he would go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall with his companion beast Xiaobing to train. Influenced by Lu Yuan, Xiaobing is equally demanding of herself, never missing an opportunity to strengthen herself. In just 10 days, Xiaobing has already broken through to the mid-level of the first rank. Evolution points, 600. Companion beast, ice shard serpent. Realm level, first tier, mid-level / fourth tier, upper level. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, consumed all the remaining extreme ice pills and chi and blood pills. Even though the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array is only SS grade, it is still an ice-type skill book. With Lu Yuan's own efforts and Qin Tianlong's guidance, 10 days is enough for Lu Yuan to reach a beginner level of proficiency. So, as soon as the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array appeared on the panel, Lu Yuan decisively pressed the button next to it. Evolution points -120. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Beginner, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Elementary. A massive amount of memories flooded into Lu Yuan's mind like a tidal wave. It was as if Lu Yuan had read this skill book 1,000 times and understood it thoroughly. At this point, Lu Yuan was able to use the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Let me see just how powerful an SS-level skill is. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. In an instant, a thick chill emanated from Lu Yuan's body, turning into a cold mist that rapidly spread to the surroundings. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to tremble slightly from the cold. After spreading, the cold fog gradually gathered again. The blade of the ice sword slowly solidified, layers of pale blue ice crystals piling up. Even the curve of the sword's spine and the sharpness of its tip are visualized in the cold air. The sword was still shrouded in a faint mist of ice, like a layer of flowing cold light. In the blink of an eye, 8 complete ice swords were already suspended around Lu Yuan, evenly spaced, as if they were held in place by an invisible force. At the same time, Lu Yuan could also feel that more than 90% of the ice-type elemental energy in his body was instantly drained. The moment his energy was almost completely drained, a feeling of weakness followed. If Xiaobing hadn't caught him in time, Lu Yuan would probably have fallen straight to the ground. Fortunately, This is a Class B training room, where the surrounding air is exceptionally rich in elemental energy. According to the principle of energy balance between the body and the external environment. At this moment, Lu Yuan was like a vacuum cleaner, frantically absorbing the elemental energy of the surrounding air. While it's impossible to instantly replenish his energy, it's quite simple to restore Lu Yuan's complexion and help him stand up again in a very short time. Each of these 8 ice swords can instantly kill a low-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Together, they might even be able to instantly kill a high-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Lu Yuan raised a finger, and the 8 ice swords began to rotate around him in a very regular pattern. It looks as cold and icy as ice, and is very oppressive. Great. Now we have the resources to sweep through the underground world of the school. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Xiao Bing gently swayed his long, thin snake tail. It seemed that it was happy for Lu Yuan's happiness. As night fell, the surrounding streetlights lit up like stars. After finishing his training for the day, Lu Yuan left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall and went to the cafeteria to buy some late-night snacks. He also made sure to buy Xiao Bing her favorite roast chicken. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone rang. Lu Yuan, your weapon is complete. It turned out to be a call from Yu Yan, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing the details of the phone call, Lu Yuan still couldn't contain his excitement and felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 99 Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear. Although Yu Yan had sent the blueprints to Lu Yuan many days ago, but when he learned that the actual product had been released, he was still very excited. But it's already late at night. It's not a good time to visit someone's home. Therefore, Lu Yuan could only suppress his excitement and quietly wait for the next day to arrive. The next day, having already arranged a time with Yu Yan over the phone, Lu Yuan got up early and took his companion beast, Xiao Bing, with him when he went out. Hey Lu Yuan, wanna come together? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan knew who it was without even thinking. It was none other than Xia Qingyin from the dormitory opposite his. Both of them have a habit of jogging in the morning. In addition, the dormitories are very close to each other, separated only by a road. Therefore, the two often bumped into each other while jogging in the morning, so they simply ran together. No, I have other things to do. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, refusing. However, Lu Yuan still needed to go to Yu Yan's residence, so he declined Xia Qingyin's invitation. All right. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin lowered her eyelids slightly, her eyes darkened a bit, and she didn't say anything more before running away with her companion beast, Xiaolon. Hoo, little Bing Bing, let's play again next time. Bang. Little Blue let out a soft roar and spat out a tiny bubble for Little Ice. The bubbles burst, and a small amount of water covered Xiao Bing's body. This is how the Deepwater Dragon clan expresses friendliness. Hiss hiss hiss, okay sister Little Blue. Xiao Bing shook its body, its tiny snake tail swaying gently. At the same time, the slight opening and closing of the body scales is also a way of expressing friendliness. Then, Xiao Bing perched on Lu Yuan's shoulder, and the two of them arrived at Yu Yan's residence via a shared electric scooter. In front of Yu Yan's residence, there were also bodyguards opening the door and a housekeeper in charge of his daily life. The old butler gestured for them to enter and said, "Is this Lu Yuan? Dean Yu is already waiting for you inside." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, and then entered Yu Yan's residence with the old butler. In Yu Yan's residence. After entering the residence, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked around. Although the general outline is the same as the residence of his teacher, Qin Tianlong. However, the main color schemes are completely different. Qin Tianlong's residence is predominantly decorated in ice blue tones, from the sofas and coffee tables to the floors. That is absolutely true. Inside Yu Yan's residence, red and black are the most common colors. Even Lu Yuan felt the same way. Seeing ice blue always gave him a faint sense of comfort. It seems that the primal energy flowing within a person can subtly change them. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. Dean Yu, I am Lu Yuan, I have arrived. Seeing the unusually tall and strong figure on the sofa, Lu Yuan said, truly worthy of being called a master of the fighting style. Lu Yuan sighed silently. Lu Yuan, your weapon is in the forging room. Come with me. Noticing Lu Yuan's arrival, Yu Yan stood up from the sofa and gave him a welcome smile. Then, Lu Yuan followed Yu Yan to the forging room. The forging room is very large, almost 1,000 square meters. In a corner frozen in ice, Lu Yuan saw a long spear. Bang! Yu Yan stepped forward and took out the long spear from the layers of ice. The shattered ice was scattered all over the ground, emitting a chilling aura. However, What puzzled Lu Yuan was that the shaft of the spear was entirely dark black and had no luster whatsoever. The spearhead is a sharp, triangular, armor-like shape, covered with a thin layer of frost that does not melt but instead reflects a cold, sharp edge in the light. The tip of the spear is engraved with intersecting ice crack patterns, like the marks left by a sudden crack in the frozen earth, full of power. The shape of the gun barrel. Well, it's like it wasn't activated. Lu Yuan, come on, let's try it out exactly as you requested. Yu Yan laughed and handed the spear to Lu Yuan. The moment Lu Yuan received the spear, a look of curiosity appeared on his face. Because this spear is top-heavy, truly top-heavy. The material at the tip of the gun has an extremely high density and is heavy. The gun barrel was soft and lighter than iron of the same volume, so to Lu Yuan in his current state, it was like cotton. This almost caused Lu Yuan to miss catching the spear. Try injecting some of your body's primal energy into it. Seeing this, Yu Yan said with a smile. Yes, Dinyu. Following Yu Yan's instructions, Lu Yuan did as he was told. As the Yuan energy within his body gradually flowed into the spear, the originally dark and lusterless shaft transformed into a silvery white color. Originally dark in color, Lu Yuan hadn't noticed that there were long engravings on the shaft of the spear. At this moment, these engravings emitted an icy blue luster. Moreover, its surface is shimmering with fine, cold silver light, giving it a chilling aura even when still in motion. In reality, the gun barrel became heavier. Moreover, the more ice elemental energy is injected, the heavier the gun barrel becomes. Soon, the barrel reached a weight that matched the tip of the gun. The weight of the gun barrel has changed. Lu Yuan exclaimed in delight. Hoo. He quickly raised his spear and thrust it forward several times with tremendous speed, creating an almost whistling sound. It looked like a cold glint piercing through, sending chills down one's spine. If you look closely, you'll also notice tiny frost crystals where the spear tip passed. After several strikes, Lu Yuan did not feel any obstruction whatsoever. The spear moved as if it were his own arm, as if it resonated with him psychologically. Cool. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed after retracting his spear. Lu Yuan, the shaft of this spear is made of S-grade resource ice vein or crystal and other rare metals. After being infused with elemental energy, the weight of the shaft will change significantly. It can reach a maximum weight of 4,280 kilograms, which is the level of an S-class spear. As your strength increases, the spearhead can be replaced. You could say the spear is more than enough for you to use throughout your 4 years of university. Yu Yan patted his chest and said confidently, Thank you so much, Dinyu. Lu Yuan bowed slightly, revealing a grateful expression. It's nothing. Judging from Yu Yan's tone, it was as if he had only done a trivial little thing. That being said, how could Lu Yuan not know how precious this spear was? If it were put out there, even if someone offered tens of millions of blue star coins, there would be plenty of people vying for it. The engravings revealed an icy blue luster, and a silvery cold light flowed across their surface. Let's call you the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear. Suddenly, an idea popped into Lu Yuan's mind. The icy blue luster on the spear had not yet dissipated, seemingly responding to Lu Yuan's thoughts. Chapter 100. 4 Journeys into the Underground World. I've learned the SS level skill Extreme Ice Illusion Annihilation Array. I also obtained the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear, which is like a divine weapon to me. Now, I can easily sweep away the underground world within the school. The bloodlust within me has long since dissipated, and with the upcoming competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities, this is the perfect time to frantically increase our strength. After leaving with the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear and returning to his dormitory, Lu Yuan already had an idea in mind. With a thought, he opened the system panel to check his current strength. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 600. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-second tier. Mental strength, 564 Hz. Chi and blood, 1190 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced. Melee combat, intermediate. Ice shard ring, D. Intermediate, ice flash, B. Intermediate, ice blade, A. Intermediate, frozen shield, A. Intermediate, ice blast, S. Intermediate, detective skill, S. Beginner, extreme ice annihilation array, SS. Beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. Second level. Companion beast, ice shard serpent, tier 1 mid-tier, /tier 4 high tier. After browsing through his own panel, Lu Yuan revealed a rather satisfied smile. Wait, The proficiency level of this ice ring can be improved. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and then pressed the button after Ice Ring Body. Evolution points -600. Ice Ring D. Intermediate. Ice Ring D. Advanced. Memories flooded his mind and were quickly absorbed by Lu Yuan. At this moment, the 4 icicles surrounding his body turned into 5 icicles. The corresponding level of activation of ice-type elemental energy within the body has also increased. Next, Lu Yuan arrived at the mission center. Now, Lu Yuan has the qualifications to take on A-level missions. A level A mission will reward you with approximately 100 to 300 credits upon completion. Even for Lu Yuan, who had just amassed a huge amount of resources in the freshman competition, this could be considered a decent extra income. Rank A missions are not available all the time. After all, there's a market only when there's demand. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was quite lucky. Drop. After placing his student ID against the task display screen, a striking purple stood out amidst a sea of white, green, and blue. Purple represents A-level missions, a fact that Hu Dehai had mentioned long ago, and Lu Yuan was aware of it. Rank a mission, 1 tiger whip of a flaming tiger at least at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Mission completion reward, 175 credits. This task is perfect for me. Upon seeing this A-level mission, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. In the underground world within the Shenzhen Superpower University, among the high-level ferocious beasts, the flaming tiger still accounts for a significant proportion. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not hesitate at all and decisively took on the task. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mission center, Captain, an A-level mission was snatched. Sorry, I was too slow. One of the Silverwolf's team members said, looking remorseful. It's all right, he's just fast, he deserves it. Lu Hong, the vice-captain of the Silverwolf team, waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. At the same time, Jiang Xianran, the captain of the Silverwolf team, looked with her purple eyes at a tall and handsome figure on the other side of the mission center. The figure was none other than Lu Yuan, who had just accepted an A-level mission. Lu Hong had previously mentioned that while he was away on a mission, the winner of this year's freshman competition refused his offer to join him. Jiang Xianran didn't care about being rejected. Everyone is free. If Lu Hong forces Lu Yuan to join the team, she will continue to blame him. The only thing that bothered her was that this freshman named Lu Yuan was able to single-handedly kill a 3rd-tier lower-level flame tiger during the freshman competition. As the first-place winner of the freshman competition 3 years ago, she compared herself to someone else and said that she absolutely could not have done it at that time. At best, they can only win by a narrow margin. At least, she can rest assured. After graduating from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, I hope someone can take on the responsibility of being a leader. Of course, she only took it to heart. After glancing at Lu Yuan, Jiang Xianran led the rest of the Silverwolf team away from the mission center. As Jiang Xianran glanced at Lu Yuan also noticed Jiang Xuanran's gaze. Seeing that Jiang Xuanran's gaze only lingered for a short time and showed no malice, Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously. Aside from entering the underground world as usual, Lu Yuan does not come to the mission center. Currently, he has only entered the underground world 3 times and completed only 5 missions. Therefore, his current mission level is still level 2, which means he can only accept 2 missions. He accepted 1 A-level mission and 1 B-level mission, which together earned him exactly 200 credits. After successfully accepting the mission, Lu Yuan went to the school's resource trading office. He spent a considerable amount of Blue Star coins to purchase a series of pills and potions. It's worth mentioning that Lu Yuan also specially purchased a swiftness pill. Lu Yuan had a very deep impression of this swiftness pill. Without the swiftness pill, Lu Yuan would likely have perished in the flaming tiger's jaws long ago, and none of this would have happened. Although Lu Yuan believed he could wipe out the underground world within the school. But as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. It's still quite necessary to be cautious. As the saying goes, don't look at me, did I ever say that? After everything was ready, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory, even though he was full of confidence. Before venturing into the underground world, conserving energy is an essential step. So, at 9 p.m., while many junior and senior high school students were still having evening self-study sessions, Lu Yuan, a freshman in college, was already in bed and asleep. The next day, Lu Yuan woke up naturally before the alarm clock even went off. He put on his battle armor, fastened his spatial ring, and also brought along his companion beast, Xiaobing. Lu Yuan had a normal thought. That is, after Xiaobing, as its companion beast, kills the ferocious beast alone, will it be able to provide itself with evolution points? This is a very crucial question. If possible, then the rate at which you acquire evolution points will be greatly increased. Xiaobing, if you want to go further in the future, you'll have to work even harder to defeat monsters. You have to earn your own evolution points. Lu Yuan stroked Xiaobing's smooth snake head. Hey, master, what's the necessary connection between my growth and grinding monsters? Xiaobing looked completely bewildered. Despite my confusion, I will do my utmost to obey my master's orders. It knew that doing this would make its owner happy, and that was enough. Chapter 101. The idea is feasible. Soaring City. This is the underground world within the school. Look, there's a really handsome young man coming over there. What's the use of being handsome? Can being handsome put food on the table? Wait, isn't he Lu Yuan, the first place winner of this year's freshman competition? As soon as Lu Yuan entered Tingfei City, whispers began to circulate around him. However, Lu Yuan ignored the surrounding noises and left alone. Oh, and there's also his companion beast, Xiaobing. After leaving Tingfei City, Lu Yuan randomly chose a direction and continued to venture deeper into the city. After walking a few steps, even though there was no wind blowing, there was a rustling sound all around. Lu Yuan still had that much attention. He immediately glanced around. The nearby bushes rustled. Meow. The next moment, the figure of a cat-shaped ferocious beast appeared. This cat-shaped beast, marked with a crescent moon on its head, is clearly one of the weakest of the beasts, the shadow cat. Go, Xiaobing. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he communicated with his companion beast. The ferocious beast that is active so close to Tingfei City is obviously a first-tier lower-level beast. At this level, he could destroy it with a single ice blade strike. But he had his own reasons for choosing to put Xiaobing on the field. It's time to try out my previous ideas. If it's feasible, that would be wonderful. If it doesn't work, there's no loss. Yes, master. Xiaobing gently nodded her snake head. At this moment, its fighting spirit was high. This is its first time carrying out a task assigned by its owner, and it must do it perfectly and absolutely not disappoint its owner. So, Xiaobing crawled at top speed, a fierce light flashing in its icy blue pupils. Meow, meow, meow. We're all ferocious beasts. Why are you siding with the humans? The shadow cat meowed twice, already showing signs of wanting to escape. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Enough with the chit-chat. Xiaobing acted decisively and swiftly, pouncing and biting the shadow cat's thigh. The moment the sharp teeth pierced through the shadow cat's flesh, a large amount of ice elemental energy was frantically injected into the shadow cat's body through Little Ice's teeth. The shadow cat tried desperately to break free, but as ice-type energy continued to flow into it, its movements became slower and its strength diminished. Soon, the shadow cat perished beneath Little Ice's fangs, its life extinguished. At the same time, a pleasant notification sound rang in Lu Yuan's ears. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. Sure enough, when Xiaobing kills a ferocious beast, I also gain the corresponding evolution points. Lu Yuan's lips curled up, and his eyes lit up. No matter what happened before, it was all just speculation, and Lu Yuan couldn't be 100% sure that his idea was feasible. But the current system notification sound is undoubtedly the best proof. Absolutely authoritative. After determining that the mission had been perfectly completed, Xiaobing crawled to Lu Yuan's side and proudly raised its head. As his companion beast after all, Lu Yuan certainly knew what Xiaobing's intentions were. All right, I'll grant your wish. Lu Yuan reached out and touched Xiaobing's smooth head. Xiaobing closed her eyes slightly, looking very comfortable. Xiaobing, just stay in this area and hunt down the ferocious beasts. Then wait for my next instructions. Lu Yuan spoke to Xiaobing with a serious expression. Since killing ferocious beasts can provide him with evolution points. Given that Xiao Ice has not yet fully matured, he must have gone deep into the area alone, leaving Xiaobing behind to kill the ferocious beasts. Yes, master. Although reluctant, Xiaobing knew that her master must have his reasons for doing this. As a companion beast, you just need to obediently do as instructed. Unnecessary actions will only cause trouble for the owner. So, Xiaobing nodded very obediently. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lu Yuan reassured Xiaobing, then turned and left. Xiaobing watched Lu Yuan's departing figure. Those icy blue pupils, filled with reluctance, instantly transformed into unwavering resolve. It's time for me to set off and slay the ferocious beast, Xiaobing thought to herself. Lu Yuan continued to venture deeper alone. At present, the ferocious beasts he sees pose no threat to Lu Yuan whatsoever. To date, Lu Yuan's Ice Blade can directly kill a typical mid-tier second-level ferocious beast. Even for a mid-tier second-level armored rhinoceros known for its defensive capabilities, it was just a matter of one more shot. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-level ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer. Evolution points plus 20. With the addition of the S-rank skill Detective Technique and the extra help from Xiao Bing, Lu Yuan's evolution points on his panel skyrocketed like a rocket. Day 1, 500 evolution points gained. The next day, I gained 700 evolution points. In previous freshman competitions, the number of energy potions provided was limited, averaging only 1 bottle per day. Moreover, it's a Tier 1 energy potion, not a Tier 2 one. For Lu Yuan, who had already entered the lower level of the second tier, the supply was already somewhat insufficient. But things are different now. Lu Yuan prepared a full 50 bottles of second-tier energy potions for himself. It's not that there isn't enough to drink, only that your body can't handle it. Therefore, Lu Yuan would use Ice Flash intermittently to travel. This intermittent timing is incredibly precise. The amount of vital energy consumed in the body. It's just a little faster than the body's natural recovery rate, and this extra bit is almost the same as the total elemental energy that 3 bottles of second-tier energy potions can provide. That works. On the very second night, Lu Yuan arrived at the deepest part of this underground world. At night, Lu Yuan stopped advancing, lit a campfire, and pitched his tent. Then, the fresh meat of the ferocious beast hunted at noon today was grilled and sprinkled with cumin. Wow, that smells amazing. Lu Yuan ate his barbecue while looking at the full moon in the sky. A myriad of emotions flowed from my heart. This scene, to be honest, he misses his time with the Firefox team. However, people strive for higher positions, while water flows downhill. There's no way around it. People always have to look forward. Some things are only meant to be remembered. We haven't practiced our marksmanship yet. After a brief moment of digestion, Lu Yuan stood up, his gaze gradually hardening. By the light of the campfire, they began to hone their marksmanship. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Hey! Han Chuan's sky-splitting spear was thrust out one after another. Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized that after so much time, he was not tired at all, but was becoming more and more adept at it. Could it be that? Chapter 102 Enlightenment. Another breakthrough. The easiest way to verify your ideas is to open the panel. After all, only the control panel can reflect one's real-time status. So, Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and the panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 1200. Chi and blood, 1191 calories. Skill, marksmanship, master. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. Companion beast, ice shard serpent, Tier 1 mid-tier, /tier 4 high tier. There's no plus sign after marksmanship. Could I be mistaken? Lu Yuan thought that his marksmanship had suddenly improved and his progress had increased significantly. I currently have 1200 evolution points. It has been a long time since I broke through to the advanced proficiency level in marksmanship. But the familiar up arrow hasn't appeared after gun skills yet, so it seems I was overthinking it. Sigh. I wonder when my marksmanship will reach the master level. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Just yesterday, my teacher Qin Tianlong said that once my marksmanship reaches the master level, he will give me an SS-level skill book. Moreover, unlike skills like Ice Explosion and Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, which weaken the user momentarily, this skill is the kind that is very persistent and gets stronger the longer the fight goes on. A true champion possesses both explosive power and endurance. Once I have enough evolution points, I'll immediately add some to my marksmanship. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. In his excitement, Lu Yuan glanced at the panel a few more times. I was just about to use my mind to close the panel. He suddenly discovered the key point. My marksmanship has reached the master level. Am I seeing things? Lu Yuan's eyes widened suddenly. After rubbing my eyes and finding that the system panel in front of me hadn't changed at all, instantly, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. I was extremely excited. This was the first time Lu Yuan had experienced a complete improvement in proficiency. From advanced proficiency to master proficiency, it was all done on my own, without using even a single evolution point. While using evolution points for advancement is certainly enjoyable, relying entirely on oneself is the truest form of enjoyment. Wait a minute. This expression is inaccurate, and it can't be said like that. Evolution points are earned by killing ferocious beasts one by one. The system can't just make you sign in every day to give you evolution points for free. The morning of the third day. We have entered the deeper regions, and the speed at which we gain evolution points has accelerated once again. In less than an hour, Lu Yuan had gained 300 evolution points. At this point, Lu Yuan already had 1,500 evolution points and discovered Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 1 mid-tier / Tier 4 high-tier. My little ice has broken through its current realm. Xiaobing, find a safe and secluded location. But Lu Yuan knew that breaking through a cultivation level was not something that could be done overnight. It was a process that took time. Therefore, Lu Yuan spoke these words to Xiaobing in his mind. After the contract is formed, the superhuman and the companion beast develop a special mental connection that allows them to communicate regardless of distance. Yes, master. Xiaobing didn't ask any more questions. It completely trusts its master and does whatever its master says. About 10 minutes later, Xiaobing replied that she had found a spot. After receiving Xiaobing's reply, Lu Yuan pressed evolution points minus 1,500. Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 1 mid-tier / Tier 4 high-tier. Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 1 high-tier / Tier 4 high-tier. Only by becoming stronger can Xiaobing kill stronger ferocious beasts and earn evolution points for herself more quickly. The benefits to oneself far outweigh those 1,500 evolution points. Most importantly, the ferocious beasts are unaffected by the bloodlust, while their companion beasts are minimally affected. It's much better than him being human. Assuming that I can stay in the underground world for 2 weeks a month under extreme circumstances, then Xiaoi's can stay for at least 20 days, and maybe even 25 days under extreme circumstances. After several well-coordinated moves, it's clear that investing in Xiaoi's is investing in your future self. Master, I have broken through to a higher realm. Xiaobing didn't understand the underlying principles, and she couldn't imagine that the source of everything was Lu Yuan's system. But for it, breaking through to a higher level is a genuine source of joy. This means it can help its owner to a greater extent. Xiaobing, keep up the good work. Lu Yuan offered a word of encouragement. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the One-Horned Rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the Toothless Tiger. Evolution points plus 20. For several days afterward. On the third day, I gained 1,800 evolution points. On the fourth day, a second-tier high-level ferocious beast appeared before Lu Yuan, and he gained 4,000 evolution points. Lu Yuan originally planned to continue improving Xiaobing, but the system notified him that Xiaobing was not the owner of the system and had a cooling-off period after breaking through a realm. On the fifth day, Lu Yuan encountered 2 low-level third-tier ferocious beasts. These 2 third-tier lower-level ferocious beasts are both somewhat weaker than the flaming tiger of the same realm. One provided Lu Yuan with 3,400 evolution points, and the other provided him with 3,600 evolution points. By the end of the 5th day, Lu Yuan had gained 11,000 evolution points. On the 5th night, Lu Yuan opened the panel and took a look. Evolution points, 18,000. A whopping 18,000 evolution points. This is all thanks to my hard work. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but smile as well. There was no way I could resist. Realm level, mid-second tier. Lu Yuan estimated that he was still a little short of breaking through the body tempering technique, but not by much. Of the remaining options, improving one's cultivation level is undoubtedly the most cost-effective. Then, evolution points minus 8,500. Realm level, mid-tier 2, upper tier 2. 10 days of rigorous training reduced the number of evolution points needed for the breakthrough. The moment Lu Yuan pressed, an unprecedented surge of Yuan energy erupted from his body. Surging and turbulent, Lu Yuan quickly closed his eyes, sensing the process. Such a terrifying burst of elemental energy awakened many of the ferocious beasts that had been sleeping nearby. This level of elemental energy burst caused them to tremble all over, and they could only speculate in their minds. You couldn't get them to come and investigate even if you gave them 1,000,000 lives. But a ferocious beast that happened to be passing by revealed a look of surprise. Chapter 103, Second Tier Upper Level. Tiger Whip. This is a mid-tier Tier 2 ice cub. He had just finished his hunting mission for the day and was heading back to his lair when he unexpectedly stumbled upon Lu Yuan breaking through to the next level. The ice lion cub's eyes lit up. Its father was a Tier 3 high-ranking ice lion. They are considered overlords even in this underground world. Unfortunately, He has hit a bottleneck and is stuck at the upper level of the third tier, unable to break through. Now, a being has appeared here who has broken through to a higher realm, and whose Yuan energy is bursting forth with such terrifying power. Perhaps after his father swallowed it, his cultivation level would naturally break through? As for whether his father would be killed in retaliation, it considers the possibility extremely small. His father was a high-ranking official of the third rank. What dares to kill it? What could kill it? If his father were to truly break through to the fourth rank, wouldn't his reliance on his father become even greater? The cold-blooded lion cub smiled, as if it could already foresee its bright future. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was unaware that he had been targeted by the frost lion cub. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care at all. As the almost violent ice-type elemental energy within his body gradually stabilized, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 9,500. Mental strength: 654 Hz. Qi and blood: 1391 calories. Realm level: upper second tier. Skill: marksmanship, master. Body tempering technique: profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. Companion beast: ice shard serpent, tier 1 high rank, / tier 4 high rank. After breaking through to the upper level of the second tier, I still have 9,500 evolution points left. I estimate that by tomorrow, or at most the day after, I will have enough evolution points to break through to the lower level of the third tier. 4 top universities freshman competition, come on. Lu Yuan felt a surge of pride, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Among freshmen, the realm of the lower third rank is undoubtedly an invincible existence. Moreover, he had also learned the SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, giving him the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. Little Blue, Water Jet Attack, Xia Qingyin said. Following its master's command, Little Blue opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a jet of water. Don't be fooled by the fact that this water jet looks much like a real-world tap. Its impact is terrifying. Whoosh. Before our eyes, a second-tier lower-level burrowing squirrel was directly torn to pieces by the powerful impact. If it were a real-world tap, it could only give this Judah squirrel a bath and cool it down. The difference between the two lies in the abundant water elemental energy within them. Little Blue, well done. Xia Qingyin praised. Thank you for the compliment, master. Xiaolan's adorable voice echoed in Xia Qingyin's heart. After witnessing Lu Yuan's strength during the freshman competition, Xia Qingyin became much more demanding of herself. Originally, Xia Qingyin had spent 2 weeks accumulating experience in the upper-level first rank. Just a few days ago, Xia Qingyin successfully broke through to the lower level of the second tier, greatly increasing her strength. In contrast, his companion beast, Little Blue, only gets excited when it hears the words eat and sleep. When it's my turn to train, I can be described as lazy. In any case, my strength can't be improved much for the time being. So, Xia Qingyin brought Xiaolan to this underground world for training. Ferocious beasts grow stronger through fighting and devouring. Even if a companion beast loses its bloodthirsty aura, the pressure from the wild combat environment can still rapidly accelerate its growth. To facilitate training and save travel time, Xia Qingyin even bought an off-road vehicle. Her ring, with its enormous 100 cubic meter capacity, could easily hold an SUV. I don't know if it triggered my true nature. As soon as Xiaolan arrived in the underground world, the whole little dragon perked up. The training was quite effective. Just after Xia Qingyin praised Xiaolan, her superpower, Natural Spirit, gave an ominous response. It turned out that a fiery tiger was rushing towards him at high speed. Judging from its size, this flaming tiger is at least at the mid-stage of the third rank. Even though his companion beast, Xiaolan, is a water type, it perfectly counters the fire type, Flame Tiger. However, Xiaolan had only recently reached the lower level of the second tier, while the flaming tiger was at the middle level of the third tier. There was a difference of 1 major tier plus 1 minor tier between them. As for himself, with his grass-type ability, he was extremely countered by the flame tiger. Little Blue, let's run. With this in mind, Xia Qingyin did not hesitate at all. She picked up her companion beast, Xiaolan, and ran quickly toward the SUV parked nearby. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Just then, a huge bombing sound rang out behind her. The powerful impact even caused the ground to tremble slightly. Curiosity often comes at a price, and with safety as the priority, Xia Qingyin did not turn back. After Xia Qingyin got into the off-road vehicle with Xiaolan in her arms, she looked back at where the flaming tiger had been. What comes into view? This isn't a flaming tiger at all. It's clearly a mixture of bones and flesh. a head cut in half, with an incomplete earth character on its forehead, still barely recognizable as a flame tiger. After the thick smoke dissipated, a tall and strong figure slowly appeared before Xia Qingyin's eyes. Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin was taken aback. She never expected that such a huge commotion was actually caused by Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin, what are you doing here? Lu Yuan also noticed Xia Qingyin, his expression slightly bewildered. I brought Xiaolan here for training. After all, the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities is coming soon. Also, Lu Yuan, I'm now at the lower level of the 2nd tier. It's still quite difficult to surpass you, but don't even think about leaving me too far behind. Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes and said playfully. Haha. Lu Yuan smiled simply, neither confirming nor denying. He then bent down and rummaged through the large mixture, searching for something. Xia Qingyin also bent down, resting her hands on her knees, revealing a slight glimpse of her skin, but she didn't care. Instead, she asked, Lu Yuan, what are you looking for? Do you need my help? Need not. Lu Yuan waved his hand, continuing to search while indicating his refusal. The next second, Lu Yuan stood up, his handsome face full of surprise. Xia Qingyin looked at Lu Yuan's hand. On his left hand was a large, fiery red crystal. And on his right hand, is that the tiger whip of the fiery tiger? This is... Could it be that Lu Yuan? Seeing this, Xia Qingyin's small mouth opened slightly, unable to help but guess. After being introduced to science by her best friend Wang Yuzhu, she knew that this was a matter of male dignity, and such a question should never be asked. Chapter 104 3rd tier upper level. Kill him in one strike. Seeing Xia Qingyin's somewhat mischievous expression, Lu Yuan felt extremely confused. As far as he knew, Xia Qingyin was the kind of girl who was both enthusiastic and very thoughtful. However, the expression was fleeting, and Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously. If he knew what Xia Qingyin was thinking at this moment, he would probably collapse instantly. You should know? You can say whatever you want about a man, but you can never say he's no good. Humans are social animals. For several days, Lu Yuan hunted ferocious beasts alone in the underground world. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the Flaming Tiger. Evolution points plus 7,000. Now, he happened to run into someone he knew, and the kill of the Tier 3 mid-level Flame Tiger directly brought him such a considerable amount of evolution points. When you're happy, you're bound to say a few more words. Lu Yuan wasn't the kind of clueless straight man who couldn't speak properly. On the contrary, he had relatively high emotional intelligence. Ha ha ha. As she spoke, Xia Qingyin burst into laughter. Lu Yuan, something's wrong. Suddenly, Xia Qingyin's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a solemn expression. Seeing this expression, Lu Yuan quickly used his skilled detective technique. After his mental energy dissipated slightly, Lu Yuan was able to sense information within a few kilometers of him. They discovered an ice lion rushing towards them. It has a robust build and exudes a cold aura. Its fur is pale blue or white, as if covered with a thick layer of frost, shimmering with a cold luster in the sunlight. The mane is made up of sharp icicles, each hair standing upright and radiating a chill. At the end of its tail are spikes composed of multiple ice crystals. As it raced at top speed, its tail swayed gently, and the ice crystals collided with each other, making a crisp sound. This size ice lion is at the upper level of the 3rd tier. Lu Yuan murmured softly. Come with me. My SUV is parked nearby. Get in it. And this ice lion won't be able to catch us. Xia Qingyin's expression was somewhat anxious. Seeing that Lu Yuan remained unmoved, she even considered reaching out to pull him away. Then, Lu Yuan made a move. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan did not run away. Instead, he took extremely fast steps and ran towards the oncoming ice lion. Killing a Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast should earn at least 10,000 evolution points, right? This was what Lu Yuan was thinking at that moment. Indeed, evolution points are the primary driving force. Soon, the man and the lion met. This human is interesting. Instead of running away when he sees me, he dares to charge at me. The frost lion narrowed its eyes slightly. Through a mysterious intuition, it realized that Lu Yuan seemed to be the person its beloved son had mentioned yesterday. Therefore, it became even more delighted. Perhaps this is the best opportunity for me to break through the bottleneck and advance to the 4th level. Glug glug. During the sprint, Lu Yuan drank a specially made berserk potion. Except in very rare cases such as dragon type versus dragon type, damage between members of the same type can be partially offset. For example, Lu Yuan's frozen shield has a stronger ability to absorb ice damage than other types of damage. The same applies to the frost lion. Lu Yuan's attack, which exhausted all his internal energy, might not be able to kill it instantly. In order to prevent the Frost Lion from having any chance to escape, Lu Yuan chose to drink the Berserk Potion. This special edition Berserk Potion was a diluted version specially made by Qin Tianlong for Lu Yuan. The damage increase is less than that of a regular Rage Potion, approximately 25%. However, the side effects are also negligible. It only allows for the mobilization of a tiny amount of the body's energy within 2 hours. He can absolutely afford it. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. In an instant, extremely terrifying Yuan energy erupted from Lu Yuan's body and swept outwards continuously. Soon, the primal energy materialized, and 8 ice swords began to surround Lu Yuan. Bring it on. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One ice sword after another flew rapidly toward the Frost Lion. Wrong. Seeing that something was wrong, the Ice Lion, which had been so confident of victory just moments before, turned tail and fled like a stray dog. It even wrapped itself in a shield, vainly attempting to withstand Lu Yuan's ice sword strike. I knew you'd try to run away. You still want to run away? You're finished. Lu Yuan smiled. This shield is completely ineffective. The ice sword shatters upon contact. The Frost Lion's neck, body, thighs, tail, they were all cut apart by ice swords. It was accompanied by a series of mournful cries. Rumble. The once massive Frost Lion was cut into pieces and fell to the ground, making quite a loud noise. All that remained was a half-dead head. But with its head and body separated, the Ice Lion cannot survive no matter what. The last head slowly closed its eyes, announcing the complete death of the Ice Lion. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ear. You have defeated the Tier 3 high-rank ferocious beast, the Frost Lion, and gained 15,000 evolution points. This time, I gained 15,000 evolution points. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide and opened the system panel. Evolution points, 33500. Although he was exhausted from having his body's energy almost completely drained, Lu Yuan felt that it was all worthwhile when he saw the results. 30,000 evolution points is no small amount. After that, my strength will once again advance by leaps and bounds. Xia Qingyin, who witnessed everything, trembled, her almond-shaped eyes filled with surprise. Lu Yuan, he was able to instantly kill someone as powerful as a third-tier high-level ferocious beast. It's important to understand that killing in an instant and defeating are not the same thing. After Lu Yuan collected the Ice Lion's crystals and some important organs, once the effects of the specially formulated Berserk Potion wear off, side effects will follow. In an instant, Lu Yuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Even though Lu Yuan had taken the energy potion beforehand, it didn't have much of an effect. Lu Yuan, are you alright? Xia Qingyin strode forward, came to Lu Yuan's side, and extended her hand. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but under Xia Qingyin's concerned gaze, he finally chose to take the hand Xia Qingyin extended. Even after using the support to stand up, Lu Yuan was still somewhat unsteady. Upon seeing this, Xia Qingyin quickly used her A-level skill, Vine Light Therapy. Then, 2 vines sprouted from the ground and tightly wrapped around Lu Yuan's body. They did their best to alleviate the side effects of the specially made Berserk Potion for Lu Yuan. I have to say, it truly lives up to its S-class superpower. Just 2 minutes later, Lu Yuan felt much better. The ability to only mobilize a small amount of internal energy is no longer available. Except for Ice Explosion and Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, all other skills can be used. Thank you, Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan thanked him. Chapter 105, Return. 50,000 evolution points. Faced with Lu Yuan's sincere expression, Xia Qingyin paused for a moment, turned her head slightly, and then waved her hand, saying, No, you're welcome. We're friends. It's normal to help each other. Then, Xia Qingyin blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and asked, Lu Yuan, are you going to continue hunting ferocious beasts here? She has been in the underground world with her companion beast, Xiaolan, for 3 days now, and the training has been completed. It's time to get back to the real world. That's right. Lu Yuan nodded and spoke decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Since the bloodlust hasn't reached its limit yet, I should seize this opportunity to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Xia Qingyin, thank you very much this time. Goodbye. After saying this, Lu Yuan quickened his pace and left the place. Lu Yuan must have earned a lot of blue star coins and credits after the freshman competition, so he shouldn't be frequently going to the underworld to hunt ferocious beasts. Could it be that there's another reason why Lu Yuan is hunting ferocious beasts in the underground world with such fervor? Xia Qingyin stared blankly at Lu Yuan's departing figure, her mind filled with countless thoughts. She seemed to realize something. After parting ways with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan first found a place to rest briefly. After resting, Lu Yuan continued hunting ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger. Evolution points plus 1,000. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast, the two-headed viper, and gained 4,000 evolution points. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. On Lu Yuan's panel, evolution points were gradually being added to his account. A day has passed. Lu Yuan hunted down ferocious beasts at the second-tier level. After all, third-tier ferocious beasts aren't exactly common. You can't just find them whenever you want. Therefore, Lu Yuan added points to the S-level skill Detective Technique. Evolution points minus 1,600. Detective Skills, S. Beginner, Detective Skills, S. Intermediate. On this day, Lu Yuan gained 7,000 evolution points, so he currently has 38,900 evolution points remaining. The moment I added the points, memories flooded my mind. Lu Yuan was like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbing the memories that flooded in like a tidal wave. Once the memories are fully absorbed and the detective skill reaches an intermediate level of proficiency, his maximum detection range extends to a radius of 6 kilometers centered on himself. That's how they found a two-headed viper that had come out to hunt for food by chance. There was no way around it. Although Lu Yuan's detective technique skill had a very large detection range, the area of this underground world was even larger. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more territorial it is. Generally speaking, in a given area, there are only a handful of powerful ferocious beasts. It's impossible for all third-tier ferocious beasts to live in one place, right? For a long time to come, detective skill will be of great use to me, so keep leveling it up. After hunting down the two-headed viper, Lu Yuan pondered to himself. Then, evolution points minus 4,800. Detective skills, S. Intermediate, detective skills, S. Advanced. There are currently 34,400 evolution points remaining. Absorbing the memories of mental skills consumes a great deal of mental energy for Lu Yuan. When his mental strength had almost fully recovered, Lu Yuan chose to directly use a large amount of mental energy. The next moment, all traces of the ferocious beasts within a radius of 10,000 meters were clearly visible. There is a golden feathered vulture at the upper level of the third tier. Lu Yuan's face lit up with delight. He could almost see it. Another 10,000 plus evolution points were beckoning to him. Unfortunately, this look of surprise didn't last long and was soon replaced by a look of helplessness. Because the golden feathered vulture flies at an extremely high speed, exceeding 100 meters per second, he simply couldn't catch up with it. If we can't catch up with them, then what's the point of hunting them? 2 more days have passed. Having stayed in the underground world for even longer than before, Lu Yuan's body was gradually reaching its limit. Not only is the level of bloodlust in his body extremely high, but he is also physically and mentally exhausted. When I took out a mirror, I found that my eyeballs were blood red and I looked extremely haggard. Then, Lu Yuan opened the panel. Evolution points, 50100. I've already got 50,000 evolution points. It's time for me to go back. With this in mind, Lu Yuan simply turned around and left the underground world. During the freshman competition, Lu Yuan was able to instantly kill a third-tier low-level ferocious beast. 20 days have passed now, and I refuse to believe I can't deal with a low-level third-tier ferocious beast. Not to mention such a bulky, heavy behemoth. A new student looked at the third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and a hint of confidence appeared in his eyes. His name is Jian, and he has awakened the S-level poison-type ability, Bone-Corroding Toxin. He also ranked 5th in the freshman competition of 2052. This armored rhinoceros is at the lower level of the third tier, and its body is 3 meters tall. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, it rushed towards Jian like a moving small mountain, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A torrential downpour of poison. Jian waved his hand. A large number of purple raindrops flew towards the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros didn't dodge. Instead, it charged straight at Jian. In reality, given the armored rhinoceros's speed, it was impossible for it to dodge. Smack, smack. Smack! Raindrops fell on the armored rhinoceros's hard armor. However, these raindrops did not effectively damage the armor of the armored rhinoceros. You don't think this is the end of it, do you? As the armored rhinoceros blocked the poisonous rain skill, Jiang Xingyu curled his lips and threw out several daggers imbued with the poisonous elemental energy within his body. The dagger struck the armored rhinoceros on the head, then bounced off. This injury is like a mosquito bite to a human. Not much, but still quite bothersome. Bang! The armored rhinoceros slammed its fist into the ground. Then, an invisible seismic wave spread outwards from Zhou Shun in his armored rhinoceros armor. Jiang Xingyu was unable to dodge in time and was thrown away. Sigh, this armored rhinoceros is too tough. My skills are like tickling it. I wonder what level of attack would be needed to damage it. Jiang Xingyu, covered in dirt, got up and shook his head. At that very moment, several whooshing sounds rang out. Jiang Xingyu's gaze fell upon the area, where he saw a series of ice blades. As it traced a graceful trajectory, several ice blades struck the armored rhinoceros's armor. When the cold mist dissipates, they discovered that there were grooves all over the armor. This caused Jiang Xingyu to widen his pupils involuntarily. Chapter 106. The crystallization of a third-tier high-rank, ferocious beast. Who is it? Upon witnessing the immense power of these ice blades, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but look around. A tall and strong figure appeared before him. The next second, the figure suddenly shifted more than 20 meters. Then, with a flick of his spear, boom. This made Jiang Xingyu realize that the thick-skinned, armored rhinoceros had been reduced to fragments of flesh and bone in an instant. That's right, this figure is none other than Lu Yuan, the #1 winner of the 2052 freshman competition. However, judging from Lu Yuan's appearance, he looked extremely haggard, as if he had been in the underground world for a very long time. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your beast. How about we split the value of this crystal in half? Lu Yuan said with a slight apology. He simply saw the evolution points beckoning to him, and couldn't resist making a move. As for the blue star coins afterward, that's secondary. Right now, we're saying we'll split it in half, but really, we could just give it to the person in front of us. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-rank ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and gained 3,600 evolution points. The system notified me that I had gained 3,600 evolution points, which is pretty good. Lu Yuan, it's you, Lu Yuan. Jiang Xingyu naturally recognized Lu Yuan's identity very easily. At that moment, a look of eagerness and excitement appeared in his eyes. Yes, what's wrong? Seeing Jiang Xingyu's expression, which resembled that of a devoted fan, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Brother Lu Yuan, are you going back? I'm going back too. Let's go together. Jiang Xingyu extended a very warm invitation. He simply wanted to see what the strength of a low-level third-tier ferocious beast was like in reality. Now that the objective has been achieved, and since I can't handle the situation for the time being, I plan to return home. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. All right then. A flash of light appeared on the spatial ring on Jiang Xingyu's finger, and an SUV appeared in front of the two of them. Upon seeing the SUV, Lu Yuan was initially stunned, then thought to himself, a spatial ring with such a large capacity? It must be expensive. This person must be very wealthy. After the two got into the car, Lu Yuan asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. Jiang Xingyu quickly replied with a smile, my name is Jiang Xingyu. If nothing unexpected happens, I should also be one of your team members in the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities. Hello, Jiang Xingyu, it's nice to meet you. Lu Yuan extended his hand and shook hands with Jiang Xingyu. He knew that the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities was a team competition, and that the number of team members was 5. He knew the top 4 in this freshman competition, himself, Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, and Feng Shi. The unfamiliar person in front of me must be the 5th place winner in this freshman competition. After a brief exchange, Lu Yuan got into Jiang Xingyu's SUV and drove away at a faster speed. Moreover, in the off-road vehicle, Lu Yuan could close his eyes at any time, relax his mind, and get more rest. It's an off-road vehicle. How did an off-road vehicle get in? Aren't the underground passages extremely narrow? It must be a spatial ring. My God, how much storage space ring would that require? A day later, Jiang Xingyu's SUV drove into Tingfei City. It attracted the attention of a large group of students nearby, sparking much discussion among them. Lu Yuan and Jiang Xingyu got out of the SUV. After resting, Lu Yuan looked much better, and his whole demeanor became radiant again. Their faces, or more accurately, Lu Yuan's face, were recognized by many students. Brother Lu Yuan, look at you. You've become a big star. Jiang Xingyu made a joke. If I could, I'd rather not be talked about by so many people, even if it's in a positive way. Lu Yuan smiled wryly. After leaving the underground world and returning to the real world, the two went to the loot exchange point to exchange their spoils. Hello, you two. Are you here to exchange your spoils? The staff at the loot exchange counter asked very enthusiastically. The two nodded. Jiang Xingyu suggested that Lu Yuan go first, as he also wanted to see what Lu Yuan had gained that made him so exhausted. Since Jiang Xingyu wants to see it, let him see it. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, and a flash of light appeared in the ice blue spatial ring in his hand. Then, a large amount of spoils fell into the large basin designated by the staff. A quarter, half. Full. The staff were stunned, and Jiang Xingyu was also stunned. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan actually killed so many ferocious beasts. Hee, I still have some in my spatial ring. Lu Yuan scratched his head and laughed. The remaining ones weren't many, so Lu Yuan simply placed them on the ground. You have quite a lot of spoils. I'll call 2 more people out to help us count them. I was taken aback, the staff member said. Okay, thank you for your help. Lu Yuan said. Brother Lu Yuan, you're really something else. Jiang Xingyu exclaimed in admiration, giving a thumbs up. Lu Yuan just smiled and didn't say anything. Soon, 3 staff members came out. One of the staff members was the same one who counted Lu Yuan's spoils after the freshman competition. A second-tier high-level ferocious beast crystal. The tiger penis of the blue-spotted tiger. 3 staff members are counting the spoils brought by Lu Yuan. Suddenly, the staff member who already knew Lu Yuan stopped what he was doing and looked at him with disbelief. He exclaimed in utter astonishment. Such a large crystal. It's the crystal of a third-tier high-level ferocious beast. And its color is ice blue. Could it be the frost lion inside? He had been in the business of inspecting spoils of war for many years, so he was certain that he would not make a mistake. But it's truly unbelievable that a freshman who just finished the freshman competition could kill a third-tier upper-level frost lion. Brother, you have a good eye? You can even recognize this. Lu Yuan smiled. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the other 2 staff members didn't seem very surprised, because they didn't know that Lu Yuan was just a freshman. Jiang Xingyu was already flustered the moment the staff asked the question. Did I hear that right? Brother Lu Yuan killed a Tier 3 upper realm ice lion. After Lu Yuan confirmed his opinion, Jiang Xingyu was even more dumbfounded. A newcomer, slaying a ferocious beast at the upper level of the 3rd tier. Can these 2 words be combined? Ultimately, after the staff took inventory, setting aside compensation for Jiang Xingyu's half-crystal, Lu Yuan earned a whopping 9.3 million blue star coins, almost double what he earned the last time he entered the underground world. Chapter 107 Add Points. Add points to everything. After leaving the building together with Jiang Xingyu, Lu Yuan noticed that a tall, silver-haired girl had been waiting outside the door for quite some time. Her expression was incredibly cold, like an iceberg. Around her, some male students pretended to run around, but actually just wanted to catch a glimpse of her stunning beauty. Lu Yuan recognized the silver-haired girl as none other than Jiang Xianran, the captain of the Silverwolf Team and currently the strongest student at Shenzhen Superpower University. Upon seeing Jiang Xianran, Jiang Xingyu's face lit up with surprise and delight, and he excitedly shouted, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Then he ran over. They both have the surname Jiang, so they really are siblings. But they don't look alike at all, so they're probably not related by blood. Lu Yuan lowered his head and thought to himself. At that time, after hearing Jiang Xingyu's name, this thought suddenly popped into his mind, since they shared the same surname. However, it was not easy to ask such a question. Now that Jiang Xingyu has publicly called her sister, the truth has naturally come to light. At the same time, after hearing Jiang Xingyu shout, many male students around him lit up and immediately had an idea in their minds. You haven't replied to your aunt's messages all day, and she's not answering your calls. Since she couldn't reach you, she asked me to come and find you. Tell your family before you go into the underworld next time, so they don't worry too much. As Jiang Xianran spoke, she handed the phone number she had used to call her aunt to Jiang Xingyu. Xiaoyu, I'm so sorry. I was really panicked when I couldn't reach you all day. I never imagined you were in the underground world. Unexpectedly, the first thing Jiang Xingyu's mother said when the call was connected was an apology. I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worry. I'll definitely let you know before I go to the underworld next time. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was somewhat moved and apologized in return. After exchanging a few words, the mother and son hung up the phone and switched to chatting via QQ. After all, this phone still belongs to Jiang Xianran. After dealing with the matter, Jiang Xianran left, while her cousin Jiang Xingyu followed behind her. Sister, Do you know who I met in the underground world? Although Jiang Xingyu awakened an S-level poison-type ability, his personality is not like those of the dangerous poisoners in the novel. On the contrary, he is quite lively. Lu Yuan. Jiang Xianran said coldly. When the two came out, Lu Yuan was right next to her cousin, so of course she saw him. Sis, stop urging me to cultivate. Now you need to get on with your training too. Brother Lu Yuan, you're already able to solo a tier 3 high-level ferocious beast. You'll surpass me soon. Jiang Xingyu chuckled. You talk like you're quite proud of it, don't you? Why are you worrying about others? The competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities is starting in a little over a week. How's your training going? Jiang Xianran said. Despite her calm and composed demeanor, she herself found it quite unbelievable. His bluish-purple pupils trembled slightly. How long has it been? Only a month into the semester, Lu Yuan was already able to kill a tier 3 high-level ferocious beast. Next, Lu Yuan went to the mission center to submit the mission and successfully upgraded his mission level to level 3. You can accept 3 tasks at the same time. Similarly, it attracted the attention of many students in the mission center. This gave their young minds a huge shock. This also made them feel frustrated. After filling his stomach, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. Incidentally, all students selected by their advisors have complete freedom to choose their courses. Courses include those on the use of various weapons, the refining of elixirs, and the manufacture of potions, and the process of body tempering, among others. You are free to choose, or you can even choose not to attend. Ordinary students, on the other hand, have some freedom to choose their courses. Although you choose your own courses, you can't completely skip them. Lu Yuan was indeed selected by other instructors from the Ice Department Academy, but as far as Lu Yuan knew, he still enrolled in a course. At this time of day, it happens to be Lu Yuan's class time. Therefore, the dormitory was empty. Then, Lu Yuan went up the stairs to the 2nd floor, took a shower, and went to his bedroom. In the bedroom, Lu Yuan brought up the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 56,000. Mental strength, 654 Hz. Qi and blood, 1391 calories. Realm level, upper 2nd tier. Skills, marksmanship, master, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D. Advanced, ice flash, B. Intermediate, ice blade, A. Intermediate, frozen shield, A. Intermediate, ice blast, S. Intermediate, detective skill, S. Advanced, extreme ice illusion killing array, SS. Beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. 2nd level. Companion beast, ice shard serpent, tier 1 high rank, / tier 4 high rank. Lu Yuan glanced at it briefly and realized that all of his abilities, except for gun skills, could be improved. Realm, add some points. Evolution points minus 16,000. Realm rank, upper 2nd tier, lower 3rd tier. After consuming 16,000 evolution points, an unprecedented surge of massive ice elemental energy erupted within his body. Nearly 3 hours later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What Lu Yuan felt first was the increase in his own attributes. So he opened the panel and took a look. Mental strength, 764 Hz. Qi and blood, 1651 calories. It cost me so many evolution points, but thankfully the improvement is pretty good. Lu Yuan murmured softly. With 40,000 evolution points left, Lu Yuan added more to his body tempering technique. Evolution points minus 20,000. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. 2nd level. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. 3rd level. In an instant, Lu Yuan frowned, feeling as if all the meridians in his body, large and small, were frozen by ice. Because human endurance has its limits, this did not make Lu Yuan feel extremely uncomfortable. Just like how a person can drink warm water without changing their expression, but scald their mouth with boiling water. The meridians that had been frozen solid gradually melted away. It had just melted, and then it froze again. Through repeated freezing and thawing, the impurities in Lu Yuan's meridians were washed away, and he was tempered to the extreme. Once the tempering was complete, Lu Yuan felt no pain at all, but rather a sense of ease. He checked his attribute changes. Mental energy, 824 Hz. Qi and blood, 2051 calories. My Qi and blood calcium has exceeded 2,000 calories. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He now felt like he could flick a cow away with a single finger. 20,000 evolution points remain. Add points to everyone. Chapter 108. Teams in the freshman competition of the 4 famous universities. Evolution points minus 1,800. Ice Flash, B. Intermediate. Ice Flash, B. advanced. After absorbing the memories, Lu Yuan discovered that his maximum displacement distance had reached 40 meters. It's improved by 60%. The point accumulation hasn't stopped. Evolution points minus 3,000. Ice Blade, A. Intermediate. Ice Blade, A. Advanced. Evolution points minus 3,000. Frozen Shield, A. Intermediate. Frozen Shield, A. Advanced. Both of these are A-level skills, and the improvement from intermediate proficiency to advanced proficiency is about 80% to 90%. Then, evolution points minus 4,800. Ice Blast S. Intermediate. Ice Blast S. Advanced. Previously, this ice explosion technique was a powerful move that Lu Yuan could only unleash once, even after exhausting all his internal energy. With the increase in the body's energy capacity and the learning of the more powerful SS rank skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, what was once a powerful move has been transformed into a simple move. Although it's a minor trick, Lu Yuan can still use it now. After fully absorbing the memories, Lu Yuan discovered that, as expected of an S-rank skill, the proficiency level is only one level lower, yet it has increased by a whopping 120%. Terrifying. Finally, Lu Yuan also allocated skill points to his current highest damage skill, the SS level Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. After officially breaking through to the lower third tier of cultivation and increasing the level of his body tempering technique, Lu Yuan's ice-type elemental energy capacity increased significantly. It is still possible to unleash the full power of the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array at the intermediate proficiency level. Evolution points minus 2,600. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array SS. Beginner. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array SS. Intermediate. Even just breaking through from beginner to intermediate proficiency with an SS level skill can result in a 70% improvement, which is quite impressive. At this moment, Lu Yuan's attributes had reached an extremely terrifying level. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 4,800. Special ability: Ice Crown S. Realm level: lower third tier. Mental energy: 824 Hz. Chi and blood: 2051 calories. Skills: Marksmanship, Master. Melee combat, Intermediate. Ice Shard Ring, D. Advanced. Ice Flash, B. Advanced. Ice Blade, A. Advanced. Frozen Shield, A. Advanced. Ice Blast, S. Advanced. Detective Skill, S. Advanced. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Intermediate. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S. Third level. Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 1 high rank / Tier 4 high rank. With this screen right now, I really don't know how the other teams in the top 4 universities' freshman competition are supposed to deal with it. Lu Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. After his brain had absorbed the memories several times, Lu Yuan also felt deeply exhausted. So he lay down on the big bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When Lu Yuan finally woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. As soon as they got up, Lu Yuan almost reflexively pulled out his phone from beside his pillow. I checked the time, 7:49. There was also a message from his teacher, Qin Tianlong, in which the principal asked Lu Yuan to go to the principal's office before 9 o'clock, and Qin Tianlong was relaying the message on his behalf. There's still plenty of time. We have over an hour left. As Lu Yuan headed to the nearest cafeteria for lunch, several people he knew arrived one after another. Fang Shi, who came to challenge me before, Wang Zhe, my opponent in the freshman competition, and Jiang Xingyu, whom I met in the underground world this time. Upon spotting Lu Yuan at a table in the corner of the cafeteria, they all took the initiative to sit down. As the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. After a few words, they gradually became familiar with each other. The group even imitated Fang Shi's way of addressing him, calling him Brother XX and Brother XX at the same time. Soon, a so-called 4-person sworn brotherhood in the cafeteria emerged. It can be described as extremely abstract. Then, 2 graceful young women walked into the cafeteria, attracting the attention of a large group of male students, making their breakfasts lose their appeal. A young girl, the kind of pretty girl who's just average. The other girl was stunningly beautiful with a great figure and long legs, making it impossible for many teenage boys to take their eyes off her. These 2 girls were none other than Xia Qingyin and her best friend Wang Yuzhu, who were about to head to the principal's office. Feeling the intense gazes of many people, she shook her head slightly, sighing inwardly. Sigh. Being too beautiful isn't always a good thing. After buying breakfast, Xia Qingyin noticed Lu Yuan and his group. Her almond-shaped eyes lit up, so she took Wang Yuzhu with her and walked over. "Hello, may I sit here?" Xia Qingyin asked. Yes. Of course you can." The group answered in unison. After a brief conversation, it was discovered that they were all to be called to the principal's office. It's not hard to deduce that Xia Qingyin, who is now here, will also be called to the principal's office. There was a large gap between Wang Zhe and Lu Yuan, big enough for two people to sit comfortably, so Xia Qingyin took the opportunity to sit down. As for Wang Yuzhu, she thought about it for a moment and decided to sit across from him. After breakfast, the group went to the principal's office together, while Wang Yuzhu went to the teaching building. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yuan, who was in the lead, knocked on the door of the principal's office. "Come in." Principal Song Li Yuan's loud voice pierced through the gate and clearly reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing the principal's response, Lu Yuan opened the door, and the group went inside one after another. "Is it now common for you guys to come in groups?" Unlike his usual dignified demeanor, Song Li Yuan smiled this time. He then said, "Do you know why I called the five of you here?" Without hesitation, Lu Yuan replied, "You've come to talk to us about the freshman competition teams from the 4 prestigious universities, right?" The 5 people who were called in happened to be the top 5 in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. No matter how you look at it, this can only be the reason. Good. Song Li Yuan nodded and continued, "The 4 famous universities' freshman competition is coming soon. You should all have cultivated enough. Now it's time to form teams and conduct special training between teams. As for who the captain is, that's up to the 5 of you to decide. I won't interfere." As soon as Song Li Yuan finished speaking, the other 4 people, except for Lu Yuan, pointed at Lu Yuan, indicating that Lu Yuan should be the team leader. "The captain has made his decision, Lu Yuan. You will be in charge of developing the team's combat tactics. Here is the training plan for the team's previous training sessions. You can refer to it." Song Li Yuan immediately added Lu Yuan on QQ and then forwarded him a document. "Yes, Principal Song." Lu Yuan's eyes were firm. Chapter 109 Virtual Reality Training. Next, Song Li Yuan gave some instructions and said that Lu Yuan and the other 4 could go directly to the venue of the 4 famous universities' freshman competition for training. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, keeping this in mind. After leaving the principal's office, the group arrived at the venue for the competition of freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities. This is a huge hall. Here, in front, behind, left, and right, are 5 chairs that can enter the virtual world. This corresponds exactly to the number of team members in each team participating in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. Above the center of these 20 seats is a rectangular display screen facing 4 directions, presumably for spectators. Next to it were rows of seats, from low to high, presumably for audience members to sit down. According to Song Li Yuan's words, Lu Yuan learned that all permissions for these seats had been granted. Unlike the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, it's no longer a temporary identity, but your true identity. That is, a registration system. After registering, you can even add other people as friends and be in the same space as them. "Let's get in first," Lu Yuan suggested. "Good." The group said in unison, then found a seat and sat down. On the screen that appears, there is a 5-star red flag, a star-spangled flag, a 12-star flag, a 6-star Union Jack, and a dark green flag. They represent the 5 major superpowers currently on Earth. After all, this virtual reality was jointly developed by 5 superpowers. Welcome to virtual reality. Scanning you. As expected, unlike the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, users' identities also need to be scanned. Identity confirmed. Lu Yuan, country of origin, Great Xia Kingdom, ID number. After his identity was successfully confirmed, Lu Yuan's conscious body appeared in a space. Xia Qingyin has sent you a friend request. Wang Zhe has sent you a friend request. While Lu Yuan was still figuring out how to bring the others into the same space, he saw friend requests from the other 4 people appear before him. It's important to know that Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, Feng Shi, and Jiang Xingyu all come from wealthy families. They already have a virtual reality chair installed in their homes and have entered virtual reality countless times. Naturally, they know a great deal about things within virtual reality. Upon receiving the friend requests from several people, Lu Yuan naturally chose to accept them. After becoming friends, Xia Qingyin requests access to your space. Wang Zhe requests access to your space. Several more people sent requests in succession. After he agreed, the figures of the group appeared before Lu Yuan. They had already changed into their battle suits in their own space beforehand. "Brother Lu Yuan, tell me, how should we train?" Feng Shi said this as he raised his fists and clashed them together. "No rush. The most important thing in the team is the formation. Let's set up the formation first. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Immediately, a piece of paper and a pen appeared in Lu Yuan's hand. Now that we're on the same team, let's all reveal our abilities. There's nothing to hide. Knowing each other's strengths will make it easier to cooperate and also make it easier for me to make decisions. Lu Yuan said solemnly. I'll go first. I've awakened the S-rank Earth-type ability Vajra Profound Earth at the lower level of the second tier. I'm good with a large sword, and my abilities lean towards defense. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Feng Shi took the lead in introducing himself. I have awakened the S-class ability Storm Eye, which is at the lower level of the second tier. I am good at using a long sword, and my ability is biased towards speed. Wang Zhe pushed up his glasses and smiled faintly. As Wang Zhe spoke, one of his pupils turned light green. And me? I awakened the S-class ability Bone-Corroding Toxin at the lower level of the second tier. I am skilled with daggers, and my abilities lean towards sneak attacks. No, thrusting. Next up is Jiang Xingyu. I awakened the S-rank Grass-type ability Natural Spirit at the lower level of the second tier. My weapon is a long sword, but a staff will also work. My abilities are more supportive. Finally, it was Xia Qingyin's turn, who introduced herself in a very open and generous manner. In fact, Xia Qingyin also has offensive skills, but compared with the 3 people who have been introduced so far, her output ability is not outstanding, but her support ability is much stronger than these 3. So he simply said that his abilities were more support-oriented. What I awakened is the S-rank Ice-type Ice Crown, the lower level of the 3rd tier. I am good at using a spear, and my abilities, well, are quite balanced, or rather, all around. Since we're all teammates now, there's no need to hide anything. Moreover, Lu Yuan was never one to hide his strength. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, as if he were talking about something trivial. But the others were deeply shocked. The lower level of the 3rd tier is already a whole tier higher than them. During the freshman competition, he was only a 2nd-tier lower-level student. Xia Qingyin, in particular, had a glint of wonder in her almond-shaped eyes. Little did she know that when Lu Yuan first came to the school, he was just an awakened one, not even a superpowered one. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan is now far ahead. Only Jiang Xingyu showed a smile of expectation. After all, he knew that Lu Yuan could kill a 3rd-tier high-level ferocious beast single-handedly. Captain Lu Yuan, with you here, wouldn't we just sweep the opponent aside? What's the point of training then? Jiang Xingyu said with a smile. Lu Yuan didn't speak, but only glanced at Jiang Xingyu. I was just joking, Jiang Xingyu shuddered and chuckled. While the others were introducing themselves, Lu Yuan was already scribbling and drawing on a piece of paper. Now, as Lu Yuan presented the contents of the paper, he said, since it's a team competition, there will definitely be team battles. The team formation I've arranged is as follows. The formation arrangement is not static, and Lu Yuan immediately proposed 3 different formations, including attack methods. This is only theoretical. We still need to make judgments based on actual circumstances. All right, let's begin training now. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, then waved his hand. Driven by spiritual power. The next moment, 5 ferocious beasts instantly appeared before them. A speed-oriented gale wolf, a shadow bat with extremely strong ambush capabilities, an armored rhinoceros with terrifying damage resistance, and a mutated female baboon whose roar can enhance the fighting spirit of other ferocious beasts and interfere with their abilities. There was also a blazing tiger at the very center of the entire ferocious beast formation. Of course, in order to achieve the desired training effect, Lu Yuan did not use the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Apart from that, he didn't hold back much. The arena is large enough that after one wave of ferocious beasts is killed, another wave will spawn. Therefore, the training and teamwork among the group was quite thorough. Chapter 110 SS Level Skill Book, Frost Spear Combo. A morning passed. The first day of training has come to a simple conclusion. Can we train from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. from now on? Lu Yuan inquired. Yes. Brother Lu Yuan, I'll do whatever you say. The group nodded in agreement. After training ended, the group regained their senses and took off their helmets. Then, the group left the hall. By the way, Lu Yuan, I made a few croissants this morning that I can't finish. They're still in my dorm. Do you want some? After leaving the hall, Xia Qingyin approached Lu Yuan and said something. Oh, is that all right? Thank you so much. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude. It has to be said that the snacks Xia Qingyin usually makes are surprisingly to Lu Yuan's liking. But even though it was delicious, Lu Yuan was too embarrassed to ask directly. Xia Qingyin seemed to know that Lu Yuan liked to eat and was always happy to share some with him. For someone who frequently cooks, Receiving recognition from others is an immense encouragement. It will also bring joy. Upon seeing this, Wang Zhe rested his chin on his hands, his expression thoughtful. I thought of that scene from the freshman competition again. Soon, Wang Zhe revealed a smile that showed he had everything under control. He blinked frantically at Jiang Xingyu beside him. Jiang Xingyu instantly understood and gave him a knowing smile. You too? Why are you blinking so much? Are you sick? You were perfectly fine just now. Unfortunately, the honest and simple-minded Feng Shi failed to connect with their thought processes. Well, Jiang Xingyu sighed, indicating that Feng Shi was incorrigible. Well, Xingyu and I have sick companion beasts, so we'll be leaving now. Wang Zhe spoke rapidly, seemingly in a great hurry. Yes, my Kaka is feeling down and hasn't been eating lately. I need to go see it. Kaka is a scorpion, Jiang Xingyu's companion animal. Jiang Xingyu also pretended to be very anxious, speaking at an equally rapid pace. Before they could finish speaking, the two immediately fled. During this time, Feng Shi racked his brains and finally figured something out. He followed the two of them and left. Coming to her senses, Xia Qingyin realized that there were originally 5 people when they came out, but now only she and Lu Yuan were left. So she blinked and couldn't help but ask curiously, Huh? Where did they go? They all had something to do, so they left first. Lu Yuan said calmly. Guh. Just then, Xia Qingyin's stomach rumbled. Lu Yuan Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, feeling extremely embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Are you hungry? Lu Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. It's not like others can control such things. Then, he took out a packaged compressed biscuit from his spatial ring and handed it to Xia Qingyin. Having recovered from her awkwardness, Xia Qingyin initially intended to take out food from her spatial ring. Seeing Lu Yuan hand her the compressed biscuits, she took them and whispered, Thank you. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. This afternoon, Lu Yuan went to his teacher Qin Tianlong's residence. When Lu Yuan first broke through to the master level of marksmanship, he envied the skills that his teacher Qin Tianlong said could only be learned with a master level of marksmanship or above. This skill is at the same level as his extreme ice illusion killing array, also SS level. Just as Lu Yuan was about to arrive, a familiar figure appeared before him. It turned out to be his senior brother, Hu Dahai. At this moment, he had just walked out of teacher Qin Tianlong's residence, skipping and hopping, his face still beaming with undisguised joy. Senior brother Hu, good afternoon. What's making you so happy? Seeing Hu Dahai's expression, Lu Yuan greeted him and asked a question. Haha, my skill Icebreaker has finally broken through to the advanced proficiency level. My mentor has already taught me Ice Blast. Hu Dahai was overjoyed and laughed heartily. After offering a few words of congratulations, Lu Yuan entered Qin Tianlong's residence. Lu Yuan, what brings you here to see your master this time? Sitting on the sofa, Qin Tianlong asked with great interest. At the same time, he also brewed himself a pot of tea. Teacher, my marksmanship has reached the master level. You said before that once my marksmanship reaches the master level, you would give me an SS level skill book to learn. So could you? Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, revealing an expectant expression. Oh, you broke through so quickly? Show me a few moves. Next, Lu Yuan and Qin Tianlong went to the backyard of the house. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yuan raised his Cold River sky-splitting spear and displayed his spear technique. His marksmanship was exceptionally sharp, and his killing intent was rising. In just 1 second, Lu Yuan thrust out 5 shots in succession. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is indeed master-level marksmanship. Qin Tianlong said good 3 times in a row, expressing his appreciation for Lu Yuan. Then the teacher? Lu Yuan's pupils widened slightly. Come with me. Qin Tianlong didn't keep Lu Yuan in suspense any longer and led him to the door of his bedroom. Half a minute later, Qin Tianlong came out of the bedroom and handed the agreed-upon skill book to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked closely. For large, gleaming golden characters were written on the thick skill book. Frosty Spears strike repeatedly. Frost Spear Combo, SS level skill. After use, you enter a special state where the damage dealt by the spear is increased, and the more combos you perform, the greater the increase. Then, at Qin Tianlong's prompting, Lu Yuan turned to the next page. It can also materialize the ice-type elemental energy within the body into an enhanced version of the ice spear and fire it. The first 2 pages of the skill book clearly summarize its effects. To materialize the ice-type elemental energy within the body into an enhanced version of the ice spear. Lu Yuan blinked. This seems to be a superior alternative to his skill, Ice Blade. But upon closer reflection, it doesn't seem so. Although the power is much weaker, at least the ice blade has a longer attack range than the ice spear. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan didn't forget to express his gratitude. You're welcome, you deserve it. Qin Tianlong waved his hand. Lu Yuan seems to have already reached the 3rd tier. After Lu Yuan left, Qin Tianlong murmured to himself. He was indeed shocked by Lu Yuan's extraordinary speed of advancement. But then again, this is his disciple Lu Yuan, a truly miraculous existence. It seems much more reasonable now. Moreover, they are all my disciples, so the stronger the better. Chapter 111 Know Yourself and Your Enemy. Tonight, Lu Yuan did not go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for training. He remained in his bedroom, with his laptop on his desk. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although Lu Yuan believed that with his lower-level 3rd-tier cultivation, no one could be his match. But being cautious is always a good thing. At this moment, Lu Yuan was thinking about checking the information of potential participants in the freshman competitions of the other 3 prestigious universities. Although this kind of thing certainly won't be published on the school's official website. But many students will inevitably record the exciting moments on the field and post them online. Platforms like Douyin and Dahongshu have a lot of pictures and videos about the freshman competitions of the other 3 prestigious universities. The most popular ones even have over 100,000 likes. Students who perform exceptionally well typically participate in the freshman competitions of the 4 top universities. This world doesn't let you play dumb to get ahead. The stronger you are, the more resources you'll receive. After all, participating in the freshman competitions of the 4 top universities doesn't require you to put in any effort. However, the 5 team members who won first place in the competition will not only restore the school's reputation, but will also have a subtle but undeniable influence on the next year's student recruitment. They will also receive a reward jointly prepared by these 4 prestigious universities. This is a tradition every year, and it's the same every year. Da-da-da. As Lu Yuan clicked his mouse, he browsed through one video after another. More than an hour later, Lu Yuan wrote down the names of these people on the paper. Tang Hai, Lin Tongtong, and Li Ji. Based on videos from various platforms, these individuals are the strongest freshmen from the other 3 prestigious universities. Judging from the video, Tang Hai, from Beijing North University of Supernatural Abilities, Awaken Grass-type Supernatural Ability, whose outstanding ability lies in control. Incidentally, Lu Yuan also discovered that someone in the comments section revealed that Tang Hai was the son of Tang Shan, the master. He awakened the S-level superpower Purple Gold Grass, which is a level higher than his father's A-level superpower Blue Gold Grass. Many people say that Tang Shen has given birth to a good son. This viewpoint reached its peak after Tang Hai won first place in the freshman competition of Jingbei Superpower University. It was truly a magnificent sight. Lin Tongtong from Tianchuan University of Supernatural Abilities. She has awakened a rare mental supernatural ability, which allows her to control objects remotely. In the video, Lin Tongtong easily defeated her opponent by knocking down their weapon with her extremely powerful mental strength when the opponent was slightly off guard. Li Ji, from the Shanghai University of Superpowers, awakened to an S+ level combat-type superpower, the Dragon Soul Body. Li Ji's fighting style can be described as extremely fierce. Judging from the video, the weapon used was actually a boxing glove, and the punches were incredibly powerful and realistic. There have even been instances where a single punch broke a large sword made of D-grade alloy. These are the people we need to be wary of. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Fight. Just then, the dormitory doorbell rang. Master, someone has rung the doorbell. Xiaoya's voice rang out as the dormitory smart management assistant. Who came looking for me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Then, after going down the spiral staircase to the first floor, I opened the door and saw a pretty figure standing in front of the dormitory. Her hair was still damp, with a few soft strands clinging to her neck, carrying a faint scent of her post-shower fragrance. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower not long ago. The cool moonlight cast down, giving Xia Qingyin a hazy, ethereal beauty. For a moment, even Lu Yuan was stunned. Lu Yuan, come and try these egg tarts. Xia Qingyin noticed this, but she didn't expose it. With a smile on her face, she handed over the egg tarts she had just baked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. He realized that Xia Qingyin seemed to be sharing the food she made with him frequently lately, but he didn't dislike it. Good. Lu Yuan accepted the egg tarts. Click. Pick up one of the egg tarts and bring it to your mouth. The moment your teeth touch the flaky crust, the thin, crisp layers melt instantly on your tongue, and the aroma of butter fills your nostrils. The filling, with its sweet and creamy custard, offers just the right amount of warmth, neither too greasy nor too hot. Only the crispness of the pastry and the tenderness of the filling remain, intertwining in the mouth. It's delicious. Lu Yuan spoke the truth. Hee, as long as you like it. Xia Qingyin chuckled, her smile as bright as the spring sunshine. Then, as she was about to leave, she said with concern, Lu Yuan, we have training tomorrow, so you should get some rest. Okay, you should get some rest too. Lu Yuan responded. Even Xia Qingyin herself didn't realize that she seemed to be caring more and more about Lu Yuan. The next day, the group arrived at the original hall ahead of time. Wow, everyone's here pretty enthusiastically. Lu Yuan greeted him. Thank goodness, I just arrived. Wang Zhe pushed up his glasses and spoke in his usual style. Good morning, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin greeted her. The remaining Feng Shi and Jiang Xingyu also greeted Lu Yuan in their own ways. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, beckoned everyone to come closer. The group did as instructed. Next, Lu Yuan took the marked paper from his pocket and unfolded it completely. It was presented to everyone. Brother Lu Yuan, this is... Jiang Xingyu's expression was still somewhat bewildered. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Captain, you really think the same way I do. Wang Zhe's right pupil changed from black to light green, and at the same time, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. What was recorded was almost identical to what Lu Yuan had written. Ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Yuan and Wang Zhe exchanged a smile. It felt like meeting a kindred spirit. Then, Lu Yuan's smile faded, and he analyzed the situation with great seriousness. Tang Hai's abilities lean towards control, and he's a grass type. Feng Shi, be careful not to get controlled. Among the group, Feng Shi had the worst agility, and his grass type ability was also effective against earth type. Brother Lu Yuan, I understand. Feng Shi nodded, indicating that he understood. Lin Tongtong is a psychic ability user. Everyone, focus your attention and be careful of your weapons. Don't laugh, I'm talking to you, Jiang Xingyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu withdrew the frivolous smile from his face and scratched his head. Li Ji has awakened an S+ level combat type ability, making him extremely strong in close combat. We don't need to confront him head-on. We can take care of his teammates first. Yes. The group agreed and nodded in agreement. All right, that concludes the theoretical analysis. Now, let's enter virtual reality and begin today's training. Lu Yuan said. Then, the group lay down on their seats, their consciousness gradually sinking into virtual reality. Chapter 112, the freshman competition of the 4 famous universities, is coming. 1 day, 2 days. Days passed by one after another. In the morning, I trained with the other 4 people, and in the afternoon and evening, I practiced at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Time passed very quickly. Soon it was more than a week later, which was the day when the freshman competition of the 4 famous universities would begin. A few days ago, Shenzhen Superpower University had already hung up all sorts of banners and cleaned up the venue. The shrubs were trimmed into neat squares, indistinguishable from cuboids. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept clean. Every detail was done very well. After all, this year's competition is being held at Shenzhen Superpower University, which is a matter of great importance to the school's image, and there can be no slackening in the slightest. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin, and the others wore confident smiles. The day they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The path of cultivation is so long, it's more interesting with more opponents. On this day, not only the 5 participants were looking forward to it, but the rest of the students were also looking forward to it. Because, during the period when the freshman competitions of the 4 prestigious universities are underway, the whole school is on holiday. Want to witness the glory of the top geniuses among the freshmen nationwide? Want to cultivate independently and overtake others? Want to stay in the dormitory and sleep until the sun sets? No one will care about you. Of course, the vast majority of students will still choose to admire the brilliance of the top geniuses among the new students nationwide. Watching a match earns you 0.02 credits, but another reason is curiosity and admiration for the strong. According to Lu Yuan's understanding, the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities is simply a contest between people with superpowers and does not require the participation of companion beasts. However, Lu Yuan wouldn't be so cruel as to leave Xiao Bing in the underground world to continue hunting ferocious beasts at this critical juncture. As a contestant myself, getting Xiao Ice to sit in the spectator seats would be very easy. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and the control panel was immediately brought up. Mental strength, 854 Hz. Qi and blood, 2,171 calories. During this period, Lu Yuan used several bottles of second-tier frozen yuan-gathering liquid to the maximum extent his body could withstand. The attributes naturally also increased to some extent. As for the skill called Frost Spear Combo, Lu Yuan hadn't even mastered it yet. Around 8:30 in the morning, several unfamiliar cars drove into Shenzhen University of Superpowers, followed by several buses. But the security guards let them through without any problem. Because these cars and buses were filled with teachers, contestants, and spectators from the other 3 prestigious universities. Afterwards, these people followed a designated guide to the central playground. On the central playground, 4 types of seats are neatly arranged, and behind each seat is a label indicating the corresponding school, making it easy to see clearly. They took their seats. There's a big event to be held before the official competition begins. It's similar to a school opening ceremony. It's just going through the motions. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Xingyu became restless, turning around and scanning his surroundings. On the far left is the team from Jingbei Supernatural Abilities University, consisting of 3 men and 2 women. One of the women has quite fair skin, but unfortunately, she's a bit overweight. On the left is the team from Shanghai University of Superpowers, for men and 1 woman. Is that girl's muscles really that muscular? Seeing this, Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but shake his head. The only girl in the Shanghai Superpower University team displayed a muscular physique that ranked second among the 5 members, only behind the team leader, Li Ji. On the right is the team from Tianchuan Superpower University, 2 men and 3 women. A tall, mature woman, she definitely looked good in black stockings, and a little girl with twin ponytails, not bad, not bad, they're all my type he. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xingyu revealed a slightly lewd smile. That's right, this guy is looking at a pretty girl. Xingyu, what are you looking at? Wang Zhe approached with a beaming smile. No, I didn't see anything. Jiang Xingyu chose to play dumb and refused to admit it. Just a friendly reminder, they're from Tianchuan Superpower University. After saying that, Wang Zhe turned his head back. Tianchuan University of Extraordinary Power. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon realizing this, Jiang Xingyu shuddered in fright, and a look of regret appeared in his pupils. He sighed several times. A few minutes later, I realized that they were just students at Tianchuan Superpower University, which didn't mean they were from Tianchuan Province. Brother Wang Zhe, you still want to mislead me. Jiang Xingyu smiled. That smile is one that sees through everything. The conference is still ongoing. Among them, the person in charge of this year's competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities gave a speech. The competition lasts for 4 days. As for the specific arrangements, the person in charge kept it a secret, saying that it would be revealed tomorrow. After all, the contestants from other schools have traveled a long way to get here, so they definitely need a day to rest. Tomorrow is when the real battle begins. Then the issue of safety was emphasized. It didn't take long. Next, the team leader went on stage to speak. Lu Yuan, Tang Hai, Li Ji, Lin Tongtong. 4 people went on stage. The words were brief. Yet, their words revealed an unwavering confidence, full of vigor and high spirits. Finally, Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University, announced the end of the conference. Chapter 113 4-day competition schedule. After the conference, everyone should go back and rest for a day to recharge their energy. Lu Yuan. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, a voice rang in his ear. He doesn't come here with good intentions. This was Lu Yuan's first thought. Then he turned his head away. 3 men and 2 women walked towards them, and the one in the lead was none other than Tang Hai, the captain of the Jingbei Superpower University team. At this moment, he had a mocking smile on his face. Lu Yuan, do your best tomorrow and don't let me down. Tang Hai's lips curled up, his smile lingering for a long time, tinged with contempt, making him look incredibly irritating. Everyone's personality is different. That's just his personality, perhaps closely related to his father's upbringing. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. I will make you despair. As the saying goes, courtesy should be reciprocated. The opposite is also true. Since Tang Hai had already jumped right up to him with those harsh words, Lu Yuan naturally chose to respond in the same way. Really? We'll find out tomorrow, ha ha. Tang Hai waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. He then left with his team. Captain, Tang Hai seems really arrogant. Didn't he awaken a grass type? He's countered by Lu Yuan's ice type, yet he's still acting so cocky. Beside her, a petite little girl spoke to Lin Tongtong, who was the team leader. Never mind him, just wait and see the show tomorrow. Lin Tongtong waved her hand, her face showing a look of someone watching the drama unfold. Captain, Tang Hai definitely knows you're an ice type, yet he still dares to be so arrogant? At this moment, Jiang Xingyu came over and asked with a puzzled look on his face. He's using such an obvious provocation tactic. So confident. Does he have some kind of trump card? Wang Zhe fell into deep thought. Lu Yuan shrugged, looking nonchalant, and said, "Isn't it normal to have a trump card? These days, who doesn't have some hidden cards up their sleeve? We can deal with whatever comes our way." "That's true." Jiang Xingyu rested his chin on his hand and murmured softly. He immediately smiled. Others may not know, but everyone in their team knows. "Captain, you're now at the lower third tier, so your spirit and blood attributes must be incredibly powerful. With the captain there. Now, Jiang Xingyu's only expectation is that after the captain demonstrates his strength, Tang Hai will be utterly astonished." The next day, an hour before the first battle, the seats from the third row onwards were already packed. The first row of seats was occupied by the principal and the mentors of the contestants from the 4 prestigious universities. Examples include Lu Yuan's teacher Qin Tianlong and Xia Qingyin's Aunt Xiaowan. The second row of seats is where the contestants can specify their preferred location. Lu Yuan's companion beast Xiao Bing, Xia Qingyin's companion beast Xiaolan, and others are all sitting here. Snake, dragon, eagle, bear, scorpion. 5 companion beasts sat together, chatting away happily. Wow, what an adorable companion animal. The sight of them chatting made the girl sitting behind them's eyes light up. Every time a team walked in from outside, it would elicit a loud cheer from the audience. Kyoto University, you're the best. Kyoto University, you're the strongest. Shenzhen University, go Shenzhen University. You will win. It's like whoever shouts the loudest wins the final championship. The audiences from each school gave it their all and competed fiercely. The shouts rose one after another, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. However, since this is Shenzhen Superpower University, the majority of the audience are naturally students from the university. Therefore, judging from the shouts, Shenzhen Superpower University ultimately emerged victorious. Wow, I heard this time it's 4 days, 1 day longer than usual. This is even better. Didn't you hear me when I was acting as an audience member at the conference yesterday? Wait a minute. Is that the beautiful girl walking over there, Senior Jiang? The 2 boys were chatting. Her exceptionally beautiful silver-white hair was simply too eye-catching. Just as a boy was about to answer, he noticed Jiang Xianran walking towards him from a distance, her figure swaying gracefully. Don't dream about it. Senior Jiang didn't come the past 2 years. Wait, it really is Senior Jiang. The other boy initially didn't believe it, but then glanced at it casually and his pupils widened. Oh my, if I could get together with Senior Jiang, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. What? Don't be so greedy. You want all the good things, huh? What else is there to say? Draw your sword, brother. Gradually, many people noticed Jiang Xuanran's arrival, which sparked another round of discussion. That's perfectly normal. Jiang Xianran is indeed the most famous student at Shenzhen Superpower University. Jiang Xianran was already used to this. Her expression remained calm and composed as she sat down in the second row. The winners from the year before last and last year weren't very good. She's nowhere near as good as she used to be. Instead of just watching, why not go to the Thunder Ability Hall and undergo the tempering of thunder to cultivate yourself? Lu Yuan, however, had piqued her interest with his extraordinary performance. Therefore, she was allowed to come to the audience to watch the game for the first time ever. Capable of killing a Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast. Junior brother Lu Yuan, I'd like to see if you're really as strong as my cousin says. A glimmer of light flickered in Jiang Xuanran's blue-purple pupils. Good morning, fellow contestants, mentors, and students watching the competition. Welcome everyone to the 2052 freshman competition of the 4 top universities. I am Xiang Jun, the person in charge. The competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities will last for 4 days. The person in charge of this competition appeared before everyone, standing on a floating platform. With a wave of his hand, images instantly appeared on the 4 screens above. It drew everyone's attention. On the first and second days, 2 matches will be randomly selected, and the losers will enter the losers bracket. On the first day, there will be 1 match in the morning and 1 match in the afternoon. On the second day, the losers will compete to advance, and those who lose in the losers bracket will be eliminated. On the third day, the 3 teams will simultaneously face the ferocious beasts coming from the virtual reality, and the top 2 teams will advance. On the fourth day, the last 2 teams will face off. In addition, each match consists of 5 1-on-1 matches plus 1 team match. A 1-on-1 win is worth 1 point, and a team win is worth 2.5 points. The team with the highest total score after 6 matches wins the match. The schedule for the 4 days of the competition was presented in great detail on the display screen. I think the new edition of Battling Ferocious Beasts this year is a particularly good feature. Actually, having one more day would be pretty good. Seeing this, many students watching the game couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Chapter 114 Shanghai Superpower University versus Tianquan Superpower University. Now, a representative from each of the 4 prestigious universities, who are sitting in the first row of the audience, will come to the stage to draw lots. Xiangjun said. The spatial ring on his finger flashed with light. The next moment, 4 entries that looked exactly the same appeared in Xiangjun's hand. Incidentally, these 4 slips of paper are special mental energy shielding papers, made of many special materials, and are quite expensive. Similarly, it is also very feature-rich. It can be freely assembled, and you can use your mental energy to write on it. But its most crucial function is to shield against the perception of external spiritual forces. This way, the mentors on stage won't be able to use their mental powers to perceive it. Lu Yuan is the team leader, so it would be more reasonable for you, Instructor Qin, to go instead. Song Li Yuan, who was sitting next to Qin Tianlong, said. Yeah. Since the principal said so, the other mentors echoed his sentiments. Upon hearing this, a warm feeling welled up in Qin Tianlong's heart. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, let alone whether it would be his turn to draw, he wouldn't even need to come and watch, since he doesn't have any of his students. Sure enough, my judgment was absolutely right. This student was well worth it, extremely well worth it. Captain, which opponent do you think Instructor Qin will draw for us? Jiang Xingyu asked with a smile. I don't know, and I don't care. Lu Yuan's expression remained calm and composed. Lu Yuan, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? And you don't even care. You'd better pray you don't run into our Jingbei Superpower University. Tang Hai stood to the side with his arms crossed over his chest, a slight smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, the others not only showed no signs of being provoked, but also looked at him as if he were a clown. Lu Yuan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything, making no move whatsoever, his expression remaining completely unchanged, his main strategy being to ignore it. Although she didn't look at him, Tang Hai felt that this indifference was far more serious than looking at a clown. Lu Yuan, do you think that just because you're an ice type and can kill a 3rd-tier lower-level flame tiger, you've got victory in the bag? Tang Hai did not say those words aloud. Instead, he chuckled. He had prepared a trump card that would leave Lu Yuan with no way to defend himself. Then we'll see how you manage to laugh. While the 2 sides were talking, the mentors sent by each school went on stage and drew lots from Xiangjun's hands. After drawing their slips of paper, the group unfolded them and displayed them openly in front of the camera. The camera synchronizes the footage to the display screen above, allowing everyone present to see the results clearly. The slips of paper that show 1 are Shanghai Superpower University and Tianquan Superpower University. The 2 universities with 2 on the slip of paper are Shenzhen Superpower University and Beijing Superpower University. The meaning is self-evident. Good. Xiangjun waved his hand. The corresponding changes then occurred on the display screen. Morning of Day 1, Shanghai Superpower University versus Tianquan Superpower University. Afternoon of Day 1, Shenzhen Superpower University versus Beijing Superpower University. Mentors, please return to your seats. The competition is about to begin. Xiangjun said something. We've actually run into each other. Lu Yuan, just you wait and see. Tang Hai gave a disdainful laugh. On the other side, Jiang Xingyu and Fang Shi high-fived in celebration. Xia Qingyin's brows relaxed, and a smile returned to her face. Ever since Tang Hai pressed his face against Lu Yuan and uttered those harsh words, she had been clenching her fists tightly, extremely displeased. Now, by some stroke of luck, the 2 sides have met. Now that's great. I can finally teach them a lesson in terms of strength. Strength is the best way to shut people up. Now, please have the teams from Magic University and Sichuan University come forward. After Xiangjun finished speaking, members of both schools stepped forward. The 10 members of the Shenzhen University and Peking University teams sat on the benches in place. They were also staring intently at the screen. In particular, Lu Yuan, in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, tried to find the weaknesses that both sides might reveal while watching the battle. Battle is about to break out. First, there's the singles battle. Both sides need to select their players without knowing the other side's selections. Furthermore, regardless of whether a player wins or loses, they will no longer be able to participate in individual battles. Therefore, this also introduces a great deal of unpredictability into the battle. This also made the audience watching from the sidelines even more entertained. Unfortunately, the two captains did not face off as captains. The audience from both schools was greatly disappointed and let out a deep sigh. 5 singles matches. The current score is 3-2. The Shanghai Superpower University has a slight advantage. But actually, whether it's 3-2 or 2-3, it doesn't matter. The difference of 1 point has no impact whatsoever. As long as we win the final team battle, we will definitely be the victors. Unless it's a 1-4 score, even winning the team match wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. Li Ji's personal qualities are too strong, and his will is firm. My mental strength can't have much effect on him. Let's attack his teammates first and leave him to the end. In the Tianquan Superpower University team, Lin Tongtong, as the team leader, spoke to the others. The group agreed and nodded in agreement. On the other side, Li Ji simply had all his teammates stand behind him. Team battle begins. Seeing this, some students who had been playing on their phones looked up again. After all, this was much more interesting to watch than a one-on-one game. Behold my fireball. Lightning, strike me down. After a brief period of probing, the two sides began a more intense battle. Dragon Soul Body. Li Ji murmured a sentence. This is Li Ji's full release of his supernatural abilities. The next moment, everyone present seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Even off the field, many of the weaker students were trembling uncontrollably. Looking around, several small golden dragon phantoms were drifting erratically around Li Ji. Rising Dragon Fist. Li Ji spotted someone, strode up to them, and threw a punch. The next moment, a phantom image of a small red dragon appeared behind the man. Bang! The man was instantly sent flying, collapsing to the ground, spitting out blood, and barely alive. Meanwhile, a student from a superpowered university in Shanghai was also ambushed and killed. After a fierce struggle, only Li Ji, Lin Tongtong, and the little girl remained. But judging from Li Ji's expression, he didn't seem to have used all his strength yet. In contrast, Lin Tongtong was panting heavily. Finally, Li Ji stood on the stage, breathing evenly, with a few drops of sweat dripping from his forehead. S+ level superpowers are indeed terrifying. They are not afraid of 2 opponents at once. The team victory signifies a triumphant start for the Shanghai Superpower University. Li Ji's body tempering technique looks like it's already at the 3rd level. He's definitely a worthy opponent. A glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he silently thought to himself. Chapter 115. The bet between my former roommates. The morning's matches have come to an end. There was a huge roar of screams and applause from the audience. Many girls have hearts practically overflowing from their pupils. The vast majority of them were dedicated to Li Ji, the captain of the Shanghai Superpower University. He looks tall and strong, with a body full of muscles. However, he was not sluggish at all. On the contrary, his movements were as agile as a serpent. In the end, he fought 2 against 1, and all he got was a slightly dirty hem. The consciousness of these 10 people returned from virtual reality. Captain, he's too strong. The little girl in the Tianquan Superpower University team exclaimed in amazement. Yeah, I've been completely defeated. Sigh, let's pray we win in the loser's bracket tomorrow. Lin Tongtong nodded, then sighed. Among them was another team member. Although he didn't speak, his slightly trembling pupils revealed that he was still in shock. He was the one who was sent flying by Li Ji's punch. With the morning's matches over, there was no need for the spectators to linger here any longer. It's lunchtime. Lu Yuan, let's hurry up, otherwise the cafeteria will be packed. Xia Qingyin's voice, as clear as a silver bell, rang out. With so many spectators here, including students from our school and students from other schools, they'll definitely all flock to the nearest cafeteria. That's true. Lu Yuan nodded, and then left the place with Xia Qingyin. Not far away, watching Lu Yuan's departing figure, Tang Hai smiled disdainfully. It seems, Lu Yuan and that beautiful woman have a pretty good relationship. When the official match starts this afternoon, I'm going to make Lu Yuan lose all face. In the end, the only one who can receive applause from everyone is yourself. After lunch, I took a short nap. Before we knew it, it was 2:30 p.m. Many people arrived at the stands early after having breakfast. This was to prevent seats in the audience from being taken. There were even more people this time than in the morning. After all, this is a competition between students from our own school. Even if there wasn't enough room, they stood crowded together next to the seats. Were the matches this morning exciting? Wonderful. Were the morning's matches entertaining enough? Not enough. Not enough? No problem. The afternoon's matches are about to begin. Xiang Jun said in a guiding tone. He waved his hand. Thud, thud, thud. Nearby cannons were fired. Emotions are contagious. This excited many viewers, who screamed repeatedly. This raised the atmosphere in the entire audience several notches. Accompanied by the fervent gazes of the students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers and Beijing University of Superpowers. The two teams appeared, sat on their respective seats, and put on their helmets. The consciousnesses of the 10 people then entered the virtual reality. At the same time, 10 figures appeared on the huge screen overhead. Just then, Qin Tianlong received a telepathic message. This spiritual transmission is extremely secretive. Unless someone is at least 2 major realms higher, no one else can detect it. After receiving the telepathic message, Qin Tianlong couldn't help but look towards the first row of the audience seats at Jingbei Superpower University. The one who sent the mental message to Qin Tianlong was none other than Tang Hai's father, Tang Shan. There is also a little-known story behind this. Qin Tianlong and Tang Shan were actually roommates at Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities more than 20 years ago. The two even founded a team at the time, with one serving as captain and the other as vice-captain. However, during one underground adventure, Tang Shan, fearing for his life, abandoned his team and ran away alone. As a result, Qin Tianlong and several other team members miraculously survived. After the group returned alive, Tang Shan even tried to justify his actions. At this point, the two broke up. Knowing that Tang Shan teaches at the Beijing North Superpower University, Qin Tianlong still feels quite emotional. I never expected to see Tang Shan again, but it would be at the freshman competition of these 4 prestigious universities. As for the content of telepathic communication, Tianlong, it's been a long time. How about we make a bet? Tang Shan said this. What kind of bet? Qin Tianlong raised an eyebrow and then used his mental power to transmit his voice. Let's bet on whether Shenzhen University or Peking University will win this match. Are you willing to make the bet? Tang Shan quickly transmitted his thoughts to Tang Shan. Why are you afraid to gamble? Tell me, what are the stakes? The fact that Tang Shan took the initiative to invite him to make the bet shows that Tang Shan has a lot of confidence in his son, Tang Hai. But Qin Tianlong wasn't afraid, because he had even more confidence in Lu Yuan. This is the source of his composure. How about we bet 2 S-grade resources? Whoever loses, they give up 2 S-grade resources. Tang Shan has placed its bet. What's so great about S-level resources? At most, they're worth tens of millions. Even if you add 2 together, it's not much. If you're going to gamble, gamble big. For them now, 2 S-level resources are of little use. That bet is completely pointless. This is not enough to make Tang Shan feel the pinch. Then what else do you want to bet on? Tang Shan asked. Since you're so confident, if you lose, hand over the blood-activating pill you have. If I lose, I'll give you an SS-level resource. Shall we bet? Qin Tianlong threw out his bet. Upon hearing the mental transmission from Qin Tianlong, Tang Shan frowned slightly. Who would have thought that Qin Tianlong would dare to play so ruthlessly? It's important to know that an SS-level resource is worth at least several hundred million, and usually over $1 billion. The most crucial point is that it's priceless and unavailable. It's very difficult to buy them even if you want to. As for the blood-activating pill, although it is also very precious, it is available, but not for sale. After taking it, the blood in the body of the superhuman will become unusually active. If they seize this opportunity, they can break through to the 4th level of the body tempering technique within a week. The blood-activating pill can only be used on ability users who are undergoing their first flesh and blood tempering. Therefore, its true value is at the SS level. Even with the dash, it still cannot compare to SS level resources. What does he need the blood-activating pill for? Is it for his disciple? It seems he really cares about his disciple. Tang Shan realized Qin Tianlong's purpose. But what good is it if you realize it? Thinking of his son Tang Hai's hidden trump card, Tang Shan's lips curled up slightly, still full of confidence. He transmitted his voice telepathically, his tone full of smugness. You really haven't changed, still as adventurous as ever. I'm betting. This time you won't be as lucky as before. It's rare for you to be so agreeable, so don't go back on your word later. Going back on your word? A grandmaster like you going back on your word? Wouldn't that damage my reputation? As for you, don't try to renege on your bet. Hee, a promise is a promise. Finally, the two communicated through their mental energy, ending with Qin Tianlong chuckling. Chapter 116: The Perfect State of Natural Spiritual Essence. After the two communicated through their mental energy. Meanwhile, the match between Shenzhen Superpower University and Beijing Superpower University has begun. Lu Yuan, whether you can get the blood revitalizing pill or not depends entirely on yourself. Seeing this, Qin Tianlong thought to himself. First up is the individual competition. Both sides select their players, and only after the selection can the secrets be officially revealed. Shenzhen Superpower University chose Jiang Xingyu. To be precise, it should be said that Jiang Xingyu was unusually active, full of energy, and volunteered. Lu Yuan simply let him go. Anyway, as long as 5 people don't all lose, it's fine. Therefore, the team battle with 2.5 points is the real key to victory. On the other hand, the team from Jingbei Superpower University fielded the female member who Jiang Xingyu had previously described as having fair skin but being somewhat overweight. Hey beautiful, I won't hold back. Jiang Xingyu, as usual, was sarcastic and said with a grin. Enough talk, let's get started. The female team member showed no emotion on her face. Battle is about to break out. The battle had only just begun when the smile on Jiang Xingyu's face was gradually replaced by a solemn expression. He suddenly remembered that the female team member had awakened a metal type ability. The gold type is particularly effective against the poison type. This is mainly reflected in the high immunity rate to poison damage. I can only blame my bad luck for running into her. Pressure. Jiang Xingyu felt immense pressure. At this moment, he could feel that his back was sweating slightly. As expected, after she used the A+ rank skill metallization, his skill, Rain of Poison, was poured relentlessly upon her. The raindrops created a lot of special effects, but they didn't cause any real damage. Then, after more than a dozen rounds of intermittent fighting, Jiang Xingyu was defeated when her longsword was pressed against his neck. Thus, in the first match of the individual competition, Jingbei Superpower University won. Brother Lu Yuan. It's okay, it's not your fault. Jiang Xingyu, who had stepped off the stage, looked like he was about to cry. Lu Yuan quickly patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. The second match of the singles competition. Xia Qingyin's appearance on stage elicited cheers from many male students in the audience. Even before the team entered the stadium, Xia Qingyin's beauty had already caught the attention of many people in the audience. Students are not limited to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. They also come from many other schools. They were all looking forward to seeing how the beautiful Xia Qingyin would perform. Back in the ring, both sides remained silent, without uttering a word. In a battle between an S-rank grass type and an S-rank wind type, neither side had any type advantage. In the end, Xia Qingyin's swordsmanship was superior, and then she made a feint. They unexpectedly chopped off the other person's arm. Incidentally, pain perception is turned off in virtual reality. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying for the contestants to experience the feeling of dying and being resurrected. It could cause them lifelong trauma and seriously affect their cultivation. The score is now tied 1-1. Hee, Lu Yuan, I did a good job, didn't I? Xia Qingyin chuckled. The boys in the audience were initially very happy to see Xia Qingyin win. As a result, after that smile bloomed on Xia Qingyin's face, they clenched their fists, their eyes filled with resentment. Now only 3 people remain on both sides. In the third round of the individual competition, Wang Zhe was chosen to represent Shenzhen Superpower University. On the other side, a fire-type ability user chose to take the stage. Brother, go easy on me. No rush, let's take it slow. At this moment, Wang Zhe's smile was still very warm. As soon as the battle began, whirlwind slash. Wang Zhe then swung his long sword with incredible speed, sweeping out a huge wind blade. The other party reacted just as quickly, dodging the attack. But Wang Zhe deliberately played a trick, tilting the wind blade slightly, so that the opponent still lost a finger. Most importantly, what was cut off was the other person's right finger. With Wang Zhe taking the initiative, the rest of the battle will be much easier. Within minutes, the opponent was defeated by Wang Zhe's long sword. Not bad. I got it. Captain, keep it up. Wang Zhe stepped off the stage, and the two gave each other a high five. After 3 rounds, Shenzhen Superpower University currently holds the advantage. Brother Fengshi, shall we go first or should we go first? Lu Yuan asked casually. The opposing team currently has only one captain, Tang Hai, who has awakened grass-type abilities, and one girl who has awakened light-type abilities. I'll go first. The captain on the other side will probably come out last, so I'll leave it to you. Fengshi, holding a broadsword in one hand and a shield in the other, took the initiative to step forward. Unexpectedly, Tang Hai did not choose to appear last, but rather appeared second to last. This meant that the captain's fight, which the students from both schools had been eagerly anticipating, did not take place. The result speaks for itself. After Tang Hai used the supernatural purple gold grass, a huge vine extended from his body. He whipped Fengshi wildly. Forget about fighting. He couldn't even get close to him. Even knowing that the other party was restraining him, Fengshi's gaze remained sharp, and he still did not surrender. Finally, Fengshi, who had struggled for nearly 10 minutes, collapsed. After 4 matches, the score is tied. I won't talk about the last game. Lu Yuan, at the lower level of the third rank, takes the stage, let alone getting serious. With just a series of ice blades, the light elemental girl on the other side couldn't withstand it. As the other person dies in virtual reality, the individual competition has officially ended, with the score between Shenzhen Superpower University and Beijing Superpower University being 3-2. As expected, the team competition ultimately decided the outcome. Go Shenzhen University. Go Lu Yuan. Kyoto University is the strongest. Kyoto University is the strongest. This is the most exciting moment. At this moment, the enormous shouts erupting from the audience were like a landslide and a tsunami. The team competition began, and the players from both sides took to the field and set up their formations. The moment it officially began. Nature's essence. Xia Qingyin closed her eyes and unleashed her full power. The next moment. Swish, swish, swish. On her hair, her upper body, her thighs. They all produced short branches and flowers. Short branches stretch out from all directions with resilience, and tiny white flowers bloom in scattered spots, surrounded by a faint fragrance of grass and trees, as if achieving a perfect harmony with nature. When she opened her eyes, it was easy to see that both of her pupils had turned bluish-green. Meanwhile, the other 4 people nearby were protected by the power of nature. It makes people feel very comfortable. In terms of actual results, not only has the output capability been greatly improved, but the damage immunity rate has also been improved to a certain extent. This is the full glory of nature's bounty. Chapter 117, My Purple Gold Grass. Ice immunity. So beautiful. Oh my God, I'm smitten. The audience erupted in cheers and exclamations. At this moment, Xia Qingyin was like a saint nurtured by nature, giving people a sense of purity and beauty that was breathtaking. But when they thought of the smile Xia Qingyin had given Lu Yuan earlier, their fists, which had been clenched and then relaxed, clenched even tighter. Dude, what gives you the right? Holy light protection. Starting with buffs is common sense. Seeing this, the other party was not to be outdone. The girl at Jingbei Superpower University, who awakened an S-level light-based superpower. Both involve unleashing one's special abilities. In an instant, an extremely intense light erupted from her body. A golden shield of light appeared around all the team members. However, both Xia Qingyin and the light elemental girl had to concentrate their mental energy to maintain the buff. Whirlwind technique. Fireball shot out. The opponent wanted to seize the initiative and launched the first attack. Rock barrier. Feng Shi roared. Rock barrier, S-rank skill. The next moment, a thick rock wall appeared before everyone's eyes, blocking the enemy's relentless bombardment. As an S-rank skill, how terrifying is its defensive capability? This rock barrier withstood all of the enemy's attacks, without completely breaking. Purple gold grass. Suddenly, a huge vine flew in from afar. Spikes attached. Suddenly, sharp thorns sprouted from the vines, sweeping across with tremendous force. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining rock walls were naturally no match for them, and were swept away in just a few seconds. A great opportunity. Before the purple gold grass was taken back, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity. Swish, swish, swish. One ice blade after another was launched by Lu Yuan at lightning speed. The ice blade struck the purple gold grass, instantly unleashing a thick cloud of icy mist. As the icy fog dissipated somewhat, everyone was surprised to find that Tang Hai's purple gold grass was indeed damaged, and ice blue patterns appeared all over its body. Not only were these damages repaired, but after being repaired, they seemed to have become even stronger than before. Huh? What's going on? Jiang Xingyu's eyes widened. Was he seeing things? I rubbed my eyes again and realized it was true. My purple gold grass ability has a special feature when it awakens. It is not afraid of fire. Furthermore, I can feed the purple gold grass various medicinal potions. Ever since it was awakened, I've been giving it ice-nourishing potions and training its related abilities. If you are damaged by ice, you can absorb it, heal yourself, and even become stronger than before. Perhaps in the future, as my cultivation level increases, this effect will become less and less effective. But at this level, I would even say that my purple gold grass is immune to ice. Tang Shan shrugged, his lips practically curling into a wide grin. He officially revealed the answer, which was precisely his trump card. Upon learning that the captain of Shenzhen Superpower University this year is actually an ice-type superpower user. Moreover, this ice-type ability user is a disciple of Qin Tianlong, who is at odds with his father, Tang Shan. He couldn't wait to trample Lu Yuan underfoot and avenge his father, which led to his previous series of actions. Tianlong, how about it? Don't go back on your word about the SS grade resources, okay? Tongshin is now impatiently using mental power to transmit his voice. He was eager to see what kind of expression Qin Tianlong would make. Hee, of course I won't go back on my word. You'd better prepare to obediently hand over the blood-activating pill later. To Tangshan's surprise, Qin Tianlong's expression remained calm. Others may not know, but he does know that Lu Yuan's strength is far more than that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed such high hopes on Lu Yuan and made this bet. Your disciple's strength is not great, but your tone is quite arrogant. Tang Hai used his mental power to send a telepathic message again, but Qin Tianlong did not reply after receiving it. Oh no. I never expected Tang Hai to have this trick up his sleeve. The purple crystal grass's ability to absorb medicinal effects is terrifying. The battle isn't over yet. How can we give up? In the audience, on the Shenzhen Superpower University side, a small group of students sighed and lamented, but the vast majority of students still firmly believed. Go master! Go master! Sitting in the second row, the 5 companion beasts, including Xiao Bing and Xiao Lan, were all cheering for their owners with their own actions. They look very cute. Many female students who witnessed this scene felt their hearts melt. Jiang Xinran, who was also sitting in the second row, gradually focused her attention. That's what makes it interesting. Back on the field. After he uttered these words, the students of Shenzhen Superpower University. Contrary to his expectations, he did not show any signs of despair. This surprised Tang Hai. After a moment's thought, Tang Hai came to the following conclusion. Let me think about it. Oh, right. You also have an awakened poison type here, right? Tang Hai narrowed his eyes. The reason why purple gold grass is called a summoning type instead of a grass type is because Tang Hai can only summon purple gold grass to fight and cannot use many other grass-related skills, which is completely different from Xia Qingyin. But the essence of the purple gold grass is still that of a grass. The grass type's advantage lies in its balance. It excels in both offense, support, and defense. However, the only drawback is that there are also many attributes that can counter it. Fire, ice, poison, metal, bug. There are as many as 5. Apart from fire, although the other 4 are extremely rare attributes, it doesn't mean they don't exist. For example, right now on the stage, isn't Jiang Xingyu awakened the poison type, which is effective against grass type? Charge them. Tang Hai waved. Dude, what did I do? Why did you notice me? Jiang Xingyu was completely speechless. Then, the students from Jingbei Superpower University concentrated their firepower on Jiang Xingyu. It's a fight where you risk your life. Jiang Xingyu was replaced, while the opposing team was down 2 players. However, Tang Hai didn't care at all. Lu Yuan's ice-type attacks not only pose no threat, but can also enhance the purple gold grass. The rock formations of Fengshe are controlled by itself. The other 2 are not a significant threat to me. Jiang Xingyu is out of the picture. Let's see how you guys play now. At this moment, Tang Hai's expression became increasingly arrogant. Emotions are contagious. On the other side of the audience at Jingbei Superpower University, the excitement was spreading rapidly. Go Jingbei! Tang Hai is invincible. They shouted with great enthusiasm. Tang Hai, it's 4 against 3 now, and you can still laugh? Lu Yuan said calmly. However, the calmer the tone, the stronger the provocation effect. Chapter 118, What Fierce Marksmanship? 4 against 3? It'll be 3 against 3 very soon. Give me the purple gold grass. Tang Hai snorted coldly and waved his hand. Whoosh. Then, with unstoppable momentum, Zijin KO charged towards the Shenzhen Superpower University team. Tang Hai's goal this time is to eliminate the opponent's defensive hand, Fengshe. After eliminating Fengshe, the situation will be much easier to handle. 3 against 3? That's not necessarily true. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. He first performed an ice blizzard, leaping forward a distance of 40 meters. Then he raised his cold river sky-splitting spear. He firmly suppressed all the ice-type elemental energy within the cold river sky-splitting spear, preventing it from escaping even a trace. Otherwise, we might be taken advantage of by the other side. Huff, 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 huff. Then, in 1 second, he thrust out 5 times. Lu Yuan infused his own vital energy into these 5 shots. That's a whopping 2,171 calories of energy and blood, and it just exploded out like that. In just 1 second, the offensive and defensive positions shifted. 5 huge holes were instantly pierced in the purple gold grass, from which drops of purple sap oozed out. At first glance, it looks like blood is flowing. In fact, it really is the purple gold grass bleeding. Pain. It hurts so much. The purple gold grass is not an inanimate object, but a living one. At this moment, it was trembling uncontrollably, as if silently expressing its extreme pain. Just a second ago, The students of Jingbei Superpower University were cheering, while some students of Xinqing Superpower University were sighing. Half a second ago, some students realized something was wrong and began to hold their breath. Ah, invincible. What fierce marksmanship. So cool. Half a second later, an even more intense cheer erupted from the audience of Shenzhen Superpower University. On the other hand, the Jingbei Superpower University was already lifeless. Brother Tongshin, as a grandmaster, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Qin Tianlong couldn't stop smiling, and he immediately used his mental power to transmit his voice. Tongshin fell silent. In order to refine this purple gold grass, he, as a father, invested a lot of resources into it. And so, is this how Tang Hai repays him? You're lucky this time. I'll give you the blood-activating pill after the competition. After a long silence, Tongshin finally responded. Anyway, Tang Hai obtained this blood-activating pill by chance at the auction, and it wasn't for his own use, so what's wrong with giving it away? He now has a new idea. He should create a new account for himself. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xianran narrowed her eyes, a rare occurrence for her. Many students probably wouldn't recognize her, but Jiang Xianran is a gun enthusiast and has a high level of skill in using long spears. It was obvious that Lu Yuan's marksmanship had reached an astonishing master level. It's worth noting that she only reached master-level marksmanship during the summer of her sophomore year. But now, only a month into the semester, Lu Yuan's marksmanship has already reached the master level of proficiency. If things go smoothly, there's a good chance he'll reach the ultimate level before graduation. Clearly, his prized marksmanship was nothing compared to Lu Yuan's. But Jiang Xianran was not discouraged at all, and her mood remained calm. There are countless strong people in the world. On the road to growth, you must constantly face and challenge the strong. It's just a bit of a pity that she only has 1 year left before graduation. Otherwise, she would have liked to have a friendly spar with Lu Yuan. Back in the ring, Lu Yuan continued his attack, taking the initiative to pursue. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The purple gold grass is badly injured. Now is the perfect time to take care of it. Seeing this, Tang Hai could only try his best to retrieve the purple gold grass. To his surprise, Lu Yuan was not fast at all. He couldn't even catch up with his purple gold grass and could only follow closely behind it. Just as Tang Hai was about to completely retrieve the purple gold grass with satisfaction, Lu Yuan leaped up and then unleashed the skill, Ice Explosion. Boom. A tremendous sound of ice exploding rang out. Both the purple gold grass, which had not yet been retrieved, and Tang Hai himself, turned into a pile of shattered ice fragments. This is in virtual reality. The next moment, the ice shards disappeared, and Tang Hai was resurrected below the arena. On the other side, Wang Zhe is engaged in a fierce battle with the fire-type ability user on the other side. The two sides are evenly matched, and the game remains deadlocked. He was briefly stunned after discovering that his team leader, Tang Hai, had been eliminated. Wang Zhe seized the opportunity and used the S-level skill Storm Triple Slash. Although he realized what was happening, his reaction was still not timely enough. Wang Zhe cut off one of his arms. Even so, there was not a trace of retreat on his face. Brother, it's just the two of you left, why bother? Wang Zhe said, I will never surrender. His face was full of determination, until he was eliminated by Wang Zhe. With several members of the Jingbei Superpower University team being eliminated one after another, there is no need to continue maintaining holy light protection. Like the fire elemental ability user, this light elemental girl refused to surrender and charged forward in a desperate fight. Their willpower is quite strong, but the difference in strength is undeniable. Her desperate gamble was destined to fail and cause no trouble, even without using skills. Under Lu Yuan's fierce marksmanship, she couldn't withstand more than a few moves. Now, with all members of the opposing team eliminated, Shenzhen Superpower University has successfully advanced. Done. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. The 4 survivors walked off the stage one after another, and Jiang Xingyu greeted them from below. The screen froze on the image of the 5 people smiling. We won. We won. Smack. 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 A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, the applause thundering and lasting for a long time. The first day of the competition has officially ended. Moda University and Shenzhen University successfully advanced, while Sichuan University and Peking University entered the losers bracket but still have a chance to advance. Many audience members left with lingering emotions on their faces. Their faces seemed to bear witness to the intensity of the match. Brother Lu Yuan, thanks to you. Otherwise, this would have been a dangerous situation. Let's go eat. You're the only one who got eliminated, yet you're still so enthusiastic about eating. They're targeting me. How can you blame me? A joyful atmosphere permeated the team from Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Lu Yuan, you did a great job. I have a surprise for you after the match. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated slightly. After unlocking the screen, he saw this message. After the competition, Tongxin gave Qin Tianlong a blood-activating pill as promised. Surprise? Lu Yuan felt a sense of anticipation. The fact that it can be called a surprise means that this thing must have been a significant improvement for me now. Chapter 119 Blood Activating Pill. Holy Ice Spring Admission Ticket. See you tomorrow, everyone. After bidding farewell to everyone in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan immediately went to Qin Tianlong's residence. What kind of surprise will my teacher have prepared for me? The thought of the message Qin Tianlong sent him after the competition made Lu Yuan's heart flutter. Ding ding ding. After arriving at Qin Tianlong's residence on a shared electric scooter, Lu Yuan suppressed his excitement and politely rang the doorbell. They're here. Qin Tianlong's loud voice rang out from inside the room. Then, the footsteps grew closer, and soon the door was opened. Lu Yuan, come in quickly. Qin Tianlong smiled warmly. Qin Tianlong was not surprised by Lu Yuan's arrival. Who is Lu Yuan? He's been a teacher for a while now. How could he not know? Similarly, he also knew why Lu Yuan had come. After entering, the two arrived at the living room inside the house. Teacher, the surprise you mentioned? Lu Yuan looked expectant and asked. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Qin Tianlong smiled. A flash of light appeared from the spatial ring on his finger, and two items appeared on his left and right hands respectively. In his left hand was a lemon green pill, and in his right hand was a ticket that looked very special just from the materials used. Qin Tianlong said calmly, the pill in your left hand is called the blood activating pill. It can accelerate the tempering of your blood. As for the flesh within your blood and flesh, it has already been tempered through your daily routine. Therefore, this will allow you to break through to the 4th level of the body tempering technique within a week. 1 week. Although Qin Tianlong's tone was calm, it caused a huge uproar in Lu Yuan's heart. This made Lu Yuan gasp. It should be noted that Lu Yuan consumed a full 20,000 evolution points to break through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level of the body tempering technique. To break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level, it would conservatively require 50,000 evolution points, or even more. This is under the condition of having the power of the system and having evolution points. Without a system, relying solely on one's own blood tempering would take an unknown amount of time. And all of this can actually be solved quickly with a single pill. As expected, the surprise the teacher spoke of was indeed extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's throat moved slightly. Teacher, Lu Yuan hesitated. To be honest, given the ridiculously powerful effects of this blood-activating pill and its ability to greatly benefit him, Lu Yuan definitely wanted it. However, on the other hand, precisely because the effects of this blood-activating pill are so outrageous, his teacher must have paid a great price to obtain it. Compared to that, what I've accomplished so far, leading the Shenzhen Superpower University team to defeat the Beijing Superpower University team, can only be described as insignificant. Holding it, Lu Yuan felt somewhat unworthy of it. With over 40 years of experience, Qin Tianlong had seen all kinds of people and could immediately see the conflicted thoughts in Lu Yuan's mind. Sigh, he used to be such a straightforward young man. Why is he so hesitant now? Qin Tianlong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, smiled knowingly, and said, Don't worry, I didn't spend a penny or pay anything to get this blood-activating pill. Huh? You didn't spend a single penny? You didn't pay anything in return? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. That's right. Qin Tianlong smiled smugly, then continued, This blood-activating pill originated from a bet. Afterwards, Qin Tianlong told Lu Yuan the whole story of the bet. After listening, Lu Yuan was quite moved. I never expected that teacher Qin would trust me so much, even willing to gamble with incredibly precious SS-level resources. At the same time, Lu Yuan felt relieved of his burden. If Qin Tianlong hadn't led the team from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities to defeat the team from Beijing University of Supernatural Abilities, this blood-activating pill would never have ended up in his hands. Therefore, Lu Yuan accepted the blood-activating pill. Then, Teacher, what is this ticket? Qin Tianlong's left hand was empty, so Lu Yuan turned his gaze to his right hand. I asked again. This is the admission ticket for Holy Ice Spring. Qin Tianlong said slowly. Knowing that Lu Yuan probably didn't know what the Holy Ice Spring admission ticket was, he added, Inside the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, there is an underground world passage. In the corresponding underground world, there is a spring called Holy Ice Spring. I've heard that taking a bath in the holy ice spring and absorbing its essence can be very beneficial to ice-type ability users. But the capacity of the holy ice spring is limited, only enough for the Ice and Snow Ability Museum to issue 50 holy ice spring admission tickets to the outside world once every 2 years. Just this year, as a 7th-tier ice-type master, I was also given an admission ticket to the Sacred Ice Spring by the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. And this is the real surprise I prepared for you. Lu Yuan, you are my proudest disciple to date, and I hope you will accept it. Qin Tianlong said very seriously. Despite his exceptional comprehension, Lu Yuan still cultivated diligently. Moreover, he is humble, polite, and respectful to his teachers. The combination of the two was truly rare and equally satisfying to him. Thank you, teacher. I have no way to repay you for now, but I will remain true to my principles and will certainly live up to your expectations. Lu Yuan accepted the admission ticket to the Holy Ice Spring, stored it in his spatial ring, and then said sincerely, all right. It's getting late. You should go back and rest too. Qin Tianlong smiled with satisfaction, almost grinning from ear to ear. Goodbye, teacher. Lu Yuan bid farewell to Qin Tianlong and left, satisfied. The teacher gave him a blood-activating pill and a ticket to the Holy Ice Spring. It will definitely bring about a qualitative improvement in yourself. I will always remember this kindness. Afterwards, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. Brother Lu Yuan, you're so cool with your gun. A few shots, and that purple-gold grass withered away. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Lu Yuan came over. He said excitedly, waving his fist. From his excited expression, it seemed as if one could still see the scene on the screen back then. It's all right. That purple-gold grass is only immune to ice-type attacks. It's not really that tough. Lu Yuan said calmly. That's the truth. TSK. Brother Lu Yuan, you have no idea, but I was there, and I know all too well the adoring expressions on the faces of those female students in the audience. Lu Yuan changed the subject and said again, Sai, there's no use in envying me. As my roommate, don't you want to show off? Don't you want to date a pretty upperclassman? Don't you want to have a smooth journey as a superhuman? Lu Yuan's 3 consecutive questions hit Lu Yuan right where it hurts. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. I understand. Brother Lu Yuan, thank you. At this moment, Lu Yuan rushed back to his bedroom as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 120. Day 3 of the competition. The second day of the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities has passed. On this day, there was only one match, which was the loser's bracket match between Tianchuan Superpower University and Jingbei Superpower University. The number of people in the stands was much smaller during this match. After all, it's the loser's bracket, so the match is bound to be less exciting than yesterday. Of course, since it concerns their own schools, a great many students from Tianchuan Superpower University and Jingbei Superpower University arrived. Yesterday, after Tang Hai was blasted into many ice fragments by Lu Yuan's ice explosion spell, back in the real world, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the more he thought about it, in a vicious cycle. As a result, he was overcome with anger and vomited blood on the spot. His whole body was swaying precariously. The other school teams went to their dormitories early in the evening to get some rest and conserve their energy. The situation was different for the team from Jingbei Superpower University. Their captain, Tang Hai, was hospitalized after vomiting blood, severely impacting the morale of the entire team. This made it difficult for the other team members to even get a good night's sleep. Even if I fall asleep, what difference will it make? Tomorrow morning, the only thing being refreshed will be your stomach. As for morale, once it's gone, it's gone. It's impossible to refresh it on time. The Battle of Jiulu at the end of the Qin dynasty, as recorded in the history books of Earth, and the Battle of the Romantic Kingdom during the Second Earth War. Numerous events have demonstrated the importance of morale within the military. In the end, the demoralized team from the Jingbei Superpower University was easily defeated. This caused a stir among the students of Jingbei Superpower University who were watching the match. Tianchuan Superpower University has successfully advanced to the next round of the competition and has the opportunity to continue competing with the other 2 universities. The third day arrived as promised. In the audience, many students from Jingbei Superpower University did not return with them. They were still looking forward to seeing who would ultimately win first place. So far, the majority of people support Shanghai Superpower University and Shenzhen Superpower University, and the 2 are roughly equal, while a very small number of people support Tianchuan Superpower University. The competition continues, and the passion never stops. Today is the third day of the competition. The competition involves 3 teams simultaneously facing wave after wave of ferocious beasts, with the top 2 teams that survive advancing. Let me hear your applause, okay? Jun held up the microphone and shouted. Smack, smack, smack. These words were met with applause, and the audience's emotions were stirred. Amidst applause from the audience, the 3 teams laid down in their respective virtual reality seats. Subsequently, their consciousness also entered the virtual reality. The figures of the 3 parties were displayed on the huge screen above. The competition will begin in 3 minutes. All participants, please get ready. Under the intensely eager gazes of the audience, 3 minutes passed by, second by second. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. After Jun gave the order, the first wave of ferocious beasts appeared before the 3 teams at the same time. Meow, meow, meow. The first wave consisted of 10 ordinary shadow cats, like Pikachu on the roadside, at the lower level of the first tier. Simple. In less than 5 seconds, the first wave of ferocious beasts was easily dealt with. There is a half-minute buffer period. After the buffer period ends, the next wave of ferocious beasts will appear. The second wave consisted of 10 black-spotted deer at the mid-level of the first rank. It was still quickly defeated. This is too easy. Can't you add some pressure? Jiang Xingyu exhaled, feeling a bit bored. This is boring. Can I fast forward? They're too weak. These ferocious beasts are far too weak. Not only were the contestants bored, but the spectators outside the venue were also bored. This is so boring. Watching it second by second is totally pointless. However, as the waves progressed, the ferocious beasts generated within the virtual reality became increasingly powerful. A first-tier ferocious beast can indeed be instantly killed. Even if a second-tier ferocious beast cannot be instantly killed, it can still be dealt with calmly. However, in the 7th wave and beyond, a third-tier low-level ferocious beast appeared, accompanied by a large group of second-tier ferocious beasts. That's when the pressure came in. Roar. This third-tier low-level ferocious beast is our old friend, the flaming tiger. The moment it appeared, the roar of the king of beasts resounded. Then, the flaming tiger led a group of second-tier ferocious beasts behind it and charged towards the group. Lu Yuan simply used Ice Explosion to turn the flaming tiger into countless shards of ice. Li Ji's side was no less impressive. The team worked together to capture the leader first, and they were able to kill the flaming tiger in an instant. As for Lin Tongtong, although she couldn't achieve a quick victory, she still managed to pass without any major incidents. After a half-minute buffer period, the 8th wave of ferocious beasts then arrived. There were 3 flame tigers at the lower level of the 3rd tier. Hoo. A tremendous roar erupted. It sends chills down your spine. If a weak superhuman were among them, they might even wet themselves in fear. Good timing. In order to conserve his internal energy, Lu Yuan did not use his ultimate move, the SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, but instead used the next lower level, Ice Explosion technique. Even so, it only took less than a minute. Li Ji, through his outstanding personal qualities, accomplished the feat of single-handedly taking on 2 opponents and killing a flaming tiger. The remaining teammates, after killing another flame tiger, turned to help Li Ji. The challenge was finally completed 5 minutes later. However, the situation at Tianchuan Superpower University is not so optimistic. Although the final result was that the team from Tianchuan Superpower University won. However, the losses were severe. 3 team members were eliminated by the Blazing Tiger. Only Lin Tongtong, the team leader, and 1 boy remained. The next wave will continue. This time, it's 2 giant gale mantises at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Only 2 of these exist. This time, Lu Yuan resolved the issue even faster than before. After all, for Lu Yuan, Ice Explosion would instantly kill both the flame tiger and the giant gale mantis. Killing 2 in a second is definitely faster than killing 3 in a second. Although the Shanghai Superpower University team passed the test, it wasn't as easy as the Shenzhen Superpower University team's test, and it came at the cost of 2 team members. Only 3 team members remained to face the challenges ahead. No, to be more precise, there's no need to greet them. Because the remaining 2 members of Tianchuan Superpower University were simply no match for 2 giant gale mantises at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, they were quickly eliminated. This means that the 3rd day of the competition has come to an end. The remaining 2 teams will face off in the final battle tomorrow. Chapter 121. The final battle begins. 12 Ice Swords. Congratulations to the teams from Shenzhen University of Superpowers and Shanghai University of Superpowers for successfully advancing to the final. Jun said. Smack, smack, smack. Then, A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Who do you think will win tomorrow between Shenzhen University and Moga University? I think it's the Shenzhen Superpower University. +1. After the applause ended, many audience members were whispering among themselves. Since it's already the final, they're bound to make guesses about one of the teams. Overall, most viewers believe that Shenzhen Superpower University has a greater chance of winning the final championship. The reason is very simple. In the final battle against the two giant gale mantises at the mid-tier third-level realm, representing the last wave of ferocious beasts, the Shenzhen University of Superpowers seems to be handling things quite easily, while the Shanghai University of Superpowers is not having such an easy time. But while they can speculate, they can't be completely certain. Perhaps it was a case of mischievousness on the part of the Shanghai University of Superpowers team, deliberately arranged by them. I'll just make sure I make it to the finals. I won't show all my strength. Wait until the final match, then make a stunning debut. There is precedent for this in history. Because at that time, someone opened a betting platform, and many people confidently and decisively placed their bets, only to lose everything. It is precisely because of this lesson that they remember it so vividly and find it hard to forget. Lu Yuan. After some contestants regained consciousness and removed their helmets, a woman in the stands at the Shanghai Superpower University was looking at a tall, resolute figure with great regret. That figure was Lu Yuan. And this woman was none other than Jiang Ting, who was in charge of Jiangnan province and the surrounding neighboring provinces at the time. If she had known Lu Yuan was so powerful, she would have definitely applied for more resources to recruit him, and she wouldn't have said things like, Shenzhen Superpower University regularly organizes students to go into the underground world. You should think it over carefully. It's worth noting that when the Shanghai Superpower University was trying to recruit Li Ji, a student who had awakened the S+ fighting type superpower dragon soul body, they offered resources worth nearly 20 million yuan. But now it seems that Lu Yuan's performance is not only no less than Li Ji's, but even better. But there's no going back in life, and she can't build a time machine to go back in time. All of this is the work of fate. The fourth day has arrived. This is the final of the competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities, so naturally there are an unprecedented number of students watching. The venue was packed with people. It was so crowded you couldn't even squeeze in. For example, Lu Yuan, if he went an hour early, he could get a seat near the front. But what about now? I arrived an hour early, but I almost couldn't even get a seat in the last row. That's truly terrifying. With the wonderful performances of all the contestants, the competition is gradually coming to an end. Welcome everyone to the finals of this year's competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities. Now, please welcome the 2 finalist teams to the stage. As it's the final, a sense of ceremony is still necessary. Boom, boom, boom. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Jun sent the 2 finalist teams into the arena, surrounded by cannons that shot into the sky, creating a magnificent spectacle and bursting into dazzling fireworks. Accompanied by the booming of cannons, the 2 teams entered from the left and right respectively. Upon entering, the group of people waved to the cheering audience in the stands with smiles on their faces. Look at me, seniors. Look at me. Jiang Xingyu waved his hands frantically, almost jumping up. But it was still to no avail. Most of these female students were looking at Lu Yuan with fervent eyes. Jiang Xingyu's little actions couldn't attract their attention at all. Lu Yuan is really charming. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Jiang Xingyu could only sigh. The 10 finalists sat down in virtual reality chairs and put on helmets. Soon, the field of vision disappeared, and consciousness entered virtual reality. At the same time, the figures of 10 people appeared on the display screen above them. The 2 sides did not communicate before the final officially began. However, their expressions were completely different. On the other side of the team from the Shanghai University of Superpowers, everyone looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, their brows furrowed, their expressions serious and solemn. On the other hand, the team from Shenzhen University of Superpowers appeared extremely calm, showing no signs of pressure. 3, 2, 1. The final match begins. Xiang Jun's loud voice echoed throughout the entire hall. At the same time, the 10 people in the virtual reality also received the corresponding notification. First up is the individual competition. Skip quickly through the match. The result was a score of 3-2, with no clear winner in a single game. Ultimately, it depends on the team competition results. Unfortunately, the 2 captains still didn't face off, and the audience didn't get to see what they wanted to see. This is normal, since from a mathematical point of view, the probability of 2 people matching is 20%. Fortunately, the problem wasn't serious. The upcoming team competition is sure to be even more exciting. Nature's essence. clear-hearted jellyfish. The support roles on both sides unleash their unique abilities, providing significant boosts to their respective teams. Everyone, please don't move. Let's remain still in the face of any movement. Li Ji gave the instructions. Yesterday, during the virtual reality session, he was unaware of Lu Yuan's performance and assumed that they, like his team, had also barely managed to defeat 2 giant gale mantises at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. According to some students who were watching, it wasn't a hard-fought victory, but a complete and instant kill. This makes Li Ji believe that there was only one possibility for his side to win. That is to take advantage of the opponent's underestimation of their strength. Judging from the expression on the other person's face, they seem to believe they have victory in the bag. This is a great opportunity. Letting the opponent make the first move might allow you to exploit their weakness. First, they defeated the enemy one by one, and finally achieved the feat of defeating the strong with the weak. You're not moving? I'm about to move. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Give me the ice sword. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, consuming most of his ice elemental energy, and unleashed his strongest skill to date. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Phew, phew, phew. In an instant, 12 ice swords were neatly arranged around Lu Yuan, bringing with them gusts of cold wind. Originally, Lu Yuan could only release a maximum of 8 ice swords, but after Lu Yuan's attributes improved and his skill proficiency broke through, the number of ice swords naturally increased to 12. These 12 ice swords, combined with the intense chill emanating from Lu Yuan's body, he gave the impression of being a cultivator from a novel. One word suffices to describe it, that is, handsome. Chapter 122, a climax. The freshman competition of the 4 top universities comes to a close. What kind of skill is this? It's so cool. Even cooler than when I look in the mirror after a shower. Wow, he's so handsome. If Lu Yuan didn't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't mind either. Mysterious. What happened to our promise to be reserved? After Lu Yuan used the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, many students watching the battle suddenly widened their eyes. This skill, like an incendiary bomb, ignited the entire arena in an instant. The scene before them prompted them to spontaneously exclaim in admiration. Jiang Xianran, sitting in the second row of the audience, also showed a rare look of shock. Judging from the power of this skill, it is clearly not something that an ordinary S-rank skill could achieve. That can only be above S-rank skills. It's only been a short time since school started. It's only been a little over a month. Not only has his marksmanship reached the master level, but he has also learned extremely high-quality skills. It's important to know that the higher the quality of a skill, the longer it takes to learn. Taking herself as an example. Given her current strength, it would take her at least 2 to 3 weeks to learn an S-rank skill from her own department. For S-level skills and above, such as S+ level, it usually takes a month. As for higher SS level skills, it will take at least 2 months. This is still her current strength. If she were only at the same level as Lu Yuan, the time she would need to increase by at least 30%. And this Lu Yuan, this level of comprehension is terrifying. Is he a monster? Jiang Xuanran's beautiful eyes widened as she murmured to herself. Also sitting in the first row of the audience was Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. They were starting to get a little flustered. This. Isn't this the SS level skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, that I gave to Lu Yuan? Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan learned so quickly. He immediately decided that after the competition, he would grant Lu Yuan the highest level of privileges ever granted to a student at Shenzhen Superpower University since its founding. All resources available at the school's resource exchange office are discounted by 90% if they are listed there. The only requirement is that it cannot be resold. All skill books in the library are now available, including the SS level skill books treasured within, and there is unlimited time to learn them. Although there weren't any Ice-type SS rank skill books in the library, there are a host of other conveniences, which I won't go into detail here. Such privileges have only been granted to 3 people in the more than 100-year history of Shenzhen Superpower University. The first person to receive this gift was named Feng Yu, who is now the commander-in-chief of the southern military region of the Great Xia Kingdom. The second person to receive it was Yi Qingyue, the current owner of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Both of them had achieved remarkable success. Presumably, Lu Yuan's future, like these two, is also limitless. Back on the field, after discovering the 12 ice swords surrounding Lu Yuan, the faces of everyone at the Shanghai Superpower University were filled with horror. Go! Lu Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh. These ice swords flew towards the opponent one after another. It should be noted that the power of this ice sword is enough to severely injure or even instantly kill a giant gale mantis at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Not to mention, there are a total of 12 ice swords. The opposing team's 5 members had no desire to fight back. They could only do their best to dodge the ice swords before making further plans. Unfortunately, the ice sword is extremely fast, so it's not so easy to dodge. Except for Li Ji, who dodged an ice sword. All the other team members were pierced through the chest by ice swords and were eliminated instantly. However, Li Ji could dodge the first day of the month, but not the 15th. An ice sword suddenly appeared from behind and pierced through his chest. Li Ji immediately felt a chill piercing his heart, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. However, thanks to his strong physique and the temporary enhancement skills he had used, he did not die immediately and continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Call out. The next flying sword is coming. This time, Li Ji wasn't so lucky. 2 ice swords pierced his chest, one on the left and one on the right, their extreme icy aura sealing off his energy circulation and blood flow. Boom. Soon, Li Ji also collapsed on the stage. With the elimination of the last member of the Shanghai Superpower University team, the finals have come to an end. What's truly amazing is that the entire process, from the start to the end of the final, took less than half a minute. Quiet. Now, utter silence has fallen. All the students present gasped in shock. Let's not talk about second-year students. Third-year and even fourth-year students, after comparing themselves to the students, found that they could not do this. In other words, his cultivation efficiency is dozens of times faster than mine. A deep sense of frustration quietly rose in their hearts. Then I thought about it again. There are countless heroes in the world, so there's no need to dwell on it too much. Furthermore, if Lu Yuan continues to grow like this, he will surely become a powerful figure who commands respect in the region. With one more powerful figure, the Great Xia Kingdom will enjoy greater peace. Thinking about it, this is actually a great thing. And so, I felt relieved. After the match ended, the consciousness of all 10 people returned simultaneously. The team from Shenzhen University of Superpowers was greeted with applause and cheers from the crowd. Of course, the most important one is Lu Yuan. Many of the usually reserved female students made no attempt to hide their bold gazes at this moment. Many male students who were originally pursuing these female students were stunned, and their illusions about them completely vanished. It can only be said that this sense of reserve is entirely dependent on the individual. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin frowned slightly in the shadows, somewhat displeased. Lu Yuan, congratulations. You are very strong, and I accept my defeat. Li Ji walked over and said very readily. On his face, there was no sign of dejection after failure, only a strong belief and determination to pursue something stronger. You're not bad either. You managed to withstand 2 of my sword strikes. Lu Yuan replied. That's the truth. Whether it was last year or the year before, the team led by Li Ji was able to win the championship in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. This is enough to prove Li Ji's strength. Immediately, the 2 bumped fists and burst into hearty laughter. This moment was captured by a drone camera flying in the distance. The Shanghai Superpower University has an idea. Use this photo as the background for next year's promotional poster. The theme is Indomitable, Pursuit, Transcendence. I hereby declare the annual competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities officially concluded. Thank you to all the participants for the wonderful competition. Finally, let's give them another round of applause, shall we? The applause was incredibly loud. At this moment, all 4 teams bowed slightly in front of the audience, welcoming their gasps and applause. Chapter 123 Lost Ruins Pass Number 7. A frustrated Xia Qingyin. After Xiang Jun finished speaking, everyone was allowed to leave. However, it would be difficult for Lu Yuan and his group, or more precisely, for Lu Yuan himself, to leave. Because many female students rushed over like hungry wolves, surrounding Lu Yuan for autographs, and some even wanted to add his contact information. Lu Yuan signed some autographs. Lu Yuan didn't provide his contact information. Everyone did a great job this time. Let's have a celebration party tomorrow night. It's on me. Everyone has to come. After dealing with his fans, Lu Yuan finally had some free time and said in a very generous manner. Brother Lu Yuan, you're so generous. Don't worry, I'll be there then. The men answered casually, their faces full of smiles. Only Xia Qingyin managed a weak smile and nodded slightly. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he noticed this, but he didn't say anything on the spot. After everyone left, Lu Yuan caught up with them and asked with concern, Xia Qingyin, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? No, it's nothing. I'm just sick today and don't feel well. Xia Qingyin made up an excuse and stammered. As for the real reason. Anyway, it's not like what she said. Can you hold on? Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? Lu Yuan continued to ask questions. Seeing Lu Yuan's concerned expression, Xia Qingyin felt a little uncomfortable. No need, I can manage. She shook her head slightly and waved her hand, declining Lu Yuan's offer to accompany her. Okay, then you must be careful. Lu Yuan said one last thing. Just then, his phone vibrated slightly, indicating that someone had sent him a message. Who messaged me? Then, Lu Yuan unlocked his phone screen and took a look. It turned out to be a message from Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. This is the content of the message. Lu Yuan, do you have time now? Come to my office. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan knew why Principal Song had called him to the principal's office. Principal Song, I'm coming right away. So Lu Yuan immediately replied. Then, he rode a shared electric scooter to the principal's office. Sometime later, in the principal's office. Lu Yuan, you've arrived. At this moment, Song Li Yuan's usually extremely serious face was filled with an unconcealable smile. Ordinary students would be utterly astonished upon seeing this. Is he still the same decisive and stern principal they know? But Lu Yuan had already gotten used to it. Principal Song, is there something you need from me? Lu Yuan pretended not to know what was going to happen next, and asked. Lu Yuan, you performed very well this time, so I have decided to grant you the highest level of student privileges. Song Li Yuan said with a warm expression. At the same time, Song Li Yuan handed an agreement to Lu Yuan. Good heavens. All resources at the school's resource trading office are discounted by 90%. All skill books in the library are now available, including the SS-level skill books treasured within, and there is unlimited time to learn them. Lu Yuan stared intently, and his pupils suddenly widened. The benefits granted by this access are simply terrifying. Of course, Lu Yuan also knew that enjoying benefits naturally comes with responsibilities. This responsibility can be summed up in 2 words, becoming stronger. However, Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously. Becoming stronger, isn't that easy for him? After a quick glance at the agreement, Lu Yuan signed his name decisively. That's one point, and the second point is here. In recognition of your outstanding performance in the 4 Great Universities freshman competition, this is a reward from the organizers. Pass to Lost Ruins, number 7. The spatial ring on Song Li Yuan's finger flashed with light. The next moment, a dark red card appeared in his hand. Lost Ruins, number 7. Lu Yuan was somewhat bewildered, as this had already touched upon areas where his knowledge was lacking. Through the underground world passage on Earth, 12 lost ruins have been discovered so far, and they are named according to the order in which they were discovered. Within the ruins, you'll find rare herbs and springs that you wouldn't normally see. Everywhere you look, and there will even be unexpected treasures that will be of great help to you. We humans have even discovered technologies within it that are far removed from our own time. And this Lost Ruins number 7 is located deep in the Victoria Desert of Adolia, in the sea continent. It is open to the public every November. However, it's too early to go this year. The entry restrictions for the ruins are Tier 4 and Tier 5. You can go next year. Anyway, the pass for Lost Ruins number 7 won't expire. Song Li Yuan has always been very patient with geniuses. So he began to explain. Technology that's completely out of this era. Are they aliens? Lu Yuan discerned the key point from Song Li Yuan's words. Maybe, who knows? Song Li Yuan shrugged and said helplessly. Then, his expression turned serious, and he said, faced with unknown challenges, the only thing we can do is become stronger. Lu Yuan nodded in strong agreement. On the other side, Xia Qingyin returned to her dormitory. As soon as she entered the door, she pounced on the sofa, pounding it with her fists, her 2 long, slender legs, without an ounce of excess fat, swaying slightly. He looked extremely depressed. A few seconds later, Wang Yuzhu, who had heard the noise, came downstairs and exclaimed in surprise, Xiaoyin, you're finally back. At that time, Wang Yuzhu was watching her best friend compete in the competition, thinking about going back with Xia Qingyin after the competition. As a result, a bunch of female senior students flocked to the scene. So Wang Yuzhu simply went back to her dormitory first. Oh, Xiaoyin, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xia Qingyin like this after winning the competition, Wang Yuzhu was extremely surprised. No, it's nothing, Xia Qingyin said hesitantly. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Wang Yuzhu's mind. So many senior students rushed over earlier, it's obvious they were going for Lu Yuan. Could it be? My best friend is just jealous, isn't she? Haha, I never thought Xiaoyin would get jealous one day. Thinking of this, Wang Yuzhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaozhu, what are you laughing at? Xia Qingyin frowned and asked. Xiaoyin, if you really care about Lu Yuan that much, why don't you just confess your feelings to him? Wang Yuzhu said with a smile. Oh, me? Was I that obvious? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes widened instantly. A blush crept onto her pretty cheeks. Obviously, it's very obvious. Wang Yuzhu nodded seriously. Chapter 124 Still Gathering Immortals Pavilion. What if he doesn't agree? Then we won't even be able to be friends anymore. When faced with Wang Yuzhu's serious face, Xia Qingyin's first reaction was to back down, and she became hesitant. Sigh? I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in you. Wang Yuzhu sighed heavily, then said, Xiaoyin, are you only content to be friends with him? Don't you want to take things further? Wang Yuzhu raised an eyebrow. Think. Xia Qingyin nodded. Then what's there to hesitate about? Let's just go for it. Don't you understand your own charm? Look at you. You're beautiful, have a great figure. Even I, a girl, really like you. Plus, you come from a wealthy family. What guy could resist refusing you, right? Once those girls find out you exist, they'll naturally back off. Wang Yuzhu guided her step by step. She continued. Besides, based on my observation, Lu Yuan definitely has feelings for you too. At this moment, Wang Yuzhu, like the Grim Reaper, revealed an expression that seemed to say, the cunning frog keeps touching your belly. As Wang Yuzhu spoke, Xia Qingyin recalled Lu Yuan's concerned expression from not long ago. Then I'll give it a try. After a series of persuasions from her best friend Wang Yuzhu, she stopped hesitating and nodded decisively. Hee, this is the Xiaoyin I know. Wang Yuzhu scratched his head and chuckled. He then patted his stomach and said, Xiaoyin, I've helped you so much, it's not too much to ask you to make me a few macarons, is it? Good. Xia Qingyin nodded cheerfully and ran into the kitchen. Night. Xia Qingyin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. At this moment, she was thinking about when and how she should speak. Lost in thought, it wasn't until 2 in the morning that even breathing finally came from Xia Qingyin's bed. The next day at 9 o'clock, because she had stayed up late the night before, Xia Qingyin only slowly woke up at this time. It's already so bright outside. What time did I sleep in? As soon as it got bright, Xia Qingyin reflexively picked up her phone from beside her pillow to check the time. The moment she unlocked the screen, she saw a message from Lu Yuan. The main question is about one's current physical condition. He also said that if he hadn't fully recovered, he could postpone the celebration banquet for a few days. Thank you for your concern. I have fully recovered. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin replied with a faint smile. The next second, the nickname Lu Yuan at the top of the screen had changed to typing. Then, Lu Yuan said, That's good. I also sent Xia Qingyin the news about today's celebration banquet. The time is 8 p.m., and the location is the nearby Jianlu restaurant. After browsing the messages and location sent by Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin had a clear understanding of the situation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 p.m. Xia Qingyin left her dormitory an hour early and happened to run into Lu Yuan, who was also leaving his dormitory. Good evening, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin greeted them and then went over. Okay, good evening. Lu Yuan glanced at Xia Qingyin, his eyes lighting up as he responded. Xinqing Superpower University is located in the southern part of Guangdong Province, which is also considered to be in a very southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. The temperature is still quite warm, even at night. At this moment, Xia Qingyin had a pretty face and wore a floral dress, giving one a faint sense of the beauty of spring, combined with her enviable figure that still shines through despite wearing such loose clothing. This made Xia Qingyin incredibly beautiful and charming at that moment. Half an hour later, the two arrived together in front of the Jianlu. They looked around. The 3 large characters, Jianlu, are displayed on the plaque directly in front, with a flourish resembling a dragon and a phoenix. The entrance was bustling with activity. Even in newly opened stores, the crowds are still bustling and constant. In the restaurant industry, attracting customers is the key. Clearly, the current situation proves that it has indeed succeeded. That's right. This Jianlu is the same restaurant where Lu Yuan had dinner with the Firefox team in Jiangxan City before. It's worth mentioning that this restaurant owner has achieved success thanks to its pleasant dining environment, relatively affordable prices, and excellent food quality. This attracted a large number of loyal customers. With a steady stream of customers, they quickly made a lot of money. So they expanded to the surrounding areas and opened a similar store in Shenzhen. As for how Lu Yuan found out, was it because a new Jianlu restaurant had opened? It was a post someone made a few days ago when he was browsing the campus forum. The post asked about the quality of a newly opened store near the school. It also included some photos taken by the online store. Some people commented that they hadn't been there, while others said it was worth a try and would definitely surprise them. But not a single negative comment appeared. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see this. But I haven't had time to go eat there lately, so I'm taking advantage of this celebration banquet to have a good meal here. This is it, let's go in quickly. Lu Yuan said. Xia Qingyin nodded. The two then entered the house. Hello, there are 5 of us in total. Do you have any private rooms available? Lu Yuan walked to the counter and asked. Yes, there are 2 more 6-person rooms available. The young lady at the counter said very enthusiastically. Which would you like to choose, private room number 45 or private room number 46? Then let's go with number 45. Lu Yuan said casually. After answering the receptionist's questions, Lu Yuan took out his phone from his pocket and told Wang Zhe, Feng Shi, and Jiang Xingyu the room number. Following the receptionist's directions, the two entered private room number 45. You can order food directly on the mechanical display screen over there. If you have any questions, just press the red button over there. After leaving those words, the counter clerk departed. Thus, only Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin remained in the large private room number 45. Bored while waiting, the two started chatting idly. Lu Yuan's words were humorous and witty, which made Xia Qingyin laugh out loud from time to time. Then, footsteps approached. The first one to rush into the door was this kid, Jiang Xingyu. Judging from the expression on his face, this kid was extremely excited. Feng Shi and Wang Zhe followed him in. The group took their seats one by one. Now that everyone's here, let's start ordering. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and pointed to the mechanical display screen in front of everyone. Chapter 125 Confession. Confirming their relationship. The group started ordering food. The dishes are still the same. Steamed grouper, poached chicken, and roast goose, which are common delicacies in Guangdong province. After all, none of them were good at eating spicy food and couldn't handle the cuisine of Xinjiang province, which is adjacent to Guangdong province. How about we get a few more bottles of beer? Feng Shi chuckled and made a suggestion. Beer won't do. How about some 20% ABV spirits? Tonight, we're drinking until we drop. Jiang Xingyu echoed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's memories returned to the past. At that time, he was drinking this very strong liquor with his teacher, Qin Tianlong. He collapsed after just 2 cups. However, the purity at that time was 60%, which was the level that his teacher, Qin Tianlong, enjoyed drinking to his heart's content. However, the current figure is 20%, which is not particularly high and is still within an acceptable range. If we do a simple math conversion, my alcohol tolerance is probably around 6 drinks. The food was served very quickly. 20 minutes after ordering, almost all the dishes were served. The aroma of the delicious food wafted over, making Jiang Xingyu sniff and even drool at the corner of his mouth. Then, Jiang Xingyu blinked at Lu Yuan a few times. Seeing Jiang Xingyu's expression, yet wanting Lu Yuan, as the team leader and the one treating, to start eating first, Lu Yuan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Everyone, let's eat. Don't be shy, and we can add more if we're not full. Lu Yuan said with a smile. Then I won't be polite, hee. Jiang Xingyu had been waiting for Lu Yuan to say those words. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. Not bad, not bad, I'm so happy. Brother Lu Yuan, thank you for your hospitality. Hee. Thank you, Boss Lu. I won't eat for free. I wish you great fortune. More than an hour later, after everyone had finished eating, they went home from the entrance of Juxianlu restaurant. However, Xia Qingyin did not leave. After everyone else left, leaving only her and Lu Yuan, she blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, her red lips slightly parted, and asked, Lu Yuan, the breeze is so gentle now. How about we take a walk together? When I stepped out of the dormitory, it was still a bit warm. But now, just as Xia Qingyin said, with a gentle breeze, taking a walk is quite pleasant. Besides, he's already quite full, so taking a walk will help with digestion. Good. So Lu Yuan nodded. The two strolled along the path by the river. Without saying a word, I simply felt the tranquility of the night and the beauty of the breeze. Shiqi, Feng Shiqi. Look, this is an iPhone 17 I bought for you. It sounds like, I love Feng Shiqi in Chinese. Will you marry me? I swear I will be good to you for the rest of my life. Suddenly, beside the two of them, a man knelt down on one knee and took out a ring he had prepared beforehand from his pocket, along with the newly released iPhone 17. Upon seeing this, the girl named Feng Shiqi was slightly taken aback, and then boundless joy appeared on her face. Okay, I promise you. The girl nodded. She extended her finger and let the boy gently place the ring on her hand. Then, the two embraced tightly, each smiling sweetly. Xia Qingyin, who happened to be passing by, naturally remembered this incredibly sweet scene. At this time, There were still a few other people taking a walk nearby, so it wasn't a good time yet. After the two arrived at a secluded spot, Xia Qingyin stopped. Xia Qingyin, you. Hearing the footsteps nearby disappear, Lu Yuan turned his head in great confusion. But what happened next made Lu Yuan's pupils widen in surprise. Xia Qingyin stood still, her pretty face unusually flushed with the glow of the sunset, looking rather coy and hesitant. Although Xia Qingyin did a lot of mental preparation last night and during her walk now, but when the crucial moment arrived, she was still very nervous. Then, she took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up her courage. Her red lips parted slightly, and she slowly opened her mouth, her voice barely audible. Lu Yuan, I like you. Let's be together. Then, she lowered her head shyly, but her gaze kept shifting up and down, anticipating Lu Yuan's reaction. Although Xia Qingyin's voice was very soft, Lu Yuan heard it clearly. Seeing Xia Qingyin's clumsy appearance during her first confession, Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly, and he found it amusing. Seeing the faint smile on Lu Yuan's face, Xia Qingyin's heart was still filled with torment. No way, my first confession is going to fail like this. At this moment, Lu Yuan was lost in thought. First of all, he had to admit that the first thing that attracted him to Xia Qingyin was her stunningly beautiful face. In fact, Xia Qingyin was no different. The first thing that attracted her to Lu Yuan was his handsome face, and he gave people a very comfortable feeling. But it's not just about good looks. As Lu Yuan got to know her better through repeated interactions, he discovered that Xia Qingyin's personality was very much to his liking. Naturally, I felt a sense of goodwill towards them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so much contact with Xia Qingyin. I was originally planning to make a decision later. Now that Xia Qingyin, a girl, has confessed first, he, as a boy, naturally won't hesitate at all. So Lu Yuan nodded and said with a smile, okay. A male voice sounded beside him. Her almond-shaped eyes shone with boundless brilliance, and all the shyness and anticipation on her face were instantly replaced by a smile as radiant as spring flowers in bloom. Then, due to immense excitement, Xia Qingyin took a few steps forward and buried her head tightly in Lu Yuan's arms. Her delicate body was drawn into his arms. Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt a soft sensation, which made him exclaim, what a surging momentum. In his heart, Lu Yuan secretly gave himself a thumbs up for his girlfriend's figure. Now that I'm your girlfriend, those female classmates shouldn't come near me anymore. I'm nestled in Lu Yuan's arms, Xia Qingyin said. Haha, so that's what you're worried about. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and reached out to pat Xia Qingyin's head. Unexpectedly, these female students who asked for her autograph or even her contact information actually accelerated this confession. Xiaoyin, you seemed down yesterday. It didn't look like you were sick, but rather like you were jealous. Lu Yuan chuckled and made a teasing remark. Now that Xia Qingyin was his girlfriend, Lu Yuan naturally stopped calling her classmate and switched to a more intimate term. Humph. Who told someone to be remembered by so many senior girls? Xia Qingyin snorted coldly. Chapter 126. Outfit. Date. After successfully confirming their relationship, the two naturally spent a very sweet and affectionate time together. Their feelings for each other also heated up quickly. Yuan, see you tomorrow. Okay, Xiaoyin, see you tomorrow. It wasn't until midnight, when the two walked from outside the school all the way to the dormitory door, that they reluctantly parted ways. During this time, Xia Qingyin did not reply to Wang Youju's inquiries about the progress. With the sweet aftertaste still lingering on Xia Qingyin's face, she skipped and hopped back to her dormitory. At this moment, she was really looking forward to her first date with Lu Yuan the next day. Of course, she was met with her best friend Wang Youju's feigned anger. Xiaoyin, why don't you reply to my messages? Wang Youju snorted coldly and said, I'm sorry, Xiaozhu, I was chatting with a Yuan at the time and didn't have a moment to check my phone. Oh, I'll just make you a few more macarons. Xia Qingyin waved her hand and apologized. Oh, it's a Yuan who's in the running. I knew you'd confessed successfully since you weren't replying to my messages. How does it feel to be in love? Isn't it sweet? The feigned anger on Wang Youju's face vanished instantly, and then she blinked her bright eyes and asked. Xia Qingyin nodded. In fact, if it weren't for the time, she wouldn't have returned so soon. Therefore, she became even more excited about tomorrow's date. Hee, does that mean I'm your strategist? When we get married, you have to let me sit at the head table. Wang Youju chuckled. Getting married? It's still a long way off. Xia Qingyin blushed and shyly turned her head away. Oh, you're getting shy now, aren't you? Your face is as red as a teapot. Seeing this, Wang Youju rolled her eyes. After recovering from her shyness, Xia Qingyin excitedly said, Xiaozhu, come and help me decide which outfit would be better for our date tomorrow. The next day, after getting up, Lu Yuan went up to the second floor via the spiral staircase. Brother Lu Yuan, you're up so late. Aren't you going to cultivate this morning? Lu Yuan asked in confusion. As Lu Yuan's roommate, he knew everything perfectly well, even if others didn't. Lu Yuan was incredibly dedicated. Every morning at 6 o'clock without fail, he would go for a run, followed by breakfast. Next, they went to the ice and snow ability hall and trained for 10 hours or more. If I also cultivate at night, my daily cultivation time can exceed half of my daily time. But today, it's already 9 o'clock. Forget about morning runs. I can't even make it to my morning practice. How could this not make Lu Yuan suspicious? I'm not going to cultivate anymore. I'm going to go for a walk with Xiaoyin. Lu Yuan replied casually with a smile. Xiaoyin. Lu Yuan keenly grasped the key words. It seems like brother Lu Yuan has succeeded. Now, during the freshman competition at the 4 prestigious universities, Lu Yuan's female fans must be devastated, right? Of course, those male students who were attracted to Xia Qingyin's looks will also be completely devastated. But when will my true love appear? Lu Yuan felt envious and muttered to himself, on the verge of tears. After leaving the dormitory, Lu Yuan arrived at the door of the dormitory across the street. Xia Qingyin isn't the kind of girl who makes her boyfriend wait for hours just to put on makeup. A few minutes later, she came out of the door. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the pretty figure coming out of the dormitory. Xia Qingyin had applied light makeup, and her incredibly smooth long hair cascaded down her back. She wore a pure white dress, her stunning figure impossible to conceal, and carried a small crossbody bag, below which were 2 shapely, long, and fair legs. She was wearing white socks and white sneakers. How to put it? It's like the unrequited love in a novel, the white moonlight of high school. She truly embodied the word pure to the extreme. Originally, Wang Yuzhu was thinking of having Xia Qingyin wear a set of black stockings, high heels, and a bodycon skirt, which would definitely make Lu Yuan completely infatuated. But when she stood in front of the mirror and considered the 3 outfits, Xia Qingyin shook her head decisively. It looks nice, but it doesn't seem really suitable for wearing on a date. So, she finally decided to change to this outfit. Is it pretty? Meeting Lu Yuan's burning gaze, Xia Qingyin blinked her beautiful eyes, her pretty face full of a smile as warm as spring. Nice. Lu Yuan nodded very honestly. Faced with Lu Yuan's serious expression, Xia Qingyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Cough, cough. She coughed twice and then said, "Let's go." Good. Lu Yuan nodded. The two set off on foot, and before they had gone a few steps, their hands naturally came together. They already held hands yesterday, so there won't be any obstruction today. Wow, what a beautiful girl. It's a pity she's already taken. What a handsome guy. Oh, isn't that Lu Yuan? And that's his girlfriend next to him. I'm devastated. It's Lu Yuan. He has a girlfriend now. Quickly take a picture and send it to my best friend to tell her to stop thinking about it. She keeps nagging about it every day. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman walking together naturally attract the attention of many students on the roadside. She has a high level of mental strength, and she can clearly hear the whispers of those around her if she tries hard enough. Hearing the comments from those around her, Xia Qingyin smiled even more brightly. Immediately, she took Lu Yuan's arm and leaned it against her chest, as if making a declaration. Are all girls in love this adorable? Seeing Xia Qingyin's actions, Lu Yuan smiled. My girlfriend is really cute. Soon, the group arrived at the underground parking garage next to the Shenzhen Superpower University. Drop. Xia Qingyin used her car key to open the door of her red Ferrari. The two sat in the driver's seat and the passenger seat, respectively. Boom. Roar. After leaving the underground parking garage, the roar of the engine filled the air. Their destination was the largest shopping mall in the vicinity. Yonghui Mall. This red Ferrari naturally attracted the attention of many pedestrians, who wondered what kind of person was sitting inside. Soon, the two arrived at Yonghui Mall. After parking their car in the nearby underground garage, the two arrived at the main entrance of Yonghui Shopping Mall. The building is magnificent, with smooth and modern lines. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall gleams with a faint golden light in the sunlight, reflecting the color of the sky. At the very center, the signboard with the 4 large characters, Yonghui Mall, features a simple metallic design that shines brightly in the sunlight, making it highly recognizable. Just as the two were admiring the magnificent Yonghui Mall, a figure rushed up quickly. Chapter 127, A Light Skim. Mooncake making. Hearing the rapidly approaching footsteps behind them, the two turned around at the same time. A girl of about 20 years old ran over, with a camera hanging around her neck. Hello, I'm a third-year photography student at Shanghai University, which is located nearby. I just wanted to take a picture of you too, and seeing that you perfectly embody my definition of youth, I couldn't help myself. Don't worry, I'll give you the photos. I'm just taking a simple photo. I won't use it for commercial purposes. This girl was speaking very fast, and she was so excited that she was almost incoherent. Upon seeing this, Xia Qingyin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, Mississippi." Lu Yuan also said, "Okay. Anyway, she doesn't keep the photos, so it won't cause much trouble later. It's for her own benefit. Besides, this was my first date with Xiaoyin, so it would be nice to take a picture to remember it." Hee, okay then. The girl chuckled and led Xia Qingyin and Lu Yuan to a relatively secluded spot. There aren't many people here, so there's less interference when taking photos. Hey beautiful, move closer to your boyfriend. Handsome guys smile more. Smiling makes photos look better and more harmonious. After the girl made several attempts to mediate, the two leaned against each other intimately, striking a very perfect pose. Okay, look at me, 3, 2, 1 cheese. With a click, the faces of the two people were frozen in the photo. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is the most perfect photo I've ever taken. The girl looked at the photos she had taken, her eyes filled with undisguised satisfaction, and she nodded repeatedly. Thank you both for your cooperation. I wish you eternal happiness and a long and happy life together. Hee. After deleting the photos from the camera in front of the two of them, she handed them the printed photos and offered her blessings. Lu Yuan moved closer and took the photo before Xia Qingyin could. Then, the girl left, humming a little tune, in a cheerful mood. Yuan, I haven't seen it yet. Show me if my photo looks good. Xia Qingyin reached out her hand, her beautiful eyes revealing anticipation. Beautiful, beautiful. Lu Yuan nodded as he admired the photo. I must say, no wonder they are students from the photography program at Shanghai University, a 985 university. The photos they take are truly beautiful. Of course, the main reason is that she's good looking. Let me see it. Xia Qingyin reached out and nudged Lu Yuan. No, unless. Lu Yuan decided to tease Xia Qingyin. Unless what? Xia Qingyin blinked and asked. Unless you kiss me. Lu Yuan said casually. He was just joking. He wasn't really asking for it, and he didn't expect Xia Qingyin to take it seriously. But what happened next? Xia Qingyin tiptoed slightly, her eyes tightly closed, and brought her lips close to Lu Yuan's cheek. The next second, a sensation like a dragonfly skimming the water came over me. To be honest, skimming the water didn't feel particularly special, just a slight coolness. Xia Qingyin's boldness still took Lu Yuan somewhat by surprise. While Lu Yuan was in a daze, Xia Qingyin took the photo from him and quickly ran into Yonghui Mall. All that was left for Lu Yuan was his back. From the side that Lu Yuan couldn't see, her pretty face was flushed. Hey, this little een. Lu Yuan touched his cheek and followed with a light laugh. Inside Yonghui Mall, looking up, beneath the high dome, a network of interconnected passageways unfolds like veins. The storefront stretches from the entrance to the horizon, seemingly endless. People pushing shopping carts moved leisurely through the main aisle without feeling crowded, and escalators carried people up and down slowly, drawing soft arcs in the field of vision. Looking up, the brand posters and promotional signs are neatly arranged. Bright lights illuminated every corner. It gives people a sense of the spaciousness and grandeur of a large shopping mall, and the dazzling array of goods and lively atmosphere create a sense of grounded bustle. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already caught up with Xia Qingyin. Xiaoyin, where should we go first? Lu Yuan asked. He really didn't know much about how to shop around. After all, he rarely comes to places like this. At this moment, Xia Qingyin also recovered from her shyness. Her red lips parted slightly, and she said, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in a week. Why don't we go buy some ingredients to make mooncakes? Let's do it. The two arrived at the corresponding area. I purchased the ingredients for the pastry, such as all-purpose flour, invert sugar syrup, etc. The amount of fillings, such as lotus seed paste or red bean paste, and some other ingredients. It's worth mentioning that after discovering that the other person also didn't like 5-nut mooncakes, the two smiled at each other. Afterwards, the two went to a clothing store. How are these jeans? Not bad. Lu Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Yuan, what do you think of this dress? It's a bit short, but you can wear it for me in private. Ugh. Xia Qingyin gave a coquettish laugh. Watching Xia Qingyin constantly change clothes, Lu Yuan didn't feel bored at all. In fact, he enjoyed it. With Xia Qingyin's figure and appearance, this is purely a visual treat. After leaving Yonghui Mall, the two went to some other dating spots. Time passed quickly, and around dusk, the two returned to the Shenzhen Superpower University. It's time to make mooncakes. Next, The two entered Xia Qingyin's dormitory. Seeing this, Wang Yuzhu didn't seem to care much, since there weren't any private items on the first floor anyway. Then, the two went to the kitchen, making the dough, preparing the filling, until the final baking. These operations were basically all done by Xia Qingyin alone. After all, Xia Qingyin has a talent for this, while Lu Yuan knows nothing about grilling beast meat. I can only do odd jobs. Preheat oven to 200 degrees Celsius. Bake for 5 to 8 minutes to set the shape. Remove and brush with a thin layer of egg yolk. Then bake at 180 degrees Celsius for 12 to 15 minutes until golden brown. Remove and let cool. Over here, Wang Yuzhu, drawn by the aroma, has already automatically refreshed her status inside the kitchen. Xiaoyin, what did you make? It smells so good. Can I have some? Wang Yuzhu twitched her nostrils slightly as she inhaled the surrounding air. If you won't help at all, but you still want to eat. Xia Qingyin snorted coldly. I'm just giving you space, afraid of disturbing your mood. Besides, as a strategist, why can't I eat? Wang Yuzhu raised her eyebrows, her voice filled with confidence. Military advisor? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, noticing the key words. He was right. How come Xiaoyin suddenly got it? So there's a strategist behind this. The night was deep. Although I was reluctant to part with it, there was nothing I could do. I can't possibly let Lu Yuan stay here overnight, can I? After saying goodbye, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory across the street. Chapter 128, the fourth level of the profound nether ice soul body. After a day of dating. The next day, Lu Yuan got up very early. First up was a morning run, which Lu Yuan had arranged with his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. He was waiting at the entrance of the dormitory across the street. As soon as Xia Qingyin stepped out, she saw the tall and handsome Lu Yuan. A knowing smile, as radiant as a flower blooming in spring. He immediately took 3 steps at a time and ran over. Next up is the main event. The first 4 days were spent on the freshman competition among the 4 top universities, and yesterday we went on a date. Now, I must begin my cultivation. I still have a ticket to Lost Ruins number 7. Therefore, I must officially break through to the 4th level before November. If it has to be delayed for another year, in November of next year. I've long since lost track of what level I'm at. By then, this ticket to Lost Ruins number 7 will be utterly meaningless. Reaching the 4th tier isn't enough. One must further refine their body tempering technique, learn more skills, and improve their proficiency to significantly improve one's overall abilities. Similarly, Xia Qingyin was not the kind of naive little girl who was immersed in a world of pleasure. Knowing that Lu Yuan's heart was focused on cultivation, she was already very satisfied to be able to have a day with Lu Yuan. Moreover, it wasn't just Lu Yuan who needed to cultivate. She herself also needed to cultivate. Naturally, I won't ask for too much anymore. Inside the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, in the B-level training room, the surrounding area was covered in ice and snow, filled with a chilling atmosphere, and the air was brimming with ice elemental energy. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, they would tremble with fear the moment they stepped inside, and within half a minute, their vital signs would completely disappear. This temperature was just right for Lu Yuan at that moment. Lu Yuan sat down on the ground and looked at the free blood-activating pill in his hand. I wonder how miraculous the effects of this blood-activating pill will be. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Then, he tilted his head back and put the blood-activating pill into his mouth. Instantly, the blood and energy in my body became active, or rather, boiling. It truly lives up to its name as the blood-activating pill. It really does activate the blood. Lu Yuan silently sighed to himself. Then, taking advantage of this time, Lu Yuan closed his eyes and guided himself step by step according to the key points of blood tempering in the mysterious nether ice soul body that he had memorized. The intensely boiling blood clashed with the abundant ice elemental energy within the body, allowing the ice elemental energy to gradually wash away the impurities in the blood. Once, twice, 3 times, countless times. At first, it hurt so much that Lu Yuan almost fainted. But the second time was much easier, with only a slight stinging sensation. The third time was even better than the first 2. Not only did it not produce even the slightest stinging sensation, but it also produced a sense of comfort. Afterwards, it will feel even more comfortable. Thus, with the ice elemental energy within his body repeatedly impacting his boiling blood, Lu Yuan's ability to temper his blood was rapidly improving. The third night. A week is a common way of saying it for people with special abilities. The more outstanding their talent, the shorter the time required. In just 3 days, Lu Yuan had already completed the tempering process and successfully broke through to the 4th level of the profound nether ice soul body. The tempering is finally complete. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Ignoring the slight layer of dark impurities on his body, Lu Yuan first activated the control panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 2000. Special ability: Ice Crown S. Realm level: lower 3rd tier. Mental strength: 894 Hz. Qi and blood: 2,671 calories. Skills: Marksmanship, Master. Melee combat, Intermediate. Ice Shard Ring, D. Advanced. Ice Flash, B. Advanced. Ice Blade, A. Advanced. Frozen Shield, A. Advanced. Ice Blast, S. Advanced. Detective Skill, S. Advanced. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Intermediate. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S. 4th level. Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 2 lower grade / Tier 4 upper grade. Incidentally, Lu Yuan spent 2,500 evolution points to break through Xiao Bing's realm from the upper level of the 1st tier to the lower level of the 2nd tier. Now, Xiao Ice is set off for the underground world within the school to work for its master. Return to the panel itself. The improvement in spirit is minimal and can be disregarded. On the contrary, the improvement in blood and qi is terrifying. 500 calories. That's a whopping 500 calories increase. Lu Yuan felt incredibly refreshed, his whole body brimming with energy. Excellent. It truly lives up to its reputation as a blood-activating pill. Lu Yuan sighed. We also have to thank Tang Hai's father, Tang Shan. After all, without Tang Shen as the source, how could he have obtained this invaluable blood-activating pill? As a master, Tang Shen is someone I can't even come into contact with. But his son Tang Hai is quite capable. I must thank him properly when I have the chance to meet Tang Hai next time. As my thoughts wandered, the hunger in my stomach. Sigh. I'm a little hungry, I'll leave now. Lu Yuan sat up straight, put on his clothes, and left the B-level training room. Wow, you've been inside for so long. I almost thought something had happened to you. Being able to stay inside for so long must have required a significant improvement, right? The staff member who knew Lu Yuan widened his eyes and said, although the cultivation room is good, with an unprecedentedly rich concentration of primordial energy, one cannot stay inside for too long. Otherwise, the body will also be unable to withstand it over time. Not at all. I've only achieved a little success. Lu Yuan said modestly. Then, Lu Yuan paid the money. Upon seeing -90% displayed on the screen, the staff member's eyes widened even further. How high a level of privilege does that require? The staff member was extremely surprised and also somewhat moved. From the moment Lu Yuan first came here until now, he has actually obtained such a high level of access. I've witnessed Lu Yuan's growth firsthand. It was already late at night. After getting his phone back, Lu Yuan sent several messages to Xia Qingyin. Xia Qingyin quickly replied to the message, and after Lu Yuan had eaten his fill, she went to the garden near their dormitory. When Lu Yuan inquired about their purpose, he only received 2 words. Secret. Although he didn't know what Xia Qingyin wanted to do, Lu Yuan still agreed. Even at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the food in the cafeteria was still plentiful. Losing money is secondary. The important thing is to ensure that students can eat well every time they come. After having a hearty meal in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter towards the dormitory area. He wanted to see what the secret Xia Qingyin was talking about really was. She didn't even tell her boyfriend. Chapter 129: The Secret Outfit. Xia Qingyin's decision. Filled with curiosity, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter and gradually drove towards the small garden near the dormitory. In the garden, all kinds of colorful flowers are in bloom, bathed in the dim moonlight. How poetic and picturesque. Normally, Lu Yuan, who had been diligently cultivating all day, would most likely have stopped to admire the scenery, perhaps even taking a picture or reciting a line or two of poetry. But at this moment, Lu Yuan had no heart to appreciate them. Compared to admiring these flowers, he was more interested in seeing what secret Xia Qingyin had mentioned. Entering the small garden, Lu Yuan's pupils widened instantly as he stared incredulously at the beautiful figure deep within the garden. What kind of scene was that? Xia Qingyin stood quietly. Wearing an off-shoulder bodycon dress, the skirt precisely hugged her figure, outlining her waist and hip curves smoothly and neatly, revealing her perfect figure. Under the moonlight, it shimmered with a delicate and soft glow. Her legs were gently encased in over-the-knee black stockings, the matte texture making her skin appear even more delicate. The subtle lace trim at the top of the stockings adds a touch of femininity to the overall look. The absolute territory, not covered by stockings, is revealed, leaving much to the imagination. The black stiletto heels on her feet added an extra layer of allure. At this moment, Xia Qingyin, bathed in moonlight and surrounded by fragrant flowers. Absolutely amazing. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's arrival, Xia Qingyin blinked her bright, expressive eyes. This was the first time she had dressed like this in front of Lu Yuan, so her pretty face blushed with shyness. Then she called out in a clear voice, "Hey Yuan, you're here. Do you still like this secret?" Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan was initially speechless with surprise, and then simply walked over. "Ah Yuan, Xiao Zhu told me to dress like this. She said you'll definitely like it. This is the first time I've ever worn this. You don't like it?" Seeing that Lu Yuan hadn't expressed his opinion, Xia Qingyin became a little anxious. She thought that Lu Yuan didn't like this revealing outfit and was afraid that Lu Yuan would dislike her. Since that's the case, he simply revealed his best friend, Wang Yuzhu. As she spoke, Xia Qingyin's voice grew weaker and weaker, and she lowered her head slightly, as if she were a little girl who had done something wrong. "How could I not like you? You're beautiful. I like you very much," Lu Yuan said. Lu Yuan spoke very slowly, which further proved his seriousness. "Hee, I'm glad you like it." Xia Qingyin instantly went from sadness to joy, raised her head, and chuckled. Then, Xia Qingyin opened her arms and stepped forward, and the two shared a big hug. The two separated. "Ahem, Xiaoyin, although this outfit is very pretty, it's better if you only wear it in front of me." Lu Yuan coughed lightly, offering a reminder. After all, he was Xia Qingyin's boyfriend, so it was only natural and reasonable for her to dress like that in front of him. But he didn't want other boys to see Xia Qingyin's outfit. Xia Qingyin nodded. She didn't really like wearing such revealing clothes anyway. If it weren't for her best friend Wang Yuzhu saying that Lu Yuan would definitely like it, and the fact that Lu Yuan had just returned after several days of cultivation, she wouldn't have wanted to give him a surprise. Otherwise, she wouldn't have worn it at all. Fortunately, the result was not bad. A Yuan really likes it. Next, Xia Qingyin left the garden, returned to her dormitory, and changed into a more conservative outfit. She had just come out of the dormitory, and she took Lu Yuan's hand as they strolled around the school together. "Hey Yuan, what are you cultivating? You've been cultivating for 3 days straight." During their walk, Xia Qingyin asked curiously. "Body tempering technique." Lu Yuan said honestly. "Body tempering technique? Does it also require a continuous period of training? Could it be?" Xia Qingyin fell into deep thought. Judging from her expression, she probably already guessed the correct answer. After all, as the daughter of the Xia family, she was quite likely to know about the blood-activating pill, even though ordinary people might not know about it. "That's right, it's the blood-activating pill. I've already cultivated my body tempering technique to the 4th level." Lu Yuan revealed the answer directly. "The 4th level?" Xia Qingyin exclaimed in surprise. Although she had a vague idea, she still found it incredibly unbelievable when Lu Yuan said it in person. Keep in mind that she has only just entered the 2nd level. It will take her at least 2 or 3 months to break through to the 3rd level before she can take the blood-activating pill and break through to the 4th level of her body tempering technique. Now, a Yuan is already 2 or 3 months ahead of me in terms of body tempering techniques. There is also a realm. He was only at the lower level of the 2nd tier, while Lu Yuan had already reached the lower level of the 3rd tier, which was also a whole realm ahead of him. There's also the proficiency in many skills, and the level of mastery over rare skills. With this thought in mind, Xia Qingyin was somewhat nonchalant throughout the journey. Lu Yuan noticed Xia Qingyin's unusual behavior and lowered his head to ask with concern, "Xiaoyin, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Xia Qingyin took a deep breath and decided to blurt it out. "I've decided to return to my family for special training." At first, she and Lu Yuan were just strangers. No matter how strong Lu Yuan is, even if he is a 7th level grandmaster or an 8th level grandmaster, it has nothing to do with her. But things are different now. She's Lu Yuan's girlfriend. In public, she also represented Lu Yuan's reputation to some extent. Therefore, she herself must also work hard to cultivate, and even if she cannot completely catch up, she must try her best to keep up with Lu Yuan's pace. She hadn't felt anything before, but right now, she's only just confirmed her relationship with Lu Yuan, and the special training will take at least a month to show any noticeable results. If she has to participate in the special training, then they definitely won't be able to see each other for at least a month. After listening to Xia Qingyin's words, Lu Yuan smiled slightly, patted her head, and said, "If you want to do it, then do it. Don't worry too much about me. I will support you. Besides, wouldn't it be great if we became stronger together?" "Hey Yuan, I understand." Xia Qingyin nodded, then took out her phone from her pocket and sent a message to her mother. The message, of course, stated that he wanted to participate in the family's special training. "Xiaoyin, are you serious?" Seeing this, Xia's mother asked again. "Yes." Xia Qingyin replied without hesitation. Okay, I'll contact your dad in a bit. Xia's mother replied. Chapter 130 Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone goes home. From that point on, several days passed in a row. If you look closely, you'll notice that the moon seems to be getting rounder and rounder lately. Because the Mid-Autumn Festival is getting closer and closer. Tomorrow is the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. On this important holiday, Shenzhen Superpower University naturally gives everyone a day off. The vacation time they offer is incredibly generous. A 5-day holiday. After all, while cultivation is important, spending time with family is equally important. Besides, those who are truly determined to become stronger will not slack off even during holidays. Shenzhen High-Speed Railway Station. What a cool car. Is this the legendary Mercedes? Only I'm concerned about the driver's seat of this car. It looks like there's a beautiful woman there. A rich heiress. Stop daydreaming, I see it. Judging from the silhouette, there's very likely a man's figure in the passenger seat of this car. A black Mercedes drove toward the Shenzhen High-Speed Rail Station, sparking discussion among passers-by. This Mercedes, worth over 10 million Blue Star coins, is another among Xia Qingyin's many sports cars. I simply got tired of driving Ferraris, so I switched to another one. Yuan, we've arrived. Get off the bus. The Mercedes has arrived at the Shenzhen High-Speed Rail Station, Xia Qingyin said softly. Xiaoyin, we haven't seen each other for so long. Shouldn't you do something for us? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile appearing on his lips, and said. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin blushed slightly. Of course, she understood what Lu Yuan meant. So, she first activated the car's stealth mode. In an instant, the Mercedes was half shrouded in black mist, and passers-by outside could not see what was inside at all, not even a rough outline. After all, if someone else saw her like this, wouldn't she be mortified? Then, she leaned forward and gave Lu Yuan a kiss that was more intense than a light peck. Okay, is it done yet? After finishing, Xia Qingyin turned her head back, gently gathered her hair, and said, You tried to get rid of me the first time, but now you're trying to get rid of me again? Lu Yuan's lips curled up, and he reached out to put his arm around Xia Qingyin's slender waist. Xia Qingyin immediately understood Lu Yuan's thoughts. However, she didn't stop him, letting Lu Yuan take her arm and pull her towards him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes even showing a hint of anticipation. Then came a passionate kiss. Lu Yuan only let go of Xia Qingyin in his arms when she gradually became breathless. Yuan, you're so naughty. Xia Qingyin, who was breathing air again, crossed her arms and said coquettishly. Do you like it? Lu Yuan chuckled. I like it. Xia Qingyin gently ruffled her hair, her pretty face slightly flushed, and said, Xiaoyin, I'm leaving now. Don't miss me too much. After saying this, Lu Yuan opened the door of the Mercedes and walked towards the Shenzhen High-Speed Rail Station. Who would want a pervert like you? Xia Qingyin gave a soft hum and said. Then she drove her Mercedes at breakneck speed toward her family's home. Along the way, many men cast envious glances at Lu Yuan. After all, although they couldn't see anything happening inside. But even if you can't see it, can you stop them from having those thoughts in their minds? Driving a Mercedes worth over 10 million Blue Star coins. Even if she's not a beauty, she must be a rich woman. Marrying a rich woman is something to be envied. Attention passengers, boarding for train G889 from Shenzhen Station to Tianyuan Station is about to begin. Please take your belongings with you and proceed to Gate 2 for boarding. Soon, Lu Yuan boarded the high-speed train. Lu Yuan quickly scanned the area inside the carriage. Unfortunately, other schools aren't as generous as Shenzhen Superpower University, which only gives students 3 days off for the Mid-Autumn Festival. 3 days off, and it takes 2.5 days to go back and forth. It's all so rushed. Who would even bother going back? This afternoon, Lu Yuan returned to his new home, Manhwa residential area. This house is so much better than my previous rented room. Everything is brand new. Mom, I'm home. Upon seeing his mother, Fong Wan, Lu Yuan was incredibly excited and ran over to her at top speed. Xiao Yuan, are you hungry? Come on in and have some food. Fong Wan smiled slightly. After learning that her son was coming home, she prepared the meal at the perfect time. Good. Lu Yuan nodded and went inside. The once cramped and dimly lit living room has now become so bright and spacious. For a moment, Lu Yuan was even somewhat dazed. Next, Lu Yuan released his companion beast, Xiao Bing, from the containment sphere to let it breathe some fresh air. Xiao Yuan, there's a snake next to you. Fong Wan, who walked in next, revealed a wary look in her eyes. Mom, this is my companion beast, Xiao Bing. Little Ice, do you remember this? This is your master's mother. Lu Yuan then introduced the two parties. After learning that Xiao Bing wouldn't hurt people without reason, Fong Wan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers. The dishes were still Lu Yuan's favorites, exactly the same as what he ate when he went to the Shenzhen University of Superpowers. After enjoying a hearty meal, Lu Yuan received a message from Li Ming, a friend from high school. Brother Yuan, I heard your university has a 5-day holiday for Mid-Autumn Festival. Are you back? Upon seeing the message, Lu Yuan sent his location. I'm so envious of you. You have such a long Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Luckily, I have my girlfriend to keep me company, hee. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. So this kid was here to show off his girlfriend. However, Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously, talking as if he didn't have a girlfriend. The next day, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Yuan, you're up so early. Yes, Mom, I'm going for a morning run. During the day, after telling his mother, Fong Wan, Lu Yuan ran out the door. After my morning run, Lu Yuan went to the fighting ability gym in the city for training. Although the training room cannot provide sufficient ice-type elemental energy, however, absorbing a small amount of combat-related elemental energy to practice marksmanship is still not a problem. After a thoroughly enjoyable practice session, it was already 5 p.m. in the blink of an eye. It's getting late, we should head back. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. So, Lu Yuan left the cultivation room and returned home. Then, we gazed at the moon and ate mooncakes. It's worth mentioning that Xia Qingyin's mooncakes tasted exactly the same as those from outside, and Fong Wan didn't even have any objections. Chapter 131 Hidden Injuries. Half a month later. At the same time, Xia Qingyin drove her Mercedes to the Xia family's residential area. This residential area is extremely large. It contains dozens of huge villas. The largest villa is where the current clan leader, Xia Jianfeng, lives. This Xia Jianfeng was none other than Xia Qingyin's grandfather. He is also a master who has awakened an S-level combat-type superpower and is at the upper level of the 7th rank. Mom and Dad, I'm home. As soon as she entered the villa, Xia Qingyin greeted her father and mother with a smile. Oh, Xiaoyin's back. Xia Qingyin's mother smiled broadly, her eyes crinkling with joy. Xia Qingyin's father also nodded in agreement. Just then, from deep within the house, an elderly man, well past 60, emerged. This old man was Xia Jianfeng. He awakened an S-class combat ability, and his cultivation level is that of a 7th-tier upper-level grandmaster. His face was beaming with smiles, and he was clearly in a very good mood. And the reason for this joy? Naturally, it was because he knew his granddaughter had returned. Grandfather. Xia Qingyin greeted her warmly, and then quickly went to meet her. Xiaoyin is back. Xia Jianfeng reached out and affectionately patted Xia Qingyin's head. He watched Xia Qingyin grow up. Of all his many descendants, his favorite was Xia Qingyin. It's not just because her awakened talent is the S-rank superpower, natural spiritual essence. More importantly, Xia Jianfeng was very fond of her personality. Xia Jianfeng, already in his 60s, has an incredibly rich life experience. It was immediately apparent that many of the family's descendants had long coveted his position. After all, the Xia family has developed over the years and owns numerous businesses. The profits generated are unimaginable. Although those descendants were not capable of inheriting the position, it did not stop them from coveting it. All they do all day is offer some fake concern and superficial work. Only she truly cares about herself. Just then, Xia Jianfeng suddenly felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and weakness in his body, and almost collapsed. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin quickly supported her grandfather and asked with concern, Grandpa, are you all right? Xiaoyin still saw it. Xia Jianfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In recent years, he has been able to feel his health deteriorating. It must be a hidden wound left from the battle when the family clashed with other families during its previous expansion. Even after seeking help from his old friend, an 8th-level lower-ranking grandmaster with awakened S+ level superpowers, it was still to no avail. It recurs every so often. Fortunately, while this old friend cannot completely eliminate the symptoms, it can alleviate them without much problem. Don't worry about it. His old problem has flared up again. Xia Jianfeng chuckled and waved his hand, trying his best not to let his granddaughter Xia Qingyin worry too much about him. Then, he took out a pill from his personal spatial ring and swallowed it. Only then did the symptoms subside considerably. By the way, Xiaoyin, are you really going to start the family special training? Family special training is very painful. Xia Jianfeng asked. After all, Xia Qingyin was his most beloved granddaughter, and he couldn't bear to see his granddaughter suffer so much. Yes, I can no longer be that little girl who is protected by you all. Xia Qingyi nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Xia Jianfeng's eyes lit up with satisfaction once again. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lu Yuan returned to the Shenzhen University of Superpowers. In the morning, at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. In the afternoon, at the Ice and Snow Superpowers Pavilion. It was still the Ice and Snow Superpowers Hall at night. Lu Yuan has been spending all his time and night in the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, and has lost all sense of what the world is like. He only occasionally video chats with his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin, late at night. Judging from the video, this so-called family special training is indeed extremely rigorous. There were extremely fine blood vessels at the corners of her eyes that were hard to conceal, and you could see them through them. This went on for a full 10 days. A barrage of frost spears. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. At this moment, the Cold River sky-splitting spear was in Lu Yuan's spatial ring, meaning that he had nothing in his hands. As Lu Yuan mobilized the ice elemental energy within his body, an enhanced ice spear instantly appeared in his hand. The ice spear shimmered with a chilling, icy blue light, and the surface of the arrows was covered with fine, frost-like patterns, as if it had just been retrieved from an extremely cold abyss. If it were any other superhuman, a mere touch of their fingertips would send chills down their spines, let alone being hit and pierced by this ice spear. Ice gun. Lu Yuan aimed and, using all the strength of his muscles, launched the ice spear. Ultimately, the test instrument recorded an astonishing impact force of 6,250 kilograms. Phew, not bad. Upon seeing these exaggerated impact figures, Lu Yuan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. It should be noted that the ice sword he wielded when using the skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, only had an impact force of less than 4,000 kilograms. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array can summon many ice swords at once. The combined impact is terrifying. However, it will also deplete the body's ice-type elemental energy in one go, which is not conducive to prolonged combat. However, Frost Spear Combo is different, with the emphasis on combo, meaning its ability to sustain combat for an extremely terrifying period of time. Using skills not only consumes very little ice-type energy, but also increases the damage of the spear as the number of combos increases. Evolution points minus 2,720. Frost Spear Combo, SS. Beginner, Frost Spear Combo, SS. Elementary, Frost Spear Combo, SS. Intermediate. Incidentally, after Lu Yuan used evolution points to advance from beginner to mastery of Frost Spear Combo, he then used more evolution points to break through from basic proficiency to intermediate proficiency. What? You want to ask where Lu Yuan's evolution points come from, since he spends all day and night in the Ice and Snow Ability Museum? That's of course thanks to the hard work of our diligent working snake, Xiaobing. It stays in the underground world and can gain several hundred evolution points every day. In the past few days, he not only broke through to the middle level of the second tier again, but his small body also grew considerably larger, almost as thick as Lu Yuan's wrist. Moreover, it also brought Lu Yuan a considerable amount of evolution points. Incidentally, the school also organized its first student trip to the underground world during these days. This isn't just playing around in the shallow areas. It's about going into the deep areas to learn. He was accompanied by a mentor. Unless it's a life or death situation, the mentor will never intervene. Lu Yuan naturally did not participate. For him, this level of learning was completely unnecessary. Chapter 132 SS Rank Mission. Beast Siege. Noon on the second day. Inside the cafeteria of Shenzhen Superpower University. Lu Yuan was eating while scrolling through his phone. His plan for the afternoon was to go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to continue his training. Lu Yuan already had several thousand evolution points on his system panel. He had a feeling that he would soon reach the mid-stage of the third tier. Xiaobing, then you should thank me properly. Just as Lu Yuan was looking at some interesting posts shared by others on the campus forum of the Heart in Shenzhen University app, suddenly, a striking bright red notification popped up at the top of the screen. This notification also came from the Heart at Shenzhen University app. Because it was so eye-catching, Lu Yuan glanced at it casually. This sweep will have serious consequences. Lu Yuan discovered that the bright red notification that popped up was actually an SS-level mission issued by the school in the mission center. SS rank mission. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Similarly, this prompt will appear on the screen of any mobile phone that has the Heart in Shenzhen University app installed. Therefore, within seconds, a heated discussion broke out on the entire campus forum. The original posting speed was 10 to 20 seconds per post. Now, A new post appears in less than a second. Looks like I finally have something to do, Lu Yuan thought to himself. With this in mind, Lu Yuan did not go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall as planned, but instead changed direction, rode a shared electric bike, and came to the mission center in the school. The task center is where the school posts tasks. The heart of Shenzhen University app is merely a proxy for notifications. If you want to see or even accept this SS quest, coming here is an essential step. What is this SS rank mission? Can someone tell me? Oh my god, it's a big mission with 100 participants. We can go in and get some rewards. Anyone want to go in with me and get some rewards? Just trying to get a reward from the market fair? Take a look at the mission details first. The school hasn't issued an SS level mission in over a year. This one is definitely not an ordinary mission. The cafeteria near the Ice and Snow Ability Hall isn't too far from the mission center. Therefore, Lu Yuan, riding a shared electric scooter and running at full power, quickly arrived at the mission center. At this moment, the mission center was still packed with people and bustling with noise. Various discussions arose one after another, never ceasing. However, after learning the details of this SS-level mission, they began to hesitate. The reason for wanting to sign up is that this SS-level mission has a maximum of 100 participants, and the mission rewards include a participation bonus of 10 credits, which is not a small amount. This means they can simply follow the big shots and reap the rewards. But there are also reasons why they don't want to sign up. Because the specific content of this SS-level mission was actually to go to Base 2 in Shenzhen City and work with the station soldiers to stop the attack of the ferocious beasts. In the underground world of Shenzhen City Base Number 2, the ferocious beasts are rarely first or second tier. Most are third or fourth tier. There are even lower tier fifth-order ferocious beasts. This was still too authoritative for most of the students present who were still at the first or second level. Faced with such a formidable lineup of ferocious beasts attacking the city, even if they wanted to claim the participation prize, they didn't have the guts to. A ferocious beast at the lower level of the 5th rank. This is no joke. If Shenzhen Number 2 city fails to be defended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if I manage to hold out, I might not survive until I receive the reward. I'll do it. Never mind, never mind. If you go, I'll go. Are you going? I'm not sure. At that very moment when many people hesitated and wavered, a slender figure appeared, her beautiful silver hair swaying in the wind, drawing considerable attention. Of course, her identity is even more eye-catching. This drew everyone's attention. Is it Senior Jian? Is she also participating in this SS-level mission? I'll go in and try to get a reward too. Don't try to take it from me. I want to get in and claim a reward too. After Jiang Xianran appeared, everyone felt as if they had been given a powerful tranquilizer. Many people, who were initially hesitant, are now rushing to participate. As everyone knows, Jiang Xianran recently broke through to the 4th Order Upper Realm. S-rank superpower, Jade Purity Divine Thunder. Lightning-based superpowers are among the most destructive of all superpowers. In addition, there is the 4th Order Advanced Realm. Therefore, even if a ferocious beast of the lower 5th rank attacks, there is probably no need to worry too much. A ferocious beast attacking the city? I wonder how Jiangzhan City and the Firefox team fared back then. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan sighed softly, feeling a sense of melancholy. Of course, a smile soon appeared on Lu Yuan's face. With ferocious beasts launching a massive attack, isn't this the perfect opportunity to harvest evolution points? It seems I'm one step closer to the 4th tier and to reaching the number 7 Lost Ruins. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was squeezed out of the crowd. Furthermore, only 100 people are allowed to register. Therefore, he did not manage to secure the SS-level mission. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. Lu Yuan only spent twice the participation prize, which was only 20 credits, and randomly picked a student who clearly just wanted to get the prize. After I readily awarded the credits, the other party was equally quick to transfer the task slot to me. The ferocious beasts are attacking the city. Although there has been no obvious attack yet, and it is just a small skirmish, the situation is still urgent. Therefore, the gathering began as soon as the number of participants for the task was full. After a quick head count, the 100 people boarded 2 buses. The bus has the logo of Shenzhen Superpower University. Upon seeing this, passing vehicles swerved to avoid it, as if they had seen an ambulance. On the bus, sitting next to Lu Yuan was an old acquaintance of his, Zhang Yan, the senior who brought Lu Yuan to the University of Supernatural Abilities on his first visit. It has been more than a month since the two last met at the alchemy workshop. When they met again, the two naturally had a very pleasant conversation. As they were talking, the bus slowly came to a stop. Outside the car was our destination, Shenzhen City Base Number 2. Chapter 133 Xiesheng. Duchun. Everyone, get off the bus. That's what the bus driver said. Accompanied by the bus driver's urgent words, the students hurriedly got off the bus. The city is under attack by ferocious beasts. The situation is urgent, and there is no time to lose. Even a second's delay could have unpredictable consequences, creating the so-called butterfly effect. Although it may be so small as to be invisible, it's best to avoid it if possible. You must be from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. We've been waiting for you. Who's leading this operation? Upon seeing the Shenzhen Superpower University sign on the bus, a person in charge standing outside Shenzhen Base Number 2 beamed with joy, quickly stepped forward, and asked. Upon hearing this, the students quickly moved and involuntarily stood behind a silver-haired girl. After all, Jiang Xianran is not only the most famous person in the school, but also the strongest person here, so it is most appropriate to make her the temporary leader. It's me, my surname is Jiang. Jiang Xianran said. All right, Captain Jiang, please bring the students in with me first. This was stated by the person in charge of Shenzhen Base Number 2. Just then, 2 more buses drove up. The signs on the bus read Star Sea Superpower University and Hongbang Superpower University. The sound of the bus braking. Lu Yuan knew these 2 universities. One was a 985 university, and the other was a 211 university. They are all key universities located in Shenzhen. As for why Lu Yuan knew, that's because, during the senior year of high school, in order to motivate the students, the homeroom teacher posted a map on the left and right walls of the classroom, marking universities 211 and above across the country. It's easy to remember something you see every day. The bus doors opened, and students from both schools disembarked. The number of students from Shanghai Superpower University was about half that of Shenzhen Superpower University, totaling approximately 50 students. Hongbang Ability University had even fewer students, only about 30. Unfortunately, the rewards for this mission are distributed by Shenzhen Base Number 3. Since each school has a different strength, the rewards they receive will naturally vary. Since you're all here, that's perfect, come on in. The person in charge waved, and the leaders of several schools nodded and led the students inside. Following the crowd inside, Lu Yuan glanced around. On a nearby table, there were many uneaten sunflower seeds and peanuts, and wisps of steam were still rising from the teacup next to it, probably from freshly brewed tea. There were also some scattered playing cards on the table. As a result, things happened suddenly. All the social superpowered individuals in the area who were enjoying leisure time rushed home to take refuge after learning about the ferocious beast attacking the city, fearing that they would get caught in the crossfire. As they walked, the group arrived at the entrance to the underground world. Then, all the students lined up and entered Deep City Number 2 through the underground world passage. Right now, it's just some small-scale activity. Climbing the stairs to the city wall and looking down, there are almost no traces left by the ferocious beasts. After all, only some first and second-tier ferocious beasts had arrived. Although there are hundreds or even thousands of them, their physical strength is weak, and they can all be killed remotely with firearms. Junior brother Lu Yuan, what's wrong? Just as Jiang Yin and Lu Yuan were chatting and laughing, Lu Yuan suddenly looked back, which aroused Jiang Yin's curiosity. No, it's nothing. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and waved his hand. Is it just my imagination? At the same time, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have some doubts. He could sense that 2 people were staring intently at him. In fact, this is not an illusion. Indeed, there were 2 people whose eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan. Thank you, Sheng. A student in the Starry Sea Superpower University team. What was Awaken was an A-level ice-type ability. He ranked among the top 100 in the province in the college entrance examination and was successfully admitted to Shanghai Superpower University, a 985 university. He achieved 7th place in the freshman competition held by Shanghai Superpower University. But things are far more complicated than that. Just 2 weeks ago, he suddenly felt a surge of icy power erupt within him. No matter how much I suppress or absorb it, it has no effect. The pain throughout his body caused him to faint. When he woke up again, he was surprised to find that his superpower had mutated. It leaped directly up a major grade, breaking through from A-level ice-type ability to S-level ice-type ability. The probability of such a phenomenon occurring is extremely low. In the entire history of Earth, there has only been one such lucky individual. At the first level, he actually underwent 2 consecutive mutations in his ability, breaking through from an A-level ability to an SS-level ability. But this lucky person is also unlucky, because he was born in the chaotic continent of Africa and into the lowest social class. He hadn't even grown up yet when he was assassinated by someone else. Back here, Xiesheng already knew that in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there was only one student who had awakened an S-level Ice-type skill this year. The student's name is Lu Yuan, and the school he chose is Shenzhen Superpower University. I had long heard that Lu Yuan's performance at the Shenzhen University of Superpowers was outstanding. But seeing is believing. And now another half-month has passed. Xiesheng was somewhat looking forward to seeing how Lu Yuan would perform during the Beast Siege mission. Du Chun. He was the champion of the previous freshman competition at Shenzhen Superpower University and also signed up for this mission. In last year's competition for freshmen at the 4 top universities, due to poor leadership and arrogance, Shenzhen Superpower University ranked 4th from the top, which is the last place. It wasn't a big deal at first, but since Lu Yuan entered the school, his performance has become increasingly outstanding. They won the freshman competition with absolute strength, leading their team to first place in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. After, everything has changed. Many students secretly compared Du Chun to Lu Yuan, although I didn't say it to his face. However, Du Chun overheard the whispers behind his back, which made him resentful. It just goes to show that the world is a vast and wondrous place, and some people's personalities are just that peculiar. He actually blamed all the mistakes on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, after this mission, await my challenge. Du Chun looked at the tall figure not far away, narrowed his eyes, and thought to himself. He believes that, even if he was no match for Lu Yuan at that time. But a year later, now that he's at the lower level of the 3rd tier, Lu Yuan is definitely no match for him. Chapter 134 The First Wave of Ferocious Beasts. Du Chun felt increasingly pleased and happy as he thought about it. He was now filled with restless desire. With this thought in mind, Du Chun took a few steps forward and came directly behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan heard Du Chun's footsteps and turned his head away. I saw it. Du Chun was walking towards me, looking menacing. What's up? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said indifferently. Judging from his expression, he clearly had ill intentions. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not give him a friendly look. Lu Yuan, I am Du Chun, the champion of last year's freshman competition. I hereby issue you a challenge. After the mission is completed and we return, you and I will have a ring match in the arena. How about it? Du Chun's face showed a provocative expression. This time, he must win back the reputation he has lost. Why should I accept your challenge? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. After this mission is over, Lu Yuan plans to prepare to enter the underground world again to harvest evolution points. Should I accept the challenge from Du Chun, the so-called champion of last year's freshman competition? Haha, he has absolutely no interest. Aside from wasting time, Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other use for it. You. Upon hearing this, Du Chun clenched his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. Just then, the commotion they made attracted a group of students nearby. Their eyes all turned towards them, curious about what had happened. You're not afraid, are you? Du Chun deliberately revealed an extremely arrogant and irritating expression. He spread his hands, sighed, and said in a sarcastic tone, I never thought that our invincible champion, Captain Lu, would actually have a day when he's scared, ha ha ha. At this point, many students had noticed this area and started a considerable discussion. Du Chun still didn't believe that Lu Yuan would disagree with what he said. Just then, a clear, cold voice came. Don't forget, it's still mission time. You can talk about your personal matters when you get back. The visitor was none other than Jiang Xianran. If he got lucky this time. Now that Jiang Xianran has spoken up, there's nothing he can do. Du Chun snorted coldly and left the place. Thank you for helping me out, Senior Jiang. Lu Yuan thanked him. This Du Chun was buzzing incessantly in his ear like a fly. While it wouldn't make Lu Yuan impulsively agree to his challenge and waste his own time, the whole process was still quite troublesome. You're welcome. Also, be careful, Jiang Xianran said, adding a friendly reminder as she went along. After all, in Jiang Xuanran's eyes, Lu Yuan was the only student at Shenzhen Superpower University whose potential surpassed her own. She didn't want Lu Yuan to be so impulsive that he would be seriously injured or even die during a mission. He ruined his future. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. But some students see it differently. This is big news. Jiang Xianran, the aloof and icy senior student, not only helped Lu Yuan out of a predicament, but also showed concern for his safety. But they only dared to sigh in their hearts, and didn't even dare to express their opinions on the campus forum. If Jiang Xianran finds out, given Jiang Xuanran's abilities and prestige at school, they're bound to suffer the consequences. I think this might be related to your winning the championship in the freshman competition of the 4 top universities. I guess he's feeling a bit resentful. After Du Chun left, Jiang Yin guessed why Du Chun had approached Lu Yuan. I actually got myself into trouble with flies. In the end, I'm still not strong enough. Lu Yuan shrugged, feeling a pang of emotion. If I had Zhang Xuanran's strength, I reckon I could just give Du Chun a look and he'd be so scared he'd run away with his tail between his legs. They're here. Everyone, get ready. Holding up a specially made telescope, Jiang Xianran looked into the distance and said, as expected. After Jiang Xianran finished speaking, everyone on the city wall could feel a slight tremor, until a black line appeared in the distance. Shadow cat, purple fong snake, one-horned rhinoceros. A huge, dark horde of ferocious beasts rushed over at lightning speed. As it approached, the black line gradually turned into a black surface. It can be described as dark clouds looming over the city, threatening to crush it. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the distance. Infernape, giant gale mantis, and cold lion. Behind these hundreds of first- and second-tier ferocious beasts, there are nearly 23rd-tier ferocious beasts. Everyone, do not leave the city for now. Those who have learned ranged attack skills can use those skills to attack directly. Those who haven't learned ranged attack skills, go over there to get weapons. If you really don't know how to use a gun, you can stand by the city wall to prevent ferocious beasts from climbing up the city. Jiang Xianran gave the instructions with a calm and composed expression. Her crisp voice, combined with her cool and aloof face, was extremely captivating. This makes not only students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, but also students from 2 other universities. I did it all. Within minutes, the army of ferocious beasts had already reached the city gates. This is the perfect time to make a move. Many students put their skills to use. Flames, lightning, gales. Various types of skills were launched, instantly reducing the number of Tier 1 ferocious beasts who served as the frontline soldiers to more than half. Ice Blade, Ice Blade, Ice Blade. Lu Yuan was also frantically using his A-level skill, Ice Blade. A vast array of ice blades, like a blizzard, were launched towards the oncoming horde of ferocious beasts. The amount of Yuan energy in Lu Yuan's body is now vastly different from what it used to be. Lu Yuan can now unleash ice blades continuously for 10 minutes. He alone formed an output line. This gave the other students standing next to Lu Yuan a huge shock, leaving them stunned. Even Zhang Yan, who was already a senior in college at the time, felt inferior to him. The amount of Yuan energy in his body is not as terrifying as Lu Yuan's. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the second tier mid-level ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 400. At the same time, Lu Yuan kept hearing system notifications. Soon, these third-tier ferocious beasts also approached. Just as Lu Yuan took out an energy potion from his backpack, intending to restore his Yuan energy and unleash the extreme ice illusion killing array to secure this wave of abundant evolution points. Lightning ball bombardment. Tearing through the wind. A water whale is pressing down. The leaders of the 3 schools attacked simultaneously, killing most of the third-tier ferocious beasts, a step ahead of Lu Yuan. Fortunately, there were some remnants left, which Lu Yuan collected, gaining 17,000 evolution points. Chapter 135. A fourth-order ferocious beast appears. With the addition of the small ferocious beasts he had hunted and his existing evolution points, Lu Yuan now had 23,000 evolution points. In order to hunt more high-level ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan chose to add points to his SS-level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. 23,000 evolution points can also enable Lu Yuan to break through from the lower third-tier realm to the middle third-tier realm. As for why Lu Yuan didn't break through his cultivation level, that's because breaking through a realm and stabilizing the boiling, turbulent ice elemental energy within the body requires a considerable amount of time. Based on past experience, this time will definitely not be less than 2 hours. 2 hours has passed. The daylily buds must be cold by now. However, the absorption of memories is relatively much faster. Evolution points minus 7,800. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS level. Intermediate, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS level. Advanced. At the instant you press the button on the system panel, a flood of memories poured into Lu Yuan's mind, as if he had released them thousands of times. As Lu Yuan absorbed the memories and closed his eyes, not far away, Du Chun looked at Lu Yuan, a cold smile creeping across his face. Indeed, Du Chun thought that Lu Yuan was exhausted after fighting for only a short while, and not just ordinary exhaustion, but extreme exhaustion. He was currently resting his body by closing his eyes. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. He was already able to unleash 15 ice swords. The original advanced level of the extreme ice illusion killing array could support Lu Yuan in unleashing up to 16 ice swords. However, his ice-type elemental energy capacity was insufficient at this time, so he only had 15. Of course, Lu Yuan didn't care much. The difference between 15 and 16 handles is not significant. After this wave of ferocious beasts passed, everyone rested by the city wall. But none of them came down from the city wall, because the next wave of ferocious beasts could come at any time. Lu Yuan, I never would have guessed you'd become so strong. Jiang Yin patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, It's all right, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Lu Yuan spoke humbly. Lu Yuan was telling the truth. After all, with the existence of evolution points, his cultivation was not only incredibly fast, but he was also unaffected by any bottlenecks. The potential for improvement is naturally ridiculously large. Wow, kid, if you keep improving, you'll probably reach our school's graduation standard next year. Jiang Yin still had a smile on her face. What are the school's graduation standards? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's pupils widened. This was somewhat unexpected for him. How long have I been in school? I'm already almost at the graduation standard. Do you think everyone is a pervert like you? Our school's graduation standard is a third-order median, which is called an ordinary graduate. A good graduate needs to reach the fourth order, and an outstanding graduate needs to meet the requirements of a good graduate and make outstanding contributions within the school. Jiang Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw Lu Yuan's expression. Third-order mid-level. Lu Yuan murmured something softly. Realize, if he had chosen to break through his current realm, he would have been able to graduate from Xinjiang Superpower University as an ordinary student. Of course, Lu Yuan's pursuits wouldn't be limited to just that. Ordinary graduates? Lu Yuan wants outstanding graduates. He was just feeling a bit sentimental. Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized something and asked, then why didn't senior Jiang Xianran choose to graduate as an outstanding graduate? She reached the upper level of the 4th rank and led her team to win the championship of the National Superpowered High School competition. With her potential, there would probably be plenty of 8th-level grandmasters outside who would choose to take her as a disciple. There would be no need for her to stay at the school, right? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Yin smiled mysteriously, leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear, and whispered, the first principal of Xinjiang Superpower University was surnamed Jiang. Many people speculate that senior sister Jiang Xianran must have some connection with the previous principal Jiang. She stayed here because she wanted to lead Xinjiang Superpower University to win the National Superpower University competition again. The National College Student Competition will be held in 3 months. I guess senior Jiang Xianran will graduate after the competition ends. I see. Lu Yuan understood. As she spoke, Jiang Xianran announced, the next wave of ferocious beasts is coming soon. Everyone get ready for battle. As soon as Jiang Xianran finished speaking, everyone on the city wall sprang into action. They all stared intently into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a tremendous roar resounded. Many people on the city walls felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this roar, and their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. What followed was nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts. The combined weight of these ferocious beasts is over 1,000 tons. It caused the ground to feel like it was experiencing a slight earthquake. Many people couldn't even stand properly, and some almost fell off the city wall. Under such circumstances, the consequences of falling from the city wall are predictable. They would only be crushed into mincemeat by the ensuing army of ferocious beasts. Not long after, the army of ferocious beasts gradually approached the city wall. Let's do it, Jiang Xianran said. The next moment, a storm of attacks swept towards the horde of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts, with bloodshot eyes, have lost their most basic reason and are left only with the most primal desires. Ignoring their own lives, they desperately rammed into the city walls of Xinjiang No. 2. Fortunately, the impact of the first and second-tier ferocious beasts was not too strong. Despite the multiple impacts, the city wall did not develop any cracks. Just when everyone thought they could defeat the beast army as easily as last time, the next few ferocious beasts that appeared made everyone's pupils widen. Thunder Tiger and Silver Gray Armored Bird. Both of these are relatively well known among 4th-tier ferocious beasts. The Thunder Tiger's body is filled with a large amount of wind elemental energy and a small amount of lightning elemental energy. This makes its movement speed incredibly terrifying. The Silver Gray Armored Bird is filled with a considerable amount of metal-type and wind-type elemental energy. Its movement speed may be somewhat slower, but its defensive capabilities are terrifying. One can glean some insight from its exterior, which is entirely covered in silver-gray armor. These two ferocious beasts are filled with two different types of elemental energy. This is also one of the differences between ferocious beasts and humans. According to scientists' research, the unique physical structure of ferocious beasts allows them to possess two or even more types of elemental energy. However, this only indicates that they have diverse abilities, since the total amount of vital energy in the body remains the same. Therefore, their actual combat strength will not be improved. Chapter 136, Killing a Tier 4 Ferocious Beast. 40,000 evolution points. It's a 4th tier ferocious beast. What should we do? What's there to be afraid of? Our school's senior, Jian, is at the upper level of the 4th tier. Dealing with these ferocious beasts is a piece of cake for her. It's actually the upper level 4th tier. That's great. We're saved. The moment these ferocious beast-like faces appeared, many students from Shanghai Superpower University and Hongbang Skills University present panicked. However, after the students at Shenzhen Superpower University revealed that Jiang Xianran was at the upper level of the 4th tier, the panic and insecurity on their faces vanished, replaced by peace of mind and contentment. Among these students, there was one whose eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. This person was none other than Lu Yuan. The Thunder Tiger on the left looks a bit thinner. If my ice sword can kill it, I'll get a lot of evolution points. This was what Lu Yuan was thinking at that moment. Lu Yuan still remembered that after he killed the Ice Lion, a 3rd-tier high-level cultivator, in the underground world, he directly obtained 15,000 evolution points. The Thunder Tiger is a 4th-tier ferocious beast, and the evolution points gained from killing it are definitely much more than those from the Frost Lion. Lu Yuan estimated that even if this Thunder Tiger was a lower-level 4th-tier beast, it would have at least 30,000 evolution points. As Lu Yuan's thoughts raced, the remaining army of ferocious beasts rapidly advanced. When these ferocious beasts were about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the city wall, Jiang Xianran was the first to mobilize the lightning elemental energy within her body. 100,000 volts. Jiang Xianran pondered in a low voice and used her ultimate technique. 100,000 volts, an SS-level skill, unleashes a thunderous barrage of devastation, its power equally astonishing. Crackling sounds. Sizzle sizzle. In an instant, purplish-blue lightning appeared around Jiang Xianran, making a loud noise. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, these purplish-blue lightning bolts shot out and struck the oncoming horde of ferocious beasts. In order not to waste the power of the skill, Jiang Xianran focused her attention on the few 4th-tier ferocious beasts that were currently in the area. The moment they came into contact with the lightning, these ferocious beasts all felt its powerful destructive force. The silver-gray armored bird closest to Jiang Xianran had its original silver-gray armor instantly turn charred black, with some parts even turning into particles slightly larger than dust. Then the plane crashed, falling heavily to the ground. There was absolutely no sound. The other silver-gray Skarmory and Thunder Tiger weren't much better off. Under the bombardment of Jiang Xuanran's Jade Purity Divine Lightning, their flesh was also charred black by the electricity, but they did not die on the spot. After catching his breath, he ultimately succumbed to the aftershocks of the thunder and fell silent. Smack, smack, smack. After all the ferocious beasts were blasted to death by Jiang Xuanran's lightning, a burst of loud applause rang out from the city wall. There was no way around it. This scene truly gave their young minds a huge shock. A hint of horror also appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. This only strengthened Lu Yuan's belief in becoming stronger. Using such a powerful skill all at once naturally left Jiang Xianran somewhat exhausted. She was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling slightly. All the 4th-tier ferocious beasts on the field were dead, and she had no intention of making a move. Give these people a chance to make a move, so they don't always have to rely on me. Jiang Xianran had heard the entire discussion from those people. She just didn't say it out loud. Just as Jiang Xianran sat down to rest, a Thunder Tiger suddenly sprang out from under the corpse of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. It hid under the corpse of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, which is how it escaped the lightning's lock. This ferocious beast was exactly the one Lu Yuan had seen, because Lu Yuan learned the S-rank skill detective technique and even used it. That was, of course, discovering the Thunder Tiger hiding under the corpse of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Since it was expected, the moment the Thunder Tiger appeared, Lu Yuan made his move. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan murmured a sentence. In an instant, a strong, icy aura erupted from Lu Yuan's body and spread outwards. These chilling energies gradually coalesced into the ice swords surrounding Lu Yuan. 1, 2. The students nearby counted them and found there were 14 ice swords. What kind of skill is this? Its power is terrifying. Seeing this, Duchen couldn't help but rub his eyes. The scene before me had not changed at all, which meant that I had not seen wrong. No wonder, when the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities was underway, Duchen was on a mission off campus and did not see Lu Yuan's performance. He only heard that Lu Yuan had defeated his opponents with overwhelming force and won the championship. At that time, because Lu Yuan defeated the opponent so quickly, the students watching the match didn't even have time to take out their phones before the game was over. The video of Lu Yuan's battle naturally did not circulate. And Xiesheng, his pupils also revealed a look of admiration. Dude, we're both ice type, so why do you play it so cool? As everyone's attention was drawn to him, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. All the ice swords flew towards the Thunder Tiger at lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder Tiger opened its blood-red maw and spat out a series of lightning particles, which clashed with the ice swords. The moment the ice sword came into contact with the lightning particles, thick frost erupted, obscuring the view. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yuan focused his mind and turned the remaining 5 ice swords around. From above, that is, to launch an attack from the Thunder Tiger's blind spot. This Thunder Tiger has a pretty fast reaction speed. Even under these circumstances, it managed to dodge 2 ice swords. But, at this moment, Lu Yuan's extreme ice illusion killing array had reached an advanced level of proficiency. The impact force of an ice sword is close to 5,000 kilograms. 3 ice swords would weigh close to 15,000 kilograms, or 15 tons of impact force. The ice sword flew before him. Thunder Tiger couldn't withstand it at all as the ice sword pierced his skin. Instantly, a thin layer of frost formed on the Thunder Tiger's flesh. Ice Blade. Thunder Tiger wasn't completely dead yet, so Lu Yuan quickly finished him off. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ice blades struck the Thunder Tiger's flesh. Soon, it became motionless and looked as if it were dead. But Lu Yuan did not let his guard down. Sure enough, after feigning death for a while, the Thunder Tiger charged off in the opposite direction with all its might. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was prepared. You have defeated the Tier 4 low-level ferocious beast, Thunder Tiger. Evolution points plus 40,000. Only after the system's incredibly pleasant notification appeared did Lu Yuan confirm that Thunder Tiger was indeed dead. Chapter 137, Du Chen's Apology. A 5th-order ferocious beast appears. Wow, that's amazing. And who is this person? I know him, Lu Yuan. He's the strongest contestant in this year's competition among the freshmen of the 4 prestigious universities. What? You're telling me he's a freshman? The way Shenzhen's superpower university trains its students is terrifying. It's a pity I was just a few points short of the required score on the college entrance exam. I'm also from Shenzhen University of Superpowers. I'm a senior now, and I'm still not as good as him. How long has it been? Has Lu Yuan's strength improved so much already? Many people present, whether they were from other schools or Shenzhen University of Superpowers, whether they knew Lu Yuan or not, they were all horrified and completely stunned by what they saw. There was no way around it. Jiang Xianran was a senior in college at the 4th tier advanced level and had performed exceptionally well in the national superpower competition. Among the students, she was a renowned figure. As for Lu Yuan, although he is not as strong as Jiang Xianran at present, he is still much stronger than them. Most importantly, Lu Yuan is only a freshman. The potential for future progress is still incredibly vast. At this rate, let alone a Grandmaster, it probably wouldn't be difficult for Lu Yuan to advance to the 8th level Grandmaster. After all, even a Grandmaster would find it difficult to match Lu Yuan's strength at his age. Hiss. Upon realizing this, everyone involuntarily gasped, including Du Chun, who was standing at the back of the crowd. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips even carved marks into the flesh of his palms. Du Chun's face turned pale. Cold. It's chilling. At the same time, Du Chun felt a chill creeping down his spine, as if Lu Yuan had used ice-type powers on him. He had previously wanted to challenge Lu Yuan to a duel in an attempt to save face. It is entirely based on. Du Chun believed that Lu Yuan's current strength was not yet as good as his own. After all, both of them were the champions of that year's freshman competition. No matter how talented Lu Yuan is, it's impossible for him to be this outrageous. But the facts were right in front of him. How could Du Chun not believe them? He wasn't blind. But now, an even bigger problem has arisen. He actually provoked a future 8th tier Grandmaster. There are only a few dozen 8th tier Grandmasters in the entire country. Countless heroes across the country have achieved this, but the vast majority have failed miserably. Duchen doesn't believe he can reach that level. Frustration, fear, despair. A mix of negative emotions welled up in Duchen's heart. Thinking of this, his knees buckled and he almost knelt down. Are you alright? The students next to Duchen helped him up. Fine. Duchen replied. What should I do now? Apologize? Apologize in front of so many people? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? So what if I lose face? It's better than planting a time bomb for my future. Duchen had a particularly rich inner world. Hoo. Duchen took a few deep breaths, frantically encouraging himself. Then, he took a few steps forward and came to Lu Yuan's side. Under Lu Yuan's gaze, she hesitated for a few seconds before slowly saying, Lu Yuan, about what happened just now, I'm sorry. To show his sincerity. After apologizing, Duchen bent down and bowed deeply. Fine. Lu Yuan waved his hand, his pupils revealing no emotion. Since the other party had apologized, Lu Yuan decided not to pursue the matter further. Of course, this is based on the premise that Duchen was only talking nonsense in front of him. If Duchen were to take action, the matter would be far more complicated than just a few apologies. Including his previous evolutions, Lu Yuan's evolution points have now reached an astonishing 60,200. Unfortunately, adding points to the extreme ice illusion killing array now yields little benefit. Because the ice elemental energy within his body was still too scarce, it no longer supported him in fully using such a skill. Therefore, Lu Yuan planned to save up his evolution points and make further plans later. It's like a gacha game. After accumulating cards for a long time, you suddenly draw them all out, and there's a strange sense of satisfaction that bursts forth. Another hour has passed. The vast majority of people leaned against the city wall to rest. Only a very few people frowned and stared intently into the distance. For example, Jiang Xianran. Did she know that this underground world was inhabited by 5th-tier ferocious beasts? So far, only 4th-tier ferocious beasts have appeared. Just 10 minutes later, Jiang Xuanran's idea was indeed confirmed. Before seeing the person, one hears their voice. Before the ferocious beast even appeared, a violent tremor resounded from the ground. Be vigilant. Be vigilant. Another ferocious beast is coming. Everyone, prepare for battle. Feeling the tremor, everyone stood up and turned their gazes toward the distance. But what puzzled them was that there was clearly no sign of any ferocious beasts in the distance. Why is the vibration sound even more intense than before? Lu Yuan also found it strange. So he used his S-rank skill, detective technique, to investigate the situation in the distance. Lu Yuan was unaware of what was happening until he discovered it, and he was quite shocked. They came rushing in from afar. It's not some kind of ferocious beast army. Instead, there were only a few ferocious beasts. A dragon burrows underground and moves at great speed. It has an extremely hard horn on its head, which allows it to move quickly underground. A giant bear that is over 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body, must weigh at least several hundred tons. The impact of its punch is definitely greater than that of a car. There was also a huge eagle flying in the sky, its body covered in flames. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air, giving it a slightly inferior phoenix-like appearance. Once these ferocious beasts were exposed to everyone's view, just one glance was enough to send shivers down many people's spines. This is the oppressive feeling emanating from a 5th-tier ferocious beast. My God, what kind of monster is this? Stop fighting. Let's run away quickly. Don't be afraid. Isn't Senior Jiang Xianran here? We should trust her. Many people felt apprehensive and gave up. But because of Jiang Xuanran's presence, a glimmer of hope still remained in their hearts. A 5th-tier ferocious beast. Seeing this, Jiang Xianran murmured something softly. A solemn expression involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. These ferocious beasts were extremely troublesome for her. Especially that Tier 5 lower-ranked Titan bear, weighing over 300 tons, her lightning was unlikely to cause any particularly effective damage to it. Chapter 138 Jiang Xianran unleashes her full power. The army of superpowered individuals arrives. They may be difficult to deal with, but we still have to go for it. However, Jiang Xianran was somewhat curious. It has been more than 2 hours since I arrived in City 2 of Shenzhen. Why haven't the military reinforcements arrived yet? But there was nothing she could do. There was no signal, and Jiang Xianran couldn't make a phone call or send a message to contact the outside world. Doubts aside, given the current situation, Jiang Xianran has no time to think too much. After all, right beneath him was Shenzhen City No. 2. If these 5th-tier ferocious beasts were to pass through here and enter the real world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they are killed afterward, they will still cause incalculable damage. Then, someone came in from outside. Gentlemen, military reinforcements will be here soon. Please hold on for just 10 more minutes. Please help me. This person is hereby notifying us. Hold on for 10 minutes. At least there's something to look forward to. Just hold on for 10 minutes, and military reinforcements will arrive. Okay, holding that position for 10 minutes isn't easy. These 3 ferocious beasts, all at the mid-level of the 5th rank, did not stop and rushed towards this direction at high speed. Soon, they entered Jiang Xuanran's attack range. Similarly, everyone entered the attack range of the fiery eagle. After letting out a few cries, the fiery eagle opened its hook-like beak. Thud, thud, thud. Immediately, an extremely large fireball was launched in this direction. How big is this fireball? In comparison, it is larger than the entire human body. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately lay down. Fortunately, the city wall was built extremely sturdily. Several fireballs struck the wall, but only caused a few cracks, and the wall remained standing. This also made others realize that they were of no use here, so they simply came down from the city wall. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan pondered in a low voice. 14 ice swords appeared simultaneously around Lu Yuan. Go! With a wave of his hand, the ice swords shot out in unison. The target was naturally the closest fiery eagle. Upon seeing that it was an ice sword flying towards it, it revealed a contemptuous expression. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, raging red flames burst into flames all over its body. The ice sword hadn't even gotten close before it melted into water, and the melted water didn't last even half a second before turning into steam. Alright, a 5th-tier ferocious beast. It's not as simple as I thought. Lu Yuan sighed softly and jumped off the city wall as well. Now, we can only rely on senior sister Jiang Xianran and a few other 4th-tier seniors. On Jiang Xuanran's side, Thunderstorm Technique. Jiang Xianran first drank a berserk potion, which greatly enhanced her strength for a short period of time. Then, he used another of his SS rank skills, Thunderstorm Technique. The difference between Thunderstorm and 100,000 volts lies in the fact that one deals sustained damage while the other deals burst damage. 10,000 volts is a short burst skill, which is very useful against beasts of the same level. Against beasts of a lower level, Jiang Xuanran's mental attributes can even allow her to kill them instantly. However, the newcomers were all mid-level 5th-tier ferocious beasts, which were several times stronger than 4th-tier ferocious beasts. This strength was reflected in their attack power to a small extent, but even more so in their physical defense. 100,000 volts might cause them some damage, but it certainly wouldn't stop their impact. Thunderstorm Spell, on the other hand, focuses on endurance. After Jiang Xianran mobilized the lightning elemental energy within her body, the originally clear sky instantly turned black. Then, a large patch of dark clouds gathered. Boom, boom, boom. A huge bolt of purplish-blue lightning struck down from the dark clouds. Not just one, but many. Thunder's target, of course, is the Titan Bear. What Jiang Xianran wanted to do was never to kill him, but to buy time. Many bolts of lightning completely blocked Titan Bear's path. After all, Titan Bear also feels pain. Its body's instincts drive it to constantly twist its body and use defensive skills to meet the several bolts of lightning striking down from the sky. Titan Bear was temporarily stopped. Thunderbolt Pierce. Facing the approaching fiery eagle, Jiang Xianran took out her silver-white spear from her spatial ring and summoned her companion beast, a silver-white wolf. The man and the beast began to fight the fiery eagle. Similarly, Jiang Xianran doesn't need to kill the extreme flame eagle. She only needs to prevent it from getting close. As for the last earth dragon, Jiang Xianran naturally had no time to deal with it. Fortunately, the Silverwolf Team members and several other experts from the other 2 superpower universities were also there. Together, they bombarded the soil that the earth dragon was about to pass through. This forced the earth dragon to burrow out of the ground. Emerging from the ground is not a good thing. It only means losing cover from relentless bombardment. Amidst everyone's trembling fear, 7 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. We're here. Several mid-level and high-level 5th-tier ability users from the military arrived. They joined the battle and fought against the 3 ferocious beasts. The situation quickly reversed. In the end, the fiery eagle escaped successfully at the cost of losing a wing. The other 2 ferocious beasts were not so lucky and were killed. The group arrived at the foot of the city wall. Jiang, we are so grateful to you this time. Otherwise, if these ferocious beasts had come to the real world, they would have seriously threatened the safety of the people in the vicinity. And there are other students who have also made great contributions. Several soldiers saluted Jiang Xianran and the students nearby. The others naturally returned the greeting. Then, someone in the crowd asked, "Why are you so late?" This question really resonated with many people. If it weren't for Senior Jiang Xianran being strong enough, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Well, it's all right to tell you. One of the soldiers recounted the entire story. Just then, the Black Blood cult, stationed in Shenzhen, mobilized its entire force. The head of the Black Blood cult's branch in Shenzhen is a fourth-tier superhuman. In addition, the Black Blood cult resorted to its usual tricks. Take hostages. This is absolutely disgusting. That's why we were delayed on the road for so long. Moreover, this soldier revealed a terrifying truth that sent shockwaves through everyone present. The local residents have all witnessed this fact, so it can't be kept secret any longer. Letting them know won't hurt. What? The Black Blood cult can cultivate third-tier ferocious beasts. Third-tier ferocious beasts are rampaging through the city. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 139. It seems you have exceptional talent, just like me. Next, our military will take major actions in the vicinity and surrounding areas. Dear students, please be careful. If you really can't go out to do missions, stay at school and don't come out for the time being. That's what the soldiers said. Everyone agreed that this made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement. That's true. Compared to completing tasks, one's own life is more important. Otherwise, I wouldn't even live to enjoy these rewards. Then, everyone boarded the bus and returned to the mission center of Shenzhen Superpower University. The task requires 100 people. The awards are divided into first prize, second prize, third prize, and participation prize. First prize, 1 person, 1,500 credits. Second prize, 10 people, 600 to 800 credits. Third prize, 29 people, 100 to 500 credits. Participation prize, 60 people, 10 credits. The rewards are distributed based on the observation of people's behavior through cameras inside Shenzhen City No. 2. Lu Yuan naturally received the second prize. I happily earned 700 credits. Although Lu Yuan now possesses the highest student privileges and enjoys a 90% discount on resource costs, his current credits are more than sufficient. But who would complain about having too many credits? After completing the SS level mission, Lu Yuan arrived at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Evolution Points, 60200. Special Ability, Ice Crown. Looking at the panel with a full 60,000 evolution points and the special abilities below them, Lu Yuan couldn't help but wonder how many evolution points a special ability would need to evolve. Unfortunately, the familiar up arrow didn't appear after Ice Crown, meaning that even 60,000 evolution points weren't enough. Only when appears can we know the specific evolutionary point requirements. But Lu Yuan didn't think too much about it. Breakthroughs in superpowers are something I will definitely experience in the future. And now, it's time for the exciting extra points. All I need to do is enjoy the process of my abilities growing. First and foremost is one's level of understanding. Evolution points minus 22,000. Realm level, lower third tier, middle third tier. There are currently 38,200 evolution points remaining. The instant he pressed the button, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented chill erupt within his body. Everything nearby was blown away by this intense, icy cold air. At the same time, the ice-type elemental energy within his body surged, and he quickly sat down, closed his eyes, and sensed this change. Another thing that had never happened before was that Lu Yuan discovered a thick layer of frost on his skin. Moreover, the frost is condensing at an extremely rapid rate. Soon, Lu Yuan was completely enveloped in frost. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The frost around Lu Yuan's body gradually melted away. To be precise, it transformed into tangible elemental energy and surged into Lu Yuan's body. Mental energy, 1024 Hz. Qi and blood, 3,061 calories. Congratulations. His mental attribute broke through to 4 digits, and his Qi and blood reached an astonishing 3,000 calories. It should be noted that this attribute is already higher than that of many students at the lower 4th level of the Shenzhen University of Superpowers who have awakened A-level superpowers. Improving attributes is secondary. The most crucial factor is the change in the body's ice-type elemental energy capacity. It's probably largely related to the frost that flooded into the body. Anyway, the capacity has increased by as much as 30%. This is absolutely true. At least now I won't turn into a virtual dog just by using a skill. In his heart, Lu Yuan made a self-deprecating remark. Then, Lu Yuan added points to the S-level skill detective technique. In the game, vision is extremely important. In reality, vision is even more important than in games. Evolution points minus 14,400. Detective skills S. Advanced. Detective skills S. Master. There are currently 23,800 evolution points remaining. After absorbing the suddenly added memories in his mind, Lu Yuan successfully mastered the detective technique at the master level. This improvement is terrifying. Lu Yuan is now able to explore a radius of 10,000 meters using only a small amount of his mental energy. If a large amount of mental energy is used, the range of exploration can even reach a terrifying 20,000 meters in radius. Perhaps just looking at cold, hard numbers doesn't convey the full meaning. But if you use a comparison, it becomes very clear. A circle with a radius of 20,000 meters, covering an area of over 1.8 million mu, is the size of several Shenzhen superpower university campuses. Of course, Lu Yuan couldn't maintain this state for long by expending a lot of mental energy. Even if it's within a radius of 10,000 meters, the area is over 400,000 mu, which is the size of two Shenzhen superpower university campuses. It's quite terrifying. I currently have 23,800 evolution points remaining, which is not enough to add points to Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. After all, it's an SS level skill, so it's normal that it consumes a lot of evolution points. Fortunately, Lu Yuan doesn't only have one SS level skill. Evolution points minus 7,800. Frost Spear Combo, SS. Intermediate, Frost Spear Combo, SS. Advanced. There are currently 16,000 evolution points remaining. With these continuous Frost Spear attacks, the previous scene of a ferocious beast launching a massive attack couldn't exert any advantage whatsoever. Therefore, Lu Yuan plans to enter the virtual reality later to test the power of the advanced proficiency Frost Spear combo. Subsequently, Lu Yuan added points to the Ice Blade skill. Evolution points minus 9,000. Ice Blade, A. Advanced. Ice Blade, A. Master. For clearing mobs, Ice Blade is undoubtedly an excellent skill. Evolution points minus 5,000. Companion Beast. Ice Shard Serpent, 2nd tier mid-tier / 4th tier high-tier. Ice Shard Serpent, 2nd tier high-tier / 4th tier high-tier. Finally, Lu Yuan gave his companion Beast a go. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and the control panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2,000. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Realm level, mid-3rd tier. Mental energy, 1024 Hz. Chi and blood, 3,061 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Master. Melee Combat, Intermediate. Ice Shard Ring, D. Advanced. Ice Flash, B. Advanced. Ice Blade, A. Master. Frozen Shield, A. Advanced. Ice Blast, S. Advanced. Detective Skill, S. Master. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Advanced. Frost Spear Combo, SS. Advanced. Body Tempering Technique. Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S. 4th level. Companion Beast. Ice Shard Serpent. Tier 2 high rank / Tier 4 high rank. Master, I've grown again. Just then, Xiao Bing suddenly felt her own growth and communicated with Lu Yuan through a telepathic connection. Although we can't meet in person, we can still feel the surprise and delight. Xiao Bing, it seems you are just as talented as I am. Lu Yuan responded to Xiao Bing's words. Chapter 140. The Sacred Ice Spring opens. Heading to Jingbei City. Virtual reality. The ferocious beast before them was a low-level 4th tier Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger's strength is mainly reflected in its power and speed, or more accurately, its speed. Its defensive capabilities are arguably the lowest among 4th tier ferocious beasts. Even so, an impact force of up to 15 tons was not enough to kill it instantly. This is enough to show just how much of an improvement there is between a 4th tier ferocious beast and a 3rd tier ferocious beast. A barrage of frost spears. At this moment, the Cold River sky-splitting spear in Lu Yuan's hand emitted an icy blue light, and he muttered a sentence in a low voice. Roar. A large amount of lightning appeared around the Thunder Tiger, accompanied by a slight gust of wind. He rushed at an extremely fast speed, approaching the speed of sound, which is 340 meters per second. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he raised the Cold River sky-splitting spear, timing his move perfectly. One shot. Unfortunately, Thunder Tiger noticed this shot and tilted its body slightly at the crucial moment, causing Lu Yuan's first shot to miss. Oh, that's interesting. Seeing that his first shot had been dodged, Lu Yuan found it amusing. At least it's not a turn-based game anymore. In his next 2 shots, Lu Yuan deliberately missed with the second shot. As Thunder Tiger pounced, Lu Yuan thrust out a 3rd shot with a backhand. Boom. With a loud bang, Lu Yuan shattered Thunder Tiger's shoulder blade. Taking advantage of Thunder Tiger's pain, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity and fired another shot. Thunder Tiger realized what was happening and tried to escape. Unfortunately for it, this time, Lu Yuan was faster. With this shot, Lu Yuan was determined to kill it. Master-level marksmanship, it's just too fast. Lu Yuan's spear strike was even faster than Thunder Tiger's shield activation. Bang! The Cold River's sky-splitting spear pierced straight through the Thunder Tiger's head. The red and white blood and brain matter that erupted were blocked by Lu Yuan's ice shield. The Thunder Tiger gently raised its paw. It seemed it was not completely dead yet. But after it was lifted up, it fell heavily back down. In this state, it's practically the same as being dead. One Thunder Tiger isn't enough. Bring another one. Lu Yuan's fighting spirit grew, and he chose to summon another Thunder Tiger. For the first time, surrounded by two Thunder Tigers, Lu Yuan's frost shield was shattered by a single claw from one of them, and then resurrected. The second time, one Thunder Tiger suppressed the enemy from a distance, while the other Thunder Tiger seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. And then, he was resurrected once again. But Lu Yuan was never one to be easily defeated by difficulties. He was even very fortunate, because if this were in the actual underground world, he might not have a chance to be resurrected. With each death, Lu Yuan endured for longer and longer. Finally, on the fifth time, Lu Yuan killed the two Thunder Tigers with 2 consecutive shots. Evolution points can only improve one's own attributes and the power of skills. Practical experience still comes from my own hard work and experience. Lu Yuan sighed. Just like in a game, even if you have top-tier equipment, if the player is a noob, you won't necessarily be very strong. Subsequently, Lu Yuan increased the number of Thunder Tigers to 3. The 3 Thunder Tigers brought Lu Yuan even greater pressure. Death after death, rising again and again, rising higher and higher. As he practiced, Lu Yuan seemed to lose track of time. After a thoroughly enjoyable practice session, Lu Yuan's consciousness left the virtual reality, and the interior of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall reappeared in his field of vision. What time is it now? Lu Yuan muttered to himself as he unlocked his phone. It's already the early hours of the second day. 2 missed calls were displayed on the phone screen. One was his teacher, Qin Tianlong, and the other was his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. It's quite late now, and Lu Yuan isn't sure if they're asleep. So instead of calling, they sent each other a message. There was no reply from Xia Qingyin. It was unclear whether she was asleep or continuing her cultivation. Qin Tianlong then made a phone call. Lu Yuan, do you remember the admission ticket to the Sacred Ice Spring that I gave you? The Sacred Ice Spring will open in 3 days. Even though it was already past midnight, Qin Tianlong's voice was still very loud. He seemed very excited. No wonder, Lu Yuan was his most outstanding and most satisfied disciple. He naturally wanted to see Lu Yuan grow. Sacred Ice Spring. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and even his breathing became slightly rapid. It is known that soaking in the holy ice spring and absorbing its essence can be very beneficial to ice-type ability users. Lu Yuan had been secretly looking forward to this for a long time. However, at that time, the opening time of the holy ice spring had not yet been determined, so Lu Yuan did not have a specific concept of the time. I hope that you will have made significant progress this time you come back. It definitely will. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shenzhen City is located in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, while Jingbei City is located in the northern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. The distance between the two exceeds 4,000 kilometers. This is a fictional world. Please do not apply it to reality. Therefore, Lu Yuan chose an airplane as his mode of transportation. On this day, Lu Yuan brought his companion beast, Xiao Bing, to Shenzhen City Airport. After checking in, I boarded the plane. Buzzing. The engine first emitted a low, muffled roar, like a sleeping beast slowly awakening. The sound then gradually rose and became deeper, and the fuselage trembled slightly. Both the human and the beast were on an airplane for the first time, and they looked down with surprise. The ground is sinking at a visible rate, and houses and roads are receding away little by little, like miniature models. The clouds, initially viewed from my level, gradually transformed into soft, cotton-like clouds beneath our feet. As the aircraft broke through the low-altitude airflow, the turbulence gradually disappeared, the engine noise stabilized, and only the sea of clouds outside the window continued to move backward. Lu Yuan. Just then, a girl sitting next to Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The noise was so loud that it inevitably attracted the attention of all the passengers nearby. This also includes Lu Yuan, who was sitting next to the girl. Realizing that people were staring at her, the girl blushed and looked embarrassed. But then, after discovering that it really was Lu Yuan himself, the embarrassment on her pretty face instantly turned into surprise and joy. She looked just like a girl meeting her idol. Hello, I am Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan really didn't expect to meet his fans here. Hello, you're my fan. Oops, I'm your idol. Puffed, puffed, puffed. I'm your fan. Can I take a picture with you? This girl can't even speak clearly. Can. Lu Yuan nodded. The two then took a photo together. Incidentally, despite her immense excitement, the girl maintained a sense of propriety and boundaries, refraining from deliberately bringing her head close to Lu Yuan. Chapter 141 Ice and Snow Ability Hall Headquarters. Jian. After getting off the plane and saying goodbye to his little fans, Lu Yuan arrived at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Passenger, we have arrived at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Please get off the bus. That's what the taxi driver said. As the taxi slowly came to a stop, Lu Yuan got out and closed the door tightly. As soon as he got out of the car, an extremely huge building appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. Looking around, the building is predominantly glacial blue, which is not just a pale shade of ordinary ice blue, but rather a color that seems to have settled deep within the polar ice caps, gleaming with a cool, yet translucent luster under the sunlight. The building is surrounded by multiple dynamic ice mist corridors on both sides. Extremely fine icy mist continuously seeped from the ice crystal patterns on the corridor floor. It neither obstructs the view nor prevents the entire building from being shrouded in a hazy, cold mist, as if it were floating above the polar snowfield. The 5 large characters, Ice and Snow Ability Hall, on the front of the building are carved from millennia-old ice. The edges of the font are wrapped with flowing pale blue light patterns, giving it a cool luster. From a distance, it resembles a totem formed from the power of ice and snow, solemn and awe-inspiring. Shocking. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan gasped, feeling utterly shocked. It was as if I had mistakenly entered the heavenly realm. After calming his excitement slightly, Lu Yuan took a few steps forward and arrived at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Hello, do you have an appointment? Or are you here to participate in the Holy Ice Spring event? The security guard outside asked with a warm expression. This security guard seems ordinary, and I can't find anything about him, but he actually has a hidden secret. Lu Yuan felt that. Once the two sides start fighting, you'll be easily defeated in less than 3 seconds. Incidentally, the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Center is different from the Ice and Snow Ability Center itself. It is not a place for training others, but more like an office building. The core personnel of the Ice and Snow Ability Center headquarters handle all kinds of matters, big and small, from various places here. As a security guard, he naturally recognized all the key personnel. Lu Yuan was a complete stranger, which is why the security guard asked such a question. I'm here to participate in the Holy Ice Spring event. Faced with the security guard's question, Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he took out the admission ticket to the Holy Ice Spring given to him by his teacher Qin Tianlong from his spatial ring. Please come in. After the security guards checked him over, he immediately gestured for him to come in. At the same time, the huge automatic door opened. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then walked through the automatic door into the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. What comes into view is the Ice Soul Dome Hall, which is hundreds of meters high. The top is not a solid building, but a translucent dome made up of tens of thousands of diamond-shaped ice crystals. Natural light is refracted through the ice crystals and turns into soft, cold golden spots of light that fall on the ground. The ground is paved with whole pieces of cut ice jade tiles, and light blue supernatural light patterns flow beneath the tiles. When you walk, the light patterns will ripple like ice crystals with each step. Is this the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, founded by Yi Qingwei, an SS level 8th tier ice-type grandmaster? Lu Yuan was still incredibly shocked. With a sense of appreciation, Lu Yuan walked several hundred meters inside. But soon, Lu Yuan realized a problem. Just coming in isn't enough. You have to find the location of the Holy Ice Spring yourself. Where exactly is the entrance to the underground world passage of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall headquarters? Lu Yuan looked around blankly at first. I couldn't see anything. Then, Lu Yuan sighed, intending to leave the area, and returned to the gate to ask the security guard. Just then, a light footstep sounded behind Lu Yuan. Subconsciously, Lu Yuan turned around. A beautiful figure was walking towards her, her long legs swaying gracefully. She had short, ice blue hair that hung down like frozen snowflakes. Both pupils were ice blue, like 2 extremely beautiful crystals. Her skin was as white as snow, her features were beautiful, her figure was graceful, and her waist was slender but not weak, making it hard to look away. Her thighs were straight and well-proportioned. She's a stunningly beautiful woman. But I don't even know this beautiful woman. What is she trying to do? The stunningly beautiful woman walking towards Lu Yuan is named Jian. The awakened ability is an S+ level ice-type ability. At only 24 years old, he has already reached the middle level of the 5th rank. Even within the Tiangong Superpower Academy in Tiangong City, her strength is among the most outstanding of her peers. At the same time, she was also Yi Qingyue's student, so she naturally received a ticket to the Holy Ice Spring. The Holy Ice Spring is of great benefit to ice-type ability users, and Jian herself is no exception. I came all the way from Tiangong City just to soak in the Holy Ice Spring. As for where Tiangong City is, this is a massive city built in the underground world by the combined forces of 5 superpowers. Completely different from Jiangxing. This is a truly enormous city. Its area can reach tens of thousands of square kilometers. Aside from a few holding important positions, the vast majority of 8th-tier Grandmasters and 9th-tier Saints reside here. This is because the ferocious beasts in this underground world are no ordinary creatures. Strong individuals from all regions need to gather here to prevent any unforeseen events. Seeing that Lu Yuan acted as if it were his first time there, and considering that today happened to be the opening day of the Holy Ice Spring, it's obvious that this boy is a descendant of some Grandmaster or Grandmaster of Ice-type magic. I received a ticket to the Holy Ice Spring. After entering, I didn't know where to go. With that in mind, she strode over with her long legs and asked with a smile, "Are you looking for the location of the Holy Ice Spring?" "That's right." Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yuan wasn't surprised at all that it could be guessed so easily. "I know. I'll take you there." Jian said something. "Thank you." When someone showed him the way, Lu Yuan thanked them. On the way, the lively and cheerful Jian chatted with Lu Yuan for a few minutes. They also learned that the Holy Ice Spring admission ticket in Lu Yuan's possession was given to him by Qin Tianlong. Lu Yuan's identity is that of Qin Tianlong's disciple. This made Jian blink her blue crystal-clear eyes in surprise. This is such a precious opportunity. It only comes once every 2 years. Why not brew it for yourself, but instead for your disciple? If it were his own son, it would be one thing. How can a mere disciple receive such attention? With this in mind, Jian subconsciously used the most basic of her supernatural abilities, her sensory perception. Lu Yuan's current cultivation level is 2 major realms lower than hers. Therefore, she could easily sense that Lu Yuan's cultivation level was at the 3rd level. If one can receive such attention, maybe this handsome guy is a sophomore in college? Chapter 142 Holy Ice Spring. The Giant Ice Serpent. How could a mere 3rd-tier ability user receive such high regard from a 7th-tier Grandmaster? Jian didn't believe that this 7th-level Grandmaster named Qin Tianlong was a fool who would hand over the invaluable entrance ticket to the Holy Ice Spring for nothing. In other words, there must be something fishy about this. To clear up her confusion, Jian casually asked, "What year are you in college now?" Asking this question is exactly the same as asking about age. Because the current college entrance examination for martial arts majors does not allow for retaking the exam. A senior in high school at 18, a freshman in college at 19. These are all fixed in place. Freshman year. Lu Yuan replied. Lu Yuan also knew that Jian was asking about his age from a different angle. But asking my age wasn't a big deal, so I just answered. It would have been better if Lu Yuan hadn't answered. Upon hearing the answer, even Jian, a superhuman who had already reached the mid-level of the 5th rank at the young age of 24, couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, clearly somewhat unsettled. Because Jian only became a 3rd-tier superhuman during her sophomore year, when she was 20 years old. The boy in front of me was actually a year older than me. A year earlier might not sound like a big deal. But looking at it from another perspective, in less than a year, he transformed from an Awakened one into a Tier 3 ability user. Doesn't that sound much scarier? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Jian had stopped, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. After all, he still needed Jian to lead the way. Cough cough, no, it's nothing. Jian recovered her senses, coughed lightly twice, and waved her hand. Instructor Yi has been working at the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy for several years, but he has yet to take on any disciples. I can introduce him to them and let Instructor Yi take a look. At the same time, Jian made a decision in her heart. Anyway, she only mentioned it briefly and couldn't interfere with Yi Qingyue's decision. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance to the underground world passage. After passing through the intersection, the two entered the underground world. Once inside, the natural landscape was different from what Lu Yuan had imagined. Wilderness, forest, desert, and so on. Here, it feels more like the interior of a giant mechanical space. Because Lu Yuan could see all sorts of thick and thin electrical wires, coiled around like pythons everywhere. The heavy feel underfoot proved that this was clearly not ordinary metal. It's an alloy, and an extremely hard alloy at that. Not only that, there were also exposed gears everywhere and some novel gadgets that Lu Yuan didn't recognize or know the names of. This scene caught Lu Yuan's eye. We have more guests. If you'd like to participate in the Holy Ice Spring activities, please follow me. But at that moment, a sudden mechanical sound in the air startled Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked closely and saw that it was a small mechanical ball floating in the air. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan and Jian followed. The two came to a fork in the road. According to this mechanical ball, one fork in the road corresponds to the capacity of one person. So the two of them have to separate now. Lu Yuan, if you come to the Heavenly Palace Superpower Academy for further studies, you're welcome to come find me. Jian smiled and waved to Lu Yuan, then turned in another direction. It must be said that Lu Yuan has a resolute and handsome appearance, and his emotional intelligence is also quite high. There is always a sense of comfort when chatting with him. She naturally hoped that a genius like Lu Yuan could continue his studies at the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. Lu Yuan was stunned as he listened. After all, this was the first time he had ever heard the term Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. Let's go back and ask Teacher Jian. Lu Yuan thought to himself. This mechanical ball is a virtual projection, and there are an infinite number of individual versions of it. So, the two of them were taken to the entrance of the Holy Ice Spring by the mechanical ball. To get in, you have to go through this mechanical gate. The device on the mechanical gate scanned the Holy Ice Spring admission ticket in Lu Yuan's hand once again. Then, the mechanical gate slowly opened. We've finally arrived. Haha, Holy Ice Spring, here I come. Filled with excitement, Lu Yuan walked in with a smile. Looking around, I saw the spring water is not an ordinary liquid, but a semi-solid ice mist spring formed by the suspension and condensation of countless tiny ice crystals. Pale blue ice crystals spun slowly in the air, resembling a miniature glacier suspended among steel. At the center of the spring, a thin beam of ice blue energy shot straight up to the sky. When the beam of light touches the energy interface of the mechanical dome, it splashes up star-like ice shards that fall onto the surrounding metal floor, instantly condensing into fleeting ice crystal patterns. The surrounding area is not natural rock, but rather a ring of mechanical bases. Several translucent energy guide plates are embedded inside the base. These plates transform the chill emanating from the spring water into a pale blue halo, evenly spreading throughout the entire space. This not only softens the coldness of the mechanical metal, but also adds a touch of sacredness to the sacred spring with its technological feel. Wow! Then, Lu Yuan slowly took off his clothes. A body of strong, yet not superfluous muscles, including 8-pack abs, were exposed in the air. This scene would probably make many young girls secretly drool. Let's try it out and see how it feels. As soon as Lu Yuan's toes touched the icy mist of the Holy Ice Spring, he felt a refreshing, yet not piercing surge of Yuan energy rising up his ankles. Not bad, not bad. Then, without any hesitation, Lu Yuan went down and slowly immersed his entire body in the Holy Ice Spring. As his body plummeted, countless tiny ice crystals surged toward him as if they were alive, clinging to his skin and transforming into cool streams of light that seeped into his limbs and bones through his pores. He could clearly feel the essence of the sacred ice spring slowly flowing along his meridians. Limbs, internal organs, viscera, even all over the body. Cool. Because it felt so good, Lu Yuan simply closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the process. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Alas, it's a pity that my body is still too weak, and I haven't absorbed much essence at all. Feeling that his body was nearing saturation in terms of absorption, Lu Yuan sighed softly. Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized that not only himself, but also Xiao Bing, as a companion beast of the ice and water element, could soak in this sacred ice spring. Such a precious opportunity is rare and must be cherished. Master, this feels so good. Xiao Bing, who was completely immersed in the Holy Ice Spring, sighed. Gradually, a blue light enveloped Xiao Bing, waiting for the blue light to dissipate. Lu Yuan was surprised to find that the original small ice had more than doubled in size. On the panel, Evolution Points, 2000. Companion Beast, Ice-Sprung Giant Python. Realm, Upper 2nd Tier / Upper 5th Tier. Chapter 143, Elemental Energy Purity. Conditions for Supernatural Ability Evolution. Xiao Bingyu. Lu Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised. In his eyes, what was originally a small snake has now become a giant python. Especially those two enormous, ice-blue snake fangs, which stood out even more. Hee master, I've gotten so much bigger. Does that mean I've grown up again? Xiaobing chuckled. It's clear that it's in a very good mood after growing up. Okay, how about I call you to Bing from now on? Lu Yuan made a joke. Owner. Xiaobing lowered her head slightly, flicked her forked tongue, and hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. In its heart, this is the first name given to it by its owner since its birth, and it has extraordinary significance. But what it wants most is to make its owner happy. The master named himself Bing, so I'll call myself Bing too. Lu Yuan naturally noticed Xiaobing's low spirits. He reached out and affectionately patted Xiaobing's head, then said with a smile, I suddenly feel that the original Xiaobing sounds better, so I won't change it. Yay! Upon hearing this, Xiaobing excitedly raised her head. Xiaobing has now evolved from an ordinary ice serpent into an ice giant python, and its highest level has reached the 5th rank. When will my superpowers improve? Lu Yuan gently stroked his chin, pondering to himself. Indeed, Lu Yuan is already an outstanding figure among his peers. However, among their peers, there are also those who have awakened S+ level superpowers. For example, Li Ji, the captain of the Shanghai Superpower University team, during the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. He awakened the S+ level superpowered Dragon Soul body. Moreover, Lu Yuan still remembers. Back when I got home from the fighting ability gym, there was a news report on TV that said this. 10 years later, it has been reported that someone in the United States has awakened an SS level superpower. According to the reporter's investigation, the news is very likely to be true. If I could also possess S+ level, or even SS level, superpowers, that improvement is not just a little bit. Sigh. Let's take a look at the attribute boost from soaking in the sacred ice spring first. Lu Yuan sighed. The strength of a superpower is the most crucial factor in determining the power of a superpowered individual. S-class abilities are those with an awakening probability of less than 1 in 10,000. How easy is it to further evolve S-class superpowers? Open the panel and take a look. Mental strength, 1044 Hz. Qi and blood, 3,121 calories. Just as Lu Yuan had expected. While Lu Yuan was soaking in the holy ice spring. Although it felt very comfortable and gave me a sense of purification. However, after absorbing the essence of the holy ice spring to its maximum, I did not feel any significant improvement in my mental or physical strength, etc. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he noticed that a new item had appeared on his system panel. Energy purity, 73%. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's pupils were instantly filled with boundless curiosity. What exactly is elemental energy purity? However, there was no one nearby, so Lu Yuan's doubts remained unanswered. However, simply put, the higher the purity of the elemental energy, the stronger the superhuman. It's estimated to be similar to the activity level of the Yuan energy. The body of the person and the snake could no longer be sucked. So, Lu Yuan took Xiaobing and left. After the mechanical gate is opened, staring at the small mechanical ball floating in the air, Lu Yuan felt he could ask the mechanical ball some questions. What is elemental energy purity? Can you tell me? Lu Yuan asked tentatively. Sure. Energy purity measures the amount of effective energy in a person's body relative to their total energy. The higher the energy purity, the stronger the ability. Generally speaking, the purity of elemental energy for D-level abilities is about 40%, C-level is 48%, B-level is 56%, A-level is 64%, S-level is 70%, and SS level is 80%. It should be noted that the higher the purity of the elemental energy, the more difficult it is to improve. Moreover, the effect will be greatly reduced if the same method is used to increase the purity of the elemental energy multiple times. The mechanical ball slowly began to explain. If my elemental energy purity reaches 80%, will my superpower automatically evolve into SS level? Lu Yuan asked, his emotions gradually becoming excited. The conditions for the evolution of superpowers have arrived, haven't they? Increase the purity of elemental energy. That's right. The mechanical ball gave a very affirmative answer. Lu Yuan ended his conversation with the mechanical ball. The higher the purity of the elemental energy, the more difficult it is to increase. Moreover, using the same method to increase the purity of the elemental energy multiple times will greatly reduce the effect. Those ice-type grandmasters or great grandmasters who soaked in the holy ice spring probably didn't improve as much as I did, only by about 3%, probably less than 1%. But the ability to increase the purity of elemental energy, even if it's just a little bit, is still incredibly precious. Teacher Jian is actually willing to give me such an opportunity. Upon realizing this, Lu Yuan was deeply moved. When I become successful in the future, I will never forget Teacher Jian's kindness. It's too difficult to increase the purity of elemental energy, but obtaining evolution points is easier. After much thought, does it all come back to the point of evolution? Lu Yuan immediately decided that once he got out, he would find an underground world nearby and start exploring. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. How can one become invincible without accumulating evolution points? Lu Yuan left the mechanical space and returned to the real world. Following the route led in by Ji Yunxi, they gradually arrived outside the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Just then, Lu Yuan felt the sky darken, followed by a tremendous rumbling sound that gradually approached. The immense pressure almost prevented Lu Yuan from even standing up. After barely managing to steady himself, Lu Yuan looked up, and it turned out to be a huge, silver-white fighter jet flying in. The fighter jet slowly came to a stop at the top of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall headquarters. After the pressure subsided, Lu Yuan stood up straight, his eyes filled with envy, and he couldn't help but think, I want to build a fighter jet just as impressive someday. Then, Lu Yuan left. He took out his phone and searched for nearby superpower bases. To be honest, it truly lives up to its name as Jingbei City, the political center of the Great Xia Kingdom. The number of superpower bases is also exceptionally small. There is only one superpower base within a 10-kilometer radius. The selection of the location for the national political center was likely taken into account this reason. No wonder, just a few years ago, after underground world passages sprang up like mushrooms after rain, Beijing North City replaced Beijing South City as the national political center. Fictional world, fictional world. Chapter 144. The city is engulfed in a ferocious beast rampage. Li Ji is encountered again. In the end, Lu Yuan chose the superpower base that was closest to him and most suitable for him. This superpower base is called Jingnan City Superpower Base No. 2. As its name suggests, it is located in Jingnan City. Lu Yuan opened his phone and took a look. Yes, there are still many high-speed rail tickets available from Beijing North to Beijing South. So, Lu Yuan first bought a high-speed rail ticket on his phone for a train that was departing in a little over an hour, and then hailed a taxi. To be honest, there are a lot of people in Beijing's northern suburbs. Lu Yuan waited for almost half an hour before he could hail a taxi. The last 2 digits. As soon as I got in the car, the taxi driver asked. After Lu Yuan answered with the last 4 digits of his phone number, the taxi set off. Located in a high-traffic area, with traffic lights everywhere, the taxi was driving very slowly. On average, it's slower than Lu Yuan's normal walking speed. Fortunately, things got much better after we left that area. A dozen minutes later, the taxi driver's sudden braking caught Lu Yuan's attention. Master, what's wrong? Lu Yuan asked with a puzzled expression. Let's take another route. The taxi driver's expression was particularly solemn, with a hint of fear. Judging from the tone, this is not a question, but a decision that has already been made. Should we change our route? Lu Yuan was even more puzzled, until he looked out the taxi window and ahead. Only then did I realize. Ahead, several ferocious beasts were wreaking havoc. Purple-toothed snake, leaf monkey, one-horned rhinoceros. However, the purple-fanged snake's conspicuous teeth were very small and serrated. The peach leaf monkey's tail was also broken off. The single horn on the head of the one-horned rhinoceros is incredibly rough. However, based on their general appearance, it is still very easy to recognize them. These are all old buddies. Lu Yuan recognizes them very well. I want to get off the bus, Lu Yuan said. The composure and calmness in Lu Yuan's eyes were reflected in his own. This left the taxi driver speechless, unable to utter the words he wanted to say to dissuade the driver. They then let Lu Yuan get out of the car. Before them, there were about a dozen ferocious beasts wreaking havoc. They are all second-tier ferocious beasts. The passers-by either ran away or called the police before fleeing. Despite the fact that no more than 5% of the students at Shenzhen Superpower University are awakened or have yet achieved superpowers, the percentage of students who are not yet superpowered is not high. In fact, after awakening their superpowers, more than 50% of people are able to transform from awakeners into superpower users. If one can reach the second level, one surpasses more than 90% of people. Moreover, even if one reaches the second tier, no one would step forward in such a situation. What should I do if I get injured? What should I do if I die? It's best to wait for a specialist to come and handle it. Just then, 2 girls came out of the clothing store humming a tune. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was horrified and turned to run into the clothing store. Passers-by were afraid, but Lu Yuan was not. He immediately used the skill Ice Blade. Master-level Ice Blade has achieved a qualitative leap in both speed and damage. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ice blades were unleashed by Lu Yuan. Before these ferocious beasts could react, the ice blades struck various parts of their bodies, tearing their skin and flesh. Before long, they lost their life force. The remaining ferocious beasts. They all rushed towards Lu Yuan. Bring it on. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he took out the Cold River sky-splitting spear from his spatial ring. No skills are required. One shot, one kill, one shot, one kill. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fong Serpent. Evolution points plus 100. You have defeated the Tier 2 low rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat Cabbage Monkey. Evolution points plus 100. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the One-Horned Rhinoceros. Evolution points plus 300. After a 2-minute massacre, Lu Yuan successfully gained 2,000 evolution points. The two girls hiding inside the clothing store heard the fighting outside. He raised his head slightly and looked outside curiously. Lu Yuan. One of the girls exclaimed in surprise. This girl was none other than the one who had asked Lu Yuan for a photo on the plane. After Lu Yuan dealt with the ferocious beast, the two rushed out and ran right into Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I'm also your idol. No, your fan. I'd like to take a picture with you too. Thank you. Thank you. The other girl seemed particularly excited. Okay. Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Unexpectedly, I am quite famous. Young man, I never knew you were so strong. The taxi driver said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Good. Lu Yuan simply gave a casual reply. At this moment, Lu Yuan was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Because he discovered, after killing those dozen or so ferocious beasts, the increase in bloodlust within me was extremely small. When he thought about what his teacher had said, that the Black Blood cult was cultivating ferocious beasts by grafting the flesh of ferocious beasts onto normal animals, he realized. The appearance of these ferocious beasts indicates that the Black Blood cult has made a breakthrough in this area. If only all these ferocious beasts were laid out before me, so I could kill them all. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. Although there are fewer evolution points, the bloodlust is far less, which is much more comfortable than killing normal ferocious beasts. Passenger, we have arrived at Jingbei High-Speed Railway Station. The taxi driver slowly brought the car to a stop. Lu Yuan responded softly, then opened the car door and got out of the taxi. Beijing North Railway Station. It's right before our eyes. Lu Yuan walked over. Nothing happened on the high-speed train. Lu Yuan simply closed his eyes and took a short nap. We are about to arrive at Jingnan Station. Passengers who are getting off the train, please gather your luggage in advance and wait at the doors at both ends of the carriage to disembark. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan stood up and went to the doors at both ends of the carriage. Then I got off the high-speed train. I took a taxi. My destination was the Jingnan Superpower Base. It wasn't until the taxi arrived at the number 2 Superpower Base in Jingnan City that Lu Yuan noticed several figures walking forward in the distance. One of the burly figures made Lu Yuan narrow his eyes. Although it's been more than half a month since we last met. But Lu Yuan still had a vague recollection of that figure. It was none other than Li Ji. He was following behind the others. Are they here at the number 2 Special Ability Base in Jingnan City on a mission? Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Chapter 145 Arrival at Jingnan City's number 2 Superpower Base. Li Ji also spotted Lu Yuan through the corner of his eye. This left him stunned on the spot. What's wrong? One of the people next to Li Ji asked. No, it's nothing. Li Ji shook his head. He was just a little surprised to run into Lu Yuan here. I wonder what Lu Yuan's strength is now. Meanwhile, he pondered to himself. After muttering something to himself, Lu Yuan also walked over. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, what comes into view is a building with a high-tech feel. There is also a giant billboard directly in front of the building. The billboards displayed a constant stream of familiar advertisements, such as Huiran brand kidney tonic tablets, Gabubu ignition machine, and tomato novels. People were coming and going all around, and everyone had a strong aura. They were at least third-tier ability users. Don't be fooled by the fact that a third-tier ability user sounds useless. In reality, third-tier ability users make up less than 1% of all humanity. If it were displayed outside, it would attract everyone's amazement. But here, there is a large area. Just then, Lu Yuan sensed that the phone in his spatial ring was ringing. On a sudden impulse, he took out his phone. Looking down, he saw it was a video call from his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. Even using video calls, a method that can reduce one's appearance many times over. On Lu Yuan's phone screen, Xia Qingyin's face was still absolutely stunning. Yuan, I've already reached the mid-level of the second tier, isn't that great? I'm one step closer to you now, Xia Qingyin chuckled. It's clear she's in a good mood. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's throat moved slightly, and he was about to speak. As a result, Xia Qingyin frowned and asked, Yuan, did you go to the superpower base again? She wasn't the type of girl who liked to control others. She was just worried about Lu Yuan's safety. Don't worry too much, I'll be careful. Seeing the worry and concern in Xia Qingyin's almond-shaped eyes, Lu Yuan said, That's good. I don't want to be unable to pick someone up at the high-speed rail station. Xia Qingyin gave a soft hum, appearing especially playful and adorable. After hanging up the video call, Xia Qingyin started flipping through the skill book again. She is currently learning an SS-rank grass-type skill called Thorn Thrust. After use, it can summon hundreds of extremely sharp thorns that will thrust forward at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, the door to her room was pushed open. It turned out to be her aunt, Xiao Wan, who had walked in. Xiaoyin, not bad, not bad, you're working so hard. Xiao Wan's face was filled with undisguised satisfaction. It's all right. Xia Qingyin smiled slightly at her aunt's praise. Then, Xiao Wan leaned closer, smiled mysteriously, and said, Could it be that you're trying to catch up with someone's footsteps? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin blushed. She naturally understood what Xiao Wan meant. She immediately opened her eyes wide and asked, Annie, how did you know? Xiao Wan's answer was also very simple. Because Xia Qingyin volunteered for this special training. Thinking back to that person who swept everyone in the previous freshman competition of the 4 top universities, combined with what she overheard when she pushed open Xia Qingyin's room door earlier, everything then became clear. After ending the video call with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan composed himself and entered the number 2 special ability base in Jingnan City. The first step, naturally, is to go to the registration window. After spending 5,000 blue star coins to register his identity, Lu Yuan finally obtained the identity certificate for this superpower base. 5,000 blue star coins. Those with superpowers who come here earn a lot, so registering an identity requires even more blue star coins, right? Lu Yuan noticed this detail and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Fortunately, life is priceless, so at least they gave us a map as a bonus. Then, Lu Yuan took the elevator and arrived directly at the underground world passage. Then, Lu Yuan went inside. Number 2 City, Jingnan District. The area was bustling with activity and filled with lively chatter. There were many second-hand dealers selling pills, potions, equipment, and so on, hawking their wares. Lu Yuan didn't linger. He went straight to the city gate and walked out. The scene here is a primeval forest, which is not surprising to Lu Yuan. Once we leave here, Lu Yuan then used his newly mastered skill, detective technique. Instantly, a radius of 10,000 meters centered on oneself was laid out before one's eyes. Only 1 kilometer outside the city, there were already many first-tier ferocious beasts such as shadow cats, white-spotted dogs, and black-horned deer lurking nearby. At the end of the 10,000-meter mark, numerous purple-toothed snakes, toothless tigers, and even powerful one-horned rhinoceroses have appeared. It should be noted that Lu Yuan had already visited several underground worlds. A second-tier ferocious beast must live at least tens of thousands of meters away. And now, there are still quite a few second-tier ferocious beasts within 10,000 meters. This means that even more terrifying beasts live deep within this underground world. Indeed, that is true. According to the map, several ferocious beasts at the 4th tier, high level live deep within this underground world. However, the map only marks their general habitats. In reality, they certainly won't stay in one place. They will move around. Furthermore, due to their terrifying daily food intake, they need to hunt ferocious beasts in many places to fill their stomachs. They wander around here and there, looking east and west, so their range of movement is naturally very large. These places must be avoided. Lu Yuan carefully examined the map. In just a moment, he had planned out a route. Ice Blade, Ice Blade, Ice Blade. To conserve his mental energy, Lu Yuan limited the range of his detective technique to within 2 kilometers. Incidentally, the mental energy required to maintain the detective skill is not directly proportional to the area that can be detected. As the detection range gradually increases, the consumption of mental energy increases exponentially. It should be kept within 2 kilometers, which is about 1% of the distance within 10,000 meters. With just this much mental energy, Lu Yuan could easily maintain it for more than 12 hours. Now, Lu Yuan can travel while attacking with his ice blades without even turning his head. Chapter 146. S-grade herb Evening Primrose, and S+ grade resource Jade Spirit Spring. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank Ferocious Beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank Ferocious Beast, the Purple Fong Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level Ferocious Beast, the One-Horned Rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. As time goes by, the sun, high in the sky, gradually shifts from east to west. This means that the first day of daytime is about to end. On the first day, Lu Yuan killed some first and second-tier ferocious beasts. Furthermore, Lu Yuan did not specifically seek out ferocious beasts. It ran away after I appeared and I didn't give chase. His current goal is to go deeper and find an even more powerful ferocious beast. Therefore, the number of evolution points obtained is not high, only 3,000 per day. The next day, Lu Yuan continued to delve deeper. Soon they encountered a giant hippopotamus at the second-tier upper level who was foraging for food. The hippopotamus, which is already ugly, looks extremely out of place with its massive size. It can only be described as incredibly ugly. Perhaps the giant hippopotamus saw through Lu Yuan's thoughts. Its extremely thick limbs slammed into the ground, and it charged towards Lu Yuan with unstoppable momentum. All right, then I'll play with you. Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. He took out the Cold River sky-splitting spear from his spatial ring, infused it with elemental energy, and swung it like a whirlwind. No, to be precise, it should be called Wind and Ice Wheel. The giant hippo charged, but Lu Yuan adjusted his posture to dodge it, and then suddenly thrust forward. The Cold River sky-splitting spear pierced directly into the massive hippo's thick body. In an instant, the giant hippo felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave, and its agility also decreased significantly. Whoosh! Lu Yuan drew the Cold River sky-splitting spear without hesitation. The giant hippo knelt on the ground, emitting an extremely pitiful cry. Whoosh! Another shot went in. The giant hippopotamus, kneeling on the ground, gradually lost its life force. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-level ferocious beast, the giant hippopotamus, and gained 700 evolution points. The next day, it quietly passed away amidst Lu Yuan's slaughter. For the time being, Lu Yuan has not yet found any trace of the third-tier ferocious beast. However, the few second-tier high-level ferocious beasts he encountered were enough to give Lu Yuan a good meal. On the second day, Lu Yuan gained 6,000 evolution points, combined with the previous evolution points. At this point, the evolution points displayed on the system panel have reached 11,000. The third day, it was nearing nightfall. Lu Yuan's pupils widened slightly upon sensing the presence of a ferocious beast. He was somewhat excited, judging from the aura it detected. Unexpectedly, on only the third day, they encountered a third-tier ferocious beast. You rascal, you can actually run this far in search of food. This was the first time Lu Yuan had ever seen such a ferocious beast. He couldn't see its image, but based on the feedback from his mental energy, it was roughly the outline of a three-headed dog. Just as Lu Yuan was about to rush over and kill him, an unexpected accident occurred. The three-headed dog seemed to have noticed Lu Yuan's arrival. I was even squatting down to drink water. He quickly raised his head, turned around, and ran away frantically. Lu Yuan, realizing that the three-headed dog was gradually moving away from him, felt somewhat bewildered. Logically speaking, only fourth-tier ferocious beasts and some rare mental-type ferocious beasts possess the ability to perceive their surroundings. Could it be that my detection was wrong? Or is this ferocious beast an extremely rare spiritual beast? Regardless of the outcome, Lu Yuan would certainly not choose to let the three-headed dog escape his grasp. He increased his use of mental power and expanded the scope of his exploration. They quickly located the Cerberus. However, Lu Yuan was surprised to find that the three-headed dog's detection range is approximately 2,500 meters. After running away for a while, the three-headed dog slowed down again. Clearly, they could no longer detect their own whereabouts. Lu Yuan used Ice Flash repeatedly, dashing forward at high speed like a streak of cold light. Upon realizing that Lu Yuan was approaching again, the three-headed dog fled at top speed once more. But how could its speed compare to Lu Yuan's? 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the three-headed dog was forced to fight. Ice explosion. Lu Yuan was too lazy to argue with the three-headed dog and chose to finish the fight quickly. The next moment, the Cold River sky-splitting spear easily pierced its head. Immediately afterwards, a huge sound of ice exploding rang out. The three-headed dog was instantly blasted into a pile of ice. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast, Black Wind Cerberus, and gained 6,000 evolution points. 6,000 evolution points. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised after hearing the system notification. It's worth noting that among all the lower-tier third-order ferocious beasts Lu Yuan has killed, the most he's ever killed is only around 4,000. Moreover, it was a ferocious beast with bulging muscles and a huge body. How can such a small detail be worth 6,000? Could it be because it has the ability to detect things? Lu Yuan made a guess. Then, Lu Yuan continued forward. You have defeated the second-tier, mid-level ferocious beast, King Tanuki. Evolution points plus 200. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-tier ferocious beast Mudkip, gaining plus 200 evolution points. About 2 hours later, Lu Yuan discovered a huge cave that had been temporarily constructed from many dead branches, weeds, and pebbles. This underground world was still a bit muddy because it had rained a few days ago. Lu Yuan noticed. The footprints on the ground were exactly the same as those of the three-headed black dog. Therefore, this huge cave could only be the work of the three-headed black dog. It's getting dark now, so I'll go inside and rest first. I'll take this opportunity to see how well the Black Wind three-headed dog was constructed. With this in mind, Lu Yuan went inside. As soon as he stepped inside, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Above this cave, there was a large hole. This allows bright moonlight to shine through the large hole. And directly below the large hole, there were several stalks of grass that were mostly green, but had a bright, bead-like bud at their center. In the center, surrounded by these few blades of grass, is a clear, green spring. Having learned from the previous experience of obtaining the S-grade herb blood-boosting grass, Lu Yuan knew that these herbs were most likely medicinal herbs. Evening primrose, an S-grade herb, is an excellent medicine for quickly healing injuries. These herbs all look exactly the same. They are all the same type of S-grade evening primrose. So many evening primroses, not bad, not bad. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Lu Yuan turned his gaze to the clear blue spring in the center. Lu Yuan's intuition told him that this spring was definitely not simple. As expected, the Heart in Shenzhen University app detected that this spring is an S+ level resource called Jade Spirit Spring, which has the effect of enhancing mental strength. Enhance mental strength. It seems that the reason why this three-headed black wind dog has the ability to detect things is probably because it has been consuming this Jade Spirit Spring for a long time. Cool. Lu Yuan expressed his thoughts very clearly with a single word. But just then, he sensed the approach of a ferocious beast. Chapter 147 Shadow Fire Lizard. A conversation between the skinny guy and the fat guy. Most importantly, the ferocious beast was less than 500 meters away from him. Judging from the feedback from the mental energy, this ferocious beast is a huge lizard, about 2 meters tall, with a blackish-red body covered with many extremely ugly stripes, and dark red flames rising from its tail. Why couldn't my mental detection detect it? This was Lu Yuan's initial thought. The next instant, Lu Yuan recognized the ferocious beast. It turns out that this ferocious beast was called the Shadow Fire Lizard. Judging from its size, it is a mid-tier fourth-order ferocious beast, possessing a strong ability to weaken mental perception. This is why the Shadow Fire Lizard was less than 500 meters away from Lu Yuan before being discovered by him. They're less than 500 meters away from me. I only have 2 choices. Given the current situation, the Jade Spirit Spring is still the most important. After all, it's an S+ grade resource that can enhance mental strength. With this in mind, Lu Yuan spread his hands and unleashed his special ability. This is the fastest way, faster than all the skills Lu Yuan has learned so far. Hoo. The next instant, a large patch of finely shaped ice and snow appeared on Lu Yuan's palm. It quickly accumulated on top of the underground Jade Spirit Spring. With Lu Yuan's current level of the 4th level of the profound Nether Ice Soul Body, achieving this shouldn't be too difficult. By the time the Shadow Salamander reached the cave entrance, Lu Yuan had already gotten there first. He picked up the Jade Spirit Spring, which had frozen into a solid block of ice, with his bare hands, and with a thought, stored it in his spatial ring. The remaining evening primroses. Lu Yuan sighed slightly. There was nothing he could do anyway. There's a saying that goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. A mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast, and a fire-type one at that. Lu Yuan is currently no match for it. If we don't manage to escape later, that would be terrible. Not being able to obtain evening primrose or jade spring water is a minor issue. The biggest problem is the risk to one's life. Lu Yuan mobilized the ice elemental energy within his body and unleashed his A-rank skill, Frozen Shield. At the same time, A layer of ice shield was placed on Lu Yuan's body. Immediately, he used the skill, Ice Flash, to fly backward. Bang! The cave, constructed from rubble, weeds, and dead branches, was not very sturdy to begin with. Therefore, Lu Yuan easily pushed him aside. The back of the cave was damaged, causing the entire cave to collapse. Dust briefly obscured the shadow salamander's vision. Once the dust settled, the shadow fire lizard licked its long tongue and randomly chose a path to capture Lu Yuan. An ice-type ability user would make a pretty good dessert after a meal. Lu Yuan ran very fast over here. He even fed himself a speed pill. There wasn't even a moment to look at the map. I can't run anymore. It probably can't keep up. When he could no longer run, Lu Yuan gradually stopped, panting heavily. Although he was physically tired, Lu Yuan was in a good mood. This result is not bad, is it? Evening Primrose, which helps heal injuries, wasn't of much use to Lu Yuan. After all, since the day he awakened his superpowers for such a long time, none of them had suffered any serious injuries, far from the point where they needed to use S-grade herbs to recover from their losses. Where have I ended up? Lu Yuan didn't have time to check the map while he was escaping. Now, Lu Yuan no longer knows his location. Just as he was about to take the map out of his spatial ring, he suddenly heard the voices of two people talking. Judging from the volume of the sound, the two people are heading this way. To avoid alerting the enemy, Lu Yuan. So they held their breath and focused intently, making very little noise. In the extremely quiet environment, Lu Yuan not only saw the two figures, but also clearly heard their conversation. The two figures were one thin and one fat. "Hey, coming here to smoke. Are you sure you'll get into trouble?" The skinny man said. His tone revealed that he was somewhat uneasy. "What are you afraid of? Only I know about this cave entrance. I went through a lot of trouble to get this smoke. Do you want some? If not, go back quickly." Unlike the skinny guy, this fat guy had an indifferent expression on his face. This shows that he must be a seasoned veteran. That's true. All we do every day is patrol, patrol, patrol. We've been patrolling for a month now, and there's been absolutely nothing going on. After listening to the fat man's words, the skinny man gradually felt at ease. Patrol. Lu Yuan grasped the key point in the words. Could it be that there is something very important nearby? Lu Yuan's gaze became even more focused. Then, the two of them suddenly seemed to float on clouds. This scene did evoke some memories for Lu Yuan. When he was a child, he was very curious and thought about whipping his father. Unfortunately, he tried it and found it extremely bitter, so he never considered it again. A cigarette on the way. By the way, Youngdi, I haven't asked yet, why did you come here? Smoking all the time is so boring. The two started chatting, with the fat man speaking first. It's nothing, I just didn't like someone, so I killed his whole family. Rather than getting caught and then being executed, I'd rather join this group. The skinny man's face was completely calm, showing no sign of regret. He then asked, Brother Ming, what about you? Why did you come here? Have you ever been with a woman? The fat man, known as Brother Ming, suddenly asked. I've played with a few, but none of them were particularly beautiful. The skinny guy said casually. Me? I just like to use a few tricks to torment some young girls. I've killed about 20 or 30 of them. When things were exposed, I joined this group through some channels. You know what? You really shouldn't believe it. Watching them being tortured and enjoying their desperate expressions gives me immense pleasure. If we weren't already unable to go back, I would definitely take you with me to try it out. There was actually a hint of lingering satisfaction on the fat man's face. My brother Ming is still my brother Ming. Upon hearing this, the skinny man gave a thumbs up and praised him. Pervert. Scumbag. After hearing the whole story, Lu Yuan clenched his fists tightly and frowned. They tortured 20 or 30 young girls to death. The fact that the fat man spoke of such things so calmly, even with a hint of enjoyment, is quite remarkable. It would be difficult for any normal person to remain completely calm. Wait a minute. But Lu Yuan suppressed the urge to make a move. We might be able to glean some information from their conversation. It's not too late to take action then. Chapter 148, The Black Blood Cult's Experimental Base. Hey Ming, what do you think is the purpose of hiring so many people lately? The skinny man's curiosity was piqued, and he asked again. I heard that an experiment requires many people, but I don't know what kind of experiment it is. The fat man spoke in an uncertain tone. It's clear that he has some connections in the industry, but not many. Patrol, join this. Hiring people to conduct experiments. Lu Yuan, hiding in the back, seemed to be deep in thought. What does that sound like? It especially resembled a term that had left a deep impression on Lu Yuan's mind. The Black Blood Cult. Let's try using our mental powers to sense it first. Lu Yuan used his skill, detective technique. Surprisingly, everything nearby was normal, and nothing strange could be detected. One more time. Lu Yuan mobilized his mental energy once more. Based on the feedback from the mental energy, no abnormalities were found. In the past, Lu Yuan would have thought that this was because there was nothing nearby. But now, after the incident with the Shadow Fire Lizard, Lu Yuan's thoughts leaned more towards another possibility. That means your mental perception is being blocked. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in thought. Brother Ming, let's go back through the cave entrance quickly. It won't be good if we get discovered. Alright. After chatting for a while, the two decided to go back. During patrols, they carry tools that allow them to sense mental energy, enabling them to detect outsiders in advance. However, it's their rest time now, not their patrol time, so naturally they're not wearing their mental perception tools. They just sneaked out of a hidden cave entrance to have a smoke and relieve their boredom. If discovered, they will inevitably face extremely severe punishment. Therefore, they don't stay outside for too long. Go back through the cave entrance. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had spotted the key word. Do these two know about some hidden passage? The two went back, and Lu Yuan decided to follow. According to Lu Yuan's speculation, there is a very high probability that the nearby area is a base of the Black Blood cult. If we actually stumble upon a Black Blood cult base, we'll be set for life. There's a saying that goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. An incomplete ferocious beast will not result in a significant reduction in evolution points gained from its destruction, but will impart very little bloodlust. Moreover, as a base, it must contain a large number of ferocious beasts, because experiments need to be conducted there. Lu Yuan was thrilled just thinking about it. The two men had just finished smoking and were rushing back, their guard down very low. They had no idea that there was another person following them. As Lu Yuan followed the two deeper into the area, that's when I realized. Originally, there was nothing in sight, just normal trees and bushes. Now, having taken a step forward, the scene has undergone a dramatic change. All I saw was the scene before Lu Yuan's eyes changed from an ordinary primeval forest to a huge black building in an instant. Just looking at the enormous building gives you a feeling of unease. It was as if many lives had perished within it. Is this what high technology is? It can even do this. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, following the two men, they entered their living quarters through a hidden passage. This hidden passage doesn't even have a camera. No wonder, if there were cameras, how could they possibly have gotten out of here? If they get caught, won't they be the ones who suffer severe punishment? It can only be said that this made things convenient for them, and also facilitated Lu Yuan's infiltration. Perfect. It's the best of both worlds. After entering this huge black building, Lu Yuan used his skilled detective technique. Once again, the shielding function is provided by the building itself. Inside the building, without any shielding, Lu Yuan could perceive everything clearly. The Black Blood cult members include 52 first-tier ability users, 17 second-tier ability users, and 4 third-tier ability users, but none of them are 4th-tier or higher ability users. Most of the rooms here are laboratories. This indicates that this is an experimental base of the Black Blood cult. Many awakened individuals who did not become superhumans are currently conducting experiments in laboratories. No, to be more precise, they were used as experimental subjects. These awakened individuals are being used as experimental subjects, just like the Black Blood cult's method of breeding ferocious beasts that Qin Tianlong mentioned earlier. A piece of his flesh was cut off and replaced with the flesh of a ferocious beast. Even an organ might be removed and replaced with an organ from a ferocious beast. These people are really crazy. Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown. However, the members of the Black Blood cult are not the main focus. The main focus is the ferocious beasts used for experiments within them. There are more than 500 ferocious beasts inside, some still alive and others half dead. First order, second order, and third order are all available. Moreover, they are relatively concentrated, all located on the southeast side of the building. First-tier ferocious beasts have dozens of evolution points. Second-tier ferocious beasts have hundreds of evolution points, and third-tier ferocious beasts have thousands of evolution points. The total number of evolution points is simply terrifying. Realizing this, Lu Yuan's gaze gradually hardened. Suddenly, an accident happened. Brother Ming, I'm in a bit of a hurry. You should first, I'll wait for you. It turned out the skinny guy needed to pee. He stood aside and immediately unbuckled his belt. Ming-ji, don't look at me, or I won't be able to pee. A hint of shyness appeared on the thin man's face. Indeed, being stared at in this situation can make you feel particularly uncomfortable. Okay, I won't look. You're just too young, you won't let me look. The fat man muttered something, then turned his head away. With the pressure gone, the skinny man began to let loose. As he was released, he glanced back and happened to spot Lu Yuan's figure. Now that he'd been discovered, Lu Yuan wasn't going to mince words. Call out. Lu Yuan unleashed an ice blade, shattering the skinny man's skull. Brain matter mixed with ice shards was scattered all over the ground. Having reached master-level proficiency, the ice blade moved with incredible speed, and the skinny man died without even making a sound. However, a body falling to the ground will also make a sound. This caught the fat man's attention. Yangdi, how come you fell over while using the toilet? His head had just turned around. An ice blade appeared in his pupils, growing larger and larger. This fat guy is just a second-tier ability user who has awakened a C-level ability. The ice blade that Lu Yuan unleashed exploded his head as easily as a stone hitting a watermelon. You two scumbags deserve to die. Lu Yuan said it casually. Chapter 149 Lord Jian. Alert. At the same time, Black Blood Cult Experimental Base. A meeting room. Several third-tier ability users stood together, looking ahead. Ahead of them, a person dressed in finery was sitting in a chair. In his left hand, he gently swirled a half-glass of red wine. Glug. The next moment, the man brought the wine glass to his lips and drank the remaining half-glass of red wine in one gulp. Is this the red wine of the human world? It actually tastes quite good. Just then, one of the third-tier ability users spoke up. Lord Zhang, I disagree with your approach, even if you come from headquarters. Upon hearing this, the superhuman sitting in the chair, referred to as Lord Zhang, smiled faintly before asking, is that what you all think too? Yes, it's one thing for us to study ferocious beasts, but using humans as a medium is a bit too much. That's right. Doing this would require recruiting a large number of people, which would easily attract the attention of the authorities. If the authorities find out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The others echoed in agreement. Since that's what you all think. Bang. Lord Zhang stood up, squeezed hard, and shattered the wine glass in his hand into pieces. Buzz. The next moment, a powerful mental force erupted from Lord Zhang, giving the three third-tier ability users who had awakened B-level abilities an extremely strong mental pressure. Bang. Under the immense pressure, these people could not withstand it and knelt down one after another. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was full of pain. Lord Zhang reached out and tightly gripped the throat of the first superhuman to speak. Now, it wasn't just the pressure of mental energy that followed, but also a strong sense of suffocation. This allowed the superhuman to feel death infinitely. Instinctively, he reached out to stop the hand from continuing to choke him. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough strength and couldn't even lift his hand. Finally, Lord Zhang released his grip, thus dispelling the pressure of his mental energy. The superhuman collapsed to the ground like a dead fish, gasping for air, his face filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. With the disappearance of the mental pressure, the others also stood up. I hope this kind of thing will never happen again. Lord Zhang's gaze swept across the room, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Yes. The group of people trembled as they spoke in unison. On Lu Yuan's side, the fat man was very large, and his clothes were also very big and did not fit him. Therefore, Lu Yuan took off the skinny man's clothes and put them on himself. Lu Yuan also found a card on the skinny man. It should be something like an identity document. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Keep walking along this path until you reach a room. Leave the room. Then, Lu Yuan strode quickly towards the southeast of the Black Blood Cult's experimental base. As soon as he stepped outside, the extremely pungent smell of blood mixed with the smell of disinfectant made Lu Yuan frown. After a short adjustment period, I had only taken a few steps when, at that moment, another member of the Black Blood Cult walked towards them. He was wearing a blue lab coat, so he must have been conducting experiments in a laboratory. To be honest, Lu Yuan was a little nervous, but he still maintained a calm expression. Fortunately, all is well. This member of the Black Blood Cult didn't even glance at Lu Yuan, simply brushing past him. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at a room. There are probably 50 ferocious beasts in this room. Hey, you over there, what are you doing here? But, just then, a shout rang out from behind Lu Yuan. This is an experimental area. What is this patrolman in black trying to do? Sigh, we've been found out after all. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. That's to be expected. After all, Lu Yuan had long anticipated that he would be discovered. But what if the others in this base are discovered, given their strength? They're just a bunch of rabble. Ice blade. Call out. Lu Yuan fired an ice blade, which struck the superhuman's throat with extreme precision. In an instant, the body was separated from its head. The person who found Lu Yuan fell heavily to the ground, so fast that he didn't even have time to cry for help. Lu Yuan walked to the door and was surprised to find that an access card was required to open it. So, Lu Yuan went up to the person who had found him and, sure enough, found a white access card in the person's right pocket. Incidentally, Lu Yuan also changed into his clothes. It's just a code anyway, and it won't last long. Swipe your card. Drop. The door opened, and Lu Yuan walked in. The room is very large, several hundred square meters. Inside, there were many cages, and inside the cages were normal animals that had been grafted with the meat of ferocious beasts. Many animals have mutated, developing distinctly ferocious characteristics. These are precisely the goals of Lu Yuan's trip. There were also more than a dozen researchers working diligently inside. At their table, they were preparing a potion that Lu Yuan couldn't understand at all. As for how serious, even after Lu Yuan entered, they didn't look up, not even for a glance. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a loud alarm sounded, echoing throughout the entire experimental base. It turned out that someone had discovered the body lying on the ground and immediately sounded the alarm. Alarm! Intruders have broken in. Upon hearing the alarm, the researchers present could no longer remain seated. Only, several experimenters had barely stood up when their heads automatically fell to the ground. This is the extreme speed of a master-level ice blade. The other experimenters were staring at all of this with expressions of horror. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, several of his companions were killed. Ice blade. Lu Yuan pondered in a low voice. Lu Yuan felt absolutely no psychological burden in killing such a villain. Then, ice blast. Ice blast. Lu Yuan used ice explosion repeatedly, blasting open the cage and killing the ferocious beast inside. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points +8. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, Great Hand Duck, and gained 100 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, Flower Dog. Evolution points +100. One after another, the sound of ice exploding rang out. The bloodlust within his body didn't increase much, but the evolution points on the system panel were growing rapidly. But at that moment, a large group of heavily armed Black Blood cult members had already gathered and were rushing towards this place. Chapter 150 Frenzied Slaughter. 100,000 evolution points. Something's wrong. An intruder has broken in. In the meeting room where Lord Zhang and the other third-tier ability users were, a member of the Black Blood cult ran over to make a notification. What's the panic? This is a good opportunity to release these ferocious beasts and test their power. Lord Zhang, however, remained calm and unhurried. 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant hole. The outsider who came in may be very powerful, but he definitely cannot withstand the attack of so many ferocious beasts. And all of us we've gathered. This is what the Black Blood cult member said. It's all right. We can let them see how well their created ferocious beast turned out. Lord Zhang waved his hand. Okay. The others then got to work and left the meeting room. Lord Zhang remained seated in his chair, not leaving, but instead turned on the surveillance camera. He took out another glass of red wine and poured it into the bottle. Then, he brought the glass to his lips and took another sip of red wine. Sipping red wine while watching the battle unfold, that's what makes it interesting. Evolution points, 27,000. Before entering the Black Blood cult's experimental base, Lu Yuan had 21,000 evolution points on his system panel. But now, it has 26,000. These approximately 50 ferocious beasts provided Lu Yuan with a total of 6,000 evolution points. This doesn't seem like much. However, please remember that these are only first and second tier lower and middle level ferocious beasts. The rewards will be much greater once you kill those third tier ferocious beasts. With this in mind, Lu Yuan left the room. But at that moment, a huge tremor came from afar, approaching Lu Yuan's direction. Could it be that they've released all these ferocious beasts? This was Lu Yuan's first thought. But this is good. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. Next, Lu Yuan used his skilled detective technique to clearly locate the newcomer's position. As expected, they had gathered a large number of ferocious beasts, as well as many heavily armed members of the Black Blood cult. These ferocious beasts posed little threat to Lu Yuan. They were simply numerous. Lu Yuan, however, had mastered the ice explosion technique and the extreme ice illusion killing array. With the abundant Yuan energy within his body and the various potions in his spatial ring, killing all these ferocious beasts would be an incredibly easy task. As for these heavily armed Black Blood cult members, Lu Yuan was even less afraid. Why is this described as a world of superpowers? That's because, of course, superhumans are the kings who rule this world. Evolution points -9,000. Frozen Shield, A, Advanced, Frozen Shield, A, Master. Lu Yuan used 9,000 evolution points to upgrade the A-level skill Frozen Shield from Advanced Proficiency to Master Proficiency. After absorbing the massive amount of memories, Lu Yuan had a clear understanding of how to use them. Now, the Master-level Frozen Shield can easily block some ordinary bullets. This is the world of superpowers. Can a person withstand a bullet? This statement would have been utterly inconceivable in the world Lu Yuan lived in the last time. More than 400 ferocious beasts, along with dozens of Black Blood cult members, arrived one after another. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered. The next moment, 15 ice swords appeared simultaneously around Lu Yuan. This imposing manner left the Black Blood cult members completely stunned. You're pretty handsome, aren't you? Beast Charge. A third-tier ability user at the back of the crowd pressed the remote control in his hand. Bang bang bang. These ferocious beasts rushed out in a swarm. It has a strong sense of a beast tide. Seeing this, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and more than a dozen ice swords flew out. The vast majority of ferocious beasts had their skin pierced the moment they came into contact with these ice swords. Then, the ice elemental energy from the ice sword was conducted into their skin. The next moment, layer upon layer of frost formed on their surface. This greatly limited their mobility. This was merely a near miss with the ice sword. If one is pierced by an ice sword, then needless to say, one will die on the spot. Of course, Lu Yuan wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still. Frozen Shield. A barrage of frost spears. After drinking another bottle of Tier 3 energy potion, he summoned a layer of ice shield around himself, and then used the skill Frost Spear combo. A single shot can generate an impact force of several tons, and this impact force is increasing with each of Lu Yuan's consecutive shots. It quickly reached an impact force of up to 10 tons. Before long, half of the ferocious beasts were dead, while Lu Yuan remained unharmed. The smiles on the faces of the Black Blood cult members vanished, replaced by extreme solemnity. Most of them were first-tier ability users, so their strength was naturally not very good. So, hiding behind the pack of ferocious beasts, they raised their rifles and began firing. Unfortunately, they had not received any professional shooting training and were only mediocre at the same level. Even with Lu Yuan standing there, they might not be able to hit him, not to mention when moving at high speeds. In the conference room, at first, Lord Zhang, watching the surveillance footage, was all smiles, eager to see Lu Yuan torn to pieces by the ferocious beast. After all, strictly speaking, he can't even be considered human. It is a human body combined with the consciousness of a ferocious beast. Having the consciousness of a ferocious beast, he simply enjoys watching ferocious beasts dismember humans. But Lu Yuan's subsequent behavior made him realize that something was wrong. This superhuman is incredibly powerful. He saw through something and narrowed his eyes. It's not just a matter of skill level, but also about proficiency. That's right, it's skill proficiency, and skill proficiency is an extremely crucial factor. It's important to know that a level 1 difference in proficiency can double the effectiveness of a skill. No. Lord Zhang left the meeting room. He had decided to take matters into his own hands. My own body. He's probably at the upper level of the 4th tier of an A+ level ability user, and he has an extremely rare mental ability. Killing him shouldn't be a big problem. It takes about 10 minutes. Only then did Lord Zhang come over to Lu Yuan from the conference room. The ferocious beasts were almost all dead, but quite a few members of the Black Blood cult remained. After all, killing them wouldn't bring Lu Yuan any evolution points. As soon as Lord Zhang approached, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated instantly. What happened? Lu Yuan clearly remembered that his mental detection hadn't detected this person. However, Lu Yuan smiled slightly as he opened the system panel. That smile, seemingly peaceful, actually conceals a deadly intent. Evolution points, 100,000. Energy purity, 73%. Special ability, Ice Crown S. Chapter 151 SS Rank Superpower, The Frozen Throne. My superpower can be broken through. Lu Yuan's pupils widened, revealing a look of pure surprise. You should know that superpowers are the root of a superhuman strength. Just like Lu Yuan's awakened S-level superpower, he was already able to easily defeat a mid-level first-tier ferocious beast just a few days after awakening his superpower. How can a regular C-level or D-level superpower defeat a mid-tier first-order ferocious beast when they have only been awakened for a few days? Needless to say, it's absolutely impossible. S-rank abilities are already incredibly rare and powerful, and now, I'm actually able to go a step further and upgrade my ability level. How could this not be exciting and joyful? Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 100,000. Energy purity, 73%, 80%. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Frozen Throne, SS. The next moment, an icy blue light emanated, and layer upon layer of chill enveloped endless ice and snow. Centered on Lu Yuan, it spread outwards continuously. Seeing that Lu Yuan did not move, these people were still thinking of shooting Lu Yuan with rifles. Before, this kid was dodging around and it was hard to hit him. Now that he's not moving and there's no longer that layer of ice shield around him, wouldn't it be easy to shoot him down? Unfortunately, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Before they could even raise their rifles, some were thrown into the air, while others were buried alive by the intense snow and ice. The extreme cold froze them instantly, leaving them too weak to even stand up. Even with his human body and the consciousness of a ferocious beast, Zhang Darren, despite possessing an A-level mental ability and a body that has advanced to the upper 4th tier, would have to give way. Only after donning another layer of mental shield was he able to barely stand up and open his eyes. His gaze fell upon Lu Yuan. Only saw. Layer upon layer of ice crystals spun rapidly around Lu Yuan, refracting an extremely dazzling cold light. Beneath Lu Yuan, an ice throne gradually formed from condensed ice. The throne looks extremely ancient and mysterious, with incredibly intricate engravings on it. His pupils and hair turned ice blue, and no emotion could be seen in his pupils. A crown made of ice and snow also gathered above their heads. Upon seeing this scene, Lord Zhang's body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, as if the one sitting on the frozen throne was a true emperor. Interesting, very interesting. Lord Zhang sighed inwardly. Then he thought to himself, let me test your strength now. Anyway, this was just one of the most insignificant of his many clones. So what if it died? It's no big deal. Once Lu Yuan's superpower evolution was complete, the surrounding aura disappeared, and Lord Zhang was able to move freely again. So, Lord Zhang used his special ability, and a sharp mental blade appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Yuan. The rapidly moving figure left a long and extremely abrupt trail on the snow-covered ground. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Seeing the person approaching, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he murmured something softly. The next moment, 15 ice swords appeared around him in succession, spinning in unison at high speed. But it's different from before. These ice swords are longer and bigger than before. Call out. Lu Yuan waved his hand, and then the ice swords fell like a storm. The speed was so fast that Lord Zhang had no chance to dodge. Bang! One sword strike shattered the mental shield. A second strike pierced through the body. The powerful ice elemental energy entered his body, gradually sealing off his organs, meridians, and blood. As a psychic, one's physical body is naturally not very strong. Within seconds, he was lifeless. You have slain an avatar of the supreme-level high-ranking ferocious beast, Soul Devourer King, gaining 40,000 evolution points. Seeing that even Lord Zhang, sent from headquarters, couldn't withstand a single move from this man, the remaining Black Blood cult members had no will to resist and naturally scattered and fled. Trying to escape? Too late. Lu Yuan transformed into a streak of cold light and charged forward. A barrage of frost spears. Uft. The body of a Black Blood cult member was pierced by the Cold River's sky-splitting spear. Ice blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another Black Blood cult member's body was pierced by an ice blade. You stay away. A member of the Black Blood cult, leaning against the corner of the wall, said, trembling all over. Die. Lu Yuan simply uttered a single word, which sealed his death sentence. Before long, all the fleeing Black Blood cult members were killed one by Lu Yuan. None were spared. After all, Lu Yuan's skilled detective technique had reached master-level proficiency, enabling him to accurately pinpoint their location. No matter how you try to escape, there's no escaping it. Everyone here is a vicious and wicked person who deserves to die. He deserves to die? After killing the last person, Lu Yuan sat on the ground and opened his system panel. Mental strength, 1462 Hz. Chi and blood, 3,745 calories. He vaguely remembered that his mental state was 1,024 Hz, and his blood energy was 3,121 calories before he entered this underground world. Currently, his mental state is 1,462 Hz, and his energy level is 3,754 calories. After a brief analysis, it was found that their mental state improved by about 40%, and their blood and energy levels improved by about 20%. Of course, true improvement cannot be judged solely by these data. The key lies in the ice-type elemental energy within the body. First is the energy capacity. Lu Yuan could feel that the capacity of his internal energy had nearly doubled, or even more than doubled. Because after using the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, Lu Yuan did not feel even the slightest bit weak and was even able to use the skill again. Secondly, the purity of the elemental energy increased from 73% to 80%. This stuff is like the purity of blood in vampires in Western mythology. Every little bit of improvement brings a significant benefit. There's also a hidden benefit. Lu Yuan was surprised to find that after his superpower evolved from S level to SS level, his ability to suppress bloodlust had reached a new level. Now, Lu Yuan can at least keep hunting ferocious beasts in the underground world for 2 consecutive weeks without losing control. It's important to know that Lu Yuan's strength increased rapidly, reaching a level that amazed others, precisely because of the existence of evolution points. Now, the longer you stay in the underground world, the more evolution points you'll gain. That's brilliant. Chapter 152, Third Tier Upper Level. The Trail of the Shadow Fire Lizard. Besides his superpowers, there was another matter that Lu Yuan was also very concerned about. It was the system notification sound after Lu Yuan killed someone. You have slain an avatar of the supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast, Soul Devourer King, gaining 40,000 evolution points. A supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast? The Soul Devouring King. Lu Yuan was completely bewildered. These were 2 extremely new words to him. Perhaps Teacher Jian will find out. Lu Yuan pondered to himself. But now that I'm in the underground world, I have no way to contact the outside world. I'll make plans after I leave the underground world. It's getting late, and I still have to hunt ferocious beasts tomorrow, so I should rest for a while. The next day, upon waking, Lu Yuan left the Black Blood Cult's experimental base. It's worth mentioning that, apart from the ferocious beasts and members inside, Lu Yuan didn't touch anything else inside. After leaving this place, Lu Yuan will naturally inform the Jingnan city government. Perhaps when specialized personnel arrive here, they will be able to uncover some information. Lu Yuan continued hunting ferocious beasts. Half a day later, Lu Yuan defeated 2 third-tier lower-level ferocious beasts and many other miscellaneous ferocious beasts, gaining 10,000 evolution points. At this time, Lu Yuan's evolution points have reached 50,000. If you're not going to advance in your cultivation level, what's the point of keeping these evolution points? Evolution points, 50,000. Realm level, mid-third tier. So, Lu Yuan pressed to add points directly. Evolution points minus 50,000. Realm level, middle tier 3, upper tier 3. In an instant, a great deal of ice-type elemental energy appeared out of nowhere within Lu Yuan's body. This caused the ice-type elemental energy within Lu Yuan's body, which was originally as calm as water, to become increasingly turbulent and intense. He quickly sat down and closed his eyes. Boom. Layer upon layer of momentum burst forth. The surrounding trees were snapped in half, and some birds that lived in the trees lost their homes. Moreover, one after another, huge icicles formed beside Lu Yuan, giving him a sense of sacredness and inviolability. The time it took to absorb and stabilize the elemental energy was longer than before, lasting for 4 hours in a row. 4 hours later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his icy blue pupils. With a thought, he brought up the control panel. Mental scale, 1662 Hz. Qi and blood, 4,145 calories. My mental state improved by 200 Hz, and my blood and energy increased by 400 calories. Lu Yuan could feel that not only had he gained a much deeper understanding of things, but his internal energy was also as active as a dragon and a tiger, and he felt as if he had inexhaustible energy. The upper-level third tier has been achieved, and I am only 1 step away from the 4th tier. Lu Yuan was already somewhat excited. He remembered it very clearly. Lost Ruins number 7. Let's continue hunting ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan stood up. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of cold light and hurtled forward at lightning speed. You have defeated the Tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger. Evolution points plus 1,000. After casually killing the 2nd-tier superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger, with a single shot, Lu Yuan used a large amount of mental energy, and then expanded the range of his mental energy's detection. His method of hunting ferocious beasts is to first search for them over a wide area, and then approach them while maintaining a small detection range. Through the feedback transmitted through his mental energy, Lu Yuan discovered a ferocious beast that instantly caught his attention. This is a lizard-like ferocious beast with a fiery tail and a blackish-red body. This. Isn't that the shadow salamander? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Incidentally, after Lu Yuan's mental attributes were significantly improved, the effect of the shadow fire lizard weakening mental perception was not as significant. It was precisely because of this shadow fire lizard that he had to give up those few extremely precious S-grade medicinal herbs, evening primrose. The pills made from its powder are remarkably effective in healing injuries. M5 finally found you. It's time for you to pay back the debt for these few evening primroses. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. But in the next second, Lu Yuan sensed several figures heading in the direction the shadow fire lizard was moving. The detection of spiritual power can only detect its external form. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not recognize their identities, but felt that one of them looked very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. I hope they don't steal my prey. Lu Yuan thought to himself silently. Revenge is one aspect, but on the other hand, this is a ferocious beast at the mid-4th tier, which must provide a lot of evolution points. It will definitely surpass what I earn in a day from killing low-level ferocious beasts. Immediately, they quickened their pace toward the location of the shadow salamander. Meanwhile, on the other side, a team of superhumans is marching forward. If Lu Yuan were there, he would definitely recognize that this was the team that Li Ji had joined. Before they arrived, they had taken on several assignments at the school. One of the tasks is to collect the tails of fire lizards. This is a level A mission. There are 10 requirements in total, and the reward is 500 credits. Currently, they have collected 8, and they only need 2 more to complete the task. Just then, Li Ji glanced to the side and spotted a ferocious beast with flames on its tail. However, because they were deep in the forest and more than 1,000 meters apart, Li Ji could only recognize the conspicuous tail and make out the outline of the ferocious beast. Its specific appearance is not very clear. In fact, this was not an ordinary fire lizard, but a more powerful mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast, the shadow fire lizard. A fire lizard. It's a fire lizard. Li Ji exclaimed in surprise. Where? Upon hearing the sound, the others all stopped in their tracks. There it is. Li Ji stretched out his hand and pointed to the location of the shadow fire lizard. Following the direction Li Ji pointed, everyone's eyes turned towards that spot. A fire lizard. This is supposed to be a fire lizard. The team captain's gaze gradually turned serious. What is this thing? It's significantly larger than a typical fire lizard, and its body color is wrong too. That's a shadow fire lizard at the mid-4th tier. Run. The captain said urgently, quickly taking out a swiftness pill that he had prepared in advance from his spatial ring. Shadow salamander. The others also sharpened their eyes, took the swiftness pill, and prepared to flee for their lives. Just then, call out. A massive ice spear, formed from solidified ice, hurtled towards them. The speed was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom. The shadow fire lizard was caught off guard, and its head was pierced by the massive ice spear. In an instant, black blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 153: The Astonishment of the Crowd. The bear-shaped beast breaking through. What happened? What's going on? This ice spear is so powerful. And so fast too. Yes, not only did it catch the shadow salamander off guard, but it was also shot in the head. Everyone had already swallowed the speed-enhancing pills and was planning to run away, but the sonic boom from the ice spear made them turn their heads away again. Then they witnessed this scene, and everyone gaped in astonishment. The shadow fire lizard did not die immediately after its skull was pierced by the ice spear. Its body was engulfed in black and red flames, which were at least 2,000 degrees Celsius. It even distorted the surrounding air. Wait, it's not completely dead yet. I'm so far away from it, but I can still feel a significant heat. Run! The group began to flee. Soon, the ice spear gradually melted, slowly turning into a puddle of pure water devoid of any elemental energy. And this pure water, under the extremely high temperature of the flame, instantly turned into water vapor and disappeared without a trace from sight. Once a ferocious beast reaches the 4th rank, it is indeed incomparable to the first 3 ranks. Its vitality is incredibly tenacious. Seeing this, Lu Yuan thought to himself. But unfortunately, that's where you end up. Lu Yuan launched another ice spear. The shadow fire lizard was still emitting black and red flames. Its ice-type elemental energy had not been completely depleted, and coupled with its severe injuries, its movement speed was greatly impaired, making it unable to dodge Lu Yuan's ice spear. With an extremely graceful parabola, Lu Yuan's ice spear pierced the head of the shadow fire lizard once again. Puffed. Thick blood spurted out again. Unfortunately, the shadow salamander wasn't so lucky this time. Its remaining life force wasn't enough to withstand the second ice spear. Soon, the shadow salamander was completely lifeless. Wait, don't run away. The captain glanced back, interrupting the group's actions, causing them to turn their heads away as well. This ferocious beast is dead just like that. Amazed, everyone turned their gaze to a dark figure slowly emerging from the depths of the forest. A resolute and handsome face, a tall and upright figure. Li Ji recognized the dark figure at a glance. It was Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Li Ji was extremely surprised and stood there stunned for a moment. After all, the others didn't know Lu Yuan, and at most they could only marvel that he was a master. Li Ji, however, knew Lu Yuan and was a freshman at Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. And now what does he see? Lu Yuan actually killed a mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast. This is already at the senior level, right? No, to be precise, they are already considered quite strong even among seniors. It's only been about a month since the competition for freshmen at the 4 prestigious universities. Lu Yuan's strength has improved so rapidly. In comparison, now, I'm even joining the team to do missions in the underground world. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, is already significantly stronger than his team as a whole, even though he awakened an S+ level superpower. Thinking of this, Li Ji felt somewhat depressed. You have defeated the Tier 4 mid-tier ferocious beast, the Shadow Fire Lizard, gaining 40,000 evolution points. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Lu Yuan was unaware of the rich thoughts in Li Ji's mind, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared much. His only concern right now is that it's time to reap the rewards. He darted forward, took out his grade A alloy dagger from his spatial ring, and slid it forcefully towards its tail. Whoosh! A swift flash of light from the blade created an extremely smooth cut. And so, the tail of the Shadow Fire Lizard appeared completely in Lu Yuan's hand. Next comes the more important crystallization. This crystal is the source of primordial energy within the ferocious beast's body. Its tough outer shell is difficult to break even with grade A alloy. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's Frost River Sky-Splitting Spear, after being infused with sufficient ice-type elemental energy, can reach a hardness of up to S-grade alloy. And so swish. Lu Yuan sliced open the shell of the Shadow Fire Lizard. Among them was a dark red crystal, still gleaming with a warm luster. Lu Yuan reached out and took it out. When the crystal was placed in his hand, he actually felt a slight burning sensation. But it wasn't a big problem. Lu Yuan simply stored it in his spatial ring. Done. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. He recognized Li Ji, but had no intention of going up to say hello. So he turned around and left. A few hours later, night fell. Lu Yuan summoned his companion beast, Xiao Bing, from the containment sphere. Then, the man and the snake began to enjoy their barbecue to their heart's content. Perfect timing. Little Ice, who has had plenty of rest inside the containment sphere, can act as a lookout for Lu Yuan at night. In this way, Lu Yuan no longer needed to do light sleep to maintain his mental awareness. He could go straight to deep sleep, which made him much more comfortable. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, streaks of lightning flashed, followed by intense light and deafening roars. The deafening thunder, like the sound of drums, startled Lu Yuan awake. Lu Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and stepped out of the tent. Looking outside, it was only just beginning to get light. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Yuan was about to take out water and food from his spatial ring to replenish his energy for the morning, another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. But Lu Yuan wasn't too surprised. After all, the weather in the underground world was also unpredictable, with thunder and rain being quite common. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Lu Yuan put on his battle armor, stored the tent in his spatial ring, and prepared for the day's hunt for ferocious beasts. First, use the S-rank skill detective technique to sense the location of nearby ferocious beasts. But after receiving feedback from his mental energy, Lu Yuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He discovered that a ferocious beast had a very obvious missing corner in a certain direction. In other words, there wasn't a single ferocious beast in that direction. That's in the southwest direction. Lu Yuan took out a map from his spatial ring and saw that there was a huge canyon in that direction. Could it be related to that canyon? With this in mind, Lu Yuan changed direction and started walking southwest. I just used a lot of mental energy and need some time to recover. Therefore, when Lu Yuan was about 11,000 meters away from the canyon, he used a small amount of mental energy to probe it. Deep in the vast canyon, violent purple lightning scattered in all directions, flashing incessantly around the canyon. At the center of the thunder was a gigantic, bear-like, ferocious beast. Could this bear-shaped ferocious beast be breaking through to a higher realm? Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but murmur a sentence softly. Chapter 154, Killing the Thunderstorm Demon Bear. This ferocious beast was a full 9 meters tall, and its weight appeared to be over 100 tons. Lu Yuan did not recognize this ferocious beast. However, the Heart in Shenzhen University app has an extremely rich database. It's not difficult to recognize this ferocious beast. After entering relevant terms, such as thunder, 9 meters tall, or the fur covering the skin is diamond-shaped, etc. The Heart in Shenzhen University app displayed the results with remarkable accuracy and speed. A thunderstorm demon bear at the 4th tier high level. Moreover, it's a thunderstorm demon bear that's currently breaking through to the 4th tier upper realm. A thunderstorm demon bear breaking through to the upper level 4th tier? You're lucky. Lu Yuan quickened his pace. His choice was to interrupt the thunderstorm bear's breakthrough attempt, then kill it to gain an extremely high amount of evolution points. Of course, Lu Yuan has another option, to obtain even more evolution points. That is, wait for the thunderstorm demon bear to break through to the 5th level and then kill it. However, Lu Yuan had never fought against a 5th tier ferocious beast before, so he wasn't very confident. If I mess up and don't get the evolution points, that's a minor issue. The bigger question is, what if I were to die here? If I escape, I will leave behind such a terrifying beast in the underground world. This could affect all the superhumans heading to Base 2 in Jingnan City. This is also a very bad thing. Therefore, Lu Yuan chose to kill the thunderstorm demon bear immediately. Lu Yuan approached the canyon. About 1 kilometer from the canyon, deep fissures appeared one after another, and one could easily slip and fall if one was not careful. The terrifying aftershocks of thunder made it difficult for Lu Yuan to take another step forward. Snap! Just then, a huge bolt of purple lightning struck the soil in front of Lu Yuan. They actually blasted out a hole that was nearly 10 centimeters deep. A thick layer of charred black residue appeared around the entrance to the cave. That was close. Lu Yuan sighed. If this lightning were to strike me, although I wouldn't suffer serious injuries, I would definitely experience considerable pain. Frozen shield. Lu Yuan covered himself with a layer of ice shield. With this icy shield, the aftershocks of the lightning were blocked, and Lu Yuan was finally able to advance further. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at the edge of the canyon. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, they looked into the depths of the canyon. This thunderstorm demon bear had its eyes tightly closed, and around it, raging lightning had nowhere to go, leaping wildly nearby. You still want to break through to a higher realm? Ice gun. Lu Yuan channeled his ice elemental energy into a powerful ice spear, which he then hurled at the thunderstorm demon bear with all his might. Call out. Ice spears fly out. But at that moment, the thunderstorm demon bear, which was still breaking through its cultivation level, opened its tightly closed eyes. Roar. With a roar, it stood up, its 9-meter-tall body catching the ice spear thrown by Lu Yuan with its bare paws, and then crushing it. Then he scanned his surroundings. After spotting a figure in the canyon, they quickly rushed to the edge and began climbing over protruding rocks. Its breakthrough was interrupted. It must be furious. Lu Yuan gave a faint smile. Seeing the thunderstorm demon bear's anger, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Humans and ferocious beasts are irreconcilable enemies. This is an eternal truth. As the thunderstorm demon bear was climbing, Lu Yuan arrived at the edge of the canyon and attacked it with his ice spear. However, the thunderstorm demon bear also mobilized its internal lightning elemental energy, and the next moment, a thick lightning shield appeared around its body. With a single ice spear, several cracks appeared in the thunder shield. 2 ice spears were fired, and the thunder shield shattered. 3 ice spears pierced the flesh of the thunderstorm bear. Lu Yuan could throw ice spears at an extremely fast speed, averaging 1 shot per second. This meant that as soon as the thunderstorm demon bear covered itself with a layer of thunder shield, Lu Yuan had already broken through the thunder shield and dealt it a blow in return. However, the thunderstorm demon bear's defensive capabilities are truly formidable. He was hit by 2 ice guns, but he was still acting like nothing had happened. Moreover, it climbs very quickly. In just 6 seconds, it has already climbed from the bottom of the canyon to the top. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and a wicked idea popped into his head. Ice gun. Immediately, Lu Yuan threw an ice spear. Seeing this, the thunderstorm bear smiled contemptuously and then summoned a layer of lightning shield. After the thunder shield blocks the ice spear, I can finally climb up the canyon. By then, wouldn't this annoying little bug that's hindering my evolution be completely under my control? But to the thunderstorm demon bear's utter surprise, Lu Yuan did not attack it. Instead, He attacked the rock that the thunderstorm demon bear was gripping with its paws. Boom. After several consecutive attacks, Lu Yuan became more and more courageous, and the ice spear in his hand even reached an impact force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Under such a powerful impact, the rock was naturally shattered by the ice spear. Bang! The next moment, the thunderstorm demon bear lost its strength and fell heavily to the ground, landing on its rear end. He fell into a canyon nearly 100 meters high. Then, thinking of the thunderstorm demon bear's weight of over 100 tons, the pain it must feel is enough to make one shudder just by looking at it. At this moment, it was extremely dissatisfied, stroking its rear end while glaring angrily. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan didn't indulge him and used his own skills. The next moment, 15 enormous ice swords surrounded Lu Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, the 15 ice swords fell swiftly. Roar. Upon seeing this, the thunderstorm demon bear roared, its roar carrying the force of thunder. It actually shattered quite a few ice swords. But what it didn't anticipate was that Lu Yuan's control over the ice sword has now reached an unprecedented level. This meant that its originally rosy bottom, which had fallen to the ground, was hit by 2 more ice swords. The thunderstorm bear, in pain, inevitably lost focus. It's not over yet. Lu Yuan's ice elemental energy was still abundant, and he used the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array once again. This time, the thunderstorm bear didn't have much time. It could only summon the Thunder Shield. This Thunder Shield can definitely withstand the full force of any third-tier ferocious beast. But to think that they could withstand Lu Yuan's ice sword is a bit of overthinking. Suddenly, shocking wounds appeared on the thunderstorm demon bear's body. Ice-type elemental energy surged in as a result. The frost spreads from the inside out. Before long, the thunderstorm demon bear's body was already at its last gasp. Die. Even with ice blades of average power, the thunderstorm bear couldn't withstand them and collapsed to the ground, slowly losing its breath. Chapter 155 Breakthrough to the lower 4th tier. After the thunderstorm demon bear was completely dead, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. You have defeated the Tier 4 high-rank ferocious beast thunderstorm demon bear, gaining plus 50,000 evolution points. Then, Lu Yuan poured out all the ice-type elemental energy in his body. Phew. Slowly, Lu Yuan built an extremely stable ice slide. Although the massive amount of ice-type elemental energy within him had been completely depleted, a feeling of weakness immediately overwhelmed him. But every part of this thunderstorm demon bear is a treasure, and if Lu Yuan can only see it but not take it, he will be itching to get his hands on it. After Lu Yuan built the ice slide, he slid down it and arrived at the bottom of the canyon. It's not very noticeable from the canyon, but at the bottom of the canyon, it's very clear. The surrounding area was riddled with craters from the raging lightning, a scene of utter devastation. One can't help but marvel at the immense power of this thunder. Fortunately, the thunderstorm bear was at the bottom of the canyon, giving it a natural advantage in terms of terrain. Lu Yuan arrived in front of the thunderstorm demon bear, then took out an A-grade alloy dagger and began to cut it. But when the hard-grade A alloy dagger came into contact with the thunderstorm demon bear's tough fur, no matter how hard Lu Yuan tried, the grade A alloy dagger was unable to cut through the fur. Using a dagger for cutting allows for extremely precise cuts, ensuring that no material from the ferocious beast is wasted. But there was no way around it. The dagger wasn't sharp enough. I'll buy an S-grade alloy dagger when I get back. There was a reason for this, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Then, Lu Yuan could only use his own Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear. After being infused with abundant ice-based elemental energy, its hardness can reach up to S-grade alloy. Slide. Accompanied by a striking ripping sound. Finally, the thunderstorm bear's fur was torn open. Sizzle. The moment the thunderstorm bear's flesh and blood were exposed, several leaping purple lightning bolts appeared in the air. Lu Yuan knew that this was a manifestation of the lightning elemental energy released from the thunderstorm demon bear's body. Once the lightning elemental energy has been completely released, subsequently, bear bile, bear heart, crystals. Lu Yuan took out all these extremely valuable components and stored them in his spatial ring. After acquiring the valuable parts of the thunderstorm demon bear's carcass, Lu Yuan left the canyon to continue searching for and hunting ferocious beasts. With itself as the center, the radius is 22,000 meters. It looks like it has a very large area. In reality, in the vast underground world, this is nothing at all. In addition, third-tier ferocious beasts are not as common as cabbages. It's not something you can find just by wanting to look for it. Until 1 week later, on this day, you have defeated the Tier 2 high-level ferocious beast, the Run Pig, and gained 600 evolution points. A muscular, runaway pig was drinking water by a stream when, suddenly, the pig's head fell to the ground. Then, from the depths of the forest, a tall and handsome figure emerged. The figure was none other than Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan's evolution points on his panel had reached 90,000. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and the control panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 90,000. Energy purity, 80%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, upper 3rd tier. Mental scale, 1662 Hz. Chi and blood, 4,145 calories. Skills, marksmanship, master. Melee combat, intermediate. Ice shard ring, D. Advanced, ice flash, B. Advanced, ice blade, A. Master, frozen shield, A. Master, ice blast, S. Advanced, detective skill, S. Master, extreme ice illusion killing array, SS. Advanced, frost spear combo, SS. Advanced, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. 4th level. Companion beast, ice piercing python, tier 2 high rank, / tier 5 high rank. Your cultivation level can be improved. There are only a few days left until November, so Lu Yuan still chose to directly add points to his cultivation level. Without hesitation, he decisively pressed the button on the back of the panel. Evolution points minus 90,000. Realm level, upper 3rd tier, lower 4th tier. After the evolution points on the panel disappeared rapidly, Lu Yuan immediately felt an unprecedented cold power erupt within his body. It's cold. Very cold. Extremely cold. Even Lu Yuan, an ice-type ability user, couldn't tolerate it directly. This extremely strong icy power forced Lu Yuan to close his eyes and sit down. Thud, thud, thud. What Lu Yuan didn't see was that a terrifying burst of elemental energy caused massive ice spikes to bulge from the ground. The nearby trees were snapped in half, the nearby flowers and plants were uprooted, and the nearby streams were frozen solid from the inside out. The temperature in the vicinity dropped by tens of degrees Celsius in an instant. Time passed quickly. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. The ice-type elemental energy within Lu Yuan's body gradually stabilized. Phew. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Comfortable. Lu Yuan sighed. He suddenly felt incredibly powerful, as if every punch he threw carried unparalleled strength. His thinking is also very quick. Lu Yuan could sense that the maximum detection range of his skill Divine Detective Technique had increased from a radius of 22,000 meters to 24,000 meters. Although the radius has only increased by 2 kilometers, the actual increase in range is close to 20%. Let's see how the attributes have improved. Lu Yuan brought up the control panel. The next moment, 2 major attributes appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. Mental state, 1962 Hz. Chi and blood, 4,945 calories. Hiss. The terrifying increase in stats made Lu Yuan gasp in shock. Horrible, absolutely terrifying. My mental state improved by 300 Hz, and my blood and energy increased by 800 calories. This caused Lu Yuan's mental attribute to approach 2,000 Hz, and his blood and chi attribute to approach 5,000 kilocalories. Such a terrifying humanoid monster. In fact, it was formed only 4 months after he awakened his superpowers. If this were told to others, who would believe it? Who could possibly believe it? But this is an undeniable fact that leaves no room for doubt. There's still room for my bloodthirsty energy to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan first used his detective skills. The location of the nearby ferocious beasts is clearly visible. Among these ferocious beasts, several human figures stood out the most. There were 6 of them, 5 men and 1 woman, walking towards them. However, judging from the feedback from their mental energy, they were all only 3rd-tier ability users. Even if someone harbors ill intentions, Lu Yuan is perfectly capable of handling them. Chapter 156, Streamer MOCC. In the underground world. Oh, autumn. Oh, autumn. A live streamer sneezed twice in a row. This streamer's real name is MOCC, and she is a 3rd-tier lower-level ability user who has awakened a B-level ice-type ability. Her online name is CC at Sunset, and she always posts her work at sunset. The videos are authentic and daring, covering an exploration of the underground world. It includes information on identifying exotic plants and animals in the underground world, videos of battles with ferocious beasts, analyses of their weaknesses, and dissections of these beasts. There was absolutely no fraud involved. After all, the majority of people in the world have never been to the underground world. Being able to see the wonders of the underground world is enough to satisfy the curiosity of fans. In addition, the streamer herself is very good-looking and has a very well-developed online persona. Therefore, he has nearly 10 million followers on Douyin and more than 20 million followers across the entire internet. Of course, this is also related to the fact that she was among the first people in this field. Many streamers who followed suit later on didn't get much viewership. I can sense it. There's an extremely terrifying fluctuation of ice-type elemental energy over there. MOCC pointed in a certain direction. And this direction is exactly where Lu Yuan was when he broke through his cultivation level. A terrifying fluctuation of ice-type elemental energy. One of the people next to MOCC raised an eyebrow. His name is Sun Fan, and he and MOCC are business partners. He is a third-tier advanced level ability user who has awakened an A-level combat type ability. The other four were the same, all at the mid-level of the third tier. Their awakened abilities varied, but their average level was B. The original 5 people were a team of superhumans in Jingnan City. About a year ago, MOCC approached them and explained her cooperation needs. After listening to MOCC's explanation, the two sides hit it off immediately. After all, since the video is being filmed in the underground world and the protagonist is MOCC, someone has to be responsible for filming and keeping watch on the surrounding area. Afterwards, there were a series of things to do, such as editing and promoting products. And these few people are very suitable. And as it turned out, they made the right bet. As a streamer with over 20 million followers across the internet, the CC Yushi account has an incredibly high earning potential, and the revenue sharing among the streamers is also quite substantial. I spend less time in the underground world than before, but I earn just as much as before. This is all thanks to MOCC. Therefore, Sun Fan was extremely friendly to MOCC. Yes, I feel like a ferocious beast is breaking through its cultivation level. MOCC replied. Then, blinking her bright, large eyes, she said, Captain Sun, let's go take a look. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My recent videos haven't surpassed 1 million likes in a long time. In fact, the total number of fans in the backend has decreased instead of increased. So, MOCC was thinking about whether she could take this opportunity to shoot a viral video. This. Sun Fan, as the team leader, hesitated somewhat. After more than a year of filming videos together in the underground world, he also developed feelings for MOCC that he shouldn't have had. Now I can't help but worry about MOCC's safety. What's there to be afraid of? We have swiftness pills here, so even if things go wrong, we can escape immediately. Although Sun Fan hesitated, MOCC knew that he was acting in her best interest. But she still wanted to take a look, just in case. After all, seeing that the video's popularity had waned considerably, she was quite worried. Moreover, she herself is a challenging girl. That's just her personality. Okay. In the end, Sun Fan, as the team leader, nodded. Thus, the 5 men and 1 woman set off. It's so cold, what's going on here? Over there at the central station, look further towards the center. The group continued deeper into the area. Wow, this power is terrifying. Until they discovered the nearby flowers and plants encased in ice and cold, the trees snapped in half, and the stream that they could walk on. MOCC's beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. While other types of ability users might not be able to sense it, she, as an ice-type ability user, could clearly feel it. Just how immense is this ice-type elemental energy? Soon, the group approached Lu Yuan's location. Just then, Lu Yuan completed his breakthrough, officially reaching the lower 4th tier. These people were also discovered by Lu Yuan's detective skills. Run, it's a ferocious beast. This icy power must have come from it. As he approached, a dark figure came into view, and Sun Fan exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, the members of the superhuman team quickly took out the swiftness pill, preparing to take it orally. They now have a large share of the profits, much more than before, and they don't want to die so easily. Moreover, we've taken most of the photos of Hanbing. It's time to retreat. Wait, that's a human figure. MOCC opened her eyes wide and pointed ahead. A human figure. Upon hearing this, Sun Fan's eyes widened, clearly even more surprised. Such terrifying icy power was not generated by a ferocious beast, but by a human. How powerful must the ice-type elemental energy within this human be? Then, the group moved closer together. Just as the others were getting a clear look at Lu Yuan was also getting a clear look at them. After discovering the filming equipment in their hands, Lu Yuan realized that they were actually a live-streaming team from the underground world. Lu Yuan had no interest in these people and had no intention of communicating with them. So he turned and left. MOCC was stunned when she saw this. Normally, when many teams of superhumans meet them, they always have a pleasant chat. After all, her looks and figure are what they are. No matter what, they would at least steal a few glances. It's rare to see someone like Lu Yuan who just glances at something and leaves immediately. However, that's secondary. What stunned MOCC even more was, the boy doesn't look very old, maybe 22 at most. As for myself, I am already 25 years old. The icy power generated by his breakthrough is definitely several times that of mine. No, not just, it could be more than 10 times. In short, it's outrageous. As for MOCC herself, she's a graduate of a 211-level university specializing in supernatural abilities. They've already surpassed the vast majority of superhumans. But at this moment, I felt such a gap for the first time, as if it were an insurmountable chasm. Fortunately, Lu Yuan did not choose to communicate with MOCC and the others. If she knew that Lu Yuan was only 19 years old, a freshman who had only been on the Superpower University campus for a few months, she probably would have her Tao heart collapse on the spot. Chapter 157 Skill Proficiency Improvement. Leaving Jingnan City. In the days that followed, Lu Yuan stayed in the underground world, maintaining a high-intensity hunt of ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-ranking ferocious beast, the Armored Rhinoceros, and gained 900 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast, the Flaming Tiger. Evolution points plus 4,000. The evolution points are also increasing rapidly. Until a few days later. Die. Lu Yuan threw out a huge ice spear. The next moment, the Gale Wolf not far away was pierced through the chest by Lu Yuan, leaving a huge hole that was almost unbearable to look at. If an ordinary person saw such a scene, it would inevitably leave a shadow in their heart, and they might even have nightmares for several days in a row. The crystals inside the Gale Wolf's body shattered into pieces, demonstrating just how powerful Lu Yuan's spear strike was. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale Wolf. Evolution points plus 550. That's enough, I should head back now. Lu Yuan murmured softly. Now, Lu Yuan could feel that the bloodthirsty energy within his body had accumulated to a very high level. Having stayed in the underground world for so long, so many ferocious beasts have been killed. If it weren't for the fact that his awakened superpower was the SS-level Frozen Throne, he probably wouldn't have been able to suppress it long ago. He was quite satisfied with what he had gained this time. First, his special ability evolved from the S-rank Ice-type ability, Ice Crown, to the SS-rank Ice-type ability, Frozen Throne. Secondly, his realm improved from the middle level of the 3rd rank when he first arrived to the lower level of the 4th rank, a full 2 minor realms higher. Then, a thought flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, and the panel was quickly brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 50,000. Skills, Marksmanship, Master. Melee Combat, Intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D. Advanced, Ice Flash, B. Advanced, Ice Blade, A. Master, Frozen Shield, A. Master, Ice Blast, S. Advanced, Detective Skill, S. Master, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Advanced, Frost Spear Combo, SS. Advanced. Companion Beast, Ice Piercing Python, Tier 2 High Rank, / Tier 5 High Rank. Add some points to Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. After the panel was opened and Lu Yuan browsed it for a moment, this was his first thought. Although, as an SS-level skill, the skill Frost Spear Barrage is also very strong. However, Frost Spear Combo requires stacking combos to increase damage. To achieve the highest burst damage in the shortest time, you still have to rely on Extreme Ice Illusion Kill Array. Then, evolution points minus 27,000. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Advanced, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Master level. Instantly, countless illusory images of ice swords swept through Lu Yuan's mind. The master level proficiency of the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing formation was repeatedly demonstrated, and Lu Yuan memorized it thoroughly. Lu Yuan could sense that the number of ice swords he had summoned had reached a terrifying 20. Now, the impact force of each ice sword is close to 10 tons. If 20 of them were added together, what a terrifying number that would be. This immediately depleted most of the 50,000 evolution points that Lu Yuan had accumulated over the past few days, leaving him with only 23,000 evolution points. Subsequently, Lu Yuan added points to the skill Ice Flash. Rapid displacement is also very useful. Evolution points minus 4,800. Ice Flash, B. Advanced, Ice Flash, B. Master. The maximum displacement distance of Ice Flash reached 80 meters, which is double that of the advanced proficiency level. The remaining evolution points are 18,200. Lu Yuan simply added some points to the Ice Ring body that had been left behind for a long time. It can be somewhat useful in certain periods. Evolution points minus 1800. Ice Ring D, Advanced. Ice Ring D, Master. Then, Lu Yuan also added some points to his fighting skills. Evolution points minus 1000. Martial Arts, Intermediate. Martial Arts, Advanced. Finally, Lu Yuan summoned Xiao Bing from the Containment Sphere. Evolution points minus 7400. Companion Beast. Ice-Piercing Python. Tier 3 lower grade / Tier 5 upper grade. Xiao Bing's size instantly increased. It can now be considered to be in its adolescence. Lu Yuan could now rest assured that it could stay in some ordinary underground worlds for a long time. Based on the strength of his companion beast, he is basically invincible up to the 2nd tier, let alone the 3rd tier. Master, I've grown again. Xiao Bing was overjoyed. Seeing Xiao Bing's cheerful mood, Lu Yuan was also very happy. This journey through the underground world of the Jingbei No. 2 superpower base has come to an end. As soon as Lu Yuan turned on his phone, he saw a message from Xia Qingyin from a few days ago, asking when he would be back. She even said she would come to pick me up at the high-speed rail station. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and replied with a time. Afterwards, Lu Yuan went to the exchange counter. A large wave of ferocious beast crystals has emerged. This attracted several staff members, especially that purple crystal that originated from the thunderstorm demon bear's body. It even attracted the attention of the manager at the exchange counter. The burst of purple light was extremely dazzling. To put it dramatically, it almost blinded everyone around. This time, the harvest of blue star coins was naturally quite substantial. A crystal of a thunderstorm demon bear, for example, is worth 7.2 million blue star coins. There's also bear bile and bear heart combined. A single thunderstorm demon bear is worth over 10 million blue star coins. Including the others, it brought Lu Yuan a total of 29.55 million blue star coins, which is close to 30 million blue star coins. This is even after many crystals were destroyed by Lu Yuan's attacks. They're all a whopping 8 figures. 30 million blue star coins is an unbelievable dream for ordinary people. To kill the thunderstorm demon bear, the superhuman must be at least 1 in 1,000. From this perspective, it seems that 30 million blue star coins are not much at all. On the way from Jingnan City's No. 2 superpower base to Jingnan City high-speed railway station, Lu Yuan also dialed the phone number of the official Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Jingnan City. This is why he didn't destroy the Black Blood Cult's experimental base. Perhaps these people will make a significant discovery inside. Mr. Lu Yuan, thank you for your message. If the news is true, you will receive a reward of 3 million blue star coins from the Jingnan City official Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The person on the other end of the phone said politely. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded. Although 3 million blue star coins is not much for Lu Yuan now, it is better than nothing. Chapter 158, Xia Qingyin's Welcome. Meeting Xiao Wan. Look, there's a beautiful woman over there. What beautiful woman? Let me see. My God, that face, that figure, absolutely stunning. Those thighs are absolutely gorgeous. I could admire them for a year. Am I the only one wondering who she's waiting for? It has to be a best friend. I don't want some guy eating so well with a beauty like that. As her slender figure walked into the exit of Shenzhen's high-speed rail station, many people waiting for others couldn't help but glance at her. And that figure was none other than Xia Qingyin. It is currently the end of October. In Shenzhen, located in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, the temperature is still over 20 degrees Celsius. Therefore, she wore a beige, lightweight knitted cardigan over a slip dress. The exposed half of the thigh is straight and even, which allows us to infer the length of the entire thigh. Soon, a wave of people poured out of the exit of Shenzhen's high-speed rail station. After spotting a tall and handsome figure in the crowd, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but smile sweetly. Look, she's smiling at me. Bro, you can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. You're the busiest in the circus, the wildest in Gotham City. Oh, and there's one more thing. You stand guard in front of McDonald's, and you're the king and queen of spades. They're all yours, you're welcome. After Xia Qingyin revealed that smile, many boys who inadvertently glanced at her were instantly captivated. You can't blame them, can you? Unfortunately, in the real world, most people are ordinary, and beautiful women are a very small minority. Then, they couldn't help but wonder, who could be the person who could make such a stunning beauty smile like that? Please don't let it be my boyfriend. It has to be your best friend. They couldn't believe that any guy could find such a beautiful girlfriend. Unfortunately, the facts are clear, and things are destined not to go as they wish. A Yuan. After that tall and handsome figure appeared, Xia Qingyin jogged over and then called out sweetly. Without hesitation, she gave Lu Yuan a big hug. This embrace embodies Xia Qingyin's deep longing for Lu Yuan, whom she hasn't seen for a month. Of course, Lu Yuan also missed him terribly. With her delicate body in his arms, Lu Yuan naturally enjoyed it. Bro, you deserve it. I never expected you to be so handsome, wah. Being more handsome than me after I take a shower is a bit much. Damn it, I wouldn't dare to get this handsome even after plastic surgery. After Xia Qingyin ran over and hugged Lu Yuan, no one could feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Incidentally, after Lu Yuan awakened his SS-level ability, the Frozen Throne, his brow bones became sharper, and his profile became more hardened. It also carries an aura of solemnity. It's a wonderfully indescribable artistic conception. In layman's terms, he's even more handsome. Wow, so many people. As the longing that had been building up over the long time dissipated, Xia Qingyin's rationality gradually returned. When she realized that there were so many people watching her embrace Lu Yuan, she couldn't help but lower her head and blush. Haha, Xiaoyin, you just realized that? It's alright, let's go. Lu Yuan, holding Xia Qingyin's hand, left the place amidst the envious gazes of many boys. Afterwards, Lu Yuan got into the Mercedes driven by Xia Qingyin. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he strode away. On the bus, Yuan, I've improved a lot during this family training. I'm now at the mid-level of the second tier, and I'm about to learn an SS-level skill. As Xia Qingyin spoke, she proudly puffed out her pert chest. Xiaoyin is great. Lu Yuan nodded. He meant it from the bottom of his heart. After all, Xia Qingyin is only a freshman in college, and she has only awakened her superpower for less than a year. She has already reached the mid-level of the second tier, which is a level that others cannot reach. Stop mocking me. Yuan, tell me quickly, what realm are you at now? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then, she blinked her bright, large eyes and asked with an expectant look. Now, Lu Yuan's cultivation level is higher than hers, so she can no longer directly sense Lu Yuan's cultivation level. Of course, she knew that Lu Yuan was at the lower level of the third tier. Based on her speculation, it's reasonable for Lu Yuan to be either at the lower level of the third tier or the middle level of the third tier. But what Lu Yuan said next was completely unexpected. I've been having good luck lately, with occasional breakthroughs, lower fourth tier. Lu Yuan said it very calmly, as if it were an ordinary thing for him. Indeed, that's true. Adding points to breakthrough realms, isn't that normal? Hiss. A monster. Absolutely a monster. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but gasp, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan broke through to the fourth rank in such a short time. But she was amazed, not frustrated. Not only that, she was also very fortunate. Because, no matter what Lu Yuan says, he is still her boyfriend. She should be proud. Xia Qingyin also knew that Lu Yuan had returned from the underground world. This indicates that he must have spent a long time hunting ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lu Yuan's body must be very tired. Therefore, even if they haven't seen each other for a long time, Xia Qingyin still didn't blindly ask Lu Yuan to go on a date with her. Instead, they drove the Mercedes to the underground parking garage of the Shenzhen Superpower University. Next, the two arrived at the entrance of Shenzhen Superpower University. Just then, a figure that was extremely familiar to Xia Qingyin but completely unfamiliar to Lu Yuan slowly walked towards the school gate. The figure was none other than Xia Wan, the dean of the Grass Department College of Shenzhen Superpower University. Aunt, Xia Qingyin called out in a clear, crisp voice. Xiaoyin, and after answering, Xia Wan glanced at Lu Yuan again. Aunt. Hello, Auntie. Lu Yuan scratched his head and stammered. He really didn't know that he would actually run into Xia Qingyin's aunt here. Hello. Hearing Lu Yuan's greeting, Xia Wan was taken aback at first, then broke into a bright smile and waved back. She didn't say much to the two of them, and just walked away with a smile. Then, she turned around and watched their figures gradually disappear into the distance, and couldn't help but sigh to herself. It's so good to be young. Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. In the living room, Lu Yuan was eating barbecue skewers. Brother Yuan, you're back? Want to grab a couple of skewers? Hearing the sound of the gate behind him, Lu Yuan turned around with great surprise. Chapter 159. It is my good fortune, Qin Tianlong, to have such a disciple. 3 days later, the first rays of morning sunlight shone into Lu Yuan's dormitory, and only then did he open his sleepy eyes and slowly wake up. After having a quick meal at the cafeteria, Lu Yuan went to Qin Tianlong's residence. The Holy Ice Spring event and the underground world tour of Jingnan City's #2 superpower base have left Lu Yuan with many more questions. Heavenly Palace Supernatural Abilities Academy? Supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast? Soul-devouring king? He also wanted to ask Teacher Qin about these matters. Qin Tianlong's residence. Brother Chun, have you eaten yet? Upon arriving at Qin Tianlong's residence, Lu Yuan casually greeted the bodyguard. After all, Lu Yuan frequently visited Qin Tianlong's residence. Over time, he became quite familiar with the bodyguards in front of the residence. Haha Lu, it's been so long since I've seen you. Professor Qin is already waiting for you inside. Please go in. The bodyguard chuckled, clearly in a good mood. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. It's the end of October now, and there are only a few days left until November. That means payday is coming soon, so of course one would be in a good mood. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, then walked into Qin Tianlong's residence. Lu Yuan, you're back. How was your soak in the Holy Ice Spring? Qin Tianlong asked with a smile. It's very comfortable. Lu Yuan nodded with great satisfaction. This not only helped Lu Yuan understand the concept of primal energy purity, but also allowed Xiao Bing to evolve from an ordinary ice serpent into a giant ice python. Even the highest attainable level has reached the 5th rank. By the way, Teacher Qin, do you know about the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy? Lu Yuan inquired. At the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Academy, when parting ways with Ji Yunxi, she said, Lu Yuan, if you come to the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy for further studies, you're welcome to come find me. This aroused Lu Yuan's immense curiosity. At that time, Lu Yuan was also thinking of going back to ask Qin Tianlong. Now, isn't this opportunity here? Heavenly Palace Abilities Academy? How do you know that term? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianlong asked in response with great interest. Tiangong Superpower Academy is the only superpower academy in Tiangong City. There, the teachers are all 8th level grandmasters, and there are also 9th level saints who will provide guidance. All sorts of rare and precious materials can be found here, such as skill books of SSS, level and above. If you are not a descendant of an 8th level grandmaster and want to enter this academy through normal means, you must achieve the amazing feat of being among the top 100 in the Blue Star World Genius Battle. The Blue Star World Genius Battle is limited to individuals with superpowers who are 22 years old or younger, and the number of participants each year is in the hundreds of millions. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to achieve a place in the top 100. News about Tiangong City was completely blocked, and not a single trace could be found on the internet in the Blue Star world, because they will be monitored by a mysterious force. Only masters would have the opportunity to know. Because a meeting is held in Tiangong City every year, and the participants are all the 7th level grandmasters and above in the entire Blue Star. Upon hearing Qin Tianlong's question, Lu Yuan explained in detail his experience at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. So that's how it is. Qin Tianlong finally understood and stroked his chin as he spoke. Then, Qin Tianlong told Lu Yuan what he knew. My disciple awakened his special ability less than a year ago, and he's already at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Generally speaking, the top contestants in the Blue Star World Genius Battle are at the 4th tier upper level, with the 5th tier level appearing in very rare years. The Battle of the Geniuses is held annually. When my disciple turns 22, I estimate he will reach the upper level of the 4th rank, which shouldn't be a big problem. Then, he took the opportunity to inquire about Lu Yuan's cultivation level. Originally, they wanted to find out how solid Lu Yuan's foundation was recently, but the result was unexpected. His disciple's cultivation level was at the lower level of the 4th rank. Most importantly, this 4th tier lower level is a genuine 4th tier lower level, incredibly solid and firm, without any signs of being weak or unstable. It absolutely could not have been achieved by taking drugs. This situation occurred. Even Qin Tianlong, a 7th order ice-type master with extensive experience, was extremely surprised. 4th tier lower realm? A first-year university student? Who would have thought that these two words could be linked together? If this got out, who would believe it? But the facts are right in front of us. Whether others believe it or not, Qin Tianlong believed it. Moreover, he was incredibly proud. I can't believe I've become the teacher of such a genius. Teacher Qin, what's wrong? Seeing Qin Tianlong's extremely varied expressions, Lu Yuan opened his eyes wide and asked, Lu Yuan, your current realm is already at the lower level of the 4th rank, right? Not bad, not bad. Qin Tianlong smiled and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. But what Lu Yuan said next left Qin Tianlong speechless with surprise. This sentence is exactly, Teacher, my superpower has evolved too. Superpower evolution. Qin Tianlong narrowed his eyes. S-class superpowers can even evolve further. That means at least an S+ level ability, or even higher. A long time. After Qin Tianlong calmed down a bit, he led Lu Yuan to the backyard of the house and then asked, Lu Yuan, unleash your superpower. Good. Lu Yuan nodded, and then his supernatural power erupted. Cold smoke filled the air. A series of ice crystals appeared, spinning rapidly. Beneath the thick, cold smoke, in the center enveloped by swirling ice crystals, a frozen throne quietly appeared. Don't be fooled by the extremely simple description. But Qin Tianlong's senses were not so simple. Oppression. He could feel a faint sense of oppression from a subordinate to a superior when facing Lu Yuan. Keep in mind that he awakened the S-ranked superpower 9 Nether Ice, which is definitely not bad. With this in mind, Qin Tianlong summoned the smart assistant in his home. Xiaoya, detect her supernatural abilities. Xiaoya received it. It's being tested. A phantom appeared. Then, the phantom emitted bursts of light, scanning and analyzing the scene before it. This is an explosion of SS-level superpower. The accuracy rate is greater than 99%. There is no information about this ability in any of the known databases of humankind. Should we name it? In the end, Xiaoya came to a conclusion. SS-level superpower. Great, great. Having such a disciple is my great fortune, Qin Tianlong. Qin Tianlong's joy was palpable. As Lu Yuan's teacher, the stronger Lu Yuan became, the more excited he naturally became. Ordinary superpower data is stored in a huge database. SS-level superpowers are extremely rare throughout human history, and it's normal that there's no information about them in known databases. As for naming the superpower, let's leave that to Lu Yuan himself. Chapter 160 Ferocious Beast Bloodline. After learning that Lu Yuan had awakened an SS-level superpower, Qin Tianlong was very excited and insisted on having another drink with Lu Yuan. Teacher, this. Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment after recalling the embarrassing scene of him collapsing after just 2 drinks. Haha, I was just kidding. Qin Tianlong laughed. Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Teacher Qin even cracked a joke, so it seemed she was in a really good mood. Then, Lu Yuan asked again, do you know about the supreme level upper rank ferocious beast, the soul-devouring king? Ahem, I'm not entirely sure about that. Why don't you ask someone else? Qin Tianlong would naturally take Lu Yuan's matter to heart. Even so, after carefully searching his memory, he still shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not know. If even teacher Qin Tianlong doesn't know, then who else could know? Upon hearing Qin Tianlong's words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. Soon, Lu Yuan narrowed it down to 2 options. One is Xiaoya, an intelligent management assistant, and the other is Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. After asking Xiaoya, she also said she didn't know. This is quite normal. After all, Xiaoya doesn't even know the situation in Tiangong City, which you're asking about. These things should all be sealed off by mysterious forces and will not spread freely, since Xiaoya doesn't know. Therefore, the only person Lu Yuan can ask right now is Song Li Yuan. However, these kinds of things can't be explained clearly over QQ messages in a short time, so it would be better to go to the principal's office to talk about it in person. With this in mind, Lu Yuan sent a message to Song Li Yuan, asking if Song Li Yuan was free now. He quickly replied, saying he was free and happened to be in the principal's office. Of course, to avoid making a wasted trip, Lu Yuan still asked a simple question. As Lu Yuan expected, Song Li Yuan did indeed know. However, he did not say it explicitly on QQ, since it was difficult to explain in a short time. Instead, he said he wanted to talk to Lu Yuan in person. Get on a shared electric bike. Not long after, Lu Yuan knocked on the door of the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Is this Lu Yuan? Please come in. Song Li Yuan's loud voice came from the principal's office. Lu Yuan nodded, opened the door to the principal's office, and went inside. Lu Yuan, tell me, how did you come to know the terms supreme level upper rank ferocious beast and soul-devouring king? As soon as he entered, Lu Yuan saw Song Li Yuan with his arms braced against the table, his hands clasped together and his chin resting on his hand, asking with great interest. This feeling of déjà vu was exactly the same as when his teacher, Qin Tianlong, had asked him that question earlier. So Lu Yuan spoke up as well. However, the only difference between Lu Yuan and Qin Tianlong was that Lu Yuan did not tell the truth. He said that he happened to encounter the Black Blood cult's experimental base in the underground world, and from the information in the experimental base, he learned about the terms supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast and soul-devouring king. What else can we say? Does this mean they're exposing their own system? Although it sounded a bit far-fetched, Song Liyuan still chose to believe Lu Yuan's words. Then, Song Liyuan slowly said, "Through research by professionals in recent years, it has been discovered that there are also differences in bloodlines among ferocious beasts. Currently, we have divided the ferocious beasts into 3 levels based on their bloodlines. Common grade, rare grade, supreme grade. The higher the bloodline level, the stronger the ferocious beast. You surely know that." "Really?" Lu Yuan nodded. Of course he knows. For example, some second-tier upper-level rodent-like ferocious beasts are definitely no match for a second-tier middle-level one-horned rhinoceros. This is the difference between species, or in other words, the difference between bloodlines. The soul-devouring king, you mentioned, possesses the power to devour souls, parasitize one's own soul, and create conscious clones. This is all thanks to its powerful bloodline. Its bloodline is definitely among the best of the ferocious beast bloodlines. We call the best of the ferocious beast bloodlines the supreme level. Devouring souls, parasitizing one's own soul, and creating conscious clones. Lu Yuan understood immediately, indeed, that Lord Zhang was the soul-devouring king's clone. However, according to Principal Song, the soul-devouring king can create even more clones. Perhaps many of its clones have already entered the real world. And the number of digits for the supreme level is a further subdivision of the supreme level ferocious beast bloodline. Lower position, middle position, upper position, from front to back, increasing in that order. After all, the power of the soul is terrifying. It is absolutely impossible for any beast to possess it except for the most top-tier bloodline. Thank you for your explanation, Principal Song. Lu Yuan thanked him. As the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University, Song Liyuan had said so much to me. Shouldn't I thank him for that? By the way, Lu Yuan, do you still have that number 7 ruins pass? Song Liyuan asked. Yes, I'm here. What's up? Lu Yuan replied. Then, Song Liyuan gave an explanation. Lu Yuan then learned that it was the grandson of one of Song Liyuan's friends who needed a pass to Lost Ruins number 7, and said he was willing to exchange it for an SS-level resource. Incidentally, Song Liyuan is already in his 70s, and so is his friend. However, once a person reaches the Grandmaster level, their appearance will be fixed, and the rate of change over time will be greatly reduced. Song Liyuan reached the level of a Grandmaster at the age of 42. Therefore, although he is now in his 70s, he actually looks no different from a middle-aged person. From Song Liyuan's perspective, this deal was indeed very worthwhile. It would take at least another year for me to reach Lost Ruins number 7, so I might as well get an SS-level resource first and quickly improve myself. However, the premise that this deal is worthwhile is that Lu Yuan does not reach the 4th rank. However, Lu Yuan's cultivation level has already reached the 4th level. He also awakened an SS-level superpower, making him even more powerful in combat. Excuse me, Principal Song, I've already reached the 4th level. Therefore, I must go to Lost Ruins number 7. Lu Yuan waved his hand, rejecting the deal. Song Liyuan had considered the possibility that Lu Yuan might refuse the deal. But no one expected that Lu Yuan had already reached the 4th level. No, it's only been 2 months since school started. Is it really necessary to go this far? Ahem, well then, you can go. However, I still have to remind you that there will be many teams from other countries there, so you can't trust them too easily. Chapter 161 Yi Qinghua. A sparring match with Xia Qingyin. Tinggu City. Lu Yuan. A beautiful woman murmured a few words after seeing the message from her student. This beautiful woman has a cold and exquisite appearance, with skin as white as snow and so delicate it seems to break at a touch. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist. Her eyes were like autumn waters hiding stars, their shimmering light concealing the vastness of the universe. Her nose was delicate and upturned. Her lips were naturally red, like a delicate and vibrant rose. With a curvaceous figure, a slender waist that could be encircled by a single hand, and long, shapely thighs, one couldn't help but want to reach out and touch them. What's most striking is her incredibly smooth and silky hair. Her hair was snow white, like a cascading waterfall of silver, but at the ends, it revealed a gradient of deep purple. It was decorated with a purple flower. Wearing a long, purplish-black dress, light as gauze and adorned with delicate patterns, she appeared both noble and mysterious. Her name is Yi Qinghua. Her current superpower is the SS-level Ice-type superpower, Divine Frost Profound Ice. At only 30 years old, she has already reached the 8th Order Upper Realm, which is something that ordinary people would not even dare to dream of. Moreover, due to the extreme rarity of those with awakened Ice-type abilities, she is currently the strongest Ice-type ability user in the world. The student who sent her the message was Ji Yunxi, whom Lu Yuan had met at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Ji Yunqi recommended Lu Yuan, who had only awakened his supernatural ability a few months ago and had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. He's already at the low stage of the 4th tier, to Yi Qingwei. Actually, even without Ji Yunqi's recommendation, Yi Qingwei already knew about Lu Yuan, because she is constantly watching to see when an SS-level Ice-type ability user will appear on Earth, either through self-awakening or mutation. It's a pity that although Lu Yuan's cultivation speed was extremely fast, reaching the middle stage of the 3rd tier in just a few months. However, as far as she knew, Lu Yuan's awakened ability was only an S-level Ice-type ability. Sigh. I wonder when a self-awakened or mutated SS-class Ice-type ability user will appear on Earth. Yi Qingwei frowned slightly and sighed. Thank you for the reminder, Principal Song. Lu Yuan thanked him. Although I wouldn't easily trust teams from other countries, they've shown their kindness, so it's only right to express my gratitude. Lu Yuan then left the principal's office. I rode a shared electric scooter to the dormitory opposite mine and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The doorbell had only rung once when the dormitory door was already opened. The one who opened the door. It was Xia Qingyin, dressed in a silver-white battle suit, with a warm smile on her face like a spring breeze. It's important to know that most women's battle suits have a slimming effect, and this one is no exception, which perfectly shows off Xia Qingyin's figure. Hey Yuan, you've come. Xia Qingyin blinked her bright, lively eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes held an undisguised anticipation. Not long ago, a wicked idea suddenly popped into her head. Since a Yuan's cultivation level has improved so quickly, then she'll have to spar with a Yuan. Of course, in a normal fight, I probably wouldn't last more than a few moves, but that's definitely based on certain conditions. The premise is that a Yuan suppresses his cultivation level to the same level as himself. At this moment, she thought that since a Yuan's cultivation level had improved so quickly, his skill proficiency shouldn't be that outrageous. After all, proficiency, that really comes from practice. This is the real world, not a game. How could there be a way to increase proficiency with one click? Just an hour earlier, he had learned the SS rank grass-type move, Thorn Thrust, and was currently in a very good position. From these two perspectives, even if I'm not a match for a Yuan, I should be able to hold out for quite a while. After Xia Qingyin made the request to spar, Lu Yuan readily agreed. That's why he came to Xia Qingyin's dormitory. It has to be said that Xia Qingyin's family is really rich. To facilitate daily training, they even built an extra training room in the dormitory. Wang Yuzhu had no objections. Shenzhen Superpower University also had no objection to this. A surefire way to make money. After the two entered the dormitory. Just then, Wang Yuzhu walked down the spiral staircase. Wow, Xiaoyin, you've really made something of yourself. You even know to bring a man in on your own initiative. Wang Yuzhu chuckled and teased. Sometimes, she likes to tease Xia Qingyin. Looking at my best friend's rosy cheeks, I found it quite charming. I'm fun like some people, who can't even find a boyfriend. But this time, to Wang Yuzhu's surprise, Xia Qingyin not only didn't blush at the teasing, but also fought back. After saying this, Xia Qingyin took Lu Yuan's hand and headed to the training room. Seeing the two figures disappear into the distance, Wang Yuzhu smiled faintly. Inside the training room, Lu Yuan suppressed his cultivation level to the same level as Xia Qingyin, which was at the middle stage of the 2nd tier. For a while after returning to the mid-level of the 2nd tier, Lu Yuan was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. I feel my thinking has become a bit sluggish, and my strength is not as good as before. At the same time, it also made Lu Yuan feel somewhat emotional. This is the path I came from. Ah Yuan, I won't hold back. Xia Qingyin playfully stuck out her tongue. Hee. It's still uncertain who will take care of whom. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Immediately, the two were about to clash. Lu Yuan infused a small amount of ice elemental energy into the cold river sky-splitting spear, causing it to emit an icy blue luster. Xia Qingyin was not to be outdone. A long ring of vines and thorns wrapped around her longsword. Thorns thrust forward. Xia Qingyin let out a delicate shout and immediately used the SS-level skill she had just learned. The next moment, swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of extremely sharp thorns shot towards Lu Yuan at incredible speed. Seeing this, Lu Yuan showed no sign of panic. He first summoned a layer of ice shield. Then, an ice flash dashed forward. Thud, thud, thud. Many thorns stuck into Lu Yuan's frozen shield, bursting out thick frost. Before the cold mist had even dissipated, a figure emerged from the thick smoke. Xia Qingyin had only just realized what was happening and hadn't even made a move yet. Lu Yuan had already arrived behind Xia Qingyin and pulled her into his arms. He even reached out and gently pinched her waist. Great, it feels really good. Sigh, your skill doesn't seem to have enough single target burst damage. Lu Yuan first let out a long sigh, then shook his head. Xia Qingyin puffed up her cheeks, still somewhat unconvinced, and said eagerly, let's do it again, using only weapons. Chapter 162 Bonus. Control Skill, Winter's Cage. Come on, come on. Since Xia Qingyin had said so, Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. 10 minutes later, after several intense clashes of weapons between the two sides, Xia Qingyin was repeatedly forced to retreat. Then, she plopped down on the ground and shook her head frantically. He was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. So she unzipped her suit a little. You should know that her figure is extremely impressive, which inevitably leads to some glimpses of her cleavage. Seeing Lu Yuan's gaze fall upon them, an overwhelming feeling of shyness welled up inside me. What she showed was her blushing pretty face. But right now, her body was so hot that she was drenched in sweat. Besides, Lu Yuan is her boyfriend, so it wouldn't hurt to give him some perks. Then, I steeled myself and just let it be. Xiaoyin, let me help you cool down. But then, Lu Yuan said something like this. Only then did Xia Qingyin realize that Lu Yuan had awakened an ice-type ability, which could completely cool her down through her battle suit. So what I just did? Thinking of this, Xia Qingyin's cheeks, which had just returned to normal, turned blush again in an instant. After the temperature drops. I'm not coming anymore. I'm not coming anymore. Yuan, you're absolutely a prodigy. Not only is your cultivation level improving so quickly, but how can your skill proficiency also improve so fast? Could it be that I'm in the real world, while you're in a game with a cheat code that allows you to level up with a single click? Xia Qingyin made a joke. She probably never expected that her unintentional act would lead to such a positive outcome. Xia Qingyin's joke was actually very close to the correct answer. It was just missing an evolution point. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan coughed lightly twice. Then he changed the subject, saying, my little ice misses your little blue very much. Why don't we let these two beasts meet? Okay. Xia Qingyin nodded slightly. Then, the two companion beasts were summoned from their respective containment spheres by their two masters. When Xiaobing appeared before Xia Qingyin and Xiaolan, both the man and the beast were stunned. No. How long has it been? How did Xiaobing suddenly grow so big? Sister Xiaolan, it's only been a short time since we last met. Don't you recognize me? I'm so sad. Xiaolan. Okay, actually Xiaobing was just joking. Seeing that Sister Little Blue didn't say a word, it hurriedly explained the reason. Xiaoyin, actually, there's something else I haven't told you. Suddenly, Lu Yuan spoke to Xia Qingyin. What's up? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xia Qingyin's eyes widened, and she asked with particular curiosity. My superpower has mutated and evolved to SS level. Lu Yuan blurted it out. He hadn't said it before because he was afraid Xia Qingyin would feel guilty. But now that I think about it, keeping it a secret all along isn't such a big deal. SS level ability. Congratulations, Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Yuan, let me see what it's like when an SS level superpower is unleashed. She said with great excitement and anticipation. Lu Yuan granted her request. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's short, ice blue hair and ice blue eyes, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, so handsome. There is still 1 month until the opening of Lost Ruins number 7. To be precise, it's 4 weeks, or 28 days. On this day, Qin Tianlong rode his companion beast and soared through the sky to Lu Yuan's dormitory, delivering a skill book to him. Teacher Qin, thank you so much for going to all this trouble to bring it to me. Lu Yuan said, feeling somewhat moved. For something like this, you could simply go and get it yourself. They insisted on delivering it in person. This clearly demonstrates how much Qin Tianlong values himself. Afterwards, the two entered Lu Yuan's dormitory. Brother Yuan, has anyone else come in? Who is it? Just then, Lu Yuan heard 2 footsteps in the living room and walked over from the sofa. But when he saw Qin Tianlong, he felt terrible and his back went cold. Isn't that it? Is Qin Tianlong, the dean of the Ice Department Academy, an extremely strict instructor in the classroom? Thankfully, I managed to stop in time before I could even utter the last word. Etc. The next second, Lu Yuan realized something was wrong. Is this still the same Qin Tianlong instructor who was extremely strict in class? Following Lu Yuan's gaze, instead of a stern look, Qin Tianlong's face was full of smiles. He looks completely different from how he does in class. You must be Lu Yuan. I know you. You pay close attention in class. Keep up the good work. To Lu Yuan's surprise, Qin Tianlong actually spoke to him first. Thank you, Professor Qin. I will work hard. Lu Yuan nodded. Then, the two went to the long table in the living room, and Lu Yuan followed behind them with a curious look on his face. Under their gazes, Qin Tianlong's spatial ring flickered slightly. A few seconds later, a thick skill book appeared on the long table. The two looked closely. The skill book clearly displayed 4 large characters. Winter Cage. Lu Yuan turned to the next page. Thus, the effect of the skill Winter Cage appeared before the 3 of them. Winter Cage, an S-rank skill, quickly generates a circular ice prison in a designated area, creating a powerful confinement effect. The skill's effect is very simple. Moreover, judging from the name, this skill should have this kind of effect. Lu Yuan, you happen to be missing a control skill, don't you? Qin Tianlong said with a smile. Yes, thank you for your trouble, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded. Before the introduction of control skills, the ice swords summoned by Lu Yuan's extreme ice illusion killing array had a chance to be dodged by the target. Now, with the Winter Cage, this problem will be much better. Most importantly, this is only an S-rank skill. To learn the basics, that is, to be able to directly allocate skill points. For Lu Yuan in his current state, it definitely wouldn't take a week. Then he will be able to use this skill during his next trip to the Lost Ruins number 7. Lu Yuan, study hard. I'm leaving now. Okay. Teacher, let me see you to the door. Lu Yuan and Qin Tianlong left. Only Lu Yuan stood there, stunned. He discovered that not only was Brother Yuan far more talented than himself, but, even in their actions, they are extremely meticulous. Don't underestimate the small act of seeing the teacher to the door. In fact, Lu Yuan himself might not have thought of doing it on the spot. At most, it's just a matter of realizing it later. Chapter 163 Advanced Proficiency, Winter's Cage. 4 days later. Winter Cage, S, Beginner. Lu Yuan glanced at the panel. Not bad, not bad. After Lu Yuan's intensive study, he finally mastered the Winter Cage technique to a basic level, and it has now appeared on the panel, where he can use evolution points to add points. Evolution points -100. Winter Cage, S, Beginner, Winter Cage, S, Elementary. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan decisively added points. However, there was no space in the training room of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for him to use this Winter Cage. After all, he would have to pay compensation if he damaged the training room. Although this is just a small amount of money for Lu Yuan, who now has tens of millions in assets, he can't possibly be a victim of injustice. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan entered virtual reality after his vision briefly disappeared. The object he created was a thunder tiger at the lower level of the 4th rank. Because it was a test, Lu Yuan temporarily set the thunder tiger to be unable to move. Winter Cage, an S-rank skill, quickly generates a circular ice prison in a designated area, creating a powerful confinement effect. Let me see just how fast this speed really is, and just how powerful this binding effect is. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smile, and then he used the ice-type elemental energy within his body to unleash the skill, Winter Cage. Boom. About 0.6 seconds later, a circular ice cage rose from the ground and imprisoned Thunder Tiger. The thorns beside the ice prison exuded a chilling aura. Just one glance at them was enough to make one tremble. The ice prison wasn't very large. It was roughly cylindrical, with a radius of 5 meters and a height of 5 meters. Ferocious beasts are usually quite large. This Thunder Tiger is over 6 meters long. Therefore, this ice prison could only barely hold it. In reality, with a delay of 0.6 seconds, it would be quite difficult to trap the Thunder Tiger given its extremely fast reaction speed. So, evolution points, come on. Evolution points -1,600. Winter Cage, S. Beginner, Winter Cage, S. Intermediate. Winter Cage. Lu Yuan gave a low shout. About a second later, an ice prison with a radius of 7.5 meters and a height of 7.5 meters trapped the Thunder Tiger in front of it. In terms of volume alone, the increase exceeds 200%. However, because the ice prison was larger, Lu Yuan was able to release his skills much more slowly. Of course, such a large ice cage is not actually necessary. The height can be reduced. In that case, the release speed of the ice prison will be much faster. Not enough. Lu Yuan was not satisfied. With a thought. The next moment, countless memories of how to use the Winter Cage appeared in his mind very naturally, as if he had really practiced it hundreds of times. Evolution points -4,800. Winter Cage, S. Intermediate, Winter Cage, S. Advanced. The area of the ice prison was further expanded. It has reached an astonishing radius and height of 12 meters. The increase in volume is more than 300%. Unfortunately, it would take Lu Yuan a full 2 seconds to completely release such a massive ice prison. However, it can also be highly compressed. Even with its height reduced to 3 meters, it can still be controlled. Moreover, the time required is only a quarter of the original amount. That translates to 0.5 seconds. The radius of an ice prison can reach up to 12 meters. Taking into account neural reaction time, Thunder Tiger absolutely could not escape the ice prison within 0.5 seconds. In other words, this winter cage will definitely hit, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Of course, skills cannot be used at an infinite distance. Currently, the maximum range of this winter cage is 500 meters. Now let's see how effective the confinement is. Winter cage. Lu Yuan first imprisoned the Thunder Tiger and then gave it consciousness. Roar. Crackling sounds. Upon seeing this, Thunder Tiger naturally roared. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of purple lightning appeared on its tiger claw. Whoosh. The tiger's claws slammed down heavily. Unfortunately, to Thunder Tiger's surprise, the ice prison was basically intact, with only a few small ice shards knocked off by its claws. Roar. Thunder Tiger glared, refusing to believe that this ice prison could do anything to it. Then, it mobilized its lightning elemental energy and spat out a series of small lightning balls. Finally, there's a response. Thud, thud, thud. The moment the lightning ball touched the ice prison, it burst forth with thick, cold smoke. The icicles on the ice prison all had gaps of varying sizes. Roar, roar, roar. Full of confidence, Thunder Tiger spat out another wave of small lightning balls. The gap has widened somewhat. One more time. This finally opened up a small but significant gap. Then, with its tiger claws and gritted teeth, it used all its strength to tear open a gap in the ice prison, creating a hole large enough for it to escape. So those humans over there watching the show, huh? Wait till I get out, and I'll tear you to pieces. However, just as Thunder Tiger tore open the ice prison, a huge ice spear flew straight toward it. Then, pierce its skull and deliver the fatal blow. This ice prison can hold off the Thunder Tiger for about 5 seconds, which is enough. Lu Yuan thought it was alright. This is just the advanced level of Frost Cage, and there's still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, Lu Yuan's goal was not merely to have the ice prison control the other party. He had a deeper purpose. The purpose is to increase the hit rate of the ice sword summoned by his extreme ice illusion killing array. With his current level of skill, SS level ability, and the extreme ice illusion killing array, which has recently been mastered to the level of master, it can be said that, for ferocious beasts of the 4th rank or below, it is extremely difficult to withstand a single sword strike from me. Perhaps, this thunderous bear can withstand one of my sword strikes. However, its size also meant that Lu Yuan could not possibly hit it with just one sword strike. Lu Yuan left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall and brought Xiao Bing, who had already broken through to the 3rd level, to the entrance of the underground world of Deep City. My bloodlust is now very strong. I should focus on cultivation. And Xiao Ice, at times like these, can work for herself. However, Lu Yuan wasn't some heartless capitalist. He let Xiao Bing stay in the underground world for 2 weeks before she could come out and rest. Xiao Bing readily agreed to this. It should be said that it readily agrees to whatever its owner requests. Chapter 164, The Upgrade, 3 weeks later. Analysis of Lost Ruins Number 7. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks had passed. During the 2 weeks that Xiao Bing entered the underground world, it brought Lu Yuan an average of 2,000 evolution points per day. That translates to 28,000 evolution points. Perfect timing. This will give Lu Yuan the proficiency to break through the skill Frost Spear combo. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan quickly pressed the button on the back of the panel. Evolution points minus 27,000. Frost Spear combo, SS. Advanced, Frost Spear combo, SS. Master. In an instant, a massive amount of memories flooded into Lu Yuan's brain. After absorbing the techniques, he had completely mastered the Frost Spear combo skill at the master level. During this time, Lu Yuan devoted himself to cultivating the body tempering technique. In addition to the previous foundation, breaking through to the 5th level of body tempering technique isn't too difficult. It means re-tempering the bones that have already been tempered once in the same way. Use the ice elemental energy within your body to continuously temper your bones. The higher the purity of the elemental energy, the greater the efficiency will be. Lu Yuan's terrifying 80% purity of elemental energy came in very handy. Therefore, Lu Yuan broke through to the 5th level of body tempering technique on his own. The resulting spiritual enhancement is still very small, only 30 Hz. What's truly impressive is the boost in blood and energy, which is a full 1,000 calories. This resulted in a significant improvement in Lu Yuan's qi and blood attributes. He felt that he could kill a level 4 ability user with a single punch. Incidentally, if one could remove a piece of Lu Yuan's bone and then break it into pieces, you'll find that the surface of the bones, the inside of the bones, and the bone marrow inside the bones are all ice blue, not the color of humans. Lu Yuan's panel is now as follows. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2,500. Energy purity, 80%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, lower 4th tier. Spirit, 2020 Her. Qi and blood, 6,100 calories. Skills, marksmanship, master, melee, advanced, ice shard ring D, master, ice flash B, master, ice blade A, master, frozen shield A, master, ice blast S, advanced, detective skill S, master, frost cage S, advanced, extreme ice illusion killing array SS, master, frost spear combo SS, master, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body S, 5th level, companion beast, ice piercing python, tier 3 lower grade / tier 5 upper grade. If I had to describe this panel in 2 words, then luxury would be a perfect fit. Before we knew it, it was already 2 days before our departure. Today, Lu Yuan will just do some simple training to keep his skills sharp. Afterwards, he took some time to accompany Xia Qingyin to stroll through the bustling night market. The two walked out of Shenzhen Superpower University. As the two looked outwards, all I saw was, under the neon lights, the shops on both sides of the street are brightly lit, and the crowds are thronging, with laughter and noise intertwining to create a lively night market scene. In the night market, the aroma of various snacks wafts through the air, stimulating the taste buds of countless diners. Even Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin, who were standing at the school gate, could smell it. At the barbecue stall, the charcoal fire roared, and the owner skillfully flipped the skewers, sprinkling them with various seasonings. Amidst the swirling smoke, the aroma of meat filled the air. Long queues formed in front of the food stalls, and people's faces were filled with expectant smiles. The streets were bustling with crowds of people. Under a sky dotted with stars, the streetlights twinkled, each shop attracting passers-by with its own colors and music. People stroll leisurely, stop to admire the scenery, or shop to their heart's content, immersing themselves in the joy and hustle and bustle of this brightly lit place, forgetting the busyness and troubles of the day. Let's go. Then, the two arrived at the night market. The moonlight cast long shadows of the two of them. On their way back to the dormitory, Lu Yuan told Xia Qingyin about his upcoming trip to Lost Ruins No. 7. Xia Qingyin knew that there were 12 lost ruins on Blue Star, each of which was extremely dangerous. Even so, she didn't say much. Similarly, they did not ask Lu Yuan to stay, because she knew that Lu Yuan was not a man who indulged in romance. He was constantly striving to reach the pinnacle of superpowers. She simply said softly, "Hey Yuan, be careful." "Don't worry, I will." Lu Yuan nodded. Then, the two shared a light hug. "Hey Yuan, you must take good care of yourself." Watching Lu Yuan's departing figure, Xia Qingyin closed her eyes slightly and silently offered her blessings. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Yuan called out to the air, summoning Xiaoya. "Xiaoya. Master, I'm here." Xiaoya's mechanical voice rang out in the air. "Let me introduce Lost Ruins No. 7. Lu Yuan said. "There are a total of 12 lost ruins in the Blue Star world." Xiaoya's words. At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of Lu Yuan. The screen displays a map of Earth. 7 continents, 4 oceans. There are 12 points of light on it, which represent the approximate locations of 12 lost ruins. Lost Ruins No. 7 is located deep in the Victoria Desert of Adolia, Oceania. It is open to the public on November 29th every year. A point of light was magnified, revealing several simulated images of Lost Ruins No. 7. This is a huge island. The island is surrounded by scalding lava, bubbling and spewing. This magma wasn't the usual fiery red, it was almost white, and its temperature looked extremely high. On the island, it is inhabited by all sorts of ferocious beasts, the kind that can never be seen in the outside world. Although the number is not very large, it is worth noting that these ferocious beasts all possess rare bloodlines. The terrain consists of mountains and plains. On the plain, numerous towering trees rise from the ground, completely blocking out the sky. These large trees are extremely hard, reaching the level of grade A alloy, and are entirely silver in color. Therefore, Humans call it the silver iron tree. Grade C herbs are everywhere, and grade B and grade A herbs are also very easy to find. And in the mountains, there are many caves. As the images change, Lu Yuan also discovered that, at the very center of the island, there is a huge volcano. The white lava inside the volcano was constantly boiling. Of course it wasn't photographed. Cameras simply can't withstand such high temperatures. This is because lava occasionally drips down from the top of the volcano. This is clearly an active volcano, showing signs of erupting at any moment. Chapter 165, Fifth Order Guardian Charm. Arrival in Audrilia. Previously, Lu Yuan only knew that the minimum requirement to enter Lost Ruins number 7 was to be at the lower level of the 4th rank. According to Xiaoya's information, Lu Yuan also learned the most specific restrictions on entering Lost Ruins number 7. That is, the level must be between the lower 4th rank and the upper 5th rank. As departure approached, Qin Tianlong also gave Lu Yuan a bracelet, or more accurately, a protective charm. 5th tier Guardian Charm. Produced by the top technology group on Blue Star, Sia Group, it is worth about 3 billion Blue Star coins, issued annually, and in limited quantities. It can withstand 3 full-force attacks from a 5th tier A-level superhuman. The cooldown period is 1 day. Of course, Qin Tianlong had no use for this 5th tier protective talisman. He got it from someone through connections. Thank you, teacher. After putting the protective talisman on his hand, Lu Yuan bowed slightly and thanked them. Don't rush to thank me. Qin Tianlong smiled faintly and gave Lu Yuan an analytical watch. According to Qin Tianlong, this analytical watch has super AI computing power, which can not only translate the local language in real time, but also generate subtitles in front of the user, making it incredibly convenient. Furthermore, it can analyze various resources within Lost Ruins. It has more and more comprehensive data than the data in the heart at Shenzhen University app. Shenzhen International Airport. Lu Yuan successfully boarded the plane. The sky was clear, without thunderstorms or even a single dark cloud. The plane took off on time, without even a minute's delay. Everything seemed so peaceful and smooth. Incidentally, Lu Yuan entrusted Xiao Bing to Xia Qingyin's care. Although Xiao Bing was reluctant to part with it, it had no choice but to obey its master's arrangements. Of course, it also knew why its owner didn't take it along. That means I am too weak. Bringing yourself along will not only serve no purpose, but may even become a burden to your owner. Get stronger. That's right, I need to become stronger. Engage in rampages in the underground world to gain valuable combat experience. On the airplane, just after Lu Yuan sat down, he was surprised to see a slender figure walking towards him with long, shapely legs. She had a head of strikingly bright, smooth white hair, which made Lu Yuan recognize her at a glance. Hi, Senior Jiang Xianran. Lu Yuan greeted him. Hello, Junior Lu Yuan. Jiang Xianran was somewhat taken aback when she saw Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, the person sitting next to him was Lu Yuan. Simply because this flight goes directly to Odalia, Australia. I went to Aldaria by myself because I have a Lost Ruins pass for the 7th Lost Ruins, which is about to open, so I can go explore and loot some treasures. And what is Lu Yuan going to do in Audrilia? Are they also going to Lost Ruins number 7? However, as far as she knew, the minimum requirement for the Lost Ruins number 7 was the lower level of the 4th rank. Could it be that Lu Yuan has already reached the 4th rank? Thinking of this, Jiang Xianran couldn't help but gasp, her full breasts heaving slightly. But despite thinking this way, Jiang Xianran shook her head slightly, still not quite believing it. Lu Yuan is only a freshman. How could he already be at the 4th level? Even if it's the lower level of the 4th level? Back then, when she finished her freshman year, she was only at the upper level of the 2nd tier and was trying to break through to the lower level of the 3rd tier. Therefore, Jiang Xianran chose to ask directly. Junior brother Lu Yuan, are you also going to Lost Ruins number 7? Jiang Xianran turned her head and asked. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Seeing that her guess had been confirmed, Jiang Xuanran's purple pupils widened, clearly indicating that she was somewhat unsettled. Genius. No. Demon suits him better. Mid-flight, Lu Yuan felt a little hungry. Then, on a whim, he took out a bag of potato chips from his spatial ring. He put one piece after another into his mouth. Seeing Lu Yuan enjoying his potato chips, Jiang Xianran couldn't help but glance at him, or rather, at the potato chips in his hand several times. For her, the majority of her life is spent in training. As for food, just eat whatever you can find, as long as you're full. As for snacks, she only ate them when she was a child, and she hasn't eaten them since she grew up. Crack. Just then, Lu Yuan took another bite of a potato chip, making a very crisp sound. Is it really that delicious? Seeing Lu Yuan enjoying his meal, Jiang Xuanran's desire to try half of it grew stronger. Then, she reached out and gently tapped Lu Yuan's arm. He asked Lu Yuan for a piece. With a click sound, delicious. A potato chip was gently crushed by Jiang Xuanran's pearly teeth. After tasting the delicious potato chips, she couldn't help but secretly praise them in her heart. Seeing Jiang Xuanran's appearance, Lu Yuan found it rather strange. It's just a potato chip. Even though I bought the more expensive kind, it doesn't have to be like this, does it? After finishing one piece, Jiang Xianran, who hadn't eaten in a long time, was still not satisfied and naturally wanted to eat another piece. She reached out again and gently tapped Lu Yuan's arm. Seeing this, Lu Yuan simply gave her a packet. At the same time, he couldn't help but think to himself that this senior, Jiang Xianran, didn't seem as aloof as she appeared. From the deep city of the Great Xia Kingdom to the second city of Mo Urban in Audaria, the two cities are more than 15,000 kilometers apart. This aircraft uses elemental energy as fuel, so its flight speed is much faster than that of ordinary aircraft. Of course, plane tickets are also very expensive, costing tens of thousands of blue star coins each. However, Lu Yuan didn't care about this small amount of money. For hours later, the plane finally arrived over the international airport in Melbourne. Dear passengers, our plane has landed at Melbourne International Airport at 11:22 local time. The outside temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. Please remain seated for a moment and wait for the seatbelt indicator lights to turn off before collecting your luggage and disembarking in an orderly manner. Thank you for choosing this flight, and we wish you a pleasant journey in Melbourne. It is November now, and the Great Xia Kingdom is in autumn. Audalia, on the other hand, belongs to spring. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, and the fuselage trembled gently against the airflow below the clouds. The landing gear made contact with the runway first, producing a steady screech. The aircraft then taxied steadily on the tarmac, like a migratory bird returning to its nest. The Victoria Desert is not located in Melbourne. Therefore, Lu Yuan still needs to take a plane. This time, Lu Yuan and Jiang Xianran were still on the same plane, but they were not in adjacent seats. Taking a domestic flight from Odalia, Lu Yuan arrived at a city relatively close to the Victoria Desert. Chapter 166 Black Car. Monte Gambier. This is a city located not far from the Victoria Desert. After getting off the plane, outside the airport, all kinds of taxis were parked. The vast majority of people in Odalia speak English. Although Lu Yuan's academic performance was decent in high school, his English was far from being good enough to communicate with foreigners. Therefore, Lu Yuan used the translation function of the analysis watch to communicate with the driver of one of the taxis parked outside the airport. Hearing that Lu Yuan had the appearance of a Great Xia person and was speaking fluent Chinese while looking at his analytical watch, the taxi driver, named Bob, realized in just 1 second that Lu Yuan was a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hello, I need to go to the entrance of Lost Ruins number 7. How much does it cost? This is actually a sentence in English. What is not widely known is that some people in Adrilia hold unfriendly attitudes towards the people of Great Xia, and Bob happens to be one of them. Hi, you can call me Bob. Welcome to Odalia. Even so, he did not show any impatience on the spot. Instead, he pretended to be upset and said with a smile that the price was very reasonable. He believed that the price was neither too high nor too low, and that Lu Yuan would be absolutely unable to find any fault with it. As expected, Lu Yuan agreed. And so, Lu Yuan got into a taxi heading to the entrance of Lost Ruins number 7. This is an off-road vehicle capable of long-distance travel in the desert. From the moment I got into the taxi, Lu Yuan could faintly smell the faint scent of perfume. However, at the same time, Lu Yuan had a bad feeling, and the words Principal Song Lu Yuan said to him made Lu Yuan not let his guard down. Could there be something strange about this perfume? As Lu Yuan thought about it, he realized that Bob had been hiding a knife behind his smile. However, we cannot completely dismiss a person based on such unfounded speculation. What if I'm just overthinking it? Of course, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be wary of others. Lu Yuan immediately generated a small amount of ice near his nose to act as a filter. If it's really as I think, then I will definitely not hold back. The taxi's tires rolled over the soft gravel, kicking up 2 golden plumes of sand, while the engine roared deep into the vast desert. The vehicle bounced slightly with the undulations of the sand dunes, and outside the windshield, the continuous sand ridges gleamed dazzlingly in the blazing sun. The sun beat down on the car roof, and the air conditioning inside couldn't quell the heat outside. As far as the eye could see, there was only endless yellow sand meeting the azure sky. As time ticked by, There were hardly any people, vehicles, or buildings in the vicinity anymore, and they gradually drove from the outer edge of the desert towards its interior. After being exposed to the smoke for 3 hours, I finally fell asleep. After Lu Yuan fell asleep, Bob revealed a sinister smile. People of the Great Xia Kingdom, you dare to come to Aldalia? This is your fate. Also, you're going to Lost Ruins number 7, right? This Lost Ruins number 7 pass is mine too. Ha ha ha. Bob had already reached a climax in his mind even before he succeeded. He's a 4th-tier high-level ability user who has awakened a B-level wind-type ability. After obtaining the Lost Ruins pass number 7, you can enter the Lost Ruins to explore. Even if you don't go inside, you can still get a considerable value by selling it. With this in mind, he took out a grade A alloy dagger from a hidden compartment in the taxi. Under the blazing sun, a cold light shone through the blade of the dagger. Go to hell, Bob said. At the same time, he had already imbued the A-grade alloy dagger with wind elemental energy, and then intended to stab it toward Lu Yuan's heart at an extremely fast speed. Oh really? Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and his body, which had been leaning against the seat, stood up straight. Bob was startled on the spot, and he lost his grip on the grade A alloy dagger, which clattered loudly. You're not asleep? Bob looked at Lu Yuan with a lingering sense of shock. Lu Yuan didn't waste any words with him. He immediately smashed open a car door and then ran away frantically in a certain direction. If others saw this, they would think that Lu Yuan was afraid of Bob and wanted to run away. Actually, that's not the case. Lu Yuan simply wanted to prevent the car from being damaged when the fight broke out later. After all, this place is deserted, and there are very few vehicles passing by. There are still dozens of kilometers to go before reaching Lost Ruins number 7. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extreme, and Lu Yuan has no intention of walking there. However, Bob thought that Lu Yuan was afraid of him, which was why he ran away so frantically. Heh, trying to run away? I'm a wind-type ability user. Swift step, Bob whispered. Subsequently, under the influence of his wind-based superpower, his movement speed became incredibly fast. Before long, they caught up with Lu Yuan. Run? Why have you stopped running? Bob raised an eyebrow and smirked as he spoke. By analyzing the watch, Lu Yuan learned what Bob had said. Similarly, magnifying the watch's display screen also prompted Bob to say something. Now, the car shouldn't be damaged. This statement completely baffled Bob. Instead of hurrying up and running, you're still thinking about my car? Winter Cage. Lu Yuan used his newly acquired skill, Winter Cage. The next moment, a huge circular ice cage rose from the ground, tightly imprisoning Bob. What is this? Bob panicked when he realized he was imprisoned and muttered to himself. Lu Yuan didn't care about any of that. Bob is trapped in an ice cell. Isn't he a sitting duck? Then, ice blast. Lu Yuan murmured. For this kind of person, they should be made to experience the most extreme pain. The ice explosion technique perfectly meets Lu Yuan's needs. Bang! Accompanied by a huge explosion of ice. Bob went from being a whole body to being reduced to pieces in an instant. After Bob's death, his spatial ring also became ownerless. This means that everyone can retrieve items from their spatial ring. Lu Yuan glanced at it briefly. A bank card with an unknown amount of money on it. There were also some cultivation resources that Lu Yuan had long since exhausted. So poor. Lu Yuan made a sarcastic remark. Even if Lu Yuan got his hands on the bank card, he wouldn't be able to withdraw any money from it. Therefore, in the Blue Star world, running a bank is extremely profitable. Chapter 167 The Blonde Youth. The Sakura Nation Team. Afterwards, Lu Yuan got into a taxi alone and sped off towards the entrance of Lost Ruins number 7. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A massive building gradually came into view before Lu Yuan's eyes. This building is very magnificent and technologically advanced. Built in the desolate Victoria Desert, it looks out of place and appears extremely abrupt. A series of English words appeared directly in front of the building. Lu Yuan recognized it. The Chinese meaning of the English text was indeed, entrance to Lost Ruins number 7. At the entrance of this building, 2 tall bodyguards stood ramrod straight. These 2 bodyguards looked quite ordinary. In fact, they are all 6th level ability users who have awakened A-level abilities, and their strength is extremely powerful. In any other place, they would be capable of guarding a region. But now, he can only serve as a gatekeeper. This is enough to show the value of Lost Ruins number 7. Inside the building is a trading post where resources obtained from the Lost Ruins can be traded for equivalent value. Many researchers also live there. After all, once Lost Ruins number 7 opens, researchers will also enter the ruins with the official team. Their goal is to collect all sorts of rare and unusual beast pelts, flesh, blood, and other rare resources for scientific research. It's worth mentioning that a powerful army of superhumans is also stationed there. The commander of this army is a grandmaster. If any disputes or unexpected situations arise among the visitors, they will act immediately, just as Lu Yuan drove the taxi toward the building. With a loud roar. Behind him, an even larger SUV came speeding up, because the speed was so fast. As the SUV crossed Lu Yuan, the dust kicked up from the side inevitably fell into Lu Yuan's taxi. Frozen shield. Fortunately, Lu Yuan reacted quickly and summoned a layer of ice shield around his body. This stopped the flying sand from rising. Is this so rude? Lu Yuan frowned slightly and looked ahead. They got out of the car. He was a young man. He had blonde hair, fair skin, a straight nose, and wore a golden battle suit. His name is Noah, and he has awakened the A-level superpower of light, which is a very rare light-based superpower. My current level is the lower 5th rank. Behind him were several white bodyguards, all over 1.9 meters tall and looking extremely muscular. However, in the world of superpowers, strength is the most important thing. Physical strength and muscles are just superficial. Judging from the fact that they followed this young man, their cultivation level shouldn't be too high either. At most, they'd be at the upper level of the 5th rank. Lu Yuan offered a simple analysis of this. However, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, I only have 2 purposes for coming to this Lost Ruins number 7. Firstly, by killing ferocious beasts with rarer bloodlines and greater strength within the Lost Ruins, one can obtain more evolution points. Secondly, explore the treasures within the Lost Ruins. This isn't the Shenzhen Superpower University, after all. If you can avoid some trouble, it's best to avoid it. After getting out of the car, Lu Yuan also came to the front of this huge building. Please show me your pass. A bodyguard at the door extended his hand and said calmly. There was no emotional fluctuation in his tone. To Lu Yuan's surprise, the bodyguard spoke Chinese. It seems he has already recognized himself as a Xia person. But this is good. It saves me from having to read and analyze the translation on the watch myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan took out the number 7 relic pass from his spatial ring. Drop. The testing instrument showed a green light. This proves that the number 7 relic pass in Lu Yuan's possession is genuine. As Lu Yuan entered the building, he glanced around casually. What you see is a huge hall. Inside the lobby, tables and chairs are neatly arranged for people to sit. It also offers a variety of catering and other services, all of which are free of charge. Similarly, I met many different kinds of people, forming small groups that surrounded me. Just then, a head of extremely bright silver hair caught Lu Yuan's attention. It's Senior Jiang Xianran. Lu Yuan recognized him. After all, Lu Yuan didn't know anyone here, except for Jiang Xianran, who was at least from the same school as him. He was about to go over and say hello. Several short, middle-aged men walked towards the direction where Jiang Xianran was sitting. The small mustache on their upper lips was enough for Lu Yuan to identify which country they came from. Clearly, they came from the Cherry Blossom country, which is not far from the Great Xia Kingdom. Hey beautiful, you came alone? This Lost Ruins number 7 is quite dangerous, you know. Why don't you join our team? These Japanese men spoke in extremely broken Chinese. He even flashed what he thought was a friendly smile. At this moment, seeing Jiang Xianran sitting alone at the table, he couldn't help but want to go up and strike up a conversation. After all, silver-haired beauties like Jiang Xianran are completely different from those they usually see. Roll. Seeing these men with ill intentions approaching, Jiang Xuanran's eyes turned cold, and she simply replied with a single word. Since Jiang Xuanran's attitude was so firm, they had no choice but to leave immediately. If anyone dares to make a move, the superhuman army station here will immediately come to deal with the matter. In that case, you'll only be the one who suffers. Then, Lu Yuan walked over. Hi, Senior Jiang Xianran. Lu Yuan greeted him. A familiar voice rang in her ears, and Jiang Xianran turned her head. Upon seeing that the visitor was Lu Yuan, a junior from the same school, she smiled faintly, and her tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Junior brother Lu Yuan, it's you. Here, have some fruit. Jiang Xianran pushed the plate of fruit she had just picked up from the side toward Lu Yuan. At the same time, she couldn't help but think to herself, they're both men, so why is there such a big difference between them? Seeing that the two were having a pleasant conversation, the few superhumans from Japan sitting at the table clenched their fists tightly, their anger rising. These individuals have all awakened A-level and A+ level superpowers, and are all mid-level 5th-tier superpower users. In Japan, he is highly respected. Some factions even went so far as to offer up beautiful women in order to win them over. Now, not only has she been rejected by this silver-haired beauty, she's also started dating another young man. Of course, they also knew that Lu Yuan was indeed more handsome than them. Kid, I admit you're handsome. But so what? In the ruins, strength trumps everything. They pondered to themselves, a slight smile playing on their lips. Chapter 168 The Lost Ruins Number 7 officially open. Junior brother Lu Yuan, how did you improve your strength so quickly? Jiang Xianran blinked her two pupils, which were like purple gemstones, and couldn't help but ask. In the recent freshman competition among the 4 prestigious universities, Lu Yuan should still be at the lower level of the 3rd tier. Just over a month has passed, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan has already reached the lower level of the 4th rank. To be able to advance 1 level in just over a month is already quite impressive. Lu Yuan, however, advanced a whole major realm in just over a month. That's truly incredible. I'm not really sure either. Maybe I just got lucky, huh? Lu Yuan said vaguely. After all, he wouldn't expose his system. All right. Jiang Xuanran's eyes darkened. She always felt that Lu Yuan definitely had some unique cultivation method, but he was just unwilling to share it. That's normal. If she had mastered such a rapid cultivation method, she wouldn't have shared it so generously. The Lost Ruins number 7 officially open at 9 p.m. And right now, it's only afternoon. After having lunch in the lobby, Lu Yuan returned to the room prepared for him for a very short rest. After Lu Yuan unlocked his phone screen, he discovered that the Jingnan City Government's Bureau of Supernatural Abilities had completed its exploration of the Black Blood Cult's experimental base, and the reward money had been deposited into his bank account. Afterwards, Lu Yuan briefly watched some videos. Not long after, Lu Yuan came across a video, and the scenes in it felt instantly familiar. The video shows a scene that moves from far to near, with a large expanse of sharp icicles rising from the ground. The plants in the distance had already been knocked down by the icy cold air. Isn't this what I formed when I broke through to the lower 4th tier? I never expected it would actually be posted online. Lu Yuan had a very strange feeling. The streamer who uploaded this video is named Shishiyushi. Could it be the same streamer with the filming equipment and the superhuman team from before? Lu Yuan recalled the scene he had encountered in the underground world. Let's rest first. After watching videos for a while, Lu Yuan lay down on the bed and fell into a light sleep. At 8:30 p.m., all the superhumans who participated in the trip to Lost Ruins number 7 all came out from the side corridor and gathered in the hall. Junior brother Lu Yuan, would you like to come in with me? Jiang Xianran, with her long, slender legs, walked up to Lu Yuan and asked a question. Regarding Jiang Xuanran's inquiry, it's worth mentioning that some of the superhumans who come here either arrive in groups or form temporary teams with people from the same country. Of course, there are also lone wolves. Because if they were traveling in groups, it would be fine. If it's a temporary team, it's important to know that there are many rare resources scattered throughout the Lost Ruins, so it's inevitable that disagreements will arise among temporary teams. At that time, former teammates can become enemies in the blink of an eye. Backstabs are extremely deadly. It is unpredictable. You never know when he might suddenly stab you in the back, making it difficult to defend yourself. Rather than taking such risks, it's better to be a lone wolf. However, given Lu Yuan's character, Jiang Xianran felt she could still trust him, so she asked him a question. Lu Yuan's answer is as follows. I'm sorry, Senior Jiang Xianran, I still want to explore alone. His goal wasn't just the treasures within the Lost Ruins, but also the ferocious beasts inside. Regarding the hunting of ferocious beasts, it's more convenient to act alone than to act with someone else. Most importantly, he awakened an SS-level ability, which gives him the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. After fighting off ferocious beasts inside for a while, his strength will increase even further. Teammates aren't really that necessary. They thought Lu Yuan would agree, but to their surprise, Lu Yuan shook his head and refused. Okay, then you need to be careful while you're alone, Jiang Xianran said. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the person in charge of Lost Ruins number 7 came out. In an instant, the air fell silent. Because the person in charge of this Lost Ruins number 7 is also the commander of the superhuman army stationed here. A 7th tier Grandmaster. Enough to sweep away anyone here. Ladies and gentlemen, the gate to Lost Ruins number 7 is about to open. The 7th level Grandmaster spoke in fluent English. The words had barely left his lips when the incredibly smooth wall at the back of the hall was suddenly opening up to both sides. As a result, everyone's eyes turned to the inside of the wall that had been pulled open. In the blink of an eye, A huge triangular gate appeared before everyone's eyes. It is made up of 3 dark brown boulders joined together, their tops meeting at a sharp angle, with a faint blue light flowing through the gaps, like solidified lightning wrapped around the stone surface. The stone gate has no base at the bottom, as if it grew directly from the ground. Looking into the room through the door. Inside the door was a bottomless dark purple vortex, where fragmented light and shadow could be vaguely seen floating and sinking, connecting to another dimension. Wishing you all the best. After saying this, the master stepped aside. Go, go, go. Hurry up and go in, or the treasure might be gone. Make way for my young master. Soon, the crowd, out of control, rushed in. The vast majority of people just rushed in. It's incredibly smooth, with absolutely no obstruction. One person, however, was forced out as if he had hit a wall. I also want to try whether a lower-level 6th tier ability user can go in. The person who was pushed out made a comment. After all, what you get from exploring it yourself is definitely more than what you get from selling the pass. Lu Yuan followed the crowd to the front of the huge triangular gate. I stepped into this dark vortex. At the same time, he was tightly clutching a dark red card in his hand. In an instant, it turned into a wisp of ethereal smoke and vanished without a trace. Chapter 169: The Fiery Saber-Toothed Tiger and the Stormy Lion. Inside Lost Ruins Number 7. Upon entering, Lu Yuan looked around. Clearly, his location was on the edge of the island. Because Lu Yuan discovered that on his side, there were countless stretches of lava that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Lu Yuan believed that if he fell, his chances of surviving would be no more than 10%. Glug glug. Numerous bubbles formed on top of the lava. Snap. Just then, a bubble suddenly burst, causing a lot of lava to splash out. Let's leave first. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his expression. As an ice-type ability user, he hates high-temperature environments the most. Frozen shield. So he immediately mobilized his internal energy to create an ice shield around himself, and then set off to leave the place. Incidentally, after entering the entrance to Lost Ruins Number 7, the positions of all teams were shuffled. Therefore, although everyone came in from the same direction, there was no one around Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan took a few steps inside, gradually, Lu Yuan was finally able to see some plants. This gave Lu Yuan a sense that he was truly alive, rather than being in hell. After all, the surrounding area was filled with lava, the dark red ground was unevenly cracked, and the temperature was dry and hot, making it hard to feel like it wasn't hell. This plant is extremely tall, and its entire body is silvery white. Lu Yuan also knew that the hardness of this plant was comparable to that of grade A alloy. That's right, this is the silver iron tree, the most widely grown plant on this island. Etc. Lu Yuan bent down and picked up 3 weeds, growing on the ground, then stored them in his spatial ring. Although it looks no different from weeds, Lu Yuan knew that anything that could grow here could not possibly be a weed. Indeed, this is true. It is a C-grade herb called dry hard grass, which can be made into some sturdy ropes. After you leave, you can sell it for money. A thin mist hung in the air. This fog significantly obstructed Lu Yuan's vision. Then, Lu Yuan used his skill, detective technique. He mobilized a large amount of his mental energy, but the range he could detect was less than 10,000 meters. It seems that this fog has a significant obstructive effect on the spread of spiritual power. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Once I have enough evolution points, I must be the first to improve my proficiency in detective skills. Lu Yuan made a decision immediately. It's important to know that the Lost Ruins will remain open for a full 21 days. That's 3 weeks. If the fog reduces the number of ferocious beasts you encounter, you'll suffer a huge loss. Therefore, one must rely on more proficient detective skills to broaden one's horizons. 2 hours later. Sigh, this island is really big. I've been walking for 2 hours, and the surrounding environment hasn't changed at all. Lu Yuan sighed. He then donned another layer of ice shield over himself. 2 hours passed, and Lu Yuan still hadn't seen a single ferocious beast. Just as Lu Yuan was about to stop and rest for a while. Hoo. Suddenly, a roar rang out, instantly shattering the surrounding silence. What followed was the sound of fierce fighting. The sound brought a hint of surprise to Lu Yuan's face. He felt as if he had been given power in an instant. Quickened my pace and hurried in that direction. Not long after they left, Lu Yuan used his mental power to detect that a lion-shaped beast and a tiger-shaped beast were fighting. When you think of tiger-shaped ferocious beasts, you might think of our old friend, the flaming tiger. That is completely wrong, because the flaming tiger is just a ferocious beast with ordinary bloodline. And this entire island is inhabited entirely by ferocious beasts with rare bloodlines. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not know his real name. Fortunately, I still have the watch analysis function. By connecting his consciousness with the analytical watch, he quickly arrived at the answer. Fiery saber-toothed tiger. The other ferocious beast was surrounded by endless gales, clearly a wind-type beast. The analysis of the watch also provided an answer regarding this ferocious beast. Stormy lion. You fire a fireball, I'll fire a wind blade. The two spheres of energy that came into contact exploded, creating ripples in the surrounding air. At this moment, the two sides are engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides fought to a standstill. Two mid-tier third-order ferocious beasts. Let's see how much of an improvement there is compared to normal. As Lu Yuan drew closer, he could sense the cultivation levels of the two ferocious beasts. This was the first time Lu Yuan had encountered a ferocious beast with a rare bloodline, so he was naturally curious about the amount of evolution points he would gain after killing it. Lu Yuan did not disturb the two ferocious beasts. Instead, he calmed himself down and quietly approached them. The sound it made was very soft. Once drowned out by the sounds of their fighting, it was practically impossible to hear them. The purpose is to prevent them from noticing and then escape. In that case, I'll only be able to hunt down one of the ferocious beasts. This is a huge loss. Lu Yuan continued to approach. He only stopped when he was very close to the battlefield, reaching the maximum release range of Winter Cage. At this point, the two sides were fighting fiercely. All of them had wounds of varying sizes and depths. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lu Yuan clenched his fist. Bang! Suddenly, a huge ice prison rose from the ground where the two beasts were standing, tightly controlling the two ferocious beasts. Upon seeing this unexpected situation, the two beasts ceased their war after a brief standoff and united against the common enemy, just as they were about to break through the ice prison. Too late. With a low shout from Lu Yuan, a huge ice spear appeared out of thin air. How terrifying is the impact of that ice spear? It has reached an astonishing 18 tons. With just one shot, a large hole was pierced through the body of the fiery saber-toothed tiger that was closer to Lu Yuan, and it lost its life due to excessive blood loss. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery saber-toothed tiger, gaining plus 16,000 evolution points. 16,000 evolution points, not bad. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Seeing this, the other ferocious beast, the storm lion, disregarded everything else. He charged straight at the ice prison that held him captive with all his might. Due to the reaction force, it was also hit so hard that it saw stars, and its head was bleeding profusely. Even so, the ice prison was only partially broken, far from being able to allow the storm lion to leave. Needless to say, what it awaits next is naturally the harvest from Lu Yuan. Chapter 170. A 5th order lower rank, ferocious beast escapes wounded. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, stormy lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. Kid, you're not good enough. You're giving me even fewer evolution points than the fiery saber-toothed tiger. You should thank me. If I hadn't shown up, you would have died before that fiery saber-toothed tiger. I've avenged you this way. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter a complaint. He then bent down and dissected the fiery saber-toothed tiger and the stormy lion. First and foremost is the most valuable crystallization. Then there are other key parts to obtain, such as tiger penis and lion heart. If their fur hadn't been damaged, Lu Yuan would definitely have skinned them. That's all. 5 days passed in a row. Simply put, a quarter of this trip to the Lost Ruins has passed. Lu Yuan obtained an S-grade medicinal herb, the fiery red lotus. It grows in a separate piece of magma, and the temperature is so high that it is impossible to touch it directly with your hands. It took Lu Yuan a full half-hour of using his special ability to freeze it. Finally, they were able to remove it from the lava by hand. Unfortunately, this fiery red lotus only increases the activity of fire-type elemental energy within the body after consumption. For Lu Yuan, it was only good for making money. There are many other herbs as well. There are 26 grade C herbs, 11 grade B herbs, and 6 grade A herbs. Importantly, Lu Yuan's evolution points have now reached 100,000. According to my previous ideas, without hesitation, he upgraded his proficiency in detective techniques from master to supreme. This is also Lu Yuan's first skill to reach the highest proficiency level. All I can say is that the detective skills are still too useful. Evolution points minus 75,000. Detective skills S, master level. Detective skills S, master level. As the evolution points on the panel rapidly decrease, countless memories flooded into Lu Yuan's mind. Soon, Lu Yuan mastered the detective technique to the highest level of proficiency. Previously, Lu Yuan used a large amount of mental energy, and the maximum detection range after using the divine detective technique was 24,000 meters in radius centered on himself. And now, it has been greatly improved. Its maximum detection range reached an even more terrifying 42,000 meters. The increase exceeded 200%. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Upon realizing this, Lu Yuan's pupils widened suddenly, and he gasped in shock. It truly lives up to its reputation as the pinnacle of proficiency, a level that most ordinary people could never reach even after a lifetime of practice. Wow, that's impressive. Keep in mind that this was only when Lu Yuan's mental strength was just over 2,000 hertz. As Lu Yuan's mental strength continues to rise in the future, the detection range of detective technique will also experience a qualitative leap. After breaking through to the supreme proficiency level, even under the influence of the fog, using a significant amount of mental energy, the detection range can exceed 15,000 meters. Even using only a small amount of mental energy, the detection range exceeds 7,500 meters. It can still play a role here. Just as Lu Yuan was wielding the detective technique, which had reached the pinnacle of proficiency, while searching for the ferocious beast nearby with great joy and anticipation. Suddenly, a huge figure burst into Lu Yuan's detection range. This is a gigantic, spider-shaped, ferocious beast. It has 7 spider legs, each covered with dense and abundant hair. It just looks like fluff. In reality, these are all tiny, sharp blades. Even a slight touch will result in being cut by these extremely sharp blades. Through the analytical watch worn on his wrist, Lu Yuan learned that this spider-like beast, this ferocious beast, is called the Vajra demon spider. Based on the observed size and height of 3.1 meters, it can be concluded that this is a Vajra demon spider at the lower level of the 5th rank. On its back, there were several shocking scars. Originally, the spider had 8 legs, but due to unnatural factors, it became 7. Purple blood was slowly dripping from the wound on that mutilated part. This means that this is still a wounded King Kong spider that escaped. I don't know which kind person did it, but I got lucky. Lu Yuan gave a faint smile. 5th tier low-level ferocious beast. It's a 5th tier low-level ferocious beast that has awakened a rare bloodline. There must be a lot of evolution points provided. Immediately, Lu Yuan quickened his pace and headed towards the Vajra demon spider. This is indeed a 5th tier lower-level ferocious beast, possessing the ability to shield itself from mental perception. However, because it was so close to Lu Yuan, even if it could be shielded, it would still be detected. A short while later, Lu Yuan then saw the wounded Vajra demon spider that had fled, even if it is injured. But after sensing that the human before him was only at the lower 4th rank, instead of running away, it sped up, crawling rapidly on its 7 legs, and charged straight at Lu Yuan. 4 ferocious beasts, using either their own kind or humans, can replenish a large amount of their primal energy. After it eats Lu Yuan, its missing leg will probably grow back. Upon seeing me, instead of running away, you actually confront me head-on? Interesting. Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile. Immediately, he used the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. A chilling aura erupted from Lu Yuan's body. In an instant, 1, 2, a total of 20 ice swords appeared, spinning rapidly and evenly around Lu Yuan. Upon seeing this terrifying scene, the golden spider sensed something was wrong and instinctively tried to run away. Still trying to run away. Too late. At this moment, the distance between the man and the beast was less than 500 meters. For the King Kong spider to escape at such close range was nothing short of a pipe dream. The next second, Lu Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a violent storm, one ice sword after another swooped down towards the Vajra demon spider. Seeing that it could not escape, it could only resist. Then, a layer of diamond shield appeared around it. Clang, clang, clang. The ice sword collided with the Vajra shield, producing a loud bang. With just 6 ice swords, cracks appeared in the shield. After consuming approximately 12 ice swords, the shield surrounding the Vajra demon spider completely shattered. Just then, the Vajra spider suddenly turned around and spat out a huge Vajra spider silk. He skillfully deflected the impact of the 4 ice swords flying towards him. They fell to the ground along with them. The remaining ice sword aggravated the Vajra spider's injuries, but did not completely end its life. Do you think I can only release it once? Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array again. Chapter 171. This is my prey. This time, the King Kong spider had no means of resistance. After it died completely, a system notification rang in Lu Yuan's ears. You have defeated the Tier 5 lower-level ferocious beast, the Vajra Demon Spider, and gained 90,000 evolution points. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise in his expression. Because Lu Yuan felt that this was a rare-level bloodline beast, how could it only have 90,000 evolution points? But after a brief moment of thought, Lu Yuan understood the reason. That is, when the Vajra Demon Spider appeared before Lu Yuan, it was already quite injured. And the person who injured him was not his own teammate. Therefore, the evolution points gained from killing it will also be reduced. Unexpected events can happen at any time. Just as Lu Yuan was about to take a few steps forward and remove the crystal core from the corpse of the Vajra Demon Spider, an accident has occurred. Not far away, several people rushed over quickly. The leader of this group was a blond young man. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered these people. These were the same people who had almost splashed sand on him back then. And their purpose in coming. You, get out of here. This is my prey. Noah, the blonde youth said. The vocabulary in this sentence was relatively simple, and Lu Yuan was able to understand it. Why should I? I killed that Vajra Demon Spider. Lu Yuan said coldly, indicating that he had no intention of backing down. The crystal core of a single King Kong spider is worth at least tens of millions. Lu Yuan, as he is now, is not at the level where he can turn a blind eye to tens of millions. Just because we were the first to discover this Vajra Demon Spider, and it was we who injured it. Otherwise, do you think you could kill it by yourself? The blonde-haired youth, Noah, was already showing signs of impatience. As soon as he finished speaking, the white bodyguards unleashed their imposing aura. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the imposing aura. Although these individuals all possess only A-level abilities, they are all at the upper level of the 5th rank. In a one-on-one situation, Lu Yuan was not afraid. In fact, he believed his chances of winning were not too small. However, he wasn't very confident about facing a one-on-many opponent. Lu Yuan acted decisively, saying nothing more and refusing to argue further. In this world, strength speaks for itself. Since we can't win, arguing with reason won't make a difference, so it's best to retreat first. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan turned around, cast an ice shield on himself, and then used the skill Ice Flash multiple times in succession, transforming into a streak of cold light and quickly retreating from the place. This kid knows what's good for him. Come and dissect this Vajra Demon Spider with me. The blonde-haired youth, Noah, waved. Yes, young master. The white bodyguard standing next to him nodded and followed. Feeling that the evacuation was almost complete, Lu Yuan slowly stopped. Those white bodyguards next to him are all at the upper level of the 5th tier of A-level superpowers. Right now, my chances of winning are extremely slim. Lu Yuan, leaning against a silver iron tree with one hand, shook his head. However, if I can break through to the mid-4th tier and combine it with a 5th tier guardian talisman, I might not be no match for them. Lu Yuan's gaze gradually hardened. Mid-stage 4th tier. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and the system panel was randomly brought up. Evolution points, 116000. Realm level, lower 4th tier. Currently, Lu Yuan's evolution points have reached 116,000. However, the requirements for breaking through to a higher level have not yet been met. I still need to keep grinding. The ferocious beasts here provide significantly more evolution points than usual, so I must cherish this opportunity. After pausing for a moment, Lu Yuan continued in another direction. Use the skill Detective Technique to unleash your mental perception and continue searching for and hunting ferocious beasts. Mike, a superhuman from a small country in the White Continent Alliance. Their country, due to its decline in national strength, became dependent on the Kingdom of Sunset. One day, the people of this country accidentally obtained 2 passes to Lost Ruins number 7 in the underground world. Originally, the ruler of this small country intended to hand over the 2 passes to Lost Ruins number 7 to the Sunset Kingdom in exchange for resources. However, Mike and Jian are the 2 strongest superhumans in this small country. Incidentally, both of them have awakened A-level superpowers and are both at the upper level of the 4th tier. They suggested that there was no need to hand over the pass. The 2 of them could enter Lost Ruins number 7 and bring out many valuable resources from it. The king agreed. After all, although they were subordinate to the Sunset Kingdom and received its protection. But, as a vassal state, it also needs to pay a very large amount of resources every year. It can be said that their country is one of the resource reserves of the Sunset Country. What we gained was far less than what we lost. However, because their national strength was too weak, they had no other options. If we can actually find valuable resources in Lost Ruins number 7 this time, then they will have taken a big step towards turning their country around. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Unfortunately, they were all blinded by the joy of the country's impending turnaround and overlooked one thing. No. John, I'm so sorry, Mike shouted at the top of his lungs. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, covering his head with his hands, his expression filled with pain. Just now, during their exploration of Lost Ruins number 7, their luck was extremely bad. They happened to run into a ferocious beast at the lower level of the 5th rank. John, who came with him, was unfortunately devoured by this beast while covering Mike's retreat. Mike, who successfully escaped, was naturally devastated. If he had known, he shouldn't have come to this Lost Ruins number 7 to try his luck. He should have just stayed in China. Self-blame, fear, regret, despair, endless negative emotions swirled within him, bringing him to the brink of mental collapse. Now, it will be more than 10 days before the Lost Ruins number 7 closes, which means he will leave. Without John, how is he supposed to survive these past 10 days or so? And there are quite a few people like this in the Lost Ruins number 7. They were all thinking about obtaining the treasures in the ruins and soaring to great heights, but they neglected their own strength. I regret not selling the Lost Ruins pass for number 7 back then. In this kind of place, although it is euphemistically said that only 4th level ability users can enter, but in reality, it's just a place where a 5th tier ability user can come. For a 4th tier ability user, there are many ferocious beasts that they might not be able to defeat, so how can they guarantee their own safety? Chapter 172 Breakthrough to the middle 4th tier. A treasure appears? Mike's viewpoint applies to the vast majority of 4th tier ability users. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for Lu Yuan. At this time, he was still frantically hunting ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, Stormy Lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. You have defeated the Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast, the giant lava snail, and gained 25,000 evolution points. The ferocious beasts here are not numerous, but exquisite. 3 more days have passed. That night, inside a secluded mountain cave, Lu Yuan brought up the control panel. Evolution points, 240,000. Realm level, lower 4th tier. Just as he had thought, Lu Yuan chose to break through his cultivation level. Without almost any hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the button after the realm. Evolution points minus 200,000. Realm, lower 4th tier, middle 4th tier. In just a short while, the massive amount of 200,000 evolution points were completely consumed. The next moment, several times more ice-type elemental energy appeared out of nowhere within Lu Yuan's body. He's unlikely to explode, but Lu Yuan needs to concentrate. Boom, boom, boom. This energy fluctuation is much stronger than the last time I broke through to the lower 4th rank. An extremely terrifying surge of ice-type elemental energy erupted instantly, sweeping and spreading outwards. Bang! The surrounding rocks, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, shattered on the spot, turning into countless fragments. Layer upon layer of thick ice enveloped Lu Yuan. From a distance, it looked like Lu Yuan had turned into a cocoon. A team from New Eastland, instead of resting at night, was still on their way. It was because, as they were about to rest at night, they felt a slight chill. Although the chill was extremely faint, the team captain, who had awakened an S-level mental ability and reached the mid-level of the 5th rank, could feel this slight chill. Chill. He certainly wouldn't think it was because the temperature dropped at night. It's important to know that this island is surrounded by boundless lava. At the heart of the island lies a giant active volcano. The temperature can't drop much at night. Even if there is a breeze blowing, it can only be hot air. Therefore, this chill. He believed this was a sign that a treasure was about to be unearthed. After all, there couldn't possibly be any ice-type ferocious beasts on this island. And for those with supernatural abilities who come to explore, breaking through their cultivation level is even more impossible. Breaking through a level requires a sudden burst of energy after everything has naturally come together. It necessitates a great deal of preparation. How could someone suddenly break through to a higher realm in such a place? If we exclude those 2 options, the appearance of a treasure might be the only option that sounds somewhat reasonable. They also knew that this could be dangerous. But so what if there's danger? High risk, high reward. They came here specifically to obtain treasure. It is precisely because of this courage that their team has been able to get to where they are today. They even gained the favor of the king and received 5 passes to Lost Ruins number 7 from the New Eastland Kingdom. It's just a bit of a pity. The chill erupted in an instant. For the next 10 minutes, the team captain did not feel any chill. The chilling aura that erupted when Lu Yuan broke through his cultivation level naturally varied in strength. At such a distance, all he could sense was the strongest wave. "Captain, which way should we go next?" Behind him, a team member asked. This. The team captain fell silent. Could it really be that I misjudged the situation? Never mind, let's go back to sleep. After a long while, he finally let out a sigh. Just 3 minutes after the entire team had walked back, he felt a chill again. Undeterred, the team captain led his team to change direction again. Then, the chill disappeared. The chill returns, then disappears. Because the intervals were so long and the terrain so rugged, he could only determine the general direction of the source of the chill, and could not find the exact direction at all. "Captain, are we still going?" Beside him, a teammate asked in a low voice. "I'm not going. I'm going back to sleep." The team captain waved his hand, speaking with unusual irritation. "Honey, don't talk nonsense, I'm really not kidding you." Lu Yuan was unaware of the situation with the new Eastland team, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared about it at all. Because there is one thing that deserves his greater attention. That's the improvement that comes after breaking through a cultivation level. No need for further explanation. Let's look at the attributes first. Mental energy, 2,620 Hz. Qi and blood, 7,900 calories. That's terrifying. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's heart raced and his breathing became rapid. He knew his improvement would be significant, but he didn't expect it to be this great. Before entering Lost Ruins number 7, Lu Yuan opened the panel and thoroughly reviewed his previous attributes. Mental state, 2,020 Hz. Energy and blood, 6,100 calories. But now, the mental state increased by 600 Hz. As for Qi and blood, that's even more terrifying. It increased by 1,800 calories, bringing it close to 2,000 calories. Hoo. Lu Yuan threw a few punches. He felt his blood and energy surging like a mighty river. If you encounter the fiery saber-toothed tiger, you don't even need to use any skills. With just one punch, he could be left half dead. Would I be considered a Wu song from another world? Lu Yuan is in a good mood right now, and he can even make a joke about himself. It can be said that Lu Yuan is now a true attribute monster. Generally speaking, a level A ability user at the upper level of the 5th rank would be inferior to Lu Yuan, who is currently at the middle level of the 4th rank, in terms of stats alone, if their body tempering technique is not well developed. In addition, there's the superior purity of elemental energy and the far greater skill proficiency. Even a few of these superhumans might not be enough for Lu Yuan to defeat. Not bad. Lu Yuan nodded. He was quite satisfied with himself as he was now. If I happen to run into that blonde youth and white bodyguard again next time, he can now fight against him. As for now, Lu Yuan yawned. The night was deep. After the initial excitement, the fatigue from a day's journey, combined with the exhaustion from calming the riotous energy, overwhelmed me in an instant. Hoo. Why is this cave drafty? Lu Yuan looked around and, after noticing the ice shards on the edge of the rock, realized that it was caused by his breakthrough when he broke through to a higher realm. Never mind. What's done is done. Let's go to sleep. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and the spatial ring on his finger flashed. The next second, a huge tent appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Chapter 173, The Mirror of Time and Space. The next day, Lu Yuan, who had reached the middle level of the 4th rank, did not stop, but continued to hunt ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the blazing saber-toothed tiger, gaining plus 16,000 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 4 low-rank ferocious beast, the lava boar, and gained 45,000 evolution points. The entire island is oval in shape. The area is extremely large, and with the added effect of the fog, finding the ferocious beast is no easy task. Therefore, Lu Yuan spent most of his time traveling. 2 days later at noon, he entered a cave, intending to rest for a while. But at that moment, Lu Yuan felt an extremely strong shaking in the place where he was located. What happened? Could it be an earthquake? Lu Yuan frowned. But no matter what, he knew he had to get out of the cave first. With this in mind, Lu Yuan immediately left the cave. Disappeared. But as soon as Lu Yuan stepped out of the cave, he discovered that the vibration had disappeared all at once. He quickly turned around and looked into the cave. Inside the cave, a mirror had appeared out of nowhere. But this mirror is different from the mirrors we usually see. Because, when Lu Yuan walked in front of the mirror, it did not show his image, but rather a scene that Lu Yuan had never seen before. What's going on? Lu Yuan moved closer again. Just a glance. In a daze, Lu Yuan had a feeling that the mirror was magical, as if it was trying to suck him in. Shall see water. Yes, young master. Not far away, a blond young man, accompanied by 4 white bodyguards, was gradually ascending the mountain path. As soon as the blond youth finished speaking, one of the white bodyguards behind him handed him a glass of water. Just then, the group felt an extremely strong tremor. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Quickly, protect the young master. So the group quickly looked for cover nearby. However, less than a minute later, the vibration vanished into thin air, leaving the group puzzled. Let's go up and take a look. Noah, the blond youth, gave the order. Yes, young master. The white bodyguards behind him nodded and said respectfully. The mirror of time and space. Lu Yuan looked at the results displayed on the analysis watch and murmured softly. Based on the analysis of the watch's display, such mirrors do indeed appear in Lost Ruins. However, the mirror of time and space had previously appeared in other Lost Ruins. And now, this should be the first time it has appeared in Lost Ruins number 7. Of course, it's also possible that it occurred but wasn't included in the statistics. The mirror of time and space, as the name suggests, is a mirror that reflects and connects other times and spaces. Lu Yuan felt that the principle was similar to that of the underground world passage, but the appearance of this mirror of time seemed to be more random. Analysis of the watch reveals that, once inside, you will encounter all sorts of different things. Based on the information currently circulating, you may receive all sorts of rare rewards. It is worth noting that once a person enters the mirror of time, the originally crystal clear mirror surface will become extremely murky. At that time, the mirror of time and space will be closed to all. In other words, each time mirror can only accommodate one person at a time. Furthermore, once the person who entered leaves, the realm of time and space will be completely shattered. Then, it appears in other places from time to time. Without further ado, Lu Yuan naturally chose to enter this mirror of time and space. After all, one of his purposes in coming to this Lost Ruins number 7 was to obtain rare treasures. Then, Lu Yuan took a few steps forward, his entire body passing through the lens, and finally arrived in another space. At the same time, the once crystal clear mirror surface has become unusually cloudy. About a few minutes later, the blond youth Noah and his several white bodyguards arrived at the cave where Lu Yuan had been. Upon seeing the incongruous mirror, the group stood frozen in place. Young master, this is the mirror of time and space. That's what one of Noah's most knowledgeable bodyguards said. He explained to Noah the possible situations he might encounter after entering the mirror of time. The content of the explanation was exactly the same as what Lu Yuan had presented in his analysis of the watch. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. The blond youth, Noah, clenched his fist and said eagerly. He seems to be really looking forward to it. Young master, to tell you the truth. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard shook his head. The mirror of time and space is currently cloudy, which means that someone has already entered it. What? Someone's already beaten me to it. The blonde-haired youth, Noah, frowned, feeling extremely displeased. However, he then thought again. As an awakened A-rank level 5 lower realm ability user, along with 4 bodyguards who were awakened A-rank level 5 upper realm abilities, they were all extremely strong members of the team that came to this Lost Ruins number 7. According to the bodyguard, the mirror of time can only accommodate one person at a time. There was no one else around. This means that the one who entered the realm of time and space was a lone wolf. So, what emerges will only be a lone wolf. It's important to know that there are level restrictions for entering Lost Ruins number 7. This lone wolf who came out is at most a 5th level upper level superhuman. Can he really take on 5 people at once? Not to mention, he also had a 5th tier protective charm that his parents had carefully prepared for him. It can withstand 3 full force attacks from a 5th tier A-level superhuman. This time, victory is in my hands. The blonde-haired youth, Noah, thought to himself with delight, looking expectantly at the now murky mirror of time. Hopefully, someone will come forward soon. And at that time, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. All the rewards this lone wolf earns will eventually end up in his pocket, inside the realm of time and space. Upon entering, Lu Yuan looked around with curiosity. From near to far, underfoot, it is a circular floating platform. It has a fairly large area, with a radius of several kilometers. On the floating platform, numerous bright spots emitted light, allowing Lu Yuan to see his surroundings clearly. The bottom of the platform was also engraved with many characters that Lu Yuan could not understand at all. Around, it was an endless darkness. Not a single ray of light or shadow was projected over. Lu Yuan thought that if he were to slip and fall into the darkness, when the time comes, no one will be able to tell where I will appear. This is something Lu Yuan doesn't want to see. Above the sky, it was also an endless darkness. Chapter 174 Battle Against Alloy Robots. Perfect rating. As Lu Yuan was gazing up at the pitch-black sky, a beam of blue light suddenly enveloped Lu Yuan's entire body. Lu Yuan, however, did not feel anything unusual about this, as blue light gradually weakens. Just then, the bottom of the floating platform was suddenly pulled open. Several giant balls slowly emerged from the gap that had been opened. Then, strange and incomprehensible words suddenly rang out from Lu Yuan. What kind of talk is that? Lu Yuan was instantly bewildered. Even if he realized what was happening and immediately turned on his analysis watch, it would be to no avail. The watchmaker, too, knew nothing about this. Secret Realm of Inheritance 827. Realm rating. Mid-level of the 4th tier of the Stardust Realm. Superpower rating. SS level superpower, Frozen Throne. Potential meets standards. The 1,222,665th Inheritance Realm on Voidstar is about to begin. The alloy robot strength is rated as A+ level, upper level of the 5th rank of the Stardust Realm. Under Lu Yuan's incredulous gaze, these giant spheres suddenly transformed, changing from their original spherical shape to their current robot shape within seconds. There are 4 robots in total. According to Lu Yuan's observation, they were all between 2.5 and 3 meters tall, and their size was similar to that of the robots on Earth today. Of these 4 robots, 2 are ranged attackers, and the other 2 are melee attackers. Click, click. These 2 close-range attack robots moved at an extremely fast pace and in a very strange posture, rushing towards Lu Yuan at high speed. The footsteps collided with the floating platform, producing a crack sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other 2 remote attack robots remained stationary. They raised their cannons and quickly launched several missiles. These missiles were targeting the land abyss on the other side of the floating platform. So this means I have to fight these 4 robots. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. But since things had come to this point, he couldn't think about it any further. After all, these 4 robots really did want to attack him. Didn't you see that the other side has already launched a missile? Frozen shield. As they whispered, a layer of icy shield was formed. Before engaging in combat, Lu Yuan would first cast a protective shield. This had always been his habit. Ice Flash. Then, Lu Yuan used the skill Ice Flash to quickly reposition himself. They narrowly avoided all of these missiles. Come and fight. Come and fight. Faced with the 2 robots charging towards him, Lu Yuan did not show any panic. Instead, he summoned the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear from his spatial ring and charged at them. Clang, clang. The Cold River Sky-Splitting gun collided with the robot's mechanical arm, producing a metallic clanging sound. Lu Yuan sheathed the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear, his brows furrowing slightly. This robot is really powerful. It almost made his arm go numb. Since that's the case, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. As he mobilized his ice elemental energy, 20 extremely sharp ice swords surrounded Lu Yuan. He waved his hand dramatically. The next second, these ice swords poured out like a storm. Smack, smack, smack. The effect was quite good. Despite the robot's quick dodges, one of their arms was still severed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the remote robot has finished loading and launched the second wave of missiles. A barrage of frost spears. During the launch of the ice sword, Lu Yuan used the skill Frost Spear combo, continuously wielding his spear. Each shot carried the momentum of a dragon, and he fought fiercely with 2 robots, or more accurately, 1.5 robots. Lu Yuan couldn't completely dodge these missiles. 2 of them hit him and shattered his ice shield. As time goes by, in just a few rounds, Lu Yuan went from being evenly matched with 1.5 robots to gaining the upper hand. After all, the key to this Frost Spear combo lies in the combo attack, which makes one stronger with each battle. Now, Lu Yuan's casual shot has an impact force of over 50 tons. Clang. Lu Yuan first took 2 steps back, then used Ice Flash to strike forward unexpectedly. Moment. The Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear pierced through the exterior of a robot. The extremely complex wiring and components were thus revealed. But at that moment, the robot suddenly turned bright red and charged towards Lu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan understood. It's definitely trying to self-destruct. Fortunately, Lu Yuan used the skill Ice Flash to achieve continuous displacement, and then used the ice shield to withstand the aftershocks of the self-destruction. Now, Lu Yuan had completely dealt with the robot. Only 3 robots remained on the floating platform. 1 against 3, the advantage is mine. Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly as he raised the cold river sky-splitting spear and strode forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Master-level marksmanship, 5 shots per second, no problem. In just a few seconds, the other robot was unable to withstand the attack and was riddled with holes by Lu Yuan. From then on, only 2 remote attack robots remained. After the 2 melee robots were dealt with, their originally green pupils instantly turned into a more dangerous red. We need to finish this quickly. Lu Yuan had a bad feeling. There were still several kilometers between us, so getting there was simply unrealistic. Therefore, Lu Yuan used the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In an instant, 20 ice swords appeared, spinning rapidly around Lu Yuan. Sizzle sizzle. Suddenly, 2 beams of scorching red laser light were fired by the 2 robots. A good opportunity. Lu Yuan spurred his thigh and leaped into the air. With his physical abilities, he could definitely jump 5 meters high. With the addition of Ice Flash, the distance between them and the laser is quickly increased. Go! Lu Yuan controlled the ice swords he summoned. At the moment when the 2 robots fired lasers, the ice sword flew towards both robots simultaneously. Thud! 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 The next second, thick icy fog was released. Although the icy fog had not yet dissipated, Lu Yuan knew that both robots were definitely gone. Because the emitted laser beam is gone. Test over. Test result rating, perfect. The reward will be distributed shortly, please wait. What are you mumbling about? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What followed was a stream of strange and incomprehensible words that Lu Yuan still couldn't understand. Although Lu Yuan killed all of these robots, he still did not let his guard down. His right hand still gripped the cold river sky-splitting spear tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. Chapter 175 Dragon Blood. Ice Crystal, Glazed Fruit. Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Originally, Lu Yuan was staring intently ahead, fearing another wave of attacks. However, with the reappearance of the 3 beams of light and the Mirror of Time, Lu Yuan then relaxed his brows. It seems I've finally received a reward. After all, the appearance of the Mirror of Time and Space means that I can leave this place. As the light faded, the 3 treasures appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes, one by one, from left to right. First, there was a very, very small test tube containing a small amount of icy blue blood. This substance is called Dragon's Blood. To be precise, it was the heart's blood of the Frost King Dragon, a ferocious beast at the mid-level of the 8th rank of the Stardust Realm. It is important to note that this product is not for internal use, as it could be life-threatening. It is for external use only. Apply to the surface of the skin and allow it to absorb. It can greatly enhance physical strength. Upon analyzing the watch's scan and learning that the item was actually dragon blood, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Dragon-type ferocious beasts are at least at the 7th level, which means that the blood essence of these beasts is at least from the 7th level ferocious beasts. However, the watch still cannot determine the specific type of ferocious beast. Therefore, Lu Yuan decided to wait until he returned to school to use more professional equipment for scanning. The first treasure is so good. Let's take a look at the second one. Lu Yuan's anticipation grew stronger. He then turned his gaze over there. Secondly, it is a fruit that exudes cold air. The fruit's surface is covered with delicate, silky ice crystals, while its interior contains a liquid that flows with a faint silvery sheen. By analyzing the watch, Lu Yuan learned. This thing is called ice crystal glass fruit. The effect is very simple. It can be seen as an enhanced version of the sky tree's fruit. It can not only increase the activity of ice-type elemental energy in the body, but also eliminate impurities in ice-type elemental energy and improve the purity of elemental energy. Of course, Lu Yuan's body is still too weak to withstand the effects of directly consuming the ice crystal glazed fruit. He still needs to process it into pills and take them slowly every now and then. Thirdly, it is a scroll. It wasn't a scroll made of bamboo, but an extremely soft screen. This is... Lu Yuan strode over, picked up the scroll in his hands, and slowly unrolled it. After the scroll was pulled open, a projection appeared. The vast majority of what was presented was in text that Lu Yuan couldn't understand. Even analyzing the watch couldn't reveal the answer. Lu Yuan only recognized the words SS+. Could it be that these words are the same as the sounds I couldn't understand just now? Lu Yuan made a guess. But guessing is useless. Lu Yuan doesn't know what the text means. In fact, these are characters from the Void Star, and the content of the characters is none other than the SS+ level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Next is the skill introduction for the SS+ level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. It can condense cold air into a huge ice mirror to defend against attacks. The ice mirror is covered with countless tiny flat surfaces, which can disperse the impact of attacks. Lu Yuan still couldn't understand these words. After the text disappeared, Lu Yuan was finally able to understand the projected video that followed. So this is a skill scroll. Lu Yuan understood and nodded slightly. Although I can't understand these words, I should still be able to learn to the beginner level through video lessons. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. An SS plus level skill must be very powerful. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with this, and then put the skill scroll into his spatial ring. After storing all these treasures in his spatial ring, Lu Yuan stayed there quietly for a while. Unfortunately, things did not go as Lu Yuan had expected. He wanted to see if there was another challenge like this, but it seems that's not going to happen. However, Lu Yuan wasn't too disappointed. After all, these treasures are already quite good. It's time to leave. Lu Yuan murmured softly. Immediately, he took a few steps forward and came to the mirror of time. He can see the outside world from the inside out. This is... Upon seeing the group of people lying in wait outside the mirror of time, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Having learned from their previous experience, Lu Yuan knew very well what their purpose was in being here. So he first cast a layer of ice shield on himself. Then, through the mirror of time and space, they crossed time and space and returned to Lost Ruins number 7. At the same time, the outside of the mirror of time and space. The outside world remained murky, and the group was unaware that Lu Yuan was passing through the mirror of time and space. After they came out, the initiative was in Lu Yuan's hands, and he was naturally the first to activate his skill. He first used an ice flash to teleport backward, creating distance between himself and the others. Someone's coming out. It's you. The blonde youth, Noah, opened his mouth slightly, somewhat surprised, but even more so delighted. Because this was just a 4th-tier lower-level ability user, barely meeting the standard to enter Lost Ruins number 7, and simply could not withstand their combined attack, etc. This Great Xiao person seems to have already reached the mid-4th tier realm. So what if I'm at the mid-4th tier? It only slightly prolongs the death of the Great Xiao people themselves. Stop talking nonsense and just attack. A fierce look appeared on the face of the blonde youth, Noah. The others reacted quickly and used their skills. Some skills were dodged, but others hit. But the 5th-tier Guardian Talisman on Lu Yuan's finger glowed slightly, and with the addition of the Ice Shield, it easily blocked the incoming skill. Winter Cage. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan's move was equally swift. First, he used Winter Cage to trap a group of people, and then decisively used his strongest skill in a short period of time, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In the next instant, 20 incredibly sharp ice swords appeared simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. An ice sword flew out. The cave was quite narrow, making it difficult to move around for the time being, and the Winter Cage further restricted the area. As a result, 2 people were unable to dodge in time and were hit hard by the ice sword. A single sword strike can have an impact force of over 10 tons, not to mention several sword strikes. They were easily pierced through the chest and fell to the ground. Mistress 4. Upon seeing this, the blonde youth Nod was stunned on the spot. The aura emanating from him. Wasn't that of a mid-level 4th-tier ability user? How could it be so strong? However, Noah didn't have much time left. In the blink of an eye, another white bodyguard next to him collapsed. Young master, what should we do? The last white bodyguard asked, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Young master? Chapter 176 Noah is killed. Jiang Shinran escapes. It's just a pity that his young master will never reply to him again. Because Noah had already escaped the cave before him. Go to hell. The last white bodyguard was also taken down by Lu Yuan with a few shots. They ran away? Do you think you can escape? Lu Yuan did not let Noah off the hook. Others want to rob and kill for money, yet you have a saintly heart and have given away money to others. How is that possible? He also left the cave. However, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to go down the mountain. Instead, he used the skilled detective technique first. After all, a person's potential is unleashed to its fullest extent when they are on the run. This means that he might not simply follow the mountain path down the mountain. Although Noah awakened an A-level mental ability and his level was already at the lower 5th rank, his ability to shield mental perception was still quite good. However, in terms of attributes alone, Lu Yuan's mental attributes are actually higher than Noah's. Moreover, Lu Yuan's skill detective technique is at the highest proficiency level. These evolution points weren't wasted. Therefore, it was easy to find Noah's trail. As Lu Yuan had expected, the man was climbing the rocks and descending the mountain from another direction. The purpose is to avoid being found. I found you. Lu Yuan gave a faint smile. At this moment, he gave off the feeling of a big bad wolf chasing a little white rabbit. I'll come down the mountain in this direction. I don't believe you can find me. On the face of the blonde youth Noah, there was no sadness after his bodyguard's death, only the joy of surviving a disaster. I survived. Your mission is complete. You can rest in peace now. Noah smiled faintly, etc. Sensing a figure rapidly approaching from above, Noah's eyes widened suddenly. He looked up and gazed upwards. Oh no, the Xia people have caught up. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Noah gave up on running and decided to fight Lu Yuan to the death. So you're not planning to run away after all? Perfect, that suits you and me. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. The result is self-evident. Lu Yuan won easily. However, to Lu Yuan's surprise, this person also possessed a 5th-tier guardian talisman. Judging from the 4 bodyguards accompanying him, he must be someone of considerable importance. There must be other forces behind them. However, Lu Yuan wasn't particularly afraid. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. With a system at your disposal, victory is inevitable. Thank you for the gift. Lu Yuan thanked Noah's body. Then, they took his spatial ring and his 5th-tier guardian talisman from his hand. After Noah's death, the spiritual imprint on the spatial ring disappeared. Therefore, Lu Yuan could freely insert his mental energy to probe inside. Although you can't claim ownership of it and put things inside, it's still fine to take things out of it. This is simply a treasure trove. Thank you for the gift. Lu Yuan said excitedly again. It turned out that this spatial ring had a capacity of 100 cubic meters, just like the one his girlfriend Xia Qingyin was wearing. Inside, there are abundant cultivation resources. Although Lu Yuan's money was already enough for his cultivation resources to last for a long time. But being able to get something for free still feels pretty good. He took some important cultivation resources and put them into his spatial ring. As for the spatial ring, Lu Yuan did not keep it. He was cautious as he was. If this spatial ring has a location tracking function, it will definitely be able to trace it back to me immediately. Lu Yuan didn't want to be exposed so soon. It's true that he has a system, but he still needs time to develop. With this in mind, Lu Yuan wiped away his fingerprints and threw the spatial ring straight down from a height of 1,000 meters. A few hours later, on the other side. Baka, quick, chase after her. Don't let this pretty girl get away. A member of the Sakura national team was furious. Just recently, they stumbled upon a mushroom. From a distance, this mushroom is covered with a layer of fine purple scales, which shimmer with a faint blue light when illuminated. The center of the cap is slightly concave and darker in color, appearing as a deep purple, like a deep night sky, while the surrounding area gradually transitions to a lighter purple. A ring of lightning swirled around it. Upon seeing this, they were all excited and thrilled. I had such good luck today. If they're not mistaken, isn't that an SS-grade resource, the phantom mushroom? Just as they were about to step forward and take it for themselves, something unexpected happened. A slender figure flashed past quickly, accompanied by a burst of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the phantom mushroom that was there just vanished. As their gaze fell upon him, the fleeing figure came into view. This long, flowing silver hair. This made them think that this was the very same beautiful girl from the Great Xia Kingdom that they had tried to flirt with before. That's what made them say what they did before. So the group gave chase. If we catch up, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, he took the phantom mushroom from her hand. Secondly, these beautiful young women are capable of doing things that cannot be spoken. Despite their relentless pursuit, Jiang Xianran had no intention of engaging them in combat. If you're not 100% sure of winning, why take action if you can escape? This isn't virtual reality. If you get injured here, it's a real injury. Although she also really disliked those Japanese people. Jiang Xianran has awakened a lightning-type superpower, so shaking off these Japanese people would be very easy for her. About half an hour later, Jiang Xianran thought she had shaken them off, so she went into a cave to rest and work. Phantom mushroom. SS-level resources, not bad. Jiang Xianran smiled knowingly. She opened her palm and glanced at the purple mushroom. It could be said that this phantom mushroom was the most valuable gain she had made in the 10 days or so since she entered this underground world. Once I get back, I will completely absorb its essence. In this way, one's own abilities can also be significantly improved. During a short rest. Then, she took out a bottle of water and tonight's dinner from the blue and purple spatial ring in her hand and began to enjoy it with relish. But in a corner she didn't notice. Several purplish-pink flowers suddenly bloomed, then quietly released the gas inside their buds. Chapter 177 Senior, You've misunderstood. Boom, boom, boom. Splash. It's raining. As Jiang Xianran was enjoying her dinner, she looked out of the cave and her thoughts began to wander. When she was little, she loved rainy days the most. Whenever it rains, she likes to sit by the window and quietly watch the raindrops falling from the sky and the ripples spreading across the ground. This made her feel very relaxed. However, her father would always come over and forcefully demand that she continue training. Jiang Xuanran's great-grandfather, Jiang Huaiwang, was the first principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. Unfortunately, the family fortunes declined. Jiang Huaiwang contracted an incurable disease while fighting ferocious beasts in his early years, and his son, as well as his son's son, were mediocre. Only Jiang Xianran awakened the S-level lightning-type ability, Jade Purity Divine Lightning. From then on, her father placed high hopes on her and was extremely strict with her. This plant is called the Mystic Orchid. It is divided into two parts, flowers and vines. It usually stays in the dark inside the cave and often sees the ferocious beasts that come to the cave as prey. Humans are no exception. At this moment, they spotted their prey and became even more excited. It blossoms on its own initiative. Using a boiling frog method, the hallucinogenic gases in the body are slowly released without anyone noticing. What happened? Suddenly, Jiang Xianran stopped her wandering thoughts and her consciousness returned to reality. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, clearly indicating that she had noticed something was amiss. But by then, it's too late. The disgusting thing about this psychedelic gas is that it has a critical value. Below the critical threshold, the prey has extremely little chance of reacting. Above the critical threshold, even if the prey reacts, it's too late. Ultimately, it could only suffer the fate of being devoured by the enchanting orchid. In an instant, I felt weak all over, and even my head was spinning. Suddenly, her knees buckled, and her body collapsed. Her two long, slender legs could no longer support her and spread out straight due to inertia. Qingxin Dan, a traditional Chinese medicine formula. In this urgent situation, Jiang Xianran quickly used her last bit of strength to retrieve a fourth-tier Qingxin pill from her spatial ring. The elixir contains a variety of herbs with A-grade and S-grade effects, making it exceptionally effective. A single pill could be worth millions of blue star coins. But to Jiang Xuanran's surprise, even the fourth-order Qingxin pill had no effect. Moreover, she also had a different feeling. My whole body feels increasingly hot. It was something that made her constantly have the urge to take off these clothes. Although Jiang Xianran was inexperienced in such matters, this extremely strange feeling made her realize her current situation. At the same time, there's a cave up ahead. Why don't we spend the night there? After killing the blonde youth Noah and his group, Lu Yuan continued hunting ferocious beasts. Night. Lu Yuan originally planned to find a relatively exposed flat area to set up a tent and spend the night there. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate. Rumble. Rumble. Just as Lu Yuan set up the tent, a thunderclap exploded in the sky, the huge sound resounding throughout. Clap, clap, clap. What followed were raindrops the size of beans. Frozen shield. Lu Yuan whispered, and a layer of ice shield enveloped his body. Soon, Lu Yuan stored the tent in his spatial ring. He then left the spot and sought shelter from the rain in a nearby cave. Oh, there's a cave here. As they walked, Lu Yuan discovered a cave and his eyes lit up with surprise. Then, Lu Yuan went inside. But the scene before him made his pupils widen and he stood there stunned. Following his gaze, I saw a silver-haired beauty collapse to the ground, her eyes filled with seductive allure. Combined with the beauty mark near the corner of her eye, she looks even more charming. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and her face was flushed with an unnatural redness. And this person was none other than Jiang Xianran. There was also a faint layer of purplish-pink vapor in the air. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, a hint of surprise appeared in Jiang Xuanran's beautiful eyes. Perhaps there is hope for me? Even so, Jiang Xianran still mustered all her strength and shook her head slightly. The purpose, of course, was to prevent Lu Yuan from entering without permission. In just a moment, Lu Yuan learned about the current situation. At this moment, Senior Jiang Xianran must have been affected by the pale purple-pink gas. Since they were acquaintances, Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. But the problem is, how do we save them? This is crucial. Although ice-based abilities have the effect of suppressing emotions. However, Lu Yuan was not sure whether his special ability could withstand the influence of this pale purple-pink gas. After all, he hadn't experienced it firsthand. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not directly enter the cave, but instead used his extremely strong control over the ice-type elemental energy within his body to generate an ice vine. The icy vines surged forward, tightly binding Jiang Xianran. Subsequently, Lu Yuan withdrew the icy vines, and Jiang Xianran, who had collapsed to the ground, was pulled out. Not far away, Mi Xinlan, who had witnessed her cooked duck fly away, was extremely angry. But anger aside, it could only choose to be resentful rather than humiliated, because it is indeed adept at releasing psychedelic gases, but without a closed space, the effect of releasing psychedelic gases will be greatly reduced. Moreover, its actual combat capability is actually very weak. The vines were so fragile that they could be cut through with just an ordinary dagger, without even needing an alloy dagger. Lu Yuan Jr., thank you. Jiang Xianran quickly thanked her. However, his tone was somewhat weak and listless. The hallucinatory effects haven't worn off yet. She still can't muster any strength and can only manage to utter a few words with difficulty. Fine. Lu Yuan waved his hand. However, the hallucinatory effect did not disappear, which means that Jiang Xuanran's feeling of heat throughout her body had not disappeared. But there were people around, so Jiang Xianran could only endure it and suppress the burning sensation. Senior Jiang Xianran, why don't you take off your battle suit? Just then, Lu Yuan spoke very seriously. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xianran was stunned for a moment. Lu Yuan has a cool and handsome appearance, and his personality is also very good, which suits her taste. She naturally had some positive feelings towards him. But wouldn't it be too hasty to do that under these circumstances? Jiang Xianran blushed. Junior brother Lu Yuan, Jiang Xianran gently bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, which, combined with the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, made her look alluring and captivating. Seeing Jiang Xuanran's expression, Lu Yuan knew she had misunderstood. Sigh? She sighed first, then said, Senior, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to use my powers to help you suppress this hallucinatory feeling. The effect is very limited through the battle suit. Don't worry, I'll close my eyes. Chapter 178. You can't escape now. To prove his point, Lu Yuan walked behind Jiang Xianran, sat down, and closed his eyes. Oh. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Jiang Xianran finally realized what was happening. It turns out I had misunderstood. But you can't blame her. It was the influence of the hallucinogenic gas that led her to have such thoughts. Even though Lu Yuan had his eyes closed, Jiang Xianran was still very shy. A few minutes later, Jiang Xianran slowly took off her battle armor, revealing her back, which was as smooth as jade. Are you done? A few minutes later, seeing that Jiang Xianran remained silent, Lu Yuan finally asked. Okay, all done. Jiang Xianran nodded slightly. Then I'll begin. Upon hearing Jiang Xuanran's reply, Lu Yuan mobilized the Yuan energy within his body and gathered it in his palm. Through Lu Yuan's hand, which was placed not far from Jiang Xuanran's back, the icy air slowly seeped into her back. Fearing that Jiang Xianran might not adapt, at first, Lu Yuan released only a very small amount of icy energy. Even this tiny amount of icy cold air made Jiang Xianran feel as cold as if she were wearing short sleeves on a snowy day. Even so, she gritted her teeth and held on desperately. Gradually, Lu Yuan increased the amount of icy energy he released. The hallucinogenic gas in Jiang Xuanran's body was gradually suppressed. This made her mind increasingly clear. Despite being fully conscious, the feeling of shyness that kept welling up inside me was no less intense. What if junior brother Lu Yuan didn't close his eyes, but was secretly admiring your beautiful body? Impossible, impossible. How could junior brother Lu Yuan be that kind of person? He's going to class early. Why would he need to just admire him? At this moment, in Jiang Xuanran's heart, a demon and an angel appeared. The devil insists on the first point of view, while the angel supports the second. In the end, however, the angel triumphed over the demon. 10 minutes later, Senior Jiang Xianran, how are you feeling? Lu Yuan asked a question. He closed his eyes, so he couldn't see what was happening outside. Therefore, the only way to find out the situation is by asking questions. Okay, all done. Jiang Xianran said. The burning sensation all over my body has indeed disappeared completely. However, the strength in her thighs had not yet recovered, so she could only sit slumped on the ground, unable to stand up. After saying this, Jiang Xianran took out a new silver-white battle suit from her spatial ring and put it on. Junior brother Lu Yuan, I'm all set. After changing her clothes, Jiang Xianran said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. What came into view was Jiang Xuanran's face, filled with gratitude and the joy of surviving a disaster. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, she really didn't dare to imagine what unspeakable things she would have encountered later. The words of the angel, in particular, deeply touched her heart. She was well aware of the allure of her body to men. On campus, many boys passing by would involuntarily glance at me. What's even more outrageous is that even if their girlfriends are right there, their eyes will involuntarily drift towards them. But in contrast, even so, junior student Lu Yuan was still able to remain calm and composed. That's what touched her the most. With this thought in mind, a certain coldness within her heart melted away. Just as Lu Yuan arrived at the cave entrance, the torrential rain that had been pouring down turned into a light drizzle and soon disappeared. Just as Lu Yuan lit a campfire, intending to roast some ferocious beast meat for dinner, an accident occurred. Not far away, several short, middle-aged men walked over with lewd smiles. "Yoshi, pretty girl. You can't escape." These short, middle-aged men were none other than the Sakura Kingdom team, whose SS-level resource, the Phantom Mushroom, had been snatched away by Jiang Xianran not long ago. They spoke in Chinese for the first half of the sentence, but in Japanese for the second half. However, since Lu Yuan had already turned on his analysis watch, he naturally understood what they were trying to say. "Give it back to us, we can't escape now, I think." "You can't escape now." At the same time, Lu Yuan also activated the watch's voice function. At that moment, a mechanical voice accurately reached the ears of those Japanese people. "You can't run away. You can't run away." Although Jiang Xianran didn't understand why Lu Yuan was so confident. After all, Lu Yuan was only at the lower 4th level. Etc. "How did you reach the mid-4th tier? So fast. Outrageous. You must have reached this level by rocket, right?" Jiang Xianran quickly realized that something was wrong. However, the mid-level 4th tier. The 5 members of the opposing Sakura Kingdom team are all mid-level 5th tier ability users. Moreover, he had not yet recovered his combat abilities. Therefore, Lu Yuan can only fight 5 against 1. Given such a vast difference in both cultivation level and numbers, under normal circumstances, Lu Yuan's chances of winning are extremely slim. But for some reason, Jiang Xianran was willing to believe that the seemingly impossible miracle would happen. Frozen Shield, Winter Cage, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. A series of skills were unleashed by Lu Yuan. After imprisoning 2 of them in the ice prison, the 20 ice swords spinning around Lu Yuan were almost guaranteed to hit. Unsurprisingly, the opposing team lost 2 members instantly. This caused the smile on the other person's face to vanish instantly, replaced by an extremely solemn expression. After a brief thought, the group aimed their skills at Jiang Xianran, their purpose being to use her to threaten Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Lu Yuan didn't even blink as he unleashed the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array once more. The next moment, with lightning speed, the other side lost 2 more men. "Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me." The last middle-aged man from the Cherry Blossom country had a fierce look on his face. He immediately used his skill to attack the weakened Jiang Xianran beside him. But his heart turned completely cold the moment the shield generated by the 5th-tier Guardian Talisman appeared. How could this be possible? Damn it! He stamped his foot in frustration and gritted his teeth. Then, of course, he was met with death. Chapter 179 Volcanic Eruption. Junior brother Lu Yuan, here you go. Jiang Xianran smiled sweetly, then returned the 5th-tier protective talisman that had taken effect to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan handed it to her when these Japanese superhumans arrived. Although Jiang Xianran already possessed a 5th-tier guardian talisman, but as if possessed, she still accepted the 5th-tier protective talisman that Lu Yuan gave her. This made her feel warm inside. Lu Yuan was unaware of the complex thoughts in Jiang Xuanran's mind. He simply nodded, accepted the 5th-tier protective talisman, and placed it into his spatial ring. Give. After the beast meat was grilled, Lu Yuan handed a skewer to Jiang Xianran. "Oh, is it for me?" Jiang Xuanran's colored contact lenses immediately lit up with excitement as she accepted the skewers Lu Yuan handed her. "First, I smelled it. These grilled skewers smell delicious and make my mouth water. Then, I took a small bite. The moment your teeth pierced the caramelized outer skin, the aroma of cumin and meat bursts forth between your lips and teeth, like igniting a string of flavorful fireworks. The rich aroma, combined with the savory flavor of the meat juices, explodes in your mouth. Not bad, not bad." Jiang Xuanran's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. She really didn't expect Lu Yuan to have this trick up his sleeve. As time went by, a night passed. The two slept peacefully in their respective tents. However, Jiang Xianran was having some trouble sleeping, and no one knew what she was thinking about. The next day, Jiang Xianran has recovered. Feeling embarrassed, she didn't bother Lu Yuan any further. The two then parted ways. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan continued to grind monsters. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, Stormy Lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. You have defeated the Tier 3 high-level ferocious beast, the giant lava snail, and gained 25,000 evolution points. Time flies like an arrow, and the days pass like a shuttle. There are 4 days left until Lu Yuan leaves. During this period, Lu Yuan did not encounter any other superhumans, nor did he have any conflicts with them. He was only focused on grinding monsters. Although the number of ferocious beasts encountered each day is at most 3 or 4, there are even cases where no ferocious beasts are encountered at all in a whole day. Fortunately, the number of evolution points provided by the ferocious beasts here is surprisingly high. On this day, inside a certain cave, Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he immediately brought up the control panel. Evolution points, 420,000. To Lu Yuan's surprise, even with 420,000 evolution points, he still couldn't break through to a higher realm. But upon closer reflection, Lu Yuan already knew the reason. The improvements brought about by the first 3 stages are negligible compared to the current 4th stage. When he broke through from the lower 4th rank to the middle 4th rank, his spirit increased by 600 Hz, and his blood and chi increased by a full 1,800 calories, which shows how remarkable it was. Lu Yuan shook his head at this, not caring too much. Since you have evolution points, your strength will inevitably improve, so there's no need to be too fixated on your cultivation level. Then, evolution points minus 112,000. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Master level. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS. Premium level. Needless to say, as the skill with the highest burst damage at present, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array is highly favored by Lu Yuan. Therefore, given the opportunity to improve, Lu Yuan would definitely prioritize increasing the proficiency of this skill. After absorbing all the sudden memories, Lu Yuan also learned about the boost that comes from reaching the ultimate level of proficiency in the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. First, the number of ice swords has been increased from a maximum of 20 to 30. Secondly, the impact of the ice sword has also been significantly improved. For Lu Yuan right now, even one of his ice swords has an impact force of nearly 50 tons. If all 30 of these weapons could hit their targets, that would amount to thousands of tons. In a word, it's incredible. After all, Lu Yuan is only at the mid-4th rank, yet he can deal damage that others at the mid-5th rank cannot. But everything has its good and bad sides. The downside is that Lu Yuan is unable to use the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array twice in its entirety. As for energy potions that can replenish primordial energy, with current human technology, we can only achieve the 4th order level. Despite claiming to be at the 4th tier level, Lu Yuan couldn't even replenish half of his Yuan energy after using just 1 bottle. However, such problems will become insignificant as Lu Yuan gradually improves in other areas such as his cultivation level and body tempering techniques. Then, evolution points minus 140,000. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. 5th level. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S. 6th level. The 6th level of the Xianming Ice Soul Body is tempered in the 6 internal organs. As his evolution points were rapidly depleted, Lu Yuan could feel the ice-type elemental energy within his body flowing automatically, constantly cleansing his internal organs. Soon, Lu Yuan could feel that his control over the ice-type elemental energy in his body had improved significantly. Looking at the attribute improvements, the improvement in mental state is relatively small, but the improvement in blood and energy is a full 2,200 calories. Mental energy, 2,720 Hz. Chi and blood, 10,100 calories. A milestone breakthrough has been achieved. 5-figure chi and blood officially achieved. Congratulations. Lu Yuan now has 168,000 evolution points remaining. Lu Yuan decided to keep it for the time being. It is reserved for the SS plus level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Just as Lu Yuan's heart was surging with emotion, a sudden tremor broke his train of thought. What's going on? Has the Mirror of Time appeared again? Having learned from his previous experience, Lu Yuan's first reaction changed from earthquake to Mirror of Time and Space. His last entry into the Mirror of Time and Space brought him immense rewards, which delighted him greatly. Therefore, he naturally wanted to go in again. Lu Yuan waited for a full 10 minutes. The tremors not only did not stop, but became increasingly violent. The Mirror of Time and Space that Lu Yuan had been longing for did not appear before his eyes at all. What's going on? Lu Yuan's gaze gradually drifted into the distance. What comes into view is A layer of magma, bursting with a bright white light, had just emerged and was sweeping and spreading towards this side with an unstoppable momentum. Boom, boom, boom. The silver iron trees along the way all collapsed after being hit by the lava. Without exception. Looking up, I realized that the sky in the distance was also blocked by a thick layer of volcanic ash. What is this? A volcano has erupted. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that Xiao Ye's analysis just before departure did mention that the huge volcano in the center of the island was an active volcano. And now, this active volcano has erupted. Seeing this, his gaze gradually became serious. Chapter 180, the 5th-tier mid-rank ferocious beast, the fiery salamander. It's true that Lu Yuan has just broken through to a 5-figure level of qi and blood, and he has inexhaustible strength. But he wouldn't be foolish enough to think he could withstand being swallowed by the lava. However, having inexhaustible energy is actually a good thing. It can be used to escape. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan turned and ran. With Lu Yuan's current physique, combined with the upgraded version of the swiftness pill, the Gale pill, his average running speed can reach 340 to 350 meters per second. Note that this is not burst speed, but average speed. Even the average speed has already reached the level of exceeding the speed of sound. If we're talking about burst speed, it needs to be doubled again, which would be twice the speed of sound. From a distance, Lu Yuan appeared like a streak of cold light, constantly traversing between the mountains and forests. Ahead of Lu Yuan was another lone wolf, sprinting forward with all his might. However, his speed was only 200 meters per second. For Lu Yuan, it will still be much slower. Therefore, Lu Yuan easily closed the gap with him and was about to surpass him. Behind the two, the lava was gradually approaching. The speed is very fast, about 250 meters per second. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this lone wolf is unlikely to escape. He could hear the sound of lava rolling towards him, and the lone wolf naturally realized that the lava was gradually approaching him. If I die, you won't live either. The lone wolf revealed a ruthless look. With the intention of dying together, he decided to kill Lu Yuan in secret just as Lu Yuan was about to surpass him. Frozen Shield. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan, who is always very cautious, was no exception this time. The Lone Ranger's flaming whip struck Lu Yuan's icy shield. Snap! With a clear sound, not even a crack appeared. The lone wolf was instantly bewildered. His own strength is that of a 5th-tier lower-level ability user who has awakened an A-level fire-type ability. He could sense that the aura emanating from this kid, Lu Yuan, was only at the mid-4th rank. Under the dual suppression of realm and attribute, this shield would be lucky to withstand even one of his whips. Most importantly, the shield didn't even develop a single crack. Is this reasonable? That's a ridiculously high figure, isn't it? He quickly realized what was going on. Yes, that must be it. This kid, Lu Yuan, is actually a master, but he has concealed his level of skill through some means. This also explains why this kid, Lu Yuan, can run so much faster than me. But no matter how he thought about it, he ultimately couldn't find the answer. More importantly, he never got the answer. Because the scorching lava was rolling in, and it was less than 2 kilometers away from him at that moment. Even in Lu Yuan's sight, the lava had long since disappeared. But he still didn't stop running. Once the effects of the Gale pill wear off, he won't be able to outrun the lava at his current speed. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan leaned against a silver iron tree, panting heavily. In just half an hour, Lu Yuan ran more than 500 kilometers. More than 500 kilometers may seem like just a cold number, but in reality, it is already a quarter of the distance from the deep city of the Great Xia Kingdom to Jingnan City. He felt like his legs were no longer his own. The next moment, Lu Yuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Hoo. Lu Yuan was breathing heavily. If I could go back to my previous life, I would win all the running races. At this moment, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Lu Yuan rested for 4 hours first. This run almost completely drained Lu Yuan's energy. It's been so long. The volcanic eruption should have ended by now, right? Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered to himself. Lu Yuan then began his return journey along the same route. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery saber-toothed tiger, gaining plus 16,000 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, stormy lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. On the way back, Lu Yuan could find some ferocious beasts and kill them along the way. Until the 4th day of their return journey, which was also the last day before the Lost Ruins number 7 were to close. Lu Yuan finally saw the edge of the lava, looking up from the bottom, into the distance. What a magnificent scene this is. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly at this. With this in mind, he immediately took out his phone and took a few nice photos. This scene is quite rare. Just then, glug glug. About 1,000 meters from the abyss, a small horn emerged from the lava. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look over. Then, to Lu Yuan's astonishment, an even larger head emerged from the lava. Next is its complete body. It emerged from the lava, shook itself, and flung the not-quite-cooled lava to the ground. This is a ferocious beast. It is about 6 to 7 meters long, with a thick body like a salamander, but with streamlined muscle lines, high and prominent muscle blocks on the shoulders, and strong and powerful limbs. It has 2 small, spiraling horns on its head, with black lava cracks at the base that gradually taper and twist upwards, their surface covered with a layer of translucent, fiery red keratin. Its eyes are reddish gold, surrounded by lava-like orange-red patterns, and its skin is a mix of black and orange. It has a pair of membranous wings on both sides of its back. The wing bones are black, and the wing membranes are translucent orange-red, which can be used for flight. The tail is exceptionally thick and long, almost as long as the body, tapering gradually at the tip. The spines on the back continue down the back, while the belly is covered with soft, fiery red membranous tissue. Seeing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. A ferocious beast that can bathe in lava must be incredibly powerful. However, Lu Yuan did not recognize this ferocious beast, so he handed it over to the analysis watch for identification. By analyzing the watch for identification, the conclusion is as follows. Fiery salamander, mid-level of the 5th realm. A mid-tier 5th order ferocious beast. Lu Yuan's face showed delight. Excellent, excellent, just what Lu Yuan wanted. Coincidentally, his strength has recently increased dramatically, and he was just looking for a ferocious beast to practice against. But things didn't go as planned. In the past few days, almost all the ferocious beasts he encountered couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Now, finally a powerful and ferocious beast has arrived. And a mid-tier 5th order ferocious beast. The evolutionary points it brings must be quite considerable. It seems my strength is about to experience another surge. Chapter 181 Killing the Fiery Salamander. 250,000 evolution points. Just as Lu Yuan had thought. This fiery newt has extremely high heat resistance. Even temperatures of 3,000 or 4,000 degrees Celsius are nothing to it. Therefore, it was indeed bathing in the lava that had not yet completely cooled, just like a human soaking in a hot spring. As Lu Yuan stared greedily at the fiery salamander also noticed him. After your bath, it's time for a little snack. The fiery salamander thought to itself. At this moment, it was treating Lu Yuan like a snack. Whoosh. Then, the fiery newt spreads the membranous wings on both sides of its back. The wing bones are black, and the wing membrane is a translucent orange-red. Then it took flight, opening its sharp claws, from which dark red flames emerged. These flames were at least 3,000 degrees Celsius, extremely hot. It swooped down toward Lu Yuan. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He did not use the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. After all, the fiery salamander flies extremely fast, making it difficult for the ice sword to deal full damage. We need to think of a way. Lu Yuan pondered to himself. The fiery salamander had already arrived in front of Lu Yuan. Whoosh. It stretched out its long claws. Lu Yuan quickly used the skill Ice Flash to dodge to the side. Extremely extreme. Sizzle sizzle. A sizzling sound came from where the fiery salamander's long claws had just slid. It was as if the air itself had been baked. Next, using the terrain and his skill, Ice Flash, Lu Yuan completely outmaneuvered the fiery salamander. Even the flames it spewed, protected by the ice shield around it, failed to harm Lu Yuan in the slightest. Hateful. The fiery salamander frowned. This little snack is surprisingly good at escaping. Flame bomb. The fiery newt opened its blood-red maw, revealing its gleaming white teeth. Endless fire elemental energy gathered in its mouth, bursting out with an astonishing fiery red luster. 1 centimeter, 1 decimeter. The radius of the fireball in its mouth gradually increased, and now it had reached nearly half a meter. If this flame bomb is successfully launched, its power is unimaginable. I'd probably get blasted to pieces. This is charging up power. Lu Yuan quickly realized what was happening. At the same time, he also revealed a faint smile. Because this is also an opportunity. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan let out a low shout and frantically mobilized the Yuan energy within his body. The next moment, 30 ice swords instantly appeared beside Lu Yuan, spinning rapidly. He waved his hand dramatically. Swish, swish, swish. The ice swords rained down like a torrential downpour. This scene made the fiery newt hold back its anger. Both are ultimate skills, so why can yours be cast instantly? There was no other way. To avoid becoming a sitting duck, I had to stop charging up the flame bomb. Launch the incompletely powered fireball. In response, Lu Yuan used a small number of ice swords to parry. Bang! The moment the ice sword made contact with the fire bomb, thick smoke erupted, blocked the view of the fiery newt. As a result, most of the ice swords bypassed the smoke and dealt a very heavy blow to the fiery salamander. Of course, the power of the ice swords was also very strong, but it was not enough to withstand the power of the firebomb. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan also had an icebound shield and a Tier 5 protective talisman, with 2 layers of protection. On the other hand, there's the fiery newt. Fiery newt. No. Now we should call it the fiery hedgehog. As the smoke cleared, Lu Yuan saw that its entire body was riddled with ice swords. From a distance, it looks exactly like a hedgehog. The once magnificent wings now have 2 huge holes poked in them. After being pierced by the ice sword, the fiery salamander was severely injured. With its wings damaged and a massive amount of ice-type energy raging within its body, the flame salamander had no way to escape. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, a crimson substance appeared in its mouth and was then spat out. Since you've already become a hedgehog, wouldn't you mind having a few more quills on your body? Lu Yuan revealed a malicious smile. A barrage of frost spears. Ice gun. Ice gun. Immediately, Lu Yuan frantically hurled ice spears at the location of the fire salamander. In less than half a minute, the fiery salamander's head drooped down, and its pupils were tightly closed. It looked no different from being dead. Still trying to fool me? When Lu Yuan saw that the fiery salamander was actually playing dead, he laughed. It's important to know that Lu Yuan possesses a system, which allows him to gain evolution points only after a ferocious beast dies. Currently, Lu Yuan has not obtained any evolution points, so he can determine that the fire salamander is feigning death. Ice gun. With a final ice spear shot, Lu Yuan finally ended the life of this fiery salamander. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. You have defeated the Tier 5 mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery salamander, gaining 250,000 evolution points. 250,000. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he was in a very pleasant mood. Now, Lu Yuan's evolution points have jumped to 425,000, including Xiaobing's. This single battle alone took a toll on Lu Yuan's physical strength. As he leaned against the edge of a boulder, a smile spread across his face as he slowly rested. Just then, the ground shook again. Is it the appearance of the mirror of time? Or has the volcano erupted again? Lu Yuan quickly stood up and looked into the distance. If it's a volcanic eruption, then he'd better get out of there as soon as possible. But this time, it is neither a time-space mirror nor a volcanic eruption. This is a tremor that's affecting the entire island. Not long after, before Lu Yuan's eyes appeared a very familiar black vortex. Lu Yuan recognized him. Isn't this the entrance to Lost Ruins number 7? The entrance to Lost Ruins number 7 has appeared. It seems that this Lost Ruins number 7 is about to close. Lu Yuan murmured softly. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had no regrets. On the contrary, he felt very fulfilled. Hundreds of thousands of evolution points. Dragon blood, ice crystal, glazed fruit. SS plus level skill scroll, myriad flower ice mirror. Dozens of S-level herbs. The harvest from this trip to Lost Ruins number 7 was unprecedentedly abundant. After taking one last look at the scenery inside Lost Ruins number 7, then, Lu Yuan took a few steps forward, entered the black vortex, and left Lost Ruins number 7 through the black vortex, arriving in the real world. I'm back. The air on Earth smells so much fresher. After Lu Yuan returned to the real world, he couldn't help but take a few more deep breaths. Chapter 182 The Auction. The Herb of Life. Not far away, a slender figure stood quietly, gazing ahead, as if waiting for someone. This figure was Jiang Xianran, and the person she was waiting for was Lu Yuan. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Jiang Xianran's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise, and she jogged a few steps to approach him. Junior brother Lu Yuan. Jiang Xianran greeted her with a light laugh. Lu Yuan nodded. Not long after parting ways with Jiang Xianran, the volcano erupted. He was wondering if something might happen to Jiang Xianran. However, after the volcanic eruption, he was too preoccupied with his own problems to worry about much else. He was at least an acquaintance, and seeing that the other person was all right, he could finally relax. Afterwards, Lu Yuan planned to leave this place and return to the Great Xia Kingdom. After saying, "Senior Jiang Xianran, I'm going back now," she started walking. But Jiang Xuanran's next words made Lu Yuan abandon his plan to leave and stop in his tracks. Then Jiang Xianran said, "The auction is about to start over there. Why don't we go take a look?" Auction. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that there was a trading area inside this giant building. Resources can be traded at equivalent value. What you can obtain can be resources of equal value, or relics coins jointly issued by the 12 relics. The currency used in this auction will naturally not be blue star coins, but relic coins. So, Lu Yuan and Jiang Xianran walked together toward the trading area. Trading floor. Here are your 121 relic coins. Please take them. In front of Lu Yuan, a bald, burly man smiled as he accepted a bag of relic coins from the other party. After the bald, burly man left, it was Lu Yuan's turn. So, Lu Yuan exchanged all the items he had in the Lost Ruins number 7 that were of little value to him. For example, these dozens of S-grade herbs, as well as the crystals and flesh of ferocious beasts. However, Lu Yuan did not exchange the treasures that were of great value to him, such as those he obtained in the Mirror of Time and Space. Among these many spoils, a dark red crystal not only caught the eye of the staff, but also attracted the attention of many superhumans in the vicinity. My God, this is the largest crystal I've ever seen before. Could this be the crystallization of a fiery salamander? Judging by its size, it must be at least a mid-level 5th rank, right? That's right, just as you think. Many people with superpowers were discussing it. This crystal is clearly the crystal of a fiery salamander. Seeing this, Jiang Xianran, standing behind Lu Yuan, also widened her beautiful eyes slightly. A ferocious beast at the mid-level of the 5th tier, and an extremely powerful fiery salamander at that. Lu Yuan's strength truly exceeded her expectations. It's fair to say that I'm no longer the strongest student at Shenzhen Superpower University. It was junior student Lu Yuan. And, most importantly, Lu Yuan is only a freshman, while I am already a senior, a full 3 years older than him. This is enough to demonstrate Lu Yuan's terrifying talent. Here are your 657 relic coins. Please take them. After counting, the staff respectfully handed Lu Yuan a large bag of relic coins. This also drew envious glances from the other ability users around them. Jiang Xianran, who was behind Lu Yuan, didn't get many relic coins, only 150. Jiang Xianran did not use the SS-grade resource, the Phantom Thunder Mushroom, to exchange for it, but instead kept it in her spatial ring. Auction. Lu Yuan and Jiang Xianran sat in a position slightly to the right of the center. There are hundreds of people with superpowers here. They either talked or sat quietly. Without exception, they were all very much looking forward to the upcoming auction. These superhumans all emerged from Lost Ruins number 7. I wonder what will be at this auction. Hopefully, I can bring back something of value. Lu Yuan pondered to himself. After all, Lu Yuan used all these herbs and crystals to exchange for relic coins. You should know that if you were to exchange it for blue star coins, that would be hundreds of millions of blue star coins. These relics coins, worth hundreds of millions, shouldn't be hard to use, right? As the black curtain was drawn back, the auction has officially begun. The auction is now open. Everyone must be exhausted after coming out of Lost Ruins number 7. So without further ado, let's take a look at our first auction item. The host spoke in fluent English. It is precisely because his English is fluent enough that people, even those who do not understand English, can clearly understand what he is trying to express through translation software. The first item is 15 5th-tier enlightenment pills. Each person is limited to purchasing one. The starting bid shall not be less than 15 relic coins, and each bid shall not be less than 5 relic coins. As soon as the host finished speaking, a discussion broke out in the audience. The 5th-tier enlightenment pill can increase the probability of breaking through to the 5th tier. Upon seeing this item, many of the superhumans present showed expressions of surprise and delight. I'll start the bid, 15 relic coins. I'll bet 20. 25, anyone else following? Soon, the 15 5th-tier enlightenment pills were swept away amidst the clamor of the crowd. However, Lu Yuan did not make a move. For him, as long as there are evolution points. Regardless of the level at which you break through to a higher realm, the success rate is always 100%. The second item is a 60-kilogram S-grade shape memory alloy. The starting bid shall not be less than 50 relic coins, and each bid shall not be less than 15 relic coins. The host shouted. Shape memory alloys, compared to ordinary alloys, naturally possess incredibly high ductility. Once it's set, unless it suffers severe damage, it will always revert to its original form. 50 relic coins. I'll bet 70. I'll go straight for 100. Who dares to match that? I'm coming. Call 120. Many of the superpowered individuals present were not interested, but some combat-type superpowered individuals were bidding like crazy. Half an hour later, we've now moved on to the 20th item for auction. The 20th item, the Herb of Life. After the words Grass of Life were uttered, most of the people present were excited. But some people were completely bewildered, not knowing what they were so excited about. This name might be unfamiliar to some people, so let me explain. Using the Grass of Life, it can regenerate severed limbs for those with 5th-tier superpowers or below. This Herb of Life is very rare to find outside. Bring it on. The starting bid shall not be less than 400 relic coins, and each bid shall not be less than 100 relic coins. Chapter 183, Leaving Audrilia. Back to Great Xia. Upon hearing about the life grass and its effects, Lu Yuan's pupils widened suddenly, gleaming with delight. Using the Grass of Life, it can regenerate severed limbs for those with 5th-tier superpowers or below. Doesn't this mean that Mom can be saved? Lu Yuan was extremely excited. He still remembers. After his father died in a beast tide when he was 7 years old. My mother has always taken care of me with great care and hardship. She also had to endure the strange looks from other people, but she still smiled at herself when she got home. Although his mother, Feng Wan, always said she didn't care, Lu Yuan knew without even thinking whether she did care or not. Now that we have the Herb of Life, all these problems will be solved. Seeing the change in Lu Yuan's expression, Jiang Xianran, sitting next to him, trembled slightly in her beautiful eyes, as if she had realized something. My God, it's the Herb of Life. Nobody can take it from me. I won't fight you for it. By the way, remember to open your eyes and see if you have enough relic coins. The appearance of the life grass was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, sparking a discussion among many people present. After all, the effects of the Herb of Life are incredibly miraculous. A severed arm regenerated. Scenes that can only be seen in movies can actually happen in real life. But after the initial hype died down, many people discovered that the starting bid is a staggering 400 relic coins. My own relic coins are simply not enough. Furthermore, everyone present was a complete stranger, and this was already the 20th sample. They had almost run out of relic coins. Furthermore, everyone wants the Herb of Life, but not everyone has enough relic coins. Adhering to the principle of, if I don't have it, then you shouldn't have it either, it's probably not an easy task to get others to give up their relic coins. Therefore, in the end, we can only look at the number of relic coins they have. 400 relic coins. Lu Yuan spoke first. These words shocked everyone present. My God, for 100 relic coins? I can't believe someone can actually afford that. It takes immense patience to keep over 400 relic coins among the first 19 auction items. Sigh, I also want the Herb of Life, but unfortunately, I only have 250 relic coins, which isn't even enough for the starting bid. Many people discussed it. Some were surprised, others were disappointed. Just when Lu Yuan thought he had it in the bag, a burly man from a team from the United States sitting not far from him shouted, 500 relic coins. Someone actually managed to bid 500 relic coins. How many treasures must they have taken from Lost Ruins number 7? 600 relic coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan continued to raise the price. This Herb of Life was very important to him, so he had to get it. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of the burly man from the American team froze. He was surprised that someone could actually bid 600 relic coins. Their team had incredible luck this time, encountering a lot of treasures in Lost Ruins number 7, but they only had 510 ruins coins in total. My friend, why don't you give me some face, and I'll give you some other resources as compensation after the auction. So he smiled and tried to close the distance between himself and Lu Yuan. After analyzing the watch and understanding the burly man's meaning, Lu Yuan shook his head, indicating his refusal. He absolutely had to get this life-giving herb. 3, 2, 1. Make a deal. With a powerful blow from the host's hammer, Lu Yuan finally obtained the Grass of Life. After the auction ended, the Herb of Life was handed over to Lu Yuan. The staff member also added a reminder. Once you leave here, only you can guarantee the safety of the auctioned items. Lu Yuan nodded. With his current strength, it's estimated that no superhuman present could be his match. Captain, in this vast desert, making a move is easy enough. Why don't we just go and rob it? One of the team members next to the burly man made a throat-slitting gesture. But to the team member's surprise, the burly captain shook his head. The reason is quite simple. When Lu Yuan was exchanging relics coins, he happened to pass by and saw the crystal of the fiery salamander. The burly man naturally wouldn't assume that Lu Yuan had just picked it up casually. This only proves that Lu Yuan possesses the strength to defeat a mid-level 5th-tier fiery salamander. Such people with superpowers are people they absolutely cannot try to scam. The herb of life is precious, but lacking the strength, I have no choice but to give it up. After some twists and turns, Lu Yuan and Jiang Xianran arrived at Imo Urban International Airport. By plane, we can reach the deep city of the Great Xia Kingdom. On the plane, Jiang Xianran and Lu Yuan chatted happily, laughing heartily. However, good times are always fleeting. Soon, the plane arrived at the deep city of the Great Xia Kingdom. After the plane landed slowly, the two arrived at the exit. At the exit, a pretty figure stood quietly. Whether it's her looks or her figure, she can attract the attention of passers-by and become a goddess in the hearts of many. And now, such an exceptional figure and appearance have appeared in one person at the same time. It amazed those who were also there to pick her up, making them unable to look away. The figure was none other than Xia Qingyin. After learning that Lu Yuan would be returning, she arrived at the airport early to wait for him. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's figure appear, Xia Qingyin walked up quickly, blinked her clear, big eyes, and called out in a crisp voice, "A Yuan." Unable to contain her longing, she threw herself into Lu Yuan's arms. Feeling the curvaceous figure in his arms, Lu Yuan, who had been staying in the Lost Ruins No. 7 for 3 weeks, naturally enjoyed it. At the same time, he reached out and gently touched Xia Qingyin's head. Behind Lu Yuan. So Junior Lu Yuan already has a girlfriend. Jiang Xuanran's beautiful eyes darkened. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then he said, "Junior brother Lu Yuan, I'll be going now." No wonder, Lu Yuan is such an outstanding man that he could make her heart flutter. It would be strange if he didn't have a girlfriend, right? Hearing this voice, Xia Qingyin broke free from Lu Yuan's embrace. After glancing at Jiang Xuanran's expression and watching her lonely figure disappear into the distance, she seemed to realize something. Chapter 184 Registration for the National Superpowered College Competition. Then, Lu Yuan returned to Shenzhen University of Superpowers in Xia Qingyin's Medusa. "It's been 3 weeks, I'm finally back." Lu Yuan sighed silently. This was the longest Lu Yuan had ever spent away from other dimensions. Over such a long period of time, Lu Yuan's chin has grown quite a bit of beard. However, this did not affect Lu Yuan's appearance in the slightest. Instead, it brought him a sense of weathered beauty, as if he had returned after experiencing many hardships. Despite the combined effects of the suit's automatic temperature control and his own ice-based superpower, in the past few days, Lu Yuan hasn't broken a sweat. But, after not showering for 3 weeks, Lu Yuan was still feeling unwell. After returning to his dormitory and cleaning himself up, Lu Yuan changed into casual clothes and went out of the dormitory. "A Yuan." Xia Qingyin had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Lu Yuan came out of the dormitory, she couldn't wait to go up to him. She blinked her bright, lively eyes and kept looking at Lu Yuan. A dozen seconds later, Lu Yuan waved his hand and forced a smile. "Xiaoyin, there's no need to look at me like that." Xia Qingyin snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and pouted, saying, "Humph, how can I not take a look around? You're always either cultivating or going out." Hearing Xia Qingyin's words, Lu Yuan was somewhat moved and reached out to pat her head. "Sai Xiaoyin, I've let you down." Indeed, after confirming their relationship, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin did not spend all their time together like ordinary couples. Originally, he planned to report the results of the battle to Qin Tianlong, but now he has changed his mind. "Let's spend some time with Xiaoyin today. After all, I'll probably have even less time to spend with Xiaoyin in the future." "That's not what I meant. I just wanted you to spend more time with me." Hearing Lu Yuan's apology, Xia Qingyin was slightly stunned, then hurriedly shook her head and waved her hand. Then, Xia Qingyin stamped her foot and asked, "What do you mean by always touching my head? Am I your little daughter?" "A little daughter? That's fine too. My dear daughter, come here, say daddy, and let me hear it." Lu Yuan chuckled with a wicked grin. He was in a good mood, and even joked with Xia Qingyin, which was rare for him. Just as Lu Yuan was about to accept Xia Qingyin's verbal counterattack, unexpectedly, Xia Qingyin tiptoed and slowly brought her delicate red lips closer. Their lips met, silently expressing Xia Qingyin's longing. That won't do. But this will satisfy you." After the separation, Xia Qingyin's pretty face flushed red. She gently brushed her hair together and said in a crisp voice. Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Lu Yuan returned at noon. After spending an afternoon with Xia Qingyin. Night. Lu Yuan arrived at Qin Tianlong's residence. Inside Qin Tianlong's residence. "Lu Yuan, you only remembered your teacher after the date was over? Why didn't you ask me out for a little longer?" Qin Tianlong raised an eyebrow. a faint smile playing on his lips. If other students saw this, they would probably be shocked. Extremely strict. Qin Tianlong, the Ice Academy dean who was so unforgettable to them, actually had such a wicked side. Teacher I. Lu Yuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. He really didn't expect that Qin Tianlong could see through this. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Tell me, what treasures did you obtain during your trip to Lost Ruins number 7? Qin Tianlong walked to the coffee table and brewed himself a pot of tea. He then took a sip and asked, Dragon blood, ice crystal, glazed fruit, and this SS plus level skill scroll, myriad flower ice mirror. Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't hide it from his teacher. With a thought, the 3 treasures from the spatial ring appeared one by one on the coffee table. Dragon blood, ice crystal, glazed fruit, SS plus level skill scroll, kaleidoscope of ice. With each new word he heard, Qin Tianlong's pupils would widen by half. Especially after hearing about the skill scroll at the end, he almost choked on his tea. What does SS plus level skill mean? Only a 9th level ability user can create skill books of this level. As a 9th tier ability user, he had long since distanced himself from things like blue star coins. What they lack is more of an opportunity for a breakthrough, an opportunity to unleash their accumulated strength. Therefore, if it weren't out of obligation, these 9th tier ability users would never create SS plus level skill books. After all, SS plus level skill books are extremely difficult to obtain. Even he has only learned 1 SS plus level skill so far. Unexpectedly, his student Lu Yuan, who was only at the 4th level, had already obtained such a valuable opportunity to learn a skill. Great, great. Luck always favors geniuses. That makes perfect sense. At this moment, Qin Tianlong was grinning from ear to ear. Lu Yuan asked, Teacher Qin, could you please help me determine the grade of this dragon blood? Okay. Qin Tianlong accepted the dragon blood handed to him by Lu Yuan. After Qin Tianlong used his spiritual power to analyze the blood, he said, judging from the strength of the blood, this should be the essence blood of a mid-level 8th order ferocious beast, but I certainly cannot determine what kind of ferocious beast it is. If you force your way in right now, your life will definitely be in danger. As they spoke, Qin Tianlong brought over a water bucket with a capacity of about 20 liters. He poured in those few milliliters of semen. Then they poured ordinary ice into it like crazy. Add ice, and more ice. After being diluted thousands of times, Qin Tianlong slowly exhaled and said, Now, the dragon blood diluted to this concentration should be suitable for you. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan thanked him. Oh, right, Lu Yuan. I forgot to tell you, the National Superpowered College competition is about to begin. Song Laoding and I both believe that you are now capable of participating. Do you want to participate? Qin Tianlong suddenly asked a question. Shenzhen University of Superpowers is his alma mater. He possessed the highest privileges among students and enjoyed numerous rights. They also received meticulous care from Teacher Qin. Both morally and logically, we should strive to bring honor to our alma mater. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan nodded. Good lad, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Qin Tianlong patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder with a smile, his satisfaction undisguised. Come on, come upstairs with me. I'll apply this dragon blood to you. Qin Tianlong came to the stairwell, waved, and signaled Lu Yuan to follow. Good. Lu Yuan nodded and followed Qin Tianlong. Chapter 185 Absorbing Dragon Blood. The second floor of Qin Tianlong's residence. The two arrived at an empty room. This place is nice. Lu Yuan, you can take your clothes off now. Qin Tianlong said slowly. Yes, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded, and then he took off his outer garment, revealing his muscular physique. Not bad, not bad. Qin Tianlong narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. In his opinion, Lu Yuan's muscles were full but not bulky, and the lines of his shoulders and back were broad and full of tension, showing that he never slacked off in his daily life. The first time you absorb dragon blood, even if it's diluted 1,000 times, it will still hurt a lot. You'll have to bear with it. Qin Tianlong reminded Lu Yuan to prepare himself mentally first. Okay, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded. He had already made preparations. To become stronger, this pain is nothing. Good. Qin Tianlong smiled calmly. Immediately, he used a spoon to scoop up a ladleful of diluted dragon blood and slowly poured it onto Lu Yuan's back. Dragon blood flowed down the muscles along the roadside, gradually from above. It is clearly dragon blood from an ice dragon. However, the moment Lu Yuan came into contact with the dragon's blood, he did not feel the slightest bit of coldness. Instead, a warm current slowly seeped into his back. Bones, organs, meridians, blood. It spreads throughout the body. It doesn't hurt. Lu Yuan was somewhat puzzled. So why did Teacher Qin specifically remind herself of that? To Lu Yuan's surprise, at first, it was a warm current. But then, the temperature rose rapidly. It quickly turned from a warm current into a burning sensation. Hiss! Lu Yuan frowned. His fists clenched so tightly they made a crack sound. It seems the pain is about to begin, and I have to endure it. Then, the burning sensation intensified and quickly turned into a scorching pain, which was excruciating. Lu Yuan groaned. His body tensed up suddenly. All his muscles trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat poured out of his forehead like rain. His heart was pounding rapidly, as fast as a drumbeat, and Lu Yuan could even hear his own heartbeat very clearly. If I had to use a vivid metaphor, that is, Lu Yuan felt as if he were trapped in a steamer. The intense heat of the steamer was unbearable for Lu Yuan. But no matter how unbearable it is, it must be endured. This is the only path for the strong. So Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain, enduring the repeated washing of dragon blood. Lu Yuan's originally yellowish-white skin turned extremely red. It's like a piece of iron being refined to its fullest potential. Moreover, it's not just the physical pain, but also the mental pain. Lu Yuan could feel an emotion called tyranny greatly affecting his mind. This caused Lu Yuan's eyes to turn an extremely rare, deep red. No, I need to calm down. I need to calm down. How can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Under the onslaught of dragon blood, Lu Yuan struggled to hold on, relying on his powerful will. Gradually, the pain slowly disappeared. This means that Lu Yuan's body has reached a point where it is fully adapted to absorbing dragon blood. After getting used to it, everything became much easier. Lu Yuan could feel the dragon blood seeping into his body from his back, flowing like a babbling brook, with a slightly cool sensation. It was very comfortable for him. Cool. Lu Yuan secretly praised him in his heart. The feeling of comfort made Lu Yuan squint his eyes, enjoying it immensely. 12 hours later, Lu Yuan completely absorbed all of this dragon blood. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be feeling refreshed. Huh. Lu Yuan let out a long breath. He hadn't felt so refreshed in a long time. Lu Yuan, your willpower is truly remarkable. You managed to stay conscious despite all this. Qin Tianlong offered a compliment. Haha. Teacher, you flatter me. In response, Lu Yuan scratched his head and said with extreme humility, the dragon blood has been fully absorbed. Do you have any different feelings now? Qin Tianlong asked. I can feel every muscle in my body brimming with power. The circulation of vital energy between organs and meridians is now smoother, and the purity of the elemental energy seems to have improved as well. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. These are all subjective feelings. As for the objective ones, that would naturally be an improvement in attributes. Since Teacher Qin couldn't see his own panel, Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he opened the panel to take a look. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 425000. Energy purity, 81%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, mid-tier 4. Mental energy, 3020 Hz. Qi and blood, 13,100 calories. This change in attribute left Lu Yuan somewhat taken aback. My Qi and blood levels increased by an astonishing 3,000 calories, reaching 13,100 calories. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly widened. That's great. All my suffering wasn't for nothing. Lu Yuan sighed. It seems your absorption rate of this dragon blood is quite good. There are about 3 weeks left until the National Superpowered College competition. I hope you can give a great performance. Qin Tianlong nodded slightly. Yes, teacher. Lu Yuan responded. Then, Lu Yuan left Qin Tianlong's residence. They arrived at the alchemy department of the Shenzhen Superpower University. After refining the extreme ice pill, he added the head of the alchemy department on WeChat and explained the matter to him. The head of the alchemy department was naturally overjoyed. You should know that he is a pill refining fanatic, and he likes to refine highly difficult pills. This made him enjoy it. However, he usually looked down on the raw materials that these students brought to refine pills. Now that he learned that Lu Yuan had rare pills for him to refine, he was naturally excited and came to the door of the alchemy workshop to greet him. Who is this old man? You've never even met the head of the alchemy department? Well, I've only met him once. I heard he really enjoys performing complex refining processes. Who's going to provide him with the raw materials? I don't know. Let's take a look first. Upon seeing this, the students who had come to the alchemy workshop to refine pills began to discuss it animatedly. Under the expectant gazes of the students, Lu Yuan's figure slowly appeared. Seeing so many people around, Lu Yuan did not take out the ice crystal glazed fruit in front of them. The two walked in, chatting and laughing. Damn it, I wanted to see what the raw materials were. Sai, let's get out of here. Chapter 186, Team Leader, a sensation on the campus forum. Inside Principal Song Liyuan's office. What did you say? You're not going to be the captain anymore. Song Liyuan looked somewhat surprised. Did he know that Jiang Xianran stayed at Shenzhen University of Superpowers because of her great-grandfather, and that she wanted to lead her team to win the National College Superpower Competition once again? Otherwise, she would have already met the requirements for an outstanding graduate. But now, what did he hear? Jiang Xianran made it very clear that she was no longer going to be the team leader. If you don't become the captain, who will? Song Liyuan asked. To be a team leader, you need to have strong leadership skills and solid personal abilities. In the entire Shenzhen University of Superpowers, no one is more suitable than her. When Song Liyuan asked her, Jiang Xianran shook her head and then uttered two words in a low voice. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. His command skills are all right, but his actual strength. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Jiang Xuanran's answer, Song Liyuan almost choked. If he knew what kind of person Jiang Xianran was, he almost thought that Jiang Xianran was experiencing a love-struck episode. Seeing Song Liyuan's strange expression, Jiang Xianran pointed out that among the spoils of war from the Lost Ruins No. 7, Lu Yuan had single-handedly defeated a 5-person team from the Sakura Kingdom, and that there was a crystal of a mid-level 5th-tier fiery salamander. I told Song Liyuan about these two things. Even Song Liyuan, a grandmaster at the mid-level of the 8th rank with extensive knowledge, couldn't help but be extremely surprised. A freshman, even in the first semester of freshman year, was able to achieve this level of skill. Who would believe it? But he also knew very well that Jiang Xianran would never lie to him about something like this. He had no choice but to believe it. This incident gave him a clearer understanding of Lu Yuan's potential. He then smiled calmly and said, Okay, we'll do it your way. This year, let's make Lu Yuan the team leader. Subsequently, Song Liyuan directly sent a private message to Lu Yuan to inquire about the matter. Just because someone can be the team leader doesn't mean they want to be the team leader. It depends on their personal wishes. As Song Liyuan expected, Lu Yuan readily agreed. Soon, an official announcement appeared on the campus forum. The announcement naturally included the start time and location of the National Superpowered College Competition, the selection of school teams, and so on. Many students who frequented the campus forum flocked to it. People started checking in and reserving their spots. Soon, they noticed a truly astonishing fact. That is, the captain of our school's team in this National Superpowered College competition. It wasn't Jiang Xianran, whom they knew, but Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Good heavens, isn't that a freshman? What's going on with the school leaders? Did they drink too much and accidentally appoint Lu Yuan, a freshman, as the team leader? To be honest, it was already quite surprising that Lu Yuan was even in the participating team, let alone as the team leader. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100. You tag me, I tag you. In an instant, the news of Lu Yuan becoming the team leader was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, quickly causing a huge sensation on the campus forum. After all, many people's impression of Lu Yuan is still that he is at the middle level of the 3rd rank. They didn't have an omniscient perspective, so how could they know that Lu Yuan was now completely different from before? They were completely unaware that Lu Yuan had broken through to SS-level superpowers. Shocking. The captain of this year's National College Superpower Competition has been confirmed, and it's not Jiang Xianran. What qualifications does Lu Yuan have to be the team captain? Can even official announcement staff make typing errors? The backroom deal between Lu Yuan and school leaders. Titles like these quickly spread like wildfire on the campus forum. It's not that they don't trust the school leaders. It's just that this matter is too unbelievable. Choosing a freshman as the captain of the National Superpowered College competition? This is something that has never happened before since the founding of Shenzhen Superpower University. Of course, a small number of people chose to believe the school leader's decision, believing that Lu Yuan must have some extraordinary abilities. And so, the war of words between the two sides began. In any case, just a few minutes after the incident escalated, the technical staff behind the campus forum stepped in. Those who should be silenced should be silenced, and those whose posts should be deleted should be deleted. Before long, the once booming campus forum calmed down. However, the heated discussions never stopped offline, and even intensified. Xiaoyin, look at your husband. His name is on the campus forum. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Yuzhu, who was browsing the campus forum, said excitedly, What do you mean, my husband? That's a long way off. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin blushed. Oh well, it's bound to happen sooner or later, isn't it? Never mind that. Come and see this announcement on the campus forum. Wang Yuzhu waved, signaling Xia Qingyin to come over. Ah Yuan, he's actually the captain. Upon witnessing this scene and repeatedly verifying that she was not mistaken, Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Xiaoyin, do you think there might be a typo? I know Lu Yuan is strong, but he's not that strong. Wang Yuzhu frowned, somewhat skeptical of Lu Yuan's abilities. Xiaozhu, let me tell you a secret, Ah Yuan's special ability, and the level he reached 3 weeks ago. Xia Qingyin wasn't annoyed. She quietly leaned close to Wang Yuzhu's ear and whispered something. Anyway, everything will be revealed after the competition starts, so there's no harm in telling my best friend in advance. I'm in. SS level ability. Lower 4th tier. Ultimately, all of this burst forth from Wang Yuzhu's mouth in a single word. Awesome. Xiaoyin, look. These people are still cursing your husband. What? No way. Xiaozhu, give her a good scolding. We're both freshmen, but Lu Yuan has already become the team captain, while I haven't even reached the 1st tier upper level yet. During a break from eating in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan suddenly widened his pupils. Similarly, Wang Zhe, Fang Shi, and Jiang Xingyu also looked somewhat dazed. 2 months ago, Lu Yuan even led them to participate in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. 2 months later, he suddenly became the captain of the National College Superpower Competition. Time flies, but Captain Lu Yuan's strength has improved really fast. Inside the principal's office, these people, upon seeing the comments made by some students on the campus forum, Jiang Xianran experienced a rare and intense emotional fluctuation. Although these trolls' claims would fall apart once the competition started, Jiang Xianran still couldn't bear to see Lu Yuan's reputation damaged, even if only temporarily. Chapter 187 The Wind Turns. A Severed Arm Reborn. Upon learning that he had been appointed as the team captain, this caused a huge sensation on the campus forum. Lu Yuan was speechless. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, "It seems I've been too low-key, which has left many people unaware of my true strength." Indeed, since the competition among freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities, Lu Yuan has not shown his strength in front of others. After telling Song Li Yuan, Lu Yuan went to the testing ground of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. I then sent him a video. In the video, Lu Yuan gave a low shout, and 20 ice swords surrounded him. That's right, Lu Yuan did hold back. After all, his skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array was already at the highest proficiency level, and he could now unleash up to 30 ice swords at once. But 20 ice swords are enough. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand. These ice swords shot forward with tremendous force, like a storm in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Given the sharpness of the ice sword, it produced an extremely loud sound after rubbing against the air. These ice swords flew towards the testing equipment not far away. Immediately afterwards, an extremely astonishing number popped up on the testing instrument opposite. 518,000 kilograms. That's 518 tons. That's right, Lu Yuan still held back. The ice sword he released was not in its complete form. But it's still the same, and that's enough. After receiving the video, Song Li Yuan immediately contacted the administrators of the Heart and Shenzhen University app and asked them to post the video in the official announcement. The other party did so immediately. Soon, below the captain of our school's participating team in this national superpowered high school competition, another 20-second video has been added. Once the video was posted, a message popped up on the phones of all the students who had commented on the post. The post you viewed has been updated. The post has been updated. Driven by curiosity, they flocked to the post once again. Within 10 minutes, many more posts appeared on the campus forum, but the trend had completely changed. After all, they weren't fools. They knew that what Lu Yuan displayed in the video wasn't his true strength. However, even if it's not their true strength, the total damage from a single skill can reach 518,000 kilograms, which is 518 tons. How much of that is actually true strength? It will probably be much higher than 518 tons. 700 tons? 800 tons? They can't say for sure. But all they knew was that Lu Yuan had proven himself qualified to be the captain, and that was enough. Amazing. Lu Yuan's strength. Kuriko, come out and talk. Making Lu Yuan the team leader was an absolutely correct decision by the school leaders. Meanwhile, similar posts quickly flooded the campus forum. After posting the video, Lu Yuan didn't pay much attention to the trends on the campus forum. At this very moment, Lu Yuan, carrying the Herb of Life, had already boarded the high-speed train back to his hometown, Fengyang City, Jiangnan Province. How precious is the grass of life. If there is a loss, who can take responsibility? Even if someone takes responsibility, The life-giving grass will never come back. He wanted to cure his mother, but he didn't know when that would be possible. After much thought, I decided it would be best to take it back myself. Incidentally, Lu Yuan did not tell his mother, Feng Wan, that he was coming back, just to give her a surprise. A few hours later. Mom, Xiao Yuan, why are you back? Feng Wan was pleasantly surprised when Lu Yuan returned. Come on, Mom, let's go inside and talk. So the two went inside the house. Xiao Yuan, now you can tell me what you want to say. Feng Wan asked curiously. Mom, your hand can be saved. Here it is. Just take it, and your arm will grow back. As Lu Yuan spoke, he took out the grass of life from his spatial ring. Bearing hope, the herb of life in Lu Yuan's hand shone brightly. Ah, Kabuchi, really? For a moment, Feng Wan was stunned. Lu Yuan nodded. Oh, Mom, why are you crying? It's nothing, Mom's just excited. Feng Wan's eyes were slightly moist. She suddenly recalled the hardships she had endured taking care of Lu Yuan all by herself. Although she said she didn't care, did she really not care? How is that possible? She used to be a campus beauty, but in recent years, she has indeed been the subject of a lot of gossip and whispers behind her back. It hasn't been an easy journey. She simply kept all these hardships to herself and didn't show them. Feng Wan swallowed the herb that symbolized life. The next moment, a bright green light appeared on Feng Wan's severed arm. This point of light is called life, just like the name of the herb of life. As the light appeared, Feng Wan was surprised to find that her arm had grown out of thin air. Just like a scene from a movie, this moment has actually come to life. Incidentally, the wrinkles that had accumulated on her face due to fatigue also disappeared instantly. That's incredible. Feng Wan sighed. All of this is thanks to having a wonderful son. Old Lu, did you see that? Our son is really promising. Feng Wan's thoughts were in turmoil. Afterwards, Feng Wan meticulously prepared a table full of delicious food for Lu Yuan. Needless to say, these are all foods that Lu Yuan loves to eat. She didn't care whether Lu Yuan was a picky eater or not. As long as Lu Yuan likes to eat it, she will definitely make it. Oh, right, Mom, I'm participating in the National College Superpower Competition in 3 weeks, and I'm the captain. Okay, I will definitely be there as promised. Feng Wan smiled and nodded. According to regulations, the freshman competition and the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities are only open to students of each university for spectating. The National College Ability Competition is different. There are hundreds of thousands of seats available in the competition alone. It will be open to people from all walks of life. Moreover, all of Daxia can watch the live stream online. Even if you're not there in person, you can still cheer for your favorite university and your favorite player. This competition can fully demonstrate the top-level strength of a school. This will also greatly affect the school's enrollment next year. Outstanding students will also be noticed by major companies, supernatural ability organizations, and Legion forces, and will be offered contracts in advance. After having dinner, Lu Yuan left his hometown the next day and took the high-speed train back to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Chapter 188: Xiaobing's Transformation. National Superpowered College Competition. This competition, one thing is different from the freshman competitions that Lu Yuan had experienced on campus and at the 4 prestigious universities. This is precisely why contestants can bring their companion beasts along with them to the competition. During the days I was away, Xiaobing continued to work hard in the underground world within the school, without slacking off. Lu Yuan could see Xiaobing's efforts and the evolution points she gained on the panel. Although the number is small, it is enough to demonstrate its efforts. Whether it's for the sake of the upcoming National Superpowered College Competition or as a reward for Xiao Ice's hard work. In any case, Lu Yuan brought Xiaobing to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. As if it had foreseen something, Xiaobing was in a very good mood today, wagging its little tail. Ice and Snow Ability Hall, a training room. Evolution points, 425000. Companion Beast, Ice Piercing Python, Tier 3 lower grade / Tier 5 upper grade. Xiaobing. Lu Yuan reached out and touched Xiaobing's snake head. Xiaobing really enjoys this. It loves having its owner pet its head. At this moment, it narrowed its eyes, and its forked tongue trembled slightly. Eat it, and your strength will be significantly enhanced. Subsequently, Lu Yuan pressed the button next to the companion beast section and fed Xiaobing a very ordinary fruit. Evolution points -15,000. Companion Beast, Ice Piercing Python, Tier 3 lower grade / Tier 5 upper grade, Tier 3 middle grade / Tier 5 upper grade. Evolution points -25,000. Companion Beast, Ice Piercing Python, Tier 3 mid rank / Tier 5 high rank, Tier 3 high rank / Tier 5 mid rank. Evolution points minus 50,000. Companion Beast, Ice-Piercing Python, Tier 3 upper rank, / Tier 5 upper rank, Tier 4 lower rank, / Tier 5 middle rank. Evolution points, 335000. In one fell swoop, Lu Yuan consumed 90,000 evolution points, allowing Xiao Bing to leap from the lower 3rd tier realm to the lower 4th tier realm, a major leap. Under a wave of blue light, Xiao Bing completed its transformation, and its strength was greatly enhanced. Judging from body shape alone, the snake's entire body is over 10 meters long and weighs more than 10 tons. Those two protruding fangs were even larger and sharper, brimming with deadly intent. The hardness of the scales has increased several times over, greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Master, thank you so much. Xiao Bing excitedly moved closer and pressed its body tightly against Lu Yuan's thigh. Previously, Xiao Bing might have thought that it was because of its extraordinary talent or because its master's realm had improved too quickly, thus its growth rate was different from that of ordinary beasts. After all, the cultivation level of a companion beast is closely related to that of its master. Just like Xia Qingyin's companion beast, the cub of the deep water demon dragon, Xiaolan. Its current level is only the lower level of the 2nd tier. But now, how could Xiao Bing not know? I am just an ordinary companion beast, and the reason I have grown so fast is entirely because of my master. This amazing fruit was actually fed to myself. Xiao Bing was deeply moved. Sister Xiaolan will be really surprised now, won't she? Xiao Bing thought to itself. It wasn't hard to imagine the surprised look on Xiao Lan's face when it saw itself now. After Xiao Ice's transformation. Thus began the training of the human and the beast within the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Night. Lu Yuan took Xiao Bing away from the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. At this moment, a beautiful young woman was quietly waiting in the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Beside her was a small blue dragon, flapping its tiny wings and floating in midair. The person and the beast were Xia Qingying and her companion beast, Xiaolan. What is this beautiful woman doing standing here? I'm going up there to get their contact information. This time, it's all or nothing. Xia Qingying's beauty attracted some people who had left the superpower hall to stop and watch. Are you crazy? This is Lu Yuan's girlfriend. Do you know Lu Yuan? He's our school's captain in this national superpowered college competition. Never mind, it's a good thing I didn't go up and ask for it. However, some people recognized Xia Qingying and knew about her relationship with Lu Yuan, so they turned around and left. Hey Yuan. After Lu Yuan came out, Xia Qingying called out in a crisp voice, and then strode over to him with her long legs. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Lu Yuan took the opportunity to pull Xia Qingying into his arms. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Xiaoyin, there are still many people watching around. Xia Qingying shook her head slightly and continued. It's all right, let them watch if they want to. Even though there are still many students watching around. But Xia Qingying didn't care too much. Since being with Lu Yuan, Xia Qingying has become increasingly bold. Sister Xiaolan. Little Ice, flicking its tongue, slowly crawled up to Little Blue's face. Xiaobing? You're Xiaobing? How did you get so big? Xiaolan was stunned and utterly astonished. I was born several months earlier than Xiaobing. For the next period of time, Lu Yuan's main focus is on mastering the SS plus level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Moreover, this was not something that one person conquered, but something that two people conquered. Lu Yuan's teacher, Qin Tianlong. Even as a 7th tier lower level ice master, Qin Tianlong's ice-type defensive skill was only SS level. This is enough to show how rare the Mirror of 1,000 Flowers is. Anyway, this skill scroll teaches through projection, so even if you don't understand the language in the video, two people can learn at the same time. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, life will undergo its first sublimation. The average human lifespan is about 80 years. A Grandmaster, barring unforeseen circumstances, can live to at least 120 years old. This is one of the reasons why the 7th level realm is given a separate name. An 8th tier Grandmaster's lifespan is further extended to 160 years. A 9th tier saint, over 200 years old, is no problem. As for the 10th tier venerables above the 9th tier, their lifespan has taken another leap. Take the ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom for example. He is already 270 years old this year, but his health is still very robust. In short, the higher your spiritual level, the longer your lifespan. Qin Tianlong is only in his 40s and has a long life ahead of him. Therefore, learning more powerful SS plus level skills from scratch is naturally better than improving one's current SS level skills. Chapter 189 Assassination. One day, Lu Yuan finished his training at the Ice-type Ability Hall. Today, Instead of riding a shared electric scooter back to his dormitory, he walked. 23:30. A gentle breeze was blowing. The night was deep and quiet. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Walking on the street was incredibly pleasant. Crunch, crunch. Just then, a street lamp that Lu Yuan was passing by emitted a very noticeable sound from its electrical current. The light bulb of this street lamp also flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Combined with the utterly silent surroundings, it subtly created an eerie feeling. This streetlight is broken. After observing for a few moments, Lu Yuan drew this conclusion. However, he didn't take it to heart. Given the efficiency of Shenzhen University of Superpowers, this streetlight should be repaired by tomorrow night at the latest. This is the efficiency of a top-tier university for superpowered individuals, one of the 4 most prestigious universities in China. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked to be around 45 years old blocked Lu Yuan's path. He was also holding a lecture book in his hands, clearly indicating that he was a teacher of theoretical courses. However, Lu Yuan did not recognize this middle-aged man, nor did he know his name. After all, Lu Yuan became the mentor's personal student and had the right not to attend classes. Of course, many people, even if they became the mentor's personal students, would still sign up for 1 or 2 courses, since they genuinely wanted to go and learn something. Lu Yuan, however, was different. Rather than learning this knowledge, he preferred to use evolution points to allocate them directly, so he never attended any classes. Lu Yuan. That's what the middle-aged man asked. Yes, this is the teacher. How can I help you? Lu Yuan nodded, then asked in confusion. Although Lu Yuan didn't know this teacher, he still had to maintain basic courtesy. Knowing your name is Lu Yuan is enough. After Lu Yuan answered, the teacher revealed a strange smile. Immediately afterwards, an aura that felt both strange and familiar to Lu Yuan erupted. What's strange is that this aura doesn't resemble a human aura. What's familiar is that Lu Yuan seems to have sensed this aura somewhere before. Where is it? You've awakened an SS-level ability, and you're only a freshman in college. Although you have a bright future ahead of you, unfortunately, you won't have the chance to continue growing. The middle-aged man shook his head, then summoned a long sword from his spatial ring. His special ability is an A+ level wind-type ability, at the upper level of the 5th rank. A fierce wind swept across. He gathered all his wind elemental energy into the long sword, and instantly, specks of green light swirled around it. Then he raised his long sword and swung it sharply. Whoosh! A column of wind, several tens of meters long, quickly appeared and swept towards Lu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom. They know I've awakened an SS-level ability. You are an avatar of the soul-devouring king. From the middle-aged man's words and the aura he exuded, Lu Yuan arrived at his answer. After returning to school, Lu Yuan returned the 5th-tier guardian talisman to Qin Tianlong. However, he kept the 5th-tier guardian talisman he obtained from the blonde youth Noah. At this moment, the 5th-tier guardian talisman proved invaluable. With the appearance of a layer of elemental energy shield, the huge pillar of wind was blocked. Lu Yuan was right. The assassin was indeed an avatar of the soul-devouring king. He paid a heavy price to possess the body of a teacher who was away on a mission. The purpose, of course, was to come to the Shenzhen Superpower University and assassinate Lu Yuan. Once SS-level ability users grow up, they will inevitably pose a huge threat to the ferocious beast faction. Even if it costs a great deal, it's all worth it to kill Lu Yuan. Not too stupid. It's a pity there's no reward. Your 5th-tier protective amulet can only save you 3 times. There's no one around here. It will take at least 5 minutes for the patrol team to arrive. In these 5 minutes, I can kill you countless times. The middle-aged man, no, it should be said that he was an avatar of the soul-devouring king, revealed a fierce expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile. This move completely baffled the soul-devouring king's clone. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Lu Yuan did not answer it. In fact, Lu Yuan was just laughing. He actually had evolution points delivered to his door. That's really something unprecedented. If you're just stalling for time, aren't you? Things won't go as you wish. Wind Blade. After letting out a cold snort, the soul-devouring king's clone continued to attack. Ice Blade. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades and ice blades clashed, unleashing a burst of blue-green smoke. To its surprise, the ice blades that Lu Yuan unleashed in succession were comparable to the wind blades it had unleashed. A fierce wind swept across. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Both sides continued to use their skills. The raging winds were still blocked by the elemental energy shield of the 5th tier Guardian Talisman, and Lu Yuan's extreme ice illusion killing array. After Lu Yuan waved his hand, 30 ice swords shot out with unparalleled momentum, aimed at the location of the soul-devouring king's clone. I expected you to pull this stunt. Gale Vortex. The soul-devouring king's clone smiled. Gale Vortex, an S+ level skill, possesses extremely strong suction power and can even deflect the opponent's projectiles. However, to the soul-devouring king's surprise once again, the suction force of the whirlwind vortex had no effect on these ice swords. It should be noted that each of the ice swords summoned by Lu Yuan has an impact force of an astonishing 50 tons. How could it be changed so easily? It's not over yet. Frost Spear Barrage. Not only that, Lu Yuan also used another of his SS level skills, Frost Spear Combo. He raised his Frost River sky-splitting spear, took a few steps forward, and thrust it towards the soul-devouring king's clone. With ice swords in front and spears behind, it was naturally unable to withstand the onslaught and could only leave in disbelief and resentment. You have slain an avatar of the supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast, Soul Devourer King, gaining plus 120,000 evolution points. With the system notification sound, Lu Yuan's evolution points on the system panel reached 455,000. A bit too little, not as good as the fiery salamander. Lu Yuan curled his lip. This is quite normal, though. The strength of this clone brings a sense of oppression, but it is indeed not as powerful as the original fiery salamander. Patrol team, fighting is not allowed on school grounds. Don't move. Hands up. Just then, the school patrol team finally arrived. They glanced at Lu Yuan, then at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. He was stunned for a moment. This wasn't a fight between students, but a battle between students and teachers. This teacher suddenly attacked me, and I had no choice but to defend myself. If you don't believe me, you can check the security camera footage over there. Lu Yuan spoke the truth. Chapter 190 Team Assembles. It's actually an SS rank ability. The recent surveillance footage has been disrupted by the Soul Eater King's clones. However, there was one inconspicuous surveillance camera in a corner that it failed to notice. This surveillance footage does indeed prove that Lu Yuan is innocent. It was this teacher who attacked Lu Yuan first, and Lu Yuan only launched a counterattack out of self-defense. However, to their astonishment, Lu Yuan's strength was truly formidable. He's only a freshman, yet he managed to outwit his teacher. Even though he's just a teacher of theoretical courses, it's still incredible. Of course, this is a good thing, a fantastic thing. It's truly remarkable that such a powerful individual has emerged at Shenzhen Superpower University, or rather, in the Great Xia Kingdom, and even the entire human race. 450,000 evolution points, and I still can't break through to a higher realm. On his way back to the dormitory, Lu Yuan muttered a complaint to himself. However, this is not a very bad thing. The more evolution points a need has, the greater the improvement it brings from breaking through from the middle of the 4th tier to the upper of the 4th tier. Moreover, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to break through his cultivation level. Firstly, after mastering the skill Myriad Flowers Ice Mirror, Lu Yuan naturally wanted to allocate a lot of skill points to it. Secondly, as far as Lu Yuan knew, the contestants in the National College Superpower Competition were mostly at the middle or upper level of the 4th tier. And I also belong to this realm. But the only difference is, my ability level is SS, which is an extra S compared to their ability level of S. Therefore, the difference in strength is self-evident. The next day, in the QQ message, Jiang Xianran invited Lu Yuan to a group chat. After entering the group chat, Jiang Xianran transferred the group owner status to Lu Yuan. The 5 people in the group chat were none other than the contestants representing Shenzhen Superpower University in this National College Superpower Competition. Lu Yuan, Jiang Xianran, Lu Hong, Wang Jimu, Xian. These are the names of these 5 contestants. The team gathered in a large warehouse on campus. This large warehouse was specially built by Shenzhen Superpower University for one purpose only. That's for providing special training for contestants of the National Superpowered College Competition. The team will assemble at 12 noon today. Lu Yuan arrived at 11:50, which was 10 minutes early. However, there were already 4 figures inside the large warehouse. 2 men and 2 women. Hi, everyone's here so early. Lu Yuan greeted him, his tone very humble. This completely stunned Wang Ji, who had originally intended to intimidate Lu Yuan. The official announcement might change other students' opinions, but it couldn't change Wang Ji's. After all, he was a member of the Silverwolf Team and knew that Jiang Xuanran's skill 100,000 volts had recently been upgraded to advanced proficiency. This is an SS level skill. Combined with the extremely strong offensive capabilities of the lightning element, the impact force generated by the instantaneous burst can exceed 600 tons, approaching 700 tons. Unlike Lu Yuan's ice sword, this is a one-time, massive attack that is much harder to neutralize. Therefore, Wang Ji believes that Lu Yuan is indeed talented, but eager to prove himself, which is why he became the team leader through connections with school leaders. But judging from Lu Yuan's tone right now, he doesn't seem like that kind of person. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Not sure, let's wait and see. Yeah, it's alright, I just arrived too. Jiang Xianran gently ruffled her silver hair and said with a smile. Hello, Lu Yuan. Captain Lu, hello there. The others answered one by one. Hello, hello. Even Wang Ji managed to force a smile as he answered. Dear seniors, since we are about to participate in the competition, why don't we introduce ourselves first, so that we can get to know each other? Special abilities, cultivation level, and special skills. Lu Yuan said with a light laugh. Jiang Xuanran's awakened superpower is the S-level lightning type superpower Jade Purity Divine Lightning, at the upper level of the 4th rank. She excels at long-range burst damage, but also possesses close-range combat capabilities. The first person to speak was Jiang Xianran. She moved her red lips slightly and said with a smile. Mu Xian, your awakened ability is the S-level light type ability, Holy Light, at the mid-4th level, specializing in support abilities. Mu Xian blinked her bright, large eyes and followed closely behind. Incidentally, she was somewhat surprised that the usually aloof Jiang Xianran was the first to speak, and coupled with the bright smile on Jiang Xuanran's face at that moment, she felt a little strange. Is it an admiration for the strong? Not sure, let's wait and see. I am Lu Hong. I have awakened the S-level fire-type ability Purple Sun Blazing Fire. I am at the upper level of the 4th rank. I am good at using a large sword and prefer close-range combat. Next up was Lu Hong, who patted his chest and introduced himself in a generous manner. The last to speak was Wang Ji. Wang Ji, I have awakened the S-rank water-type ability Blue Water at the mid-4th level. I can serve as the team's defender. I see. Range DPS, melee DPS, support, defense. It's quite a complete set. Lu Yuan silently pondered a sentence in his heart. I'm sure many of you senior students have some questions about why I became the team leader. That's normal. To dispel everyone's doubts, let me introduce myself properly. Lu Yuan smiled calmly. He then said, Lu Yuan, your current ability is the SS level ice type ability, Frozen Throne, at the mid-4th tier. Your abilities are quite balanced, or you could say you are all around. SS level superpower. After Lu Yuan introduced himself, the other 4 were all shocked. SS level superpowers are incredibly precious. A country might only produce one person with this kind of superpower every few years. Such people are usually descendants of 8th level grandmasters and 9th level saints. Because S-level ability users cannot have children with SS level abilities. Only 8th tier grandmasters and 9th tier saints have enough resources to improve the purity of their elemental energy and allow their superpower level to evolve later. Now, an SS level ability user has appeared right before their eyes. How could they not be excited? No wonder, no wonder. Jiang Xuanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She finally understood why Lu Yuan was able to single-handedly annihilate the Sakura Kingdom team and obtain the crystal of the 5th tier mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery salamander. It turns out it's because of the differences between superpowers. It's actually an SS level ability. That's great. Lu Hong and Mu Xian were equally astonished. But they weren't jealous. Instead, they were delighted. With Lu Yuan on the team, this year's championship will surely belong to Shenzhen University. And it's extremely easy. Last year, for example, Shenzhen Superpower University won with great difficulty. No wonder the school leaders made Lu Yuan the team leader. However, Wang Ji, this burly man, showed a hint of shame on his face. It's his petty mind that's being so. Chapter 191 Beast Taming Ability. As you can probably see, the video in the official announcement does not show the full damage of this skill. As he spoke, Lu Yuan unleashed his skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from Lu Yuan's body and spread outwards. As the icy aura disappeared, 30 ice swords appeared, surrounding Lu Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan caused the 30 ice swords to change direction and fly rapidly toward the testing equipment in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. These ice swords, with an air of mutual destruction, crashed into the testing equipment. Unfortunately, the testing equipment was incredibly robust, and the ice swords did not perish along with it. However, This caused the numbers on the testing instrument to jump wildly. 300 tons, 500 tons, 700 tons. The numbers kept rising, leaving the four of them stunned. It's not over yet. 1,000 tons. The numbers on the testing instruments are still rising, and even after exceeding 1,000 tons, there is no sign of the rate of increase slowing down. It's still going up. It's actually still going up. Upon seeing this, the four men's pupils widened in shock. Wang Ji, in particular, was surprised, but also felt a little relieved. Fortunately, I hadn't spoken up when I expressed my dissatisfaction with Lu Yuan. If such a powerful figure had spoken up, resolving the issue might not have been as simple as just an apology. Lu Yuan was unaware of Wang Ji's thoughts. Even if he found out, he wouldn't care too much. Following Lu Yuan's gaze, ultimately, the numbers on the testing equipment stopped at an astonishing 1,530 tons. My God, 1,530 tons. So this is Captain Lu's true strength. Wang Ji and Lu Hong were utterly astonished, their breath catching in their throats. Such a terrifying outburst completely exceeded their impression of fourth-tier ability users. You are a fourth-level ability user, and I am also a fourth-level ability user. So how come there is such a big difference? Ultimately, they could only conclude that it was due to SS-level superpowers. In fact, it's not just the difference in superpowers, but also the difference in proficiency. Top students from the four prestigious universities, like Wang Ji and Lu Hong, generally only have an intermediate level of proficiency in SS-level skills, at most an advanced level. It is only possible to reach the master level if one dedicates an extremely long period of time to training. Lu Yuan, however, is different. His skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, has reached a master-level proficiency, surpassing the ultimate level. Junior brother Lu Yuan, you are very strong, really very strong. Jiang Xianran murmured softly. Even Jiang Xianran, the strongest student among the former students of Shenzhen Superpower University, was filled with horror in her beautiful eyes. Her full breasts rose and fell slightly as a result. At this moment, Mu Xin, who was standing to the side, said something surprising. Since Captain Lu is so strong, does that mean we don't even need to train? After all, Captain Lu can wipe out an entire opposing team by himself, so we can just relax in the back. No, it's not that bad. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand and said modestly. Then he looked serious and said, of course, training is still necessary. He was absolutely certain that he could lead the Shenzhen Superpower University team to first place in the National Superpower University competition. However, if the entire team is arrogant and lazy, they may lose because they underestimate their opponents. Arrogance and laziness are unacceptable. Just like Lu Yuan, when he returned to the real world, he didn't lie in bed or spend all his time being lovey-dovey with his girlfriend Xia Qingying. Instead, he still made the most of his time, immersing himself in the ice and snow ability hall on campus. I was just joking. The training will continue as scheduled, not a second less. Mu Xian said this. Other schools don't need much attention. Of course, the other three prestigious universities are also worth noting. However, apart from the team captain being the strongest in the school, it's really hard to say for sure about the other participants. One point is that, apart from the captain, everyone's level of special abilities is actually quite similar, and there is not a significant difference in strength. Another point is that the rationality of the lineup is the most important. For example, apart from Lu Yuan, the other four team members already have a structure of ranged plus melee plus defense plus support. So they analyzed the strongest performers from the other three prestigious universities. After some investigation, first up is the Shanghai University of Superpowers, whose strongest member is named Song Fei. His Awaken superpower is an S-level dark ability, which is also a very rare ability, and he is at the upper level of the fourth tier. Then there's Jingbei Superpower University. This year, Jingbei Superpower University doesn't seem to be doing so well. Among the current senior students, there aren't any fourth-level, upper-level superpower users. They're all only fourth-level, middle-level users. Finally, there's Tianchuan Superpower University. Their strongest student is named Li Shier, and her cultivation level is the upper fourth rank, which is quite normal. On the contrary, it was her special ability that attracted everyone's attention, because what she awakened was an extremely rare beast taming type. Beast taming is a type of special ability, much rarer than elemental skills. The unique feature of this ability is that it allows one to contract with multiple companion beasts. Most importantly, it can also synchronize realms. Fourth order upper realm. You can contract with 4 companion beasts, all of which are at the upper level of the 4th rank. Let's not even talk about team battles, just talking about one-on-one battles, 1 versus 4, who can stand that? We need to be careful with this Li Shir. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, of course, even though beast taming ability users are so powerful, they must also have their own weaknesses. The weakness, of course, lies with the superhuman himself. Unlike normal ability users, beast tamer ability users cannot learn defensive combat skills and can only rely on their companion beasts to withstand damage. Therefore, this could be a breakthrough opportunity. After the analysis, the group entered the virtual reality environment and began their training for the day. The training content was very simple: teamwork. Their enemy was a ferocious horde of beasts approaching from afar. After a thrilling battle, today's training session has come to a successful conclusion. See you tomorrow, Captain Lu. See you tomorrow, Captain. The group waved goodbye to Lu Yuan and then left. Junior brother Lu Yuan, Jiang Xianran, wanted to say something more. But as she looked, she could vaguely see a slender figure standing in front of a large warehouse. Senior Jiang Xianran, what's wrong? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of curiosity. No, it's nothing. Jiang Xianran gently shook her head. At the same time, Mu Xian, who had just left not far away, stopped and smiled knowingly. The usually aloof Jiang Xianran actually has this side to her. Chapter 192 Master Level Proficiency in the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Time passed day by day. In the morning, it was Lu Yuan's personal training time. In the afternoon, it was time for the team's group training. In the evening, it was Lu Yuan's time to learn the skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. It is worth mentioning that he studied with his teacher at Qin Tianlong's residence. As for Xia Qingyin, she naturally wanted to spend time with Lu Yuan, but she was very sensible and did not take up Lu Yuan's time alone. She would simply take a walk with Lu Yuan after his training session ended. And one night, Lu Yuan said to his teacher Qin Tianlong, "Teacher, I probably won't come here again tomorrow." Why? Was there an accident? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Qin Tianlong was both puzzled and concerned. It's nothing. I've mastered the Myriad Flowers Ice Mirror, so this skill scroll can be left for you, teacher, to study separately. Lu Yuan spoke the truth. After all Lu Yuan needed was to get to the basics, and then simply allocate his skill points in a very straightforward way. Qin Tianlong, on the other hand, was different. If he wanted to master the basic proficiency level, he really had to completely comprehend it from beginning to end. The difficulty levels are naturally different. But Qin Tianlong didn't know that, so after hearing Lu Yuan's words, he was stunned and stood there. It took him a few seconds to come to his senses. Qin Tianlong naturally had no doubt that his student was lying to him, so he was overjoyed and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "You're quite something, kid. You've already surpassed your teacher in learning skills." "Haha, I'm alright." Lu Yuan scratched his head and said, "I've been your teacher for so long. How about I give you the chance to be my teacher this time?" Qin Tianlong raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. This was entirely because Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan had a very good relationship, which is why Qin Tianlong said such a thing. Haha, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Lu Yuan touched his nose. Similarly, it was because the two had a very good relationship that Lu Yuan dared to say such a thing. "You little brat, you're acting all innocent after getting a little discount, aren't you?" Despite saying that, Qin Tianlong's smile remained bright. That's a must. He was overjoyed to have met a student as talented yet humble as Lu Yuan. Therefore, Lu Yuan left the skill scroll Myriad Flowers Ice Mirror in Qin Tianlong's residence. It's about 9 p.m. now, which is still early for Lu Yuan. He can't waste time, so he went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Evolution Points, 454800. After killing the Soul-Devouring King's clone some time ago, Lu Yuan's evolution points reached 455,000. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Beginner, Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Low Level. However, it cost 200 evolution points to advance from beginner proficiency to low proficiency. With a sudden thought, he opened the panel and took a look. Skills, Gunplay, Master, Melee, Advanced, Ice Shard Ring, D, Master, Ice Flash, B, Master, Ice Blade, A, Master, Frozen Shield, A, Master, Ice Blast, S, Advanced, Winter Cage, S, Advanced, Detective Skill, S, Premium, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Premium, Frost Spear Combo, SS, Master, Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Beginner. Needless to say, as Lu Yuan's only SS+ level skill, Lu Yuan naturally allocated points to it directly. Evolution points minus 6,500. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Low Level, Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Intermediate Level. The moment the evolution points were consumed, countless memories flooded into Lu Yuan's mind. Even though I haven't officially used this skill yet, memories of my hard work practicing it day and night have appeared out of nowhere in my mind. Sigh, looking at this memory, it would be quite tough to practice. Lu Yuan sighed, feeling somewhat fortunate. Intermediate level isn't enough, far from enough. Give me more points. As Lu Yuan gave a low shout, the skill point addition continued. Evolution points minus 19,500. Kaleidoscope of Ice Mirrors, SS+. Intermediate, Kaleidoscope of Ice Mirrors, SS+. Advanced. Kaleidoscope of Ice Mirrors, SS+. Advanced. Since there's an up arrow after it, let's add more points. Adding dots is an art. Evolution points minus 70,000. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+. Advanced. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+. Master. After Lu Yuan's proficiency in Myriad Flower Ice Mirror reached the master level, he still had 358,800 evolution points remaining. Kaleidoscope of Ice Mirrors, SS+, master level. With so many evolution points, it's still possible to break through the proficiency level of Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, as can be seen from the after it. But Lu Yuan chose to stop. Although I haven't used it yet, based on my newly acquired memories, I know that the Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror skill, mastered to a high level, can disperse 60% of the impact force. In addition, its defensive capabilities can withstand an impact force of at least 1,000 tons. To break through this Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, the impact force of the opponent's glowing light would have to be at least 2,500 tons, close to 3,000 tons. An impact force of 2,500 tons is actually more than enough. Even Lu Yuan himself, his highest burst was only a little over 1,500 tons, which is barely more than half of the 2,500 tons. Not to mention others. Let's try it out and see what the skill looks like. Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. This was the first time Lu Yuan had used the skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. After Lu Yuan mobilized his internal energy, a burst of icy cold air erupted. The first thing to appear is small fragments of the lens. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a clear, clanging sound, they came together. What they got was a huge ice mirror. Despite the elaborate description, the entire process actually takes less than 0.2 seconds. The surface is uneven, but it is precisely because of this uneven structure that it can effectively reduce the impact force. Under the illumination of the indoor lighting, it shone brightly. Such an incredible skill, when used in its entirety, only consumes 40% of the ice elemental energy, less than 50%, which is not bad. Lu Yuan silently praised him in his heart. When the actual match begins, Lu Yuan won't need to unleash the full form of Myriad Flower Ice Mirror at all. At that time, the amount of ice-type elemental energy consumed will naturally be even less. Chapter 193, The Upcoming Tournament. The Gossipy Crowd. There are 358,800 evolution points remaining. Lu Yuan continued to add points. Evolution points minus 55,000. Gunplay, Master Level. Gunplay, Master Level. 55,000 evolution points have been used, leaving 303,800. This time, the points allocated to marksmanship have allowed Lu Yuan to reach a new level of understanding of marksmanship. He is as fast as lightning, and it is not a big problem for him to swing 10 shots in a second. Combined with the skill Frost Spear combo, this can quickly stack up the number of combos, resulting in terrifying melee burst damage. Therefore, Lu Yuan also took the opportunity to break through the proficiency of his other SS-level skill, Frost Spear combo, from master-level proficiency to supreme-level proficiency. Evolution points minus 110,000. Frost Spear combo, SS. Master, Frost Spear combo, SS. Premium. Having consumed a whopping 110,000 evolution points, I now have only 193,800 evolution points left, which is less than 200,000. But all of this was worth it. Lu Yuan could feel that with the extremely fast combo efficiency of the Supreme Proficiency Gun technique, each of his shots could generate an impact force of nearly 200 tons in less than 3 seconds. 200 tons may seem like a low figure, but Lu Yuan can fire 10 shots per second. Even though it's not possible to hit the target every time, this is still pretty good. If you had to describe it in one phrase, the spear strikes like a dragon would be the most fitting. Lu Yuan used the remaining evolution points to break through the skill Winter Cage twice in a row. Evolution points minus 14,400. Winter Cage S. Advanced. Winter Cage S. Master. The area and height of the ice prison have been expanded. The radius and height reached 18 meters. Evolution points minus 77,600. Winter Cage S, Master Grade. Winter Cage S, Premium Grade. There are now only 101,800 evolution points left. With the improvement of skill proficiency, there was an even more terrifying expansion, with the radius and height breaking through to an even more terrifying 25 meters. This is already a very large scope. Using adjectives alone might not be enough to convey the specificity, but if we use concrete numbers, it would be a cylinder of nearly 50,000 cubic meters. Of course, it would take more than half a minute to charge up the power to release such a massive ice prison. Moreover, the amount of ice-type elemental energy consumed is also terrifying. How terrifying is it? It's likely that Lu Yuan was already completely drained as soon as he was released. Fortunately, Lu Yuan can proportionally reduce the time required to release the winter cage and the amount of ice-type elemental energy consumed by compressing its height. Incidentally, this skill proficiency upgrade also includes a new effect. That is, within the area of the ice prison, a thin layer of ice mist will permeate. Under the influence of ice fog, more than just vision. Furthermore, the opponent's speed of action and thinking will be reduced to some extent. Not bad. Lu Yuan gave a faint smile. He is really looking forward to the upcoming National Superpowered College competition. The days that followed, Lu Yuan maintained the same habits as before. There was no slackening whatsoever. The day before the competition, the final team training session has ended. The competition starts tomorrow. Are you all nervous? Lu Hong asked with a smile. With Captain Lu leading the way, what's there to be nervous about? Wang Ji revealed an indifferent expression. After these days of team training, Wang Ji has become a big fan of Lu Yuan. Why are we so nervous? Look over there. Mu Xian chuckled and pointed in a certain direction. Following Mu Xian's finger, everyone's gazes turned towards it. Junior brother Lu Yuan, would you like some water? Jiang Xianran asked Lu Yuan. At the same time, there were 2 bottles of mineral water in his right hand. You couldn't read any expression on her face. It was just a casual remark. Want? Lu Yuan nodded and casually took the bottled water that Jiang Xianran handed him. Glug glug. Then he twisted open the cap and drank it down. What are you looking at? Wang Ji scratched his head, looking quite bewildered. It's just handing out a bottle of mineral water. What's so interesting about that? Oh dear, you're all brawn and no brains. Mu Xian stomped her foot, giving him a look of utter disbelief. When did Jiang Xianran start bringing water to others? Lu Hong crossed his arms and stated it directly. He was still somewhat sentimental at this moment, thinking back to when he had represented the Silverwolf Team to recruit Lu Yuan, promising him the position of vice captain in the future. Before his freshman year was even over, Lu Yuan had already become someone who could stand on his own, surpassing the strength of anyone in the Silverwolf Team, including Jiang Xianran. Moreover, judging from Jiang Xuanran's recent behavior, she definitely has some feelings for Lu Yuan. But that's good, at least her mindset isn't just about becoming stronger. As the vice captain of the Silverwolf Team, Lu Hong naturally had a good relationship with Jiang Xianran. Previously, Jiang Xianran was only focused on becoming stronger, like a machine. Only now did Jiang Xianran make Lu Hong feel that she was truly living as a person. Captain Jiang likes Captain Lu, but I remember Captain Lu clearly had. Wang Ji made a startling statement. However, he was only halfway through his sentence when Mu Xian covered his mouth with her hand. What are you doing? After Mu Xian let go, Wang Ji asked, is this something you can say out loud? Mu Xian pouted and rolled her eyes at Wang Ji. All right, but Captain Jiang has been outmaneuvered, so the chances of him losing are quite high. Wang Ji scratched his head again and said, if I were Lu Yuan, I'd accept 2 girlfriends at the same time, and then he... Mu Xian chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong seemed to be deep in thought. Given Jiang Xuanran's personality, she naturally wouldn't do anything impulsive towards Lu Yuan's other girlfriend. It's also difficult to say it directly to Lu Yuan. It's highly likely she'll keep this crush hidden in her heart. That's right, having 2 girlfriends isn't out of the question. As long as you meet the dual requirements of being an 8th-tier grandmaster and having an S-level ability, you can have multiple spouses within the legal framework set by the state. I think with Captain Lu's terrifying cultivation speed right now, achieving that shouldn't be too difficult. Wang Ji then realized what was happening. As for the state issuing such regulations, that's because, for a couple to have an S-class superhuman offspring, one of them must be an S-class superhuman. If neither party is an S-class ability user, the probability of having an S-class ability user offspring is extremely low. There are only a handful of examples like this on the entire planet Earth, and Lu Yuan is one of them. However, a 10% probability is not high. You can't exactly say it's a guaranteed drop after 10 pulls. However, as one's cultivation level increases, so does the probability. At the 8th order Grandmaster level, the probability usually reaches 40%. However, the higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it becomes to have offspring. In this chaotic world, the nation needs S-class superhumans. Thus, such regulations came into being. Of course, there is a major premise to this. That means you can't go against other people's wishes. It's not that if you meet the dual conditions of being an 8th-tier Grandmaster and having an S-level superpower, then whoever you want as your spouse must become your spouse. Chapter 194 Arrival at the Stadium. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution Points: 101800. Energy Purity: 81%. Superpower: the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm Level: Mid-Tier 4. Mental Energy: 3720 Hz. Qi and Blood: 13,700 calories. After 3 weeks of practice, Lu Yuan's blood and qi increased very little. Compared to 3 weeks ago, it was only 600 calories. The mental state is a different story. Because of the pills made from the ice crystal glazed fruit, the improvement in mental state, in terms of numerical value, even exceeds the 600 in qi and blood, increasing by a full 700 Hz. To possess such attributes at only the mid-4th rank is undoubtedly incredibly extraordinary. Many superhumans, even those at the upper level of the 5th rank, cannot achieve Lu Yuan's current attributes. With such attributes, plus the myriad flower ice mirror skill that I recently mastered at an advanced level, it's really hard to lose. Lu Yuan silently sighed to himself. Then, Lu Yuan, along with the rest of his team, walked toward the fighter jet that would transport the contestants to their destination. During the National College Student Superpower Competition, universities across the country are all on holiday. Not just universities with superpowers, but also liberal arts universities. After all, similarly, this also gave them ample time to watch the thrilling National College Superpower Competition. Despite the hundreds of thousands of seats in the competition venue, there are still not enough seats to go around. These tickets are incredibly popular. Even though the state has explicit regulations that scalpers who snatch tickets will be fined 10 times the amount plus imprisonment for up to 3 years. After removing the influence of scalpers, even if you camp out early, you still can't get these tickets. There was no way around it. There were just too many people. According to incomplete statistics, the number of people watching the National College Superpower Competition each year is at least in the tens of millions. To snag a ticket, being well prepared isn't enough. Luck plays a significant role too. However, even if you didn't manage to get a ticket and can't be there in person, you can still watch it via livestream. As a contestant, Lu Yuan received 6 tickets in advance. Lu Yuan allocated these votes as follows. Qin Tianlong, as his teacher, how could he not let him witness his disciple shining on the field? Feng Wan, of course, needs no further explanation. She's Lu Yuan's mother, and it was agreed upon beforehand. Moreover, Lu Yuan wanted his mother to see what level her son had reached, so she would feel that all her previous efforts had been worthwhile. Xia Qingyin, needless to say, is my girlfriend. Lu Yuan, my roommate. As for the last 2 tickets, Lu Yuan gave the gifts to his good friend Li Ming from high school, as well as to the school's dean of students, Director Li. Li Ming's Awaken superpower was very ordinary, so he chose to take the liberal arts college entrance examination. Finally, he successfully landed ashore. Even so, he still deeply admired those with superpowers, especially admiring Lu Yuan, who has awakened his S-class superpower. A superpowered individual, cultivating, slaying monsters. What boy wouldn't like that? Now that the National Superpowered College competition is approaching, he, as a college student, is also on vacation. He was thinking of taking advantage of the holiday to watch the competition up close and make up for some of his regrets. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a ticket. But an hour later, she received the ticket from Lu Yuan. To be honest, he was very moved. Upon receiving the ticket, Director Li burst into unrestrained laughter in his office. Such a good thing actually happened to me? Ha ha ha. I really am an angel investor. Ha ha ha. Director Li's laughter echoed from his office and then into the principal's office. As for Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University, Lu Yuan didn't need to give him a ticket. As the principal of a participating school, he naturally received a ticket from the event organizers. On both sides of the fighter jet stood students who came to cheer them on, although they cannot participate. However, as members of Shenzhen Superpower University, they have a strong sense of collective honor. As soon as I went outside, I heard someone exclaim, "Look, look! This is the school that won first place in this year's National Superpowered College competition. Wow, that's quite a prestigious title." Go Shenzhen University. Shenzhen University will win. Go Shenzhen University. Shenzhen University will win. The cheers were deafening, like a landslide and a tsunami. Meanwhile, on both sides of the crowd, dazzling fireworks exploded in the sky. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Lu Yuan and the others smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The group then boarded the fighter jet. Whoosh whoosh. After confirming that everyone was seated securely, the fighter jet soared into the sky. This is an A-class fighter jet. Its maximum flight speed can reach 5,000 kilometers per hour. Fighter jets of this caliber are subject to state control. The fact that such fighter jets were dispatched to transport the athletes demonstrates the importance the country attaches to this competition. Not to mention, the entire Great Xia Kingdom has a total of 256 universities with superpowers, which means 256 A-level fighter jets need to be dispatched. Buzz buzz buzz. As the roar gradually subsided, the fighter jets came to a stop at the airport. After that, the entire team needs to travel to the venue in a special vehicle. Looking at the superhuman soldiers stationed behind the vehicle, Lu Yuan felt once again the importance the country placed on the competition. The scenery beside us flashed by quickly. Not long after, Lu Yuan arrived at the hotel that had been specially arranged next to the competition venue. The competition will officially begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The Shenzhen Superpower University team is positioned between 101 and 105. After all, they are last year's champion team, so their position is naturally the best. The night passed peacefully. After all, if a conflict were to break out at this time, the school to which the team belongs would be banned from participating in competitions for 4 years. The government's allocation of resources to schools largely depends on the results of the national superpowered high school competition. Being banned is essentially no different from having your lifeline cut off. The next day, Lu Yuan walked out of the hotel. Just then, the other team members also came out. Keep it up, everyone. Victory ultimately belongs to Shenzhen University. Lu Yuan smiled calmly and said, Chapter 195 Opening Ceremony and Rules. The venue for the National Superpowered College Competition was specially built by the state in Beijing. It is a very large venue, with seats in the stands next to the stadium that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The scene was bustling with noise and shouts. Welcome everyone to the 2052 National Superpowered High School Competition. I am your host, Guanfeng. After years of development in the Great Xia Kingdom, our country now has a total of 256 universities specializing in supernatural abilities. These are divided into 4 prestigious universities, a 24-university alliance, and 228 other universities with special abilities. Let's give a round of applause to these school teams. Guanfeng spoke with a smile and great enthusiasm. The first team to arrive is from Shenzhen University of Superpowers. I vaguely remember the dazzling scene when Shenzhen University of Superpowers won the championship last year. I wonder if they can continue their glory. As Guanfeng spoke, the team from Shenzhen Superpower University entered the arena. Shenzhen University is the strongest. Shenzhen University will win. There were many students from Shenzhen Superpower University and fans who support the university at the scene, cheering loudly. Back to the team. Leading the group was naturally Lu Yuan, the captain of the Shenzhen Superpower University team. He was dressed in black battle armor, with an ice blue spear on his back. It gives people a sense of imposing power that is about to be unleashed. Hiss hiss hiss. Beside him was a giant python with an ice blue body, which was none other than Lu Yuan's companion beast, Xiaobing. This won't frighten the audience. After all, the existence of companion beasts is not a big secret. Following closely behind was Jiang Xianran, whose bright silver hair and cool appearance attracted the attention of many male students present. After all, it's normal for people in the Great Xia Kingdom to be obsessed with white hair. Then there's the warm and generous Mu Xian. Whenever an audience member's gaze falls upon her, she always smiles and waves enthusiastically in greeting. Finally, there were Lu Hong and Wang Ji following behind. As the group approached, fireworks went off behind them. The dazzling fireworks formed a pattern. This design is the emblem of Shenzhen Superpower University. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Wan, sitting somewhere in the audience, was naturally overjoyed. My son has really grown up. Xia Qingyin, sitting in the audience, didn't speak, but silently wished Lu Yuan well in her heart. Brother Lu Yuan/classmate Lu Yuan is actually the captain of the team from Shenzhen Superpower University? Li Ming and director Li were completely stunned. Perhaps others don't know Lu Yuan, so they won't be very surprised. But they were different. A year ago, they could still see Lu Yuan at school. A year later, a tremendous change had occurred. Originally, they were already quite surprised that Lu Yuan was able to represent the school in the national superpowered high school competition. Now that I know it's because he's the team leader, I'm even more surprised. After entering the Shenzhen Superpower University, the teams from the three prestigious universities that entered the arena next were from Beijing North Superpower University, Shanghai Superpower University, and Tianquan Superpower University. They also received enthusiastic cheers from their supporters. After the four top universities entered the fray, the next step was the alliance of 24 schools. The name 24 Schools Alliance indicates that there are a total of 24 teams. Incidentally, this alliance of 24 schools consists of 24 universities with supernatural abilities, all of which are 985 or 211 level universities. They naturally didn't have the same prestige as the four prestigious university teams. They didn't enter alone, but rather all 24 teams entered at the same time. After these 24 teams, there are the remaining 228 universities with superpowers. The fact that over 200 teams from universities with superpowers could enter the arena at the same time speaks volumes about the sheer size of the competition venue. To put it in specific data, it is roughly a rectangle 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. The opening ceremony has concluded. Now, I will formally introduce the rules and schedule of this national superpowered college competition. The rules are simple. You can only use S-grade alloy battle suits and S-grade weapons. You cannot use any other items, pills, or potions. If you are caught doing so, it will be considered cheating. At this point, Guanfeng's expression turned serious. Then, Guanfeng slowly said, "As for the complete schedule, we will need to draw lots to determine the groups. There will be 4 main groups in total. To maintain the appeal and fairness of this competition, each group, numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4, will only have one of the 4 top universities. According to last year's rankings, they are, in order, Shenzhen University of Superpowers, Beijing University of Superpowers, Shanghai University of Superpowers, and Tianquan University of Superpowers. Each group has a total of 64 universities. The 64 universities in each group play against each other once a day. This competition will last for 4 days. Each university's team will need to play 4 games and win at least 3 games to advance to the knockout stage. The remaining schools will enter the knockout stage. After the preliminary rounds in the large groups, the qualifying rounds and elimination rounds will be held. The qualifying rounds will be a rematch against the other universities with special abilities that have advanced. There will be 2 matches, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, for a total of 1 day. In the elimination rounds, everyone will hunt ferocious beasts in a randomly generated scenario for 1 day, and the teams will be ranked according to their scores. Those who win the qualifying rounds will advance to the finals, while those who lose will enter the ranking rounds. The qualifying and knockout stages are exactly the same. As for the finals, that will depend on the number of schools that ultimately make it to the finals. Finally, to prevent any accidents from happening on the field that could injure or even affect the future of the participants, this competition will be conducted entirely in virtual reality. The virtual reality scene will be projected directly and synchronously onto the entire stadium. Guanfeng spoke at a very long time, but as the host of such a grand event, he showed no signs of fatigue even after he finished speaking. His tone was also unhurried. This is thanks to the corresponding superpower he awakened, a special type of superpower. The competition among 256 universities with special abilities is an extremely complex process, which is perfectly normal. But the audience members in the stands, far from being bored, listen with great interest. After all, the longer the competition, the more valuable their tickets become. And the more highlights there are, the more worthwhile the trip will be. Upon hearing this, the contestants on the field couldn't help but ignite their fighting spirit, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Charge! 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 This is the best time to make a name for ourselves. Here we come. Chapter 196. The Draw for Groups. Shenzhen University's first match. The rules and schedule have been explained. Now, let the captains of the participating teams from all universities with superpowers, except for the 4 top universities, gather together for a draw to divide them into groups. After giving the audience and contestants about a minute to speak freely, Guanfeng continued. We need to draw lots. Let's hope we get a group with fewer strong players. Upon hearing this, the fiery gazes of some of the contestants instantly vanished. After all, the weak are the majority. After the 252 team captains gathered and were divided into groups by drawing lots, the preliminary rounds for the large group are about to begin. Everyone, please return to the edge of the arena. The preliminary rounds for the major groups are about to begin. Guanfeng announced. At the edge of the arena, there are devices that allow access to virtual reality. As before, this device resembles a chair in shape. Simply lie back in the chair to enter virtual reality and engage in battles. The scenes of their battles in virtual reality will be projected directly onto the entire arena. This ensures that all viewers, whether they are at the scene or watching the live stream, can see it clearly. The preliminary rounds of the group stage will last for 4 days, with each team playing one match every day. Moreover, the matches will be held after all the teams in Group 1 have finished competing, then the matches will be held for the teams in Group 2, and then for teams 3 and 4. This also allows the participants ample rest time. First, Group 1. Lu Yuan looked up at the screen in the sky. 2-1. Shenzhen Superpower University vs Black Wind Superpower University. Our opponent is called Black Wind Superpower University. Because it's a 2-on-2 match, there are 64 schools in a large group, which means there are a total of 32 matches. The number 21 indicates the order of the game. There are a total of 32 matches, and the 21st match is quite far back in the series. Black Wind Superpower University, a very ordinary superpower university, ranked 188th last year. Looking at the content on his phone, Lu Yuan murmured softly. After searching on his phone, Lu Yuan didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't that he didn't take it seriously, but rather that his opponent was simply too weak. Ranked 188th, the contestant should be a second-tier ability user. Moreover, superpowers are generally only at level C or B. Given the difference of two major realms and the vast disparity in the quality of their abilities, there's really no need to pay too much attention to it. Their vital energy and spirit were vastly different. To give a vivid example, even if Lu Yuan just stood there using a small ice shield, they might not be able to break it even with more than a dozen skills. It's the 21st game, there's no rush. Why don't we go back to the hotel and rest for a bit first? Mu Xian asked with a smile. Let's go back, it's pretty boring staying here. Lu Hong also casually remarked. Indeed, the group returned to the hotel next to the stadium. This hotel is connected to the stadium, so even from inside the hotel, you can watch the live broadcast of the game. Inside their rooms, it was even clearer. They could see directly when they would be competing. This can be considered a thoughtful gesture from the competition organizers. Lu Yuan silently gave them a thumbs up in his heart. Don't be fooled by the relaxed and carefree atmosphere at Shenzhen Superpower University. Look at Black Wind Superpower University. The faces of those 5 contestants have all turned pale. My God, what incredible luck. It's Shenzhen Superpower University. How are we supposed to fight this? They couldn't understand why their luck was so bad. They had only just started the competition when they ran into one of the top 4 universities in the group and last year's champion, Shenzhen Superpower University. Captain, how about we just surrender? One of the team members said. After all, the disparity in strength between them was simply too great. The strongest member of the team, the captain, was only a B+ level ability user, a second-tier upper-level ability user. As a team member, his skills are not even as good as the captain's. Surrender or not? The captain of the Black Wind Superpower University team was still hesitating. With such a huge gap in strength, there is absolutely no need to fight. But wouldn't surrendering directly be too humiliating? Finally, the captain gritted his teeth and said with a slightly determined look, Anyway, the pain level will be lowered in virtual reality, so we have to fight no matter what. Whether out of respect for their captain or because they were influenced by his words, the team members echoed his sentiments. More than an hour later. Now let's welcome the 21st match of Group 1, Shenzhen Superpower University vs Black Wind Superpower University. Guanfeng announced, holding up the microphone. Shenzhen University. Shenzhen University. After Guanfeng finished speaking, an extremely loud noise erupted from the audience. Like a landslide or a tsunami. All the voices of support were overwhelmingly in favor of Shenzhen Superpower University. There's nothing we can do about it. The difference in strength between the two sides is undeniable. On their way to their seats, one of the team members from Black Wind Ability University almost collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him. In virtual reality, unless otherwise specified, a normal competition consists of individual events and team events. I won't go into too much detail about the rules. It's basically the same as the previous freshman competitions of the 4 top universities. The only difference is that a new rule has been added allowing the use of companion beasts. The individual competition begins. The 5 students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers all adhered to the principle that giving it their all is the greatest respect for their opponents, and they showed no mercy. But it was precisely because they showed no mercy that the contestant from Black Wind Superpower University was instantly killed as soon as he stepped onto the field, before he could even utter the words of surrender. 5 matches, all in just 1 minute. On average, a game lasts only 12 seconds. This includes playing time. The actual combat time didn't even exceed 3 seconds. According to the rules, after the individual matches, the score between Shenzhen's Superpower University and Blackwind's Superpower University was 5-0. The team competition can be skipped directly, so on the first day of the preliminary rounds, Shenzhen's Superpower University won. Keep it up. I hope you can achieve good results. Lu Yuan extended his fist. Thank you. I hope you can continue to win the championship. Seeing this, the captain of the Black Wind Superpower University team, who had been extremely dejected, smiled again. He raised his fist and bumped it with Lu Yuan's, offering his blessings in return. The next 3 days are self-explanatory. The Shenzhen Superpower University team continued their unstoppable momentum. 4 days later, the qualifying rounds began as scheduled. There were a moderate number of universities that advanced to the next round, a total of 80. As for the remaining 176 universities, they can only compete in a knockout tournament. Chapter 197. How come he's the captain? Let's start with the team competition. Xiangyu, are you watching the game? My new iPad has a bigger screen. Do you want to use mine to watch together? In a 4-person dormitory room at Tianwest Superpower University, a girl walked over with a light laugh, showing off her newly arrived iPad. Okay. Another girl sitting at the table nodded. If Lu Yuan were present, he would recognize that the other girl sitting at the table was none other than Lin Xiangyu, his high school class monitor. She awakened an A-level water-based superpower, and her performance in the martial arts section of the college entrance examination was quite good, allowing her to successfully enter the 211-level Tianwest Superpower University. The two then watched the live stream of the National Superpowered College competition on the tablet. The first team to arrive is from Shenzhen University of Superpowers. I vaguely remember the dazzling scene when Shenzhen University of Superpowers won the championship last year. I wonder if they can continue their glory. Accompanied by the powerful and passionate voice of the host, Guan Feng, the team from Shenzhen Superpower University slowly walked out from the intersection. Upon hearing the term Shenzhen Superpower University, Lin Xiangyu was reminded of Lu Yuan, her crush from high school. Of course, as time went by, she completely let go of her crush from high school. Now, when she thinks of Lu Yuan, she only feels a little sentimental. I wonder how Lu Yuan is doing now? He should be close to reaching the second stage by now. Lin Xiangyu thought to herself. The two had not been in contact since graduation, so Lin Xiangyu was unaware of Lu Yuan's current situation. After almost a semester, she is now a mid-level Tier 1 ability user. That's why she guessed that Lu Yuan should be close to entering the second stage now. Xiangyu, look. The captain of Shenzhen Superpower University is so handsome. Lin Xiangyu's roommate, sitting next to her, was so excited she almost stood up. It was this excited shout that instantly brought Lin Xiangyu's thoughts back to reality. How handsome could he be to surprise you so much? You know, my roommate has extremely discerning taste. If she thinks someone is handsome, then he must be incredibly handsome. Lin Xiangyu smiled faintly and then turned her gaze to the tablet. But what happened next completely stunned her. It even made her rub her eyes. After realizing that the scene before them had not changed, she reached out and pinched her roommate's thigh. Xiangyu, what are you doing? It hurts. The roommate pouted, his tone carrying 3 parts dissatisfaction and 7 parts doubt. Gigi, Lin Xiangyu's nickname for her roommate. Would you believe me if I said that the captain of Shenzhen Superpower University is my high school classmate? Lin Xiangyu ignored her roommate's complaints and said something else to herself. Huh? What did you say? Is that even possible? My roommate was stunned too. Back to the competition venue of the National Superpowered College competition. How many matches were played in the first 4 days? There are 4 large groups in total, and each large group contains 64 schools. So, there are 32 matches in one large group, and the total number of matches across the 4 large groups is 128. This is only one day. 128 matches a day is indeed a bit too many. Even the most exciting matches can become tiresome for viewers. Fortunately, after 4 days, what follows is an even more exciting qualifying round. In the preliminary rounds of the group stage, a total of 80 universities with superpowers met the condition of winning at least 3 out of 4 matches, and they will enter the qualifying rounds. This means that their respective universities with superpowers have qualified for the top 80. As for the rest, I'm sorry, they can only compete in the knockout stage for the spots from 256th to 81st place. The first match of the qualifying rounds. 1-1. Shenzhen Superpower University versus Tianwest Superpower University. Tianwest Superpower University. After learning about his team's opponent in the first match of the qualifying round, Lu Yuan checked the information on his phone. This is a 211-level university specializing in superpowers, and it ranked 23rd in last year's National College Superpower Competition. Last year, their team's level was roughly equivalent to awakened A-level superpowers or superpowered individuals at the upper level of the third tier. Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately you've run into us. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, then led the other 4 people away from the arena and back to the hotel for a short rest. They will naturally come out when it's time to go on stage. Meanwhile, the members of the Tianyu's Superpower University team turned ashen-faced upon learning their opponents in the first round of the qualifying tournament. Shenzhen Superpower University. A luxurious lineup of everyone with S-level superpowers. How are we supposed to fight them? Can we even fight them? A member of the Tianyu's Superpower University team said dejectedly. It wasn't just this player. The other players were equally disappointed. After all, this is Shenzhen Superpower University, which ranked first in the national superpower competition last year. Sigh, there were 79 opponents in total. How did I end up being matched with them? Wang Xiong, the team leader, also sighed repeatedly. Most of their opponents in the qualifying rounds were opponents they could defeat. As a result, they happened to run into such a formidable opponent. They can only blame their bad luck. But even if we can't win, we can't give up easily. The next moment, Wang Xiong's eyes blazed with what seemed like a raging fire. He clenched his fists and said passionately, "We can't beat them one-on-one in the individual competition, but that's okay. We can ask them to come to the team competition first. As long as they accept, we'll at least make them lose one player. We can't let them win too easily." Wang Xiong's words ignited the passion of his 4 teammates. This made them raise their right hands high, their eyes resolute, and they said, "We can't let them win too easily. We can't let them win too easily." But just then, one of the team members abruptly asked, "Captain, what if they don't accept the team competition?" "We do not accept team competitions. This is indeed a problem." Wang Xiong has the personality of a passionate young man. He's not the type to verbally mock others in order to make his provocations work. Moreover, using provocation by verbally mocking others in front of tens of millions of viewers. After the match, I'll be drowned in the spittle of these spectators. Wang Xiong found the thought terrifying. But then she thought, if the team from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities didn't agree to her request, it might be used against them by people with ulterior motives. After all, fame brings trouble. Shenzhen Superpower University certainly has many fans, but it also has quite a few haters. But then I thought, as one of the top 4 universities, why would we be afraid of these haters' words? After thinking it over, he scratched his head and could only utter, "You have to try everything, right?" Chapter 198, the first match of the promotion tournament. Inside a girls' dormitory at Tianyu's Superpower University. He's only a freshman. No matter how skilled he is, he can't possibly compare to the seniors. Why would they let him participate? No matter how Lin Xiangyu explained, her roommate still didn't believe her. "You must be mistaken. Maybe he just looks a lot like your high school classmate." My roommate added another sentence. You can't blame her for not believing it. After all, the National Superpowered College Competition is a competition for senior students, and at the very least, it should be for junior students to participate. This is just a freshman who has just entered university, and he is participating in a competition full of senior students. This is really too magical and too unbelievable. It would be hard to believe for anyone to do that. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Lin Xiangyu remembered something, opened her phone's photo album, and started scrolling down. Okay, I found it. Look, this is my entire senior year graduation photo. As Lin Xiangyu spoke, she opened the graduation photo. This graduation photo was taken a month and a half before the college entrance examination, so Lu Yuan is in it. As Lin Xiangyu enlarged her 2 fingers, Lu Yuan's figure suddenly appeared before the 2 of them. Gigi, now you can't say anything, can you? Lin Xiangyu revealed a sly smile. Xiangyu, is this his biological younger brother? They look almost exactly alike. Quick, send me his brother's QQ contact information. My roommate looked rather pleased. Lin Xiangyu was speechless. Okay, Xiangyu, I was just kidding. At this moment, the roommate came over again. She then added, but just what kind of cultivation genius is Lu Yuan? He was able to represent the school in the National Superpowered High School competition in his freshman year, and as the team captain. My roommate simply couldn't believe that the school leaders of a university of Shenzhen's Superpower University would misjudge someone. That only proves that Lu Yuan truly has that ability. The combination of freshman and representing the school in the competition almost shattered her worldview. Wait, isn't our school your high school classmate's opponent this time? After regaining his senses, his roommate noticed this. Yes, it seems our school can only make it to the qualifying rounds. Lin Xiangyu shook her head slightly. Admittedly, she has a strong sense of collective honor. But faced with such a huge gap in strength, she wouldn't lose her mind and blindly support her own school. The 11th match of the first day's qualifying rounds is about to begin. That is, the match between Shenzhen Superpower University and Tianhua Superpower University. We'll see Shenzhen Superpower University make an appearance again. I wonder how long their opponents can last this time. Sigh, it's only really enjoyable to watch when two equally matched opponents fight. If you already know the outcome beforehand, then it's not very interesting. No rush, the real excitement will come in the finals. Am I the only one who cares about who the captain of Shenzhen Superpower University really is? I remember last year's captain was that silver-haired beauty. When the host, Guan Feng, announced, "Please welcome the contestants from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities and Tianhua Supernatural Abilities," the audience immediately began to discuss. Feng Wan, who was also in the audience, couldn't stop smiling when she heard others praising Shenzhen Superpower University, especially the captain. On the field, next to the seats, Wang Xiong asked, "Can we play the team competition with you first?" According to the rules, the individual competitions should be held first, followed by the team competitions. However, if both sides agree to switch the order, then switching the order is not a big deal. Team competition? That's fine too. Lu Yuan spoke. These past few days, I've played 5 individual matches, winning all 5, without any surprises. This made Lu Yuan feel a bit bored. Now, playing a team match on the side can make things less boring. Anyway, it won't affect the final result of the competition. Thanks. Wang Xiong even thanked him. He thought to himself, if he could reduce the number of enemy soldiers, that would prove himself. Though defeated, you are still glorious. Therefore, the two communicated with the host, Guan Feng. Upon learning of the situation, Guan Feng raised the microphone, his voice resounding throughout the arena. Both sides have decided to start with the team competition. Alright, then the competition is about to begin. There were 10 people in total from both sides, and they all took their seats. Their images were projected onto the empty stadium, drawing the attention of all the spectators. In virtual reality, there were 10 people in total, and they instantly summoned 10 companion beasts. Both sides' assistants happened to be light-type ability users. The light of the sanctuary. The light of purity. With the help of both sides, they were the first to unleash their special abilities. The warm glow emanating from them made them look like saints fallen to earth, inspiring no sense of blasphemy. Holy Light is an S-class ability, while Pure White Light is only an A-class ability. Who is stronger and who is weaker? It's obvious at a glance. Although the light of white was suppressed, it was still able to illuminate a small portion of the arena. Bathed in the light, they felt warm all over and gained about a 30% boost. On the other hand, the boost received by Shenzhen University of Superpowers was even stronger, reaching as high as 45%. This is what makes S-class superpowers so terrifying. Charge. Focus fire on. The target is. Wang Xiong hesitated briefly. Mu Xian, as the support at the rear, naturally couldn't be touched by them. Jiang Xinran knew that the previous captain of the Shenzhen Superpower University team would have a hard time breaking through. Lu Yuan, no need to look anymore. He's already the current captain. It'll definitely be difficult for him to break through. Wang Ji is tough and thick-skinned, and his position definitely makes him a defensive player. He's impossible to damage. Only one left. Then, Wang Xiong pointed at Lu Hong. The other team members immediately understood. Lu Hong was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. What's going on? Did I do something to offend you? Purple Sunblaze. But he didn't back down. If he had, he would have lost face terribly. Therefore, Lu Hong mobilized the fire elemental energy within his body. Call. The next moment, purple flames swirled around the large sword in his hand. The difference between the two sides lies not only in their superpowers and cultivation levels, but also in the skills they have learned. In the library of Shenzhen University of Superpowers, a department typically has more than a dozen S-level skill books, and you can even find SS level ones. Even at Tianhua Superpower University, a top-tier university, you might not be able to find more than 10 S-level skill books even if you search the entire library. Note that this refers to the entire library, not just a single department. The final result speaks for itself. Lu Hong's extreme flame slash shattered the illusions of the 5 opponents. This cut was made at a temperature of at least 2,500 degrees Celsius. One cut, one kid. Chapter 199, the second round of the qualifying tournament. Final rules. In the first match of the qualifying rounds, Shenzhen Superpower University easily won with a crushing victory. In the second qualifying match, Shenzhen Superpower University was matched against an even weaker opponent than in the first match, a university at the first-tier level. Faced with such formidable strength, the opposing captain was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he lost all desire to fight, choosing to surrender immediately. At this point, Shenzhen Superpower University successfully advanced from the qualifying rounds to the finals. Along with Shenzhen University of Superpowers, 15 other universities with special abilities also made it to the finals. That means 16 universities with special abilities have entered the finals. The next 2 days will be the elimination rounds. One is a knockout tournament to determine who finishes between 256th and 81st place. The other is a knockout tournament to determine who finishes between 81st and 17th place. The time is always 1 day. As for the content, it involves gathering all participating teams in a fixed area. This area is very large, with each team at least 20,000 meters apart. You can search for and hunt ferocious beasts in this area, or attack members of other teams. The outcome is self-evident and has absolutely nothing to do with Lu Yuan, the protagonist of this book. The next afternoon, in front of the hotel where the contestants were staying, Lu Yuan told Xia Qingyin that his mother had also come and was staying at a nearby hotel. Upon hearing this, a faint glow of sunset instantly graced Xia Qingyin's pretty face. What did A Yuan mean by that? Is this meeting the parents? What if A Yuan's mother is not satisfied with me? A Yuan, Xia Qingyin wanted to say something more. Xiao Yuan, there's also. Just then, Lu Yuan's mother appeared in front of the hotel. She had naturally come to find her son, Lu Yuan. He was slightly taken aback when he saw his son, Xia Yuan, and the slender young woman beside him. Mom. Lu Yuan called out. Hello, Auntie. Aye. Xia Qingyin's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. You can call her Xiaoying. Lu Yuan then added generously. Hello, I am Xia Yuan's mother. Fang Wan smiled warmly and extended her hand. My son is quite something, managing to find such a beautiful girl. Hello, Auntie. I'm A Yuan's girlfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. At this moment, Xia Qingyin also recovered. Then, Fang Wan took Xia Qingyin shopping. The next day, after 2 days of elimination matches, the rankings for this year's National Superpowered College Competition, from 256th to 17th, have been determined. Next up is the moment all the viewers have been waiting for, the finals. Hello everyone. The finals are almost here. I'm sure you've all been waiting for this for a long time. So please let me hear your cheers. Cheer for your favorite school's team. The host, Guan Feng, spoke passionately while holding the microphone. Shenzhen University. Shenzhen University. Kyoto. Magic. Demonic. Sichuan University. Sichuan University. As soon as Guan Feng finished speaking, a loud shout erupted from the audience. In terms of momentum, the 4 prestigious universities are the loudest and are basically neck and neck. You can also faintly hear the shouts of the audience towards the other 12 universities with superpowers. Okay, I can feel the enthusiasm of everyone in the audience. The final rules are now officially announced. The final round consists of 3 parts. They are the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Quarterfinals. All teams will enter a virtual reality-generated underground world to kill ferocious beasts and earn points, which will last for 12 hours. Note that each team enters a different underground world. These are the ferocious beasts and their corresponding points. Immediately, a circular light screen appeared before everyone's eyes. Second order superior, 100 points. Third order lower/middle/upper order, 150/250/400 points. Fourth order lower/middle/upper order, 1000/2000/4000 points. Fifth order lower/middle, 10,000 points/25,000 points. The lowest level is the upper 2nd rank, and the highest is the middle 5th rank. Incidentally, the distribution of these points was carefully considered by the event organizers. The lowest level of the school teams that can enter the finals is the 4th tier lower level, which is why the level of killing 3rd tier and 2nd tier ferocious beasts is deliberately set so low. Sigh? How come there aren't even any ferocious beasts at the upper level of the 5th tier? I still want to challenge my limits. Seeing this, Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. After all, there are differences in bloodlines among ferocious beasts. Just like among humans, there are differences in superpowers. Even those at the same level can have differences. Therefore, the fire salamander at the mid-level of the 5th rank is actually comparable to a ferocious beast at the high level of the 5th rank of an ordinary bloodline. As Lu Yuan sighed, the host Guan Feng continued. The top 4 teams in the quarterfinals will advance to the semifinals. The remaining 12 will advance to the final ranking round. The team competition will consist of 3 matches, and the winner will take 20% of the loser's points. The semifinals will be a team competition, with 4 schools randomly matched to form 2 1-on-1 matches. The 2 victors will advance to the final. The rules for the finals. At this point, the host, Guan Feng, paused, skillfully keeping the audience in suspense. And he succeeded. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. Seeing this, he continued, the finals will consist of a team competition and a practical skills competition. In the team competition, there are a total of 5 bonus percentage slots, namely 10%, 10%, 15%, 25%, and 40%. The team captain decides to allocate these slots. The team competition lasts for 5 minutes. After the competition ends, the bonus percentages of the surviving team members can be used to add points. Of course, you'll get extra points, but you need to have the original score first. The raw score comes from this practical competition. In the practical competition, through virtual reality, all the contestants' abilities and attributes will change, and they will all be at the same level. 10 people face a ferocious beast in different spaces. Killing the beast will earn them original points for the whole group. The player with the highest score, after adding the percentage of bonus points from both sides, will be the ultimate champion. This final is so complicated. Some audience members were amazed and shook their heads. No problem, we just need to put it aside and enjoy the fight. But these contestants have a lot more to consider. But some viewers actually smiled, too. This statement drew nods of approval from many spectators nearby. Chapter 200, Quarterfinals. After the host, Guan Feng, finished announcing the lengthy rules for the final round, the quarterfinals then began. A total of 16 teams entered the virtual reality world through virtual reality devices. At the same time, the scene before them also changed. This is a square area of approximately 50,000 meters by 50,000 meters, with an area of 2,500 square kilometers. The team's initial location was at the center of this underground world. Upon entering this underground world, Lu Yuan immediately used the skill detective technique. Previously, due to the influence of the fog, even the highest level of proficiency did not play a significant role. After all, the mist has the function of blocking mental perception. As Lu Yuan's mental strength grew, the range of his skill detective technique was expanded. Back in Lost Ruins number 7, if a large amount of mental energy was used, the radius would be 42,000 meters from oneself. Now, it has increased to a terrifying 43,000 meters. Therefore, Lu Yuan could use the skill detective technique to directly see all the traces of the ferocious beasts in the underground world. Despite using a large amount of mental energy, it cannot be sustained for long. But knowing the general direction is enough. Anyway, killing the 5th-tier ferocious beasts will give you enough points. The time is not long, only 12 hours. Why don't we split up and go separately? That way we can hunt the beasts more efficiently. Wang Ji said. At this moment, Jiang Xianran suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Yuan beside her, Captain Lu, what is the approximate range of your mental power detection? She remembered that during the team's training camp, Lu Yuan had mentioned that his mental power had a very wide range of detection. Regarding the skill of mental detection, unless you're a psychic, other types of ability users can only reach the basic proficiency level when learning this skill, and then their progress will stagnate. However, at the basic level of proficiency, there's not much difference between learning it and not learning it. The solution is simple. Once you reach the 5th tier of ability users, learn the spirit refining technique, which corresponds to the body tempering technique. After learning the refining spirit technique, your mental strength will experience a leap forward. Therefore, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to learn and improve their mental skills. Moreover, they will be able to choose their own major at that time. Those who specialize in cultivating qi and blood are martial artists. Those who specialize in spiritual practice are Dharma masters. Unlike Lu Yuan, he can use evolution points to directly add points to his skills. This allowed Lu Yuan to break through to the ultimate level of proficiency in detective technique without ever having practiced it in his spare time. In response to Jiang Xuanran's question, Lu Yuan replied calmly, all of them. Although Lu Yuan's tone was extremely calm, as if it were nothing, the others who heard Lu Yuan's words were stunned on the spot. I knew your mental power had a wide range of detection, but I didn't expect it to be this wide. While the others were still in a daze, Lu Yuan stretched out his hand, pointed to the southeast direction, and said, there is a ferocious beast at the mid-level of the 5th rank over there. Let's hurry over there. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. They all knew that Lu Yuan had killed the fiery salamander in the Lost Ruins number 7. This ferocious beast, at the mid-level of the 5th rank, might be extremely difficult for others to deal with, but for our team leader Lu Yuan, it was nothing at all. The audience members in the stands narrowed their eyes when they saw Lu Yuan and his group. Are they heading in that direction to find the Titan bear? Did you go there specifically? I feel like it's a coincidence. I don't know, let's see. They had a God's eye view, so it was easy for them to see that they were heading in the direction where the Titan bear lived. As for the Titan bear, it is one of the ferocious beasts at the mid-level of the 5th tier in the virtual reality setting. About an hour later, the group arrived at the location of the Titan bear. Great, finally we can see some intense battles. Before, Shenzhen University's battles were all about quick wins and losses. It was really boring. Yeah, I want to see exciting battles. Many viewers were excitedly discussing it. Fong Wan frowned slightly, revealing a worried expression. This ferocious beast is as tall as a small building. I hope Xiao Yuan and the others can handle it. But then she shook her head, revealing a determined look in her eyes. It will definitely work. It absolutely will. As a mother, you should trust your child. Back to virtual reality. Titan bear, after traveling for more than an hour, I've finally run into you. Lu Yuan gave a faint smile. He then beckoned and said, Wang Ji, Lu Hong, Jiang Xianran, control it. Mu Xian, provide me with buffs. Yes. The four nodded repeatedly. Lu Hong swung his broadsword, and the next second, a wall of fire appeared in front of the Titan bear. After the firewall was destroyed by the Titan bear, Wang Ji then immediately created a wall of water. Because Wang Ji's main focus is on defense, the defensive capabilities of this water wall are much stronger than the firewall generated by Lu Hong. Jiang Xianran, on the other hand, used the SS-level skill, Thunderstorm technique. Several bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, blocking the Titan bear's movement. Time is up. After the skill was fully charged, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers crisply. The next moment, a massive ice prison rose from the ground. It's almost 20 meters high, completely sealing the Titan bear inside. The appearance of this ice prison directly shocked the audience in the stands, because this ice prison was so large that it could completely trap a Titan bear inside. But the Titan bear was no pushover either. After being trapped, it raised its fist and slammed it into the ice prison. Thud, thud, thud. Its strength was considerable. After just a few punches, several shallow cracks appeared in the ice prison. It's too late. Extreme ice illusion killing array. Lu Yuan murmured a sentence. The next moment, 30 sharp ice swords spun rapidly around Lu Yuan. Here, the Titan bear, in a manner that hurts the enemy 1,000, but also loses 800 of its own, punched its fist until it swelled up, and only then did it manage to break a hole in the ice prison. What awaited it was not freedom, nor the thrill of impending revenge, but 30 ice swords flying towards it. Still trapped in the ice prison, there was no way to dodge. They were completely hit by the ice swords. The Titan bear was no match for it. Bang! With a loud thud, the Titan bear, known for its thick skin and tough flesh, lost its life. Upon seeing this, the audience was slightly taken aback. Then, the entire audience erupted in cheers.